I replied to a help-seeking post on the Spirit Network with the words, "A mere mortal flame, hardly worth mentioning. This method is flawed, how can it possibly improve?" Just these 16 characters managed to stir up a hornet's nest among alchemists. The head disciple of the Cloud Inquiry Sect's Alchemy Pavilion was frantically trying to find out who I was, while a third-grade alchemist from the Medicine King Valley screenshotted my reply and posted it in their internal group chat. In no time, the alchemy practitioners were in an uproar, with a tidal wave of doubts and challenges flooding in. But who am I? How could I be intimidated by such a spectacle? I promptly started another thread, posing 3 fundamental questions about alchemy. I had just woken up and was scrolling through my phone when I suddenly noticed a new app called the Spirit Network. I initially thought about deleting it right away, but accidentally opened it and saw the announcement above, stating that the Spirit Network had suffered an unknown attack, suspending many of its functions. It also mentioned incidents of rogue cultivators attacking ordinary people over the past 3 months, and even the demon Lord Huang had escaped from his seal, with his whereabouts unknown. This was truly bizarre. After browsing a few posts, I realized this was a platform primarily focused on role-playing within the cultivation world. Intrigued, I registered an ID as Supreme Heavenly Lord. It's not that I really want to play this role after all, there are no works similar to Investiture of the Gods in this world, and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning doesn't exist, it's just that the name sounds domineering. After registering, I didn't notice any strange phenomena like rolling clouds or faint cracks appearing in the sky. So, I grabbed a bottle of soda from the fridge, curled up on the couch, and continued browsing the Spirit Network. The Spirit Network crashed, and there were tons of complaint posts, along with ads, shares, discussion threads, and gossip threads, the latter being the most popular. After browsing around and gaining a basic understanding of the Spirit Network system, I continued scrolling down the screen. Suddenly, I came across a bounty help post. The poster, Xiaoming, said it was an emergency and asked how to improve the success rate of refining body tempering pills, as his current success rate was only 50%. He mentioned that almost an entire batch had turned into waste pills, and he was about to be scolded to death by his master. The bounty offered was 1 body tempering pill. Clicking into it, there were already quite a few replies below. Someone said, "Improve the success rate? Isn't it simple? Just improve your cultivation and be done with it." That's clearly nonsense. If cultivation were that easy to advance, would we even need body tempering pills? Some people also say, the person upstairs is just talking nonsense. If I had to say it in one word, endure. Some analyzed earnestly, saying, a 50% success rate means fire control isn't mastered well enough, needs more practice, diligent practice. Others speculated, could it be insufficient spiritual power? Let's try setting up a spirit gathering array. Some sighed helplessly, even if you master flame control perfectly, it's still useless. Body tempering pills have always had only a 75% success rate. A single batch of wasted pills is just the beginning, don't rush, junior brother. For us alchemists, it boils down to 2 words, expensive. 555. After reading these replies, I felt a tingling itch in my heart and couldn't resist giving it a try. But I also know this is just a role-playing game, not to be taken seriously. Even if I wanted to try, it's impossible. The pinned post does include the elixir recipe, but it requires 54 ingredients. I've heard of fewer than 10. How can I attempt it without gathering all the materials? I suspect the veteran role players deliberately made the recipe this complicated to prevent anyone from taking it seriously and causing trouble. I pulled my thoughts back, reminding myself to play the part of a proper expert now. How can one be considered qualified? Of course, by boasting wildly one must appear erudite, arrogant, and utterly inscrutable. So I swiftly tapped my fingers across the screen and, with a click, hit the reply button. All I said was, mere mortal flames, hardly worth mentioning. This is wrong, how can it improve? These 16 words unexpectedly stirred up a hornet's nest among alchemists, causing an uproar. Chen Yao, the head disciple of the Cloud Inquiry Sect's Alchemy Pavilion, anxiously sought my identity everywhere. In the alchemy world, everyone knows that failed elixirs are all too common, usually due to issues like fire control techniques, spiritual power, or steps in the alchemical process. There are no shortcuts in alchemy, one must advance step by step with steady progress. But these 16 words of mine attributed the failure of alchemy to external factors rather than introspection, which in their eyes was tantamount to shaking the very foundation of an alchemist's Tao heart and undermining the roots of the alchemy sects. Chen Yao saw through this point, scoffed at my argument, yet dared not act rashly. After all, the title Tong Tian carried too much weight. Who but a supreme master would dare claim it? Yet he had never heard of me, leaving him utterly perplexed. Yingzong, a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine King, one of the 3 great alchemy sects, also had the same question. The Valley of the Medicine King integrates medicine, herbs, and alchemy as 3 equal branches. Although Yingzong is only a 3rd-grade alchemist, he holds considerable fame on the spiritual network, having shared many alchemy recipes on behalf of the Valley of the Medicine King, including the body tempering pill. My words seemed like a direct slap to the face of the Valley of the Medicine King. However, Yingzong was not a reckless person. Unwilling to rashly offend me, the enigmatic heaven-surpassing sect master, he instead posted a screenshot of my response in the internal group of the Alchemy branch. Instantly, the Danmai group erupted in an uproar. What audacity this fellow has! The Dan formula has been passed down since ancient times as it is. Who does he think he is? How dare he make such shameless boasts? Just who is this Tong Tian cult leader anyway? How come I've never heard of this? Even if he's some reclusive grandmaster, it's impossible to have no reputation at all. Could it be some ignorant lone cultivator here specifically to disrupt our Medicine King Valley's event? Everyone chimed in one after another, with waves of skepticism flooding the scene. Then, all sorts of doubts came pouring towards me. May we ask what level of cultivation you've attained to dare call yourself peerless? Might we inquire which sect you belong to? How is it that our Cloud Inquiry sect has never heard of your esteemed name? You say there's a problem with this pill formula, so there must be one? If there were really a problem, how could the alchemists from the 3 great pill refining sects fail to notice it? Could it be that so many elders and predecessors are inferior to you, a nameless nobody? This humble disciple of the Medicine King Valley is willing to compete with you in pill refining. My phone exploded with messages, some questioning, some challenging, and even quite a few outright cursing. I wasn't the least bit angry. In fact, I was delighted. I took a big gulp of cola and excitedly said to the white cat curled up on the sofa, "Cola, you just don't get it. As a proper role player, what I fear most isn't being criticized or stepped on, it's being ignored. If other players completely ignore you, leaving you with no sense of involvement, how can you even play the game? Now it's different with so many people responding, it shows everyone is fully engaged. The more realistic the game environment, the more thrilling it becomes." Cola is the name I gave to this white cat, which I found on my way to buy a Coke. It jumped onto the table, bared its teeth at me, and shot me a disdainful look, but I didn't mind. After all, I've always been lonely. As an orphan who crossed over into this world, I've matured far beyond my peers. Until 3 years ago when I found Cola, it became my family, and I've loved sharing with it ever since. Facing those doubts, of course I wouldn't respond to each one arguing back is beneath me and doesn't fit the role I'm playing. So I directly started another thread titled, 3 Questions on the Path of Alchemy. First question, on what foundation does the path of alchemy stand? Alchemy recipe? Alchemy cultivation? Second question, in ancient times, Shinong tasted 100 herbs. Today, the spirit realm spans the entire world. What have you accomplished? Third question, heavenly fire, earthly fire, divine fire, mortal fire. Though each is but a single art, they form their own lineage. How many have you mastered? I want to see how they respond to my questions. I posted a new thread on the Spirit Network titled, 3 Questions on the Path of Alchemy, and this immediately caused an uproar. The voices condemning me exploded once again. In the eyes of the vast majority of alchemists, this was the height of arrogance, showing no respect for the Cloud Inquiry sect, the Medicine King Valley, and, by extension, none for them as alchemists. It must be understood that in the cultivation world, elixirs are an indispensable part of cultivation resources. The low success rate of alchemy and the significant shortage of elixirs naturally elevate the status of alchemists above that of ordinary cultivators. Accustomed to being revered and indulged in their daily lives, they had never endured such disrespect as I had shown them. The outcry against me surged wave after wave, with some even offering bounties to uncover my true identity. Unexpectedly, my 3 questions caught the attention of cultivators from other sects, sparking dissenting voices in the comments section. I actually think the questions posed by this Tong Tian cult leader are quite reasonable, just normal discussion. Can't you alchemists answer them? After all these years, the success rate of alchemy remains pitifully low, yet you still have the audacity to protest here? Such voices grew increasingly numerous, like a bucket of cold water dousing the flames of the alchemist's fury. As for Chen Yao and the alchemy cultivation, upon seeing my question, he felt the first tremor in his Dao heart. He couldn't help but ask himself, why can't the alchemy recipes be wrong? If even someone like him felt this way, let alone the other ordinary disciples, it seemed the foundation of alchemy was truly in some danger. In the alchemy chamber of the Dan sect, there was a little Taoist named Mingchi, about 7 or 8 years old, with a soft and chubby appearance, currently puffing up his cheeks in frustration while holding a phone. He was the one who posted for help on the spirit web, and when he saw my 16-word response, he felt a strong sense of resonance, as if finding a kindred spirit. He had doubted the pill formula more than once. After all, the body-tempering pill was notoriously difficult to refine. The slightest mistake would render it useless. Yet his masters, uncles, senior brothers, and sisters all dismissed his concerns. In truth, he had already raised the success rate of refining the body-tempering pill to 80%, but unable to push it further, he turned to the spirit web to gather collective wisdom. At this moment, Master Mingchi appeared. She appeared to be around 30 years old, the sect leader of the Alchemy sect and the youngest master-level alchemist in history. Seeing Mingchi puffing up in anger, she thought someone had bullied him and rolled up her sleeves, ready to stand up for him. Mingchi, however, was ungrateful and said angrily, "Master, weren't you always avoiding me? Why are you still coming to me?" Master Mingchi laughed it off in denial. Mingchi's eyes darted around, then he said, Master, then answer me one question. What is the foundation of our alchemy path? Master Mingchi sighed in relief and replied, isn't it obvious? Of course, it's the elixirs. Mingchi was baffled this wasn't what he'd read on the spirit net. He pressed on, then which is more important, the elixir recipes or the alchemists? Master Mingchi flicked his forehead and said, without either, no elixir can be made. So which do you think is important? Mingchi scratched his head, thinking his master might have a point. Then, he asked again, well, then the next question, in ancient times, there was Shinnom tasting 100 herbs, and today, the spirit realm spans all realms. What have you all accomplished? Upon hearing this, Master Mingchi frowned, feeling that this question didn't seem like something Mingchi could have asked. Her demeanor suddenly shifted, and she asked sharply, who taught you to say these things? Chapter 3, Dan Dao Roots, Dangerous. On the Spirit Network, the voices denouncing sect leader Tong Tian quickly weakened. Although this Tong Tian sect master was arrogant and upsetting, in the opinion of the vast majority of Dan cultivators, under the joint force of the Cloud Asking sect and the Pill King Valley, even the most audacious person would have to weigh up the situation. You want to cultivate, right? You want the body tempering pill, right? Do you want the concentration pill? I don't care what kind of person you are, dare to offend the Cloud Questioning sect in Pill King Valley, guaranteed that you will not be able to buy an elixir in the future. But not waiting for everyone to put this matter down, it was found that the Tong Tian sect leader had made a new post. In Dan Dao, I have 3 questions. Hiss. Arrogant. This Tong Tian sect master didn't answer, didn't refute, but instead pointed directly at the Dan Dao with 3 questions. Where was he not putting the warnings of the Cloud Asking sect and the Pill King Valley in his eyes? It was simply not putting the Dan cultivator in his eyes. What kind of arrogance was this? In the cultivation world, pills were an indispensable part of cultivation resources. Coupled with the low success rate of alchemy and the great shortage of pills, Dan cultivators naturally had a higher status than ordinary cultivators. How had Dan cultivators ever suffered such an indignity? Now, the majority of Dan cultivators directly quit. There were waves of crusades, and there was even a reward offered to find out the true identity of sect leader Tong Tian. This also caught the attention of other sect cultivators. Gradually, there were some different voices in the comment section. I don't think there's anything wrong with what this Tong Tian sect master asked, it's just a normal exchange. Why can't you Dan cultivators answer? After so many years, the success rate of alchemy is still so little, and you still have the nerve to vocally criticize here? That's right, Lord Tong Tian is right, you Dan cultivators have been doing nothing for so many years, there is this time, why don't you go back and practice more? What's the point of thinking about this third question? Definitely nothing, you Dan cultivators have always been high and mighty, if you had, you would have already taken it out to show off, and still be able to hide it? Oh. Precisely because the cultivation world pills are scarce, high-grade pills are even more expensive, inevitably there are some Dan cultivation disciples act arrogantly. In the past, all the major sects had endured and given in. The heart has long held its breath. Now that there is this Tong Tian sect leader to support the head, how can everyone let go of such a good opportunity? Anyway, Spirit Net IDs are all codenames, and in no way can they reveal their real identities. This shall not be stepped on a few more times. These voices grew more and more numerous and louder, like a pot of cool water directly dousing the anger of the majority of Dan cultivators. It also made quite a few Dan cultivators come back to their senses and realize that things weren't quite right. It was also at this time that they realized that these 3 questions from sect leader Tong Tian were not simple. This first question, what is the Dan Dao based on? Is it based on the Dan formula, or is it based on people? This question seems simple, but if linked with the previous 16 words, the meaning is completely different. If based on the Dan formula, why do people need to introspect? If based on people, the Dan formula is an external object, why can't the external object be wrong? This was clearly a crooked argument, clearly a nonsense, but it allowed Shen Yao to feel a faltering of his moral heart for the first time. He couldn't even help but ask himself why the Dan formula couldn't be wrong. Bad. Shen Yao hurriedly stabilized his mind, even he thought so, how could the other ordinary disciples not doubt themselves? The foundation of the Dan Dao was in danger. Dan sect, Dan room. On the futon sat a little Taoist boy with a pill head. The little Taoist boy was about 7 or 8 years old, soft and sticky looking, very cute, wearing a wide Taoist robe, holding his cell phone with a puff of air. As the person who posted for help, he was the first to receive a reply. When he saw those 16 words, he had a great sense of recognition as a confidant. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just say that this body tempering Dan, a total of 54 flavors of spiritual grasses, there are 7 or 8 kinds of medicinal properties that are repulsive, and the change in the fire reach is more than 10 times, so as long as there is a little bit of a difference, it will be scrapped. So he doubted more than once, could there be a problem with the prescription in the first place? Elder brother and sister told him that alchemy was just like that. Elder brother and sister told him not to keep thinking about being lazy. But if there was really no problem with these pill formulas, why was it that even Master's success rate was not 100%? Could it be that even Master, who had already become a real person, hadn't practiced enough, hadn't worked hard enough? He felt that sect leader Tong Tian was right, and he didn't understand why so many people would say that sect leader Tong Tian was wrong. Little Mingchi, what's wrong? Who bullied you? The beautiful woman who looked to be about 30 years old leapt out from nowhere and reached out to pinch Mingchi's soft and sticky bun face. Then she rolled up her sleeves and assumed a stance to fight someone. Quickly tell Master, Master will take it out on you. Who would have thought that the most frightening thing for the hallowed patriarch of a clan, the youngest real-life level alchemist in history, realist Mingchi, would be the deflated mouth of his own little dumpling? Humph. Mingchi glanced obliquely at realist Mingchi, puffing and turning his face away. Master, aren't you always avoiding me? Why are you still coming to find me? If it wasn't because Master was avoiding him, why would he go to Spirit Online for help? What 50% success rate, what being scolded by Master? Of course it was all fake. He had already raised the success rate of the body tempering pill to 80% a long time ago, but that seemed to be the limit. There was no way to continue to raise it, which was why he was thinking of brainstorming to see if other people had any good methods. Hiding from you? How? Ha ha ha, real Mingchi snorted. Who could not like such a soft and sticky little dumpling? But Mingchi's problems were just too many, and often had some pie in the sky, off the wall ideas. Not to mention that she avoided it, the entire clan avoided it. Alright, little Mingchi isn't angry anymore, Master will buy you delicious fun. Mingchi's eyes rolled. Master, then answer me a question. Real Mingchi's face froze. Here it comes again. However, she was also afraid that the little groupie would really get angry, the kind that couldn't be coaxed for a few days, so she could only grit her teeth and say, you ask. What is our Dan Dao based on? Realizer Mingchi let out a sigh of relief. That goes without saying, of course it's based on Dan. Mingchi was confused. How was it different from what Sect leader Tong Tian had said? How could this even be asked? Mingchi's small face wrinkled into a ball as he meditated for a while. Then which is important, the Dan formula or the Dan cultivation? Of course both are important. Realist Mingchi knocked Mingchi on the head and continued, without one of the two, the Dan cannot be realized. Which do you think is important? Mingchi scratched his skull. Although this was not the same as the Tong Tian Sect leader's statement, what Master said seemed to be fine. Then, that next question, in ancient times there was Shin tasting 100 herbs, today there is a spirit whirl through the whole world, what are you doing? You said a question that has been asked, cannot. Real Mingchi suddenly frowned. Although Mingchi's thoughts were indeed quite deviant at times, he definitely wouldn't ask such a profound question. Both of these questions sounded simple at first glance, but when linked together, they had very different meanings. Dan Dao is based on Dan, and Dan is naturally the most important thing. Dan is divided into 9 grades, 1 grade, and 1 step. But I don't know when it started, but no one could refine a 9th grade Dan anymore. Even she, the number 1 alchemist in the cultivation world, could only refine 7th grade spirit pills. Because of the extinction of spirit herbs, because of the lack of medicinal properties, each spirit herb needed for a 7th grade spirit pill was very precious and couldn't withstand any loss. However, the success rate of alchemy wasn't 100%. Every time there was a loss, there was one less. Even if it succeeded, the resulting elixir was often much less favorable. This also meant that the Dan that truly gave the Tao of Dan a foothold had begun to disappear. For so many years, the 3 major alchemy sects had only relied on low-grade pills to support their huge businesses. What have they done? Nothing. Realist Mingchi's aura changed abruptly, his gaze sharp. Who taught you to say these words? Chapter 4 Dan Sect speaks out. Who taught you to say these words? The severity of Mingchi's tone was unprecedented. Mingchi was shocked and confused. In the past, Master had favored him greatly. Even when he asked some deviant questions, Mingchi had never chastised him, but rather let him think for himself. He only disliked him for asking too many questions, and would often avoid him. He had never seen such a master before, and the sudden surge of aura on his master's body was just too scary. Wow! Mingchi was so frightened that he directly cried out. Realist Mingchi suddenly returned to his senses and quickly collected his aura around him, but the seriousness between his brows remained unabated, only holding Mingchi's shoulders, his voice much gentler. Mingchi, quickly tell Master, this matter is very important to Master. Tong Tian Sect Master. Set it on the spirit web. Mingchi wiped his tears and sobbed as he said what happened before. Sect leader Tong Tian? Realist Mingchi frowned slightly. Originally she thought that someone had deliberately provoked Mingchi to come before her and say these words. Now it sounded rather like a misunderstanding. It was just that. One who could directly point out the problems with the Dan Dao was bound to be no idle person. But how come she had never heard of this person's name? Suppressing the doubts in her heart, real Mingchi looked towards the cell phone in Mingchi's hand. Her gaze quickly skimmed over the first and second questions, which were indeed consistent with what Mingchi had said before. When her gaze landed on the third question, she suddenly snatched the phone. Her breathing became rapid. Heavenly flame, earthly flame, divine flame, and human flame, no matter which one you control, you can support a clan. How many have you picked? This third question was the most straightforward and arrogant. However, realist Mingchi did not feel it in the slightest. This was because just by uttering the 4 words heavenly fire, earthly fire, divine fire, and human fire alone, he was qualified to be so arrogant. Of the 3 major alchemy sects, the Dan sect was at the top of the list. Everyone knew that the Dan sect was the oldest and the sect that retained the most ancient Dan formulas. But very few people know that the ancestor of the Dan sect, Shi Jiufeng, carried a divine fire and used it as the foundation of the sect, so that the Dan sect has been handed down to the present day. 5,000 years ago, a demon plagued the earth. The Dan sect's patriarch, Shi Jiufeng, stepped forward to use the divine fire to shake the 3 great devils, and for a time there was no shortage of popularity. Later, Qi Jiufeng fell into Fengting Lake and died of exhaustion. The divine fire also disappeared since then. Now, time has changed, the sea has changed. The world only knows that 1,000 years ago, all factions will join hands to seal the 10 great demons to the 10 worlds. No one has long remembered the ancestor of the Dan sect of the power to regret the legend of the demons. Only the Dan sect patriarch has been passed down from generation to generation, and no one dares to forget. Even the same as the alchemy sect of the cloud asked the sect, Pill King Valley, are also a rising star, heritage less than 1,000 years. They only know a little about this part of history, so how could they possibly know the power of the divine fire? The world all uses mortal fire, and how could they know the word mortal fire? So, simply say the word divine fire is already extraordinary. What kind of person was this Tong Tian sect master that he even knew the difference between heavenly fire, earthly fire, divine fire, and human fire? These, even she had never heard of. Deep in the mountains, the ancient architectural complex was shrouded in layers of clouds and mist, hidden from view. Towering towers vaguely reveals the blurred outline, like the clouds descending immortal pavilion, flying eaves arch in the gauzy clouds, adding a few points of simplicity and mystery. The so-called cloud outside the immortal traces, the mountains for the Taoist wind, it is the origin of the cloud asked the sect. At this time, the cloud asked the clan but less quiet in the past, Dan Pavilion Square is noisy out of shape. Wu Jin grass, Zi Lin wood. No, obviously gold grams wood, how can it be on the same Dan formula? Licorice against Ganji, aconite against Beimu, quinoa against ginseng. Medicinal properties are mutually exclusive, how to become a Dan? Wrong. All wrong. No, it won't, the Dan formula will never be wrong. Some people were demented, and some people were as if they were crazy. Shut up. All shut up. Long-bearded, white-browed Grand Elder Yuan Hai was blowing his beard and eyes in anger. Where was he still halfway immortal? He reached out and pointed at the group of disciples, furiously saying, "The sect has nurtured you all for so many years, and you believe in just 3 or 2 words from others? Are you all disciples of my cloud-questioning sect, or are you disciples of his Tong Tian sect master? With such a weak moral heart, why don't you pack up your bags and go home earlier, so as not to waste my cloud-questioning sect's resources?" The stern rebuke caused the entire square to fall silent. Numerous disciples fell to their knees in fear, but their eyes still hid doubts, confusion, and unwillingness. Yuan Hai whisked his sleeve and grunted angrily. Sect leader Tong Tian's demonic words confused the masses. Those who dare to be in his company will never be lightly spared. Elder Yu, calm down. Chen Yao hurriedly stepped forward to advise, biting down heavily on 4 words, the greater good is important. As a fellow disciple, he of course knew best what the current situation was, and the words of the Grand Elder, the disciples of course did not dare to go against them, nor did they dare to refute them. But it was because of this that it was even more frightening. Tong Tian sect leader is just 3 words, can he have such a great power? Of course not. It was just that most of the disciples had doubts at the time of alchemy, and these doubts were not explained, but rather buried deep in their hearts under the repeated bouncing of the sect elders. Once the seed of doubt was planted, how could it dissipate easily? This first question from sect leader Tong Tian was like a fuse, completely igniting these seeds of doubt and allowing them to take root. In this current situation, if the Grand Elder still chose to forcefully suppress it, it would only accelerate the process of the disciples' moral demise. Yuan Hai glanced at Chen Yao in dissatisfaction. Even though Chen Yao was the pavilion master's personal disciple, and would most likely succeed as the next pavilion master, a disciple was a disciple after all, and Chen Yao's opening of his mouth put his majesty as an elder in jeopardy. However, in front of the 4 words, the overall situation is important, Yuan Hai did calm down a lot. Although the cloud questioning sect started with alchemy, but after 1,000 years of development, the resources have long been divided by other veins. The Dan Pavilion has the name of the main vein, but not the reality of the main vein. Compared to the other 2 major alchemy sects, the cloud questioning sect's Dan Pavilion was much weaker, both in terms of fame and strength, and even if there were provocateurs, it was unlikely that they would be rushing towards the cloud questioning sect. This time, most likely, they had suffered an undeserved disaster. If the Dan Pavilion disciples were to die because of this, the entire Dan Pavilion would be devastated, fearing that it would no longer be able to be compared to the other 2 major alchemy sects. In this matter, the Cloud Inquisition sect must step in. Chen Yao's identity was definitely not enough, only he could personally step in. Yuan Hai thought briefly and commanded. Chen Yao, post in my name. Yes. Yuan Hai's output centered around where does the Tao of Dan stand, and under the tapping of Chen Yao's fingers, it turned into a 1,000-word-long article. Chen Yao had just clicked send when suddenly, a disciple ran over in a panic. Elder Yu, it's not good, someone on the side of the Dan sect has made a sound. Panic, what panic? Yuan Hai chided, such a big thing, the Dan sect must be vocalized, what's all the fuss about? No. It's not, it's Mingchi, that kid Mingchi. The visitor said nervously, he's asking the Tong Tian sect master for advice. What did you say? Chapter 5 quickly. Quickly delete the post. Who is Mingchi? There wasn't any alchemist who didn't know that Mingchi was the heart of the Dan sect. Unlike the Cloud Inquisition sect, which had more branches, and the massive Pill King Valley, the Dan sect practiced the Dan Dao alone, and the number of people in the sect had been small throughout the generations, and there were only 9 people in this generation. There was no competition, no infighting, and the entire clan was united in the same spirit. Messing with one is like stirring up a hornet's nest. And Mingchi, as the sect master's personal disciple and the youngest disciple in the entire sect, was definitely the most favored one. Previously, there was a brainless martial arts cultivator who bullied Mingchi's young age and made him cry, and he was hanged at the gate of the sect that night, and the real Mingchi personally let out a message that whoever dared to put it down would be hanged along with a piece of it. This martial arts cultivator was hung for 3 days, the sect didn't even dare to let out a single fart. From then on, Mingchi's reputation grew. No one dared to mess with him. But even more terrifying than realist Mingchi's personal backing was the fact that Mingchi was only 8 years old and was already a 3rd-grade alchemist. One had to know that he, the Dan Pavilion Grand Elder, was only a 5th-grade alchemist. This was not to say that he was afraid of Mingchi, a small child. From the 3rd to the 4th grade, from the 6th to the 7th grade is like a moat. Many Dan cultivators are difficult in the 2 major hurdles, many years of no progress. This was also why Chen Yao was qualified to become the Pavilion Master's successor candidate even though he was only a 4th-grade alchemist. Because Chen Yao was so young, he had crossed the first barrier. His talent was outstanding. In the future, it was highly likely that he would become a 6th-grade alchemist, and even if he crossed over to the 7th grade, he would still have a better chance than the others. And for Mingchi to be able to already become a 3rd-grade alchemist at this age, it was enough to show his talent, and in the future, it might not be impossible for him to become a supreme being. Without exaggeration, Mingchi was the Dan sect's hope and future. Now, Mingchi was seeking to teach sect leader Tong Tian? This had to make one think more. Was this just a whim of Mingchi himself, or did it represent the Dan sect's attitude? Yuan Hai's mind wandered for a moment, his gaze quickly looking towards the reply that Chen Yao had rummaged through. Only to see. Dare I ask, senior, what is heavenly flame, what is earthly flame, what is divine flame, and what is human flame? Where can I find these 4 flames? It looked like a junior asking for advice from an elder, and there was nothing special about it. The only thing that couldn't be ignored was the inscription. Dan sect disciple Mingchi pays his respects. Yuan Hai looked at the word worship at the inscription, and his face abruptly changed. What is pay respects? Worship was usually used to express respect for a person of high status, meaning that one placed oneself completely under the authority of the other party, showing extreme respect. What kind of person was sect leader Tong Tian that he could make the personal disciple of the Dan sect leader respect him so much? Could it be that the Tong Tian sect master was really some kind of hidden great man? Yuan Hai was alarmed and shouted, quickly delete the post. Beichuan Medicine King Valley. The mountains and forests were rolling, as if a magnificent landscape scroll was spread out between heaven and earth. Inside the valley, colorful flowers and emerald green grass reflect each other, all kinds of herbal flowers compete among the stone forest and grass, like a spiritual colorful ocean, surging layers of colorful waves. There are constantly tourists coming to enjoy the scenery, take photos, and play, but no one has discovered that inside this scenic spot that has long been developed, there is also a cultivation sect hidden in the Medicine King Valley. Unlike the cloud-asking sect's Dan Pavilion disciples who had a disturbed Tao, the top and bottom of the Pill King Valley's Dan vein were more outraged. This second question, in ancient times, Shinno need 100 herbs to write the Ishin known by Chao Jing, and now, there is the spirit world such high-tech to the cultivation world to provide convenience, you these alchemy and what did you do? Have you been stuck in your ways for so many years and done nothing? Who in the entire cultivation world doesn't know that the Divine Farmer's Classic of 100 Herbs is the foundation of the Medicine King Valley? Whether it was medical cultivation, medicine cultivation, or Dan cultivation, all of them were derived from the foundation of the Divine Known 100 Herb Sutra. Lord Tong Tian Dao used Venerable Divine Farmer as an example. This was simply pointing his finger at their noses and scolding them that Pill King Valley was doing nothing. As such, all the disciples' eyes were on this second question. How could they have time to think about the first question, which also somewhat avoided the Tao mind from rushing in self-doubt? This question also forced the three elders to step in. In the past few years, Pill King Valley's reputation has vaguely overpowered the Dan sect, and it is not safe from people's eyes, and every year there are always a few ungrateful casual cultivators who want to step on the Pill King Valley to expand its reputation. If it was the usual small fry, they naturally ignored it. But now on the Spirit Online, the other sects were quite vocal about Pill King Valley, and even about all the Dan cultivators. If they didn't step in, wouldn't it make the cultivation world all think that they, Medicine King Valley, were easy to bully? And so, under the joint efforts of the three great elders, a long article of several thousand words was sprawled out and sent to the Spirit Network. Just a short while after it was sent out, it received quite a few replies. More corrected attitudes, more improved ideological awareness, more introspection? Ha! Medicine King Valley really knows how to PUA. All of them are bulls and horses. Suddenly I feel that the Pill King Valley disciples are really pathetic. Support sect leader Tong Tian. Dan formula mistakes shouldn't make disciples take the blame. The comments section was almost unreadable. The three elders seated high at the top of the council hall immediately turned pale and hard to see. What the hell do these people know? What do they know about the Dan Dao? Know how to refine pills? And they dare to dictate here. If it wasn't for this bull laborer Tong Tian sect master, how would these miscellaneous cultivators dare to ruin my Pill King Valley's 1,000-year reputation? This Tong Tian sect master must be found, must be found. The three elders cursed in anger. Ingzong quietly stood on the side silently swiping his cell phone. Things had developed to this point, it was no longer something that he, a small disciple, could interfere with. Suddenly, his face changed. Elders, please look. Ingzong said as he handed his cell phone to the three elders. The three elders looked at it at the same time and eerily fell into silence. A moment later, the second elder spoke with a cold smile. I said how this Tong Tian sect leader has so much guts to dare to go against our Pill King Valley. It turns out that he has the Dan sect at his back. You mean the Dan sect is behind this? The third elder's brow was furrowed, his eyes filled with doubt. But why would they do that? What is in it for them to destroy the foundation of the Dan Dao? Of course it's to bring our Pill King Valley down. The second elder gritted his teeth. These past few years, our Pill King Valley has gained a great deal of prestige and has cooperated with all the major sects, so when a few more years pass, how many people will still know about his Dan sect? The Dan sect is jealous of my Medicine King Valley precisely because they don't hesitate to destroy the foundation of the Dan Dao, so that they won't arouse suspicion. Truly a good tactic. These words of the second elder immediately caused the other two elders to agree. It was natural for the same alchemy sect to be free from competition. Although the Dan sect had a long heritage, it had a sparse number of disciples, so how could it be a rival to the Pill King Valley? To be able to hold out for so long was merely relying on real Mingchi's identity as the first alchemist, and now that they couldn't compete, they were making underhanded moves. How shameful was this? So what if you're the number one alchemist? My Pill King Valley can't let anyone trample on it. The third elder was furious and slammed the table. The first elder raised his hand and waved it, saying in a deep voice, the Valley Master is in seclusion, and the Vein Master is hanging in the balance. It is not an eventful time. Since the Dan sect has gone out of their way to use the foundation of the Dan Dao to hold up a Tong Tian sect leader, there must be follow-up actions. Let's see what they really want to do. Chapter 6:10 Great Origin Flames. The Dan Sect speaking out and the Cloud asking Sect deleting their posts. These two events caused a lot of speculation among the people on Spirit Online. Many of those who had sprayed and cursed Tong Tian Sect leaders secretly deleted their posts. To them, no matter what the origin of Sect leader Tong Tian was, the one who could make the Dan Sect's personal disciples respect him so much, and the one who could make the Cloud asking Sect so cautious, were definitely existences that they could not afford to mess with. Of course, not all Dan cultivators bought it. Isn't this Tiny Ming the one who posted the bounty post before? A disciple of the hallowed first Alchemist, and he still needs to go to SpiritNet to post for help? Right, a most basic elixir like the body tempering pill has a success rate of only 50%? That's the standard of a third-grade alchemist? What a joke! I don't think anyone would dare to pretend to be a personal disciple of the Dan Sect's patriarch, right? Real Mingchi's combat prowess isn't something to sneeze at. Moreover, the Cloud questioning Sect also deleted the post. Isn't this a disguised recognition of Tiny Ming's identity? Even if it really is Mingchi, so what? Does Mingchi represent the Dan Sect? Ha! Who cares what the Dan Sect thinks? I only recognize Pill King Valley. Pill King Valley's post is still hanging there. I don't care if Sect leader Tong Tian is a reclusive bigot, I just want to know if heavenly fire, earthly fire, divine fire, and human fire really exist in this world? The discussion on the Spirit Internet was a buzz. Lin Ran was not aware of it, and he couldn't even look at the replies that sprayed him and cursed him before to take more than one look. Even private messages were turned off, directly not giving the spammers a chance. He looked at Mingchi's reply on his cell phone and was in a good mood. The experience of playing a game was very important. If it was all about stepping on it, then what was the point of playing? I have to say, the developer of this SpiritNet app is really considerate. This isn't it, all the jokes have been sent up. This must not be installed? As for how to pretend, that is very simple, just one word, blow. Of course, blowing is not making things up, it's real in the false, real in the false, false in the false, real in the false. This was going to test Lin Ran's skills. Ta-da-day-day. Lin Ran tapped his 10 fingers, arguing with the keys. The first judgment of the Huang, the beginning of the flood, the fire of chaos evolved the heavens, giving birth to the 10 great fires of origin. There are 3 of the heavenly fires. Cloud questioning Sect. Yuan Hai had just finished having Chen Yao delete the post, and before his but could sit still, he saw a new post from Sect leader Tong Tian. Discussing the fire of the world and solving the confusion of little friend Mingchi. Instead of replying on the original post, Sect leader Tong Tian opened a separate post specifically for Mingchi's account that he had replied to earlier. Mingchi asked sincerely, and Sect leader Tong Tian did not perfunctorily. Ahem. It definitely wasn't because there were too many spammers. Lin Ran didn't want to see those awful replies from before. As soon as Yuan Hai opened the post, he saw a dense and long text. There are 3 heavenly fires, one of which is the purple-violet heavenly fire, which is the fire of the star origin. This fire is formed by the 7 stars, Tianshu, Tianshan, Tiangui, Tianquan, Jadehong, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, by gathering the light of one star and condensing the power of the 7 stars. The second is the Taiyin True Flame. This fire is the source of extreme yin, the fire of rules. Although the flame is cold and abnormal, a strand can freeze heaven and earth, its flame is specialized in targeting the spirit, soul, and other virtual spirit body, infinite power. Extremely yin land, or can be found. The third is the 9 heavenly arcane flame. Although it is a heavenly fire, this fire is the supreme underworld flame born in hell, the flame of life born in extreme death. Its flame can dissolve all injuries and all poisons. Chen Yao muttered, the power of the 7 stars, the land of extreme yin, the hell. You don't really believe that, do you? Yuan Hai rolled his eyes and blew his beard in a cold mockery. Chen Yao had always known that this grand elder liked to instruct people, and to put it bluntly, he loved to show off. Although he was speechless for a while in his heart, he only secretly rolled his eyes. Keeping his modesty on the surface, he slightly arched his hand and said, I would also like to ask Elder Yu to teach me. Yuan Hai stroked his long beard, quite the tone of hating his juniors for not being able to do anything. What 7 stars coalescing into a single star? What extreme yin land? Could there be someone else who can pick a star with their hands and enter the 9 hells? As for that 9 heavenly arcane fire that exists in hell, it's even more of a joke. Since there are Buddhist cultivators and ghost cultivators, the existence of hell is naturally not a secret, but who can come out of hell and confirm that there is really a 9 heavenly flames in this world? This is all just some bull to fool people. Yuan Hai was talking loudly, just when his emotions were high, when a soft eek suddenly sounded in his ears. Oh! A figure swept in from the distance, as graceful as a swimming dragon. Dressed in a long white dress, like a fairy floating down from the clouds, in an instant, it had already arrived close to the front. Master! Pavilion Master! Shen Yao and all the disciples in the square respectfully saluted. Yuan Hai also hurriedly got up and went forward, saying with a fawning face, Pavilion Master Yunshi, what brings you here? Yunshi Pavilion Master's pair of beautiful eyes looked toward Yuan Hai, the corner of her mouth with a seemingly absent smile, but it's just some muddled words, but it scared the Dan Pavilion elder to immediately delete the post. A long trailing tone, but like a drumstick pounded heavily on Yuan Hai's heart. This was accountability coming. Realist Mingchi and Pavilion Master Yunshi shared the same 11 character and were both alchemists, and were often compared. One was a patriarch, the other a Pavilion Master. One was a real person, the other was a transformation spirit. In addition to the advantage of being young, Pavilion Master Yunshi could not compare to real person Mingchi, so someone gave Pavilion Master Yunshi a new title, Little Fairy Shi. Little Fairy Shi. The person who created the title, of course, is no more. But with all the people's mouths, who could block it? Yunshi Pavilion Master hated others comparing her with Ming Shizhenran, but also because of this matter, everything has to compete with Ming Shizhenran. With this deletion of his post, it was rather like the cloud asking Sect was afraid of the Dan Sect, allowing the Dan Sect to take the lead. Pavilion Master Yunshi suddenly ran over, fearing that he wasn't going to take him to task. Thinking of this, Yuan Hai's heart panicked. He hurriedly said, Cloud asking Sect, would not be afraid of the Dan Sect. It's only. But that Dan Sect has a long heritage, it's hard to guarantee that it knows some secret stories that we don't know, I'm just being cautious out of caution. Before the Tong Tian Sect Master's identity is known, we don't have the need to offend a hidden big brother, right? Great Elder has a point. Pavilion Master Yunshi said softly, as if taking the matter over gently. However, the next sentence caused Yuan Hai's heart to lift. Then why did Elder you say that this Tong Tian Sect Master is making things up again? Yuan Hai shyly said, that I was misled by the Dan Sect before, and only now do I see clearly the true colors of Sect leader Tong Tian. Pavilion Master Yunshi sat on the chair that Yuan Hai had ordered to be moved earlier, looked at Yuan Hai with some doubt, and said nonchalantly, what the Great Elder means is that this Red Lotus Karma Flame and Underworld Ghost Flame are also fake? What? Red Lotus Karma Flame? Underworld Ghost Fire? Yuan Hai froze and looked at the cell phone screen before noticing the words Earth Fire. Chapter 7 The wind is picking up. There are two earth fires, one of which is the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. This fire is the fire derived from the origin of the 18 layers of abyssal hell, an invisible substance that uses sinful karma as fuel. This fire is born without end, it can purify everything, once it is sacrificed, it can never be extinguished, it can only be sealed. The second is the Underworld Ghost Fire. This fire is also known as the Fire of the Soul, it is specifically used to scorch the soul, and is the innate fire of the natural ghosts. Using the 9 Underworld Huang Qi as fuel can accelerate the growth of the Underworld Ghost Fire. Yuan Hai's eyes widened violently. This Red Lotus Karmic Fire was clearly recorded in the Buddhist texts. The seventh of the 8 cold hells, the Sanskrit name mantra, translated as Red Lotus, for the cold and skin and flesh split like red lotus flower also. Yoga Theory 4 said, Red Lotus Nalu Jia, and this difference, after this green has, the color becomes red and red. Skin split, or 10 or more. Therefore, this Nalukya, the name is Red Lotus. Kusha Light Record 11 said, mantra, this cloud red lotus flower. Severe cold forced cut, the body becomes fractured, like the red lotus flower. Evil karma harms the body like fire, also known as the fire that burns sinners in hell. Therefore, the existence of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire is well documented. If this Red Lotus Karma Fire only exists in Buddhist texts, which is not enough to confirm its authenticity, then the ghost fire of the underworld is different. The underworld ghost fire was the innate fire of a ghost cultivator, and it was tangibly present. This. Yuan Hai said stiffly, perhaps the Tong Tian Sect Master is just trying to confuse things. Yuan Hai couldn't say any more as he spoke. Making things up, can you tell everything about where these fires come from, where they are used, and where to find them? What's more? The other cannot be confirmed, this ghost fire of the underworld cannot be confirmed? Tong Tian Godfather, if you want to make up, why make up so specific? Let people find out the cracks? The Cloudseeker Pavilion Master didn't even look at Yuan Hai again and directly faced the disciples and said, "From today onwards, all of my Cloudseeker Sect's Dan Pavilion disciples can streamline their Dan formulas, and those who succeed will be rewarded." A loud voice echoed in the square. The crowd of disciples looked up in shock, their eyes no longer resembling the confusion and unwillingness from before, but rather ecstasy. The figure reflected in their pupils looked thin and weak, but was as unshakable as a mountain, giving them firmness and reliability. This was their Pavilion Master Immortal Yunshur. This was what should be their cloud-questioning Sect Dan Pavilion Master. Unafraid, unafraid. Just based on the unproven words of Sect leader Tong Tian, he dared to attack the orthodoxy of the Dan Dao. To destroy the old and establish the new. Enough to see his hand in vigor. How can the long-decayed Dan Sect and the aging Mingchi be compared to their Pavilion Master? Never. Yuan Hai panicked, Pavilion Master. Egu, my good Pavilion Master. This unauthorized alteration of the Dan formula is self-destructive, how can we? How dare we? Seeing that Pavilion Master Yunshur was unmoved, Yuan Hai slammed his thigh, tearing up the agreement, Pilking Valley won't stop. Pavilion Master Yunshur raised his eyes and looked into the distance, as if he had passed through that heavy layer of clouds and saw the future of the Dan Dao. He also saw the future of the cloud-asking sect. Murmuring softly, the wind is picking up. This wordy dialogue, however, caused Chen Yao's mind to be shaken. What trespassing on the Dan formula? Why one Pilking Valley stop? Could it be that the Dan formula was not unable to be changed, but that someone would not allow it to be changed? A gust of wind blew by, and a chill rose at first. Dan Sect. Inside the small Dan room, 5 people sat in a circle. Master, this is my cell phone. Mingchi gritted his teeth and wanted to take back his cell phone, but he was pressed down by his own master's slap, half unable to move. What kind of cell phone do kids play with? Cultivate properly. I'll buy you fun. Whatever you want later. Real Mingchi perfunctorily touched Mingchi's small head, her eyes locking onto the cell phone screen once again. Although she felt that the Tong Tian sect master wasn't simple, but after all, it was just a guess that couldn't be confirmed. What if the other party had only learned about it by chance, and was not some senior high-ranking person? Wouldn't this oolong be a big deal? So, she used Mingchi's name to ask for advice. On the one hand, she lowered her stance, and on the other hand, she also left herself enough of a fallback. In case she really got it wrong, then it would be because Mingchi was young and didn't know any better. Oh. It's none of her business. Mingchi hatefully clenched his small fists. A small child can't play with a cell phone, so he can only let his master corrupt his reputation? What is the internet saying about him now? Liar. Deceiver. It's all because of the asshole master. 555. How can he still mix in the spirit online in the future? Mingchi exasperatedly turned his back and took out his spare machine to register his trumpet. The so-called cunning rabbit has 3 holes, and Mingchi's 3 machines as well. Want him to take the blame? No way. He would expose Master's shameless face later. The scene in front of him did not affect the other 3 people in the Dan room. One of them had an elegant appearance. It was the Dan sect's law enforcement elder Fingu. Next to him was a man and a woman who were his disciples. The 2 of them had a divine resemblance. The man had a great appearance and the woman was skillful and serene. It was just placed in the entire cultivation world, and both made people's eyes light up. Unfortunately, as soon as the 3 of them opened their mouths, their image was all ruined. Go catch a few ghost cultivators to try. Ji Anran said with excitement. Good idea. Ji Anya's eyes rolled around in her bones with a look of eagerness. Do you too want to catch ghost cultivators, or do you want to go into the tiger's mouth? Fei Wu-Gue looked at the 2 stupid disciples with a look of disgust. Could he not know what these 2 idiots were thinking? Capturing ghost cultivators to get the underworld ghost flame? No. These 2 simply wanted to capture a few ghost cultivators to guard the alchemy furnace and be lazy themselves. But then again, no one has ever thought of using the ghost fire to assist in alchemy before. The ghost fire is the ghost cultivator's life fire. As long as the ghost cultivator is still alive, there will be a constant supply of ghost fire. Wasn't this a ready-made Dan guardian spirit? Fei Wu-Gue narrowed his eyes and stroked his chin. The idea was good, but more consideration was needed to realize it. How to make the ghost cultivators obedient was a problem. Also teaching them when to do what was also a big problem. Moreover, these rats in the gutter would only hide and do evil, and their methods were treacherous, so it wasn't easy to find the ghost cultivators, and it was even harder to capture them alive. Dan cultivators have always been strong in divine sense and weak in force value, which is a great tonic for ghost cultivators. If you run into a powerful ghost cultivator, what is it if you don't go into the tiger's mouth? What is it called to risk one's life? Recklessness. Master, are you holding back some bad ideas again? Jianren looked at Fei Wugue with contempt. Nonsense. Is Master this kind of person? Fei Wugue sat up straight in a serious manner, cleared his throat, and said righteously, ghost cultivators used to suck the souls of living creatures to raise their cultivation. It is not tolerated by the righteous path. Catching ghost cultivators is to do what is righteously. Of course my Dan sect is obliged to do so, that's why I am offering a bounty of extremely high quality pills on the Spirit Network, and inviting all sects to catch ghost cultivators together. Sovereign, what do you think? Chapter 8 The Pattern of the Tong Tian Sect Leader. Ch. Jianren and Jianya let out simultaneous sounds of contempt, and Mingchi followed suit. Despicable as they were, all three of them had bright eyes. Pills were divided into 9 grades, and based on the different medicinal effects, each grade was further divided into 4 categories: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. The lower the grade, the more impurities there were. These impurities could not be discharged on their own, and although they did not have a great impact on the human body, when the impurities accumulated to a certain level, they would hinder cultivation. Therefore, cultivators also call this impurity Dan poison. It is necessary to regularly take a specialized poison elimination Dan to be able to do so. The very best pills are different. Not only was it completely free of poison, but a single one was equivalent to the medicinal effect of 10 lower grade pills. The three of them didn't need to think about it to know that once this reward was issued, the cultivators would definitely be scrambling to be the first. Then after some righteous modification, not only let the Dan sect's image once again high, but also incited other cultivators against the hostility of ghost cultivators. How can the ghost cultivators still run away? Wonderful. Jianya reminded in a low voice, Master, we don't have much stock of this extremely high quality Dan, and it's all low grade Dan. The Dan sect lacked everything else but Dan. Even the rare and precious extreme grade Dan had a certain stock. But it wasn't like it didn't hurt. Even if their Dan sect wanted to refine extreme grade Dan, it would be extremely difficult, and medium and high grade pills would be even more difficult. What are you afraid of? Fei Wugue waved his hand carelessly. We only said it's an extreme grade, we didn't say how many grades of extreme grade, so it's still up to us when the time comes. Even if this Underworld Ghost Flame doesn't work, we'll just lose a few low-grade extreme pills, but if the Underworld Ghost Flame can really increase the success rate of refining pills, a mere extreme pills won't be a handful. This is called a costless trade. All of you learn it well. The 2 big and 2 little ones simultaneously revealed looks of adoration. In terms of thick skin, it had to be Master's senior uncle. Fei Wugue's face didn't change, just waited for half a day, but didn't wait for the patriarch to reply, a twist of the head, only to find that the patriarch didn't even lift his head, just staring at the cell phone with his eyes, his shoulders trembling slightly. As if he had seen something extraordinary. Fei Wugue? The full text of the 10 origin fires, he had long ago finished reading. Other than this underworld ghost fire that had a bit of research value, the others, metaphysical and mysterious, there was no way to confirm them at all. Could it be that he had missed it? Fei Wugue couldn't help but look at his cell phone again. After the earth fire were the 4 divine flames. One of them is the true fire of the sun, which is the origin fire of the sun, the origin fire of the great sun golden crow, the divine beast of innate fire, and is also considered to be the first divine fire of heaven and earth. This fire is known as the ancestor of all fires, the origin of all fires. The second is the Nanmingli fire, the fire of the innate A trigrams Li bit, the fire that accompanies the divine beast Vermilion bird clan, with infinite power, specializing in overcoming the Yin gods and ghosts. The third is the fire of nirvana. This fire is also known as the fire of life, is the Phoenix clan's native fire. Phoenix Nirvana, born again. The fourth is the 6 Ding divine fire. This fire is the Taoist ancestor to the 8 trigrams furnace fusion refining the way of Qi Menjuanjia, and derived from the divine fire. This firepower is extraordinary, can be refined immortal weapon magic treasure. Could it be the 6 Din divine fire? The doubt in Feast Wuji's eyes increased. The first 3 fires were the fires of divine beasts, and the 3 divine beasts only existed in myths and legends and could not be searched for. Only the 6 Ting divine flame had some traces to be found. Who is Tao Zhu? One of the three gods of the Qing dynasty, Taishan Laojun, is the Taoist heavenly father of the Qing dynasty. The six-dimensional divine flame was refined by the Taoist ancestor, but where is the Taoist ancestor? No one knows. Three Qing gods have long disappeared for tens of thousands of years, perhaps only in the dust buried in time, can glimpse some traces. Even if the sixth Qing divine flame really existed, there was no way to seek it out, so the patriarch wasn't so agitated, was he? Fei Wu Gui couldn't see it, and the remaining three small ones couldn't see anything even more. Just then, Nanming Li fire. Realizer Ming, she raised her head violently. Her voice carried a slight tremor, and her face turned red from excitement. The companion divine beast of my Dan Sect's ancestor, the 9 phoenixes of Qi, is the vermilion bird. It is recorded in the book of 9 phoenixes of Qi that there was a daughter of the Qi clan who was born with auspiciousness from the heavens and was favored by the divine beast vermilion bird, entering into a contract and giving her the name 9 phoenixes. Palm the divine fire of the vermilion bird, Nanming Li fire. What? Fei Wu Gui jumped up in shock. Jianren and Jianya also opened their mouths wide in astonishment, their eyes glaring round. The divine beast vermilion bird actually existed. The Nanming Li fire was surprisingly not codified. These secret stories were simply not available in the outside world, even they as Dan Sect disciples had never heard of them. I'm afraid that they only existed in the Dan Sect's secret collection of canonical books, so how did Sect leader Tong Tian know about it? While the three of them were sighing, real Mingchi also took a deep breath. Compared to the surprise of Fei Wu Gui and the others, she was more shocked in her heart. Even as the Dan Sect patriarch, she could only get a glimpse of it from the canonical collections. Not only was Sect leader Tong Tian able to name it, but he was also able to speak so clearly about the provenance and function of the Nanming Li fire. I'm afraid that this was not just hearsay or occasional secret knowledge. Rather, it is a true understanding. This also meant that the authenticity of this information was, indisputably, unquestionable. Then, human fire. Could it really be cultivated? The crowd seemed to have thought of this, and unanimously looked towards the last fire. There are 3 kinds of fire in the human body. The heart is the king's fire, also known as God's fire also. Its name is called the upper obscurity. The kidney is the subject's fire, also known as the essence fire also. Its name is called the middle obscurity. The bladder, that is, the sea of Qi under the umbilicus, the people's fire also. Its name is called the lower obscurity. That is why it is also called the 3 fires. The 3 fires are based on yuan yang, gathered together and become fire, dispersed and become gas, lifting and circulating and having the way of the circumference. This fire is mostly used for alchemy and refining weapons. It is the supreme cultivation fire of Taoism. Jianren looked at it several times in a row and scratched his head in puzzlement. How can this be cultivated? Mingchi, who had been silent all along, pointed at the phone and said, with the yuan yang as the basis, gathering yang and becoming fire, dispersing yang and becoming qi, raising and lowering and circulating and having the way of the circumference of the sky. Isn't this written? This is the cultivation method? This is too generalized, right? Jianren looked at his own master with hopefulness. Master, you must have read it right? Fei Wu Gui rarely didn't blow awesome, and even realizer Mingchi was silent in a rare moment. Seeing it? Just this one sentence, how can I read it? Read it over and over again? As the saying goes, the Dharma is not lightly transmitted. How could someone give you the true cultivation method so easily? Since this fire is the supreme fire of Taoism, I'm afraid that not only their Dan Sect wants it, and not only the 3 major alchemy sects want it, but those reckless people who are refining weapons, I'm afraid that they also want a piece of the pie. It was not easy to get the cultivation method of the samadhi true flame. Is it hard? Mingchi was uncertain. Looking at his master and senior apprentice who had a distressed face, his raised finger wiggled slightly. Snort! A cluster of fire flared up, the gold, red, and white colors lingered on the tip of his finger, and although it was only a glistening shimmer, it was not difficult to feel the power contained in its fire. Mingchi cocked his head and blinked his big, ignorant eyes. Isn't this quite simple? Crowd. What do you mean by talent? This is damn well called talent. Obviously a joyous event. Why is there an urge to punch someone? Strongly suppressing the self-doubt in their hearts, the crowd had more disbelief in their hearts. Sect leader Tong Tian could have completely used the samadhi true flame cultivation method to exchange with the 3 major alchemy sects for greater benefits, and could even use it to call on all the Dan cultivators to become his disciples. However, Mingchi had refined it. Even if this was only the prototype of the samadhi true flame, and did not fully possess the power of the origin flame, Mingchi had indeed refined the samadhi true flame. What did this mean? It showed that sect leader Tong Tian was not hiding anything at all. This. What kind of heart is this? What kind of pattern is this? Chapter 9, Haggard Bones and Rotten Flesh, when removed also. In the cultivator world, other news might travel slower. Gossip is definitely the speed of the wind. Within a short while, it was eagerly discussed in the various small chat groups. What? Dan Dao was kicked out? Challenging the 3 major alchemy sects with the power of one man, this Tong Tian sect master is awesome. Truly a model for my generation. No more talking, hurry up and go take a look. It was so that there were more and more cultivators on the Spirit Network who were spectating. As soon as the post, on the fire of the world, was issued, it immediately caused a wide range of heated discussions among the people on SpiritNet. Top 10 origin fires? I'll go, so bullish? It sounds rather bluffing, none of them stand up to scrutiny. That's not right, is it? I don't know about the others, but the Underworld ghost flame is real. TSK. This Tong Tian sect master talks a lot, but after all is said and done, it's all stuff that can't be proven. Can this kind of stuff be believed? Why can't we believe it? The road of cultivation is long, and there are inevitably some secret stories that we don't know about. If these things really exist, how is it that the elders and patriarchs of the sects don't know about them, but he, sect master Tong Tian, knows about them so clearly? If you ask me, he's just making things up. The Spirit Online was abuzz with noise, and the 3 elders of the Pill King Valley had a rare stretch of their brows. Ha! It seems that we don't need to make a move. The second elder smiled and stroked his beard. Noisy, not many really believed. They didn't even need them to make a move, the Dan sect had collapsed on its own. What the hell is the Dan sect up to? The third elder said suspiciously, do you really think that everyone is a little cutie? And let them fool around? What else? The corner of the second elder's mouth hooked into a cold smile. It's just that they want to use these fabrications to create a mysterious identity for sect leader Tong Tian, so that the outside world will mistakenly think that sect leader Tong Tian is their backer, and thus stabilize the Dan sect's position. The third elder still couldn't understand. The Dan sect's backhandedness is a bit too simple. The moment these words came out, the council hall was once again quiet. It was. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and the Dan sect, no matter how bad it was still one of the oldest sects. Could it be that it only had these unimpressive little tricks? Take a look. The Grand Elder suddenly opened his mouth and threw his cell phone to the 2. The 2 took the phone and looked at it, and on it was the latest vocalization from the Dan sect, only this time it wasn't a disciple Mingchi, but rather, real Mingchi himself. The Dan Dao is in danger as if it were a pile of eggs. It's already not easy to get the Tong Tian sect's instruction. I'm grateful that you don't give up on my generation's stupidity, and that you will use the method of refining fire with the samadhi fire to give me the Dan Dao's method of getting through to the heavens. Mister's breadth of mind should be the teacher of the Dan Dao. Mingchi is inferior to me, so I can only offer the heaven and earth creation pill as a token of my appreciation. This refining fire method, although Mr. has already informed all parties, I think all cultivators still have doubts. Dan sect disciple Mingchi is not talented. Samadhi True Fire has a slight experience, and would like to share it with everyone. For more details, please go to the sharing post. The method of refining fire? Master of the Dan Dao? The heaven and earth creation Dan? The second elder and third elder stared with rounded eyes, obviously recognizing every word, but how did they feel so unfamiliar? The fire refining method was actually real? Not only did the Dan sect not hide it for their own use, but they wanted to share it with everyone? Crazy. They were crazy. No. How is this possible? 3 elders, the cloud-asking sect has just made a post as well. Ing Zong stiffly broke the silence in the room and waited until the 3 elders' gazes looked over before carefully saying, from today onwards, anyone who has successfully streamlined the Dan formula will be able to receive their rewards at the cloud-asking sect. Moreover, Immortal Yunshur has also presented the 9-colored neon phoenix to sect leader Tong Tian to express her gratitude. What? The third elder stood up with a rub, his eyes red under the drumbeat of anger. Good. Good. The second elder clapped his hands, his voice drumming with suppressed anger in the council hall. I said, how could the Dan sect be so kind as to contribute the fire refining method? It turns out that the Dan sect and the cloud asking sect have long been secretly joining forces in order to open up the right to alter the Dan formula and hollow out our Pill King Valley. What heaven and earth creation pill, what 9-colored neon phoenix, it's just the left hand pouring out the right hand, the method of fire refining, fake. It's all fake. They just want to hold up a master of the Dan Dao, so that the right to alter the Dan formula is logical. They are so bold. They reneged on their word. Do they really think that my medicine King Valley has no one? This matter cannot be let go like this. The third elder was seething with rage, and with that, he was about to walk towards the outside of the council hall. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out from outside the council hall. Why should the third elder be angry? The man with a slightly chubby figure walked in with large strides. His chubby round face wore an amiable smile, looking like a well-spoken rich man, but there was no way for anyone to ignore those sharp eyes. He was none other than the current generation master of Pil King Valley, Xiaqian. It was also the previous generation's Dan Vein master. The third elder immediately lost his temper. Valley master, aren't you in seclusion? Valley master. The second elder nodded slightly and frowned imperceptibly. Only Yingzong stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Valley Lord. Xiaqian raised his hand and gently patted Yingzong's shoulder, walking on hurriedly to sit next to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's eyes were slightly closed, looking as if he had fallen asleep, completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world until Xiaqian sat down. Only then did he jolt awake and said with some trepidation, "What is the matter that has caused the Valley Master to travel so far?" Xiaqian did not answer, but slowly said, "The samadhi true flame is real." Really? The three elders froze. It was unknown how long it took for their minds to come back together again. What Xiaqian said was not that the fire refining method was real, but that the samadhi true flame was real. What did this mean? It meant that they had all guessed wrong before. Tong Tian Sect Master is not the Dan Sect to launch a bright character. The Dan Sect is not want to hide, but cannot hide, simply to share insights to sell a good. Dan Sect Patriarch honors him as the master of the Dan Dao, not to brag, not to give the right to change the Dan formula to make a pad. Rather, he was sincerely worshipping him. The so-called joining forces was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Was that even possible? In other words, the Dan Sect used this to get on the good side of a hidden great man, and the Cloud Inquisition Sect used this to unilaterally break the contract? Valley Master, can I understand it like this? The Grand Elder raised his eyes to look at Xiaqian, where there was still a trace of trepidation in his eyes. He didn't ask how Xiaqian knew about this news, nor did he ask how to verify it. He knew that the fact that Xiaqian was able to say these words meant that he or she had enough certainty to be sure. Xiaqian was merely stating a fact. Breaking the contract? Xiaqian laughed lightly and waved his hands back and forth. No, Fairy Yunshur merely saw this possibility in advance and was one step ahead of us. The second elder's face changed. What does Valley Master mean by this? Do you want to break the contract over this as well? Xiaqian still wore a smile, but his voice was icy cold to the extreme. Haggard bones and rotten flesh, when removed as well. Chapter 10, There's a Way Out. What treachery? What breaking the pact? Why is altering the formula breaking the contract? What exactly is this agreement? At this moment, Yingzong only felt that his mind was a mess, countless questions rising from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't open his mouth because he was only a small disciple, not qualified to open his mouth here at all. He only felt that when the Valley Master said these words, the entire council hall had an atmosphere of saber rattling. This was difficult for him to understand. If it was truly possible to streamline the Dan formula and increase the success rate of alchemy, wasn't this a good thing? Why did the three elders and the Valley Master have conflicting opinions? Could it be that the elders didn't want to decentralize? No way. I don't agree. Once the right to alter the Dan formula is completely liberalized, it will inevitably cause an impact on the existing Dan Dao system, and my Pil King Valley will be in danger. The third elder glared angrily at Xiaqian. Xiaqian was not moved at all, but instead smiled and looked at Yingzong. What do you think of Pil King Valley? Yingzong completely did not expect the Valley Master to notice him and froze as he raised his head. Disciple. Disciple thinks that medicine King Valley. Yingzong thought about the wording for half a day and finally only uttered 3 words, it's peaceful. Yes, peaceful. Xiaqian sighed quietly. Pil King Valley planted its own spiritual plants and did not lack resources, at a time when other sects had to go out to practice because of their cultivation resources, at a time when other cultivators fought and killed each other in order to compete for pills. Pil King Valley disciples only need to do what they need to do at what stage to be able to obtain the appropriate resources. In Pil King Valley, there was no need to fight, no need to rob. Apart from the word peaceful, even he could not find a more accurate adjective. But this is the cultivation world. This was the cultivation world. As a cultivator, there was no need to compete, just to wait quietly to be fed. Was this still a cultivator? This was simply a captive pet. This was simply an alchemy machine. Xia Qian asked again, do you like the current Pill King Valley? Ingzong clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind, and gathered his courage to say, I don't like it. Even though there was no shortage of anything here, he didn't like it at all. Was it that his talent was inferior to Chen Yao? Was it that he didn't cultivate hard enough? Nope. It was simply because the Medicine King Valley could not be fought over, could not be robbed, fixed time, fixed stage, fixed cultivation level could only do fixed things. A 4th-grade alchemist cannot make a 3rd-grade elixir. A 3rd-grade alchemist can't touch a 4th-grade elixir formula either. Otherwise, it was to defy the sect and be punished. But he was not willing. Obviously he had the opportunity to go further, obviously he had the opportunity to impact the 4th-grade alchemist, but without the corresponding resources, without the support of the sect, he was unable to advance an inch. Obviously, his talent doesn't lose to anyone, so why should Chen Yao of the same generation be able to suppress him? He really wasn't willing to do so. Xia Xian looked at Ingzong. In this vigorous young man, it was as if he saw the shadow of himself when he was young. He nodded in relief. I don't like it either, but do you know why Pill King Valley has become like this? Ingzong respectfully said, I still ask Patriarch to explain. Because, Xia Qian raised his eyes drifting away, the Dan Dao has no path. The Dan Dao has no way. These 4 light words reached Ingzong's ears, but they were like a thunderous explosion. What was the difference between alchemists and other cultivators? Below the 7th grade there was actually not much difference, and the same cultivation system of the cultivation world had to be followed, drawing qi into the body, building the foundation and refining oneself, refining essence and transforming qi and transforming God, refining God and returning emptiness, and refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. That is, refining qi, building foundation, circumference, transforming God, real person, and merging Tao. It's just that alchemists pay more attention to the cultivation of divine sense in order to be able to refine higher quality pills, just like martial cultivators pay more attention to the cultivation of the physical body in order to be able to break more limits. That's all. The only thing above this 7th grade was the need to prove the Tao with Dan. To return the truth with Dan, one would be a true person. But no matter what sect or school, no matter if it was martial arts or alchemy, for cultivators, there was only one supreme goal: to merge with the Tao. Only by merging with the Tao can one transcend. However, there is no path to the Dan Dao. In other words, the path of the Dan Dao was dead, and there was no way to merge with the Tao. Once such a shocking secret was rumored, how many people would still be willing to take the path of the Dan Dao? Ingzong trembled and looked at the 3 elders with horror in his eyes, yet all he saw was silence, silence, and more silence. When he thought about the previous vocalizations of realist Mingchi, in this instant, he figured out a lot of things. He originally thought that it was only because the 3 elders were greedy for power, fearing that when one disciple's cultivation rose up, as an elder they could not be suppressed, where there was still any dignity left, that they would clash with the Valley Master. He was wrong. Big mistake. Dan is a piece of fat meat. Even if there is no way out of the Dan Dao, there is no shortage of people to join the Alchemy sect. But the truly talented seeds would never choose the Dan Dao. Dan formulas could be simplified, the success rate could be increased, and the refining of low-grade pills could no longer be a problem, and could even be mass-produced, but once this was done, it meant that everyone could refine pills. At least for pills below the 4th grade, cultivators from other sects could refine them. The advantages that alchemy sects relied on to survive would no longer exist. In the long run, alchemists would only become subordinates or tools of other sects. Sooner or later, the alchemy sects would also be devoured by other sects. This was also why the Pill King Valley not only did not hide its secrets, but also published some of the Dan formulas of the 3rd grade and below on the Spirit Network. This was also why the Dan formulas were made so complicated that modifications were prohibited. It was to let everyone know that alchemy was not a simple matter, and that even these basic pills required a great deal of effort. Everyone wanted to seek immortality, everyone wanted to walk their own path. How could one possibly spare any more energy for this? All of this was to add to the necessity of the existence of an alchemy sect. Even if one day, the news that there was no way out of the Dan Dao was exposed, the alchemy sect could not be replaced. This was the true foundation of the Dan Dao. Not the Dan cultivator, not the Dan formula, but the alchemy sect. Ingzong Stuffing staggered back several steps and nearly fell to the ground, but he managed to stabilize himself. He forcefully raised his head and looked at Qian with those reddened eyes, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Then why are you choosing to let go of the right to alter the Dan formula now? After obviously holding out for so long, is it possible to just give up?" Qian quietly looked at Zong, not annoyed by his questioning. Instead, he was pleased and satisfied. Why did Pilking Valley repeatedly suppress its disciples? It wasn't just because they were afraid that they would know the truth too soon and fall into despair. It was more so because it wanted to wear down their fighting spirit, so that they would rely on the sect and not be able to develop a heart of betrayal. Zong was able to stand up and question under such a desperate onslaught. It showed that his edges had not been smoothed out. The original heart is still there. Pilking Valley, there were successors as well. Because now. Qian slowly got up, his eyes as bright as stars, but there seemed to be a flash of tears. There is a way. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chapter 11, A Battle to Become Famous. Qian laughed, his bright laughter still echoing in the council hall. And the aura that had just erupted from his body was mind-blowing. He's going to certify the Tao? The third elder nagged to himself. At this moment, he finally understood why Qian was so sure that the samsara flame was real. It was because Qian had finally found the opportunity to certify the Tao. Many people thought that the Dan Dao's lack of a path referred to the inability to merge with the Tao, including him, who had thought the same thing in the beginning. Actually, it wasn't. Compared to the unattainable harmonization realm, the true man realm was the absolute force deterrent. For a clan, there was nothing more intimidating than a real person sitting at the center. However, the materials required for pills above the 6th grade were all heavenly treasures. There was simply no way to cultivate them on one's own. In a situation where spiritual herbs were becoming increasingly rare, even the Pilking Valley, which was also one of the 3 major alchemy sects, could not withstand the loss of materials for the 7th grade elixir, so no one dared to attack the 7th grade alchemists without certainty. Only the Dan sect with the deepest heritage dared to let realist Mingchi have a go. Even so, it was almost impossible for realist Mingchi to take another step up. So, there was no way out of the Dan Dao. And now, Qian wanted to use Dan to prove the Dao, which only meant one thing: the samadhi flame had greatly increased the success rate of alchemy. Qian had at least 90% certainty. No wonder Qian dared to gouge out the flesh and pick out the bones, and no wonder realist Mingchi said that sect leader Tong Tian had given me the Tao of Dan to pass through the heavens. Sect master Tong Tian, truly a master of the Dan Dao. Then let's just forget about it? The second elder looked to the grand elder, his face showing reluctance. Once Qian certifies the Tao, it's an absolute force of suppression, and then there's really nothing left for us to do. Why don't we try? The third elder said in disbelief, there is a path to the Dan Dao. This is not just Qian's chance, it is likewise ours. The second elder was stunned, then his face revealed a bitter smile. They too were once young, they too had exceptional talent. When did it change? Perhaps it was at the moment they once knew the truth. Desperation had caused them to shift from the pursuit of supremacy to the pursuit of power. They have never lost their loyalty to the Pilking Valley, but power, fear. And gradually lost their hearts. Power always makes people so greedy. Old age always makes people lose their courage. Try it? Once you break through the real person realm, you can enjoy a life of 1,200 years. This is a temptation that is simply irresistible. Why not give it a try? The grand elder slowly raised his head and looked towards the place where Qian had disappeared, his cloudy eyes gradually clearing. He had known that there would be such a day. At the time when Qian was pushed out as a puppet to become the vain master, at the time when Qian knew the truth but remained undiscouraged, at the time when Qian had concealed himself from the 3 of them under the current Dan Dao system of the Pilking's Valley and succeeded in becoming the Valley Master. He knew that sooner or later, there would be such a day. It was just that this day was faster and more powerful than he had anticipated. Haggard bones and rotting flesh. Perhaps it was the right decision in the beginning. But it always turns sour over the long years. Just like the pact made 1,000 years ago, just to preserve the Dan Dao, but it gradually became a means to suppress disciples. Just like how many disciples didn't know their names and were only respected as elders, a symbol of power. As Qian said, the current Dan Dao system in Pilking Valley should have been abolished a long time ago, it just couldn't be helped. And now, the way forward was clear. What reason did he have to stop it? With his withered right hand, the grand elder quietly rubbed the armrest of his chair. Old cackle. A soft sigh from an unknown person drifted away with the wind. The Dan Sect and Cloud Asking Sect posted one after another, causing the entire spirit net to fall into an eerie silence. No one posted, no one discussed. It was as if the entire spirit net was paralyzed. And in the midst of this silence, Pil King Valley's Xia Qian personally spoke out. Since ancient times, the law is not lightly transmitted, and I am grateful to receive this generous gift from Mr. Yang. First there was the Dan Sect gifting Dan, then there was the Cloud Asking Sect gifting spirit herbs. I, Pil King Valley, have nothing to thank you for. I'm ashamed of myself, and by a fluke I got the reputation of being rich and generous, so I can only use a mere 100 top-grade spirit stones to show my gratitude. I hope Mr. Smile. Wow! The spirit net exploded. How much? How much did you say? 100 extreme spirit stones. This is at ing 100 million lower grade spirit stones, worthy of being Pil King Valley. What a rich and generous man. 100 million inferior spirit stones just sounds like a lot, but extreme spirit stones are not easy to obtain. Who would be willing to exchange them? TSK. In that case, this gift from Pil King Valley is even bigger? Nonetheless, although in terms of value alone, the value of 100 extreme grade spirit stones definitely exceeds that of the 7th grade spirit pills, but the 8th grade spirit material 9-colored neon phoenix can be encountered but not sought, and the 7th grade heaven and earth creation pill is even more rare. There's no way to compare it to that. Is that the point? The point is the word sir. Man, also, the Cloud Questioning Sect and Pil King Valley have successively referred to each other with the title of sir. This is an endorsement of the Dan Sect's claim to be the master of the Dan Dao. I was wrong. Sir, senior. I shouldn't have sprayed you, please be generous and forgive my little. Some people cheered and shouted awesome. There are also people who are trembling, immediately deleting the post and pretending to be invisible, for fear that this hidden big brother will notice himself, and the former and latter accounts will be liquidated together. No one knew that the 1,000-year-long ancient pact had been crushed in silence, and even less knew that Pil King Valley had secretly completed the change of power between the old and the new. But there are also people who keenly perceive one thing. The alteration of the Dan formula would inevitably increase the rate of pills, and when pills no longer became the bottleneck that stifled the development of the cultivation world, then the overall strength of the cultivation world would be raised by a large margin, and the pattern of the cultivation world would be changed as a result. The cultivation world was about to change. And at the same time that Xia Qian was vocalizing, a golden beam of light passed through the thick clouds and spilled down in a certain old neighborhood in Hebei City. Lin Ran, who was enveloped by the beam of light, did not notice the existence of the beam of light, but only felt warm and cozy, as if his entire body was immersed in a hot spring, comfortable. At this moment, Lin Ran was looking at everyone's bragging in his cell phone, completely in the midst of excitement, and hadn't yet felt the changes in his body. What does it mean to feel good? This is called cool. I have to say that this SpiritNet app is really doing quite well, and there are NPCs coming out to praise them. What 7 products of Spirit Dan, 8 products of Spirit Material, the very best Spirit Stone? Sounds quite bluffing, but are some coaxing things Lin Ran of course will not put in mind, but the title of Master of the Dan Dao, directly his fame up. In the future, who wouldn't know him as Sect Master Tong Tian? This was called becoming famous in one battle. However, now that he was held in such high esteem, it was not good for him to say what he had prepared before. It's a pity. What a pity. He just made a start, he hasn't even had time to play. Forget it. Let's wrap it up. Next time, he'll blow it off. A teacher is one who preaches, teaches, and explains. Lin Ran humbly wrapped it up, and had just clicked send when the power went out with a snap. Immediately after that. Woo! Chapter 12 New Play? Emergency Broadcast. Emergency Broadcast. According to the typhoon weather forecast released by our Weather Bureau, Typhoon Legong is about to be upgraded to a super strong typhoon. Please be sure to prepare for defense, always pay attention to the latest typhoon warning information released by the Weather Department, take precautions, stock up on necessary supplies, and don't go out unless it's necessary. Woo! The loud and clear air defense siren resounded over the entire Hebei city. The dark sky was pressed extremely low, the wind howled like countless angry beasts hissing, and torrential rain poured down, the bean-sized raindrops hitting the windows and making crackling sounds. Lin Ran shrunk his neck, and didn't care if Cola was willing or not. As soon as he hugged Cola, he went into the house and got into bed. Typhoon days are no joke, they can kill you. If you want to die, you have to find a comfortable position to die, and if you die with cola, at least you will have a companion on the way to the Yellow Springs. It's not that Lin Ran is afraid of death, but he is in awe of nature. Originally, Lin Ran thought he would be on tenterhooks for a night, but it didn't take long for him to drift off to sleep. After sleeping until dawn, Lin Ran habitually picked up his cell phone, only to realize that it was dead. He looked up and looked out the window, and although the rain hadn't stopped, it was much lighter. With a slight sigh of relief, he saw Cola walking in with a deft cat step with her rice bowl in her mouth. Clang! Cola threw the rice bowl on the ground, one paw resting on the rice bowl, holding his head high and proud. Posing as if you're on your own. To celebrate the aftermath of the robbery, we're eating canned cat food today. Lin Ran laughed as he rolled out of bed and gave the cat a good jerking before walking contentedly to the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards and opening a box of canned cat food, pouring it into Coke's rice bowl. After washing up, he had the luxury of cracking himself 2 more eggs and frying them, sandwiching them with toast. Habitually, he returned to the living room and nestled into the couch, charging his cell phone and turning it on as he chewed on the easy version of his sandwich. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as soon as it was turned on, the phone vibrated like crazy. Lin Ran didn't need to think about it to know it was a work group. Notice, in light of the fact that Typhoon Legong has shifted, the city has lifted the 3 stops and 1 break and the red warning for the typhoon, and it has been decided by the leaders' deliberation that work will begin to resume normally in the afternoon. Roger. Roger. As expected. In addition to the news from the workgroup, there was of course the trolling in the workgroup group. Lu De, which dog coin leader made the decision? Marred. Really not treating people like human beings. Chow chow, ugh, I was so scared yesterday that I didn't sleep all night, so I'm hurrying to catch up on my sleep. Vivian, besides by Wei-Guang, who else could it be? 24 hours a day, you can't wait to work 25 hours a day, this Thai company definitely won't let you rest for a second more, just get used to it. Li Shang, let us do the work, he alone takes the credit, dog money asshole thing. Lin Ran skimmed over it. Last night they were all scared and didn't sleep well, some even stayed up all night, but what they waited for was not the company's concern and appeasement, but the notice to return to work. Still in the afternoon, less than 4 hours from now. Who can be in a good mood? Playing workers, working souls, working or people on people? Screw the people on people. As the head of the project team, Lin Ran couldn't help but spit along. Although he was a single dog and didn't reject going to work, he didn't abuse himself to the point of liking it. But what to do? The mortgage has to be repaid, the car is not there, and there are not many savings. The class still has to go on. Forking out the chat group, Lin Ran opened the Spirit Network, and a window popped up. The post, discussing the fire of the world and solving the confusion of little friend Mingchi, has been added to the list, gaining 500,000 points. 500,000 points. I have to say, this app is really atmospheric, I just don't know how this exchange ratio is. It didn't really make much sense if the exchange ratio was too low. Unfortunately, the Spirit Network hadn't been repaired yet, and this redemption mall couldn't be opened, so naturally, he couldn't see it. Turning off the pop-up window, Lin Ran saw at a glance that this post had been topped. The mood was instantly much more beautiful. He looked towards the 99+ friend requests displayed in the lower right corner of the software. Yesterday there were quite a few people who added him, what Cloud asking Sect Chinyao, what Pil King Valleying Zone. He did not add any of them. Only added the little tiny Ming who was the comic relief at the beginning. He is not a careful eye. Lin Ran is definitely not careful, simply is holding a grudge. Ignoring all the friend requests, Lin Ran then saw that Xiao Xiaoming had left him a message. Senior, the body tempering Dan that I rewarded earlier is also being sent to you, please pay attention to receiving it. Senior greatly, did you take the 7th grade spirit pill? What does it feel like? Lin Ran laughed. Private messages were still so immersed in play, this player was probably not very old. As a senior, of course he was satisfied. The house cat ate it and has awakened the white tiger bloodline. Shallow blowing a grate, Lin Ran opened today's brush post journey. The secret realm of the demon clan is about to open, is there any together? A companion. What era, 1 by 1, the devil cultivator still does not learn, roadblock robbery still want to wipe my neck, is really not take the division of law enforcement as a matter of fact. What's wrong with us devils? We devil cultivators just have a different path, we are not the same as the devil race, those who don't learn are just a few evil cultivators, don't rely on us devil cultivators for everything. We ghost cultivators have all come to bully us ghost cultivators. The discussion of the master of the Dandao and the Samsara still dominated the majority of the discussion. However, in this open-ended pluralistic language C platform, one could also see quite a few demonic races, and even demonic cultivators and ghost cultivators called evil cultivators bouncing around. The funniest thing is that quite a few demonic cultivator language CS have even specialized in opening postings to dry mouth with people. Lin Ran continued to look down. Suddenly, the eyes paused. Shocking insider, Demon Monarch Huang fought with the law enforcement division in the city of Fishery yesterday, and Demon Monarch Huang escaped with serious injuries, and his whereabouts are unknown. Fishing City, right on the edge of the city of Haibei, driving is only an hour or so away. As the typhoon is centered in the city of Yeyang, last night's disaster situation can be much more serious than the city of Haibei. Demon Lord Huang and the law enforcement division fought, and the typhoon escalated. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that in language C. I just don't know if the one who posted is an NPC, or a player? Demon Lord Huang is considered to be one of the background play personas of the Spirit Network. Under the Demon Lord, there are 10 great demon monarchs, and Demon Monarch Huang is just one of them. Thousands of years ago, the 10 great demon monarchs led the demon race to attack the human race, under the joint efforts of several large sects, and the demon race decapitated its 6, including Chihua, including the remaining 4 demon monarchs were sealed to the 10 worlds. The human race has also suffered heavy losses as a result, and has been devastated. And this post, undoubtedly adding a new plotline, just like in other games, brushing fixed quests to trigger the plot. It was just that he wasn't sure if this was an official setting or a spontaneous behavior of the players. Lin Ran scanned the other party's ID, Sansi and Criminal, seems a little bit of an impression, as if to add his friends to come. After rummaging around for a bit, Lin Ran really did find this person in his friend request. It didn't seem to be an NPC. A persona expansion on the original backdrop that also blended perfectly into reality was much easier to believe. This was clearly a high-level player. It turned out that it was also possible to actively advance the plot, so this was considered a new way to play? Interesting. Clicking on Friend Pass, a text message suddenly popped up on Lin Ran's phone. Data Tong, please pick up the courier package with the pickup code 356-2541 at the Garden Plot Parking Shed Data Tong Smart Cabinet. Lin Ran? Chapter 13, A Bunch of Big Dogs. The Garden District wasn't Lin Ran's address, it was the neighborhood next door. But Lin Ran hadn't forgotten that this was the address he had casually filled in yesterday when he registered for the SpiritNet app. For this kind of software that he doesn't understand, of course he won't fill in his real address, but registering his cell phone number requires a verification code, and this really can't be faked. It's just that he didn't expect that someone would really send him something. Could it be those 3 yesterday? It couldn't be? Dan Sect Patriarch, Dan Pavilion Master, Dan Vane Master. Aren't these 3 NPCs? Even if they were real people, they wouldn't be so bored to have to send something, right? He remembered that there was no detailed address shown on the profile page, so how did the other party know his address? Could it be sent directly through the app? With many questions in mind, Lin Ran still decided to take a look. Mainly because he was curious about what was inside the courier. Anyway, he was a big man and there was nothing to be afraid of in broad daylight. Just as Lin Ran went out to pick up the courier, in the office on the top floor of the Yunhai mansion in Haibei City, a middle-aged man looked at the newly arrived points in his cell phone, 10 points, revealing a satisfied smile. He had a little-known ID on the Spirit Network, Sansi and the penalty. Many people didn't realize that he was actually the head of the law enforcement division's Haibei City Suguan. As a cultivator of the Zhou Heavenly Realm, how could relying on the law enforcement division's little cultivation resources alone be enough? And it wasn't too much to share a little bit of gossip in exchange for points, was it? Even if these gossips are either outdated or do not need to be kept secret any longer, they are not worth much. But the accumulation of less into more, gather sand into a tower is not? At this time. Tick. Sect leader Tong Tian has passed your friend request. Su watched the message that suddenly popped up on his phone. After glancing at it, and then glancing at it again, he opened the other party's profile in disbelief and looked at it several more times. In the end, he was finally sure that he hadn't blurred his eyes and hadn't misread it. Passed. Passed. Suguan jumped up from his sofa chair in excitement. How many other people on the Spirit Online didn't know about the great name of Sect leader Tong Tian? The master of the Dan Dao. This was a hidden great man that he might not be able to come into contact with for the rest of his life. Originally, he had only held the mentality of trying it out, anyway, sending a friend request, it wouldn't matter if the other party didn't agree. But he never expected that the Tong Tian sect master would pass his friend application. Knowing that, together with him, the Tong Tian sect master only had 2 friends, he almost didn't need to think about it to know how many people would see his name, how many people would pay attention to it, and how many people would speculate about it. Not to mention how many people envied him behind his back. What an honor this was. Suguan opened and closed the private chat, and couldn't help but open it again. He had the intention to say hello to sect leader Tong Tian, but he couldn't fathom this big brother's temperament. He was afraid of offending the other party. And what to say? One couldn't ask Big Brother, how come you only passed me, right? Just as Suguan was in a quandary. Da. A knock sounded on the door. Suguan's national face immediately returned to seriousness. Enter. The young man wearing a black uniform walked in quickly, his expression serious. Head, I just got word that someone is preparing to smuggle the Blood Clan into the country for the Leaping Expo that will be held a month from now. Suguan slapped his hand on the table and angrily cursed, these dogs. These years had been uneasy, and some foreign forces were trying to sneak into the country, not only wanting to steal the secrets of Huaxia's cultivation, but also to hide in the shadows and make things happen in the country, causing turmoil. The good thing is that basically were intercepted by the law enforcement division, did not cause too serious consequences. It's just that it hasn't been broken over the years. Especially in the last 2 years, it's gotten more and more frequent. The upcoming Leap Expo in Hebei City was an international expo involving all aspects of artificial intelligence, biomedicine, and innovation incubation. At that time, there would be at least more than 100 teams attending. Its importance was self-evident. Suguan clenched his palm into a fist and calmed himself for a moment. Which team? What strength? It hasn't been determined exactly which team, but a few targets have been locked in, and according to what we know so far, it should be 3D ranked blood clans. Suguan didn't show it on his face, but in his heart, he was relieved. The grades of the Blood Clan were categorized from high to low, A, B, C, D, and E. The D-grade Blood Clan's strength was only as high as their strength. The strength of a D-class Blood Clan was similar to that of a foundation establishment, so how could he cope with a single Zhou Tian realm, and there was no need to call for support. Investigate for me, not a single bit can be spared, absolutely cannot let these bastards influence the Leap Fair. Yes. Only when the law enforcement members walked out of the office did Suguan's country-type face reveal a touch of worry. When Demon Lord Huang broke out of the 10 Realms seal, there were still some weak demons who followed him and escaped, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Recently, all over the world as even more evil cultivators frequently appear. There was quite a trend of a storm coming. Even if he really wanted to apply for support, the above might not be able to spare the manpower. The scale of this Leap Expo is so big and the number of participants is so large that it also creates a huge pressure on the law enforcement division of Hebei City, so I hope that there will not be any other changes. Fu Wenhong's neighborhood. Lin Ran returned home and carefully opened the small box he carried back from the courier cabinet. Inside were 2 wooden boxes, a purse, and a small bottle. A logo was affixed to the small bottle, Body Hardening Dan. Needless to say, the 2 boxes must be filled with the 7th grade spiritual Dan Heaven and Earth Creation Dan, the 8th grade spiritual material 9-colored Neon Phoenix, and as for the purse, it must be the legendary Chin Kuan bag. At this moment Lin Ran finally realized what immersive experience meant. See, someone said they were going to send you something, and this thing really sent it to your door. Also all decent. Other than that, this experience is really great. Lin Ran casually picked up a box, which was carved with delicate cloud patterns that seemed to be surrounded by clouds, giving people a sense of mystery. Open the box, a red tail feather quietly lying in the rising clouds, seems immortal like fantasy, tail feather brightly colored like burning flame, exudes endless charm. Lin Ran recalled that there was an introduction about the 9-colored neon phoenix on the Spirit Network. This item grows in the place where the true blood of the phoenix is infiltrated, resembles the tail feathers of the phoenix, and will show 9 colors under the sunlight. It was one of the main ingredients of the Nirvana pill. He couldn't help but lament, TSK, these dogs are big. Not to mention that this 9-colored neon phoenix was imitated so realistically, the cost of construction was definitely not cheap, and it could totally be used as a collector's item. Even this box was not a cheap item. At least have to be worth a 100 to it. These dog big family, don't want to be so desperate He did not see a lot of rich second generation in the game, one by one that is really willing to spend money. He just did not expect this kind of language C platform is also so willing to put down the cost. He now kind of understand how immersed these people actually play. Putting the box down, Lin Ran picked up another box. In comparison, this box was much more rustic, except for the intentionally old dark brown color, there was nothing special about it. Opening the box, on the soft and luxurious purple velvet lay a black pill, which was vaguely glossy. A faint medicinal fragrance came to the nose, refreshing the heart. Fragrance is fragrance, Ghost knows what it is made of. Oh. This stuff is not eaten by dogs. Lin Ran took out the black pills in the box and casually threw them into the trash. He doesn't care about things outside of his body. But the body is his own, this kind of imported stuff, he is absolutely impossible to dip. The next second, he saw a figure whoosh leap over, a mouthful of pills into his mouth. Chapter 14 The Suffocating White Tiger True Lord. For Cola's cat life, there was nothing different today. It was the same as usual, eating, sleeping, playing and getting jerked off, as well as feeling so tired and sleepy that he couldn't always resist the urge to sleep. Every single day has been so repetitive since the day I came to this home 3 years ago. Maybe being able to eat canned cat food early in the morning was a little bit special. However, after that strange scent reached its nostrils, it evoked a strong desire in its heart, making it unable to resist the urge to swallow it into its stomach. And so, it did just that. The elixir instantly melted in its mouth, and the pure medicinal power exploded within its own body, then spread throughout its entire body. Black flecks appeared on its white fur and wrapped around its body, and its original brown pupils turned purple with an extra touch of strange luster. The muddled head began to wake up, and memories began to revive. Roar! It roared up to the sky, killing intent rising. It appeared as if the silhouette of a winged white tiger was floating above the clouds, its face fierce and imposing. This deafening roar was not captured by mortal ears, but the terrifying pressure descended through the clouds and penetrated the various boundaries of the cultivation world. At this moment, all the people in the cultivation realm were sensed. There were strong people from various sects flying out, and there were also reclusive great powerhouses coming out of their caves. Or they raised their heads to look out, or they looked horrified. They seemed to sense that something terrifying was reviving. Suddenly, Pa! This terrifying aura was suddenly interrupted and disappeared without a trace. Only a confused crowd was left behind. At the same moment, Lin Ran slapped Cola on the head. Stupid cat, you dare to eat anything? Unbridled, this monarch is the divine beast White Tiger True Lord, you lowly human. The White Tiger True Lord glared angrily. However, this angry voice was just a meow 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 in Lin Ran's ears. Hurry up and spit it out. Lin Ran slapped another blow to Coke's head, directly interrupting its angry speech. Ben Jun. Slap. Ben. Slap. Under Lin Ran's successive slaps, the White Tiger True Lord couldn't even utter a complete sentence. At this moment, Lin Ran was as anxious as hell, and lifted Cola upside down, changing the slap to a shake, wanting Cola to spit out the elixir he had just swallowed, but after shaking it for half a day, he didn't even spit out the crumbs. White Tiger True Lord was furious, but couldn't resist, could only show his teeth and grimace in his heart. Seeing as you have taken care of this True Lord for 3 years, this True Lord spares your life. Lin Ran couldn't hear what was going on in the White Tiger True Lord's heart, and was angry and annoyed at the moment. Of course, there was more worry in his heart. Cola was not his pet, but in existence like a family member, and he was really afraid that something would happen to Cola. Why are there still black spots on your body? As Lin Ran checked Cola's body, he saw a circle of black spots. Although they were light in color, they were still visible at a glance. No, we have to go to the pet hospital. Lin Ran panicked and without saying a word, he carried Cola outside, while rambling with hatred, "Ugh, you stupid cat. Don't mess with your food next time. Your damn black spot, that's this True Lord's tiger spot. Tiger spots. You're the one who's stupid. You lowly, stupid human." The White Tiger True Monarch was going crazy. It was really going crazy. Although it had only regained a little bit of its strength, it wasn't something that a mere mortal could withstand, so what right did Lin Ran have to pin it down with a mere mortal? What right? However, the hands that were so fragile in its eyes were like iron clamps that imprisoned it. There was no room for resistance at all. It had thought its head through but hadn't figured out why. Dan Sect. The house cat ate it and has awakened the White Tiger bloodline. The little Taoist boy Mingchi looked at the reply in the private message, his eyes rolling. As the poster, he had also asked his master to bring along the previously rewarded elixir, even if this small body-quenching elixir was something that Senior might not be able to look at. But he, Mingchi, also had to treat people with sincerity and do what he said. So, that was why he left a message for Elder Tong Tian. Firstly, he wanted to inquire about how he felt about the 7th grade spiritual pill. After all, no one in the current cultivation world had taken a 7th grade spiritual pill yet. Secondly, it was also to see if there was any possibility of improvement in the extreme body tempering Dan. But what did Elder Tong Tian say? Giving it to a cat to eat? This is a 7th grade spirit elixir. Not to mention that Master Shi herself couldn't spare it. If it were anyone else, even if they paid more, Master would definitely not be able to bring it in exchange. Tong Tian Godfather even gave the cat to eat this. This is also too extravagant, right? Even the 7th grade spirit Dan is so unconcerned that body-quenching Dan, Tong Tian seniors must be even more unattractive. How else could he ask? Then again, wasn't the heaven and earth creation pill one that sees the creation of heaven and earth, cleanse the muscles and marrow, and enhance the root and bone qualifications? Can it also awaken the divine beast bloodline? After half a day of thinking in his little head, Mingchi couldn't figure it out, and was planning to go find his master to ask, when he looked up and saw Realizer Mingchi walking out of the Dan room. Ever since she obtained the method of Samsara Flame yesterday, Makoto Mingchi had been practicing until now. It wasn't just her. The entire sect, except for Mingchi, was in seclusion. After all, not everyone could compare to Mingchi's enlightened heavenly heart, not everyone had an innate Tao body, and not everyone had such an affinity for the fire element. Mingchi's kind was buff stacked, and it was rare to come across in 1,000 years. Even realist Mingchi had used nearly a day and a night, and still managed to refine the beginnings of the samadhi true flame only after Mingchi had succeeded. Not to mention everyone else. At the same time that Mingchi saw realist Mingchi also saw Mingchi. Her first reaction was to hide. She herself was still clueless, and there was really no way for her to answer any of Mingchi's questions regarding the samsara true flame. However, by the time she reacted, it was already too late. Master, Master. Mingchi stomped his short little legs and ran to realist Mingchi's front. Good disciple, Master is tired. Real Mingchi became pale in a flash, looking very weak. Oh, Master, you're tired, then rest well. Mingchi nodded with a small, serious face. I won't show you Tong Tian Sect leader's reply. Mingchi said while turning around. The next second, he was picked up by real Mingchi by the collar and grabbed back. Brat, you're playing mind games with Master, aren't you? Mingchi blinked his big, innocent eyes and deflated his mouth in aggravation, which I did. Wasn't it Master that you said you were tired? Real Mingchi was speechless and could only smile and change the topic. Good disciple, quickly tell Master, what exactly did sect leader Tong Tian say? Nah. See for yourself. Mingchi handed his cell phone to real Mingchi, who took it and looked at the screen. Instantly, he froze. White tiger? The divine beast white tiger. Just now, when she was in seclusion, she did feel a powerful aura, only that it flashed by and disappeared without a trace before she could capture it. The reason why she had come out of seclusion was precisely to figure out what exactly had just happened. Could it be that the terrifying aura just now was caused by awakening the divine beast white tiger bloodline? Real Mingchi's face leisurely changed as she swept away. In an instant. Disappeared. Master. My cell phone. What kind of cell phone do children play with, cultivate properly? In the empty courtyard, the only thing left was the puffy, soft little group. Spare Machine 1, Pawn. Chapter 15 5 Parties Meeting. Zisu City. Tucked away in a bustling huton was a garden. The pink walls and tiles, gurgling water, and pavilions were strewn about like a delicate landscape painting. Such a beautiful scene could not be captured by mortal eyes. Because this was exactly where the Dan Sect was located. Bright Moon Court. Unlike other sects, the Dan Sect is hidden in the downtown area. Compared to other sects of the magnificent atmosphere, this value of more than 1 billion Manhwa court seems to be a little inadequate, but the Dan Sect disciples are fewer, but also never to these external things to compare. The main thing is that there is nothing to order a takeaway. At night, you can also visit a bar. How is it also better than staying in the deep forest, guarding the empty hall? Through the winding corridor, you can see a small pavilion located in the middle of the lake island. The name on the book says, Meditation Pavilion. This ordinary small pavilion, in fact, hidden inside the Qiankuan. When Ming Shizhenren took a step in, all the surrounding scenery disappeared, and in its place was a simple and ancient attic, where floating white clouds could be seen outside the window, and looking down, one could see the epitome of Minghui Yuan. On the wooden floor of the attic, an ancient spell formation was drawn. The pattern of the spell formation was complicated, and the silver light was faintly visible, seemingly outlined by the power of the stars, quiet and profound. Real Mingchi touched a token from his waist, which was about half the size of his palm. The formation patterns on it echoed the spell formation. With a gentle lift of her hand, the token hovered in the middle of the spell formation. The vermilion bird is out, the white tiger is now present. 2 of the 4 divine beasts have already appeared, great chaos is coming. Dan Sect Mingchi opens the 5-party alliance. Realist Mingchi pinched his fingers and recited, and along with a low voice, silver on centered on the token, lighting up one formation point after another rapidly, and finally connecting them into pieces. Immediately afterward, silver-colored light shot up into the sky as powerful forces surged through the spell formation. Boom! 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 For shadows descended into the attic one after another, and a powerful aura filled the air. The floor even had hidden cracks appearing. Real Mingchi raised his eyebrows. If you break it, pay for it. Old thing, do you hear me? Talking about you. Hurry up and tighten your breath a bit, it's scaring me. The woman who spoke wore a colorful cloud crown on her head and was clad in floating light brocade. Her attire was gorgeous to the extreme. The moment she appeared, there seemed to be a floral fragrance floating on the tip of her nose. This person was the hall master of the 7 Slaughter Hall 100 Flowers Fairy. The 100 Flowers Fairy cast a sidelong glance at the man next to her, a glance of waves of light and flavor. The man next to her wore a green shirt, his stance was as straight as a proud pine, his complexion was light, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, as if he would be cut by sword chi just by looking at him. This man was Sword Sect Patriarch Han Qinglin. No money. Han Qinglin didn't look away, sparing no words. Han real person, how so uninteresting. The person who spoke was wearing a yin and yang Taoist robe, his face was like jade, his hairpin was randomly pinned into a somewhat disorganized bun, his temperament was detached, but he seemed to have an unparalleled splendor. This person is the Tianji building owner Situ Shang. Situ Shang's eyes seemingly glanced to the other side of the man was tall and sturdy, with a fierce face. Skin like dark bronze, bulging muscles hard as iron, seemingly after 1,000 hammering. It was Jiang Yan, the owner of the 9-tripod pavilion. Situ Shang shook the feather fan in his hand and changed his words, but this is to say money, who can compare with the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion's Rui building? The 9 Cauldrons Pavilion was a major weapon refining sect. Most of the magic treasures and spirit weapons on the market are from the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion, and this Rui building is the property of the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion. Stinking scholar, your Tianji house's business isn't as bad as Rui House. Besides, the 7 Slaughter Hall is backed by the Spirit Network. Can it still run out of money? Jiang Yan snorted. Tianji Lu was a great talisman sect, and things like talismans didn't cost much and were consumables, so profits could be much higher than magic treasures. 7 Kill Palace was a formation sect. Even without spirit nets, casually arranging a few formation boundaries could earn quite a bit. In addition to Han Qinglin, that poor guy, which one dares to say that he really has no money? He was just short-tempered, not really stupid. Want him to be the wrongdoer? Oh. No way. The 100 Flowers Fairy hurriedly screamed, ouch, that spirit net crashes every day, and our 7 Slaughter Hall has always subsidized maintenance, so how can we have any money? Don't compare me to that group of sour and corrupt Confucians, I am a Taoist orthodox. Situ Shang shook his feather fan and said in dissatisfaction, how did you learn to be smart? Jiang Yan laughed, stinking scholar, don't even think about punking me again. Oh? Really smart? Although Situ Shang said this, his face did not show the slightest hint of surprise. Jiang Yan was immediately wary. Are you holding back some bad water again? Hee, you guess. I'm not guessing, don't you talk to me. Alright, calling you all here isn't to listen to your war of words. Realist Mingchi raised his hand to interrupt the exchange of words between a few people. The 100 Flowers Fairy couldn't see Han Qinglin unmoved and flirting when they met. Situ Shang thought about how to pit Jiang Yan every day. Han Qinglin remained unmoved, and Jiang Yan was completely scared of being pitched. If usual, she must be on the side of the plate of melon seeds to watch the fun. Not today. Pity. Real Mingchi sighed with some regret, and with a wave of his hand, the floor of the attic was restored to its original state, with no trace of destruction visible at all. The 4 silhouettes also all became serious. Jiang Yan was the first to speak. Where is the white tiger? I don't know, all that is known at the moment is that it is the beast pet of sect leader Tong Tian. What? The crowd was shocked. Even Han Xinglin, who wasn't moved by external objects, glanced sideways frequently. The white tiger was one of the 4 great divine beasts. A true ancient divine beast. Surprisingly, it would give someone a beast pet? The 100 Flowers Fairy couldn't help but ask, what exactly is this Tong Tian Sect leader? It was impossible for them not to pay attention to the fact that Sect leader Tong Tian was worshipped as the master of the Dan Dao. But it was as if this person had appeared out of nowhere, and before yesterday, there were absolutely no traces of him in the cultivation world, and his identity had become a mystery. To be honest, I don't know either. Real Mingchi spread her hands helplessly. Other than Mingchi, the other Dan Sect disciples Tong Tian Sect master were in O+. She also didn't dare to hastily bother the other party for fear of breaking the link. After thinking about it, she added, according to my guess, the white tiger divine beast shouldn't be actively submitting to Sect leader Tong Tian, but rather, Sect leader Tong Tian's captive beast pets happen to contain a trace of white tiger bloodline. Ha! Of course she wouldn't say that it was awakened by eating her pill of proof. It would be too humiliating. However, this was also a side note that the 7th grade spirit pills were not important at all to Sect leader Tong Tian. This gift, she had given it lightly after all. The 100 Flowers Fairy asked again, could it be someone from Confucianism? The last sentence left by Sect leader Tong Tian, a teacher is one who preaches, teaches, and explains, clearly seems like a Confucian tone. No way. Situ Sheng affirmed, Confucianism needs to make a name for itself. If it's truly a great Confucian, it's impossible for half a trace of it not to exist. After a pause, he added, although I despise that group of sour and rotten Confucians, it is absolutely impossible for them to be so open and just accept such a title as Master of the Dan Dao. Then, realist Mingchi said cautiously, could it be someone left over from the past? Chapter 16 No Choice. When this question was asked, the crowd fell into silence for a while. How long had the cultivation world existed? No one knew. But it was definitely more than 5,000 years. During the ancient period, the saints were all over the place. In the ancient times, the human emperor Zhuo Lu asked for the world. Further back in time, there were also the 3 Qing gods. These truths scattered in history were not doubted by anyone, because the existence of the cultivation world was their best proof. However, history is doubtful. In the cultivation world this incomparably long time, capable people come out, all parties show saints, even though for various reasons, the decline is unstoppable, but really only left now these people? If you can 3 or 5 to the center, the body and mind of the 3 in 1, can build the foundation refining themselves, can enjoy life 128 years. If you can build a large and small circumference in the internal capital, 5 gas towards the yuan, so that the body cycle is endless, so that the refinement of gas, can enjoy a life of 256 years. If you can Xiankuan coitus, gold liquid to Dan, you can refine Qi into God, breaking the limit of celestial beings, enjoying a life of 512 years. If you can cultivate the body of the true, Yang Shen out of the body, is called refining God to return to the virtual, can enjoy a life of 1,200 years. If you can merge with the Tao, then you can enjoy a life of 5,000 years. So what about the strongest of those above the harmonization of the Tao, or even the harmonization of the Tao? Even the legendary ancient beasts have appeared one after another, and even these ancient clans have more than this strength. Who can guarantee that the saints are really extinct? Who can be sure that all the ancient mighty ones have died out in time? After a moment of silence, Situ Sheng smiled and fanned his feather fan. Yes or no, isn't 100 Flowers Fairy the most clear? How would I know? 100 Flower Fairy slightly rolled her eyes. Our 7 Slaughter Hall is only the maintainer of the spirit net, but we don't have the authority to access the information of the spirit net. If I could really do that, who would dare to use the spirit net in the future? No matter who he really is, we at the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion accept this favor. Zhang Yan said in a loud voice, if any of you know the true identity of Sect leader Tong Tian, be sure to tell me. I'm going to personally beat a magic treasure for him. The Samadhi True Flame was not only beneficial to the Alchemy sects, but their weapon refining sects had likewise gained great benefits. It was just that ordinary magic treasures didn't have enough weight. It was best to have it tailor-made. If he, Zhang Yan, wanted to give it away, it naturally couldn't be worse than the Dan sects. All right. Realizer Mingchi interrupted the conversation, then said, no matter what the identity of Sect leader Tong Tian is, at least for the time being, he is harmless to us, and I've summoned the 5 parties to meet for another matter. Seeing the gazes of all the people looking over, realist Mingchi slowly spoke, opening the Peach Source Sacred Realm. Are you crazy? The 100 Flowers Fairy stared incredulously. She had originally thought that this 5-party alliance was to discuss a strategy, but she had never expected that realist Mingchi would make this request. The Peach Source Sacred Realm was sealed by the joint efforts of all the saints. Other sects might not know about it, and it wasn't a hidden secret for an ancient sect like them. But why was the Peach Origin Sacred Realm sealed? And why had it not been opened for as long as 5,000 years? The reason was simple. The Peach Source Sacred Realm wasn't a separate secret realm, but a special place connecting the sacred ruins, the 9 specters, 100 Devil Cave, and the ancient battlefield. Once the Peach Origin Sacred Realm was opened, the boundary seals of these places would also be loosened. The consequences would be unimaginable. Situ Shang was silent, Jiang Yan was pondering, and only Han Qinglin spat out 2 words from his mouth. Reason. There is no reason. Realist Mingchi spread his hands. In fact, we have no choice at all. Back then, when the demon race attacked the human realm, Su Negative, the only heir to the Heavenly Diffusion sect, used his life to divine in order to seek a ray of hope for the human race, and in the end, the human race and the demon race joined forces to seal the demon race into the 10th realm, narrowly winning the battle. Before Su Negative died, he left behind the motto, "The 4 divine beasts gather together, and evil plagues and misfortunes come at the same time." Although we successfully sealed the demon monarch 1,000 years ago, we likewise cut off the vitality of the cultivation world, and now that the aura is getting thinner and thinner, it's simply impossible to breed heavenly treasures, and the strength of the cultivation world has regressed more than just a little. If we don't take action again, we are waiting for death. The 4 listened to realist Mingchi's words and didn't take a stance. They recognized that realist Mingchi had a point, but opening the Peach Origin Sacred Realm seal in advance still wasn't a decision that could be made lightly. One mistake and it might be over early. And, realist Mingchi's voice sank, the Peach Origin Sacred Realm seal won't last much longer, so it's better to open it early and take the timing into your own hands. The 4 revealed a surprised look. Yet they remained silent, as if digesting this sudden heavy news. Such silence did not last long. Jiang Yan was the first to speak. I agree. First the demon race, then the ghost cultivators. Even if we don't open the Peach Source Sacred Realm, these realms are all exposed like sieves. It would be better to just open it and fight for a chance of survival. What was realist Mingchi's true purpose? Searching for the southern brightness separation flame? He wasn't sure, but he knew that the place where the ancestor of the Dan sect had fallen was also in the Peach Origin Sacred Realm. He chose to stand on realist Mingchi's side, and aside from practical considerations, it was also because he owed the Dan sect a favor. It was true that Mingchi was not the only one with talent in this world, and which of the people present were not the pride of the heavens if they were able to achieve the status of a real person. It only took a little research to cultivate the samadhi true flame, but the vast majority of people would not consider it a true cultivation method when they saw it. It was only Mingchi's Taoist heart that was so thorough that he would directly choose to cultivate it. Realist Mingchi's publicizing Mingchi's cultivation experience was undoubtedly saving time for them. In the cultivation world, time itself was precious. Furthermore, wouldn't he have wanted to find the 6th divine flame? Now that there was the samadhi flame to open the way, whether it was a Dan refining sect or a weapon refining sect, the path to the future was extremely broad. However, great chaos was coming. The samadhi true flame was still a hatchling, and it would take time to make it a true Tao Supreme cultivation fire. They did not have that much time. Regardless of whether it was the Dan sect or the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion, if they wanted to rapidly increase their strength, they would need more than just the samsara flame as well. They would need more heavenly treasures. It wasn't just them. The entire cultivation world was like this. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, opportunities. Opening the Peach Source Sacred Realm was imperative. Han Qinglin was succinct. A great chaos is coming, and it's also the time for a great struggle. Situ Shang shook his feather fan and smiled. I have no opinion. Each and every one of you is playing so big, 100 Flowers Fairy side, you guys are forcing those old things to jump out. The ancient sects, just the 5 of them were the most active in the current world. It didn't mean that it was only the 5 of them. After that battle 1,000 years ago, some of the ancient sects such as Panglai Island and Misty Sect went into seclusion, and some of the great powerhouses of the scattered cultivators all went into hiding. The cultivation world has never been a place of peaceful coexistence, and once these people come out, chaos. All messed up. Han Qinglin was disdainful. How can you impact the Supreme by sitting withered? It's time for these old arms and legs to move. Situ Shang smiled and shook his feather fan. Although Jiang Yan didn't say anything, he had his arms wrapped around him with a proud face. The attitude expressed everything. In the end, realist Mingchi directly sealed the deal. Since the vote is unanimous, everyone should prepare on their own. Dismissed. As the voice fell, a shadow disappeared one after another. Only Jiang Yan stayed behind. Where is Huang? Chapter 17, A 1,000-Year-Old Hidden Secret. Why did no one ask about the whereabouts of the vermilion bird? Because everyone present knew that Huang was the vermilion bird, it was just that the other three didn't know that the vermilion bird and the Dan sect had another layer of hidden relationship. Only Jiang Yan was clear. The friendship between the Dan sect and the Nine Cauldrons Pavilion dated back as far as 5,000 years ago. Shi Jiufig and Zhang Jiang, the ancestor of the Nine Cauldrons Pavilion, were very close friends, and her first magic treasure was handcrafted by Zhang Jiang. Or rather, the existence of the Dan sect and the Nine Cauldrons Pavilion was precisely the impromptu idea of these two bosom friends. Of course, the fact that the friendship between the two families continued to this day was not just because of ancestral friendship, but because the Dan refining sect and the weapon refining sect shared the same predicament and had to embrace each other and support each other. And in that battle 1,000 years ago, Huang's identity was pierced. The ancient divine beast had become a fallen demon, and for a while, it caused a huge stir in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, when their two families got the news, Huang had already been sealed to the 10 realms. No one knew what exactly happened back then, but the vermilion bird's demonic degeneration also gave them reason to suspect that Shi Jiufeng did not die of exhaustion in the battle back then, but rather that there was something else going on. Over these 1,000 years, their two families had not given up searching for the truth. Even though it had been thousands of years, and many truths had long been hidden in time, they still found some suspicions. It was highly likely that there was a traitor in the human race back then. This was the only reason that could make the vermilion bird's heart so unwilling that it would fall into a demonic descent. No. Real Mingchi shook his head. I tried to contact her using the ancient method, but she didn't respond. It doesn't believe us. Or rather, it doesn't trust anyone. Realist Mingchi raised his eyes to look at Jiang Yan. This also shows that our previous guesses were not wrong, which is why the Peach Source Sacred Realm must be opened. Jiang Yan's eyelids jumped. You mean that person isn't dead? The hatred from 5,000 years ago had long been washed away by time, and their search for the truth was just to know the real reason for the vermilion bird's demonic fall, and to see if there was a chance to pull the vermilion bird back into the human camp. But if this person was still alive, the situation would be completely different. How strong was a traitor hidden for nearly 5,000 years? What exactly did he want? And they knew nothing, everything was in a passive state. This was an extremely frightening thing. Perhaps. Realist Mingchi's voice paused, his voice icy to the core. If he really is still alive, we need to muddy the water even more and force him to jump out. Jiang Yan looked grave. What do you need me to do? Lin Ran was afraid that Cola would eat out of his mind, and brought Cola to the pet hospital to check him inside and out before he slightly put his heart down. 1288. Looking at the number on the bill, Lin Ran's heart was dripping blood. But by no means did he regret it. Nothing was more important than Cola's health. He just looked at Cola and warned viciously, "Stupid cat, I'll let you eat indiscriminately again. No more canned cat food for the next half a month. You're the stupid one, who cares about your canned cat food?" The white tiger True Lord standing on the table had a scowl on its face, and when Lin Ran's back was turned, it didn't hesitate to raise its paw and slap Lin Ran's head viciously. It had had enough of this stupid human. It wanted him to die. Boom! The moment the claw touched Lin Ran, the white tiger True Lord was directly bounced off. It hit the wall hard and then fell to the ground. A contract? Where did that contract come from? The white tiger True Lord was completely confused. No wonder it had no way to resist Lin Ran's pincers, no wonder it had no way to harm Lin Ran. Because it had concluded a spirit pet contract with Lin Ran. But when did it conclude the contract? How could it conclude a spirit pet contract with a mere mortal? Damn it! Damn it! Even if this was a contract of equality, but it was a white tiger True Lord, how could it be subject to others? Not to mention a mere mortal. Meow meow meow. The white tiger True Lord's roar became a meow in Lin Ran's ears. Take it easy, it'll be ready soon. Lin Ran finished paying and turned around as he scooped Coke into his arms, only to look down and realize that the black spots on Coke's body had disappeared. Strange, how come it's gone? Lin Ran looked left and right and didn't find a single trace. He could also only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. After all, the tests that should have been done had been done, the money that should have been spent had been spent, and not a single fart had been found out. He can only continue to observe again. Lin Ran simply asked for a half day off. Anyway, the previous project he prepared are almost ready. This afternoon's resumption of work is nothing more than dry sitting in the conference room, listening to Bai Weiguang's long speech. Lin Ran didn't realize that the so-called tiger spot was only caused by the fact that the white tiger true lord had just been revived, and his power was not under stable control. And now that the power had been fully controlled, the tiger spots naturally disappeared. But even if the white tiger true lord had fully adapted to and controlled its power, under the restraints of the contract, it could only nestle in Lin Ran's arms and let Lin Ran toss it around. But it wasn't disheartened, instead it constantly admonished itself. Endure, endure, endure again. As long as it regained its strength, it would be able to forcefully break the contract. This stupid human would surely die. A person and a cat had not left a moment before, when a crack appeared on the wall that had been hit by the white tiger true lord. Ka! Accompanied by a soft sound, the crack suddenly spread, and in a blink of an eye, it covered the entire wall like a spider web. Boom! The entire wall shattered with a loud bang, and terrified screams followed. A moment later, the law enforcement members who arrived at great speed blocked off the scene. Which asshole thing, dare to mess up in my master's territory, don't want to mix up, right? Wait for labor to find out. Suguan cursed and walked into the pet hospital. Huang's whereabouts were still clueless, and the Leap Expo was back on the agenda. He was about to go crazy. There are still people messing around in his territory. This is not looking for death is what? Suddenly, Suguan closed his mouth and looked at the empty space where the wall had turned into nothingness as a cold sweat slid down his forehead. Mortal level. There was no way he could have sensed wrongly. The aura that remained here was definitely at the realist level. Head. Jiang Chuan, the small, flat-headed law enforcement member, walked over and looked at Suguan suspiciously. Head's temper, when had it gotten so good? Suguan, who had his thoughts interrupted, forced himself to calm down. What is it? Jiang Chuan reported, our store's surveillance was destroyed, and I just checked the nearby surveillance. There were a total of 13 customers at Azure Pet Hospital today, and the last contact was with a youth who was holding a cat. But because the nearby surveillance is far away, the faces are all blurred, the true identities of these people need to continue to be verified. Suguan nodded slightly. Eliminate the memory and continue the verification. The news in the cultivation world was blocked, and once the mortal world was involved, the elimination of memory would be used to erase the traces, so as not to cause panic. If the impact was too great, public opinion would be utilized to confuse the public. Fortunately, the impact of this matter was not too great, and it was controlled quickly, so it did not cause too much of an impact. Yes. Only when Jiang Chuan left did Suguan take 2 hard breaths. How many real people were there in the cultivation world? Just a handful. No matter which one it was definitely an existence he looked up to. Even if he found out, what could he do? He simply couldn't afford to offend. But the face of the Department of Law Enforcement he cannot ignore. On the surface, the investigation still have to investigate. As for the investigation after. Oh. Suguan wanted to cry. In the end, which big brother to come to Haibei City, forgot to report out. 555. Chapter 18, Raising Crows, shouldn't it be illegal? Lin Ran, who caused this misunderstanding, was unaware of it, and went to the nearest food market to his home to buy food, and then took cola back. Just opened the door, white tiger true lord Wu shall leap out, cannot wait to enjoy the few freedoms, as long as it is not tossed by Lin Ran, even the air is sweet. The next second, it saw a black bird standing on the balcony. The black bird shrunk its body into a palm-sized ball, and seemed to notice the white tiger true lord's gaze, slightly raising its claws and transforming into a woman wearing a long black dress. The woman had a stunningly beautiful face, and her black skirt was like the night descending, causing the entire world to lose its color for a moment, and just the casual long black skirt made people feel that it was expensive. Her reddish golden eyes gently swept over, seemingly looking out of the corner of the eye. Long time no see. You actually work as a dog for the human race? The cold mocking voice that resounded within the divine soul caused the white tiger true lord to have the urge to blow up his hair for a moment. Screw your dog, this is a ing cat. Are you blind? But in the end, reason overcame its emotions and didn't allow it to curse out these profanities. Shi Jiufeng is also a human. The white tiger true lord yawned lazily, his violet eyes seemingly unconcerned but glowing with coldness. A mere mortal, how can it be compared to Shi Jiufeng? Shi Huang's voice did not rise and fall in the slightest, as if he was just stating a fact. But facts were always disgusting. Do you know who he is? If you want to find death, don't drag me along. The corners of the White Tiger True Lord's mouth pulled out a touch of sarcasm, deliberately staggering his body so that Chi Huang could see the things laid out on the table: the rosewood cloud pattern box, the star nan ice and moon box, and the Qiankuan Rui bag. Chi Huang froze. As we all know, Qiankuan bags are specialized in storage, counting money by the size of the space. The larger the space contained within it, the higher the value. The price increased geometrically. However, the vast majority of storage spaces, including storage bracelets, storage boxes, etc., have no way to store living things. This Qiankuan Rui bag, however, could. Although the Qiankuan Rui bag storage space is not large, but this is the 9-tripod pavilion's absolute craft, refining up very difficult. Even the 9-tripod pavilion, only every 10 years to be able to refine a batch of 2. Each batch is also less than a handful. The high price was the second thing. The key to this thing was that there was no way to buy it with spirit stones. The ice moon box, which was made of star nan wood, would block the aura of the spirit elixir inside the box, ensuring that the spirit would not be lost, and only high-grade elixirs would need this item. This star nan wood 5,000 years ago was not a rare thing, but the current world has long been extinct. The value is incalculable. Inside, belonging to the rosewood cloud box is the least valuable, but the inside of the 9-colored neon phoenix is a rare heavenly treasure. Of course. If placed in the past, these things cannot enter her eyes. What has she not seen? But nowadays, the aura was thinning and the resources in the present world were becoming less and less. The value of these things had already increased geometrically. Even for her, it was impossible not to crave them. Not to mention that there was also the 9-colored neon phoenix in here that she needed the most. What exactly was the identity of the owner of this house? Not only did he place these treasures so casually, but he was also able to make the White Tiger True Lord, who was in charge of killing, willingly conclude a contract? She clearly couldn't feel the aura fluctuations on the other party. Could it be that she had sensed wrongly? Chi Huang wanted to take a further look, but she was cut off from view by the White Tiger True Lord. Tell me, what are you doing here? The White Tiger True Lord appeared to just lazily raise its eyes. In reality, its vigilance never relaxed, and if it wasn't for the fact that its strength hadn't fully recovered, it would have just blasted with the other party at the first moment Chi Huang appeared. Chi Huang faintly said, "Just felt the breath of an old friend and came down to take a look." "Oh, then you can roll now," the White Tiger True Lord said without hesitation. Leaving aside what kind of danger a fallen demon would bring, Chi Huang himself was a huge danger. The vermilion bird was the vermilion bird, and Chi Huang was Chi Huang. It didn't even trust the vermilion bird, let alone Chi Hua, a fallen demon. Once Chi Huang saw its bluff, who knew what she would do, especially since there was another ant here that she could crush with her hands. It couldn't let Chi Huang stay here. Although it didn't care if Lin Ran died or lived, it was now bound to Lin Ran. If Lin Ran died, even if it didn't die, it was bound to pay a great price, or even fall into a coma again. So, even if it despised this stupid human, it had to protect the other party. "I was originally planning to meet you and leave, but now," Chi Huang's eyes turned slightly, the corners of his mouth holding if a smile, "I've changed my mind." Why did Chi Huang stay? 9-colored neon phoenix. White Tiger True Lord's mind turned sharply, in a split second figured out this key, and then some chagrin. It knew full well the attraction of the 9-colored neon phoenix to Chi Huang, and now it could really have lifted a stone and smashed its own foot. Although it is not rare 9-colored neon phoenix, but this thing cannot be given. It White Tiger True Monarch has always been not for people to yield. If so easily will be 9-colored neon phoenix handover, will certainly cause Chi Huang's suspicion. Countless thoughts raced through White Tiger True Monarch's mind. White Tiger True Lord straightened up, slightly arching his back, the coldness in his eyes reaching the extreme. "You're looking for death." Chi Huang raised his eyebrows slightly. "Make a deal? You think you have the qualifications to make a deal with me?" "Ha!" The White Tiger True Lord raised its head condescendingly, appearing as if it disdained to be associated with it, but in reality, it had already secretly made a calculation in its heart. However, it didn't wait for it to have time to engage Chi Huang again. A call suddenly came from the ear. "Cola, what are you doing?" White Tiger True Lord. "Cola?" Chi Huang had an odd expression on his face, seemingly wanting to laugh but holding it in. The figure moved and turned into a black bird once again. The White Tiger True Lord's face didn't change, secretly sharpening his claws, and in his heart, he ruthlessly marked down Lin Ran and Chi Huang. On the other side, Lin Ran served the meal on the table and added the cat food. However, he was late in seeing Cola come over. Then he walked towards the balcony, and when he raised his eyes, he saw the palm-sized bird on the ground. Ha! Where did that bird come from? Lin Ran walked to the balcony and picked up the bird in surprise, and saw a bloodstain on the bird's wing. Injured, poor thing, but they're still breathing. Lin Ran changed his carry to a cupping and smiled. You're lucky to have met little Master Me. While Lin Ran was observing Chihua was also observing Lin Ran from a close distance. She was quite certain that there was no aura fluctuation on the other party. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder. Was this person doing this because he didn't know what he was doing, or was it because the other party had a special technique to hide his strength too thoroughly? There was no way for her to be sure, but what she could be sure of was that she could stay. But Lin Ran said with some hesitation, raising crows, it shouldn't be against the law, right? Huang. Chapter 19, each has his own thoughts. It was no wonder Lin Ran was hesitant. These days even sparrows were second-class protected animals. Who knew if crows were? But looking at the bird already injured, Lin Ran couldn't possibly throw it out. Who let him have a good heart? Crow? You crow. Old Mom is a vermilion bird. Vermilion bird. Huang struggled with her teeth and claws. However, the breath on her body had just risen when a sharp stabbing pain came from her divine soul. The original fury quickly calmed down as a result. Lin Ran was unaware of the secret exchanges between Chihua and the White Tiger True Lord, and Chihua's frantic roar was just a twittering bird's cry in Lin Ran's ears, and did not have any deterrent effect on Lin Ran. Little thing, the cursing is quite dirty. Lin Ran casually played a terrier, falling in Chihua's ears but like a thunderbolt. Understood? This person actually understood what she said? Could it be that this person really isn't an immortal, but has used some means to hide his cultivation? What was even more frightening was that she couldn't see it at all. What kind of means is this? Stunned to the point of stupefaction, Huang was taken by Lin Ran to sterilize his wounds. Ha ha ha. The White Tiger True Lord laughed indulgently. Laughing openly. Laughing with recklessness. Laughing so hard that he rolled on the ground holding his stomach. In this world, what could be more enjoyable than watching the vermilion bird suffer? It changed its mind. It wants to share the pain with the vermilion bird. White Tiger True Lord dared to let Huang stay. There is another more important reason. Chihua is injured. Although it smelled the smell of blood before, no Chihua injured, but it did not know Chihua injured so seriously. The exchange within the divine soul was certainly more than just a warning. It was a test between it and Chihua for each other, and although it didn't fully feel out Chihua's bottom line, it was certain that the current Chihua was definitely no better than it was. Obviously, breaking through the 10 world seals is not an easy thing. As for its bottom line, Huang was even more puzzled. Therefore, it had nothing to fear. Even if it really fought, Chihua needed to worry more than it did. It was bound to win without a doubt. As long as it didn't give Chihua and Lin Ran the chance to be alone, Chihua didn't pose any threat to it. Now that its relationship with Lin Ran was known to Huang, instead of putting Huang outside and constantly worrying about it doing something to Lin Ran, it would be better to put it under its own nose. Watch it personally. However, Chihua's appearance also gave the White Tiger True Lord a wake-up call. Before it forcibly lifted the contract, Lin Ran was its lifeblood. It had to find a way to give Lin Ran a little self-preservation. Otherwise, if it let people, especially its nemesis, know about it, it would really be dead. Late at night, dots of stars adorned the night sky, faintly visible. Faint moonlight sprinkled down, seems to be a silver feather veil for Chihua. Even if it is the form of a bird, Chihua still gives people a noble feeling. Just at the moment, the wings with wooden sticks and heavy bandages looked very abrupt. It was quietly curled up in the small nest that Lin Ran had built, its eyes tightly closed, looking as if it was asleep. Of course, she wasn't really asleep. At their realm, they didn't need to sleep at all. She was just tired. Heart tired. Who would have thought that one moment she was laughing at the White Tiger, and the next moment she would be slapped in the face? What's worse, the White Tiger laughed until now. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. But she had to endure. At least before finding out the details of the human, she absolutely cannot move. Solely cut off the divine sense, ears do not hear for clean. At the same time Huang cut off his divine sense, White Tiger True Lord converged his smile, yawned lazily, swaggered onto the table, leapt onto the sofa again, and then, slowly walked towards the bedroom. It was only in this moment of inadvertence that the most inconspicuous white porcelain bottle was missing from the table. Bang! The White Tiger True Lord kicked out and slammed the door shut, completely cutting off Huang's prying eyes. And then deftly jumped onto the bed. It looked down at the huffing and puffing Lin Ran, the corner of its forehead twitched fiercely, and in the end, it resisted the urge to slap the other party and spit out the white porcelain vase in its mouth. With a wave of its claws, the porcelain bottle flipped over. A round, dark brown pill fell out, suspended in midair. The medicinal fragrance filled out, and the majestic medicinal power was contained within it. Although it was only the most basic body tempering pill, the pill had already seen the Tao content on top of it, and it was the best of the best pills. It had to be said that this mortal's luck was really good. There was a 7th grade heaven and earth creation Dan in front of him, and an extreme quality body tempering Dan behind him, but unfortunately, this mortal didn't know what he was getting, so he let it take advantage of him. However, it was also fortunate that he didn't know what he was talking about. If he really took the heaven and earth creation pill in his mortal body, he would have been directly burst by the medicinal power. If one were to keep. In the cultivation world, carrying a heavy treasure is a capital offense if you don't have enough strength to back it up. This mortal just blew a few powerful words on the internet and was able to exchange for these treasures, and even concluded a contract with it by chance, solving this big trouble, only to attract Huang because of it. To say the least, this luck seems to be a little bad again. The feelings in his heart swept by. The White Tiger True Lord didn't forget how he was tossed by Lin Ran during the day. It roughly broke open Lin Ran's mouth, and pressed the body-quenching elixir into his mouth with one claw. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and the sleeping Lin Ran smacked his lips as if he had eaten something delicious. Changing his position, he fell asleep again. Unfortunately for Lin Ran, the beautiful dream didn't last too long. Goo 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 goo. Intense abdominal pain forced Lin Ran to get up from the bed and run into the toilet. This night, Lin Ran slept extremely poorly. In addition to constantly running into the restroom, he just kept sweating. Obviously it was already fall weather, but he was like being in the hottest summer heat, sweating profusely. Even turning on the air conditioner and taking a cold shower didn't do any good. Until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, the body's heat gradually dissipated. It was also time to go to work. It is reasonable to say that if you are sick like this, how should you take a day off to go and have a look? But Lin Ran is very clear about Bai Weiguang's dead morality. In the case that he took half a day off yesterday afternoon, it's a toss-up whether or not to approve the leave, and even if he does approve the leave, he'll definitely criticize him severely. Forget it. It's better to do more than less. Originally, Lin Ran thought that he hadn't slept well all night, so he was definitely not in good spirits today, but strangely enough, not only was his spirit extraordinarily good today, but he also felt that his body was unprecedentedly great. It seems that even the cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis that had fallen due to long-term overtime work seemed to be all better. Weird. Really weird. Lin Ran chewed on a bun while stepping into the door of the company with doubts in his mind. As soon as he entered, he was dragged into the hallway. Li Shan? Lin Ran looked at the man who pulled him into the hallway with suspicion. The man's hair was combed with grease, the large red roses on his floral shirt, beckoning to the world, how to look like a playboy style. In addition to Li Shang, who else could it be? Li Shang sneakily glanced around and whispered, "Brother Ran, your position has been topped." Chapter 20, You've been sacked. The position was taken over? Lin Ran stared blankly at Li Shang for 2 seconds and scolded with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about this early in the morning? I've been personally involved in this project. Which stage didn't have my participation? Including the Huashang medical technology side, it is also all me personally going to doc. Who? He was tempted to deceive himself. But he knew that Li Shang would not lie to him. He and Li Shang were not only colleagues in the company, but also college roommates, bunk bed buddies. Li Shang knew his temperament and would never joke about work. Say it, who is it? Lin Ran lowered his head and stuffed the last bun into his mouth. No emotion could be heard in his voice as he gulped down the food. But how could Li Shang not know what Lin Ran was feeling? Lin Ran has paid too much effort and hard work for this project, 3 whole months, running the project during the day, working overtime at night until late at night, being the first to come and the last to go every day. Not only did he want to do a good job on this project, but it was also because of Bai Weiguang's empty promise. As long as you can successfully complete this project, you will be able to take another step up into the company's real management. Looking at everything ready, just need to follow the steps, waiting for a month after the leap fair will be held. But now, the project was suddenly taken away. Who would not be angry? Simply suffocated to death. However, Wei Hung, Li Shang sighed and reached out to pat Lin Ran's shoulder as a sign of comfort. Wei Hung. This name, of course Lin Ran had heard of it. The only son of DL Group's boss Wei Chidong, there were rumors some time ago that Wei Hung had returned from his studies and was about to take over DL Group. So, Wei Guang was taking his project as a favor? Ha! Lin Ran wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. This time, he participated in the development of the Reside in the Face medicinal cosmetics project. Is also the first time that DL Group ventured into the field of medicinal cosmetics. If the project can be successful, DL Group will be in the future in the field of medicinal cosmetics to make a big splash. In one fell swoop, DL Group will become the leading beauty industry. From the perspective of the entire company, there really was no more suitable project than this to take as a stepping stone for this young master. The young master of DL Group needed performance, needed projects, and needed to prepare for taking over the company in the future. What reason did he have to not let it out? No wonder Li Shang didn't call and send a message, but purposely called him out here in the hallway to say this matter. Because this was simply a fact that he couldn't fight against. Who was he to compete with the young master of DL Group? What else could he do but admit defeat? Lin Ran swallowed the bun in his mouth and forced out a smile. Harm. I thought there was something wrong, it's just that I can't be the project leader. Are you really going to endure? Li Shang looked at Lin Ran incredulously, angry and annoyed. Brother, let's be serious, if you can't swallow this, let's go. 8 years. 8 whole years. With your qualifications and ability, if it were another company, you would have been promoted to department manager. We have to be in this DL dead consumption? Lin Ran was speechless for a moment. It's not that he really cares about this job, he has to tolerate it. But since he graduated, he has been involved in beauty research and development projects at DL Group. Because of the specificity of the industry, he had signed a non-compete agreement at the beginning. If he left DL Group, he would not be able to work in the beauty industry for at least 3 years. His 8 years of experience were all wasted. It wasn't that he didn't have the courage to start everything from scratch, it was just that he didn't have a dependency behind him. If you want to settle down in this world, you can only do it steadily. To put it bluntly, the cost of silence was too great. Nonsense again. Lin Ran laughed and put his arm on Li Shang's shoulder, but it's just not being the head of the project. In the future, if we follow the crown prince, we won't be able to eat and drink? Do we still need to look at Wei Guang's face? You. Li Shang was so angry that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Ran patted his shoulder. Okay, hurry back to work, or else when Wei Guang sees it, he might say something ugly again. While saying this, he pushed Li Shang back to his workstation in the cubicle. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw the geeky girl Chow Chow lying on a pillow to catch up on her sleep, the exquisitely dressed Vivian holding a mirror and applying makeup, and the meticulous-looking Lu De wearing black-framed glasses holding his cell phone and smiling a little lewdly. Good morning. Lin Ran greeted towards a few people as usual. Give me 5 more minutes. Xiao Xiao didn't even raise her head a bit, just stretching out a hand and comparing it to a 5. Lu De raised his hand as a greeting, still holding his cell phone. Morning. Vivian faintly greeted, and unhurriedly continued to rub her lipstick. Everything was no different than usual. But then again, it seemed to have all changed. Lin Ran lowered his head sullenly and slowly took the laptop out of his backpack. The fact that the project leader had been replaced was already the nail in the coffin. In addition to him as the project leader, there was almost no effect on the other team members, the same need to do things, the same need to work overtime, and may even be more relaxed than when he was in charge of the project. What did he want? Comfort? Sympathy? These had no substance. We're all laborers, we're all just little people at the mercy of life, so what's to change? When did he become so pretentious? Lin Ran smiled to himself, just how did his heart? So not taste so good? Lin Ran opened the computer, forced himself to cheer up. Even if the sky is falling, the meal must be eaten, work must be done. However, before his but could sit still, he saw a middle-aged man walk out. Suit and black leather shoes, just like an elite person dressed up, just round cheeks and slightly erect beer belly. How to look in that dress is not very coordinated. Come to my office. Wei Guang knocked on Lin Ran's desk, and then looked at several other people with a cold gaze, suddenly frowning. What are you doing during office hours? Groping for fish here? There's still 5 minutes until work time. Xiao Xiao grunted and opened her sleepy eyes. Wei Guang's eyes crossed. What did you say? Lin Ran picked up the folder on the desktop and interrupted. Mr. Bai, it just so happens that I also have something to report to you, let's go. One by one, pay attention to me, this is a company, not your own home. After Bai Weiguang finished his lecture and saw that no one said anything, he turned around and walked away with satisfaction. Lin Ran followed closely behind Bai Weiguang and walked into the vice president's office. General Manager Bai, regarding the process of the medicinal makeup project, Lin Ran opened the folder and was about to report on the process related to the project and do the final handover of work. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Bai Weiguang. You don't have to worry about these things in the future. Bai Weiguang threw a light and fluffy page at Lin Ran. I am now officially informing you that you have been dismissed. Later you will go to the personnel yourself to settle your salary. Chapter 21, Fighting with Me? Ha! Dismissed? Lin Ran looked at the notice of dismissal that was thrown on the ground, his brain buzzed for a moment. A blank. When he heard the name Wei Hung, he had already given up the preparation to fight for the project. But he never thought that what he waited for was a dismissal notice. Lin Ran forced himself to calm down. General Manager Bai, I know that the company has made some adjustments. I can accept handing over the pharmaceutical project. These are not big problems. You know, I'm most familiar with this project, and this project needs me. Needs you? Bai Weiguang sneered. Lin Ran, are you taking yourself too seriously? Lin Ran looked at Bai Weiguang in disbelief. He knew that Wei Hung needed the name of the project, he needed the project to produce results, and he had already made it clear and understandable that he wasn't going to compete for it, so why was he still unable to tolerate him? Lin Ran's stomach of questions eventually turned into 3 words under Bai Weiguang's impatient eyes. Why? Why? Ha! You still have the face to ask why. Bai Weiguang splits his head and says, absenteeism for no reason, not taking the company seriously at all, and you still have the nerve to ask me why exactly. Lin Ran was stunned. Just because he took half a day off, he was going to dismiss himself? Ridiculous. He knew that Bai Weiguang liked to take people as a typical example, but if he was going to directly dismiss himself just because of this reason, how could this not be justified? Lin Ran forced himself to hold back his anger and said in a low voice, I took a vacation. Took a vacation? You've taken a vacation from me? Did I approve it? Bai Weiguang looked at Lin Ran with a straight face. Mr. Bai, half a day off will be fine with the personnel, it just needs to be reported to you. Can this also be used as a reason for dismissal? And I work overtime every day. Overtime? What overtime? Bai Weiguang said in a stern voice, don't be ridiculous, the company has never let you work overtime, it is your voluntary. Besides, you were often absent from the company before, absent without reason, overtime work is also deserved. Lin Ran was shocked and couldn't even speak. How could a project runner stay in the office every day? If he didn't go to washing every day to squat, could this project be negotiated? Bai Weiguang knew all of this and agreed to it. Now he's saying that he's absent from work for no reason? At this moment, Lin Ran was a little cutie. He also saw that Bai Weiguang didn't want to take him as an example, but had decided to let him go. Luckily, he had a heart before, and had the evidence to prove that he hadn't missed work. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. Lin Ran's face was completely cold. Since there's no more to talk about, let's talk about compensation. What compensation? Ha! Bai Weiguang said with a cold sneer, you were dismissed for violating the company's rules, where's the compensation? Suddenly. Bang! Li Sheng kicked the door open and pointed at Bai Weiguang's nose and directly cursed, Bai Weiguang, what the hell are you? Isn't it just that you're looking at Lin Ran's accomplishments and want to steal the credit? You really think everyone is a little cutie. When you're using people, you paint cakes every day, and when you can't use them, you find an excuse to throw them out. Violate company rules? You really have a ing face. Listen to yourself if what you're saying is human. It wasn't that Li Sheng couldn't endure. But if anyone bullied Lin Ran, he absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Speaking of which, he and Lin Ran started out as ordinary college dormitory roommates, because Lin Ran was too mature and stable, not only with him, but also with the entire dormitory was out of place. Until one time, he saw a man beating a woman on the street, he immediately rushed up without saying a word. Originally, this should be a good thing to see justice. But who would have thought that afterward, the woman bit him back and said he was a hooligan. Because it was late at night, there was no surveillance nearby, he was directly put into the detention center. That was the most desperate period of his life, not only because of the beating, he had to face a huge amount of compensation, but also because of this matter made a lot of noise, the school almost had to give him a recognized expulsion punishment. In the end, it was Lin Ran who sent a video from a car recorder to the police station, proving his innocence. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Ran was his savior. So, bullying him was fine, bullying Lin Ran was absolutely not. He had been holding back and letting go before because he knew how important this job was to Lin Ran. But now, there was nothing to talk about. What the hell was he holding back? Li Shang's head-splitting scolding also caused many of the company's employees to look around. Lin Ran got fired? It can't be. Lin Ran is so dedicated, and he can be resigned? What do you know? Seeing that he hasn't been promoted to management after 8 years of work, it's clear that surname by can't possibly let him get ahead. Instead of using him, why don't they recruit more youngsters? It's not the first time surname by has done this. This is not unloading the mill to kill the donkey? Not? You cannot worry about him, or worry about yourself. 30 years old is a hurdle. The crowd mingled and the rustling chatter also reached Bai Weiguang's ears. What are you looking at? I'll get back to work. Bai Weiguang had wanted to resolve this matter quietly. How could he have thought that Li Shang would be eavesdropping outside, and even pick this matter directly into the open? He was suddenly furious and his face turned red. He slapped on the table and pointed at Li Shang's nose. Li Shang, do you not want to do it? Labor has long since stopped wanting to do it. Who the hell are you threatening? Li Shang slapped off Bai Weiguang's hand, took off the employee badge from his neck, and slammed it hard on the ground. The garbage company every day to think of ways to force people to work overtime, but also met you so a dog money thing, all day to squeeze us, a month on a few $1,000s, is not enough than my house a day to collect the rent. Whoever wants to do this job can do it. Good. Bai Weiguang angry face a burst of green a burst of red, angrily said, you now immediately give me to pack things to go. Just go. As soon as Li Shang opened his mouth, he was pulled back by Lin Ran. Li Shang fought for him. There was no way he could be a shrinking violet himself. The money that should be taken, must be taken before leaving. It's fine to let us go. After the compensation that should be paid, we'll leave immediately. Bai Weiguang was furious and said, compensate? What kind of things are you guys? How dare you ask me to pay up? Oh? So you're the one who counts? Lin Ran mocked with a dazed look on his face. Unfortunately, the law says you have to pay up, so you have to pay up. Bai Weiguang, it's illegal to fire an employee without violating any of the company's rules. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Bai Weiguang had already been angered by Li Shang, and by Lin Ran mocking him like this, his face was even harder to see. Solely, he directly tore his face off. So what if the laborer is firing you illegally? What? You still want to sue me? If you have the ability, you sue. Let me tell you, I have people above me. Sue me? I'll wait for you. If you dare to sue me, try it. I guarantee you won't be able to find a job for 3 years, and you'll never be able to find a job again. I'd rather spend $1 million to make you lose your reputation than pay you a penny. Fight with me? Ha! Chapter 22, Threaten me? You are also worthy. Dog coin thing. Li Shang's face was blue, and the expletives in his mouth went straight out. However, in his heart, he had to admit that Bai Weiguang did have an arrogant backbone. After all, Bai Weiguang is the vice president of the DL Group, backed by the DL Group Legal Affairs, Lin Ran, and he is just an ordinary person without background. Can you really fight with Bai Weiguang? Instead, Lin Ran looked at Bai Weiguang with contempt. Ha! There's someone up there? I'd like to see who made you so contemptuous of the law. Wei Qidong? You let him come, I'll see if he dares to say that. It's fine to bluff a new intern with such words, but how can you scare me? Do you think the DL Group can cover the sky with one hand, or do you think that all the courts in the world are run by your family? Not to mention you, even Wei Qidong, what should be compensated will have to be compensated just the same. People want faces, trees want skin, and people who are cheap are invincible. Calling you general manager Bai, do you really consider yourself a person? I don't work for DL Group, you're nothing to me, threatening me? You deserve it too. TSK. Lin Ran smacked his lips at the right time, looking at Bai Weiguang sitting in the boss chair with a disgusted face. Who would have thought that the titular DL Group titular vice president would turn out to be a legally illiterate? There weren't many expletives, but Lin Ran's mockery was drawn out in a straight line. Even Li Shang couldn't help but look sideways at Lin Ran. A thumbs up was given. What did Bai Weiguang care about the most? Face nah. Lin Ran's profanity was absent, but the insults were extremely strong. Not only did it flip Bai Weiguang's carefully crafted successful persona, but it also exposed his shortcomings of insufficient education. With so many people watching outside, it is simply unrealistic for Bai Weiguang to try to keep his mouth shut. Even if on the surface, no one in the company dared to say anything. But the company is dissatisfied with Bai Weiguang. More people do not need to do what he and Lin Ran. Bai Weiguang will be reduced to the industry laughingstock. You. Bai Weiguang, angry, half unable to speak, held half a day, finally a slap on the table. Security. Where are the security guards? Blast them out of here. No need, we'll go by ourselves. Lin Ran dusted off his clothes as if he was disgustedly dusting off the dirt, then, without looking back, walked out of the office and returned to his workstation with Li Shang to start packing up his things. The surroundings were silent, with only the crowd casting sympathetic glances from time to time. Xiao Xiao sneaked over and helped pack up things while secretly giving a thumbs up. Brother Lin, good job. When you go to your new company, remember to fish me out. Lu De pretended to brush his shoulders without thinking, pointed to the vice president's office, and then pointed to his cell phone. Video, pass it on to you later. Lin Ran's dull mood was swept away. Who said that the workplace is only a place where people leave tea? Look. People's hearts for people's hearts, there is always true love. At this time, Vivian, who had already drawn exquisite makeup, picked up her own small bag and urged, just that little thing, how come you two haven't packed it up yet? Lin Ran froze, what are you doing? Resigning, of course. Vivian looked at Lin Ran with a surprised face and said, no one is in front to carry things, why stay in this Thai company? Are you waiting to be fired at 30? Vivian's voice was not hidden at all, and was even deliberately raised. Lin Ran knew that this was specifically for the rest of the company to hear. It was a lie to say that he wasn't moved. He didn't expect everyone to support him so much, and even more so, he didn't expect Vivian to resign directly. Even if it was because the company wasn't doing its job and Vivian herself wasn't going to continue to put up with it, resigning nakedly in itself required courage, not to mention that in this case, it would be targeted together by Bai Weiguang as an accomplice. Alright, you mustn't cry and cry like a pussy. Vivian's sentence instantly made Lin Ran cry and laugh. This really can't be complimented at all. It's still Sister Vivian. Li Shang gave a thumbs up and asked with a smile, where are we going now? To apply for labor arbitration, of course. Lin Ran finished and also became worried. It was painful to say just now, but the reality was cruel. Even if they were able to ask for compensation through the formal legal process, the time and effort they would need to spend as a result would be far more than the compensation they would receive. Not to mention, unemployment is already an established fact. He couldn't just sit around, eating and waiting to die, could he? And then? Lin Ran picked up the box with the packed items and shrugged, where else can I go? Of course it's each to their own home. You don't have a woman in your house, why are you in a hurry to go back? Let's go, let's drink at night. I've been holding it in for a few years now, and today it's not easy to scold Bai Weiguang, so I'm going to celebrate. Li Shang said, and greeted the remaining three in a low voice, everyone come tonight, my treat. Of course no one would refuse someone's treat. Only Lin Ran showed hesitation. Everyone was so supportive of him, so it was logical that this drink should be his treat. But he, unemployed. Li Shang, who could not know what Lin Ran was thinking, smiled and patted a hand on his shoulder, vowing, who are we brothers with who? Don't worry, if you can't survive, my brother will support you. Who are you calling brother, you're not a big boy. Lin Ran slapped Li Shang's hand away in disgust. Of course he knew Li Shang's feelings. But in his 2 lives, he had experienced too many people's hearts, and he understood that feelings could not withstand consumption. A few years ago when he did not buy a house, Li Shang's family has always given him a rent reduction. If not he insisted on giving, Li Shang's family will certainly not receive a penny, but he never felt that Li Shang owed him anything. At the beginning of the help Li Shang, purely just look at the eye. He never thought of repaying him with favors. Okay. You are a brother, okay. Li Shang begged for forgiveness, my own brother, we must get drunk tonight. Drunk? Lin Ran sneered, you're not afraid that your old man will beat you up? Afraid? I'm afraid of nothing. Li Shang stretched his neck and said, whoever doesn't get drunk today is a grandson. Grandson, hello. Go. Evening. It was still a hot pot and KTV in one line. This night, everyone ate, drank, fought, and then yelled at Bai Weiguang together. Lin Ran's taut nerves also loosened up. From crossing into this world, he had been conscientious and disciplined, not daring to make a wrong step, because he had no cause to make a mistake. He was too tired to live. He just wanted to rest and have a good rest. Lin Ran was so drunk that he went home and fell asleep. But the hangover was only a brief paralysis, and after sobering up, he still had to face the cruel reality. Mortgage, living expenses. All of it couldn't be separated from money. So as soon as he opened his eyes the next day, Lin Ran devoted himself to finding a job. However, one week after another, the resumes that Lin Ran had sent out all disappeared into the sea. Chapter 23. Does he have a fetish for being abused? Obviously, Bai Weiguang wasn't making a big deal out of it, but was actually utilizing his connections to shut down Lin Ran, forcing Lin Ran to be soft. Of course Lin Ran couldn't beg Bai Weiguang. Originally, under the constraints of the non-compete agreement, there was no way for him to continue to engage in the industry he was previously associated with, but if Bai Weiguang really didn't intend to lose money, after 3 months, he could still continue to engage in this industry. The prerequisite was that he could find a next home. Lin Ran simply do not make a choice, direct sea casting, whether it is related, unrelated industries, dry, not dry positions, he will try, he is most not afraid of suffering. The big deal is to start again from the beginning. He didn't believe that Bai Weiguang could really cover the sky with one hand. Soon, Lin Ran received interview invitations from several companies. In a modest office, the young-looking interviewer scrutinized Lin Ran. You're 30? Yes. Lin Ran frowned slightly. What's the problem? You're this old and you're still looking for a job? The interviewer skimmed his eyes, seeming somewhat disgusted. Lin Ran was all pissed off and laughed. 30 was considered big? Then those over 35 should go to hell? Besides, the age was stated on the online resume, so if the age didn't match, why did he still send him an invitation for an interview? Calling people over and then insulting them? No one says you have to work for a company for the rest of your life, right? You guys didn't say there's an age limit on this recruitment either. You think I'm old, so how old does that meet your requirements? Around 20. Around 20 and you want 5 years of experience? Where do you get 5 years of experience? From 15 years old illegal child labor? For this kind of strange company, Lin Ran didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly moved on to the next interview without hesitation. But to the contrary, one oddball after another. Where are you from? From out of town? You can't do this job. Our line of work mainly recruits girls, you're not suitable, besides you can't survive young people at your age. We're a startup, and we need to recruit not regular employees, but partners. We need to be super stress resistant, fully committed to the company's work, the future of the company listed, there must be your shares. Your major doesn't match our position, your undergraduate degree isn't from a prestigious school, and you're the oldest among the people interviewed today. Please tell me what's the reason we chose you? Geographical discrimination, age discrimination, gender discrimination, education discrimination. There were even group interviews that drew Pai on the spot, simply to increase attention and fans for their self-media accounts. Even Lin Ran felt as if he had violated the laws of heaven and earth. Half a month of frustration had completely sunk Lin Ran's heart to the bottom, and he returned home with a beer in his hand, nestled on the sofa, and poured one can after another into his mouth. Smoothly carried Cola into his arms, while jerking the cat, sighed, Cola, in the future we have to save a little bit, you really can't eat cat canned food this time. Who cares about your family's canned cat? White Tiger True Lord showed his teeth for a while, and finally gave up struggling, obediently nestled in Lin Ran's arms and squinted his eyes. Holding said, this jerking off was quite comfortable. Lin Ran picked up his cell phone, looked down at the bank text message prompts on the screen, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Saving food and money for so many years, it is not easy to save some money, but the old ragged is small now living, thinking that it is considered to have a place to live in this world, who thought that once hit back to the original form. Every month 3,000 mortgage, for the monthly salary of tens of thousands of him, is nothing. But now he is unemployed. A 6-figure deposit at the beginning of a word couldn't support him for long. He is to save again, the mortgage must also be paid. After all, the bank doesn't care if you're unemployed or not. Shouldn't he now be grateful that he hadn't gotten married and had children or fallen in love, and that there was no sick old man at home to be a drag, and he wouldn't have to go through another test of life? But he, too, was really lonely. Lin Ran clunked a big mouthful of wine, adding a hint of drunkenness to his eyes. Want to buy osmanthus flowers to buy wine in the end is not like teenagers travel. The teenager does not know the taste of sadness. For the assignment of new words, and now know all the taste of sadness, want to say it. Hew your ancestors. By Wagwang, you count how old? Threaten the laborer. What are you based on? You. Whimpering cries came out of Lin Ran's mouth. A person who had traveled to this strange world, he didn't cry. He hadn't cried when he was isolated as a youth. He didn't cry when he had no one to rely on and had to fight for everything on his own. When he was young and had to rely on his part-time job to earn tuition, he never cried. Because he knew that crying could not solve any problem. He swallowed his own bitterness. There will be a day when he will be able to get over it. But why did he want to cry so much today? He never wished for a golden finger, never wished to get rich overnight. He just wanted. Just an ordinary person who wants to live a good life. Why? He lived so hard, why couldn't he even fulfill such a simple request? What did he do wrong to be caught by fate like this? This ed-up world. Cola, how come my life is so bitter, how come it's so bitter? 555, the drunken Lin Ran rubbed his snot and tears straight onto the white cat in his arms. The white tiger true lord's anger climbed higher and higher. Asshole. Waste. You're a chi refining stage cultivator and you're being bullied by immortal, and you still have the face to cry. Holding a bunch of treasures as trash. How do you have the face to say that your life is miserable? The white tiger true lord couldn't stop cursing in its heart. Of course it wouldn't really say this to Lin Ran, it even put a ban in Lin Ran's ears in order to not let him know of its existence. Because it would never tolerate someone writing on its head. To be its master. Feeling Huang's prying eyes, the white tiger true lord immediately glared viciously. What are you looking at? Not only did Huang not avoid the white tiger true lord's eyes, but her gaze burned. She had never given up on coveting the 9-colored neon phoenix. Unfortunately, during this period of time, Lin Ran was almost never at home, and even when he came back, he quickly went into the bedroom, so she simply didn't have the opportunity to feel out Lin Ran's bottom line. Now that the opportunity was delivered before her eyes, how could she let it go? Your master seems to have been bullied? White Tiger True Lord looked at Huang coldly. What are you trying to say? Nothing. Huang held a smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm just curious, since he's not immortal, how come he's still being bullied? The White Tiger True Lord was dismissive. What do you know? This is called immersion play. What's immersion play? Huang's eyes were filled with doubt. She had been sealed for 1,000 years and had been recuperating from her injuries during this time, so she was not familiar with these modern terms. In fact, the White Tiger True Lord didn't really understand it either, but these 3 years under Lin Ran's tutelage, it had learned by ear, and now that its divine soul had been revived, the memories of its previous 3 years of living here hadn't disappeared either. Even if it didn't understand, it could still learn now. White Tiger True Lord said with a scornful face, simply put, it is to think of yourself as a true mortal, integrating into the life of the mortal realm, and experiencing the life, sickness, and death of mortals. This is called the Great Concealment in the City. What's so great about experiencing being bullied? Is he having a fetish for being abused? Chapter 24 Where is the justice to be found? Huang cocked his head and looked at the White Tiger True Lord with an odd expression. A fetish for being abused? How is this person so strange? White Tiger True Lord's corner of the eye twitched. It's been said that it's playing, it's part of cultivation, understand? Don't understand. Huang raised his head proudly. I only know that whoever dares to bully me, I have to fight back, no matter who he is. He's being bullied, and he's just going to put up with it? You're going to put up with it too? Huang frowned at White Tiger True Lord, seemingly completely unable to understand. White Tiger True Lord couldn't speak for a moment. It glanced down at the drowsy Lin Ran with a bit of hateful indignation. Huang's words were right. In their dictionary, there was never such a thing as being bullied. Even if Lin Ran had unintentionally concluded a contract with him. Even if it didn't care if Lin Ran died or lived. But it absolutely could not be bullied. It's a disgrace. By Wei Guang, right? Waiting. Of course I won't endure. The White Tiger True Lord grinned. Guard the home, I'll go and come back, if I come back with a hair less. Its aura changed, and its killing intent suddenly erupted. Kill you. White Tiger True Lord stepped out, the figure quietly disappeared into the night. It not only did not take the 9-colored neon phoenix away, even the position where it was placed before did not move. Because of this, Huang was instead somewhat uncertain. Whether the White Tiger True Lord really didn't care, or was hiding in the shadows and hadn't gone far at all, wanting to test her. So, she didn't start moving immediately. It's not that she was afraid of the White Tiger True Lord's threat, it's just that these days she had even less contact with Lin Ran, but she also vaguely sensed the aura on Lin Ran's body if there was any. She still needed to continue observing and observing. Nestled in the sofa, Lin Ran was like a fish on the verge of death, not moving a muscle. But his head was dizzy and he couldn't sleep, so he simply opened his eyes again and swiped his cell phone. Boring segments. Boring episodes. Boring people. Anything looked boring. Turning off the video software, Lin Ran opened the chat software again. Apart from spam ads and subscription number content recommendations, there were no messages. Li Shang also didn't know what he had done. Before, when Luda passed the video over, Li Shang said in a big way that he would publish it, and now half a month has passed and there is not even a splash. I don't know if Li Shang is embarrassed, or also in frustration. This period of time has not sent him a message. Turning off the screen, Lin Ran couldn't help but open it again, flipping around for a long time, not knowing what to do or what he could do. In the end, his eyes landed on the SpiritNet app. Ever since he lost his job, he hadn't opened SpiritNet, didn't have the time, didn't have the mood. Now, perhaps only SpiritNet could put him in a better mood. He tapped his finger and opened SpiritNet. The familiar interface was full of new postings. I'm a medical practitioner who sells abortion pills every day. I say, can you physical practitioners exercise some moderation? Is the spirit animal of the Imperial Beast Sect good to eat? I've eaten a lot of wild ones, but I haven't tasted the beast sects, so I'll try one some other day. Acacia's Sect little brother said to find the master to play fencing, let the master find him in the middle of the night. Although there are a lot less IDs that were familiar before, the Spirit Network is still as lively as ever, and a lot of sideways language C players are very active and keep provoking on the Spirit Network. Lin Ran smiled and continued to scroll down. Suddenly, he froze. Even his drunkenness woke up for a few moments. Tong Tian Sect leader, did we ghost cultivators invite you to mess with you? You punked us so much. Lin Ran? As soon as the post was opened, Lin Ran felt the resentment and aggression laying in the sky. Do we ghost cultivators have to eat people? We ghost cultivators must be evil cultivators? Who on earth gave that definition? They all say that we ghost cultivators are rats in the gutter, harming people. Who exactly have we harmed? Now just because of a single word from Lord Tong Tian, you self-proclaimed righteous people are arresting us ghost cultivators who honestly sucked in grievances to be experiments. Dissecting ghost bodies and taking ghost fire. Enduring the torture of non-ghosts. Who in the end is the true evil cultivator? We don't get justice in life, and we're tortured by you after we die. There's no justice in this world. Yes, where is justice? Lin Ran felt the same way for a moment. Although this is only a language C player's role-playing game, but who says that the ghost cultivator must be defined as an evil cultivator? Who says that a ghost cultivator must be defined as an evil cultivator and must be punished by everyone? He looked at the clear replies below that were fighting for him, and it was like seeing a mockery of his own real life. One word from Bai Huang and his job was gone. Wasn't it like the Tong Tian Sect leader he played casually saying one word that directly cut off the ghost cultivator's life? Is the little guy just going to have to succumb to fate? Yunhai Mansion. Su Guan crossed his legs in his office, slowly brushing the spirit net. It wasn't that he was being lazy. As one of the most important sources of intelligence in the cultivation world, the spirit net was also part of the law enforcement division's daily work. Unfortunately, recently, quite a few people were in seclusion due to the samsara flame, and there were many fewer sources of intelligence. On the contrary, taking advantage of the small number of people, many demons and monsters dared to come out to provoke, like this poster named Ghost Lighting Lantern, Sect Leader Tong Tian, we ghost cultivators have recruited you to mess with you? You are so pitiful to us. Oh. Just by looking at the title, he knew that it was related to the recent purge. The attraction of the Samadhi True Flame was indeed great, and as the Taoist supreme cultivation fire, it wasn't something that could only be cultivated by Dan cultivators or artifact cultivators, and there were quite a few people in the cultivation world who had tried it. Of course he had also tried, just that on one hand he didn't have that time, and on the other hand he really didn't have that talent either. One could only give up. Samadhi True Flame was a good thing, yes, but not everyone had to be refined into Samadhi True Flame. Cultivating the Samadhi True Flame requires too much time and effort. Even if it is refined, it may not be beneficial to the current realm, but more of a distraction from the cultivation time. The loss would not be worth the gain. So there were many people like him who gave up. Of course, there were also quite a few people who hit on the idea of the Underworld ghost flame. Compared to the Samadhi true flame, the Underworld ghost flame was more mature and didn't need to cultivate itself. It wasn't much more fragrant than the Samadhi true flame. As a result, many cultivators spontaneously organized a ghost cultivator purge. For the ghost cultivators, it was a disaster. For the law enforcement division, it was a happy event. Ghost cultivators are evil cultivators, and are one of the key targets of the law enforcement division. These cultivators organized their own purges, greatly reducing the pressure on the law enforcement division. He was able to sit here and slowly look for clues on the spirit network in the case of the Leap Fair schedule coming up. Huang's whereabouts are still unknown, and the pet hospital incident has not made much progress. Rather, I didn't expect that these ghost cultivators would still dare to venture out, and that they would want to step on the Tong Tian Sect master's name to stir up trouble. As one of the Tong Tian Sect master's only two close friends, he certainly couldn't just sit back and watch. Chapter 25 Law Enforcement, what is law? Without saying a word, Sugwon struck up his cell phone keyboard. Joke. An evil cultivator would admit to being an evil cultivator? As ghost cultivators, their grudges will be heavy. No matter how honest you were in life, as long as you become a ghost cultivator, you won't be able to restrain the resentment in your heart, and it's hard to suppress the most primitive tyranny in your heart, so swallowing the souls of living creatures to enhance your cultivation is your instinct. Such a vicious cultivation method, what is it if not an evil cultivator? Even without the words of Lord Tong Tian, our law enforcement division will absolutely not be able to let you go. You ghost cultivators did so many evil things before, and you only know regret now? It's too late. Sugwon snapped and knocked on the send. His heart was instantly much more comfortable. Not a moment passed. Ding! Sugwon received a reply. Sect leader Tong Tian? Sugwon looked at the prompt on his cell phone and his brows colored with joy. Ever since the last time Sect Master Tong Tian discussed the 10 essence flames on the spirit net, he had never bubbled up again. He just didn't have the chance to climb into friendship even if he wanted to. He didn't expect the Tong Tian Sect Master to be online at this time. Needless to say, this big brother must have seen what he just said and supported him. This was a good time for friendship. Sugwon couldn't wait to open the Tong Tian Sect leader's reply, but in the next second, he was dumbfounded. Wrong. Big mistake. Wrong? Who was wrong? Him? Sugwon looked left and right, completely unable to understand. He suspiciously sent a message towards the Tong Tian Sect leader, sent to the wrong person? A new reply was quickly received. That's right, it's about you. Sugwon was confused. He was wrong? What was he wrong about? He had said every word of truth and every word of reason, so who was the Tong Tian Sect leader to say that he was wrong? What's more, he was helping the Tong Tian Sect leader. What did the Tong Tian Sect leader mean by this reply? The more Sugwon thought about it, the more he felt stifled in his heart. That's right. Sect leader Tong Tian was the master of the Dan Dao. Sect leader Tong Tian is high above the rest. It wasn't as if he, Sugwon, couldn't tolerate other people's criticisms. But people always have to have a right and wrong. If Tong Tian Sect Master can't say a 1, 2, 3, 2, he Sugwon is not convinced. Sugwon knocked down 4 words very stiffly. Where did I go wrong? The news of the Tong Tian Sect Master bubbling up on the Spirit Net instantly drew the attention of the Spirit Net crowd. There was no other reason. The first time Tong Tian Sect Master had bubbled up, he had directly blown up the entire net. Now it was even more shocking. Because of the Ghost Cultivator, he was going head to head with the people from the Law Enforcement Division. In the end, what do you want to do? Law Enforcement Division is no longer want to lose face. This breath is also impossible to swallow, right? What's more, the Law Enforcement Division is a member of the Cultivation Order. The Law Enforcement Division is the defender of the order of the cultivation world. The Majesty was provoked. How could there be no reaction at all? It was also just as the crowd expected. Sect leader Tong Tian's reply immediately caused the Law Enforcement Division's crowd to become dissatisfied. They had read and reread what Sugwon had said. They didn't see where there was a mistake at all. If Sugwon hadn't spoken in the name of the Law Enforcement Division, it wouldn't have mattered what Sect leader Tong Tian had said about him. But Sugwon had already made it clear that he was a member of the Law Enforcement Division, so what Sect leader Tong Tian had said was not just talking about Sugwon himself, but rather a direct slap in the face of the Law Enforcement Division. What is the Department of Law Enforcement? It's the rules. It was order. Even if Sect leader Tong Tian was the master of the Dandao, so what? If you want to step on the law enforcement division, don't blame the law enforcement division for showing no mercy. The Hall of Humanity is actually helping a ghost cultivator? Simply unconscionable. Ghost cultivators are evil and poisonous, they are a scourge to the four directions, they deserve to die. The three divisions are wrong. Is it possible that I, the Department of Law Enforcement, am also wrong? Joke, how many evil things have ghost cultivators done, how many lives have they harmed? I can't argue with that. How can we, the righteous, be confused with evil cultivators? All cultivators, when upholding the righteous path, to protect the peace of the living world with the spirit of the great, these ghost cultivators to achieve their goals by any means necessary, the brutalization of innocence, law enforcement division with the sword of justice to cut down the evil, what's wrong with that? In terms of overall strength, the law enforcement division was not considered the number one force in the cultivation world. But in terms of numbers, it definitely ranked first. One by one, the law enforcement division officers spoke sharply and without mercy. They were warning Sect leader Tong Tian that Su Guan had someone behind him and wasn't fighting alone. At the same time, they were also telling the Tong Tian Sect lord with practical actions. The majesty of the law enforcement division could not be provoked. Fu and Home's neighborhood. Chihua carefully moved his paws and approached step by step towards the table where the nine-colored neon phoenix was placed. Without the barrier of the white tiger true lord, she clearly felt the fluctuation of aura on Lin Ran's body. It was very weak, so weak that it was not much different from those mortals who had just induced chi into their bodies. What special status could such a person have? The white tiger shouldn't be cluing her in, right? Huang narrowed her eyes, her head thinking quickly while probing her claws towards the rosewood cloud-patterned box. Suddenly. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lin Ran looked at Su Guan's reply and laughed, laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He asked me where I was wrong? Ha ha ha! Lin Ran looked up without seeing the figure of Kola, so he directed his gaze at Huang, laughing and pointing at the cell phone screen. He actually asked me where I went wrong. Huang's paw that had just been extended stopped in mid-air. She had been discovered? Her body stood stiffly in place, looking warily at Lin Ran, only to see that the man was as mad as hell, crying and laughing as he tapped the cell phone screen. Ha ha ha! What instinct! What evil insidiousness! What scourge for the four directions! Fart! It's all fart! In the cultivation world, weakness is the original sin. These grand excuses are nothing more than a cloak for evil to make lawlessness legal. People are bullied for being good. If not for the injustice that befell them in their lives, why would they be reduced to ghost cultivators? Ghost cultivators are equally human, why can't they be treated fairly? Law enforcement, what is law? Law is justice, is fairness. The law is not tolerant is to be built on the basis of the law, not because of its fault to condemn, but instead because of its identity and the argument of the crime. How were they to talk about the law? As soon as Lin Ran's passage was sent out, the entire spirit net was in an uproar. How come Sect leader Tong Tian is so vulgar this time? It shouldn't be that he's had his number stolen, right? Ghost cultivator injustice? Ha! Are those mortals who were killed by ghost cultivators not unjust? Ghost cultivator injustice to be evil, those by the ghost cultivator destroyed family, those who were brutally killed and who to find reason to go. Words cannot be said like this. Tong Tian Godfather also did not say that the ghost cultivator must be right, he only said to be treated fairly, to the crime. That's right, if the ghost cultivator really committed the sin of killing them is indeed not too much, but if the ghost cultivator did not do anything, it is indeed unfair to treat them with such cruel means. You guys know. If ghost cultivators don't commit crimes now, can you still guarantee that they won't commit crimes for the rest of their lives? This is called early strangulation. The crowd had their own words. But there was one thing that the crowd could not deny. Ghost cultivators were also human. Chapter 26. Why don't we make a bet? Hiking the dragon's backbone for 3,000 miles, and asking about the 300 valleys in Beilu. Beilu is a famous dangerous place in China, and there are countless mysterious caves lurking in the hundreds of valleys within it. Some caves have narrow entrances and cannot be explored in depth. Some are so deep that strange creatures seem to lurk in them, and some often emit strange sounds that make people's bones creepy. Such a dangerous place, but the favorite of adventure enthusiasts. With the development of a team of adventure enthusiasts, a mysterious place exposed to the world. Fotuya Bodhisattva Cave, Lingwangdio Cave, Rim Valley Lingyun Cave, Soap Valley Lotus Cave. There are rumors that there are cultivators in these caves. Just no one has ever seen them. These developed caves are only one of the 9 cows above the northern foothills. More caves are located in the cliffs and mountains. Even heavy adventure enthusiasts do not dare to easily wade into. Therefore, no one knows that there is a cave on the cliffs. No one knows that there are other caves in the cave. This is exactly where the Endless Demon Sect landed. The cave was naturally divided into a stone house, which was furnished with stone beds, stone tables, stone chairs, etc. However, most of the rooms were vacant, and only a few rooms had traces of life. In the largest cave house, 2 people were sitting opposite each other, playing chess. The man dressed in Xian clothes with a short beard impatiently urged, "Hurry up, hurry up. Playing a game of chess is a pain in the ass. Are you unable to afford to lose? If you can't play, you mess up. Wei Yinxian, after so many years, you're still just this one trick?" The white-robed old man smiled and stroked his white beard. Unhurriedly pressed a black seed. "You lose." Before the words fell, Wei Yinxian overturned the chessboard with one hand. "It's a pity, just now if you move here, you win." The white-robed old man wasn't annoyed either, smilingly waving his hand. The chessboard then settled down on the countertop, and the black and white pieces each landed in the chess pot. "One more game? No, no. For hundreds of years, you have won every time. It's not interesting at all." Wei Yinxian waved his hand repeatedly and directly took out his cell phone and swiped it. "Yo, today is really lively." Wei Yinxian saw the heated discussion on the Spirit Online, and came down with interest. An inattention, someone in law enforcement division dry up, or because of the ghost cultivator, how can he not put together this lively? He hurriedly clicked on the post made by Ghostlighting, and saw the words posted by Lin Ran. Good, ah. Wei Yinxian slammed his thighs, that's a great thing to say. All are human races, why shouldn't they be treated fairly? What bull famous sects, what bastard heavenly destiny orthodoxy, all a bunch of moralistic beasts. These hypocrites are all fake benevolence and righteousness. Every day they say that they want to protect the living. The blood stained on their hands is not less than my Wei Yinxian, and their methods are more cruel than my endless demon sect. They are a group of devils in human skin. Sect leader Tong Tian is truly a member of my generation. Wei Yinxian became more and more agitated the more he spoke, as if he had seen a fellow confidant through space. They were merely different in the gong methods they practiced. They were merely transforming baneful and demonic qi into their own. These hypocrites have labeled them as evil cultivators. On what grounds? They hunkered down in this hole all day long. In the end, who is the trouble? Speaking, Wei Yinxian suddenly sounded a beat, turned his head to look at the white-robed old man, and said with a curious face, "Hey, old man Shu, who in the world is this Tong Tian sect leader? Surprisingly, he is helping you ghost cultivators to speak." That's right. The one who was called Old Man Shu by Wei Yinxian was precisely a ghost cultivator. In the world's cognizance, ghost cultivator in life are people who suffered great injustice. In life, there is no way to seek justice. After death, there is no place to redress the grievances. How can they not be resentful? The heavier the grievance, the more likely it is to become a ghost cultivator by chance. In reality, this is just one of the ways to become a ghost cultivator. This kind of relies on the accumulation of grievances to walk on earth and relies on instinct to devour living souls, and is only the lowest level of ghost cultivator. Most people don't realize that cultivators can also actively become ghost cultivators. If a cultivator can reach the realm of refining the spirit and returning it to the void, and cultivate the body of the most true, then the yangshin can go out of the body. If they are not careful, their physical body is destroyed. Can also practice special techniques to go back to the ghost road, equivalent to an additional life. Of course. Absolutely no one will take the initiative to give up their physical body and go directly to the ghost path. For one thing, death itself has uncertainty. Even if the cultivation of Yangshin may not be able to successfully embark on the path of ghost cultivation, more likely to be the soul flying away. Secondly, ghost cultivators rely on in qi and grievance qi to cultivate, and it is very easy to suffer from the erosion of grievance qi, and eventually lose one's mind. More importantly, the third point is that although ghost cultivators are immortal, their upper limit is limited, and there is simply no way to achieve supremacy. And the heavenly tribulation is far more dangerous than the righteous path. Most of the ghost cultivators, in the end, will end up with a soul, and even some have not had time to respond to the heavenly tribulation. Was the righteousness of the people to join forces to eliminate? Take the ghost road. It was really a helpless move. I don't know. Old Man Shu held black in one hand and white in the other, playing chess with himself. eyelids did not even raise a bit. Wei Yinxian wondered, why don't you care at all? Why should I care? Old Man Chu pressed a white chess piece, smiled faintly and said, Ghost Cultivator's current situation, is it who can change it with 1 or 2 words? Could it be that you, Wei Yinxian, could walk up to the law enforcement division and yell that you want to be treated fairly? Wei Yinxian was momentarily dumbfounded. The situation of ghost cultivators and devil cultivators was extremely similar, the same human race, but the same being disallowed by the righteous path. Only, demon cultivators were more active in the cultivation world. Ghost cultivators, on the other hand, had violated the taboos of the mortal realm. There was a default iron rule in the cultivation world. Cultivators were not allowed to interfere in the affairs of mortals and were not allowed to disrupt the order of the mortal realm. Compared to the devil cultivators' disinterest in mortal life, the ghost cultivators started with targeted revenge. Even if not all ghost cultivators have their hands stained with blood, who can guarantee that those low-level ghost cultivators can hold back the hatred in their hearts? Ghost cultivators kill, also be killed. This was nothing to talk about. There was absolutely no way that their situation would change because of 1 or 2 words from Sect leader Tong Tian. Did it still matter who Sect leader Tong Tian was? Not important. But Wei Yin blinked first. Old Man Chu, why don't we make a bet? No bet. Old Man Chu bluntly refused. Wei Yinxian was instantly infuriated. With a wave of his big hand, the black and white pieces were mixed together and spilled onto the ground, making a tinkling and crunching sound. Stinky old man, you've been watching me for hundreds of years, that's enough. Wei Yinxian stood up with a huff and looked at Old Man Chu viciously. Chu Tianqing, you're dead. You're all dead. You're now a ghost cultivator that everyone is shouting at, an evil cultivator. If you walk out of the endless cave, those hypocrites will blast you just the same. What the hell are you holding on to? Chu Tianqing slightly raised his eyelids. What? Want to fight again? Just fight, who's afraid? Chapter 27. Waiting for too long. Wei Yinxian's mouth said he wanted to fight, but he sat down on his butt. He had been watched like he was in jail for hundreds of years. He had long since had enough. He hated to kill Chu Tianqing. Of course. If he had the chance, Chu Tianqing would kill him just the same. It was just that neither of them could kill the other, which was why Chu Tianqing had used his body as a prisoner, confining him in this endless cave. Fighting was nothing more than unnecessary attrition. It is detrimental to others. Although Wei Yinxian sat down, his voice was not weak at all. Tong Tian Sect Master is right, the law is just and fair, the law does not tolerate mercy is to be built on the basis of the law. What exactly have I committed? You want to look at me in these hundreds of years? Instead of convicting me for being wrong, you are arguing that I am guilty because I am a demonic cultivator. You Chu Tianqing are not worthy to talk about the law. Chu Tianqing, who was once again holding a chessboard, his hand slightly lurched. This person sounds like he has some karma with my Dharma family. More than some karma, if I say Tong Tian Godfather is the teacher of your legal family, learn it well. Wei Yinxian grunted twice. I slightly turned. How is it, bet or not? Chu Tianqing raised his eyes, adding a rare hint of seriousness in his demeanor. How do you want to bet? Simple. Wei Yin first snapped his fingers. Let's just bet on whether or not the Tong Tian Sect Master can come to be fair. If I win, you leave immediately, we don't interfere with river water. If you lose? Wei Yin first pointed to his temple. I'll twist my head down to give you a ball to kick. Then you will lose. Chu Tianqing snorted and pressed a black piece on the newly recovered chessboard. Extinction. In a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Lin Ran City. New movie promotion meeting, press conference, book signing. Whole day, I'm about to vomit from exhaustion. The young pretty girl, touching the furry ears on her head, complained dissatisfiedly towards the mature and sensible-looking woman next to her. Sister Huang, we are demons, don't be so desperate. Red Moon lightly glanced at the girl. Put your ears away. What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here. The young girl was not the least bit bothered, casually playing with her fluffy tail. Xingli. Red Moon tapped the pipe in her hand, looking serious. You must always remember that you are now a human being and not a demon. Your identity must not be exposed, and you must not take it lightly no matter what. We can only be safe if we live openly and honestly in human society. Xingli was stunned and put her ears and tail away in silence. Thousands of years ago, the leader of the human race, Xiao Jinghan, in order to lobby the demon race to join hands to fight against the demon race, promised that the human and demon races would always be on the same page and be as close as family. Demons are sincere and willing to be the vanguard of exorcism. In that battle, the demon race suffered heavy losses, especially the top strength of the strongest almost depleted. Since then, the demon race has been devastated. At first, it was fine, but with the weakness of the demon race, some human races reneged on their trust and disregarded the 1,000-year covenant, and over the years, especially in the last 100 years, there have been more and more cases of hunting and capturing demon race in secret. In order to protect themselves, the demon race could only live scattered in the mortal realm. If they wanted to survive, they had to live openly and honorably, letting everyone know of their existence. Because only then, those acts of capturing and killing them would have a huge impact on the mortal realm, and this, absolutely, could not be tolerated by the law enforcement division before those people dared to do whatever they wanted. Therefore, the brighter and more honorable it was, the safer they would be. Just how much longer do we have to endure? Qingli clenched her slender hands tightly, her shoulders shrugging slightly. Every day, they lived in uneasiness, every day, they lived in fear. They were demons. Yet they had to disguise themselves as humans. Such a life was truly too painful, too painful. Red Moon did not answer, only a sharp edge flashed through her slightly raised eyes. Half a month later, you will go to Haibei City to participate in the opening ceremony performance of the Leap Fair. Haibei City? Harnessing the beast fast. Qingli raised her head furiously and said with an excited expression, the plan is about to start? Meow. Without waiting for Hongyu to reply, a cat call interrupted the two. Immediately afterward, a three-flower civet cat jumped onto the sofa. Little civet, what brings you here? Qingli took the three-flower civet cat into her arms and dotingly rubbed her little head. The three-flower civet cat also rubbed her arm affectionately, letting out a meowing little milky sound. Red Moon tapped her pipe helplessly. Little civet, it's been said many times that you need to practice turning into a human and talking like a human so you can disguise yourself better in the future. Little Beaver licked her paws and turned into a little girl with two pointed ears and a long tail. The soft and sticky little face was filled with a mask of pain. But Sister Red Moon, it's really hard. Even if it's hard, you have to practice. Red Moon said in a deep voice, cats are the most common animal in human society. If you live in human society as a cat, what if you were captured and abused? Sister Red Moon, I'm not a child anymore, those ordinary people can't hurt me at all. The little beaver's smug expression lasted only 2 seconds before she honestly put it away under Red Moon's threatening eyes. She nestled in Qingli's arms, drooped her ears, and muffled her voice, little beaver knows. Alright, just don't talk about her. Qingli interrupted Hongyu's lecture and looked at the little beaver in her arms. At this time of the day, shouldn't you be in cultivation? How come you still have time to come over? Little Civet remembered the main event and hurriedly said, Uncle Ape asked me to gather everyone on the spirit net, saying that I want to support Sect leader Tong Tian. Oh? Qingli looked at Little Beaver in surprise. What happened? Uncle Ape said that Sect Master Tong Tian is fighting with the law enforcement division and wants to seek justice for the ghost cultivators. Little Beaver doesn't understand, isn't this their human race's business? Why should we get involved? Little Beaver cocked his head and looked at Red Moon and Qingli with a confused expression. Red Moon whispered, do you remember Sister Qingyu and Brother Night Crow? Of course I remember. Little Beaver said angrily, they were captured by bad people to be beast pets. All the people from the beast harnessing lodge are big bad guys. They captured many of our companions. That's right. Red Moon said with a straight face, we also need fairness. Supporting Sect leader Tong Tian is supporting ourselves. Little Beaver could not understand. But when she realized that this matter concerned the entire demon clan, her palm-sized little face immediately became serious as well. I'll immediately go gather everyone. Little Beaver reappeared as a three-flower civet cat, made a jump, and left the villa. Through the spirit net, they were also able to contact each other. However, the spirit net was after all made by the human race, and they were still extremely wary of it. Only after the little beaver left did Red Moon look at Qingli with a hint of coldness in her voice. Prepare properly. Of course I have to prepare properly, these mongrels. Qingli clenched her fists with a face of indignation. I've waited for this moment for far too long. Chapter 28 Downfall After Downfall. In the cultivation world, whether ghost cultivators should be killed or not was never an issue. The image of ghost cultivators killing innocents and plaguing the mortal realm had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and for this reason, when the argument of stifling ghost cultivators ahead of time to prevent the harm from arising was put forward, it was met with an overwhelming majority of people's approval. There were also those who believed that although ghost cultivators should be killed, they shouldn't be abused in such a way. These people who captured ghost cultivators as experiments, dissected ghost bodies, and extracted ghost fire gave themselves a veneer of nobility, selflessness, and righteousness, but were unable to hide the fact that they were cruel and abusive. Such things should be stopped. Another part of the population believed that since ghost cultivators were able to treat others with cruelty, they should also be treated with cruelty, so that they too could experience the pain of a life worse than death. As for taking ghost fire, destined to die anyway, it would be better to make the best use of things. And so, the debate about ghost cultivators on the Spirit Online also changed from whether they should be killed or not in the beginning, to how they should be killed. And just at this time, a large number of discordant voices suddenly emerged on the Spirit Online. Ha ha ha, see? Did everyone see that? This is the human race, regardless of right or wrong, as long as they are not human they deserve to die. Ha ha ha. In terms of cruelty of means, isn't your human race cruel? You human race brutalized our demon race, should you not be killed? Back then, in order to let my demon race to be the pioneer of the exorcism, said what human and demon two races forever end the same good, intimate as a family, this 1,000 years you secretly hunt and capture our demon race is not less? What crime should you people commit? The human race has reneged on its promise and disregarded the 1,000-year covenant. In terms of deserving to die, you human race really deserve to die. For the sake of our demon race's safety, shouldn't you people apologize with your deaths? Law enforcement, what is law? If you ask me, the law enforcement division deserves to die even more for indulging in sin. If your law enforcement division can't be just and fair, if you can't get rid of the evils and do justice to them, you might as well let us demon race take over. Support Sect leader Tong Tian, the law enforcement division doesn't deserve to talk about the law. When these remarks spread across the entire screen, the crowd on Spirit Online was confused for a moment. They were discussing ghost cultivators. What the hell did it have to do with the demon race? What was the point of the demon race getting blindly involved? The vast majority of people scoffed at these words. The demon race was weak, but they also dared to strongly support the ghost cultivators here? What? You still want to bring in ghost cultivators as your allies? If you dare to be in the company of ghost cultivators, you really don't know how to write the word death. However, such thoughts have just risen. The heavenly demon Wuji will personally come down. I don't care about anything else, I just want to ask, our demon race has disappeared so many young demons, do you guys care about the law enforcement division or not? If you don't care, I'll care on your behalf. This now made the crowd finally realize the seriousness of the matter. Demons have small demons, large demons, Xian demons, and demon kings. Above the demon king is the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was equivalent to the human race's real person realm, but there were differences. The demon race was blessed by nature and possessed demonic power at birth. Although the demon race could not match the human race in terms of cultivation speed, different demon races possessed different innate aptitudes and possessed greater strength, endurance, and the ability to recover than the human race. In general, the same realm of the demon race is stronger than the human race. And the lifespan of the demon race was long, more than 100 years old was already the lifespan limit of the ordinary human race, and the demon race had only just stepped into the period of young adulthood. In the accumulation of long years, the top power of the demon race is definitely stronger than the human race. If it wasn't for the fact that the reproduction ability of the demon race was too poor, if it wasn't for the fact that the top power of the demon race was almost consumed in the battle against the demons thousands of years ago, it was hard to say who was actually in charge of the cultivation world right now. Even if the demon race is weak, no one dares to put a heavenly demon in their eyes. A heavenly demon's words carry a lot of weight. Especially if it was Wuji, this asshole, he didn't just say it, he really could say it and do it. This is not helping the ghost cultivator, this is not pulling in the ghost cultivator as an ally. This is clearly a declaration of war. Also at this time, endless demon ancestor Wei Yinxian followed closely down the field. Ha, well said. If your law enforcement division can't manage it, I, the endless demon sect, will be happy to do it for you. We devil cultivators are not afraid of the sky and the earth, and we can definitely fulfill the law without mercy. It doesn't matter which sect's young master or young lady you are, it doesn't matter which sect master or elder you are, and it doesn't matter what contributions you've made to the human race in the past, we, the endless demon sect, will carry it all. As soon as Wei Yinxian spoke, the devil cultivators on the Spirit Online all jumped up. The world's devil cultivators are one family, the endless devil sect is my family, the endless devil sect is in charge of the law enforcement division, I'm high and low enough to fish for a minister to play with. I heard that there are quite a few torture devices in the dungeon of the law enforcement division. I haven't played with them yet. Let me play for 2 days first to try. Hee. Don't worry everyone, we devil cultivators value righteousness the most. Hand over the law enforcement division to us, we'll be the first to clean up the door. Devil cultivators are concerned with doing as they please, so each one of them spoke their own words, and they simply couldn't unite together. However, the crowd didn't dare to not take it seriously. Although the heavenly demon Apewuji was a jerk, but at least there was still the demon clan holding back. What to do still have to consider for the demon clan to consider. While the demon cultivator was different, the demon cultivator was more than just doing what he wanted. Simply lawlessness. These devil cultivators not only don't put the law enforcement division in their eyes, they don't even put the entire cultivation world in their eyes. The law enforcement division's wanted list, they didn't care. The cultivation world's bounty list, they still think their bounty is too low. If there was really a buzz about striking the law enforcement division, there was absolutely no way these demonic cultivators would let it go. Of course, the more important thing was endless demon ancestor Wei Yinsien. Half-step harmonization. Nima. Who can carry this? Wei Yinsien said he can carry the entire cultivation world. This is not false at all. As early as 500 years ago, he has already half a step to merge the Taoist, provoking all the major sects around, so that the cultivation world have a headache for a while. It's just that later on, I don't know how he disappeared. Now, a half-step harmonized Dao, plus a heavenly demon, could the law enforcement division really resist? Whether or not the law enforcement division could carry such pressure was unclear to the crowd, but the crowd understood very well that this was no longer just a matter for the law enforcement division. Rather, it concerned the entire human race. In this situation, they absolutely could not remain silent. If they really had to let the demon race and devil cultivators go to the law enforcement division and make a scene, then the human race would truly be the world's funniest joke. Acting in charge of the law enforcement division? Ha! Where did you guys get the confidence to say such rampant words? Do you really think that there's no one in our major sects? A mere devil cultivator also dares to hit the law enforcement division's idea, looking for death, isn't it? Who knows if your so-called disappearance is true or not? The cultivation world fights and kills every day. When are there no deaths? Why do you still need to look for the law enforcement division for something as trivial as a disappearance? Oh. I think you guys are just trying to find a reason to stir up trouble. Apewuji, others are afraid of you, but I, Xiaohochong, am not afraid of you. My hands have been itching for a long time. Come on, let's fight. For a while, the entire spirit net was at sword point. Chapter 29, To Care or Not to Care? There was a huge underground palace hidden under Kyoto. It was magnificent and solemn. The mottled stone walls have experienced the baptism of the ages. The ground paved with green stone tiles exudes a simple and ancient atmosphere, which is engraved with mysterious symbols and lines. The array spirit is hidden, faintly emitting a dark luster. The Department of Law Enforcement sits here, overseeing the entire situation and keeping an eye on everything related to cultivation matters in the whole of China. Like a silent guardian, it witnesses the change of dynasties and the flow of years. Although it is already late at night, the underground palace is still brightly lit, and busy figures can be seen everywhere. As the maintainer of order in the cultivation world, the law enforcement division had always operated 24 hours a day. It had never stopped. Especially during this recent period, demon monarch Huang broke out of the seal, and the spirit network has been attacked many times. The top and bottom of the law enforcement division are even busier than ever. And in this busy schedule, the law enforcement division master had to convene an emergency meeting. Only unlike the bickering on the spirit net, the atmosphere within the law enforcement division's council pavilion appeared to be very somber. Has the true identity of sect leader Tong Tian been found out yet? As soon as law enforcement division master Zhuo Zheng opened his mouth, the people in the arena looked at investigations department head Siko Zhuoya. Siko Zhuoya put down the tablet that was being manipulated in his hands, and returned with a calm voice. Permission has been enabled to lock the other party's IP, and for the time being, we have only found out that the other party is in the Fuan Homes neighborhood of Haibei City, and it will take time if we want to determine the other party's true identity. The spirit network appeared to rely on the internet, but in reality, it was not structured on top of the internet. Rather, it was made from the heavenly diffraction sects left behind town treasure, the heavenly diffraction divine book, as the base station, and was made by the major refining sects with all their might, and the major formation sects with all their might to set up prohibitions in formations. It was ultimately created by the joint efforts of all the major sects. The only heir of the heavenly diffusion sect, Su Negative, had died, and the heavenly diffusion divine book was not subject to manipulation by anyone. Thus, the spirit net had an absolute sense of fairness. Even though the law enforcement division was acting as a regulator, it was unable to access the information of the people within the spirit network, and being able to lock the general location of the members of the spirit network was already the maximum authority of the law enforcement division in the spirit network. And can in such a short period of time, directly specific to the neighborhood, enough to see the division of law enforcement's speed and ability. It was just that if one wanted to go further, a member of the law enforcement division would have to personally go and investigate. High Base City? The head of the supervision department with a goatee, Yan Benjung, frowned slightly as he queried, "Isn't Suguan the head of High Bay City? So what exactly is Sect leader Tong Tian up to?" The heads of the law enforcement division everywhere had to report their IDs on the spirit network. So, the true identities of the three divisions and the criminal were not a secret to the upper echelons of the law enforcement division. The head of the enforcement division, Gao Wei, grunted angrily, "Whatever his intentions are. I just don't believe he can turn over the sky. I say, Minister Gao, angry gender is so big." Intelligence Department Minister Mu Kaiyu dangled his feet on the table, propped up his chair, and rested his hands behind his head. "If you ask me, you guys are just too tense. It's not likely that Su Guan unintentionally offended the Tong Tian Sect leader, and the Tong Tian Sect leader just wanted to knock him around, and as a result, he was drilled by the demon race and the devil cultivators. The problem now is not the Tong Tian Sect master, but the demon race. This matter of the demon race, do we care or not? It's an indisputable fact that many famous sects have secretly hunted and captured the demon race over the years. Because the demons themselves were very important cultivation resources. Demon pills, demon bones, demon blood, and so on were all important ingredients for refining pills and treasures, and especially in a situation where resources were scarce, it was hard for the human race not to shift their gaze to the demons. Where there was a conflict of interest, there was killing. Not to mention that this was the cultivation world. You fight and you kill. Although there were some cultivators who violated the prohibitions in the shadows, the bright side was absolutely clean, and they, the law enforcement division, could only turn a blind eye. The moment these words came out, the deliberation pavilion once again fell into silence. Manage? How to manage? Admittedly, as the law enforcement division, there was too much that could not be done. What was the cultivation world? Strength is honored. The weak are the strong. It was true that they were the maintainers of order, but without enough strength to back them up, the law enforcers were nothing in front of those who were truly strong. That's why the law enforcement division's maintenance of stability in the present world was almost mostly limited to the mortal realm. People from the cultivation realm were not allowed to have an impact on the mortal realm, they were not allowed to do evil in the mortal realm, and they were not allowed to affect the lives of ordinary people. As for killings in the cultivation realm, as long as they were not evil cultivators doing evil, it was difficult for the law enforcement division to define. It could only choose to ignore it as well. This, too, was the tacit understanding of the entire cultivation world. So what if we don't care? Gao Wei said in annoyance, "What kind of thing is he, Ape Wuji, to dare to clamor here? Do you really think that no one in our law enforcement division is easy to bully? Let him come, I'll see if he dares to rob." Yan Benjiang said in a deep voice, "Ape Wuji is nothing, but the demon race is not the only sky demon in Ape Wuji. This matter should be managed." Psycho Zhuaya coldly opened her mouth, then with a snap, she threw a thick stack of documents heavily on the table. "This is the file of this year's demon race disappearance cases, and there are still unrecorded. According to incomplete statistics, the annual disappearance of the demon race is at least 1,000 or more." 1,000. The eyelids of the crowd jumped. Even Gao Wei couldn't help but be secretly staggered. How many people did the demon race have in total? Especially with the demon race having a hard time reproducing their heirs, this number could definitely be called alarming. No wonder Ape Wuji had stepped forward. The demon race is really being pushed off. At this time, Mu Kaiyu also put away his hangdog face and sat upright. "I also have a new piece of intelligence here." His voice paused and took on a bit of icy coldness. "Recently some places have been openly auctioning off tamed demon slaves, most of which are females, and a small portion of which are young children. This group of assholes." Psycho Zhuoya's right fist clenched and slammed onto the desktop. The disgust between her eyebrows was unconcealed. Gao Wei even stood up with a miso, his face full of anger. "Pipe. It has to be managed. If you guys don't care, I'll manage this. What kind of assholes dare to engage in this under Master's nose?" The enforcement department, as the combat department of the law enforcement division, was always at the forefront. What they cared about the most was the safety of their families. If it was a normal fight between the human and demon races, he could care less. However, taking captive females and young children, and also trading domesticated female demons and young children, this violated the taboo of the entire enforcement division. He couldn't tolerate it. At first, he thought that Ape Wuji was looking for trouble, but now it seems that Ape Wuji is simply too tolerant. If he didn't this group of asshole things to death, how the hell was he supposed to call Ape Wuji? What are you yelling about? Sit down. Yan Benjiang gave a low shout, his eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character. In the past, in order to maintain their own face, the great clans did things a bit more covertly, but in recent years, they have become more and more rampant, and now they even dare to put this kind of thing in the open. Not only do they not take the demon clan as a matter of fact. More so, it is provoking the authority of the law enforcement division. This is not a matter for you, Gao Wei alone, but for our entire law enforcement division. With one sentence, Yan Benjing directly characterized this matter, after which, he raised his head to look at Zhuo Zhang, master of the division. We must manage this matter, just. To what extent do we have to manage it? Chapter 30, Haibei Subgroup, Action. This question from Yan Benjing also caused the gazes of the crowd to look at Zhuo Zhang. This square-faced, plain-looking, and even somewhat wooden-looking middle-aged man completely lacked the antiquity and majesty of the heir to the Dharma family. However, at this moment, his tone was filled with unquestioning. Those who break the law, behead. The Tong Tian sect master was not wrong in one sentence, that the law was not tolerated was based on the foundation of the law. In other words, on the basis of the law, it was necessary for the law enforcement division to be intolerant of the law. He is the heir to the family of law. How can he turn a blind eye to the violation of the law? Those who break the law should be beheaded. Those who break the law will be beheaded. For such an answer, the crowd did not feel surprised. After all, Master C is the heir to the family of law. If he ignores the law, must be the heart of the Tao demise. How can you afford the position of Master of Law Enforcement Division? Only Yan Benjing's brows tightened once again, and he said in a low voice, domesticating the demon race is bound to be without the handiwork of the beast harnessing Zhai, as well as other clans. Nowadays, the demon race is stirring up. He did not continue, but how could the people present not understand what he meant? Dare to put these things in the open, how can there be no backer behind? This backer, the beast harnessing Zhai, must be among them. If the Department of Law Enforcement wants to manage this matter to the end, it will inevitably have a head-on conflict with the beast harnessing fast. As one of the top forces in the cultivation world, the strength of the Beastmaster fast cannot be underestimated. With the existing strength of the Law Enforcement Division, wanting to take down the Beast Harnessing Lodge, it is difficult. Of course, it wasn't completely without a solution. As long as the human race ancient covenant is opened, and force all the big clans to contribute, is to want to take down the entire Beast Harnessing Zhai is also not a problem. But the interests involved in this, it is definitely not possible that only the Beast Harnessing Lodge is involved. If you force a thorough investigation of this matter, I'm afraid that it is going to implicate a lot of clans, and once it involves the clan's own interests, not only will these clans not do their best, but they will probably also make trips in the dark. Moreover, in terms of the big picture, dealing with these clans will inevitably be detrimental to the strength of the human race. Now that the devil race was on the verge of making a move, this move would not be favorable to the human race. The big picture. The big picture. Gao Wei angrily slapped his hand on the table, his beard twitching incessantly. I think we just care too much about the big picture, that's why we let them be so arrogant. Mu Kaiyu leaned lightly on the back of his chair, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sneer. We care about the big picture, do they care? If they cared, they wouldn't be so blatant. They are trying to force the demon race to rebel against Na. Saikou Zhuoya coldly said, if we don't give the demon race an explanation for this matter, the demon race will definitely not give up. The demon race is also the key to fighting against the demon race. Once the demon race is pushed out, it will be equally unfavorable to the overall situation. Zhuo Zhang also agreed, the demon race is also an important ally in the fight against the demon race. How can we let our allies get cold feet? Yan Benjiang felt his heart tired. Was he the only one who wanted to be the bad guy? Did he not want to bring these animals to justice? Of course not. It was just that as the Minister of Supervision, he had to consider more, whether it was the major clans or the demon race. They, the Law Enforcement Division, had to weigh the pros and cons for the future of the human race. The Law Enforcement Division is really in a dilemma now. He also knew why everyone was so indignant this time. The Law Enforcement Division seems to be high and mighty, with the power of life and death, but in reality, this big brother came to say hello, and that patriarch or elder came to ask for a favor, and their law enforcement division couldn't help but sell a face. Forced Highway a minister of the executive department to wipe the ass of the great sects every day. Forced the Ministry of Intelligence and the Ministry of Investigation to report but not decided. Forced the Supervision Department almost paralyzed. Even more forced to Law Enforcement Division Master can only repeatedly shut down the death, otherwise the heart of the Taoist demise, Law Enforcement Division is even more unsustainable. They have all been held back for too long. What might be done? Yan Benjiang pressed the corner of his throbbing forehead and said in a low voice, I'm not saying that I don't care, but what to do about it? Surname Yan, if you have something to say, just say it. Gao Wei impatiently waved his hand, don't gabble and ask for half a day, and in the end, what we say doesn't count, it's distracting to hear. Everyone looked at Yan Benjiang at the same time, although no one said anything else, they obviously expressed their approval of Gao Wei's words. Yan Benjiang sighed helplessly, what I mean is that we can make an example of the Beast Harnessing Lodge, make the Beast Harnessing Lodge bleed, and even make them suffer a severe flesh pain, but this matter is also limited to the Beast Harnessing Lodge. What do you all think? The people in the council chamber once again fell silent. Limiting it to the Beast Harnessing Lodge was undoubtedly another concession. Was this the result they wanted? Of course it wasn't. Regardless of the other clans involved, it was impossible for the Beast Harnessing Jai to exterminate the clan, at most it would be out for blood, tearing a piece of meat off of them, and it would not even be possible to injure their bones. This was definitely not the result they wanted to get. However, everyone in the arena clearly knew that this was already the best result after weighing the pros and cons. It gave an explanation to the demon race and showed the authority of the law enforcement division. By the way, it gave a warning to the entire cultivation world. The demon race is weak, can get such a disposition is already rare, in addition to pinching the nose to admit what can be done. And the human race will not have too many losses, giving the demon race an opportunity to take advantage of. In all parties are favorable. The long silence was the choice after acquiescence. It's no fun. Mu Kaiyu rested his hands on the back of his head, once again resuming his previous hangdog demeanor. Indeed no fun. Gao Wei clenched his fists tightly and eventually loosened them feebly. He also wanted to be that impulsive for once, but he couldn't. The turmoil in the cultivation world would not do any good to the human race, it would only make the evil cultivators even more rampant and give the demon race an opportunity to take advantage of it. There is also the demon race. Don't look at the demon race now so pitiful, that's only because the demon race is weak, if the demon race is powerful, the human race may not be able to get better. Then, ghost cultivation? Gao Wei coldly provoked this topic, and also made the crowd froze for a moment. It was only then that they remembered that this matter was caused by the ghost cultivators in the very beginning. Yan Benjiang opened his mouth, this is nothing more than a normal killing in the cultivation world, I don't think there's anything to discuss. No one in the field refuted. Ghost cultivators were weak and destined to only be able to hide in the darkness and not dare to show their heads, they were also destined to not dare to mess with the major sects and wait to be hunted down, the only way out for ghost cultivators was in the mortal world. This is also the ghost cultivator is defined as one of the main reasons for the evil cultivator. Ghost cultivators should be killed, no doubt. What's more, cultivators kill ghost cultivators is also in the cultivation world within the scope of the normal killing, both is normal killing, why do they law enforcement division tube? Saiko Zhuoya lowered her eyes to look at the tablet and said in a calm voice, the Haibei City Law Enforcement Division is ready, and is now outside the Fuan Homes neighborhood, should we further confirm the identity of Sect leader Tong Tian? Of course. Zhuozhang nodded his head with a serious face. As things have developed to this point, we have reason to suspect that Sect leader Tong Tian has ulterior motives, and we must confirm whether or not Sect leader Tong Tian has no intention of doing so, or whether he intends to stir up a dispute. A touch of gravity was added to Zhuozhang's eyes, what's more, we must ascertain whether or not this person is colluding with the demon race. Yes. Saiko Zhuoya responded and turned his head to look at Gao Wei, Minister Gao, I'll leave it to you next. Gao Wei nodded slightly and pressed his headset, Haibei subgroup, take action. Chapter 31 The Path of Ghost Cultivation. Spirit Net. As all the aspirants of the human race stepped forward, the demon race was also not willing to show weakness. Not only did a few demon kings step forward, but several celestial demons such as Xiong Meng, Hu Yao, and Lion Judas also stepped forward one after the other to support Apewuji. The debate on the Spirit Online became more and more intense. It was as if it was about to rise to the level of a battle of races at any moment. For a time, no matter if it was the disdainful human cultivators or the righteously indignant demon race, they were all terrified. After 1,000 years, the human and demon races had only just taken a breath. Could it be that they were really going to go to war? Although there were fights in today's cultivation world, they were minor compared to the battle of the races. Once war starts, the consequences would be unimaginable. But everyone was being held on fire, and they simply couldn't stop. And as the initiator of the ghost lights is also dumbfounded. He did not expect that the godfather of Tong Tian, whom he had reviled, would speak for himself. He also did not expect that he just casually posted a complaint will trigger the human race, the demon race and the devil cultivator three-way war of words, and even trigger the entire cultivation world turbulence. Excited and thrilled, his gaze was tightly fixed on his cell phone, and he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Sect leader Tong Tian was right. People are good and are bullied. If it wasn't for the injustice that happened to him in life, why would he be reduced to a ghost cultivator? Before he was born, he was just an ordinary laborer. Then because of overtime's sudden death, originally thought that the family can rely on the company's compensation, a good life. But these dog thing, even only willing to pay 100,000. Only because he is a labor company sent out employees, and the place of death is in front of the company does not even recognize his overtime, do not recognize that he was killed at work, only willing to humanitarian compensation 100,000 yuan. He created no less than $1 million of benefits to the company every year, and the company even wanted to buy his life for only $100,000? How can this be? However, he died. He could only watch with his own eyes as his wife ran back and forth with his child in her arms, crying without a door. With his own eyes, he watched his parents were so angry that they fainted and were hospitalized in the ICU. With his own eyes, he watched his family business, which he had worked so hard to save for most of his life, about to be reduced to nothing, and his family could only sleep on the streets. He was not willing. He couldn't rest in peace. He turned into a stern ghost and he wanted to kill those who bullied his family. Perhaps it was the mercy of the heavens that he became a ghost cultivator by chance. The senior who guided him to become a ghost cultivator told him that once he killed a mortal, he would be wanted by the law enforcement division for beheading and his soul would be scattered. He couldn't let go of his family, but the killing intent in his heart couldn't be contained. Good thing. These bastards don't stand up to fear. One died of a heart attack, and 2 were hospitalized in a mental hospital after going insane. His killing intent only slightly weakened a little, back to sanity, in the dark to help themselves and their families to seek justice, from time to time, and the 2 crazy friendly exchange. In order to be able to spend more time with his family, he remembered the lessons of his predecessors, and did not dare to devour souls. He can only go around devouring grievances. To maintain survival. This uncaring resentment instead made him stronger and stronger, from a severe ghost to a human ghost, and then to an earth ghost. He was very content with his current life. After all, there was no need to run around for a living after death, and there was no need to worry about having a physical problem and not having the money to cure it. When you die, you can live forever. Silently guarding his family. He originally thought that life would just keep going on like this in peace, that he could send his parents away in peace, and that he could watch his sons and daughters start their own families in peace. But he never expected that these cultivators of the cultivation world would take action against all the ghost cultivators, and even the one who guided him to become a ghost cultivator in the first place, the one who also lived cautiously, was also captured and tortured and killed. He didn't understand why. Why did they suffer injustice in life and still be so destroyed after death? Could it be that this world really can't tolerate ghost cultivators? And the words of the Tong Tian sect master made his waist straighten up again. They are also the human race. They should be treated fairly. See? Did everyone see that? Even sect leader Tong Tian is on the side of our ghost cultivators. We ghost cultivators are also human races, law enforcement division. Why can't you guys be treated fairly? If it wasn't for your connivance, how would we ghost cultivators be forced to this point? Ghost Point Lamp tapped on his cell phone keyboard, strongly expressing the suffocation in his heart, and the sense and ghost chi continuously emanated out from his body. It also made the young man who was originally working overtime with his head buried in his hands go cold, nervously raising his head to look around. Ghost Point Lamp knocked scent, greedily sucking the surrounding grievances. Look at it. What kind of living souls are devouring when the grievances of laborers are so strong? The young man felt the temperature around him getting lower and lower, and couldn't help but remember the legend of the building being haunted at night. At once, goosebumps rose all over his body. Without hesitation, he packed up his things and left the company. Finally gone. Ghost Point Lamp took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator with a big grin, poured it out for himself, and drank a mouthful of it beautifully. These youngsters don't understand, thinking that youth is capital, and in the end it's useless to regret when your body is messed up. These unscrupulous companies will not care at all, and will only think that you are useless. But it is also time to change the place. For one thing, the grievances here are getting fewer and fewer, and gripping grievances can't always catch a place to gripe. Secondly, even if Sect leader Tong Tian helped them ghost cultivators to speak up, as long as the law enforcement division didn't open its mouth, there would never be a way to change their situation. Recently, the cultivation world's actions against ghost cultivators are getting bigger and bigger. He must be on guard. Where to go? School was a good choice. Having been angered by a bare child to the point of vomiting blood, the teachers must have a lot of grievances. A hospital would also work. Working all night every day, the nurses must have a lot of grievances. But after all, it is not as good as these white-collar office workers, who work overtime every day for the sake of performance. From 996 to 007, which is not full of grievances. As a laborer, he really understands the hopelessness of laborers too well. At this time. Ding! Ghost Point Lamp looked down at his cell phone, and it was a reply sent by Sect leader Tong Tian. Wrong. Big mistake. Ghost Point Lamp was confused. The people on the Spirit Online were also confused. Although this matter was caused by the ghost cultivator, everyone knew that the current state of affairs had evolved into this mainly because of the demon race. As for the ghost cultivator, was unimportant. So, everyone didn't take the message sent by Ghost Dimming Lamp seriously at all. But no one expected that Sect leader Tong Tian would give Ghost Point Lamp the same reply as the previous law enforcement division. Didn't Sect leader Tong Tian strongly support the ghost cultivators? Didn't Sect leader Tong Tian want to seek fairness for ghost cultivation? Now this. In the end, how much does it mean? Fu and Home's neighborhood. Wrong. Big mistake. After Lin Ran sent this message, he felt unresolved again and directly opened another post. On the path of ghost cultivation. Devouring living souls to enhance strength? Bull. The more souls you devour, the easier it is to lose your mind, and in the end, you will be completely reduced to a machine that only kills. You bunch of idiots. Which idiot told you all to cultivate like this? Obviously you have been treated unfairly. Haven't you thought of seeking a fairness for yourselves and for this world? Have you not thought about the power of incense to protect the people? If there really are ghosts and gods in this world, how can those who do bad things be so unscrupulous? If you are on the right path, what can the law enforcement division or even the cultivation world do to you? Everything is your own fault. How can you blame others? There is only one path for ghost cultivators. To establish rules for heaven and earth, to redress the grievances of the dead, and to set the order of yin and yang. Take the path of ghosts and gods. Chapter 32. When a ghost teacher. Lin Ran tapped on his cell phone. The more he spoke, the more indignant he became, and in the end, he even tapped down a verse to send. If there really were ghosts and gods in this world, how could someone like Bai Huang dare to bully people with his power, and how could he dare to bully people so recklessly? How can the evil people in this world have no scruples? How is it that these ghost cultivators, one by one, have to go and devour raw souls? It's really stupid. Lin Ran, who had finished venting, immediately revealed a bitter smile. Although the legends about ghosts and gods in this world are different from the previous life. But there are a lot of them. There are the same 10 temples of hell, the same black and white irregulars, and the same ox-headed horseface. Just these are all self-compassionate spice just. This world which has what ghosts and gods. This is a game, but it's just a game. This is just a game. The good thing is that after venting, the depression in Lin Ran's heart also slightly dissipated. Drunkenness surged up again. He casually put his cell phone aside and closed his eyes in a daze. It was also at this time. It was only then that Huang boldly pressed his claws gently downwards, as if he had inadvertently rested on the edge of the rosewood cloud pattern box. At the same time, his gaze swept towards Lin Ran. There was no reaction. Sure enough. It wasn't even a case of discovering her movements just now, it was a trick. She didn't know exactly what this human called Lin Ran was doing, and she didn't really care. She only knew that the 9-colored neon phoenix was about to arrive. As for the 9-colored neon phoenix to hand after this human. He. There is no hurry. She had plenty of time to figure out why the White Tiger True Lord was staying here and why he was protecting a human. After she healed her injuries, she would have plenty of time to play with the White Tiger True Lord. Suddenly, Huang's pupils suddenly shrunk. Cultivator. How could there be cultivators here? Could it be? Huang's divine sense quickly spread out in all directions, and wherever his divine sense passed, cultivators wearing black uniforms were all over the entire neighborhood, and they searched from house to house, seemingly looking for something. Huang's face leisurely changed. Damn it! Why would people from the law enforcement division suddenly appear here? There was a prohibition here the True Lord White Tiger had set up with an extremely high-grade spirit stone, so not to mention ordinary members of the law enforcement division, even if the law enforcement division master were to visit in person, there was absolutely no way that they would be able to discover her existence. What in the world had happened? Huang's heart was in her throat. She had forcibly broken out of the 10 Realms seal, and had battled the people of the law enforcement division one after another, and now her strength was 10 times less than 1. If the people of the law enforcement division found out, it would be over. But now the entire neighborhood is the people of the law enforcement division. She just wants to escape, but also cannot escape. What should she do? Could she only fight for her life? At this time. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of a knock on the door made Lin Ran open his hazy, drunken eyes. He glanced down at the time on his cell phone. 11 o'clock at night. Who would come to my house this late? Lin Ran grumbled, his drunkenness sobering up a few points. He staggered to his feet, his gaze alert to the location of the doorway, his voice cold. Who? A response quickly came from outside the house. Sir, your takeout has arrived, please open the door. As soon as the post, on the path of ghost cultivation, was sent out, SpiritNet directly exploded. Awesome! So ghost cultivation can still be played like this? What did I say? How could the Heavenly Tao let this group of things exist? It turns out that it's not the Heavenly Tao's problem at all, but rather, this group of ghost cultivators have taken the wrong path. Establishing rules for heaven and earth, redressing the grievances of the dead, and setting order for yin and yang. This. Good big tone. Can how I listen to so passionate blood suddenly want to turn ghost cultivation how to do? Although this idea is a little whimsical, but think carefully, the feasibility is very big. Ghost cultivators take the path of ghosts and gods. Is it considered to be an evil conversion? More than just evil turning to righteousness, it will still be our allies in the future. Worthy of being Sect leader Tong Tian, in just a few words, he actually gave the ghost cultivators a path to heaven. Sect master Tong Tian should be the ghost master. At this moment, the entire internet was discussing the feasibility of the path of ghost cultivation, and even the grudges between the human and demon races were suppressed. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Sect leader Tong Tian's post on discussing the path of ghost cultivation had not only helped the ghost cultivators, but had also helped everyone. At least now there would be no war. The members of the law enforcement division were also overcome with emotion. As ghost cultivators followed the path of ghosts and gods, they would definitely not harm mortals at will, which would also minimize the damage that ghost cultivators would do to the mortal world, greatly reducing the pressure on the law enforcement division. Originally, they thought that Sect leader Tong Tian was in league with the ghost cultivators, but now it seems that Sect leader Tong Tian is really the one with a big pattern. Of course. There were also people who were unconvinced. It's simple to say. If the ghost cultivators take the demon and god path, won't they be able to help mortals retaliate against mortals even more unscrupulously in the future? That's right, bad guys are also mortals. There's no way we can disown that. If ghosts and gods are able to kill people at will, what's the point of the laws of the mortal realm? Wouldn't the iron law that the cultivation world shall not interfere with the mortal world become a joke? It's certainly good that ghost cultivators are turning evil to good, but who can supervise them? If one gets it wrong, it becomes a disaster for the cultivation world instead. These words instantly doused the crowd's enthusiasm. Ghosts and gods were also gods. In this world, who could restrain the gods? Sect leader Tong Tian was pointing out a heavenly path to the ghost cultivators, but to the cultivation world, it might not be a good thing. Now that the ghost cultivators already know the way, who can stop them? Northern Foothills, Endless Demon Sect. The more living souls you devour, the easier it is to get lost in your mind and end up completely reduced to machines that only kill. You bunch of fools. Wei Yin first read it out word by word to Chu Tianqing, and by the way, he also had to echo the Tong Tian Sect master's tirade. Tisk, indeed stupid enough. Hey, let me say, old man Chu, who exactly passed down this cultivation method of your ghost cultivation? Chu Tianqing's expression was light as he pressed a chess piece. Where is the cultivation method of what? Devouring living souls is nothing more than a ghost's instincts. True cultivators, who would take this path? Also, Wei Yinxian disdainfully sneered, except for my demonic cultivator, who is willing to take out their own cultivation method. Chu Tianqing ignored Wei Yinxian's sneer, drooping eyelids, playing chess by himself. Wei Yinxian made a fool of himself and bristled. Continuing to read. Obviously he was treated unfairly. Didn't he think of seeking a fairness for himself, for this world? Have you not thought of bearing incense wishes and blessing the people's living? There is only one path to ghost cultivation. Wei Yinxian trailed off with a long coda, teasingly watching Chu Tianqing's unimpressed expression turn into tension and gravity. Immediately, he stopped the conversation, intending to whet Chu Tianqing's appetite. But the next second, with a blur before his eyes, the cell phone was snatched by Chu Tianqing. Hey, old man Chu. Do you want to be shameless? Wei Yinxian's cursing voice did not affect Chu Tianqing in the slightest. Chu Tianqing's eyes tightly stared at the cell phone screen, and his hands unconsciously trembled. Establish rules for heaven and earth, redress the grievances of the dead, and set the order for yin and yang. Take the path of ghosts and gods. It turned out that he didn't have no path to walk, but he was walking on the wrong path. Chapter 33, Setting up the Yin Shrine and Opening the Underworld. Chu Tianqing withered in the endless demon cave for hundreds of years, of course not to make friends with Wei Yinxian, in addition to watching Wei Yinxian and not letting him go to the cultivation world to make trouble, but also for his own sake. Devouring souls is the instinct of ghosts, which has nothing to do with cultivation techniques. And devouring more souls, or the higher the cultivation level, the stronger this desire. This is the constraints of the rules of heaven. He was a half-step harmonized Tao, and the closer he was to the heavenly Tao, the greater the constraints he was subjected to. But he was an heir of the Dharma family. How could he do something like this that was incompatible with heaven and earth? He had no choice. He could only use his body as a prisoner, drawing the ground as a prison. To do resistance. He can feel that this desire is getting stronger and stronger. There are several times he is about to lose control. Fortunately, the opponent is Wei Yinxian. He can't kill Wei Yinxian, so he suppressed this desire. But he knew that sooner or later, one day, he will be completely reduced to a machine that will only devour living souls. Establish rules for heaven and earth, redress the wrongs of the dead, and set order for yin and yang. Chu Tianqing showed a bitter smile. Cell phone slipped out of his hand, clang on the ground. As a ghost cultivator, he had also killed people. And it was immortal. Now what kind of face is there to set up rules for heaven and earth and order for yin and yang? Stinky old man, don't throw it on the ground even if you don't want it. Wei Yinxian huffed and puffed and picked up the cell phone from the ground, checked it for a long time and grunted, fortunately it's not broken, or I can't spare you. Chu Tianqing had imprisoned him here, and he had no chance of contacting the outside world at all. Still, his disciple had secretly purchased a cell phone from the cultivation world, and secretly slipped it to him, telling him about this thing called SpiritNet, so that he could not be completely decoupled from the cultivation world. Although this cell phone can only log on to the Spirit Network, but every day to see the gossip and watch people fight. It was quite interesting. If it broke, he mustn't die of boredom in the future. Wei Yin first blew the dust on the cell phone, held the cell phone tightly in his hand, and looked at Chu Tianqing with a wary face, afraid that Chu Tianqing would snatch it again. See, Chu Tianqing did not move, but instead a face of lost soul. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder. Chu Tianqing, this person was salty about everything. What exactly did the Tong Tian sect leader say that even Chu Tianqing couldn't bear it? He quickly looked at his cell phone. In addition to fixing a new road for the ghost, there is nothing special. But shouldn't Chu Tianqing be excited? Why this look? His gaze continued to move down, and his mouth followed the chant. In his life, he does not cultivate good fruits, and he only loves to kill and set fire. Suddenly the golden rope was opened, and here the jade lock was torn off. Ha! Tide letters come on the Qiantang River. Today I realize that I am me. Good poem, good poem. Wei Yinxian repeatedly praised. Although he did not know what the Qiantang River was, and what a tide letter was, it did not prevent him from appreciating it. Today, I only know that I am me. Chu Tianqing murmured softly in a low voice, his originally cloudy gaze gradually becoming clear. Yes. The murderer is me, the enforcer is me, and destroying order is also me. I was once lost in the order of the rules set by this man. Today Tong Tian sect leader's words woke me up. I kill to be chivalrous and righteous, and I enforce the law to fulfill the righteous laws of heaven and earth. I am what I am. I am both the destroyer of order and the maker of rules. Chu Tianqing took a step out, his body's aura climbing, the creases on his face were smoothed out, and the snow turned into green silk. His sword brows and starry eyes were imposing. He raised his eyes to look at Wei Yinxian, and there seemed to be a divine light shining brightly in his eyes. You won. His voice carried a hint of complexity. He had never thought that the final key to this bet would be himself. If he ignored it, Wei Yinxian would definitely lose. But Sect leader Tong Tian had sent all the ghost cultivators a great gift, and he simply couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He, for one, had to seek a fairness for the ghost cultivators. Of course I will win. Wei Yinxian grunted triumphantly. Anyway, he didn't admit when he lost. What could Chu Tianqing do to him? At most, it would be a fight. Just sensing the aura that skyrocketed from Chu Tianqing's body, his heart was not as calm as his face. Secretly clenching his fists, he prepared to strike at any time. Cold light. Chu Tianqing let out a low drink, and a cold white light floated from afar, landing on his right hand and transforming into a precept ruler. He held the ruler pointing at Wei Yinxian, his voice cold and merciless. The past is not investigated, this time I will not kill you, but if you dare to do evil again, I'll let you go to heaven, into the ground no door. He casually waved his hand, and the cold light brushed past Wei Yinxian's side. Boom! The endless demon cave was split in half, and the mountain shook, looking as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Chu Tianqing, however, flew up into the sky without looking back, floating away. Just leave, what the hell are you dragging? Wei Yinxian was furious and waved his hand. The endless demon cave that was split in half was immediately restored to its original state, and his mouth cursed. A few hundred years of friendship, how can you bastard thing open your mouth as to fight and kill? Ruthless. It's really too ruthless. Wei Yin first cursed until his mouth was dry before he stopped, his eyes turning slightly. Gone. This time it was really gone. He had finally gained his freedom. Ha ha ha. Wei Yinxian laughed up to the sky, only to laugh and laugh. The path of ghost cultivation has been clarified. The next time they met, would he still be able to fight? It's time to enter the world. Wei Yinxian sighed quietly. There is a gain, there is a loss. He can't consume with Chu Tianqing until his lifespan is over, right? Where to go? A few hundred years of being trapped, making him a little confused for a moment. Forget it, let's find Lao San and Xiaolu first. Wei Yin stepped out first and his figure disappeared. Spirit net. To repay Mr. Yin's earnest friendship, when I wait for a different day. Today, in the name of Ghost Cultivator, I, Chu Tianqing, call upon all ghost cultivators in the world. Establish a Yin shrine and open the Underworld. Chu Tianqing's reply on the path of ghost cultivation, with his real name authentication account caused SpiritNet to fall into dead silence once again. Who was Chu Tianqing? The second-generation master of the Law Enforcement Division. But who would have thought that Chu Tianqing was also a ghost cultivator? In other words, the ghost cultivators they had said they would fight and kill before also included this half-step harmonization powerhouse? When exactly did this happen? How come the people from the Law Enforcement Division didn't know to say hello in advance? Those who had clamored the fiercest before were all terrified for a moment. It was said that the masters of the Law Enforcement Division were all heirs of the Dharma family, so they shouldn't be so careful as to find them in trouble, right? Wait a minute. When they said that they would fight and kill ghost cultivators, the members of the Law Enforcement Division shouted even more fiercely than they did. These people wouldn't be unaware that their own second-generation division masters had long since turned into ghost cultivators, would they? The members of the Law Enforcement Division were all in tears. They know. I don't know what the hell. If they had known that Elder Chu, who had single-handedly supported the Law Enforcement Division, was also a ghost cultivator, how would they have dared to clamor so fiercely before? Now it's good, even their own ancestors are offended, they can't live in the future. The first time I saw this, it was a very good time for me to go back to the old days. 555. Chapter 34, quickly. Stop the operation immediately. Law Enforcement Division Headquarters. What? Yan Benjiang, Gao Wei, Psycho Zhuoya, and Mu Kaiyu bounced up at almost the same time, their expressions stunned. Although the contemporary division master Zhuo Zheng didn't move, at this moment, he also lost the composure of Tarzan that didn't collapse. Breathing a little sharply. Alive? Really alive? Qiao Wei slapped his face several times. Even though he clearly felt the pain coming from his face, he still felt that some of it was not real. Back then, the second-generation division master Chu Tian behavior to prevent the division master authoritarian and dominant, after the law enforcement division can run smoothly, personally set down the rules, each division master shall not be more than 100 years in office. He himself even set an example by directly retiring. The post of elder. Elders may not participate in the discussion and decision-making of specific affairs of the law enforcement division, and only in cases that cannot be resolved with the existing power of the cultivation world can they step in. This is the depth of the Department of Law Enforcement. This is also the fundamental reason why the Law Enforcement Division is able to sit here. For this reason, even though it was about the demon race before, they did not think of utilizing this part of their power. After all, the demon race was even more rampant, but not to the point where the cultivation world had no solution at all. It was reasonable to say that such a force would never be utilized as a last resort, but on the Law Enforcement Division's case file records, it was clearly recorded that Chu Tianqing had accidentally fallen due to a special mission. What's even more bizarre is that the relevant mission records, the relevant cause of death, all of them were incoherent. Even the other elders were vague. Chu Tianqing's death also became the biggest secret of the Law Enforcement Division. Who would have thought that Chu Tianqing didn't die at all, but rather survived in the manner of a ghost cultivator? Good. Yan Benjiang pinched his thigh and forced himself to calm down. Only his voice still contained tension and excitement. This is a good thing. Elder Chu's return is a heavenly good for our law enforcement division. Hearing those words, the eyes of the crowd burned. But wasn't it a good thing? Although the law enforcement division's founder was Zhou Hongwen had only pulled in a few close friends to build the framework of the law enforcement division, and before he could even get it up and running, he had fallen in that battle 1,000 years ago. After that, it was his disciple Chu Tianqing who inherited the legacy. He single-handedly supported the law enforcement division. It is no exaggeration to say Chu Tianqing was the true founder of the law enforcement division. Therefore, the law enforcement division's respect for Chu Tianqing was even greater than Zhou Hongwen. And the return of such a half-step harmonization powerhouse undoubtedly strengthened the law enforcement division's bottom line even more. But after so many years, Elder Chu Saiko Zhuoya's brows were slightly clustered, her eyes flushed with doubt. Why didn't he come back? The crowd froze. Yes. Why not come back? Even after turning into a ghost cultivator. Hi. Who doesn't have a few ghost cultivators hiding in their house? Of course there are those who have been converted from cultivators to ghost cultivators, but they are just not good enough to show their faces due to their identity as ghost cultivators. Could it be that Elder Chu had abandoned the law enforcement division? Tick. A beep came from the cell phone. Mukayu looked at the cell phone screen, silent for a long time, looked up with a complex expression. Just now the Dark Department received a message from the Chu Division Master. Let us immediately pay attention to the movements of the endless demon ancestor Wei Yinxian. Wei Yinxian. The crowd instantly figured out the key. Wei Yinxian, which was disappearing. These past few hundred years, he was clearly being guarded by the Chu Division Master. No wonder. No wonder. Zhuo Zhang stood up with great vigor and lamented, even though senior uncle ancestor has turned into a ghost cultivator, he has not forgotten the responsibilities of my Dharma family, so he should be a model for my Dharma family. And I. Zhuo Zhang had a disheveled face. It appeared that every concession was proposed by Yan Benjiang, but in reality, it was just his acquiescence over and over again. He was also escaping by sitting in the death barrier for a long period of time. The law enforcement division had no more inescapable, no more weighing the pros and cons, but in the end, it went against the original intent of the law enforcement division's establishment. The current him should have disappointed his senior uncle, right? I am ashamed to be the head of the law enforcement division. Yan Benjiang was shocked. Division master, everything is my fault. You must not. Don't worry, I won't leave my stall unattended. Zhuo Zhang waved his hand and interrupted Yan Benjiang's words. He couldn't step aside now. In the era of imperial power, the legal family was long covered by Confucianism, and many activists who actively entered the world were also greatly struck down, which also led to the legal family once fell into the flood of history. Nowadays, it is a new era of rule of law, which was originally a time of great prosperity for the legalists, but they are often subject to various constraints. Their body is correct, not order. Their body is not correct, order not. This is the cause of the legal system is not enough, no successor fundamental reason. Although he has no face to the master uncle, but also to hold on to let the new generation grow up, cultivate a qualified successor talent line. Now that this matter has been handed over to us, we absolutely cannot let our senior uncle down. Zhuo Zhang's gaze slowly swept towards the crowd, finally landing on Psycho Zhuoya's body. Zhuoya, this matter is in your hands. Psycho Zhuoya respectfully saluted. My subordinate will surely live up to my expectations. Master, see that. On the side, Gao Wei interrupted the delicate atmosphere and spoke sardonically. Since Elder Chu is going to establish a Yin shrine and open the underworld, shouldn't we do something? Ghost cultivators going down the ghost god Dao had no one to restrain them, and their enforcement department would be in a miserable state. But now, with Elder Chu Tianqing, the head of the enforcement department, personally leading the charge, what the hell was he worried about? In this world, who else could be better suited to establish rules for heaven and earth in order for yin and yang than the heirs of the FA family? More importantly, as a new force in the cultivation world, if it can be fully controlled by Chu Tianqing, isn't it equivalent to having an additional branch of the law enforcement division? Ghost cultivators would no longer be the enemies of the law enforcement division, but rather helpers. At that time, regardless of the mortal realm or the cultivation realm, whether in life or after death, they will all be under the jurisdiction of the law enforcement division. In the future, let's see who dares to look down on the law enforcement division. In the future, when they do things, why would they have to endure and retreat again and again? What Gao Wei can think of, how can others not think of? The underworld was first established. The hidden ghost cultivators of all the big clans absolutely can't be dry and watch. At that time, the underworld will definitely be a bloody storm, but it is also the best time to divide the power and authority. If you don't fight at this time, when will you fight? Their law enforcement division had to help Elder Chu stabilize the underworld. The crowd looked at Zhuo Zhang. Feeling the burning gazes of a few people, Zhuo Zhang swept away his despondency, and his eyes also burned. Pass on my order, all of the law enforcement division will help Elder Chu establish the Yin Shrine and open the underworld. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. Tong Tian sect leader's side, Yan Benjing suddenly changed his face abruptly, sweating furiously. The Tong Tian sect master gave the ghost cultivator the path to heaven, allowing the ghost cultivator to turn from evil to righteousness and become a great help to the cultivation world. And how could he be a person who passes through demons? To repay Mr. Yin's earnest friendship, when the time comes. Elder Chu's words were clearly a confirmation of sect leader Tong Tian's name as a ghost teacher, only that he had to form the forces of the underworld now, and could only repay this favor in the coming days. Now, sect leader Tong Tian is not only a favor to the ghost cultivators. He is also a great favor to the law enforcement division. If you let the people below recklessly go to the door, it is a great disrespect to sect leader Tong Tian. This favor has not yet been returned, and if they also make a grudge. Damn it! Quickly, Gao Wei, immediately have the high base subgroup stop their actions. Chapter 35 The Merits of Indoctrination. Fuan Homestead District. Su Guan stood in the dilapidated hallway with a complicated expression. He had never imagined that he would meet with sect leader Tong Tian in such a manner, and he also knew that with the law enforcement division coming to his door with such a strong stance, his future relationship with sect leader Tong Tian was bound to be like water and fire. As the only close friend of the Tong Tian sect master, he deeply felt some regret. Is sect leader Tong Tian wrong? In terms of the heart, Tong Tian sect master is right. Tong Tian sect master can be said to have broken the truth of the law is just, is fair, the law is not tolerant of mercy is to be built on the basis of the law, not because of the other party's identity and conviction. In fact, everyone understood that ghost cultivators deserved to die, never because they were ghost cultivators. Just as the Tong Tian sect leader said, weakness is the original sin. Therefore, the fairness that the ghost cultivator wanted necessarily did not exist either. It was he who was wrong. There was nothing wrong with him fighting for sect leader Tong Tian. It's just that as an enforcer, he shouldn't have made such biased remarks. This statement, indeed, violated the way of the family. However, at this point in time, right and wrong no longer mattered. Sect leader Tong Tian's words and actions on the spirit net were tantamount to provoking the entire law enforcement division, and the law enforcement division was bound to show its authority by taking such a strong stance, in order to solidify the law enforcement division's position in the cultivation world. The conflict had reached this point and could no longer be reconciled. As a member of the law enforcement division, he had to uphold the face of the law enforcement division. Su Guan collected his mind and once again raised his hand to lightly clasp it. Knock knock knock. Sir, your takeout has arrived. please open the door. Inside the room. Take away? Lin Ran furrowed his brows in confusion and replied towards the door, I haven't ordered takeout. Did you deliver the wrong one? The voice outside the door sounded again. Unit 301, Block 304, Unit 2, Fuan Homeland District, this is the right address. Mr. Lin, did your friend order it? Seeing that the other party was not only able to directly report his address, even his last name was correct. Lin Ran's wariness was also removed a bit. Could it be that Li Sheng kid? Lin Ran said suspiciously, besides Li Sheng, he really couldn't think of anyone else. While thinking, he walked towards the door. In any case, he was a family man with 4 walls, nothing to rob, and he was a big tall man of 1 meter 8. Even if it was a gangster, he would have to weigh it up. Could they take themselves down? He did not know that from the first time the law enforcement division officers stepped into the neighborhood, they had already got the relevant information of all the owners of the neighborhood. It was just that there was nothing to be seen on the information. For most cultivators, hiding aura fluctuations wasn't a difficult task, let alone a Big Brother-level powerhouse whose strength was unknown. That was why they used this thorough door-to-door investigation. As long as they could face each other, they had a way to confirm it. While Lin Ran didn't know what was going on outside, Huang clearly knew that there were people from the law enforcement division standing outside. Originally, he thought that Lin Ran was wary and would be able to stall a little longer. Who would have thought that he would believe the other party so quickly and plan to open the door? Damn it! Can't open the door. Definitely can't let them in. Huang knew that once she let the people from the law enforcement division enter this room, she would definitely be exposed. The only way now was to stall. Stall until the White Tiger True Lord returns. Her identity couldn't be exposed, but True Lord White Tiger didn't have any concerns in this regard, and with True Lord White Tiger's identity, she shouldn't have a problem scaring off these people from the law enforcement division. She had to find a way to stop Lin Ran from opening the door. Seeing Lin Ran getting closer and closer to the door, Huang's eyes tightened and she couldn't care too much about it, directly probing her claws towards Lin Ran. Hiss la! The sound of clothes breaking resounded, but Huang abruptly realized that the person outside the door had disappeared. Gone? Huang couldn't think about it in time, fearing that he would make a commotion and attract the attention of the law enforcement division once again. In a hurry, he turned his body around. Bang! Her body slammed hard into the wall. Fortunately there was a boundary and the wall was not pierced through. Just falling to the ground, Huang's injuries were compounded by her injuries, and only endless bewilderment remained in her eyes as she realized that not only outside the door, even the members of the law enforcement division in the entire neighborhood had retreated like a tidal wave. How come they're gone? It was also at this time that Lin Ran opened the door and saw that the corridor was empty. Sick. Lin Ran was speechless. I also don't know who was pranking people in the middle of the night, posing as a deliveryman. Is it fun? Lin Ran closed the door with a bang, turned around and entered the bedroom, collapsing onto the soft bed. Originally wanted to swipe his cell phone, but as soon as he hit the pillow, a slight snoring sound rang out. At the same time, Su Guan, who had led the members of the law enforcement division to exit the Fuan Homes district, clutched his cell phone tightly with an agitated and excited expression. Established the Yin Shrine and opened the Underworld. He hadn't looked at the spirit net for just a moment, and such a big thing had happened. Sect leader Tong Tian was worthy of being a hidden big brother. Solving the problem of ghost cultivators so easily, and incidentally solving the embarrassing situation of the law enforcement division. After all, it was him who had failed Sect leader Tong Tian. How could he have thought that Sect leader Tong Tian was trying to go against the law enforcement division? However, fortunately, he retreated in time and did not run into Sect leader Tong Tian, who was still the only close friend of Sect leader Tong Tian. There was still a chance for everything to be salvaged. Jiang Chuan walked up and stretched, head, isn't it time to go home? Su Guan rolled the information in his hand into a bucket and knocked heavily on Jiang Chuan's head. Go back to what? All of you go find the ghost cultivator for me, immediately. As soon as Jiang Chuan heard the word ghost cultivator, he was as excited as if he had shot chicken blood. Head, Elder Chu really wants to build the underworld? But Jiang Chuan naively scratched his head, in the future, are ghost cultivators going to steal our rice bowls? Su Guan was so angry that he repeatedly knocked on Jiang Chuan's head. You're idle? Ha? Are you idle? If you have nothing to do, I have plenty of things to arrange for you. Jiang Chuan hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Head, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan felt the hand that was tapping him stop. He looked up at Su Guan, only to realize that Su Guan was holding a paper tube stiffly in one hand, his eyes looking up at the sky, glaring round. He followed Su Guan's gaze, and only then did he notice that a golden auspicious cloud had risen in the black night sky. The auspicious cloud came from far and near, and finally came to rest in the upper air of the Fuan home's neighborhood. A pillar of purple golden light fell straight down. What is that? No one answered Jiang Chuan's question, and one law enforcement division member all looked straight at the auspicious cloud. The shock was incomparable. Because even they, too, didn't know what it was. But everyone could feel the surging breath in that auspicious cloud. On the other side, although Huang didn't know exactly what had happened, but seeing that the crisis had passed, she couldn't help but let out a fierce sigh of relief. Once again, she hit the 9-colored neon phoenix. But without waiting for her to make a move, she saw a purplish golden beam of light pass through the wall and spill down onto Lin Ran's body. Huang's breath stuttered and the feathers on her body trembled violently. This is the merit of indoctrination. Chapter 36, How much are you going to buy me with? In the center of Haibei City, inside a large, luxuriously decorated flat. A bunch of stuff, also worthy of fighting with me. Bai Weiguang slammed the red wine glass in his hand hard on the ground and sat drunkenly on the sofa, tugging at his tie in annoyance. Stupid. They deserve to die, to die. The beautiful woman wearing a black silk halter nightgown, finished cleaning up the broken glass slag on the ground, re-poured a glass of red wine, and walked over to Bai Weiguang's side, half sitting on the armrest of the sofa, her voice softly saying, Mr. Bai, who in the world messed with you and made you so angry? Bai Weiguang sank his face. Who else could it be? Lin Ran and Li Shang, these two people, even want to use fishing wheels to suppress me, really think that I, Bai Weiguang, have been mixing in Haibei City for so many years for nothing? Ha! During this period of time, he really didn't have a good time. Originally, he thought that Lin Ran, an outsider, couldn't make any waves and didn't have the guts to go against him. Who would have thought that Li Shang, the stirrer, would get involved? He also sent the video of him cursing to the internet. He had to find contacts to spend money to keep the fishing wheel down, but also had to be blamed by Mr. Wei for his unfavorable work, and even more exasperating was the rumors in the industry that would come into his ears from time to time. He was reduced to the laughingstock of the entire industry. General Manager Bai, calm down, it's just 2 little ants, they can't hop around for a few days. The young woman took a sip of wine, slightly tilted her head sideways, and sent flaming red lips to Bai Weiguang. After a sizzling intertwining, Bai Weiguang hugged the woman into his arms. A fierce smile appeared on his face. You are right, but it is just 2 ants that can be crushed with my hands, why should I be angry with them? In this world, there is no matter that money cannot be solved, if there is, it must be that there is not enough money. The woman heard Bai Weiguang's words, her eyes flashed slightly. What are you going to do? Bai Weiguang took the red wine glass in the woman's hand and drank it all in one go. While toying with the empty wine glass, he narrowed his eyes. Find a few punks and give me a hard beating. I'd like to see if they can still bounce around when they're seriously injured and paralyzed in bed. The woman's face changed slightly. Just damage some reputation, you have to cripple the other party. This man can be really ruthless. Alright, not wanting to think about these annoyances, it's about time we got to the point. Bai Weiguang sidetracked the topic, and his hands became restless. Nasty. The woman changed into a smiling face at light speed and catered to it. The spring light in the room was exposed in 1,000 different ways. The 2 people who were overlapping did not notice in the slightest that a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness were watching them. Only the eyes carried incomparable dislike. Lin Ran had Bai Weiguang's aura on him. It wasn't difficult for the White Tiger True Lord to find Bai Weiguang. It never wanted to waste time on Bai Weiguang, so naturally it wouldn't continue to wait. The White Tiger True Lord looked at Bai Weiguang's eyes with a slight condensation. Dream entry. Dream entry technique, a small Taoist tactic. With the strength of the White Tiger True Lord's divine soul, it was completely possible to enter a dream unknowingly, but it didn't have that patience and directly chose to forcefully enter a dream. Forced dream entry would cause some damage to the divine soul. A light case would be a mental breakdown, and a heavy case would be turning into an idiot. But the White Tiger was originally here to find trouble. Whether it would cause damage or not was none of its business. Bai Weiguang, who was in the middle of an intense exchange, suddenly felt his eyes go black, the gasps in his ears disappeared, and the soft body underneath him turned into hard ground. What's going on? Bai Weiguang looked around in panic. The dim light made him unable to see his surroundings at all. He could only vaguely see that this was an empty room. There was no furniture, no furnishings. One couldn't even see the walls or feel the boundaries of the room. The only source of light was above his head, a faint glow shining down like a spotlight, circling a circle 1 meter in diameter. And he, with his hands bound, sat on his knees. Just like a prisoner waiting for judgment. Hong Yan, stop it, Bai Weiguang shouted dolefully. He very much hoped that this was just a joke, a prank, that Hong Yan was playing with him, but in his heart, he understood very well. There was absolutely no way Hong Yan would joke with him like this. Who? Come out. We can talk. Money. Yes. I have money, I have a lot of money, I don't care what your purpose is, as long as you let me go, give as much money as you want. Bai Weiguang was truly afraid. He simply didn't know what means the other party had used, and had gotten him here without God realizing it. Obviously, he was still having fun with Hong Yan the last moment. Could it be that he was dreaming? But this dream was also too real. Are you Bai Weiguang? The voice that suddenly sounded behind him caused Bai Weiguang's heart to relax slightly. He swallowed nervously. What kind of person are you? And why are you arresting me? I still need a reason to arrest you? Ha! The contemptuous laughter caused Bai Weiguang's heart to lift again, and he said urgently, even if you're sentencing someone to death, there has to be a cause and effect, right? Oh, it's not like I can't tell you, you offended someone you shouldn't have, and now you're going to pay the price for this. Offended someone? Bai Weiguang thought through his head and couldn't figure out what big shot he had offended. He had always been careful. As long as there was status and position, all of them were held up. And how could he offend someone for no reason? As for the little people, there are still quite a few. He had never put those little people in his eyes, and even if he was offended, he was afraid that he wouldn't know about it. The only ones who were impressed were Lin Ran and Li Shang. To be precise, Li Shang had left his job voluntarily, and he couldn't even be considered offended. The only one he had recently offended was Lin Ran. But Lin Ran was nothing more than a wage earner from out of town, a fatherless orphan, even his house was alone. Where did he get the ability to hire someone? Could it be Li Shang? Bai Weiguang's mind turned sharply. He suddenly disappeared. Hong Yan will certainly find the police. He had to drag it out until the police came to save him. He forced himself to calm down and started a new round of negotiations. It's Lin Ran and Li Shang, right? Do you know that kidnapping is illegal? How much they pay you? I'll give you double. No, triple. You're the first person to try to buy me off with money. Seeing that the other party didn't deny it, Bai Weiguang was even more certain of his guess. In his heart, he couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect that it was really the two scumbags Lin Ran and Li Shang. A pity. I'm afraid that even with all their calculations, they didn't expect the other party to be swayed by money. Money nah, what a good thing. Suddenly, Bai Weiguang felt a distinct burning sensation coming from his neck, like a beast's snort spraying on his neck, and couldn't help but frown. Looking sideways behind him, he saw a huge head. Above the head, there was a pair of purple golden eyes like the size of copper bells, and on the snow-white cheeks, white and thick whiskers were distinctly rooted. The mouth near the head was slightly open, revealing white, bright, and sharp teeth. The mouth spat out human words. How much are you going to buy me with? Bai Weiguang's eyes rolled round, and a coolness went from his back straight to the sky. Demon! Demon! Ah! A sharp cry pierced the night sky. Chapter 37, Encountering a Human Demon. Screw your demon. Labor is a divine beast. Divine beast. The white tiger true lord cursed and leapt into the nearest old alley. There were quite a few old alleys in Hebei City. An alley crossed over and reached out to all parts of the city in all directions. Most of the alleys were low bungalows, and there were also old buildings with 2 or 3 floors. The green bricks and green tiles were quite ancient. The white tiger true lord lightly stepped on the bricks and tiles on the roofs of the houses and passed through an alleyway, traveling in a straight line towards the Fuan Home's neighborhood. Its speed was extremely fast. Even if there were occasional pedestrians passing by, they would not be able to discover its traces at all. Suddenly, the white tiger true lord stopped in its tracks and raised its eyes to the distance. A woman was darting wildly down a narrow alleyway, glancing back behind her from time to time, her expression tense, yet tinged with intense resentment. The resentment emanating from her body was incomparably thick, clearly a ghost cultivator. Generally speaking, people who died would turn into ghosts in the first place, But ordinary ghosts didn't have any power, and if they didn't have the support of their grievances, they could only stay in the earthly world for 7 days. Once the 7 days have passed, the soul will disintegrate and return to the heavenly Tao. The time of the ghosts in the earthly world will be longer, but it is not unlimited. Once the knot is untied, or the grievances are not enough to support, the same will be disintegrated and return to the heavenly path. Only by becoming a ghost cultivator can they continue to stay in the earthly world. Ghost cultivation is the lowest threshold of ghost cultivation, even the lowest level of ghost cultivation, but also stronger than ordinary ghosts. And by the time a ghost cultivator had devoured enough living souls, or sucked up enough grievances, and was no longer completely swayed by the emotion of hatred, and was able to think like a human being, they had reached the realm of human ghosts. This woman named Baiyuzhu was a ghost cultivator who had just stepped into the human ghost realm. It was just that the aura on her body was a bit unstable, and even had a hidden tendency to collapse. Obviously, it was not lightly injured. With Baiyuzhu's strength, she naturally couldn't discover the White Tiger True Lord's trail. She just ran forward regardless, but as she ran, her body seemed to hit an invisible wall. Bang! Her body rebounded and fell hard to the ground. She supported her body with one hand and struggled to stand up, but she couldn't help but open her mouth and spray out a black mist. The black mist dispersed with the wind, and the grievances on Baiyuzhu's body festered a bit more once again. Even the soul body became somewhat transparent. At this time, 2 young people walked out from the shadows, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a simple casual dress, overlooking Baiyuzhu who was lying on the ground. "Sked, I've already said that you can't run away, so why waste everyone's time again? Why don't you obediently go back with us? I can still let you suffer a little less before you die." Baiyuzhu looked at the man with an unwilling face. "We have no grievances or enmity, why in the world are you arresting me?" "Why?" "Humph." The young girl in the JK costume coldly grunted, "You ghost cultivators are causing a lot of harm to people, and you have to ask us why." "Harming people a lot?" Baiyuzhu was stunned and looked at the young girl with an incredulous face. "I have never harmed innocent people." The young girl sneered, "So you admit to killing people?" Baiyuzhu was grief-stricken. "They maimed innocents and did evil, shouldn't they be killed?" "I killed all the people who deserve to die." "Killing is killing, what else do you have to argue about?" The young girl righteously said, "Today, we are going to seek justice for those innocent people who died in vain." "Innocent died in vain? Ho ho ho!" Baiyuzhu lowered her eyes, and an odd and desolate laugh came out of her throat. "Yeah, I've killed a lot of people. A migrant worker who dragged a female college student into a construction site and violated her, a middle-aged woman who trafficked children. I remember every one of them. The one I remember most clearly is the husband who made me look like this, a husband who killed me with his own hands, faked my suicide, inherited my entire fortune, cheated on my insurance premiums, and squandered his money with his mistress." Baiyuzhu raised her head, her eyes shedding blood tears, "A husband who abused his own daughter with his mistress. Do you know? That year, my daughter was only 3 years old. I watched my daughter being beaten all over her body and watched her dying. Then I turned into a stern ghost and killed this pair of dogs." Accompanied by the gloomy voice, the black pupils disappeared, only a pair of white eyes remained in the sockets, and the resentment in her body not only solidified again, but even climbed. She climbed up from the ground, her face filled with resentment, and her originally clear features became extremely distorted. "Who in the end died innocently and in vain? Why is it that you guys can't distinguish between right and wrong? Damn it! This group of scum all deserve to die." Intermingled with the mournful shrill whistles erupted, the temperature around them plummeted straight down. Yan Qingqing retreated in panic and crashed into Fu Hao's arms. "Qingqing, you're still too merciful to reason with a ghost cultivator. But it's normal, people who come into contact with ghost cultivators for the first time will be soft-hearted." Fu Hao shook his head and sighed, casually flinging out a breaking fury nail. Snort! The breaking fury nail passed through Baiyuzhu's left shoulder and nailed her to the wall. Fu Hao looked at the young girl in his arms and admonished, "They're just using our sympathy to shake our Tao. Remember, in the future, there's no need to talk such nonsense with ghost cultivators. Luckily, there's senior brother." Yan Qingqing spat out her tongue and jumped out of Fu Hao's arms with a reddened face. So close, she almost fell for it. She looked at the white jade bead that was nailed to the wall, her voice faintly carrying excitement. "Senior brother, then can we take the Underworld ghost flame now? Bring it back first," Fu Hao said while walking towards the white jade bead. The underworld ghost flame was the fire of the soul, which could cauterize the soul, and even if his cultivation was a great deal higher than the other parties, once it was contaminated, it would definitely damage the divine soul. It was also for this reason that the underworld ghost flame taken out from a ghost cultivator's body had to be carried by a specialized magic weapon. Of course, there was still the possibility of failure. If the ghost cultivator was willing to cooperate, the process could also be much smoother. The possibility of failure could also be greatly reduced. This was also the reason why he repeatedly gave the other party a chance. Seeing Fu Hao approaching step by step, Bai Yuzhu yelled, "I didn't lie, everything I said is true. Why do you all just not believe me? No! Don't kill me!" Bai Yuzhu's shrill voice gradually turned into a weak pleading voice. "Don't kill me, please, I just want to guard my daughter to grow up peacefully. I will never kill anyone again, can I?" "Can, of course." Fu Hao smiled and said, "If you obediently cooperate with us to take out the underworld ghost flame, I won't kill you, how's that? This deal is fair, right?" "Fair?" Bai Yuzhu felt absurd. The underworld ghost flame was the innate fire of a ghost cultivator, so what was the difference between this and killing her? This person was simply playing with her. Bai Yuzhu looked at Fu Hao, her eyes glazed over. "Then let's die together." Chapter 38, This script isn't right. Snort! Bai Yuzhu's fingertips ignited a cluster of blue embers, which rapidly transformed into blue flames, spreading down her arms to her body, but in a matter of seconds, it wrapped her body tightly. She raised her hands and made an embracing gesture, like a demonic blue flower that blossomed. Fu Hao's face leisurely changed. He hadn't expected that the other party would use his soul body as fuel to ignite his own innate fire. This method was insidious to the extreme. Not only did one have to endure inhuman pain, once it was utilized, the fire would not go out unless the soul was extinguished. With the strength of the other party, it was impossible to die with him. It was clear that he didn't want him to get the underworld ghost fire even if he died. If it was someone else, there was really no way to stop it. Unfortunately, it was him who had encountered it. Humph, looking for death. While Fu Hao's figure quickly retreated, a single breaking fury nail was flung out from his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 breaking fury nails were nailed into Bai Yuzhu's right shoulder, wrist, and ankle respectively. Bai Yuzhu was nailed to the wall, unable to dodge at all, and could only watch as the last breaking fury nail rapidly approached. Snort! The breaking fury nail nailed into Bai Yuzhu's brow. 7 breaking fury nails entered the body. Soul-suppressing fury breaking. In an instant, the underworld ghost flame extinguished. Bai Yuzhu clearly felt the pain coming from her soul body, like the scorching of fire, and like falling into an ice cave, freezing cold to the bone. The torment of flipping back and forth caused her to ache. Ah! Miserable ghostly whistles continued to ring out. Bai Yuzhu's entire body trembled in pain. She struggled violently. It was just that the more she struggled, the more intense the pain became, as if someone was constantly tearing her body into pieces. Nui Nui. Bai Yuzhu's eyes widened as she stared dead on in the direction of her home, her gaze seeming to pass through the heavy, thick walls to see the little girl who was nestled under the quilt with a bear doll in her arms. The little girl was secretly crying as usual, secretly shouting, "Mommy! Mommy, where are you?" The tears of blood in Bai Yuzhu's eyes continued to overflow. Why? She just wanted to guard her daughter as she grew up. She just wanted to punish those bad people. What had she done wrong? In this world, was there really no justice to be found? But her resentment was dissipating fast, her power was weakening, she couldn't even die with her enemies. She could only be slaughtered. Bai Yuzhu closed her eyes in despair. Just at this time. Hey! I say you guys are almost done. The voice that fell from the sky was like the dawn breaking through the darkness of the desperate night. Bai Yuzhu opened her eyes full of hope and saw a man with a toothpick in his mouth jumping down from the roof and blocking the middle between her and Fu Hao. The man wore a black uniform with a straight posture. He flashed out his identity token. The law enforcement division is handling a case, idle people leave quickly. Bai Yuzhu's eyes that had just lit up with hope dimmed, so it was the law enforcement division. That turned out to have no hope at all. Fu Hao frowned. Captain Su, what do you mean by this? It is the plain meaning. Su Guan's face was not very good. Lo and behold. The law enforcement division had actually been reduced to this. A mere late Foundation establishment cultivator dared to come and question him, an enforcement captain of the Zhou Heavenly Realm. Who is to blame? Blame it on the fact that they usually really gave these people faces. Suguan suppressed the fire in his heart and pointed at Bai Yuju, take out the breaking fury nail from her body, and you guys hurry up and leave. Fu Hao's face darkened. Seeing that he was about to get his hands on her, wasn't it excessive for the law enforcement division to come and pick the peach at this time? No. Not right. If Suguan simply wanted to pick the peach, why would he need him to take out the breaking fury nail? Captain Su, as far as I know, the law enforcement division has never cared about ghost cultivators, much less let ghost cultivators stay in the mortal realm. You wouldn't be having a personal relationship with this ghost cultivator, would you? Put your fart. Suguan couldn't help but curse, surname Fu, what are you? You dare to plant evidence on me, Grandpa? Where did my senior brother go wrong? It's clearly you yourself who didn't follow the regulations, why are you still cursing? Yan Xingqing couldn't help but fight for Fu Hao. How many burdens had they helped the law enforcement division alleviate by killing ghost cultivators? This Captain Su not only didn't appreciate it, but also scolded people. It was simply a white-eyed wolf. I don't follow the regulations? Suguan laughed in exasperation, then tell me, which rule in the cultivation world says that you can arbitrarily lynch ghost cultivators? Me what me? Can't say it, can you? Suguan spat, spitting the toothpick in his mouth onto the ground. For your information, the law enforcement division has an order that no one in the cultivation world may lynch a ghost cultivator. That's impossible. Yan Xingqing stared incredulously. Ghost cultivators were evil cultivators. Slaying evil cultivators was removing harm from the people. How could the law enforcement division issue such an order? Fu Hao's face was grim to the extreme. Ghost cultivators are evil cultivators. Is your law enforcement division going to disregard human lives and allow ghost cultivators to do evil in the mortal realm? Where is the evidence? Evidence? Fu Hao's expression was stunned. When did killing a ghost cultivator still require evidence? How could he possibly have evidence? No evidence and still talking. Hurry up and leave, don't get in the way here. Suguan waved his hand impatiently. Fu Hao's face flushed green and red for a while as he gritted his teeth. Even if there is no evidence, with me, Fu Hao, I will never allow ghost cultivators to do evil in the world. Captain Su, are you planning to make an enemy of my Qingfeng sect for the sake of ghost cultivators? Suguan rolled his eyes. Enemy with your Qingfeng sect? Is your Qingfeng sect worthy of that? As soon as these words came out, Yan Xingqing and Fu Hao's faces turned ugly to the extreme. Although Qingfeng sect wasn't considered a top force, it was at least ranked amongst the first-class forces. Suguan's words were really too much. Yan Xingqing gritted her teeth and said, for this matter today, I, Yan Xingqing, will definitely seek justice from the law enforcement division. Suguan impatiently pulled out his ears, not taking the threat in Yan Xingqing's words into consideration in the slightest. Don't you just want to tell me that your father is the Green Peak sect master, Yan Wenba? Don't you just want to say that there is a harmonized God realm powerhouse behind you? You'd better go back and ask your father if the Green Peak sect is going to be an enemy of our law enforcement division. Yan Xingqing froze. As far as she could remember, the law enforcement division had always backed down as long as they revealed their identity. When had the law enforcement division become so tough? Could it be that this really wasn't Suguan's personal will, but an order from the law enforcement division? But how could the law enforcement division be fighting for a ghost cultivator? Openly make enemies of the prestigious sects? This script wasn't right. Senior brother. Yan Xingqing looked nervously at Fu Hao, who clenched both fists, a vein bulging on the back of his hand. Of course he wasn't willing to give up just like that. But Suguan was a Zhou Heavenly Realm powerhouse, he simply couldn't fight. Today, let's consider my Qingfeng sect giving face to the law enforcement division. Fu Hao forcibly squeezed out a smile, then, greeting Yan Xingqing, Xingqing, let's go. Suguan's eyelids lifted slightly, wait. Chapter 39, I'm going to kill you. Fu Hao, who was called out by Suguan, said in a deep voice, what else does Captain Su have to teach? The broken fury nail. Suguan pointed at Bai Yuju and added, also, our law enforcement division acts according to the law, so next time, don't say you'll give our law enforcement division face. Fu Hao gritted his teeth and reached out towards the white jade bead and grabbed it in the air. Swoosh! The 7 breaking fury nails on Bai Yuju's body broke out one after another, and she fell to the ground, but the wounds left by the breaking fury nails didn't disappear, and they still continued to emit a faint black gas. Fu Hao put away the breaking fury nails and said in a cold, hard voice, can we go now? Captain Su. Of course. Suguan waved his hand with a smile and said, remember, in the future, obey the law and behave properly. Fu Hao, who had just taken 2 steps, stumbled, his mind directly exploding. What do you mean we should obey the law and behave properly? You law enforcement division people are really crazy. Complain. We must file a complaint. For this matter today, your law enforcement division must give our Green Peak sect an explanation. Feel free. Suguan smiled and reached out his hand in a pleased gesture, and Fu Hao's face darkened as he left the alley with Yan Qingqing. Only then did Suguan turn his head to look at Bai Yuzhu. What are you waiting for? Go. Bai Yuzhu froze and raised her head. She must have gone crazy. Otherwise, how else would she have seen the law enforcement division come to her rescue? Go. Where? As soon as Suguan heard this, he knew that this ghost cultivator didn't even know what was happening on the spirit web. It was normal. The purge of ghost cultivators had been going on for quite some time now, and most of the ghost cultivators were fleeing from east to west, so how could they have time to go on the spirit net? Suguan raised his eyes to the southwest direction. Fingu. Fengdu? Bai Yuzhu looked puzzled. Of course she knew about Fingu, it was one of the more famous spots in Yuzhou. But why go there? She didn't want to leave Haibei City, didn't want to leave her daughter. Facing a strong person of the Zhou heavenly realm, she did not have the ability to resist, not to mention that the other party had just saved her, and even though she was a ghost cultivator, she was not someone who could not distinguish between right and wrong, or who would return favors with a vengeance. Su watched Bai Yuzhu's tangled expression and knew what she was thinking. He sighed and explained, because only by going there can you protect the people you want to protect and never have to worry about being hunted down by people from the cultivation world. Bai Yuzhu's expression was slightly stunned. Never having to worry about being chased by people again? And still be able to protect the people you want to protect? She wasn't dreaming, was she? Bai Yuzhu knelt down towards Suguan, her voice choking. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank Sect leader Tong Tian. Suguan waved his hand, still sighing as he remembered the vision he had seen earlier. That was merit. It was the first time he had seen that merit and virtue would actually be displayed in physical form, but it was a pity that the top had given a death order at the first opportunity to block this matter. He couldn't even go to the spirit net to fool around. Now that the Tong Tian sect master's identity in the present world, the residence, is all classified as an S-class file, and the law enforcement division wants to maximize the guarantee that no one will disturb this big brother because of their faults. Tong Tian sect master. Bai Yuzhu was puzzled. Not all ghost cultivators had access to the spirit network. The communicators that were able to log into the spirit net were all specially crafted magic weapons from the cultivation world, and only a few obsolete old goods would stray into the ghost market and be sold to ghost cultivators at a high price. Most ghost cultivators were in hiding in the mortal world, and had no spirit stones on them. Those who could afford to use a communicator were the more powerful ghost cultivators, which led to most ghost cultivators having extremely limited sources of information. Although Bai Yuzhu had heard of the name Sect leader Tong Tian in the ghost circle, she was not familiar with Sect leader Tong Tian, and seeing that Suguan didn't want to say more, she didn't dare to pursue the matter, but only secretly memorized the name. While her heart was grateful, it was also filled with curiosity. What exactly had Sect leader Tong Tian done to make the law enforcement division's attitude towards ghost cultivators change so drastically? Equally puzzled was the White Tiger True Lord who had already quietly gone away. Ghost cultivators matter, it from the very beginning did not intend to get involved, in its eyes there is no one right or wrong, only the weak and the strong. If it is not concerned about the division of law enforcement, it does not even mind killing these 3 blocking the way. Just how it did not think to understand, the division of law enforcement how to still control the ghost cultivator to come? And also, what exactly did that Lin Ran kid do? How is it that even the ghost cultivators are thanking him? The White Tiger True Lord returned to the Fuan Homestead district with a puzzled look on his face, and before he even stepped through the door, he clearly sensed that the 9-colored neon phoenix was still there. It hadn't even moved its position a bit. Strange. The White Tiger True Lord was even more puzzled. It could sense a fluctuation of aura within the house, but it was so slight that it couldn't even be considered an attack. But it didn't make sense at all. It had gone off with such a big grin, how could Huang not take the opportunity to do something? Even if it didn't take this opportunity to test Lin Ran's bottom line, how come it didn't even want the 9-colored neon phoenix? Could it be that Huang discovered its backhand? Just then. I'm going to kill you. A furious roar broke through the White Tiger True Lord's eardrums as Chi Hua's body changed from small to large, and her huge true body completely unfolded, covering the sky and giving off a powerful sense of oppression. The killing intent in her eyes rose, flying towards the White Tiger True Lord's face. The White Tiger True Lord was not surprised, but rather delighted. It had succeeded. It hadn't been preventing Huang for a day or two, and had secretly arranged means long before. This time, it seemed to be stimulated to leave, but in reality, it was setting a trap for Huang. The 9-colored neon phoenix has added material inside. If Huang dares to use the 9-colored neon phoenix to heal his wounds, he will definitely have to shed a layer of skin. As for Lin Ran, it hadn't been idle during this time either. It had been studying how it had concluded the contract with Lin Ran. Normally, there were 3 ways to conclude a contract: master-servant contract, benevolent contract, and equality contract. Like the one it had concluded with Lin Ran was the equality contract. This was the least binding of all the contracts. The 2 parties that concluded the contract, besides not being able to harm each other, neither of them could force the other to do anything. It was more similar to an existence that was like a friend. This was also the reason that although it rejected it, it didn't fight to the death to lift the contract in the first place. These 3 kinds of contracts, except for the master-servant contract which was suppressed by a strong force, the remaining 2 needed to get the other party's approval in order to plant a spiritual brand and succeed in the contract. It was absolutely impossible for them divine beasts to succumb to the master-servant contract. The remaining 2. Lin Ran, immortal, would know about spirit branding. After thinking about it, it finally thought of something. When it was rescued home by Lin Ran in the form of a cat, it had once accidentally scratched Lin Ran. So, inadvertently triggering a blood contract? The White Tiger True Lord wasn't sure. If that was the case, it could only say one thing. What a ing pit. The key was to pit yourself when you weren't sober. It couldn't do anything about it even if it was pissed off. Regardless of whether or not that was the case, it reminded it, so this time, before it left, it incidentally did a bit of tampering. As long as Huang dares to touch Lin Ran, it will definitely reach a blood contract. Ha ha! The more Huang stormed out, the happier the White Tiger True Lord became. It watched Hua's figure get closer and closer without the slightest bit of panic on its face. Instead it revealed a smile. Are you sure you want to fight me? Chapter 40, Weird things happen every year. Today is special. Eventually, Hua stopped less than 10 centimeters away from the White Tiger True Lord. Its eyes were red and it stared at the White Tiger True Monarch in death. Yet, it did not advance an inch. It was because so many things had happened before that she didn't realize at first that she had been contracted, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that an unfamiliar power had appeared in her body. This power was extremely weak. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been contracted before, she didn't even notice it. And under an equal contract, they were companions, and in the event of conflict, it was considered betrayal, and the one who took the lead would be revolted. Alright, don't take advantage of the situation. The White Tiger True Lord yawned lazily. With the contract, Huang not only couldn't harm Lin Ran, but also had to contribute. Wouldn't that save it? This period of time is also to provide a sheltered site, and also provide extremely high-quality spirit stones to set up the spirit gathering formation. How can Hua say that it also has to pay a little, right? As for the future, when the contract is dissolved, each according to their own abilities. Hearing the White Tiger True Lord's words, Huang couldn't help but recall the vision she had seen earlier, and her complexion changed. It was rumored that there were 3 ways to become a saint: proving the way with force, proving the way by decapitation, and proving the way with merit. Witnessing the way with force was mainly based on cultivating the physical body, using one's own strength to break the bonds of the Great Tao and refine the foundation of the Great Tao. To chop off the corpse to prove the way is to cultivate the spirit, chop off the 3 corpses of good thoughts, evil thoughts, and obsessive thoughts, i.e., to chop off one's own 7 feelings and 6 desires, to make clear the original self, and then integrate the 3 corpses, to send the spirit to the heavenly way, to prove the way of the mixed yuan. And merit to prove the Tao, is to shake the Tao of heaven with infinite merit, to benevolence into a saint. Although there is no difference between noble and lowly, the 3,000 avenues of the road can become the road. Saints are not high or low, but only the merits of the road, the status of the most honorable. The reason is very simple: merit to prove the way to merit the body, enjoy the supreme fruit forever, even if the destruction of heaven and earth cannot be affected by it. This method is also the most difficult. If you want to invoke the grand idea of the Great Tao, you need to have merit, wishing power, and chi luck. But she, surprisingly, saw the heavenly path of merit and virtue in a person whose spiritual power fluctuation was almost zero. It was still the most difficult merit of indoctrination. You have to know that back then, during the period of the saints, all the 100 schools of thought made a grand wish, trying to prove the way with merit. Only a few succeeded. Most of the so-called saints are only the title of the world, not the real saints. The only one who became a saint by teaching and educating was the ancestor of Confucianism, Kong Shang. But even Confucius once lamented, "Only the superior knows and the inferior fools are unwavering." After Kong Shang, there was only Yaxing, and Confucianism was not to be continued in later generations. This shows the difficulty of indoctrination. Now, although Lin Ran has not become a saint in one fell swoop, but is responsible for the work of indoctrination, even if it is just an ordinary person, it is also a great deal of luck. This thing called chi luck is vague, but in reality, it brings too many benefits. The simplest thing is to be lucky. It was as if all the good things in the whole world were concentrated on oneself. Not to mention that Lin Ran was a cultivator, and with the Yuanshan being blessed with merit, not only would he be able to cultivate with half the effort and countless chances, even if he were to cross the heavenly tribulation, he would also be free from the intrusion of heart demons, making it even easier than other people. She had indeed dipped her toe in the water by entering into a contract with Lin Ran. Becoming a saint. Could it be that the tens of thousands of years of waiting was finally coming to an end? Now you can always tell me his true identity, right? Huang gritted his teeth. Although the cultivation hadn't been cut off, the secret of sainthood had long been hidden in the long river of time, and even divine beasts like her and the white tiger true lord, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, only knew a little about it. How could Lin Ran know about it? Could it be that Lin Ran wasn't from this era at all, but was an old monster who had survived from ancient times? Generally speaking, the harmonization realm could only live for 5,000 years, and even a paramount saint would only have a lifespan of 10,000 years, so if you wanted to live longer, unless you adopted some sort of secret method. However, if one adopts a secret method to survive, the means are definitely not honorable. Can even be said to be very cruel. As a result, the path to sainthood was completely cut off. And how could it be possible to get the approval of the heavenly Tao and obtain such a majestic teaching? True Lord White Tiger was confused by Qi Huang's question. What kind of person? Having lived with Lin Ran for 3 whole years, White Tiger True Monarch couldn't be clearer. Lin Ran was a solid ordinary person. If it wasn't for it, this kid wouldn't even be able to draw Qi into his body. Only blindly grinning on the spirit net. But Qi Huang compromised too quickly, didn't he? Odd. Strange. Strange things happen every year, but today is especially so. What you shouldn't know, don't ask. Coldly casting down his sentence, White Tiger True Lord directly leaped into the bedroom. Its curiosity was about to explode. It had just left for such a short while. What exactly had Lin Ran done? Not only did he let the law enforcement division help the ghost cultivators solve their troubles, even Qi Huang seemed to have some sort of misunderstanding. No way. It had to figure it out. Bang! The White Tiger True Lord slammed the door shut with one foot, directly cutting off Qi Huang's prying eyes. Glancing at Lin Ran, who was huffing and puffing on the bed, he didn't hesitate to pick up the cell phone on the bedside and directly unlocked it with Lin Ran's fingerprint. The action was done in a single breath, so skillful that it was heartbreaking. There is no way. As a tiger with an upwardly mobile mind, it also had to keep up with the times, so it would often sneakily brush the spirit net after Lin Ran was asleep. When it came to this matter, one had to blame that group of wasteful formation masters. After such a long time, the spirit net hadn't been repaired, or else it could have directly ordered a newest type of communicator, which would still need to sneak around and do this kind of thing. What's even more annoying is that Lin Ran has so many points that he can't even spend a single point. It could only watch and covet. Simply outrageous. The White Tiger True Lord spat while opening the spirit net. A dialog box popped up on the page. The post, on the path of ghost cultivation, has been added to the list, gaining 5 million points. How many? White Tiger True Lord sucked in a breath of cool air and felt like he was blind. It wasn't. It had been absent for just a moment and Lin Ran had earned 5 million points? One must know that the exchange ratio on the Spirit Online was 1:10, which meant that a little bit of points could be exchanged for 10 lower grade spirit stones, and 5 million points was equivalent to 50 million lower grade spirit stones. That was 5,000 top grade spirit stones. 50 extreme grade spirit stones. Don't look at the fact that the number of top grade spirit stones and top grade spirit stones doesn't seem to be much, But don't forget that a cultivator like Lin Ran, who had just induced chi into his body, would only have 2 or 3 lower grade spirit stones a month at the end of the day. He couldn't even touch a middle grade spirit stone, let alone a top grade spirit stone or a top grade spirit stone. Lin Ran had 5,000 top grade spirit stones just by bragging on the spirit net. When did spirit stones become so worthless? White Tiger True Lord was truly numb. If Lin Ran was mistakenly lucky last time, what about this time? It suppressed the emotions that were churning in its heart and forked out the points reward pop up, and it saw a screen full of bragging rights. It's still the Tong Tian Sect Master, with a few casual words. He's found a path to heaven for the ghost cultivators. Both a Dan Master and a Ghost Master, awesome pulse. Who will dare to disrespect the Tong Tian Sect Master in the future? From today onwards, I'm Sect Leader Tong Tian's little fanboy. Me too. I've been fanized by Big Brother. From now on, I'll only respect Sect Leader Tong Tian on the Spirit Online. All of you lean to the side, even if you kneel, it's my #1 fan head who comes first. You all think you can get guidance from the Big Brother just by kneeling here? You want to eat. There are tons of people lining up, so even if you are instructed by one person a day, you won't be able to get your turn in this lifetime. I'm happy, what do you care? It's not your turn anyway, I think you're just sour. The White Tiger True Lord's eyes went straight as he watched. What these people were saying was really the Lin Ran knew. Chapter 41, Who do you think will kowtow to you? The night was late, but the Spirit Online was still abuzz with excitement. Everything related to the Tong Tian Sect leader had become a hot topic on the Spirit Online, and the identity of the Tong Tian Sect leader had once again caused countless people to speculate. Some people say that Sect leader Tong Tian is handsome and extraordinary, others say that Sect leader Tong Tian must be a respected old man, and still others say that Sect leader Tong Tian is a fairy. There were all sorts of things to say. But the true identity of the Tong Tian Sect master was always unknown. Instead, under the spirit net, a bloody storm was set off. With the help of the law enforcement division, the vast majority of ghost cultivators were concentrated towards Fingu. Of course, there are exceptions. Those low-level ghost cultivators who have long lost their minds. As well as ghost cultivators who were intercepted by the hunters. Compared to the previous purge in the name of justice, today's hunt that had its cover torn was even more frantic. Because all the hunters were very clear that this was the last chance to obtain the Underworld ghost flame, and once they allowed the ghost cultivators to successfully transform into ghost gods, they would have no more bright and righteous excuses. Even as long as the ghost cultivators gathered together, they would inevitably rise as a major new force in the cultivation world. They wouldn't be able to find any more opportunities. This night was especially long for the ghost cultivators. The originator of this turmoil, Ghost Dimming Lantern, hadn't had time to rejoice for long because of Sect leader Tong Tian's guidance before he began to flee in a sorry state on his way to Fingu. He had been discovered by the hunters. In the woods at the border of Yuzhou, Ghost Point Light, who was surrounded by 5 people, gradually lost his strength. He looked at the few people with hatred. Do you know what relationship I have with Sect leader Tong Tian? If you dare to touch me, you are looking for death. Tong Tian Sect Master? The handsome-looking youth kicked Ghost Point Lamp to the ground and laughed coldly. What kind of a thing is Sect leader Tong Tian? How dared he be an enemy of our heavenly martial pavilion? The few people beside him also complimented. Sect Master Tong Tian is nothing but a rat who hides his head. How can he be compared to our young pavilion master? Don't say Tong Tian Sect Master is not here. Even if he is here, he can't protect you today. What our young pavilion master wants, there is never anything he can't get his hands on. Don't be ungrateful. To let our young pavilion master personally do it is already your great honor. I advise you to obediently cooperate with us to take out the Underworld ghost flame, but you can suffer a little less. Heavenly Martial Pavilion. Ghost Point Lamp's pupils suddenly shrunk. According to the rankings on the Spirit Net, of the top 10 top forces in the cultivation world, the Heavenly Martial Pavilion ranked 3rd. The Tianwu Pavilion did not only have 3 real person-level powerhouses in attendance, but more importantly, the Tianwu Pavilion's old ancestor was a half-step harmonization powerhouse. Shinsu, the young master of Tianwu Pavilion, was the grandson of this old ancestor. Shinsu was also well known on the Spirit Net. It was said that this Tianwu Pavilion young master did things in a tyrannical manner, and even the law enforcement division had to retreat. Thinking about this, Ghost Point Lamp had a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing such a behemoth as Tianwu Pavilion, even the law enforcement division did not dare to say anything. What could a small earth ghost like him do? He could only admit defeat? He was not willing. Obviously, sect leader Tong Tian had already given him a path, obviously only one step away. No. He wanted to live. He wanted to live honorably. Put. Ghost Point Lamp gently blew out a breath, and the already dim light around him completely turned into pitch black. And in this instant, Ghost Point Lamp also completely merged into the blackness. It seemed to disappear. It also seemed to be everywhere. It was like a hunter lurking in the darkness of the night, ready to give a fatal blow. Whoa whoa! Intermittent ghostly cries rang out. The temperature plummeted, as if even the ground was covered in a layer of frost. The ghost cries were interspersed with a strange and alien sound that made the teeth sour, as if the fingernails were constantly rubbing against the metal, making the few people who surrounded the Ghost Point light not help but send chills down their spines and their cold hairs stand straight up. The cold aura wrapped around Shinsu's body, seemingly wanting to drill into his skin and into his bones. Just this means? Shinsu snorted coldly and casually flung out a suppressor talisman. Snort! The talisman spontaneously combusted without wind. The temperature rose back up, and the surrounding illusion instantly disappeared without a trace. The four people next to him also used their own means, but no one expected that Ghost Dimming Lantern did not have the intention of entangling with them, and as early as the first time the illusory realm appeared, it had already fled towards the distance at a high speed. Shinsu was a cultivator at the early stage of the heavenly realm. In terms of cultivation alone, the strength of Ghost Point Lamp and Shinsu is similar, coupled with his special ability to be able to hide into the darkness of the night. Even if he does not have the upper hand, Shinsu cannot help him. However, the treasure in Shinsu's hand is too much. The suppressor talisman was even dumped without any money. The strength of the four people with Shinsu was not bad. The one called Huang even reached the late stage of the Tong Tian realm. If it is not the other party does not want to show off in front of Shinsu, he would have been unable to support. So, Ghost Point Lamp from the beginning did not expect to fight with this group of people. He only wanted to escape. As long as he escaped to Fingu, he would be safe. Want to escape? The corner of Shinsu's mouth hooked into a sneer, and on his raised right hand, an additional black chain appeared. The chain exuded a cold aura, even colder than the ghost aura on the Ghost Lamp. This item was called the Soul Locking Chain. It was a magic treasure made by Linglong Pavilion specifically for ghost cultivators. Even if it was a ghost cultivator at the god realization stage, it could not break free from the Soul Locking Chain. Shinsu threw the soul chain towards the Ghost Point Lamp, and the chain quickly grew longer and directly wrapped around the Ghost Point Lamp's neck. With a gentle tug from him, Ghost Point Lamp was yanked back. Snap! Shinsu stepped on Ghost Point Lamp's face and teased, "Actually, it's not impossible to make me let you go. As long as you let Lord Tong Tian come over and kowtow to me a few times, how about I let you go?" Ghost Point Lamp's face was hard to see. Not to mention that he was pulling the tiger skin of Sect leader Tong Tian, and there was no way that Sect leader Tong Tian would come to his rescue. Even if he really had a friendship with Sect leader Tong Tian, he would definitely not be able to do so. Sect leader Tong Tian had a favor for him. A great favor. How could he let Sect leader Tong Tian suffer this kind of humiliation? Scram! Ghost Blower's angry scolding undoubtedly enraged Shinsu. As soon as Shinsu's hand exerted force, the soul lock chain wrapped around Ghost Blowtorch's neck quickly shrunk, and even though Ghost Blowtorch was only a soul body, he could still feel a strong sense of suffocation, just like a drowning person who couldn't breathe. And just when he felt like he was about to completely lose consciousness, he suddenly felt the soul locking chain around his neck loosen and fall to the ground. Hoo! Ghost Point Lamp habitually took 2 hard breaths before raising his head. Just the moment he raised his head, he froze, only to see Shinsu's entire body suspended in mid-air, and it seemed that there was an invisible hand on his neck, lifting him up. When the 4 people who were with Shinsu saw the scene, their complexion also changed drastically. Who? What kind of person is pretending to be a god? Bold! Quickly release our young pavilion master. Amidst a low cry, the 4 of them saw a person suddenly appear before their eyes. This person's white clothes were like snow, immaculate, holding a preceptor ruler in his right hand, and his face was majestic. He looked at Shinsu with cold eyes. "Who did you say to kowtow to you?" Chapter 42, Those who disrespect the Ghost Master should be killed. Shinsu, who was hanging in mid-air, was breathing heavily and his face flushed red until an icy questioning voice came from his ears, which made his brain, which was already down, work again. Who? Who else could there be? Of course it was the Tong Tian sect leader, the one who was blown up by the spirit net to be like a god. Dan Master, Ghost Master. There were even quite a few people who even called it a great honor to be a close friend of the Tong Tian sect master. He liked to step on such people under his feet. Asshole. Asshole. Shinsu struggled to open his mouth and threatened, "Let me go. Now if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I can still spare you from death. Otherwise, my grandfather." The four people with Shinhao all turned white. They didn't know what relationship this person had with the Tong Tian sect leader, or maybe this person was the Tong Tian sect leader? But the strength of the other party was clearly above them. They also did not expect that Shinsu would not even say a soft word in this situation. Also, Shinsu, relying on the backing of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion ancestor, had always been accustomed to riding roughshod over the cultivation world. When had he ever suffered such a loss? It was simply impossible to make Shinsu concede. Although the four people did not want to offend this unknown ghost cultivator, but they knew better. Once Shinsu, if there was a long or short, they all had to give Shinsu a burial, and could only harden their heads to stand up for Shinsu. "Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? Is it possible that you want to be an enemy of my Tianwu Pavilion? Still, Your Excellency, please release the young pavilion master. Today this matter we can pretend that it has never happened, otherwise." Zhu Tianqing didn't pay attention to the threats of the four people, just looked at Shinsu with an icy gaze, and the cold light in his hand gently swung, striking the top of Shinhao's head through the air. "Those who disrespect the ghost master should be killed." This seemingly ordinary ring ruler, but it carried an endless pressure that made Shinsu's soul tremble. For the first time, Shinsu clearly felt the threat of death. He could not help but change his face greatly. "You dare? No. You can't." Shinhao's terrified howl came to an abrupt end, and his body fell to the ground with a plop, just like there was no breath. The four people with Shinhao were dumbfounded. "Dead? This is dead?" Although Shinhao was only a cultivator at the early stage of the heavenly realm, he still had a lot of life-preserving magic treasures on his body given by his ancestor, so even if he encountered a real person-level powerhouse, he would be able to block the other side's blow, allowing the Heavenly Martial Pavilion's old ancestor time to descend. But now, none of these life-preserving talismans had even triggered, and Shinhao was dead. What kind of strength was this? The four people couldn't see through it. It was just that they made the same choice almost at the same time. Escape. However, a cluster of blue flames drifted from the distance, rapidly approaching and directly intercepting the four back. Ghost cultivator. Someone swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. It was a ghost cultivator. "If it wasn't for you damn hunters, how would we have been forced to this point? Damn. You all deserve to die. How many ghost cultivators have you brutally killed us? Now, retribution has come. Now it's time for you guys to taste the feeling of disembowelment, jia jia jia." The ghost cultivators that surrounded from all sides were filled with resentment. The fearfulness of these days had long since caused their grievances to build up, and the four people in front of them were like a cathartic outlet. The four people looked at the vast army of ghost cultivators, and their scalps were also numb. Their faces were pale. They couldn't escape. At this time, Zhu Tianqing's flat voice sounded once again. "Let them leave." The clamoring ghost cultivators were quiet for an instant, and a ghost cultivator stood out in defiance. "They killed so many of our companions, why should we let them go?" Many ghost cultivators immediately followed and shouted. "That's right, why should we let them go if you say so? They killed us, of course we can kill them as well. Kill them." The noisy yelling caused Zhu Tianqing to have a headache as well. Ghost cultivators were a hodgepodge, gathered together, all kinds of bulls and devils came out, and being used to being free and loose, they did not obey discipline at all, which was the biggest reason why ghost cultivators had never been able to make it to the top. If they hadn't been pushed by these hunters, it would have been impossible for them to have the cohesion they have now. The hunters were guilty. But how many of these ghost cultivators don't have blood debts on them? Now that the Underworld was in a time of need, it was impossible for him to settle the past with each and every one of these ghost cultivators. The past is not mentioned. The grudge between ghost cultivators and hunters, naturally, can only stop at the present time. Those who provoke trouble should be killed. Zhu Tianqing spoke in a cold voice, and the cold light in his hand lifted up once again, slapping towards the several ghost cultivators who were provoking trouble. With just a ruler, the several ghost cultivators exploded into a cloud of black mist on the spot. Their souls flew away and dispersed. The surroundings were suddenly plunged into a dead silence. Shu Tianqing raised his eyes, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. If you want to live openly and honestly, forget about the identity of ghost cultivators and the grievances in your hearts, and from this moment onwards, you must act in accordance with the law in all matters. Those who violate the law shall be beheaded. Against Shu Tianqing's icy gaze, all the ghost cultivators unconsciously took a step back. No one inquired about who made the laws. In front of absolute strength, they had no say at all. Instead, the forgotten ghost point lamp stood up and gritted his teeth. But if we let them go, Tianwu Pavilion will definitely not let us go. With these words, the hearts of the 4 cultivators who had just breathed a sigh of relief immediately lifted up again. No, we won't. Shensu is dead, Tai Ancestor Shen won't spare us, it's impossible for us to go back to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. Yes, going back is also a dead end, we already know we're wrong, my lord, please let us go. It was all our fault in the past, we shouldn't have gotten carried away by our lust for profit, we shouldn't have brutally killed the ghost cultivators, we won't dare to do so again in the future. The 4 cultivators repeatedly assured themselves, looking at Shu Tianqing with nervous expressions. Unhindered. Shu Tianqing smiled blandly, go back and tell Shen Songran that I, Shu Tianqing, am waiting for you in Fingu Ghost City. Shu Tianqing, the 2nd generation master of the Law Enforcement Division. The 4 cultivators' eyes widened violently. No wonder the other party said kill. Back then, Tianwu Pavilion's old ancestor, Shen Songran, was Shu Tianqing's defeated opponent, so how could Shu Tianqing place a junior in Shensu's district in his eyes? Thinking about what they had just done, cold sweat broke out all over the 4 of them. They had just actually threatened a half-step harmonious Dao powerhouse. But they really didn't know how to die. Yes, we will definitely bring our words. The late passage realm cultivator named Xiao Hong stiffly promised, fearing that Shu Tianqing would backtrack, and led the other 3 people to run away with a roll. Only after the 4 left did Shu Tianqing look at Ghost Point Light. What is your name? Chapter 43, Ox and Horse. The era in which Shu Tianqing lived had already passed 500 years from the present day. Not everyone remembered Shu Tianqing's formidable name, and it was even more unlikely that Ghost Dimming Lantern, who was only an ordinary person in his lifetime, would know about it. Including the vast majority of ghost cultivators, they were also unclear. However, Ghost Dimming Lantern's breath still stuttered when he heard this name. He was not clear about anything else, but he knew that Shu Tianqing was the initiator of the establishment of the Yin Shrine, opening of the Underworld. Big brother. This person in front of him is definitely a proper big brother. And he? Just now, he even refuted the big brother's proposal? The end of the line. In an instant, Ghost Point Lamp was sweating coldly, like an on his back. Ghost Point Lamp. He stuttered in reply, his head hanging low, his heart in his throat. Shu Tianqing froze for a moment. The name Ghost Point Light was not famous once upon a time. But after this night, I'm afraid that no one in the entire spirit network knew about it. To be able to change the current situation of the ghost cultivators, it could be said that Ghost Dimming Lantern had a lot to do with it. Even he has to accept this favor. Without violating the law, he didn't mind taking care of Ghost Spotlight. Thinking of this, Shu Tianqing's voice became much milder. True name. Ghost Dimming Lantern was a bit dazed for a moment. After being a ghost cultivator for a long time, even he was about to forget his real name. He pursed his lips, his voice a little raw. Huang. My name is Huang Hao. After entering the underworld, you have to cut off your dust. Can you think about it? Thought about it. Huang Hao nodded heavily. Although he couldn't let go of his family, if he lived with them, the grievances in his body would sooner or later erode their bodies, doing them more harm than good, so he chose to silently guard them from the start. Never showing his face. His family didn't even know that he lived in such a way. He also didn't want to disturb his family's peaceful life. As long as his family could live on well, there was nothing he wasn't satisfied with. Shu Tianqing didn't expect Huang Hao to answer so dryly. The vast majority of ordinary people were able to become ghost cultivators because of the obsession in their hearts, and even though ghost cultivators cultivated faster than normal people, it was also because of their deep-rooted obsession with the human world that it was difficult for them to achieve anything in cultivation instead. Huang Hao had no clan or sect, his mind was clear, and he obviously hadn't devoured any living souls before. Cultivating to the Zhou heavenly realm with only grievances was enough to show his talent. He was a good seedling. Cultivating and nurturing it would not be a bad helper. Shu Tianqing's gaze moved slightly. Are there any wishes still unfulfilled? Wish. Huang Hao froze for a moment and surreptitiously raised his head. Are all the big brothers so considerate now? Seeing that Chu Tianqing had no intention of making a move on him, Wang Hao's guts grew a little bit. The little one is now a lone ghost, there is no unfinished wish, but that. Boss, I just want to ask, what kind of treatment do we have in the underworld? 5 insurance, 1 gold and overtime pay there, right? The more Wang Hao said, the smaller his voice became. Interview to get treatment for yourself, this should not be too much, right? Chu Tianqing. The 5 insurance and 1 gold? Overtime pay? These all seem to be things in the mortal world, right? Since you're used to being an ox and horse, then continue to be an ox and horse. Chu Tianqing spilled a smile. Casually grabbing the chains on the ground in his hand, he threw them to Wang Hao. Soul locking chain. Might as well call it soul hooking chain from now on. Reward you. Wang Hao froze and looked at the soul hook chain in his hand, a top-grade magic weapon, saying give it? This boss is also too generous. Follow. Must follow. Looking at Chu Tianqing, whose figure had already drifted away, Wang Hao urgently said, Boss, wait for me. The night was as dark as ink, as if the entire world was wrapped in silence and darkness. At this time, however, the Sky Marshal Pavilion was brightly lit. Above the magnificent hall with gold bricks and white jade as the hall, sat a middle-aged man with a majestic face. He was the old ancestor of Tianwu Pavilion, Lin Ran. Lin Ran was wearing a gold-stranded coat, the gold strands intertwined with complicated patterns, following the refraction of light changes, or into a dragon head, imposing, or into a cloud pattern, misty and dynamic. Just under the reflection of the ghost fire of the underworld, it was less honorable, but instead looked a bit eerie. He gazed straight at the center of the main hall. A disciple wearing the costume of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by the underworld ghost flames carried by special magical artifacts, and a single underworld ghost flame was suspended in mid-air, just like a blue siren in full bloom. Demonic and beautiful, full of extreme temptation, but at any time to give a fatal blow. Lin Ran gently lifted his hand, and there was a spectral ghost flame that flew out from the magic weapon and landed in front of the disciple. There was not a trace of joy on the disciple's face, only endless misery. He was in a hurry, pinching his fingers and chanting, wanting to guide the underworld ghost flame, but this underworld ghost flame did not listen to his commands at all, and the moment it touched his body, it quickly spread towards his body. In just a short moment, the entire person was wrapped up by the underworld ghost flame. No, don't. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. The disciple screamed and rolled on the ground, but soon, it turned into a heart-rending scream, and his body became so stiff that he couldn't even curl up. He struggled to crawl in Shin Kongren's direction, but he could no longer make a single sound from his throat. Zhu Yaoyang, the Tianwu Pavilion master who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but speak out, old ancestor. Waste. Lin Ran snorted coldly, raised his hand and pressed. The underworld ghost flame on that disciple's body was extinguished. That disciple was lying motionless on the ground. If he could not still sense the vitality in his body, he really thought that he was dead. Zhu Yaoyang secretly sighed in his heart. The underworld ghost fire is the fire of the soul. Even if the life is saved, the soul is damaged, and it will be ruined in the future. Zhu Yaoyang ordered towards the people around him, take him down to heal his wounds. Lin Ran said in a cold voice, even if he is saved, he is still just a waste, unnecessary waste of resources, drag him down to fend for himself. Zhu Yaoyang stepped forward and argued reasonably, but after all, he is like this because of our Tianwu Pavilion. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid that it will be unfavorable to our Tianwu Pavilion. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. It's just a foundation establishment disciple, what can he set off? As long as I can fuse the underworld ghost flame and take that step, who in the cultivation world would dare to chew on our Tianwu Pavilion's tongue? How can you be worthy of being the Heavenly Martial Pavilion master when you care so much about a mere trifle? Alright, next. Zhu Yaoyang's face was ugly, his tightly clenched fists hidden within his sleeve robes. To put it nicely, he was the Heavenly Martial Pavilion Lord. But what kind of pavilion master was he? He couldn't even protect the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. He was just a dog raised by Lin Ran. He hated that he didn't have the strength to get rid of Lin Ran. He hated himself even more for watching these disciples go to their deaths just to fulfill him, Lin Ran. Zhu Yaoyang took a deep breath, hardened his head and said, Old ancestor. Today none of the 38 disciples have lasted more than one incense burner. I feel that this method is afraid that it is not good. How about it? I do not want you to feel, as long as I feel. Chapter 44, The Only Martial Artist. I don't want you to feel, just me. Shin Kongren's tone was cold as he directly interrupted Zhu Yaoyang's words. Of course he knew that there was something wrong with this method, it's just that Tong Tian Sect leader preferred to go against him and let the ghost cultivator turn from dark to light. With this old bastard Chu Tianqing around, it would be difficult for him to use ghost cultivators as test subjects in the future. And although the underworld ghost flame could be carried by a special magic weapon, it could only be retained for half a month at most if it couldn't be supplied continuously. He had to be quick and succeed as soon as possible. Next. Shin Ran opened his mouth again, but just as he spat out a word, an urgent roar came from his ears. Old ancestor, it's bad, something big is wrong. Shin Ran looked toward the young man who rushed into the hall, and said with an impatient look, what is the behavior of the fussy? Old ancestor. Du Feng swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling mouth, young pavilion master's life lamp went out. What did you say? Shin Ran stood up dabbing, and in just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Du Feng. He grabbed Du Feng's collar and lifted Du Feng's entire body up, his voice cold. Say that again. Du Feng shivered in fear and trembled. Old ancestor, the young pavilion master's life lamp went out. Buzz. There was only a buzzing sound in Shin Kongren's ears. He had a son in his old age, valued his son, but unfortunately, his son was a waste. Eating more spirit pills was of little use, only cultivated to the Zhou Tian realm, died early. Fortunately, he left him Shin Su, this good grandson. This child is most like him, with good roots and high natural talent, so he bet all his heart and soul on Shin Su. Cultivate hard. This child was also very competitive, stepping into the Zhou Tian realm at a young age. In the future, he would definitely be able to carry forward the heavenly martial pavilion. But now they told him that Shin Su was dead? His good grandson is dead? Zhu Yaoyang is also a face of disbelief. He is very clear, Shin Ran how much importance to this grandson, how much protection. Many people in Tianwu Pavilion even take Shin Su as an honor. Even he, the pavilion master, was not in his eyes. How could something happen to Shin Su? Zhu Yaoyang frowned. Where did young pavilion master go today? Du Feng took 2 breaths and whispered. The young pavilion master took Chao Hong several people to go catch ghost cultivators today. This answer also pulled Shin Kongren's thoughts back. Shin Su went to catch ghost cultivators for him. Sure enough, it is his good grandson. But his good grandson, no more. Where are those who followed young pavilion master? Are all dead? Shin Kongren's eyes were red. As soon as he let go of his hand, Du Feng was dropped hard on the ground. He didn't dare to cry out in pain. He honestly knelt on the ground and reported back, Chao Hong's several people's life lamps are all still on. Find. Dig 3 feet into the ground and also find them out for me. Shin Kongren's eyes were wide with anger, and his roar echoed continuously in the great hall. Let me know who killed my good grandson, I'll make sure to skin him and make his life worse than death. Early morning. The White Tiger True Lord was lying on the side of the bed, looking at Lin Ran with a complicated expression. After studying the whole night, it finally figured out what had happened. No wonder. No wonder the law enforcement division's attitude towards ghost cultivators had changed drastically. No wonder Huang had gotten the wrong idea. If it was simply establishing the underworld, it really wasn't much. After all, blowing over the sky, the underworld was only one of the forces in the cultivation world. How many forces in the cultivation world? One more was not much. One less wouldn't have much of an impact. However, drawing on the wish power of incense and blessing the people and the living, the nature is completely different. If it can be recognized by the heavenly Tao, it will be able to obtain the merit and virtue of the shelter, and do not have to worry about the endless heavenly tribulation. Ghosts and gods are also gods. From then on, they can be free from the shackles and have an endless lifespan. Not to mention establishing rules for heaven and earth, redressing the grievances of the dead, and setting the order for yin and yang. This is absolutely supreme merit. The day the underworld becomes a reality, its controller will become a saint. This is a great opportunity. Although Lin Ran was only a proposer, the heavenly Tao wouldn't forget his merits in this matter, and on the day the true underworld was realized, there would be merits and virtues descending upon him. Not to mention the favor of a future saint, as well as the name Ghostmaster. This wasn't just for fun. With this name alone, Lin Ran would be able to go anywhere in the underworld. These rewards that were invisible to the naked eye were much more valuable than those treasures and spirit stones. No wonder Huang's attitude changed so quickly. And so on. Did it pit itself again? White Tiger True Lord really wanted to slap himself. As long as it blessed Lin Ran with peace in this life, this merit would definitely have its share, but now, it had pitched Shihua into it, and Shihua was going to follow and get a piece of the action. Loss Blood loss. White Tiger True Lord's heart was dripping blood, but it couldn't figure out how an ordinary person like Lin Ran could think of all this. Could it be that Lin Ran wasn't an ordinary person at all, and that he was just pretending in front of it before? The White Tiger True Monarch couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Pretending for 3 years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The White Tiger True Monarch hurriedly shook his head. Even if Lin Ran's identity was able to be disguised, it was impossible for his cultivation to be hidden so completely, and it was even more impossible for him to have reacted so greatly when taking the body tempering pill. The White Tiger True Lord looked at Lin Ran with a tangled face. It hated contracts. Even more so, it couldn't tolerate anyone writing on its head. But in the future, it would also receive great benefits from this contract. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, it had finally glimpsed the opportunity to become a saint. How about? Let's just leave this contract unsolved for now, right? In the midst of the White Tiger True Lord's tangled thoughts, Lin Ran also woke up. Throughout the night, he kept hearing people calling out to him in his dreams, causing him to not sleep well. Lin Ran climbed up from the bed, and again felt an itch on his back, and when he touched his hand, he realized that his clothes had rotted, and his back had been slashed by something. It's really a leaky house. Lin Ran sighed and refueled himself. All are cattle and horses when they are born, all their lives cattle and horses are not allowed to be idle, and when they are idle, they already sleep with the mountains. Life had to continue. Of course he couldn't keep tolerating his decadence. Nor was he qualified to. Because he had no way back. He also believes that the world's difficulties are temporary, the solution is always more than the problem, really can't, he can still go to the courier, delivery. There is nothing in life that can't be overcome. And before that, he has to pick up the novel career that he threw down before. Actually, Lin Ran had also written novels after crossing over. Unfortunately, there were no conditions at all in the beginning. When he waited for college, he had to figure out how to earn his own living expenses, and when he went to work, he had to pay back his student loans. Every day is a non-stop turn. The time that can be squeezed out is so little. Either slag shift, or broken shift, poor grades a mess. In the end, can only helplessly give up. Now back to his old job, of course, he is not counting on the novel can be overnight explosion, but before he found a job, first mix full attendance to give himself a subsidy. Then write a novel while looking for a job. When you get the company's compensation, there is a small dozen W in hand, the mortgage pressure is reduced, his days will be easy. Lin Ran opened the computer, hand knocking the keyboard. Ta-da-day. Knocked down 4 big words only Marshall exclusive. Chapter 45, Do Taoist Friends Know the Purgatory on Earth? Throughout the morning, Lin Ran buried his head in his hands and knocked out a 6,000-word opening, posting it on the website where he had previously published his novel. Then he picked up his cell phone and casually opened his source of joy, the Spirit Net. Originally, he had intended to look at the gossip and find inspiration, but he ended up seeing a screen full of bragging rights. Lin Ran was confused. Ghost Master? What the hell? Some tiny snippets flashed through his mind, and Lin Ran hurriedly flipped through the posts he had sent out earlier. A moment later. I didn't realize that I unintentionally pretended again, ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ran happily picked up a Coke and jacked it. SpiritNet was worthy of being his source of joy. Although thinking about his embarrassment the night before, there was so much embarrassment. But it didn't matter too much. It's not like anyone saw it anyway, that's the benefit of the internet. The corner of the White Tiger True Lord's eye twitched. Thanks to it thinking so much before, you ended up telling me that it was pretending? Pretend to have a great chance? Oh. Lin Ran didn't know the White Tiger True Monarch's heart sputtering, and ignoring the screen full of friend requests, he realized that there were a few more people in his friend bar. Ghost Point Lamp, Wei Yinxian, Xing Xing ZD. With regards to Ghost Point Light, Lin Ran still had a bit of an impression. He figured that this old brother had suffered a lot in reality before he vented on the Spirit Online just like him. He clicked on the message. Sect Master Tong Tian's great kindness, my little one is unable to repay. Lin Ran. Why does this opening post sound so familiar? Luckily, the only thing behind it wasn't the only thing to do with one's body, but a bunch of words of gratitude. As for the other party's words of being at his disposal and so on, Lin Ran didn't put it on his mind. He hadn't done anything, he had just vented on the spirit internet like ghost pointing lamp. What's more, this is just a language C game, no need to take it too seriously. He looked to his next friend's message. 3 divisions in penalty. Law Enforcement Division Hebei City Branch Captain Su Guan greets Senior. Law Enforcement Division would like to tie the knot with Senior forever. Please feel free to command Senior if there's anything you need. Lin Ran froze. I didn't expect that this 3 divisions and the penalty was also in Hebei City. It was fateful. This Sanchurin Xing is still a senior player, and I don't know if the Spirit Network has any offline base activities, but it is possible to exchange more playing styles. But at this stage, it was definitely impossible. After all, he couldn't even take care of his own life right now, so he didn't have the heart to play games. Lin Ran continued to look down. The one called Wei Yinxian had sent several messages in a row. Fellow Taoist said it really well. Their law enforcement division is not human. I have a similar temperament with fellow Taoist, how about becoming brothers with different surnames? Ghost cultivators are difficult, devil cultivators are also difficult. How can a fellow Taoist show us devil cultivators a path? This request is not too much, right? Lin Ran was happy. Weren't the devil cultivators on Spirit Online always very jumpy? And he saw on the post that this devil cultivator Whispering Sea had given himself a pretty impressive persona. A great power from 500 years ago. Endless demon ancestor. How do you give people the feeling of being so stifled? But the words of the devil cultivator. Simple. Do you know about the earthly purgatory? An hour ago. Xinzhou. In an unknown vegetable market, Wei Yinxian looked at the pork stall across the street, his face as gloomy as water. In his life, he had a total of 7 disciples. The oldest 2 were too arrogant and were killed a long time ago. The oldest 5 practiced kung fu, accidentally went off the deep end, also died. The oldest 7's qualifications were too poor, just a small Zhou Tian realm, and simply couldn't survive 500 years. Only old 3 and little 6 survived. But he never expected it. Old 3. A powerful man of the true man realm was even selling pork here. Auntie Li, the pork is good today, would you like a piece of ribs? Auntie Wang, listen to me, this plum blossom meat is fat and thin, tender and flavorful, not greasy, even better than tenderloin. Uncle Joe, take a look at this piece, 3 fat and 3 lean, even fat and lean, top quality lower 5 flours, most suitable for making braised pork. Pork stall. A head of fiery red hair Wei Jibin, warmly greeted. If it were not for the belly slightly straight, face round, the whole a spirit boy, where can see half a bit of cultivation of people's appearance. Not a moment. Wei Jibin's meat stall there is not much left. He has long been in this area of the uncle and aunt mixed familiar, coupled with people warm and honest, everyone especially liked to buy meat in his stall. He is also this piece of meat sold the best, the fastest. Wei Jibin began to close the stall, suddenly felt a shadow looming down. Today's sold out, the rest are left to acquaintances, to meet, tomorrow morning rush. Wei Jibin smiled and finished, also did not see people go, could not help but look up, and saw a face as gloomy as water. Wei Yinxian. Master. The shock on Wei Jibin's face gradually turned into ecstasy. You finally came out. I've missed you to death, 555. Wei Jibin let out an ow and hugged Wei Yinxian's thigh. Wei Yinxian's originally gloomy face was even darker. Luckily, he had just set up a boundary, or else it would be a disgrace to be seen. He lowered his voice. Get up for me. No, I can't afford to. Master, you can't abandon me again. Wei Jibin hugged Wei Yinxian's thigh to death, not letting go, afraid that if he got up, it would be a dream. Wei Yinxian's heart softened. The other demonic cultivators were either for revenge or to become stronger casual cultivators. Only this 3rd disciple of his is an abandoned baby. Being raised by him single-handedly. Also rightfully followed him to become a devil cultivator. Although he had taught Wei Jibin from a young age not to trust anyone, including to him as a master, he also had to be on guard. But this disciple always do not listen. Say what one day as a teacher, life as a father. Joke. They are magic practitioners. Devil cultivator which has what affection? Seeing Wei Jibin's tears and snot rubbing on himself, Wei Yinxian's just soft heart hardened again. He kicked Wei Jibin in the stomach. Taking a step out, he walked into the front room behind the meat stall. Get the hell in here. Wei Jibin climbed up in a single bound, hurriedly jogged over, moved a bench, and carefully wiped the oil stains on it. Master, quickly sit. Wei Yin first lifted his robe, sat on the bench, looking at Wei Zhibin with a cold look. Say what? Wei Zhibin looked at Wei Yinxian with a blank face. Wei Yinxian became even more furious. Which one of the real person realms in the cultivation world was not starting a sect? The martial arts. But his good disciple was actually living here. He didn't have the good sense to say it, which asshole forced you to this point? As soon as Wei Zhibin heard this, he knew that Wei Yinxian had misunderstood. Master, no one forced me. No one? Wei Yinxian looked at Wei Zhibin with a disbelieving face, his voice gradually rising. No one forced you? You sell pork here? Chapter 46. Are we going to do something big? Master, times are different now. Wei Zhibin smilingly picked up the bowl from the side table and handed it to Wei Yinxian. Look, what is this? Blood? Wei Yinxian looked down at the red liquid in the bowl, his face slowed down. Yes, pig's blood. Wei Zhibin said smugly, don't look at me, this pork stall is not big, I'm familiar with the suppliers, I can get the freshest pig's blood every day, as long as a few thousand kilograms of pig's blood, I can condense a grain of blood essence. These constant supplies of qi and blood allowed my bloodthirsty demon technique to successfully break through to the 7th layer. It's a pity that the further you go, the more blood essence you need. Wei Zhibin couldn't help but sigh. Not noticing Wei Yinxian's increasingly ugly face in the slightest. Bang! A crater was stepped out under Wei Yinxian's feet, and the entire room was covered in fine cracks. Before Wei Zhibin could react, he heard someone outside shout, Little Wei, is Little Wei there? Hey, in. Wei Zhibin shouted and said towards Wei Yinxian, Master, wait for me. After saying that, Wei Zhibin carried a sliver of pork and walked out. Aunt Lu, your meat. Egu, this meat looks really good, Little Wei help me calculate, how much in total? The middle-aged woman with a thin body, her eyes flashed with shrewdness. Wei Zhibin smiled and said, this is a good tenderloin, 25 pounds, a total of 1.5 pounds, 37 yuan 5, you give 37 on the line. Aunt Lu did not immediately pull out money, glanced inside the meat stall. Huh, the family came? Yes, my father came to see me. Ouch, that's a good thing. Aunt Lu's eyes rolled back in her head and said with a smile, Xiaowei, you're not married, so your family is in a hurry, right? How about the blind date that Auntie told you about last time? Let you go to see other girls on the weekend, are you free or not? She smashed her mouth, you give an accurate word, I can give people girl reply. Wei Zhibin was busy saying, free, of course I'm free. Then you see this meat money. Harm, Aunt Lu, see what you say, this meat sent you, do not money. I'm sorry. Auntie Lu half pushed and half accepted and left. Blind date? The eerie sound of doubt startled Wei Zhibin, and when he turned his head, he saw Wei Yinxian standing next to him. Wei Zhibin slapped his head. Bad. The master was here, how could he be free? Aunt Lu kindly introduced me, so I can't excuse myself. Wei Zhibin lowered his head in embarrassment. Wei Yinxian gritted his teeth and said, how many did you meet? Not much, just 10 or so. Have you never thought that this Aunt Lu is taking advantage of you? Wei Yinxian coldly hummed, I see you don't call Wei Zhibin, call Wei stupid bin forget it. Master, I'm not stupid. Wei Zhibin raised his head and said with a serious face, actually, I found out a long time ago, that's why all the meat I gave her back there was watered down meat. He said while showing a witty expression. Don't worry, it can't be eaten to death. Wei Yinxian. Can't eat dead people a big head of hell. Wei Yinxian couldn't wait to slap Wei Zhibin to death on the spot, but as soon as he thought of that father just now, he didn't hold back after all. Forget it. At least it is still alive. How is Xiao Lu now? Master, Xiao Lu is now mixing well, he also helped you receive a small apprentice granddaughter. Wei Yin first old Huai comfort. Although the old 3 is not reliable, Xiao Lu is still good. However, how come he had never seen news of little 6 on the Spirit Network? Take me to see old 6. Okay. Hey, master, I haven't closed. Yet. Half an hour later. Hospital entrance. This, is, you, say, mixed, good? Wei Yin first gritted his teeth and looked at Wei Zhibin. Wei Zhibin scratched his head, it's not good that 6th master can rub his blood pack in the hospital? And it can also fulfill his perverted needs, it's a pity that I don't have that skill, otherwise I would want to go into the hospital as well. Wei Yinxian's taut complexion slightly loosened. At least it is not pig blood. He looked at Wei Zhibin with an odd expression. What is he doing in the hospital? Giving a sex change operation. Wei Yinxian almost forgot. The reason why Xiao Lu became a devil cultivator back then was because his wife and daughter were bullied to death. Although the enemy died a long time ago. But Xiao Lu still abhorred QJ offenders. And there is an extra problem when killing people, to cut off that part of the other person. Thinking about it, Wei Yinxian mood will be better. The old 6 and how to change will not be like the old 3 so unreliable. Wei Yinxian followed Wei Zhibin to the plastic surgery department and saw Zhu Luan, who had just finished surgery. 6th senior brother. Wei Zhibin waved his arms happily. As soon as Zhu Luan heard the voice, he knew that it was Wei Zhibin who had come. Although Wei Zhibin was older than him and stronger than him, but this person was very simple, just like a child. No matter what he did, he always thought of him, and he loved Wei Zhibin as a younger brother. Plus, all the other brothers and sisters had died, leaving the two of them. Their relationship became even closer. Zhu Lin was about to greet Wei Zhibin when he looked up and saw Wei Yinxian next to him. Master! Master! Zhu Lin's mouth trembled and he turned around to run. The next second, he was lifted up by Wei Yinxian like he was carrying a chicken cub. What are you running for? Master, I am wrong. I don't think about progress. I am good and easy. Zhu Lin did not hesitate to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Others don't know Wei Yinxian's infamy. How could he not know it? How can he not know? In this world, I am afraid that only Wei Zhibin is not afraid of Wei Yinxian. Still in that silly happy. Zhu Lin cried, but this really can't be blamed on me. I was forced by the group of bastards in the law enforcement division. Wei Yinxian's heart was instantly much more comfortable. I heard that you recruited a little apprentice granddaughter for me? Where is the person? Zhu Lin's face stiffened and he mouthed cowardly, She. Speak. She married a blood clan and went to mix blood packs with them. After saying that, Zhu Lin's eyes closed, just waiting for Wei Yin first slap down. A hallowed heir to the endless devil cave, mixed up like this. Shame on them. It would be strange if the master didn't slap them to death. Alas, it's not your fault, get up. Wei Yinxian let out a long sigh. If he hadn't been trapped by Chu Tianqing for 500 years, how could the endless devil cave have fallen so far? If he wanted to blame it, he could only blame that bastard thing Chu Tianqing. Zhu Lin blinked. Was this really their cold and heartless master? Slightly relieved, Zhu Lin also rubbed his fists together. Master, since you've come out, are we going to do something big? Wei Yin first fell silent. Of course he wanted to do something big. But now that the law enforcement division has integrated the power of ghost cultivators, they will definitely be made an example of if they venture out at this time. Alas. I also don't know if Sect leader Tong Tian has received his message. Where in the world is the path of the devil cultivator? Wei Yinxian was thinking about it when his cell phone rang with a prompt. Tick. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and saw Tong Tian Sect Master's reply. Do you know about the earthly purgatory? Chapter 47 Chivalry. Earthly purgatory? Wei Yinxian looked at his two disciples in confusion. Do you guys know where this earthly purgatory that Sect leader Tong Tian is talking about is located? Wei Zhibin looked puzzled, and Zhu Luan frowned. There's a place called Shan State Barbarians, engaging in some kind of pig-killing plate, specializing in tricking us Chinese people into being piglets. They karma waste, sell organs, some even gouge out their eyes and cut off their ears, and pull out their hamstring and leg tendons. Is this considered a hell on earth? Hearing Zhu Lin say this, Wei Zhibin also suddenly realized, I heard that there is a place called San. Not only do they not treat women as improper people, even they are violated. The internet says there's also a place called Doll Island that detains a lot of young boys and girls, specializing in supplying those rich people for fun. These two places also count, right? These assholes. Zhu Luan spat viciously. This kind of perverted thing should be cut up altogether. He said in a hateful voice. There's also said to be a place known as the Dark Net. I heard that people are commodities there. Beautiful women will be imprisoned in the basement as toys, strong men will become lambs in a perverted hunting game, and ordinary people will be split up and have their organs taken. There is also a kind of red torture room, tying people up for all kinds of hazing. Wei Yinxian listened to the corners of his eyes draw hard. What kind of broken places were these? Surprisingly, they were even more cruel than their demonic cultivators. However, broken after broken. Rather, it was really suitable for their devil cultivation. No wonder the Tong Tian sect leader would suggest that he go to these places to take a look. Wait. Wei Yinxian fiercely looked at the two disciples, a dangerous aura permeating his eyes. Such a good place, why don't you guys go? Master, it's not that we don't want to go, it's that we can't get out. Julin immediately screamed bitterly, we are all black households, not to mention going abroad, even going out of the province will be stared at by the law enforcement division, otherwise I would have rubbed blood packs with your apprentice granddaughter. Wei Yinxian. What kind of life is this? Alas. Fortunately it's not too late now. Let's go. Julin froze and said with an excited face, Master, where are we going? The law enforcement division? Wei Yin first rolled his eyes. Stowaway. Fuwan Homestead neighborhood. Thank you fellow Taoist Tong Tian, I understand how to do it, when I come back, we'll have a good drink. Lin Ran looked at Wei Yinxian's reply. No. He hadn't said anything yet, what did this person understand? Come back? Where is this person planning to go? Not to say clearly. Lin Ran was also too embarrassed to ask more, after all, the two of them were really not familiar with each other, and anyway, they were all adults, so they shouldn't be going to any dangerous places. He looked at the last person's message Mingchi. Senior greatly, you're awesome. Senior greatly, my friend has encountered a big problem, can I ask Senior for advice? For his first croupier, of course Lin Ran couldn't possibly forget, and this tiny Ming was very active on the Spirit Online, often sending him messages when he had nothing to do. He was naturally impressed. A few days ago, Little Bright had even left him a message saying that his cell phone had been confiscated by his elders, so he could only activate his backup phone and use his small number to send him messages. And so, he added several more of Ming Che's small numbers. What little tiny Chul, Ming Xiao Chul, Chul little Ming. This child is also stupid. He didn't know how to change his nickname, so what's the difference between this and exposing his identity? It's weird not to be discovered. Of course, Lin Ran wouldn't bother teaching Mingchi how to hide. Mingchi was obviously not very old and should still be studying, playing too much on his cell phone was really not good. But he wouldn't just accuse Mingchi of playing with his cell phone. In his opinion, most of the children who play with cell phones do so because their families don't care enough, and Mingchi's family conditions don't look bad, so he's probably just too lonely to find a sense of existence on Spirit Online. One could only guide the guide with more patience. So, he replied to Ming Che as much as he could when he had the time, but he was just too busy with his own affairs during this period of time. Speak. Lin Ran was concise. Ming Che, who had received a reply, turned his head to look at the big fool next to him and proudly shook his cell phone. I told you earlier, didn't I, that Elder Tong Tian is very nice and will definitely reply to me, but you still don't believe me. The big fool's name was Rinjie. It was the one that was rumored like crazy on the spirit internet, the martial cultivator who didn't have the brains to bully him. It was actually a misunderstanding. 3 years ago, his parents died due to an accident, he was in a bad mood and ran away alone, befriending the fledgling Rinjie. Rinjie knew that he was in a bad mood and took him to play, but who would have thought that Rinjie was a wayfarer? They walked and couldn't find their way back. Then the master caught up with them, and Rinjie was hanged in the clan for 3 days and 3 nights. He was also locked up for introspection. But since then, he and Rinjie also became good friends. Really replied? Rinjie's eyes widened incredulously. Although he knew that Ming Che was a close friend of sect leader Tong Tian, Ming Che was only an 8-year-old brat in the end, and although the seniors in the cultivation world would look at realist Ming Chi's face and take care of Ming Che a little bit, who would really take Ming Che seriously? Not to mention that sect leader Tong Tian was so famous and powerful, who would have the time to take care of them? But he didn't expect that sect leader Tong Tian would actually reply to Ming Che. Hey! Ming Che waved his hand in front of Rinjie's eyes and spoke, do you say it yourself, or should I say it for you? Rinjie was pulled back into his thoughts by Ming Che's voice, and all of a sudden, he squirmed a little. I will do it myself? Okay plop. Ming Che nodded and tapped on the keyboard, Tong Tian Dede, he wants to talk to you by himself, I pushed him over to you, so go through it. Lin Ran looked at the business card Ming Che pushed over, the chivalrous one. Lin Ran was happy. Still a martial arts fan. Unfortunately, martial arts have long since gone out of fashion. Lin Ran casually clicked tap to send the friend request. On the other side, Rinjie looked at the friend request that was sent over and his hand involuntarily shook. Nervously, he held his breath. Which of the seniors in the cultivation world were not lofty and unapproachable? It was only their own elders who could be slightly nicer to talk to. But sect leader Tong Tian had actually put aside his identity and personally added him as a close friend. Could it really be like Mingchi said? It was different from those seniors he used to know? Ren Jie carefully opened the chat dialog box and tapped one word at a time. Greetings, Elder Tong Tian, my name is Ren Jie and I am a physical cultivator. I joined the martial god sect when I was 12 years old, and I built my foundation at the age of 15, and the elders of the sect all think highly of me. At first, I also thought that I was a talented young man, but after I built my foundation, it became very difficult to advance, and it was then that I realized that martial arts is only a quick way to advance in the early stages, and the further you advance, the more difficult it becomes. Especially after breaking through the Tong Tian realm, it's even less easy to break the limits of the body again. Many people say that we body cultivators have no brains and are at the bottom of the cultivation world, and it also made me fall into a daze for a while. I don't know if I should persevere. Chapter 48, this should be readable, right? Lin Ran, how old are you? Ren Jie, 18. Lin Ran secretly said that it was true. These words sounded like confused high school students at first glance. One of the top martial god sect in the cultivation world equals pretty good family of origin? Foundation establishment equals got into high school? Physical cultivation equals sports student? The elders were optimistic, which meant that the talent was good, but after high school they had difficulty improving their grades, felt hopeless about their future, and were taunted by the other classes for having a bad brain, and fell into an endless state of confusion. Do you still want to take the college entrance exam? Lin Ran automatically finished his brainstorming, but did not feel too surprised. In fact, most high school students get lost, especially if they have difficulty improving their grades and are hopeless about the future. Many of them have the idea of not continuing school and going out to work. But in reality, the vast majority of people who really step into society, after having suffered a beating, will regret that they did not study properly back then. He is grateful that Ren Jie did not give up on himself, but sought help. Even if it's hard, you must go to school. Lin Ran said while jerking his cat. After all, in this way, in the future, if you are a bad mixer, you can't blame it on not studying properly back then. Ha ha ha. Ha! Seeing that Cola didn't react at all, Lin Ran laughed and couldn't laugh anymore. Okay. It was indeed a bit cold. But the idea of going to school didn't change. Don't say anything about the theory of the uselessness of studying. What college out still can't find a job? All ing nonsense. Education is a knocking brick. If you do not even have this brick, not even the qualification to enter the door. What's more, going to college is not only to learn knowledge. It is more for the purpose of broadening the horizons. Lin Ran's last life was to eat the loss of insufficient education, this life, although he is a traveler, but the original family conditions are really too poor. Even the only smartphone are the village people to put together money to buy him. He is not a genius, nor does he have a system golden finger. He is just an ordinary person. After studying hard, he only got a heavy degree and became the only college student in the village. Don't look at how miserable he is now. In fact, over the years, he had been utilizing the resource channels in his hands to help the village dock some small projects. So, he must stay in Haibei. The big city has more opportunities and more channels to access resources. There was also more news that could be obtained. This was also why he was willing to stay at DL Group for 8 years without the chance of promotion. Of course. The deeper reason was that there was no one to back him up, and he could only seek stability in everything. The choices that can be made are just too few. It's better to be familiar than to be born. Ren Jie is different. Ren Jie's family conditions seem to be quite good. The elders of the family obviously also give support. The starting point was higher than him. What reason was there not to continue school? Lin Ran was just thinking. What to say to make it easier for Ren Jie to accept? Children at this age were all more sensitive. One who got it wrong would instead give birth to more rebelliousness. Deliberating for a long time, Lin Ran tapped away on his cell phone keyboard. Live as a man, die as a ghost. This opening, is it powerful enough? This person, it should be a bit of ambition, which is like a young man in the dead air. Man Jie, Ren Jie. Also a double entendre. Wonderful. Lin Ran silently gave himself a compliment, first to bluff people before. There are many amazing and talented people in the world, but I am who I am. The greatness of chivalry is for the country and the people. A lone courage, a thorn in the side, traveling to this point, who else can I be? There are so many geniuses in the world. There are so many rich people. If you really want to compare them one by one, can you compare them? Care too much about other people's opinions, will only let themselves into endless internal attrition, but instead, let those villains more complacent. So completely unnecessary. Life and the world only need to do two things: recognize themselves, do well. As for academics, if Ren Jie had just started his first year of high school, Lin Ran might have suggested that he go straight to arts and science, but Ren Jie should already be a senior at this age, and if he wanted to switch to arts and science again, he simply didn't have the time. The only way was to go one way. Since Ren Jie is obsessed with martial arts, he should start with the word chivalry. What is chivalry? Seeing justice, giving up one's life to help others. These are all too one-sided. Lin Ran thinks that those who have lofty ideals are chivalrous people, and sports students do not have to be athletes. Studying teacher training, military school can be. These careers are closely related to the word chivalry. The sweat and toil of the students is so much. Sports students are really suffering. No matter what, take the college entrance examination first. Will the pressure be a bit high? Lin Ran's hand lurched slightly. Appropriate encouragement was fine. But too much encouragement became pressure, and now he was close to saying something like "burn it up, Junior," or something middle of the road like that. No way, no way. With the college entrance exams approaching, there's no high school student who isn't stressed out. Still need to regulate it. After thinking about it, Lin Ran tapped again. Martial arts have no end, the Tao is not unique. The Tao originally has no name, the strong name is the Tao. There is no end to learning, don't put too much pressure on yourself. There is more than one path in the future anyway. It doesn't necessarily have to be the path that others have succeeded on. After all, there is no road in the world, and the more people who walk it, the more it becomes a road. This should be fine, right? Lin Ran looked at it again and clicked send with satisfaction. It wasn't that Lin Ran had to deliberately make it so complicated, but because the other party, since he was asking for advice as body cultivation language C, definitely didn't want to listen to his lengthy speech to persuade to take the college entrance exam. He had to speak in a way that was consistent with the identity he was playing, and secondly, the more metaphysical he said, the easier it would be for the teenager to think about it. It was always easier to figure it out on one's own than to be persuaded by others. Just after clicking, Lin Ran got a little worried again. He had forgotten one point. Ren Jie was a sports student. I don't know how good the language study is, he should be able to read it when he writes like this, right? Forget it. Waiting for Ren Jie to finish his reply, he would then try to seduce him again. The other side. Ren Jie, tightly holding the cell phone, waiting for the right and left, did not see the Tong Tian Sect master reply. His heart instantly tensed up. Xiao Ming, do you think I said something wrong? How come there's no news after Tong Tian Sect master asked me about my age? It's only at the age of 18 that you're in the Tong Tian realm. Does Sect master Tong Tian think that my qualifications are too poor? Mingchi blinked his big innocent eyes and comforted, no, even if your qualifications are poor, Tong Tian Daolord won't ignore you. Tong Tian Daolord has never ignored me just because I've only built my foundation. Ren Jie. Solid, old iron. Are you sure this is comforting and not showing off? Forget it. Anyway, after being with Mingchi for the past few years, his heart had long been pierced with 1,000 holes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly doubted his talent. But then he also figured it out. There was only one person in the entire cultivation world, Mingchi, who could build a foundation at the age of 8. This one was truly incomparable. Right at this moment. Tick. A beep came from the cell phone. The reply had come. Ren Jie hurriedly looked at his cell phone. Live as a man, die as a ghost. Dang. Ren Jie's heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 49. Is that what it means? Little Ming, I'm finished. Ren Jiao rushed to Mingchi, wailed, you see, Tong Tian Sr. said, alive, to be a handsome man in the people, even if it is dead, but also to be a ghost cultivator in the male. Tong Tian Sr. His old man, must be too much. I have no interest, put aside this point I it. Otherwise how to also specialize in the word manjie? This is not clearly saying that I am not worthy of being called Rinjie. 555. Mingchi. Is that what it means? Mingchi tilted his head and said consolingly, "Could it be that Tong Tian means that even if you can't be a renjie, you can be a hero amongst the ghost cultivators when you die? Tong Tian greatly is looking favorably on you. Renjie. Have you ever comforted someone like that? He's only 18. The Zhou Heavenly Realm could live for 256 years, he could still live for at least another 200 plus years, can't we just let him die now?" Mingchi was a little weak from Renjie's look. Even though the ghost cultivator was sort of cleansed, it didn't seem like it was a good thing to let someone else go as a ghost cultivator. He squeezed out two small dimples on his pink sticky little face. "Why don't you look further down?" Renjie rolled his eyes and looked at the cell phone screen again. "There are many amazing and talented people in the world, however, I am me. The greatness of chivalry, for the country and the people. Alone courage. Thorny and thorny, traveling to this point, who else can I be? Dang." Renjie sat on his butt on the ground, his face pale. "I just said it, right, Tong Tian Sr. point me, 555. The great man of chivalry is for the country and the people. What about him? All he could think about was talent and resources. What kind of a warrior is he? And what qualification is there to call him a chivalrous man? A lone warrior, a thorn in the side. Yes. There is no way to physical cultivation. It is not a verbal statement that there is no way, but there is historical proof that no one in the entire cultivation world has been able to merge the Tao with the physical body. Everyone says that the limit of the physical body is the body of the supreme truth. However, physical cultivators were unconvinced. Countless amazing talent in the physical cultivation of this road fell, they went forward and back, just to be able to open up a new path to heaven. Is not that should be the line, the road to this, give up my who? But he even wants to give up lightly. He is ashamed to be a physical cultivator. He was ashamed of his forefathers." Mingchi looked at the lost soul of Renjie, carefully picked up the phone on the ground, left and right, did not see why Renjie in the end will be like this. Doesn't Tong Tian mean that the Taoist heart is unique and should not be trapped by external objects? What's wrong with that? But after thinking about it, Mingchi still said, "You shouldn't be too sad. Tong Tian once said that it's fine if you know your mistakes and can change them." Renjie's mind was shaken. Yes. It's not too late to learn from one's mistakes. Thinking about when he embarked on this path of martial arts, it was all based on a passion. What talent? What resources? He didn't know anything about it. All he could think about was being chivalrous and guarding the peace of a party. It was only in the past few years since he joined the cultivation world that he gradually forgot what he thought at the beginning, especially as the more he knew about the cultivation world, the more he realized that there were people outside of the world, and that there was a sky outside of the sky. He also became more and more inferior. He was wrong. So wrong. So what if he was a physical cultivator? Alone courage, fearless of the road ahead. They dared to act and admit when they were wrong, they were the guardians of justice in the cultivation world. It was many times better than those hypocritical, sinister villains. Why should he care about what others think? Renjie looked at Mingchi and scratched his head in embarrassment. Even Mingchi, who was only 8 years old, knew the truth, but he still needed to be reminded. He was really ashamed. Mingchi didn't think that much and read out the last two lines on the reply. Martial arts have no end, the Tao is not unique. The Tao originally has no name, the strong name is the Tao. Dang. Renjie only felt as if his head had been knocked hard. It buzzed. The reason why the martial god sect was ranked 10th among the top forces in the cultivation world was not because there were strong people backing up their heads. Rather, it relied on the number of people. Due to the ease of advancement in the early stages of physical cultivation, even some who were not talented enough could successfully build a foundation through the path of physical cultivation. The martial god sect was an orthodox body cultivation sect, and there were thousands of disciples in the foundation establishment realm alone, and hundreds of cultivators in the passage realm, and although it was difficult to ascend after the passage realm, with the sect's resources piled on top of each other. The god transformation stage powerhouses had also reached more than 20. Physical cultivators as humanoid tanks were not blown away, in the same realm, to be more explosive than other cultivators. Coupled with such a huge base. Even if the martial god sect didn't have any half-step harmonization powerhouses sitting around, no one in the cultivation world would dare to mess with them. But today was different from the past, resources were scarce, and the martial god sect's future path as a pure body cultivation sect would only get tougher and tougher. Everything was telling him that the path of physical cultivation had no future. But the Tong Tian sect leader told him that not only did they have a path for physical cultivation, but there was no limit to this path. What did this mean? It showed that it had been them who had not done enough. They hadn't been working hard enough. Xiao Ming, I was wrong. This time it's really me who's wrong. 555. Ren Jie's eyes were red and he cried. Sect leader Tong Tian didn't look down on me at all, and he didn't look down on us body cultivators either. Sect leader Tong Tian is telling me that this road, I'm going to walk on. Sooner or later, one day, I can use these iron fists of mine to fight my way through this path, and he's letting me stand at the top of this world and loudly tell the entire cultivation world this is what a physical cultivator is. Xiao Ming. Is this what Tong Tian data means? Doesn't Tong Tian data mean that there are many choices and one doesn't have to die on one path? Could it be that he misunderstood? Ren Jie wiped away the tears and snot on his face as soon as he could, and his gaze was hot and bright, as if there was a blazing flame that ignited in his chest. He took the cell phone from Mingchi's hand and replied, "Don't worry, senior, I know what to do." Lin Ran looked at Ren Jie's reply. He had prepared a bellyful of words, what to do with the study plan, what to review. He hadn't even said, "This will know again?" This one or two, also do not say clearly. Then he also riddles people. Lin Ran wanted to say something more, but was afraid to say more counterproductive. After thinking about it, he pushed the book he had just written to Ren Jie, although the pre-college entrance exams shouldn't look at these miscellaneous things, but Ren Jie's spirit was obviously too tense. It was okay to take a proper look at a novel to relax. Moreover, what he wrote was also inspirational topics like scraps against the sky, so it might be more effective than dry exhortations. Just as he was about to instruct 2 more sentences, his cell phone rang. Lin Ran glanced at the unfamiliar caller displayed on the screen and picked up the phone. "Hello." A gentle female voice came from the phone. "Hello Mr. Lin, this is Huang Medical Technology, our general manager would like to meet with you, is it convenient for you?" Lin Ran froze. General Ye's full name was Yi Jinjin, the president of Huang Medical Technology. But General Manager Yi. Why did he want to meet him? Doubts flashed through his mind, and Lin Ran busily said, "Convenient, convenient. When is General Manager Yi free?" Chapter 50. Is there any interest in joining us? The other side. Xiao Ming, you're right, Elder Tong Tian is truly different. Ren Jie said while raising his clenched fist, "I must not fail Elder Tong Tian." Aha. Mingchi nodded approvingly, while Master always avoided him. Tong Tian data never did. Tong Tian Dada was the best senior he had ever seen. He turned his head to look at Ren Jie, but what are you going to do? Ren Jie froze for a moment and wilted a bit again. Speaking ambitiously. But body cultivation, it was never something that made sense simply by persevering. Physical cultivation never lacked perseverers. If perseverance was all that was needed, I'm afraid that everyone would be able to become a real person. Below foundation establishment, as long as one searched for a place with abundant aura, operated the gong method, and used the aura to flush the skin, flesh, bones, and meridians, one would be able to continuously break the limits of the body. That was growth that could be seen with the naked eye. However, above the foundation establishment, the effect of just running the gongfu alone was no longer obvious, and it had to be coupled with the appropriate heavenly materials and treasures, or an auxiliary elixir such as the body tempering pill, in order to break through the limits of the physical body. At the Zhou Tian realm, the effect of ordinary body quenching pills was minimal. One had to use a spirit gathering formation in conjunction with an extremely high-grade body tempering pill, or a heavenly material treasure of the 4th grade or higher to be able to do so. The amount of spirit stones consumed was hard to count. In order to obtain more resources, he was either doing Sect missions to save up points or taking his chances in the secret realm, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had some family money and had a master to look after him, he wouldn't have been able to support himself long ago. Although he relied on Mingchi's connections and was able to obtain some extreme quality body tempering pills, extreme quality pills were not something that could be refined every time. 4th and 5th grade heavenly materials were even more affordable. At the God Transformation realm, the resources needed were even more unimaginable. The spirit gathering array was not possible with extremely high-grade spirit stones. In addition to higher-grade marrow cleansing pills, heavenly materials and geomaterials of 6th grade or higher were also needed. 6th grade Even his master, the head of the titular martial god sect, could only say that it could be found but not sought. Ren Jie was once again in a daze. He now knew that he had to work hard, but he didn't know how to work hard. Ren Jie wanted to ask. And didn't dare to ask. Thinking that he had just sworn to reply, his heart was even more regretful. Why was his mouth so fast? Just at this moment. Tick. A beeping sound came from his cell phone, and Ren Jie then saw the website link sent over by the Tong Tian Sect master, which was marked with a large origin novel network. Ren Jie? Novel? What does this mean, Elder Tong Tian? Ren Jie clicked the link with a bewildered face, and the page jumped to the website page of origin novel. One force breaks all laws, only the martial arts are unique. Just by seeing this line on the synopsis, Ren Jie could no longer take his eyes off it. After Lin Ran hung up the phone, he directly left behind the things he had instructed Ren Jie to do. He hadn't written much anyway, not so much that Ren Jie would be addicted. There was nothing to worry about either. He spent more than half an hour cleaning himself up inside and out, then took out his most decent suit and put it on, taking a taxi to the Huang Medical Technology building. Lin Ran stood outside the front door with a somewhat complicated mood. Huang Medical Technology was part of the Ming Group. Not only was it a leading company in the medical industry, it was a giant in the medical industry. It was simply not comparable to DL Group. He was just a team leader at that time, almost no different from an ordinary employee. He couldn't even enter the gate of Huang. Where did he get the qualification to talk about cooperation with others? But he was not willing. In order to get the right to cooperate with Huang's cellular active technology, he squatted here for a whole month. There is no snack bar in the neighborhood, so he brought some buns to fill his stomach every day. Then he went to the security guards and janitorial staff to make friends with them. Just in exchange for a chance to get in. It is because of his face again and again, finally exchanged for an opportunity to be able to communicate with each other face-to-face, opportunity to talk about the Face Cosmetics cooperation program. Who knows that in the end, he was the first to be kicked out of the team. Lin Ran took a deep breath and walked into Huang Medical Technology Company. The woman who greeted Lin Ran had short, ear-length hair, and looked energetic and capable, with a gentle smile on her face, giving people a sense of neighborly sisterliness. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Xu, I'm General Manager Ye's assistant. Hello, Assistant Xu. Lin Ran shook hands with Assistant Xu. This way please. Lin Ran followed Assistant Xu towards the company, carefully prying, I don't know what Mr. Yi is looking for me for this time? Right away you'll know. Assistant Xu stopped walking, raised his hand and pointed to the president's office on his side, smiled and said, Mr. Yi is waiting for you inside, go in. Thanks. Lin Ran nodded slightly and reached out to grip the door handle, only that he still couldn't help but feel nervous in his heart. I heard that this Ms. Yi was a famous iceberg beauty. Speaking without the slightest bit of mercy. However, he had only heard about it, he had not seen it. This famous Yi general manager lived in deep seclusion, seldom showed up, even on the news reports there were no relevant photos, mysterious. His cooperation with Huang was just a small project for Huang, not enough for the president to personally butt heads with him. Suck. Exhale. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran pushed open the office door. The first feeling at first glance was cleanliness. There were no luxurious decorations, and on the simple and atmospheric desk, other than a thick stack of documents, there were no other items placed. Everything was simple to the extreme, as if this was not an office at all. The woman sitting behind the desk was wearing a white suit, with her head slightly lowered, not knowing what she was looking at. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, some of it slipping down, with a hint of carelessness. The moment the woman looked up, the entire office came alive because of her. Sit. Yi Zhenjian's voice was clear and cold, carrying the innate pressure of a superior. Lin Ran suddenly woke up. It's not that he has never seen a beautiful woman, staring at people all the time, he just feels that General Manager Yi is somewhat familiar, thinking about it and thinking that it's unlikely. How can he have no impression at all of such a beautiful woman? Quickly suppressing the amazement in his eyes, Lin Ran sat opposite Yi Zhenjian in a generous manner. Hello, General Manager Yi. I heard that you left DL Group. Yi Zhenjian looked at Lin Ran. She had seen Lin Ran before. It was raining that day, and it was very rainy, so Lin Ran was sitting on the steps of the front door, nibbling on 2 white steamed buns, looking wretched, but he didn't seem to feel it at all, and he even asked her if she wanted to eat. And today, Lin Ran was wearing a suit. The straight suit lined his body with a slender figure, and under that handsome and clear face, the original serious black color, all became elegant. Compared to that day it was like a completely different person. Lin Ran froze for a moment. He really didn't expect that Yi would be concerned about his leaving DL Group for these big shots, this was just a trivial and insignificant matter. It was just. Being fired from a company was not something honorable in the industry. He pursed his lips and said in an astringent voice, "Yes, left for a while. Is there any interest in joining us at Huang? Lin Ran. Chapter 51, Annual Salary of $600,000. On the way to Huang Medical Technology Company, Lin Ran was wondering why in the world Mr. Yi wanted to see him. Perhaps Mr. Yi wanted to catch the project himself? Or perhaps Mr. Yi just wanted to know more details about the project and just didn't know that he had left DL Group? Along the way, he thought about many things. The thought also flashed through his mind that Mr. Yi always sought his talent and wanted to specially recruit him into Huang. But when he heard the news with his own ears, he couldn't believe it. This was Huang. There were only 3 places for external recruitment every year. Because of the generous treatment, the outstanding graduates of 211 and 985 are all grabbing their heads, which also leads to the fact that the minimum educational requirement is undergraduate degree on the surface, but in fact, after screening, the minimum is a postgraduate student. Of course, there are exceptions. Experienced technical talents can break through the academic limitations. However, those who can reach the requirements of Huang are not ordinary technical talents, they are all big bulls in the circle. And now, the president of Huang personally invited him to join? This was also too magical. He couldn't even reach the minimum threshold to join Huang. Lin Ran suspected that his ears had misheard him, and he nervously swallowed his saliva as he asked uncertainly, "Join Huang?" "That's right." Yi Zhenjin nodded lightly. "I'm very interested in your previous proposal of the concept of national makeup leading the national trend, and I hope that you can join Huang to create a true national makeup series." National makeup. Lin Ran's breath stuttered. This was indeed something he had proposed. To be precise, it was a concept based on the future trend of skincare products in the previous world. Although this world was extremely similar to the previous world, many things were different. For example, history. Although the same Qin Han, 3 kingdoms, Tang Song Yuan Ming. But after the Great Ming gradually transitioned to the modern era, and there is no such thing as the Manchu Qing dynasty or the Republic of China. And many timelines are different. For example, the 100 schools of thought were only 2,000 years away from modern times in the previous world, but in this world, they are 5,000 years old. In modern times, the difference is even greater. The whole of China is still in the storm of the impact of imported products, the vast majority of the people have not yet awakened a sense of patriotism, the national brand was pressed again and again, there is almost no much room for survival. In the skin care industry, this is especially obvious. Almost all high-end products are foreign brands, all involving the word domestic, will make people feel very cheap. Many domestic brands have to give themselves an English name, so that they look higher. But on the other hand, the domestic economy is not bad. Whether it was shopping sites, express delivery, or takeout, the service industry had long since matured. It caused Lin Ran to feel a sense of cut off from time to time. Although the world was different, Lin Ran believed that there were some things that wouldn't change in his bones. Sooner or later, one day, the people of China will wake up and will know that the moon abroad is not fuller than at home, the air abroad does not smell better than at home, and the national brands will sooner or later go on the world stage. He also believes that opportunities are left to those who are prepared. The development to production of a new product takes more than a day or 2. So, a few years ago, he put forward the idea of creating a series of national cosmetics. The Face Medicinal Cosmetics program is just a series of national cosmetics. Unfortunately, this idea was killed by Huang. It was only in the past 2 years, when the industry began to change its direction, that he once again reintroduced the medicinal makeup program, and the reason why Huang passed it was because he saw the value of Huang's new technology, which didn't have much to do with his proposal. The invitation to join Huang, Lin Ran was indeed very moved. It was something he had never dared to think about before. But when it came to the national makeup series, he still hesitated. He was afraid that Mr. Yi would draw him a big pie just like Huang, and then kick him out of the team after he had put in all of his hard work. At that time, he didn't even have a place to cry. "Thank you for Mr. Yi's kindness, The position will be the director of the Beauty Makeup Research and Development Program, with an annual salary of 600,000. As soon as Yi Zhenjin opened her mouth, she directly blocked Lin Ran's words. Lin Ran's heart trembled. 600,000. What more bicycle did he need? In DL Group, his monthly salary was only $10,000. Even if he really succeeded in the medicinal makeup project, his monthly salary could be doubled. Even if he only stayed in Huang for a year, it would be worth it. Lin Ran's heart was pounding, and he tried to make himself look less out of sorts. He whispered, but... Seeing Lin Ran's words, Yi Zhenjin frowned. This annual salary is indeed a bit low, but you just entered Huang. Lin Ran didn't even hear what Yi Zhenjin said afterward. Low? Just kidding. The annual salary of a beauty research and development director was generally between $200,000 and $300,000, and he doubled it, directly becoming the ceiling of the industry. No wonder these people grabbed their heads and wanted to join Huang. This treatment, there was no comparison elsewhere. No. Lin Ran hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Yi, it's just that I was previously in charge of the pharmaceutical makeup program at DL Group. If I go back to this side of Huang to be in charge of, will it have an impact on the company's cooperation?" No. Yi Zhenjin replied categorically, "Since you have left DL Group, there is no need for us to continue to cooperate with DL Group. Of course, the final choice of this project is in your hands. You have to remember that we, Huang, value your ideas more than DL Group's formulas. There are many companies that can replace DL Group, and even, we can do it ourselves." Lin Ran was stunned. After staying at DL Group for 8 whole years, he had never gained such a sense of trust. And now, he had gotten it. He felt Huang's sincerity and respect, as well as Chief Ye's selfishness in helping him out. As long as the option was in hand, it was simply a matter of minutes to pin down DL Group. Who said that Chief Yi was an iceberg beauty? This is simply a huge misunderstanding. General Yi just didn't have much of an expression, but his heart was hot. Lin Ran was touched and clenched his fists. Such a company was worth giving everything he had. "Thank you, General Manager Yi. Alright, you can go out and do your entry. If there's anything you want to find Assistant Ju, she'll take care of it for you." Yi Zhenjin finished and lowered her head once again. Lin Ran thought about it again and again, but still couldn't help but ask, "Can I bring someone in?" After Lin Ran finished, he was afraid that Yi Zhenjin would misunderstand, and hurriedly added, "The previous team members all know each other well, and have worked together for a long time, and have a better understanding, and they're all very familiar with the medicinal makeup program, and they're quick to get started." Li Shang and Vivian had all left the company because of him. Of course he wanted to give them a hand if he could, and if that didn't work, he would think of other ways to compensate them in the future. Yi Zhenjin didn't lift her head and directly said, "I don't care if you pick people from the company or recruit them yourself, I will only give 3 days, after 3 days, you have to pull the team up." Okay. Lin Ran responded repeatedly. 3 days was a bit tight, but the people were all readily available. Forming an initial team was no problem at all. Waiting until Lin Ran left the office, Yi Zhenjin raised her head to look at where Lin Ran had been sitting before. Her eyebrows knitted slightly. She just seemed to have sensed a fluctuation in aura. Just for a moment, she cut off the thought. It must be an illusion. If Lin Ran was a cultivator, how could he be so miserable? Chapter 52, I have a big announcement to make. Lin Ran, who had exited the president's office, was still a little giddy and couldn't believe that such a good thing would fall into his lap. It wasn't until the onboarding process was over that he let his heart drop into his stomach. Without saying a word, he picked up his cell phone and called Li Shang. Wah la la. A noisy ringtone rang out. After looking at the caller ID on his cell phone, Li Shang's expression tightened all of a sudden. This was not a good time for him. It was not good. He had originally thought that it was different from the past, not that he, Bai Weiguang, could cover the sky with one hand, and if Bai Weiguang dared to do so, the netizens, one person with a mouthful of spittle, would surely be able to drown Bai Weiguang to death. At that time, in order to eliminate the impact of DL Group, it is not possible to directly open Bai Weiguang. But the facts proved that he was wrong. When the video was first posted online, it did cause a lot of attention from netizens, and many of them were spitting on Bai Weiguang. But soon, a different voice emerged. This kind of strangled video, who knows if it's real or fake? My relative is an internal employee. He said that these two people are not only negatively neglecting their work, but also pointing at other people's vice presidents' noses and cursing, pushing people to be so verbally abusive. Mud people still have 3 points of fire. If I were the vice president, was pointing at the nose and cursing, not to straighten them out is strange. These days, it's not whoever posts the video who has the right to do it. You don't do a good job, the company can't fire you? Although Li Shang knew that there were quite a few water armies that Bai Weiguang had hired in there, under the guidance of these people, the online winds gradually shifted. Just as he was about to explain, Good guy. The video was directly taken down for him. He had no choice but to borrow other people's accounts. In addition to his family, he also the relationship similar relatives all borrowed a circle, put together a dozen or so accounts, resend. The result is no traffic at all. What's even more annoying is that accounts with a little bit of traffic are immediately blocked. The reason for sealing the number is just 4 words. Sensitive content. Directly to his whole speechless. Also because of this reason, he had no face to contact Lin Ran during this period of time, when he swore that he would take this on, but as a result, he also smashed it. Voila! The noisy ringtone pulled back Li Shang's thoughts, and he stiffly picked up the phone. Brat, what are you busy with? It took so long to answer the phone. Li Shang didn't want Lin Ran to worry, pretending to be like a person with nothing to worry about, grinning broadly, harm. I collect rent every day, cannot be busy? What's the matter with the phone call? Let's eat hot pot together tonight. Li Shang froze. Did you find a new job? Yes, not only did I find a new job, I also found a good job. Lin Ran put an accent on the word good. This was the Hua Shang that everyone envied, could it be bad? Good, good, good. Celebrate. We must celebrate tonight. Li Shang excitedly jumped up from the sofa. After so many days, he finally got some good news. I'll call Lu Di and the others now, see you at the old place tonight. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Li Shang happily hummed a song. Gave himself a good cleanup, changed into the brightest flower shirt, and intended to go out. Brat, where are you running to again? A slightly balding old man sat on the sofa, looking at his own son in this outfit. His nose was not his nose, his eyes were not his eyes. These days, those relatives didn't come to him, saying how their account how. He could not understand. But he knew that Li Shang had caused trouble for him again. Li Shang wiped a handful of his big oily back hair and said smugly, Dad, Lin Ran found a new job and called me out for hot pot. As soon as he heard Lin Ran's name, Li Dafu's face improved a lot. This child Lin Ran was a good one. And understanding, and hardworking, is the family situation. Alas, it is true that he has suffered a lot. Li Shang has followed Lin Ran these years and has indeed changed a lot. This is a good thing, call Lin Ran to come to the house for dinner some other day, and let your mom make more delicious food. Shang your father is right. Tian Xiufang, who had just walked out of the kitchen, also urged, it's not easy for Lin Ran to be alone in Haibei, and he doesn't have any relatives or elders to take care of him here, so bring him back for dinner more often when you have time. Said Tian Xiufang, took out another $1,000 from her bag. A hand stuffed into Li Shang's hand, you go out to eat with others, don't let people pay for it, our family is not short of this. I know. Li Shang helplessly put the money into his pocket. His parents were better to Lin Ran than to him as their own son. But he was also happy about it. He truly treated Lin Ran as a brother, a blood brother. Li Shang had just stepped out the door with one foot when his own dad's voice came back to his ears. Ugh, wait. What again? As soon as Li Shang turned around, he saw his own dad walking over with his cell phone raised. Li Dafu pointed at the cell phone screen and said suspiciously, this person looks a bit familiar, isn't it the leader you said before, the one who bullied you and Lin Ran? Li Shang looked at the screen and his eyes whitened violently. Old place hot pot restaurant. What? Lin Ran was so shocked that he almost jumped. Bai Weiguang was crazy? Crazy. Was this retribution? I heard that he almost went crazy right away. Lu Di revealed that expression that could only be understood. Ever since Lin Ran and the others left, he and Xiao Xiao had been kicked to the utility room, and it had been a bad time. Today, when he heard the news spread like wildfire in the company, his heart could not be more comfortable. Xiao Xiao asked in confusion, what's immediately crazy? Ahem, a child's family doesn't need to know. Lu Di coughed. Within their group, Xiao Xiao was the youngest, it was normal for these to not understand. Anyway, it's just that when Bai Weiguang was with his mistress, something happened and it was spread to the internet. His wife was so angry that she came to the door, beat up the mistress, and directly sent Bai Weiguang to a mental hospital. The crowd sighed for a while. Who could have expected that Bai Weiguang, who was flaunting himself at them half a month ago, would end up in this situation? Li Shang sneered, this is called retribution. That's right, I propose a toast. Vivian proposed as she raised her glass, her face still wearing exquisite makeup. Only the foundation couldn't cover her haggard complexion at all. Compared to Lin Ran and Li Shang, her situation was much better. Not blocked by Bai Weiguang. She worked as a publicist, looked pretty, and it was still easy to find a job, but she just couldn't avoid being doused with alcohol, and there were several times when she was almost taken advantage of. But she does not regret. Because she knew that with no one above her to protect her, it would be the same everywhere. Thanks to Lin Ran all these years. Vivian's proposal was immediately recognized by everyone, and they raised their glasses to clink. Lin Ran also happily drained the beer in his glass in one gulp, and the depression that had arisen because of Bai Weiguang was completely unraveled. By the way, I also heard that Bai Weiguang knelt on the ground to admit his mistake and apologize, and his mouth kept chanting about Lin Ran. Luda carefully looked at Lin Ran, saying that he didn't do it, it was all an order from Mr. Wei, he was just the executor. Rumored to be godly, and I don't know if it's true or not. Doesn't matter, these are already past tense. Lin Ran smiled and stood up. Next I have a big event to announce. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ran slowly spoke. I'm joining the Hua Shang. Chapter 53 Chickens. Good Hua Shang. Li Shang just praised his sentence, suddenly Rub stood up, unbelievably staring at Lin Ran. What the hell? What the hell? Lude, Vivian, and Xiao Xiao also looked at Lin Ran with stiff expressions. Hua Shang? Was it the Hua Shang they were thinking of? Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, Lin Ran slightly raised his chin. That's right, think boldly, it's the same Huasheng you're thinking of, the Huasheng Medical Technology Company under the Ming Group. As soon as the words fell, an intake of breath sounded in unison. Huasheng Medical Technology. Ming's group. The four were unable to speak their shocked words. Although DL Group and Huasheng had reached a cooperation, the few of them knew that this cooperation was all because Lin Ran had begged for it with a deadpan face. It was also because of this cooperation that Wei Qidong, the old boss of DL Group, was able to hook up with Huasheng. In the past, Wei Qidong couldn't even enter the door of Huasheng. Huasheng is so powerful. That's why they were more upset with Lin Ran. Obviously Lin Ran was a credit to the DL Group, who would have thought that he would end up in this situation. Good lord, what kind of luck did you have? Luda sipped his teeth and hurriedly took a sip of wine to suppress his shock. This was Huasheng. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious, but he was also really happy for Lin Ran. Lin Ran also felt that he had gotten lucky. Otherwise, he was someone who didn't have enough qualifications or education. How could such a good thing fall into his lap? Li Shang, who was still planning to pay the bill, also changed his mind. Quick, bring the menu, I have to eat him poorly today. Don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished. Lin Ran cleared his throat and waited until everyone's gazes were once again focused before slowly opening his mouth. Do you guys want to enter Huasheng? The crowd was confused. Enter the Hua Sage? Is this something they dare to think about? Luda threw his arms around Lin Ran's thighs. Brother, you're my own brother, take me flying. Go, this is my brother, it has nothing to do with you. Li Shang squeezed Luda off his butt and licked his face. Brother, you say right? Xiao Xiao leapt to her feet and raised her hand. Brother Lin, we agreed to fish me out in the first place, you can't forget about me. Only Vivian didn't take a stand. Of course she also wanted to continue working under Lin Ran, but there were so many of them, their qualifications and education weren't as good as Lin Ran's, so how could they all get into Huasheng? Brother Lin, I know you mean well, but if you bring people into Huasheng, you should have to pay a small price as well, right? Vivian's words instantly woke up the other three. Yup. Lin Ran wasn't a talent in the medical industry, and going to Huasheng wasn't like being a newcomer, so how could he bring them in with him? They were really thinking too well. Li Shang hurriedly said, into Huasheng or not, you're still my brother, what I just said, don't take it seriously. Harm. Just kidding, why are people still taking it seriously? Luda took a sip of wine, suppressed the loss in his eyes, and said smilingly, Brother Lin will be a big figure in Huasheng in the future, so we have to hold him up a bit? We must. Xiao Xiao praised, who doesn't know that our brother Lin is the most righteous? When brother Lin gets rich, he'll definitely have to fish for me. Lin Ran smiled. I know what everyone is thinking. Other people have to scramble for their heads to get into Huasheng, why should I, Lin Ran, be able to bring people in? Li Shang was so anxious that he quickly waved his hands. No. Don't rush to deny it. Lin Ran patted Li Shang's shoulder and continued, to be honest, I'm not surprised that you guys would think this way, I sometimes wonder what exactly I, Lin Ran, am based on. But I also know that when you guys just said that, you weren't looking down on me, but you didn't want to pressure me. Lin Ran poured himself a glass of beer. It wasn't easy for me to live these first 30 years, I met quite a few lousy people like Bai Weiguang, but even more so, I met quite a few good people like you guys. I'm not a cutie pie, I can tell who's nice to me and who's trying to use me. So I was thinking, if one day I get rich, I must pull everyone along. Lin Ran's words were so heartfelt that the few people who heard them also had red eyes. Brother, don't say anymore, we all know your feelings, let's go. Ludi rubbed his eyes and took the lead in picking up the wine glass to take a sip. Don't be hasty. Lin Ran pressed his hand and gazed at everyone. But I'll still just tell you all that I, Lin Ran, have really gotten lucky. Not only am I now the director of the Huang Beauty or D program, but I can also bring all of you into Huang. Without paying any price. Buzz. The four of them only felt like their brains had exploded and their ears were buzzing. They were deep in shock, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Only two words remained in their minds. All. Lin Ran finished in one breath, tilted his head back and drained the wine in his cup in one gulp, and sat his butt down on the stool. Looking at the four people with a little cute. Like a little cutie, dumbfounded. It's a good thing he's so melodramatic. Cool. A few moments later. I throw. Luda jumped up all of a sudden. Quickly pinch me awake, otherwise I'm afraid I'll never want to wake up again. Li Shang did not hesitate to pinch him on his thigh. Ow. Pain. I'm awake, no need to pinch anymore. Lin Ran's trio laughed as they watched the two men fight, no one stopped them. At this time, Vivian spoke up, Brother Lin, is Huang planning to make his own beauty makeup? Lin Ran gave Vivian a complimentary look. Vivian was really the one who was the best at grasping the point. He nodded slightly and said, that's right, the reason why Huang cooperated with DL Group in the first place was also because they were optimistic about my idea. Now that I've left, why would I still want to cooperate with them? But there is a contract, Huang can't disown it, right? Lu De said doubtfully. Vivian puffed and laughed out, where is the contract? At that time we only signed a letter of intent to cooperate. Lu De and Xiao Xiao were at a loss. This matter is still attributed to Bai Weiguang. Vivian explained with a look of emotion. Even though Lin Ran was the head of the medicinal makeup project, he didn't have a position in DL Group and had no way to sign a project contract on behalf of DL Group. So at that time, only a letter of intent for project cooperation was signed, and it was later verbally agreed that the contract would be signed at the Leap Expo, and the conceptualized product would be launched in the meantime. Xiao Xiao was puzzled, then what does this have to do with Bai Weiguang? Lu De hated it and said, if Bai Weiguang was willing to give Lin Ran an early promotion at that time, wouldn't this matter be resolved? That's right. Vivian nodded and said, if the rumors about Bai Weiguang are true, I suspect that Bai Weiguang should have gotten an order from General Wei at that time, and was waiting for Wei Hong to come back before signing a formal contract so that it would be more legitimate. Pity. Li Shang laughed joyfully, it's a pity that stealing the chicken didn't work. It's a pity that Bai Weiguang has gone crazy, otherwise I would really like to see us fight in the nest. The others all revealed a look of pity. Why did he go crazy? It would have been fine to go crazy later. Alright, let's not mention him. Lin Ran smiled and pulled back the topic. Mr. Yi only gave me 3 days to set up the team. When are you guys going to report for duty? Chapter 54 The Good Show, the official opening. The moon stars were thin. Psycho Zhuoya watched Wei Yinxian's 3 people being led to step out of the borderline and hurriedly made a video call to the headquarters. Gao Wei and Mu Kaiyu were both sent out, only Zhuo Zhang and Yanben were at the headquarters. Master Si, Wei Yinxian, and the 2 demonic cultivators have already left the country, shall we stop them? Psycho Zhuoya looked at Zhuo Zhang. The heart was weak. A half-step harmonious Dao, she couldn't stop them even if she took her life. Exit? Zhuo Zhang and Yan Benjing froze in unison. This Wei Yinxian was trapped by Elder Chu for a full 500 years, and this time he came out and ran abroad. How many meanings? Zhuo Zhang was puzzled, they don't have the formalities to approve, how did they leave the country? Oh, I just checked, they looked for a pig killing disc on a good job website and were taken out of the country. Zhuo Zhang and Yan Benjing. Goddamned pig killing disc. These people are afraid that their brains aren't sick, right? Bringing the 3 demonic cultivators back, looking for death? Ahem. Psycho Zhuoya awkwardly pulled back to the topic. Master Si, Inspector Yan, the procedures for cross-border law enforcement are too complicated. By the time I finish the procedures and go over, I'm afraid I won't be able to find anyone. Why don't we have our offshore colleagues keep an eye on their movements and decide then? It really wasn't that she wasn't dedicated to this matter. She knew the importance of Wei Yinxian and didn't dare to take it lightly and personally track them, But who would have thought that Wei Yinxian would choose to leave the country? Division Master, I think it's feasible. Yan Benjing turned his head to Zhuo Zhang and agreed, since they have already left the country, let's try not to interfere, lest we cause unnecessary conflicts. The main thing was to manage it, and they couldn't manage it now. Wei Yinxian a half-step harmonized Dao, who of them could be trapped? Couldn't call Elder Chu back, could they? Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do it. The underworld is at a critical moment right now. Elder Chu simply can't leave. Zhuo Zhang certainly knew what Yan Benjiang meant, but he was still a little worried. In case they make trouble outside the country, damaging our Chinese reputation. This don't have to worry, they are black, when the time comes we don't recognize it, it's over, and… Yan Benjing said meaningfully, evil people have their own evil grind, let them go out is not likely to be a good thing. Zhuo political and Saiku Zhuoya. Sure enough. Playing dirty still needs to look at old Yan. Zhuo Zhang nodded slightly, considered to have agreed with Yan Benjing's opinion, and then turned towards Saiku Zhuoya, the demon race is moving, you come back first. Yes. Within China, when it comes to ghost cities, Fingu Ghost City is the most famous. However, few people knew that the place where Fingu Ghost City was located was once the entrance to the 9 specters. Xu Tianqing happened to be one of those who knew. Although the law enforcement division had only been established for 1,000 years, the legacy of the legal family had not been broken. Over these thousands of years, the FA family had always existed as the monitors of the cultivation world, and at the time the law enforcement division was established, the few close friends that the founder, Zhou Hongwen, had met were also from all the major clans and great families. Thus, there were indeed quite a few hidden secrets that the law enforcement division knew. And these hidden secrets were all passed down from generation to generation as the top secrets of the law enforcement division. Xu Tianqing chose this place as the base camp of the underworld, firstly, because walking the path of ghosts and gods, one needed incense faith, and secondly, because over the years, the 9 sepulchral seals had loosened, and there was a steady stream of yin qi leaking out. It was more suitable for ghost cultivators to survive. In fact, the earliest significance of the existence of Fingu Ghost City was to scare people, preventing ordinary people in the mortal world from approaching the entrance of the 9 secrets and getting contaminated with yin qi. Yin qi is a great tonic for ghost cultivators, but it is poison for the living. Light is lingering sick, heavy is dead. With the word of mouth of the world, slowly, the saying of the netherworld began to prevail. Fingu also gradually built up temples and palaces with the theme of the netherworld, although there are no real ghosts and gods sitting in the town, but after years of accumulation of incense, these clay figurines also have a righteousness. Ordinary ghosts, or even stern ghosts, could not get close. Only the ghost cultivators were unaffected, and were instead able to suppress the urge to devour living souls under this vast aura. Even more coincidentally, a few years ago, the real Fingu Ghost City was sunk underwater, like a natural boundary, dividing Fingu Ghost City from the world of the living, and it could completely serve as the underworld's netherworld. At this moment, in the underwater Fingu Ghost City, the river water was blocked out by the boundary, and the ancient city was no longer as dead as it was before, with ghosts coming and going in a lively manner. Many ghost cultivators had come to Fingu Ghost City for the first time and felt curious everywhere they went. Those who didn't know, thought that they were traveling for sightseeing. Only the Yin Tianzi Hall, which was tightly closed, no ghost dared to approach, and even avoided it from afar, fearing that they would be affected. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Xu Tianqing sat at the top. Wang Hao stood on one side, his expression taut. Those present were all ghost kings, which was something that a small earth ghost like him could get involved in. But Boss Chu asked him to stay. He didn't dare say a word. A white-bearded old man slowly opened his mouth and said, "We came here in the name of Chu Lao. Now that the underworld has become a reality, and the lords of the various halls are still hanging in the air, is Chu Lao going to give us a statement?" Kuei Lao has a point. Xu Tianqing nodded slightly. How do you guys want to divide it? Elder Kuei stroked his long beard and laughed. Naturally, the one with the strength will get it. That's not right. The elegant middle-aged man wearing a green shirt spoke. The way of ghosts and gods should be judged by virtue. How can someone who was a great traitor deserve to be honored? Xu Tianqing nodded his head once again. Realist Nan Xiao also has a point. As soon as these words came out, someone on the spot became angry. Xu Tianqing, you are justified in this and that. What exactly do you want? Are you trying to monopolize power and dominate the underworld all by yourself? How dare you? Another person on Xu Tianqing's side stood out, country face, small flat head. Other than Gao Wei, who else could it be? Gao Wei said angrily. Back when the ghost cultivators were bullied, aside from us, Elder Chu, who among you stood out? Now that the underworld is first established and its foundation is unstable, you guys are in a hurry to share the power and seize the benefits. Do you want to be shameless? You fart. The person who just spoke out turned green and disliked back. This is an internal matter of our ghost cultivators. What are you law enforcement division involved in? Gao Wei sneered. All of these ghost cultivators were escorted here by my law enforcement division. Why can't our law enforcement division get involved? The people in the hall furrowed their brows. If the law enforcement division and the underworld were allowed to join forces, the law enforcement division would surely be among the number one forces in the cultivation world, and in the future, wouldn't everything in the cultivation world be decided by the law enforcement division, and what would they still be fighting for? They must be stopped. Kuei Lao laughed. Minister Gao is wrong. The law enforcement division escorted the ghost cultivators here. Of course we are grateful. Consider it as my underworld owes the law enforcement division a favor, and will return it in the coming days. Nan Xiao real person also opened his mouth and said, Minister Gao, after all, this various hall duties are the internal affairs of the underworld mansion. Please do not intervene, Minister Gao. In a few words, the two of them had drawn the line between the law enforcement division and the underworld mansion. If he met someone else, he would have to think about it again, but Gao Wei didn't give face to anyone and directly said, the law enforcement division assisting Elder Chu in integrating the underworld mansion is the order of the division master, so I don't need to bother you two with it. The faces of everyone in the arena were all darkened. It seemed that the law enforcement division was going to intervene to the end in the matter of the underworld mansion. Just then, Old Monster Chu, others are afraid of your law enforcement division, but I, Yun Zihang, am not afraid of you. Ha ha ha. Before the people arrived, their voices reached them first. Chu Tianqing's eyelids slightly raised. Good show, officially opened. Chapter 55 Spirit Net's new announcement. Although Lu De and Xiao Xiao were still employed, they were now just fringe figures in the company, and there wasn't even any work on their hands that needed to be handed over. At first, Bai Weiguang was also worried about opening too many people at once. The impact is not good, coupled with that period of time the company has been caught up in the vortex of fishing wheels, so they did not sweep them out together. The company can't wait for them to leave on their own accord, so there is no question of whether or not they can leave. At most, the company will find reasons to deduct some wages. But to enter the Huasheng, they do not care about the hundreds of dollars. As for Li Shang, he has been idle since he left his job, and he can handle the entry at any time. Vivian is a new job, yes, but because the DL group side stuck a hand, these 2 days before the formalities down, have not had time to sign a formal contract. Want to go immediately can go. A few people had totaled up that it would only take a day to take care of their respective problems, and by then Lin Ran would be able to take them on board together. So the next day, everyone was busy. Lin Ran wasn't idle either. First, he went to the office space of the newly established beauty department to familiarize himself with it, and then asked Assistant Zhu for the employee information. Mr. Ye's request was for the entire national makeup series, and this amount of people they had was completely insufficient. The team had to be expanded. The whole day, Lin Ran was sifting through the information. This screening is only a preliminary screening, mainly to see what employees do not have a project in hand, which employees are professionally suitable for their team, and then according to the information to understand the real situation of the employees. After all, there is still a big gap between the information and the real situation. Huasheng has a lot of talent, but high education does not mean good character, nor does it mean that they can get along with their team. He is not familiar with these people. Even if there is a shortage of people, he will not blindly pull people into the team. If he accidentally pulled an ancestor in, he would be in trouble. Huasheng up and down a total of more than 100,000 employees, but the headquarters of the project department inside not so many people, some screening down, the hands of the project is not even less. Old and new employees add up to less than 10. 3 of them, or this year just recruited freshmen, just after the training, even the internship period has not yet passed, can only follow the other groups to play soy sauce. If it was any other project team, they might not be willing to bring newcomers. But Lin Ran didn't think so. In Huasheng, he was also a newcomer. If he wanted to be a senior employee with deep experience, he might not be convinced, but newcomers would be better integrated into their team. Lin Ran's heart just started to think. A security uncle shouted outside. Comrade, why don't you go? Sounds like you're new. Didn't they tell you that the company doesn't allow you to work overtime? Only then did Lin Ran react. Non-special circumstances, Huasheng prohibited overtime. Overtime, deduction of wages. Lin Ran touched his nose in embarrassment. He had heard Assistant Chu mention this before, but he really didn't expect it to be so strict, and now he rather had the feeling of being caught in the act. I'm sorry, Uncle Lee, I'll let you run, I'll leave right away. Lin Ran smiled and walked up to stuff a cigarette. He didn't smoke, but it was needed for human interaction, and he always kept it in his bag. When he was squatting in Huang before, he didn't miss out on socializing with these security guards, and Uncle Lee was the head of the security guards, so of course he had to make the relationship a little better, so he was more familiar with Uncle Lee than the other security guards. I said how a little familiar, originally as your kid, now all into the company. Li Yuan is not polite, smiled and took the cigarette from Lin Ran's hand and pinned it on his ear. Next time it won't happen again. Don't worry, there definitely won't be a next time. After sending Li Yuan away, Lin Ran hurriedly packed up and went home. Buying groceries, cooking. By the time he finished dinner, it was already completely dark. Lin Ran purposely added a can of cat food to Coke to make up for this half-month's deficit. The White Tiger True Lord skimmed its face in disgust. It wouldn't eat this garbage. Not even eating canned cat food anymore? It can't be that it's not feeling well somewhere, right? Lin Ran looked left and right with a nervous expression as he hugged the cola. White Tiger True Lord. You're the one who's not feeling well. Your whole family is uncomfortable. It cursed in its heart, but it was afraid of suffering the ravages of Lin Ran, so it can only lower its head and lick the cat can. Meow? Don't say it, it's quite tasty. Little thing, are you blaming me for owing you something before? Lin Ran smiled and rubbed Cola's head. The White Tiger True Lord was eating deliciously and was annoyed by Lin Ran's disturbance. A low growl came out of his mouth. Alright, in the future, we can afford to eat canned cat food every day, we can't lose you. Lin Ran laughingly said, now a month tens of thousands of it, every day to eat canned cat cannot eat poor him. White Tiger True Lord's mouth was closed, and he rubbed against Lin Ran's palm intimately. This thing, it can be more. Lin Ran. Should we be so realistic? After feeding the canned cat, Lin Ran went back to the balcony and carefully held the black bird in his hand. Irma, be good, I'll help you look at the wound. Huang. You Irma, your whole family is Irma. Listening to the chirping bird, Lin Ran was happy. Little thing, the temper is quite big, don't be unhappy, we all like to take a cheap name in the countryside, so that we can feed. I'm not also wanting you to hurry up and be good? Huang. You good feeder. I thank you. Thank you for the whole family. Originally Huang also wanted to talk to Lin Ran face to face about the contract. The result was directly by a sentence area to the whole autistic. Of course. She didn't struggle either. Because she was more aware of the backlash of the contract than White Tiger True Lord. The conclusion of the contract had become a fact, which was something she couldn't change for the time being, so instead of fighting it, she should accept it and fight for more benefits for herself. It was just that in the past 2 days she had sent signals to Lin Ran in a row, but she hadn't gotten a response. She strongly suspected that the White Tiger True Lord was behind this. She wouldn't sit around and wait for it to happen. She would find a chance to be alone with Lin Ran and have a good chat. Lin Ran carefully removed the wooden stick from Little Crow's wing, and the wound on the wing had already healed, with fine white fluff growing out. The wound is healing well. Lin Ran smiled, pointing to the bird food he had just added. Eat more, when you're better, you'll be able to fly again. She was suspiciously glanced at the strange things in the jar. This thing can be eaten? But seeing the White Tiger True Lord eating so favorably, she couldn't help but be skeptical. Could it be that there was another mystery inside this thing? When Lin Ran turned around, she tried pecking a small mouthful. Ah! Yuck! Ba ba ba! Goddamned White Tiger True Lord, he must be playing with her on purpose. Lin Ran didn't notice Huang's actions behind him at all, and when he returned to the living room, he opened his computer and started coding, even though he said that he now had a new job and didn't need to worry about money for a while. But he didn't want to try the taste of unemployment again. Since the current company does not need to work overtime, he plans to continue to stick to writing. For one thing, writing novels was his dream. And on the plus side, if it became a hit, he would realize his wealth freedom earlier, and he would never be taken for a ride again. Anyway, it's not a crime to think about it. After finishing the words, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ran washed up, habitually picked up his cell phone and opened the Spirit Network app, and as soon as he opened it, a dialog box popped up on the page. It showed 4 big words in red. Spirit Net Announcement. Chapter 56, New Mission. Lin Ran's gaze quickly shifted downward, and he saw the contents on the new announcement. After days of hard work, the Spirit Network has been successfully repaired in the early hours of this morning, and the mission module, real-time calls, teleconferencing, and resource trading and sharing functions have returned to normal use. Due to the upgrade needs, the Spirit Net Mall, Spirit Realm simulation and other parts will be unlocked in one step. Please look forward to it. Forking off the announcement, Lin Ran saw a screen full of trolls. It took so long to fix it, numbnuts, I'm almost out of food for a month. Due to upgrade needs? Oh. Sure it's not fixed? Repair Nima almost a month has not been repaired, this group of array division is eating dry rice? Still fooling people here, really will find face for themselves. Lin Ran was happy. Although he wasn't a professional, he had heard that a general website attack could be fixed in a few minutes at most, and even if it was more complicated, it could be fixed in a few days at most. After dragging on for such a long time, this app hadn't been disconnected. It's simply all a miracle. It also showed that there were really a lot of die-hard fans of SpiritNet, and it was fine to just complain about it. However, real-time calls, remote meetings, and resource trading and sharing were all functions that were available on other software, and SpiritNet was originally an entertainment app, and it was unlikely that there were any businesses working on it. These functions that have been restored do sound a bit wasteful. On the contrary, this task module sounds a bit useful, I just don't know what the so-called task is. Lin Ran opened the mission module while searching. Probably because it had just been restored, there weren't many quests on it, and they were basically all quests that had been released before. Roughly scanning through it, most of them were errand tasks. There were also some tasks such as teaming up to go down to the secret realm, cleaning up evil cultivators, and so on. It looked like an offline activity, just that the specific gameplay was not clear to him yet. The mission rewards are basically settled in points, and there are also a small portion labeled as spirit stones, materials, and so on. Spirit stone equals cash? Materials equals? Lin Ran scratched a question mark in his head. He highly doubted that these so-called materials were those prop-like items that were sent to him before. Looking at it this way, I'm afraid that the gold content of the points wasn't very high either. Lin Ran instantly lost his expectations for the Spirit Web Mall. Exiting the mission module, Lin Ran saw a mission post being hung up. Mission name, Security Maintenance. Time, November 5th, November 10th for 6 days. Location, High Bay City Convention Center. Task content, according to the news, we have learned that someone intends to smuggle 5D ranked blood races into the country. 10 volunteers are hereby recruited to maintain the security order and prevent emergencies during the conference. Mission requirements, Foundation Establishment or Great Demon and above. Mission reward, 100 points per day, with an additional reward if you can kill a blood clan. Mission application portal. High Bay City? Lin Ran took a look at the poster, or an old acquaintance 3 divisions and penalty. This old brother is really fast. However, the ordinary part-time job is almost 100 a day, you do not give money even if it is, using points to fool people is excessive, and the mall has not been repaired until now, these points have no use of. He looked down. As expected, the comment area was full of curses. 100 points? How about sending out a beggar? You law enforcement division have the nerve to ask. Although I'm short of spirit stones, 1,000 points to make me deal with a D-ranked blood clan, isn't that a bit too much? Another reward? Is it another 100 points to fool everyone when the time comes? The law enforcement division is really poor. Thousands of yin and yang. Across the screen, Lin Ran was ashamed for the 3 divisions and the criminal old brother. Lin Ran didn't mind if the reward was not rewarded, now that he was rich and powerful, he wasn't that bad. Just once the line below the base, there is a layer of mystery, the future of this pretense is not good to pretend. After thinking about it, Lin Ran still decided to support the 3 divisions in punishment. Can be responsible for part-time recruitment of security at the Leap Fair, 3C and criminal brother is certainly not an ordinary person, anyway, he will also be in the convention center, you can take the time to go over to see, is to make a good karma. As for the task, he will not take it. For one thing, he has to be in charge of the conceptualization and promotion of the medicinal makeup project at the scene to attract more investment, and for another, he also has to take this opportunity to expand his network. There really wasn't any time to waste on this. Ta-da-day. Lin Ran tapped his hand on the keyboard, when the time comes, I'll take the time to come over and take a look. The top floor office of the Yunhai mansion. Su Guan walked around the office with his hands behind his back, his face dark. Originally, he hadn't planned to apply for support for this operation. However, just yesterday, he had received precise information that the blood clans smuggled in this time were not 3, but 5. If it was just 5 ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, with the existing strength of the Haibei City Law Enforcement Division, they would have casually dealt with it. But it is on the contrary, it is a blood race. This blood clan thing was a bit special. It is not easy to kill. Not only does it possess an immortal body and extremely fast body repair, it also possesses great strength and speed. Even across realms, it might not be possible to kill them with a single blow. To deal with it, they could deal with it, but it was just that once another unexpected situation occurred, the trouble would be big. After thinking about it, he still made a support report to the top. Result: because of the matter of the Underworld, the above is busy into a mess, simply cannot spare manpower. His top boss, the Executive Department Minister Gao Wei, just gave him a sentence: if free, then come over to take a look. Not a single word. What could he do? He could only pay out of his own pocket and recruit volunteers. 100 points is 10 medium-grade spirit stones, 6 days is 60, 10 people is 600. Less? Where less? These were all squeezed out of his teeth. His heart was dripping blood. How much more do these people want just for killing a small blood tribe? Day in and day out, they wanted farts to eat. Alas, Su Guan sighed deeply. It was good that he managed to fool 2 great demons. It was better than nothing. Suddenly, drop! A prompt sounded, and when Su Guan picked up his phone, he saw the Tong Tian Sect leader's reply under the post. When the time comes, I'll take the time to come over and take a look. Su Guan froze for a moment, and immediately afterward, an excited blush crept across his face. The heavenly Sect master would actually come. He wasn't dreaming, was he? That is to say, this time, he would finally be able to meet the Tong Tian Sect leader in person without any conflict? Su Guan breathed heavily, and the more he thought about it, the more likely he felt. Other people didn't know. However, he was very clear that Sect leader Tong Tian was in Haibei City, and it would only be a matter of minutes before he came to the Leaping Fair. Now there is Tong Tian Sect master this. This mission shall not be grabbed like crazy? Su Guan thought happily. The cell phone also followed the beep 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 ringing non-stop. He hurriedly looked at the cell phone. Instantly dumbfounded. For a mission of 100 points, a big shot like Elder Tong Tian would go to participate? It couldn't be something their law enforcement division made up to fool people, right? Didn't Elder Tong Tian himself say that? What does it have to do with the law enforcement division? Silly. This 3 divisions in criminal is a close friend of Elder Tong Tian, so it's not hard to get Elder Tong Tian to sell face to the law enforcement division and come out to say a few words. There's nothing wrong with that. Tong Tian Sr. said to take time out. Who knows if it's really going or not? This eating face of the law enforcement division is just too ugly. TSK. Chapter 57, Chinese Dignity, How Can It Be Trampled On by Foreigners? Su watched the face as green. He was holding the intention of fooling one as one, but the mission also did not false labeling rewards. We are willing, his Hall of Law Enforcement Division head of the city of Haibei, as far as making up facts? He still wants to face, right? In addition, he just want to find Big Brother stand, he also have to have so big face These news, however, also gave Su Guan a wake-up call. Taking time out equals uncertainty. Although he felt that Elder Tong Tian was a bit more reliable than Old Gao, this statement from Sect leader Tong Tian didn't seem to be any different from Old Gao's empty promises. Without being able to say so, he himself was just making empty promises. After thinking about it, Su Guan still couldn't help but send a private chat to Sect leader Tong Tian. Senior, are you really coming? Of course, the dignity of China is not to be trampled on by foreigners. I shall make a small contribution. Lin Ran shallowly pretended, but Su Guan was in tears. Worthy of being the Tong Tian Sect master. Do those money-grubbing and profit-seeking villains know what family and country sentiment is? Know what is the dignity of a great nation? Humph. This group of assholes only knew about spirit stones. Su Guan turned his hand and took a screenshot of these 2 lines of dialogue and posted it on the thread. He wanted to show everyone. This was what was called broad-mindedness, this was what was called boldness. Of course. There was another reason. When he got the exact reply from the Tong Tian Sect master, only half of his heart was put into his stomach. After all, with such a big brother preying on him, even if something happened to the Leaping Expo, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, a big shot like the Tong Tian Sect master couldn't be guarding the Leap Fair all the time. It wasn't even clear when he would go. People still had to be recruited. Not a moment after Su Guan's message was sent, his cell phone directly exploded. Elder Tong Tian's great righteousness is supported. Must be supported. Elder Tong Tian is right, these dogs all deserve to die, this mission I want to participate, no one is allowed to steal with me. Damn, who's so fast, 9 places are empty in seconds, is this something people do? Dealing with the blood tribe is not good, the points given are not much, I don't need to worry about the late stage of the Foundation realm, whose place is given to me, I'll go for you. I don't want the points, give me the quota, beg to exchange. Sect leader Tong Tian had only made a verbal promise and did not take up the quota of the mission, but for the others, 8 quota spots were still too few. There were quite a few people who strongly requested for more quota spots for the mission. There were also people who said that they would volunteer to participate. Su Guan's heart was instantly relieved, and at the same time, he righteously rejected these offers. The people from the various sects were not as well managed as the law enforcement division's headquarters, and all of these people were clearly rushing towards sect leader Tong Tian, so in case if they didn't get to meet sect leader Tong Tian, it would instead be a nuisance. The loss would not be worth the gain. Fixing the matter of the mission, Su Guan was a little bit weak again, he didn't ask for the Tong Tian sect master's permission before sending the screenshot, the Tong Tian sect master shouldn't blame him, right? Of course Lin Ran wouldn't blame him. This kind of opportunity to pretend to be a bully, give him a bunch of good. This is a person who is a bit vain. He has not much ambition, like to brag on the internet, after all, life is already bitter enough, play a game shall not have a good time? It is a pity that the 3 divisions and the criminal brother did not know more to say a few words to him, he was pretending to be a little bit of no fun, and even the offenders of manhwa, although far must be executed, this classic line did not have the time to say. It's a pity. What a pity. He would like to wait until later to pretend. But wait until the end of the Foundation under the line, this layer of the mysterious veil across the network was ripped open, he can still pretend up? Alas. Lin Ran sighed deeply, compared to before, this last wave of pretending was really a bit too scribbly. But Lin Ran didn't put too much stock in it. The game was for entertainment, it wasn't to increase internal conflict. Seeing that it was approaching 12 a.m., Lin Ran thought that he would have to lead everyone into the job the next day, so he didn't continue to play with his cell phone, took a shower and went straight to bed. Just secretly prayed in his heart. Hopefully, I won't have that dream of being called out by name again tonight. Weirdly annoying. Lin Ran slept soundly, but some people couldn't sleep. There were quite a few people who had been pollinated by sect leader Tong Tian during this period of time, and it was so hard to catch the opportunity to witness the Big Brother's style, how could these people let it go? And so, there were a few cultivators who had grabbed the quest before and directly acted as scalpers. Sitting on the ground, they raised the price. Marred, these assholes. Asking me for 10 top-grade spirit stones, why don't you go grab it? Run Jie cursed and walked into Mingchi's room, if it was 1 top-grade spirit stone he could still consider it. 10? Just kidding. His own lack of spirit stones had no boundaries, taking 10 spirit stones to exchange for a 1,000-point quest slot, he was afraid that his brain hadn't been kicked by a donkey. As soon as he entered the room, Run Jie saw Mingchi swiping his cell phone with a calm face. Why aren't you in a hurry? Mingchi raised his head and asked with some bewilderment, what's the hurry? The mission. Renjie said with hatred, that mission from the Leap Fair, if we can participate in the mission, we can go to Haibei City to see Elder Tong Tian, don't you want to see Elder Tong Tian? Mingchi was even more confused, why do we need to rob the mission? You can still go to Haibei City without robbing the mission. Only then did Renjie's mind turn a corner. Right. Who said that the only way to go was to take a quest? Damn it, he was really led astray by those who were rambling. But Renjie scratched his head, the law enforcement division has issued a mission, the convention center will definitely be under martial law at that time, if we didn't take the mission, even if we go to Haibei City, we won't be able to enter the convention center. Mingchi blinked his big innocent eyes, we can contact Elder Tong Tian in advance. Renjie had it in his heart. The others couldn't. But don't forget, both of them were Tong Tian Sr.'s close friends. What if Tong Tian Sr. doesn't see us? Renjie was a little worried, although Elder Tong Tian was friendlier than the other seniors, it was only on the spirit net, who knew what it would be like in reality. Mingchi shook his head affirmatively, no, Tong Tian today is very nice, he will definitely see us, and it's not like it's hard to get into the convention center, just look for Elder Sister Ah. Renjie slapped his head. Almost forgot, Mingchi was the crown prince of the Ming clan group in the mortal world. That is, if Mingchi's side doesn't work, there's still his family. He was worried my ass. In that case, wouldn't he be meeting the real Tong Tian sect master soon? Ren Jie thought about it and got excited all of a sudden. There was no doubt that the book recommended by Elder Tong Tian was definitely related to their physical cultivation, and he did find a new direction related to cultivation in this book. Just this book is short and feeble, he flipped around and almost read it, but also just find the direction, the specific implementation is still to be doubtful. If he can see Tong Tian seniors, he can personally ask a question. Ren Jie was excited and said, "Go." "Where to?" Mingchi looked at Ren Jie suspiciously. "High Base City." Ren Jie said excitedly, "Let's go and give Elder Tong Tian a surprise." Mingchi. Chapter 58, Where did the bumpkin come from? Mingchi raised his head to look at the high-hanging moon. If he ran to High Bay City at this hour and shouted out Tong Tian de, he wouldn't be beaten up? Even if we go, we still have to wait for the dawn, right? Wait for what dawn? We don't need to sleep. Ren Jie couldn't wait at all and dragged Mingchi outside. Mingchi was powerless to struggle and said indignantly, "I haven't packed my bags yet." Ren Jie snorted, "What you're wearing is a top-grade defense artifact, you can change into just about any look. What luggage do you still need to pack?" Mingchi's eyes rolled, "I haven't greeted my master yet." "Didn't you say that your master didn't know where he ran off to and couldn't be contacted?" Ren Jie looked at Mingchi suspiciously and Mingchi said breathlessly, "Then I always have to say hello to my master uncle, right?" Ren Jie didn't hesitate and said, "It's fine, anyway, your eldest sister is in High Bay City, it's just as well if we go there and talk about it." "What about the airfare?" "Don't forget about the no-fly order, we need to buy the airfare in advance." Mingchi was dying for a fight. "What do we need that for?" Ren Jie assured, "Don't worry, I'll bring you with me and won't lose it." Mingchi's face suddenly turned ashen. "It's over. Going to be punked again." In the luxurious villa on the outskirts of Lin City. Sect leader Tong Tian is going to go. Xingli was so shocked that she jumped up at once, her glazed eyes filled with panic. A big shot like Sect leader Tong Tian would make a move for a few tiny bloods? Who would believe that? She carefully looked towards Red Moon. Sister Red, would Sect leader Tong Tian notice something? Red Moon frowned slightly. This matter of Sect leader Tong Tian wanting to go to the Leaping Expo was indeed somewhat unexpected. Simply just passing by? Or perhaps, knowing about their plans? Regardless of whether or not he has noticed anything, this plan is imperative, and after missing this time, it will be hard for us to find such a good opportunity again. Han Yu looked at Xingli, "How are the arrangements on your side?" Xingli nodded, "It's already been arranged, Chen Si and Wu Zi have already received their assignments, Huaxi and Misty Rain will accompany the dancers to the opening ceremony, and won't attract the attention of the law enforcement division." Her voice paused, and she said with some concern, "Sister Huang, are you really not coming with us?" "I have other tasks." Red Moon's eyes darkened. Then, her voice was serious, "Although the auction is not the Beast Harnessing Lodge's main venue, the Beast Harnessing Lodge will definitely send someone to station there for the sake of safety, and it might even be a god transformation stage elder. Remember, your mission this time is to save people, not to fight to the death. Once you realize that something is wrong, do your best to preserve yourselves." "I remember." Xingli pursed her lips, and her lifted eyes lit up with a trace of hope. "Sister Huang, do you think there is a possibility that the Tong Tian sect leader will help us?" Red Moon knocked the pipe in her hand and said in a cold voice, "Give up those unrealistic fantasies of yours." But he also helped the ghost cultivator. Before. Xingli was not willing. She wanted to take revenge, and she also wanted to kill all those bastards from the Beast Harnessing Lodge. But the level of danger this time had gone beyond her expectations, and she didn't want to watch Sister Huang go to her death. Don't forget, sect leader Tong Tian is also a human race. The coldness in Red Moon's eyes increased. The reason why sect leader Tong Tian helped the demon cultivator is because the demon cultivator is also a human race, and we are demon race. The pipe in Red Moon's hand seemed to be crushed, his eyes filled with resentment. If it wasn't because of the human race's indulgence, there's no way that our demon race would have fallen to this point. Xingli silently lowered her head. The demon race was divided into conservative and radical factions within the demon race, and Sister Huang happened to be one of the radical factions. The radical faction of the demon race were all filled with abhorrence and hatred towards the human race, to the point of immortality. It was only for fear of exhausting the entire demon race that such hatred was suppressed time and time again. Don't worry, Sister Huang, I won't be foolish. Hearing this, Huang Yu's face softened a bit and whispered, "If I really have an accident, Take care of yourself and take care of Beaver. Qing Li's shoulders trembled. Good. Early the next morning. 9 o'clock. Lin Ran took the 4 Li Sheng people to the personnel department on time to go through the entry procedures. The 4 of them dressed formally for a rare occasion. Vivian, needless to say, even in her ordinary professional attire, she frequently caused side glances from the people around her. Xiao Qiao also put on a rare light makeup, although it was not as bright as Vivian's, but her round face with baby fat gave people a small fresh feeling. Lude still wore black framed glasses, but there was no longer a lewd smile on his face. Once the suit was on, he still looked human. Li Sheng was even more, needless to say, his face value was online, and without the floral shirt that beckoned for a lifetime, the whole person looked a lot more composed. 12,000 a month. I'm not dreaming, right? Xiao Qiao felt like she was walking lightly. Before she was in DL Group, she worked her ass off and was still less than 5,000 a month. This time she came to Huang, her salary directly doubled. This is not counting the various holiday subsidies, 6 insurance, 13 gold, year-end awards. And most importantly, double rest, no overtime. No wonder everyone wants to enter Huang. Fragrance. It is really too fragrant. Li Sheng, Lude, and Vivian also clutched the contract one by one, their hands not daring to let go. The 3 of them were older and more experienced than Xiao Qiao, and their salaries were also higher than Xiao Qiao's, all of them were around 15,000. Before they also have 7 or 8,000 a month salary, already considered a good salary in the industry. Compared to Huang, it was directly out of bounds. Lin Ran laughed. This is where to wear. Huang will have 2 salary adjustments every year, at least 10% up. You do not forget that there are project awards. As long as we can make achievements, the money will only get more and more. Finished, Lin Ran heart cannot help but sigh up. In fact, not to mention Li Sheng several, is his salary, in the same position in Huang, can only be regarded as the lowest level. Mr. Yi did not take care of him in this regard. But it can't help that people's Huang base is thick, even ordinary college interns can get 7 or 8,000. Some of the other seniority of the ordinary employees can get $30,000, $40,000. The annual salary was not much different from his. They were also mesmerized by this little bit of salary because they had been in DL Group for a long time before and didn't have enough eyesight. Li Sheng 4 people instantly came to their senses. Huang is not the stingy thing of DL Group, just the salary is so high, the bonus can still be less? 4 people instantly energized. Brother, I'm sure to do a good job. What are we waiting for now? Let's go, hurry back to work. A few people said that they were going to walk towards the office area. When Lin Ran looked up, he saw 5 or 6 people walking towards him. One of them was an old acquaintance, Qi Ming, who was the person in charge of Huang's side when he was docking with the medicinal cosmetics project. Lin Ran smiled and walked up to greet them. Brother Qi. Qi Ming ignored Lin Ran's outstretched hand and laughed towards the several colleagues next to him. Where did I say this bumpkin came from? These days, it's really true that any cat or dog can enter our Huang. Heh. Chapter 59 as the saying goes, an enemy's enemy is a friend. These days, it's really true that any cat or dog can enter our Huang. Hee hee. Hearing Qi Ming's words, Lin Ran's face stiffened, but he reacted with a turn of his mind. At the beginning of the Huang responsible for the pharmaceutical project docking is Qi Ming, and now he came to squeeze Qi Ming. This matter cannot be happy with anyone else. Reality is like this, before there is no conflict of interest, people may still give him a smile. A conflict of interest is another matter. Besides, Qi Ming hadn't given him any good looks before, and now it was even more unlikely. Lin Ran withdrew his hand and turned his head away. Originally, he did have an apology in his heart for squeezing someone out. After all, he himself had just suffered such a thing. However, there was a difference between his situation and Qi Ming's. The medicinal makeup project was just a small project for Qi Ming. It was dispensable. He couldn't just go up and stick his cold ass on someone else while being scolded, could he? Once Lin Ran left, Qi Ming was even more upset. A small medicinal makeup project, he didn't care at all, but to have someone who had been bugging him every day snatch it up, how could he endure it? He swept his gaze towards Li Sheng's 4 and sneered, even if it's cats and dogs, you still brought a few trash in, what do you take our Huang for? Next to him, a tall and thin man with dangling eyebrows followed and laughed. That's not true, these people are afraid that they can't even read our Huang's project book, and they still make a beauty research and development, laughing at people. Although the remaining few people did not say anything, they looked at Li Sheng's eyes with contempt. Li Sheng's 4 people's faces immediately turned green and red. But none of the 4 spoke. Even the most impulsive Li Shang is also dead-fist, did not say a word. After all, they are just come to the company, or Lin Ran relationship to come in case if to Lin Ran to cause trouble, even dragged Lin Ran. In case they caused problems for Lin Ran, they would not be able to bear the burden on Lin Ran. On the contrary, Lin Ran stopped walking, his face sank. Bullying him was fine. If he didn't stand up to those who bullied him, how could he be a leader in the future? How could he lead a team? How could he expand his team in the future? Not to mention those old seniority shouting not to come, is the newcomer, is also certainly not willing to enter a wimpy team, together with follow the wimpy gas. Lin Ran twisted his head to look at the four people. Where are the dogs barking? The moment these words came out, Qi Ming and the hang-eyed man immediately stopped. What did you say? What are you? How dare you scold me? Ha? Lin Ran feigned innocence. What did I say? Didn't I just ask where a dog was barking? This is the first time I've seen someone upstaging a dog, you guys. Ha 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 ha. Li Shang was the first one who couldn't hold back his laughter. Although Luda's few people didn't laugh out loud, their faces obviously looked much better. Qi Ming's face turned green with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that there were other people beside him, he really wanted to go up and tear Lin Ran's mouth off. But he couldn't. How could a decent man like him do something so rude? He straightened out his suit and pretended to be unconcerned. With your virtues, no wonder you were fired from the company, but Huasheng isn't a place where you trash can stay just because you want to. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. This Qi was really shady. He couldn't say anything to him, so he made an issue out of the expulsion thing. The key was that his and Li Shang's expulsion was a fact that couldn't be erased, and if other people didn't know the inside story, if they heard that they were expelled, they might spread some gossip. What was even more sinister was that this surname Qi didn't name him, and along with him, Luda's trio would be labeled as well. Even if he didn't care what others thought. But if those rumors were to really cause a bad influence on the company, it was impossible for the company to sit back and do nothing, and there was a real possibility that they could be kicked out of the company. With a flash of thought, Lin Ran laughed. Yeah, I'm just this virtuous, but I was still personally spotted and appointed by General Manager Yi himself. What? You mean Mr. Yi is blind? Okay, next time I see General Manager Yi, I'll have a good talk with him. You fart. When did I say General Yi? Qi Ming was so angry that his face turned red and his body trembled slightly. He was afraid that Lin Ran would mess around and give him another big hat to snap off. If these words spread out, losing face would be a small matter. If he really offended General Manager Yi, his life would be over. Surname Lin, if you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful, I won't spare you. Putting down a harsh sentence, Qi Ming hurriedly left. A few other people saw that the situation was not right, and also followed, and before the guy with the hanging eyes left, he also blared viciously at Lin Ran, clearly warning Lin Ran that this is not over today. As soon as a few people left, there was a fat man holding a melon seed, stuttering over. Qi Ming is Vice President Qi's own son, his heart is very small, if you offend him, you'll be miserable. Upon hearing this, Li Shang and the others instantly became nervous. Lin Ran was also a little apprehensive in his heart. Although he had some contact with Qi Ming before, he was after all not someone within Huasheng, and really wasn't clear about this relationship. He was not afraid of Qi Ming. After all, the one who recruited him was Mr. Yi, and the one who paid his salary was Huasheng. Even if Qi Ming was the son of the vice president, he didn't have the right to fire him for no reason. However, in the future, the work will be carried out for fear of being inevitably tripped up. Lin Ran looked at the fat man. I haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Xin Chang, I am the cousin of General Manager Yi, and also Qi Ming's nemesis. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xin Chang smilingly extended the melon seeds in his hand to Lin Ran. Want some? Lin Ran's 5. Lin Ran just lacked the heart to know that he couldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Right now, he and Qi Ming were only in a personal conflict, and once they got involved, it would be hard to say. Of course. The hand is not stretched out. He just didn't get involved and couldn't offend Xin Chang, otherwise he would really not be able to mix in Huasheng if he offended both ends. Furthermore, this time, if it is not Xin Chang to mention, he is a big heart, the back may not really want to accident. Xin Chang also directly explained the relationship with Qi Ming. Did not pit him. He still has a very good feeling about this person, Xin Chang. He was recruited by Mr. Yi and was also considered to be Mr. Yi's person. If he really made a mess with Qi Ming to the point of no return, it would be a good choice to rely on Mr. Xin Chang. Thanks for this today, I'll buy you a drink some other day. Lin Ran smilingly followed Jin Chang with a few words of politeness, leading Li Shang and the others to the beauty department. Along the way, the design full of high-tech texture was enough to create a huge impact on the human senses, and Lin Ran still remembers the awkwardness of walking into Huaxing for the first time, just like Lu Laowai entering the Grand View Garden. If placed in the past, Li Shang and Lu De must be shouting. But now, not a single sound could be heard. When Lin Ran turned around, he saw the four of them wilting like frosted eggplants. Lin Ran frowned. What? Frightened by Qi Ming's two threats? Chapter 60, If the heart has no will, the man will not stand. What? You're scared after being threatened by Qi Ming for 2 sentences? I'm afraid of him. Li Shang finished a sentence and lowered his head again. It's just that we've embarrassed you today. Lin Ran looked up at Lu De. Several people, you guys think the same way? The three didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious. In fact, none of them had thought this way an hour ago. The few of them were serious heavy graduates, and they had made some small achievements in the DL group over the past few years, and even if they couldn't compare to the best talents of Huaxing, they weren't exactly out of their league. In order not to make a fool of themselves, they also specially wear very formal today. But just now being shouted at as bumpkins and trash, this self-esteem was indeed dealt a considerable blow. If it wasn't for them, Lin Ran wouldn't have offended Qi Ming. They had been brought in by Lin Ran. If it was because of them that Lin Ran lost such a good job, how could they feel good in their hearts? Lin Ran's face slumped. If you guys really think that way, leave Huaxing now. A few people's faces became even more ugly. Blow to blow. They didn't really want to leave Huaxing either. Lin Ran didn't have the slightest regard for his old feelings and said in a cold voice, that's right, emotionally speaking, you guys are my friends, but work-wise, I need helpers, not friends. If you want not to be humiliated, then make good achievements to show them, instead of mourning your faces and asking me to coax you. If the heart has no will, then the person will not stand. Although it was me who brought you into Huaxing, you must remember that you are working for yourselves, and to lose face is to lose face for yourselves, not for me. These words could be said to be quite blunt. Lin Ran couldn't help it. There were too many excellent talents in Huaxing, and to be honest, they really couldn't compare with others. Right now, they were still interdepartmental, and when they heard people say a few words, they thought about East and West. What about after the expansion of the team? They can't compete, can't they all roll their bags and get out? Of course. Lin Ran was also using this opportunity to knock them down. Public is public, private is private. If they don't support themselves, no one can help them. Lin Ran didn't see any problem with doing so. As the saying goes, if you're grateful for the rice, you're not grateful for the rice. Now that he had brought Li Shang several people into Huaxing, a few people were definitely grateful in their hearts, but this gratitude would slowly fade with time, and as the leader of a team, it was impossible for him to only take care of Li Shang's 4 people. It was better to make it clear from the start, so as not to end up with grudges in the future. Li Shang's 4 people also did not feel that there was a problem with what Lin Ran said, on the contrary, they had a guilty conscience. Lin Ran gave them a chance, and they were still so indisputable. The more the 4 thought about it, the more their heads were buried lower and lower. Like quails, they shrunk their heads, not daring to raise their heads to look at Lin Ran. Lin Ran saw that it was almost time, and eased his tone. Of course, I have to be praised. Lu De is the best formulator I've ever seen. The reside in the face formula was optimized and completed by him. Xiao Xiao has the deepest research on history and culture, and is able to perfectly design packaging that matches the aesthetics of the Chinese people. Vivian is the best at socializing. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to talk about our previous project at all. Lin Ran's gaze crossed from the 3 faces one by one, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Each of you has your own merits, and the greatest merit is that I brought you all together. Brother, you praised each and every one of you, why didn't you praise me? Li Shang looked at Lin Ran accusingly. I haven't said anything about you. Lin Ran knocked one after another on his head. You're my brother, you don't support yourself, and you're bereft day after day, who are you showing it to? Li Shang covered his head and hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm wrong, brother, don't hit. The 2 men's jostling instantly lightened the atmosphere of the office. At this time, only then did Lin Ran look at Li Shang and said with a straight face, Li Shang, your greatest merit is not my brother, nor is it a regulator of a vibrant atmosphere. Your greatest merit is socializing, it's eating, drinking and having fun. Without you, our project wouldn't be able to pull in advertising sponsors at all. You're important to our team. Eating and drinking sounds like not doing real work. In reality, this was the learning curve, and no matter if you were talking about business or projects, the last thing you could do was to have people like this. Li Shang's eyes reddened slightly. His family's old man said every day that he was not doing his job, and if it wasn't for relying on Lin Ran, how so and so. In DL Group, he was also like an invisible person, and many people felt that he relied on Lin Ran to stay. Only Ran remembers his good qualities and can see his efforts. I'm not saying all this to be melodramatic. Lin Ran patted Li Shang's shoulder and looked up at the others. I'm trying to tell you that yes, there is a gap between us and the people of Huang. But do they understand what beauty makeup is? Understand the market and value of beauty makeup? They have their advantages, and we have ours. Now that the two are combined, it's us who will achieve. After Lin Ran finished his speech, the four people's eyes lit up one by one. In terms of the medical industry, they were indeed newcomers who knew nothing, but when they switched to beauty, these people from Huang were only their younger brothers in front of them. These past few years, Lin Ran had been leading them in researching medical and beauty makeup cooperation programs. Medical makeup was only the first step in opening up the market. In the future, they had a much broader prospect, and once it was operational, the benefits brought to Huang were no worse than the medical program. In the company, it is not the education, but the performance that counts. Performance is the foundation for them to have a foothold in Huang. After figuring it out, Li Shang and the four of them were like chicken blood, and quickly put themselves into the work. Lin Ran was no exception. The initial team setup was considered complete, but there were still many things that needed to be done next. The Reside in the Face medicinal makeup project had already been established in DL Group. Even if it was his idea, it still belonged to DL Group, and if they directly copied it, it would be a violation of trade secrets. It was good that Huang was in the medical industry and did not have a direct competitive relationship with DL Group. They wouldn't be restricted by the non-compete agreement. Setting aside the medicinal makeup project and directly changing partners to create a national makeup series, with technology and creativity, the right to speak was naturally in their hands. As for what Mr. Yi said about doing it himself, he didn't consider it at all. Huang is indeed rich and powerful. There is no lack of RD teams or independent laboratories, but from drug RD to beauty RD is after all interdisciplinary, and even if you want to transition, it will take time. It is not something that can be successful in a moment. Secondly, the initial investment in beauty was already large, and Huang did not have a mature sales channel, so the cost of opening a separate production line for beauty was too high, and there was no need for it. There were too many places that needed money, and money should certainly be spent on the blade. Busy times are always short. As soon as I put my head down and looked up, it was time to leave work. It is reasonable to say that there will be a welcoming activity for all new recruits, but now the department is only the 5 of them, and all 5 of them are new, so who welcomes who? And so, a few people discussed and decided to push the welcome time to after the team expansion. Before leaving, Li Shang came up next to Lin Ran. Brother, when are you going to my house for dinner? Chapter 61. Senior sister, why are you so attached to Lin Ran? Brother, when are you going to my house for dinner? Li Shang finished, not waiting for Lin Ran to answer, then continued, or maybe tonight. Anyway, you go back to be alone. I'm being rushed every day, my ears are almost rubbed out. Lin Ran smiled. The old couple's main one was enthusiastic. That didn't take him as an outsider at all. He kinda liked the atmosphere of Li Shang's house. It's just that he was too busy working overtime to go before, and he was unemployed a while ago, so he was embarrassed to go. Lin Ran thought about it and said, let's do it on the weekend, just in time to accompany Uncle to play 2 games. Weekend? Are you sure? Li Shang looked at Lin Ran incredulously. Lin Ran nodded uncertainly. Sure, what's wrong? Nothing. Li Shang gave him a meaningful look. Come early then. Lin Ran was a bit puzzled. Was he forgetting something? Unfortunately, without waiting for him to ask, Li Shang had already slipped away. Brain labor is not easier than physical labor. Lin Ran busy day dizziness, returned home and hurriedly ate a dinner, and hard to code 6,000 words, the brain completely into a state of rigidity. As soon as he fell asleep next to the pillow, he didn't even bother to brush the spirit network. The cell phone naturally fell into the hands of White Tiger True Monarch. White Tiger True Monarch couldn't wait to change the new communicator from the deal to Lin Ran. It certainly wasn't that it had a clear conscience. It didn't even know what conscience was. It was simply worried that after the spirit net was repaired, Lin Ran's broken cell phone wouldn't be able to connect to the spirit net. So many points, wouldn't it go to waste? What? You're saying these are all Lin Ran's? Isn't its cultivation equivalent to Lin Ran's cultivation? What's wrong with it using it? It's like if Lin Ran gained merit, it would get merit in return, it cultivates, and Lin Ran's strength would likewise increase, although through the contract, the transformation of spiritual power would be slower. But its strength is high. With Lin Ran's broken qualifications, he may not be able to successfully build a foundation even after decades of cultivation. It cultivating for a day is equivalent to Lin Ran cultivating for a year. Lin Ran was completely lying down to win, okay? This was why the Imperial Beast Sect all wanted to contract more powerful demonic beasts. They were even hitting their ideas on demon clans. Of course, this way of cultivation also had its drawbacks. Simply just using aura to widen the meridians, this level was like getting high on drugs and knocking it up. It was definitely not as strong as the strength that had gone through the thousands of hammers of the physical body. But it wasn't like it needed Lin Ran to beat the living daylights out of it. There wasn't much of a problem. After all, an imaginary high realm that was still a realm. A real increase in longevity that was definitely not fake. The only thing it needed to worry about right now was how could it make Lin Ran succeed in building a foundation without God realizing it. It seems unlikely. Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes, but if we can't, we'll have to show our cards. White Tiger True Lord put this matter to the back of his mind, and after poring over it for a short while, not only did the communicator's appearance become exactly the same as Lin Ran's previous cell phone, but even the software inside was all one and the same. Then he took Lin Ran's hand again and logged in one by one with his fingerprints. After making sure everything was safe, White Tiger True Lord picked up the other communicator and looked at it left and right, loving it. This is the latest model that was traded for 1W points. Not only can you change your shape according to your heart, it is waterproof and dustproof, but it also comes with a 200 million pixel beauty camera, so you definitely won't lose your signal when you enter the secret realm. I don't know how many times more advanced than Lin Ran's model. The White Tiger True Lord played for a while, and then looked sad again. Spirit stones, spirit grass, spirit pills. There isn't a single thing it doesn't lack. At first glance, Lin Ran has a lot of points, but when it comes down to it, there's really not much, and it's not enough for it to spend. It's not enough for it to spend. It has to think of something else. Otherwise, how long will it have to wait for this injury to heal? White Tiger True Lord put down the cell phone reluctantly, first applied a soul-restoring spell to Lin Ran, then extended a clawed finger and gently tapped it on Lin Ran's wrist, starting to guide the operation of Lin Ran's internal aura. On the point of healing, Huang was in tune with White Tiger True Lord. White Tiger True Lord was in a hurry to heal his wounds. She was even more anxious. Especially since the 9-colored neon phoenix was right under her nose, there was no way she could pretend not to see it, and anyway, she and Lin Ran had already concluded a contract, so it wasn't too much to ask for a spirit herb, was it? But why couldn't it connect? Could it be that the blood contract didn't have a spiritual brand to add to it, and the connection was too weak? It seemed. She had to work harder tonight. For 2 nights in a row, Lin Ran didn't sleep well. She was tired during the day and even more tired at night. It was still that same dream. But it was like it wasn't in the same space and time. No matter how he asked, there was no response from that side. It just kept calling out his name. And he also felt that the dream was quite painful. He forgot exactly what dream, just felt as if his whole body was quite painful, but after waking up, there was no such feeling. Instead, his body was a bit light. Not quite adapted. Lin Ran moved his body and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, he felt that his body was much stronger than before. There was a rush of strength that couldn't be used up. He even felt like he could break rocks with one punch. Lin Ran suppressed this urge to try, casually washed up, and arrived at the company in a flurry of excitement. "Good morning. Uncle Li, you're on duty again today?" Lin Ran smiled and greeted Li Xingyuan. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to see, the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. These inconspicuous positions in the company are sometimes still of great use. When he was able to enter Huasheng, it was thanks to Uncle Li who helped him with a few words. He can't forget about him now that he's in Huasheng. Li Xingyuan waved his hand. "That's right, it's too boring to go to work day after day. If you're not doing anything, come and chat with me." "Alright, I'll definitely come when I'm free." "You know how to lie, where are you free?" Lin Ran scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh. Uncle Li, still you understand me. Okay, get lost. Well, let's talk some other day." After going to the cafeteria to eat breakfast, Lin Ran came to Mr. Ye's office with the information to report on his work progress. "General Manager Yi, this is the application material for the new project Reverse Face. Reverse Face series also adopts the Ancient Palace secret formula as the initial formula. but it is different from the reside in face medicinal makeup program in terms of both concept and efficacy focus. Reverse face uses the ancient oriental charm as a gimmick, adds revitalizing cell technology, and focuses on anti-aging, which is more suitable for women over 30 plus. From the market level, women over 30 plus have more spending power. This is the screen partner, please take a look. Well done. Yi Xinjin took a brief look and directly approved the project with a broad stroke of the pen. Lin Ran was startled. This is over? In the past, he had looked for Bai Weiguang to approve the project, but he had talked. Just this. Bai Weiguang also held many meetings for approval and evaluation, letting various departments go over and study it, picking all kinds of problems. This does not work, that does not work. Resident Cosmetics project has been delayed for half a year, after N revisions before the project. What's even funnier is that after all the changes, the project was finally changed back to the original version. Waste of time, not to mention, purely in the toss. Mr. Ye's pattern and vision is certainly much stronger than Bai Weiguang's, but the speed of this approval is too fast. Isn't this a bit too scribbly? General Manager Yi, do you want to stop looking at it? Look at what? Yi Xinjin frowned slightly. Didn't you just finish explaining? Lin Ran hesitated. Partner, project startup funds? The project funds have a special person to review and approve. The partner, you are more familiar than me, look after yourself. Yi Xinjin waved her hand carelessly. Her time can be precious, which has time to waste on these. She lifted her wristwatch and glanced at it. Go back and get ready, the meeting will be held in half an hour, it's time for you to formally meet everyone. Yes. Lin Ran dizzily exited the president's office. Inside the office, the originally flat white wall was suddenly like water dripping into a lake, scratching out a shallow ripple, followed by a fat man walking out of the wall abruptly. He sat his ass down on the seat where Lin Ran had just sat and looked at Yi Xinjin suspiciously. Eldest senior sister, why are you so attached to Lin Ran? Chapter 62, do you really not have a pain in your conscience if you're pitting Lin Ran like this? If it was anyone else, Xin Shang would have to think the wrong way. After all, this Lin Ran kid was really better looking than him, so there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be people who would be attracted to him. But what kind of person is his big sister? The main cold face and black heart can do so unprofitable things? Yi Xinjin leaned on the back of the chair, lazily resting her arm on the armrest. Do you still remember why we came here? Of course I remember, it's not that group of old things, relying on the Dan Sect to back them up, messing around in the mortal world. Jin Shang was aghast when he talked about it. Hua Sheng was an industry under the name of Dan Sect, of course, it could not just be an ordinary medical technology company. In fact, Hua Sheng was serving the relatives of the major clans who did not have the means to cultivate in the mortal world. Although people who cultivate should cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, they are all born and raised by their fathers and mothers, and who can completely cut off their relatives without cultivating the emotionless way. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, a man's poultry and dogs rise to the occasion. The vast majority of practitioners will benefit their own family members, or even the entire family. Therefore, the cultivation world was not a complete secret to the cultivators' loved ones, but unfortunately, the vast majority of people's qualifications and root bones were too poor to be able to cultivate at all. Even if there was an elixir like the marrow cleansing pill, it could only reshape the roots and bones. Not to mention the high or low success rate, the key was that the number of marrow cleansing pills was limited. There were countless people waiting in line for them every year, the vast majority of them couldn't get in line, and the average cultivator couldn't afford them at all. Moreover, the root bone is only the foundation of cultivation. Qualification is the root of cultivation. Even if one took the marrow cleansing pill to change their root bones and barely stepped into the qi refining stage, without the corresponding qualifications, there was still no way to build a foundation. Only a high-grade elixir like the Heaven and Earth Creation Pill, which could take over the creation of heaven and earth, or some special heavenly treasures, could possibly change the qualifications. But such treasures were too rare, and even if they did exist, no one would be willing to waste them on a mortal. Of course, one wouldn't dare to. Taking away the creation of heaven and earth was going against the heavens, and with a mortal's body it was simply not possible to withstand it. Even if these people were unable to cultivate, the cultivators would find ways to make their lives better in the mortal world. For example, the 100 complementary pills could remove impurities from the body and strengthen the body. Another example is the face nourishing pill. For people in the cultivation world, this thing is actually not too useful. After building the foundation, although the face is not directly fixed forever, it also greatly slows down the aging speed. The stronger the strength, the slower the speed of aging, to the stage of God realization, almost able to reach the eternal state. If one did not deliberately control it, the real person realm could even manage to return to old age. But to mortals, the face-nourishing pill was a treasure, and the popularity of the face-nourishing pill once surpassed other pills. Thus, the previous patriarch of the Dan sect, Chi 15, made such a place where he could use cash, gold, and other mundane currencies to trade in some worthless low-grade elixirs, and let those relatives of the Dan sect who were unable to practice cultivation to run it. The idea was right. However, Chi 15 had overlooked one problem: where there were interests, there would be strife. At first, the Dan sect was only responsible for providing some low-grade pills on a regular basis, and did not participate in the development, sales, and other operations of the Huashang pill hall because the Dan sect's disciples were scarce, and also only allowed the closest people to participate. So there wasn't much of a problem. But after hundreds of years of accumulation, these people added together and turned into a huge number. The roots were intertwined and disjointed. In recent years, due to the fact that the current patriarch was realist Mingchi, and the Ming clan had produced a buff-stack Mingchi, who was a third-grade alchemist at a young age, quite a few people from the Ming clan swelled up. They began to party together and engage in personal conflicts, almost emptying out Hua Shang's family. This was nothing more than that. But there are people who pull the tiger skin of the Dan sect. Outside the bully, Ming clan 2 juniors also cost a human life. Several clan elders not only did not punish, but also intended to harbor. Later, this matter was stabbed to Mingchi real person. Mingchi real person, angry not light, directly hand palm killed 2 people, and disposed of a group of people. Make them sit in this town, these people only subsided. Otherwise, they are busy cultivating day in and day out, how can they have the time to worry about these mundane matters? As Xin Chang spoke, the doubts in his eyes became heavier. But what do these have to do with Lin Ran? It didn't before, but it can have in the future. Yi Zhenjin said indifferently, we can't be here all the time, and Master can't let us be here all the time, we need a new agent. An agent that has absolutely nothing to do with the Dan sect. Jin Shang's eyes went wide. You're going to let Lin Ran deal with those old things? Those old things relied on their elders, one by one, they relied on their seniority to suppress them, not to mention them, the patriarch could do nothing about it. Lin Ran, an ordinary person, shall not be crushed to death. Pit ah! A huge pit. Lin Ran had just gotten out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's pit. Eldest sister, doesn't your conscience really hurt if you're pitting Lin Ran like this? Yi Zhenjin's eyes flashed with icy killing intent. Since they're pressuring us based on seniority, I'll find someone who has no relationship with the Dan sect to deal with it. I'd like to see how they can still jump up and down. The end is big, the tail is not big. If it wasn't for the face of her master and little brother, she would have wanted to personally take action, but she was clear that even if she got rid of the Ming clan, there was still the Qi clan, and in the future there would still be the Yi clan, the Fei clan. Unless the entire clan completely disregarded kinship. But this was impossible. So she could only deal with it in such a roundabout way. Jin Chang wasn't optimistic. How can Lin Ran possibly suppress those old things? The corner of Yi Zhenjin's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Suppression by force, I'll see who dares to disobey. Jin Chang. This is a good way. You want to absorb him into the Dan sect? Yi Zhenjin shook her head slightly. Lin Ran has good roots and bones, he has tenacity and works hard enough, he's a good seedling for cultivation, but unfortunately he's too old and his qualifications are average. Even if he steps into cultivation, his achievements will be limited. Although he is not qualified to enter the Dan sect, but as long as he can enter the Qi refining stage, the old things can't do anything about him. After hearing Yi Zhenjin's words, Jin Chang's eyes dripped. Holding back, he said. Eldest sister, pit is a bit of a pit, this is a really good idea. Although Hua Shang started off by trading pills, after so many years of development, the pharmaceutical industry was also doing as well as it could. Even without the pills provided by the Dan sect, Hua Shang was still a behemoth. When Lin Ran came to power, he would directly take the blame and completely sever the relationship between Hua Shang and the Dan sect. This is the best way to get rid of the problem once and for all. Moreover, this matter wasn't a bad thing for Lin Ran, whether it was becoming a cultivator or taking charge of the Hua Shang, it was a heavenly opportunity for a mortal like Lin Ran. Just what's wrong with suffering some trials and tribulations? Jin Chang smiled and said, so you asked me to intentionally reveal that I used to be dead right with Qi Ming just to deliberately provoke him? He and Qi Ming were rivals, yes, but that was 800 years ago. Since he entered the Dan sect, Qi Ming and him were a world apart. and he would only do things with his tail tucked between his legs when he saw him. How dare you mess with him? Yi Zhenjin smiled faintly. If we don't fight, how can I support him? How can I buy people's hearts? Jin Chang. Sure enough, it was stuffed with black sesame seeds. Eldest sister is worthy of being the dance sect's leader. This heart is as much as a sieve. It's much darker than him. Still, little senior brother is good, simple, kind, good to cheat. Alas, suddenly miss little senior brother, how to do? Tick tick tick. The cell phone rang a pleasant tone. Yi Zhenjin picked up the phone and stood up. What did you say? Mingchi lost it. Chapter 63. Is he being punked? Half an hour, almost in a blink of an eye. This meeting was a small meeting of the middle and upper management. Li Sheng several did not have the qualifications to participate. Lin Ran packed up the information, hurriedly greeted, and rushed to the conference room. When he arrived at the conference room, there were already a lot of people sitting inside, and when he looked around, he didn't recognize any of them. He found a seat on the side and was just about to sit down when someone sat down on his chair with his butt. I said, where did the bumpkin come from, so ignorant of the rules? So it's you. Lin Ran raised his eyes to see that it was none other than the hang-eyed man who had been with Qi Ming earlier. He also found out after inquiring that the hanging-eyed man's name was Yang Xian, who had previously been on Qi Ming's team, and had been promoted by Vice President Qi not long ago to become a project manager, leading his own team. It was no wonder that he was loyal to Qi Ming. Today I'll teach you the rules of Hua Sheng. Yang Xian sneered, pointing at the surrounding seats with one hand. Every position here is seniority-based, it's not something you can just sit in if you want to. Yang Xian deliberately raised his voice, and the others in the conference room turned their heads in unison to look over. While sizing up Lin Ran with their eyes, they whispered. This is the Beauty Research and Development Director of whatever? Mr. Yi doesn't know what to think. We don't engage in medicine in a good pharmaceutical company. What's the point of having a beauty department? Didn't you say before that you were going to make some kind of medicinal makeup? I heard that this thing is quite profitable, but even if we do it, we should do it ourselves. What's the point of getting someone from outside into Huasheng? In the blink of an eye, Qi Ming led a group of people in, directly filling up the surrounding seats. Only a few empty seats were left right in the middle. Lin Ran was no longer stupid enough to know that those few seats were even less for him to sit in. The entire conference room was left with Lin Ran as a bamboo pole, alone there. Even if he was thick-skinned again, feeling the strange gazes thrown by others, this would also feel a little uncomfortable. According to reason, Mr. Yi let him participate in the meeting. The conference room layout staff should not have such a big omission. It would be strange if Qi Ming's handiwork wasn't involved. Wanting him to make a fool of himself the first time he attended a meeting was a dream. Lin Ran directly turned around and walked out of the conference room. Yang Xian? Leaving like this? Yang Xian couldn't help but laugh. It's just the beginning and he can't take it anymore. How can Lin Ran still mix in the company in the future? Unfortunately, he hadn't even seen enough of the hilarity. Qi Ming frowned instead. In his impression, Lin Ran wasn't such a thin-skinned person. If he didn't attend the meeting once, did he still not attend the meeting every time? In just a moment of concentration, he saw Lin Ran carry a chair in from somewhere. Make way, please. Lin Ran said as he squeezed in between the two chairs at the very end, then sat down on his butt. Crowd. Even if they had met this kind of thing, it would be impossible for them to sit here without changing their faces, but Lin Ran, he was simply like a person who was fine. Yang Xian's face stiffened. I've seen thick-skinned ones, I've never seen one with such a thick skin. Lin Ran pulled out his ears and laughed, isn't it? Those who know that you're a project manager, those who don't, think you're Qi Ming's lapdog, barking more cheerfully than a dog. If you don't have a thick skin, how can you sit here? Put. Someone sprayed out a mouthful of water. The vast majority of the people were still quite qualified and didn't burst out laughing, just holding their faces that were on the verge of contorting. They weren't sure about the others. But Lin Ran's mouth was indeed formidable. Yang Xian, a person who had never suffered from his mouth, was instead planted in Lin Ran's place. Yang Xian's nose was crooked, slapped the table and stood up. Lin Ran, you are looking for death. What? Personal threats? I'm so scared. Lin Ran pretended to look around with a frightened face. Everyone heard. If anything happens to me, everyone remember to help me call the police. Crowd. God damn the police. Absolute. Yang Xian's face directly rose into a pig's liver color. Hard half a day did not hold back a sentence, but it was Qi Ming smilingly opened his mouth. Manager Yang is just kidding. Director Lin, you will not take it seriously, right? Oh. Lin Ran laughed coldly in his heart. Qi Ming is really much more shady than Yang Xian's pig brain. If he continued to talk, he would appear to be a small-minded person. Lin Ran was too lazy to bother with the two men, and also at this time a few middle-aged men walked in and sat on a few seats in the center. All of a sudden, the entire conference room was filled. A middle-aged man who looked 7 times similar to Qi Ming opened his mouth and said, "Each department report on the progress of the project." Lin Ran looked suspiciously at the colleague next to him and asked in a low voice, "How come there's no place for Mr. Yi?" The man next to him looked at him like a little cutie. Looking at him like a little cutie, this kind of meeting is presided over by Vice President Qi and Vice President Ming. General Manager Yi has never attended, you don't know? Lin Ran? Vice President Qi. Was he being punked? It shouldn't be. General Manager Yi definitely didn't know about his conflict with Qi Ming. Lin Ran was sitting on pins and needles. Originally he wanted to rely on General Manager Yi's tiger skin. Who would have thought that General Manager Yi didn't come at all? His contradiction with Qi Ming was almost out in the open, and Vice President Qi was surely going to make tabs for him. As expected. The entire meeting Lin Ran was like a transparent person, and in the end, even the opportunity to introduce themselves, Vice President Qi directly announced the end of the meeting. Lin Ran returned to the office, and began to worry. He was not afraid of Vice President Qi to make things difficult for him. Let him say 1, 2, 3, he believed that with his eloquence, as long as there is an opportunity to show, he will be able to show the value of beauty. But this complete and utter disregard left him without a bit of room to play. In the long run, even with Mr. Ye's support, there was no way for beauty makeup to gain a foothold in Huasheng. Li Shang watched Lin Ran's face look out of sorts and came over to ask, "What's wrong, Brother Ran? Not going well?" Lin Ran forced out a smile. "General Manager Yi has approved the reverse face project, we'll be busy next." I go, so fast. Not only Li Shang, the other 3 were also stunned. Hua Shang's efficiency was also too fast. According to this efficiency, wouldn't the reverse face skincare series be on the market in half a year at most? Lin Ran spoke again. "Since the reverse face skincare project has been passed, I intend to put the Color Cosmetics Awakening series on the schedule as well, working in tandem to try and list them together." The crowd froze. Lu De frowned. "Will this be too fast?" Generally, after a product was listed, it needed to be tested in the market, and only if this series sold really well would the other products related to it be developed. This decision of Lin Ran's was more or less a bit adventurous. Lin Ran of course knew this problem. It was because this matter today gave him a deep sense of crisis that he made this choice. Mr. Yi could help him once or twice, but it was impossible to help him all the time. Just like today. The only way to prove his value to the company, to prove the value of beauty as soon as possible, he would have to risk a little. How to prove value? Of course. Interests. Chapter 64, We're on the hot search. After thinking about it, Lin Ran still told what happened on the conference room. Vice President Qi's attitude is already clear. Lin Ran sighed and said, "It's not that I'm worrying unnecessarily. The skincare program has a long cycle, large costs, and a single series of skincare products has a small volume and is not as conspicuous as other washing programs. If Vice President Qi really wants to target us, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to implement the second project. Why don't we take advantage of General Manager Ye's support and give it a shot?" If it was by Weiguang, Lin Ran definitely wouldn't have chosen this way. By Weiguang's eyes were narrow and there was no way he would have been given the chance to let go of the opportunity to fight. But General Yi was different. General Yi's trust gave him a shot in the arm. In his opinion, it was impossible for any company to give up their interests. The only possibility was that the interests were not enough. After Lin Ran finished speaking, the atmosphere in the office became dull. Being ignored and targeted, they were definitely angry. But who let Qi Ming have a good father? What could those of them with no background do? Originally thinking that when they came to Huasheng, as long as they were down to earth, it would all be a good life in the future, who would have thought that this good life had not even begun yet, and they would have to start worrying about the possibility of having to pack their bags and leave in the future. Lin Ran was not surprised by everyone's reactions. The reason why he had said all this was also to give everyone a precautionary shot in advance. There was no egg when the nest was overturned. If he was kicked out of the company, Li Shang and the others wouldn't be able to stay, so Lin Ran didn't want to hide anything, and now that this was the case, it was even more important for him to have everyone work together and put their efforts into one place. Li Shang was the first to state his position. "I have no problem with it. Whatever Brother Ran wants to do, I'll raise my hands in support." Lu De stroked his chin and analyzed, skincare as a necessity for daily basic maintenance sells better than makeup, and skincare is easier to produce results and brand awareness, that's why we preferred to fight the first battle with skincare. But we all know that color cosmetics have a bigger profit margin. Women consume 3 times more money on color cosmetics than skincare products in a year, and color cosmetics are easier to produce results. He turned his head to Jojo and Vivian. I think it's feasible, what about you guys? Xiao Xiao shrugged, if the East doesn't do it and the West does it, sooner or later it's going to be right anyway, might as well plan ahead, big deal, go back and work extra hours. That's right. Vivian laughed, in other words, when we make the Reverse Face and Awakening series, and have real results on hand, it will be easier to jump ship. That's right. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, adding, of course this is the worst case scenario, the company isn't Vice President Xi's one-track mind either, as long as we can show the company enough benefits, the company won't be able to give up on us. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even if it was a fool like Bai Weiguang, he would still have to squeeze Lin Ran dry before whisking him away. How could Hua Sheng push out the benefits that were at hand? The general policy of the team was decided, everyone started to get busy again. Originally Lin Ran was not in a hurry to expand the matter, but once the Awakening makeup project was added, the team was really not enough now. Expansion must be expanded. However, looking at the point to the end of the day, today is obviously too late, the next day is Saturday, even if he is anxious, can only wait until Monday. The next day, Lin Ran slept beautifully, and waited until the afternoon to carry wine, fruit and milk, and went to Li Shang's house. Li Shang's family is a demolition household, at that time, in addition to the house, also received a considerable amount of compensation. Li Shang's parents are not used to living in the city's resettlement housing, discussed with a few siblings, bought a piece of land on the edge of the city of Haibei, repairing their own houses, rowing a small yard, nothing to do with all kinds of vegetables and so on. As soon as he entered the yard, Lin Ran saw Li Dafu turning over the ground. Uncle, I brought 2 bottles of wine, later on the whole point? You kid, you're here, what are you doing buying this for, there's no shortage at home. Li Dafu said with a smile, and took the wine in his hand, he doesn't care about anything more expensive, he's just good at this. Still Lin Ran this child understands, which is like his son, so many years, Hare did not buy one for the family. Why don't you hurry up and let someone in? Tian Xiufang, who came out from the kitchen, gave Li Dafu a blank look, and warmly greeted Lin Ran. Xiao Lin, your uncle is right, don't buy anything when you come here in the future, your uncle, and I don't lack anything. Lin Ran smiled and said, I didn't buy anything, it's just a little bit of my heart. We are all on our own, what kind of thoughts are not thoughts? Tian Xiufang scolded, this child of yours is too outgoing, if you do this again, I'm going to kick him out. Hearing the commotion, Li Shang, who walked out of the house, laughed, Mom, you're wrong, Ran is now a director and doesn't lack money. You should just let him buy it, and next time you'll have to buy good ones, more of them. What are you saying, this child? Tian Xiufang grabbed Li Shang's ear, Xiao Lin is not married yet, this money must be saved, which is like you a day to spend a lot of money, I haven't said you, the oldest is not small, when will you lead an object back? Upon hearing this, Li Shang hurriedly changed the topic, Mom, hurry up and go cook, Ran is hungry. Tian Xiufang let go of her hand, glared at Li Shang, and smiled at Lin Ran, little Lin, you go in first and play for a while, later on Auntie will make you braised pork ribs to eat. Good. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, navigating his way into the living room. As a result, once he entered the house, he was dumbfounded. The living room was filled to the brim with Li Shang's 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. It was only at this time that he remembered what he had forgotten. Li Shang's parents are the oldest in the family, now conditions are good, the family is not lack of food and drink, like Lively, just a few siblings live close to each other, a weekend to get together. Today your house, tomorrow my house. Take turns to come. Lin Ran before a rushed Friday afternoon, rubbing Li Shang's car over, rarely come on weekends, simply forget about this. Li Shang did not remind him, this is a special pitfall for him. Not waiting for Lin Ran to pass his grudging eyes, he was surrounded by his 7 aunts and 8 uncles. Ayo, Xiao Lin, you're here. Come, sit. Xiao Lin, I heard you got promoted recently, what's up? Xiao Lin, have you met someone yet? Auntie told you, if you're looking for a young man, don't just look for a pretty one, but find a virtuous one who can live a good life. Xiao Lin, Auntie has a distant niece is also single, or when you two meet? Lin Ran only felt that there were 10,000 ducks quacking around him, making him dizzy. The Li family was really enthusiastic. It was this enthusiasm that made him a bit overwhelmed. He fiercely glared at Li Shang before Li Shang put away his mouth that was grinning to the back of his ears and came over to help Lin Ran out. Second aunt, how shabby is that distant niece of yours, and how dare you introduce her to my brother Ran? Come on, my brother Ran has his own idea, you guys don't have to worry about it. After saying that, he was about to pull Lin Ran towards the room. Hey, wait. Li Shang's sister-in-law took her cell phone and came up to Li Shang. Shang, what did you do with that account of mine before? Why does it keep bouncing and ringing? Li Shang took his cell phone and flipped through it, looking at it and then looking at it again. Eyes snapped wide. I'm going, it's popping. Brother Ran, we're on the hot search. Chapter 65. Don't be too greedy. At the gate of DL Group Company, Wei Hong was surrounded by a group of reporters. Mr. Wei, what do you think about the matter of your company's executives making a big deal out of firing employees illegally? I heard that the Bai executive has gone crazy, is this matter true? Mr. Wei, there are gossips that you returned from studying abroad and fired your employees in order to grab projects, is there such a thing? Facing the camera, Wei Hong smiled faintly. Don't be in a hurry everyone, one by one. Waiting until the reporters around him quieted down, he continued, our DL group is committed to the development of the company, and it's absolutely impossible to fire an employee for no reason, let alone a good employee who is hardworking and motivated. After investigation, we found that the employee did have a personal grudge against our company's executives, which is why he smeared them online. Of course, the executive did speak inappropriately, and on behalf of the DL group, I would like to apologize to everyone, and at the same time, we have given the executive dismissal. Please don't believe the other rumors. After saying that, Wei Hong covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and lightly coughed twice. The secretary next to him immediately understood and sneakily took out a stack of thick red envelopes from his arms and slipped one to each of the reporters present. Wei Hong's face clouded over the moment he turned around. He quickly stepped into his office and violently waved his hand, sweeping everything on the table to the ground. The crackling sound of dropping things was mixed with angry roars. Wastes! All a bunch of wastes. You can't even handle this, but you still want me to step in. What did the company raise you for? The anger in Wei Hong's heart went straight to the sky. Bai Weiguang's madness was really timely. Not only did he fail to get things done, he also left him with a pile of mess. In just a few days, DL Group had been washed up on the hotspot multiple times because of the executive's big talk, and by the time he realized it, the whole fishing will had already spread, and it was too late to stop it. The key to this matter also brought him out. Bai Weiguang was a crazy, and now the whole fishing wheel pressure is on him. The secretary who came in right after him stood trembling by the door, only slightly relieved when a middle-aged man walked in. Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu nodded slightly and ordered, you go out first. Yes. Only when the young secretary walked out of the office did Secretary Liu look at Wei Hong. Young master, Lin Ran and Li Shang are already waiting in the small conference room. Wei Hong tugged at his tie, took off his suit jacket and threw it aside, took out a glass of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass, and sat down on the sofa to the side. Secretary Liu frowned slightly. Young master? What's the hurry? Wei Hong crossed his legs carelessly. You tell me about the two of them first. Secretary Liu opened his mouth. Lin Ran's hometown is in South Vietnam, solid rural people. I heard that he's an orphan, he has no relatives over here in Haibei City, he just took out a loan to buy a house in Haibei 2 years ago. Li Shang is a local of our Haibei City, his family is a demolition boomers. A few years ago he divided a lot of houses, now his family's income mainly relies on rent collection. Wei Hong frowned. Does this Li Shang have any background? No. Secretary Liu said with certainty, if Li Shang had a background, the fishing wheel would have exploded a long time ago, it wouldn't have waited until now, it's just that Mr. Bai had a sudden accident and didn't communicate with us, and this matter was only stabbed out. Wei Hong nodded slightly. Without background this matter would be better handled. He lightly shook his red wine glass, took a small sip, and said in a faint voice, to deal with this kind of underclass people, we need to hang them out to dry, lest they don't know how to appreciate themselves, and sit on the ground and raise their prices. Secretary Liu's brows furrowed. If these two were easy to clean up, Bai Weiguang wouldn't have left a mess for them. Young master mustn't play it off. But he also knew the young master's temper, so he could only rub his furrowed brows and wait patiently. Time passed by. After waiting in the small conference room for almost an hour, Li Shang couldn't stand it anymore. And June, what exactly do you guys mean? Calling out to us and letting us sit around like this? And June was the person responsible for receiving them this time, and was also considered their old acquaintance. And June said with a smile on his face, you think everyone is as idle as you guys? Our Wei Xiao is a busy man, how long have you been waiting? Patiently waiting is, in addition, the two or listen to my advice, will be a little better attitude, perhaps way less generous, but also let you come back to make a living. It seems your company has little sincerity, Li Shang, let's go. Lin Ran directly got up and greeted Li Shang, not even giving Jun a look. This person, and Jun, loved to step on the high and praise the low. At the very beginning of the pharmaceutical project, Jun couldn't even look at it, and stomped on it as worthless, but when they reached a cooperation agreement with Huang, Jun was all over by Huang, and desperately wanted to squeeze into their team. How could he agree? At that time, the company also made a scene. In the end, he was able to hold on to Bai Weiguang's pressure and didn't let Jun in. I heard that after they left, Jun went into the pharmaceutical project team and became Wei Heng's right-hand man, so this is to show off in front of them. Of course, he would not give Jun a chance. Li Shang made a face towards Jun, used his mouth to compare a platoon dog, turned around and followed Lin Ran towards the conference room outside. Jun was furious. You're the ing dog. You dog, you deserve to be fired. Just after cursing, 2 coughs came from his ears, Jun hurriedly piled up a smile and hailed, Wei Xiao, you're here. Lin Ran and Li Shang looked up at the same time and saw 2 people walk in. The one who came in first was a 25 or 26-year-old young man, wearing a navy blue high-fashion suit with a white shirt and a red and blue striped tie, his left hand holding a white handkerchief lightly over his mouth and nose. Followed by a familiar face, the old Wei general's side of Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu smiled and rounded off, sorry, we just had a delay, the 2 of you have come to settle things, don't be in a hurry to leave, sit, all sit. Lin Ran smiled lightly, how do you guys want to settle it? Here are 2 agreements, both of you take a look. Secretary Liu pushed the 2 agreements that had been drawn up in front of Lin Ran and Li Shang. Lin Ran graciously sat down and flipped through the agreements. The more he looked at it, the darker his face became. This is your solution? This. Secretary Liu had just opened his mouth when Wei Hong, who was next to him, covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and coughed lightly twice. Secretary Liu's mouth closed. Only then did Wei Hong give a smile, just letting you guys send out a video, you can get an extra $100,000 compensation for 1 person, don't be too greedy. It's not impossible for you guys to return to the company if you want to, when this period of time passes, I can let you guys rejoin the company and continue to participate in the medicinal makeup program, only. He tapped his finger on the table twice, compensation will have to be another story. Chapter 66 Check. It has to be checked. Lin Ran laughed in anger. Having them post a video saying that it was because of a personal vendetta to deliberately smear the company, and that's just it. Ha! A mere $100,000, you want them to tarnish their reputation and fulfill his Wei Hong? This abacus beads are popping into his face. If they really want to do this, then it's everyone's fault, not to mention the beauty industry, even other places can't tolerate them. In the future, if they want to send out a video to seek justice, who will still believe them? If it is before, even if he does not agree, but also to discuss with the other side. After all, the money that should be compensated, the other party cannot rely on. Early or late compensation is the same. But now that he had his back to Huang, his waist straight, he had plenty of time to spend with the DL group. If he wanted to be anxious, it was also Wei Hong who was anxious. What did they have to be anxious about? I thought you guys didn't have much sincerity, turns out I was wrong, you guys aren't sincere at all. Let's go. As soon as Lin Ran spoke, Li Shang lifted his butt and left without saying a word. Of course, he didn't forget to damage 2 sentences before leaving. Ha! My family's rent is more than $100,000 a month, who's chilling? Also back to your company, do not know that your company thought how good, day after day to think of ways to oppress the staff, and then with a leader like you, robbing the project, not to mention, all day long to take a handkerchief over the mouth, pussy chirping. Who cares? Li Shang finished some words, directly followed Lin Ran out of the conference room, head did not return a bit. But the ears, or came the roar of the heavens, and crackling smash things sound, until stepped out of the company door, ears only clear down. He pulled out his ears, that's a bad temper. It's not a bad thing. Lin Ran smiled. He thought how bullish this Wei Hong was, but it turned out to be a dynamite barrel, blowing up at the slightest point. Even if there wasn't this incident with them, this kind of temper would have to turn over sooner or later. In contrast, this kind of person is rather better to deal with than Xi Ming's kind of backstabbing. To be honest, originally he did not intend to do anything to Wei Hang. Although it was because Wei Hang's project was robbed before, but it was mainly a grudge between him and Bai Weiguang, he was only treating his own people the way he did, letting Wei Hong know that there are some things that can't be robbed. Of course. If Wei Hong has a better attitude and DL Group offers a more appropriate price, it is not impossible to cooperate. After all, there are no eternal enemies in the mall, only eternal interests. But they don't take people as people. This matter absolutely can't be let go so easily. He must let Wei Hong have a good meeting. After thinking about it, Lin Ran took out his cell phone, rummaged through the address book to find a number, and dialed it. As soon as the phone was connected, a stormy voice came from inside. "Lin Ran, you still have the face to call me." Lin Ran held the phone a little farther away and waited until the voice coming from the microphone was a little smaller before placing it to his ear again and smiled. "Mr. Zhang, I have a project here. Is there any interest in cooperating a little?" "Don't worry, I definitely won't screw you over this time." On the other side, the door of the conference room was open, and many employees looked up and looked around, seemingly wanting to see what was going on. Secretary Lu's face suddenly changed and hurriedly went up to close the door. Originally, DL Group was in the middle of a fishing wheel vortex during this period of time. If the video was captured and uploaded to the internet, there was no telling how much more the internet would go crazy, and it would only be more troublesome at that time. "Young master, calm down." Secretary Lu walked to Wei Heng's side and reminded in a deep voice. He also didn't expect Lin Ran and Li Sheng to be so rigid that they didn't even consult and just left. Although Wei Heng's speech was a little more direct, but it also gave them two paths to choose from, not closing the back road directly, compared to Bai Weiguang's previous direct closure I don't know how many times better. These two people were indeed a bit greedy. "Calm? How do you want me to be calm?" Wei Hong clenched his fists tightly. What he hated the most was when people said he was a mother. He called it gentlemanly, he called it elegant. What the hell do these people know? Secretary Lu helplessly held his forehead and increased his tone a bit. "Young master, the most important thing now is to solve the problem." "Solve? How to solve it?" Wei Hong gritted his teeth. "I think it's because I gave them too much face that they climbed up the pole and instead put up a front in front of me." And June came up. "Wei Xiao, if I were to say that these people just don't know how to appreciate themselves, they should be given some color." Wei Hong squinted at June. "What do you mean?" And June laughed. "They just think the money is too little. They deliberately take Joe and want to raise the price, and when they find out that we're not buying it at all, they'll definitely come back and behave." Secretary Lu frowned. The reasoning was this: of course they all knew that. But wait? How could they wait? The current situation was that they were more anxious than Li Sheng and Lin Ran, and if this matter was not handled well, it would have too great an impact on DL Group. "Young master, we can't afford to wait." Hearing these words, the corners of Wei Heng's mouth, which had just slightly raised, stiffened once again. They indeed could not afford to wait. During this period of time, the brand image was damaged and turnover plummeted due to the fishing wheel. Even if they spent more money on PR, it was impossible for the netizens to forget all about it, and for a long time to come, this matter would be mentioned over and over again. But let him increase the money, he is even more unpleasant in his heart. Unless. Those two kneeled down and begged him. He looked at June and Secretary Lu. "What good ideas do you have?" Secretary Lu pondered slightly and spoke. "Since they don't have the will to negotiate, there's no need for us to continue to rush up and negotiate with them. I suggest to continue to follow Mr. Bai's strategy. First use the money to suppress the fishing wheels, and wait until we take down the project cooperation with the Hua Shang, and we will mainly focus on the Reside in the Face series name and weaken the brand name. Wait for 2 years, when the wind passes, then let the PR side make more efforts to salvage the brand image." After all, Secretary Lu had been with old Mr. Wei for many years, and in a couple of words, he had arranged things properly. Wei Heng's tone also softened. "Uncle Lu is right, the most important thing now is the Huaxing side. We can't affect the cooperation because of this matter. Uncle Lu, tomorrow we still need to trouble you to contact the Huaxing side. It's best if we can take the contract down in advance." At the sound of Uncle Lu, Secretary Lu was very flattered and quickly nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, young master." After the explanation, Wei Heng's heart is still a little reluctant. Then Lin Ran and Li Sheng sighed. Is it just going to let it go? This is really not a good thing to do. Secretary Lu rubbed his wrinkled brow. Just pressurize the fishing wheels and drag them first, just don't pay attention to them. Seeing Wei Heng's face sinking, and Jun's eyes moved slightly. Wei Xiao, I've heard people mention before that Lin Ran often deals with the group of suppliers below us, originally vice president by plan to let me look into it, but I haven't had the time yet. Why didn't you say this earlier? Wei Hong fumed. Check. It must be checked. Leave this matter to you. Yes. Chapter 67, Intercepted. The afterglow of the setting sun was sprinkled on top of the barren mountain, reflecting a large and a small figure. the two figures walked one after the other, the dead branches were stepped on and clicked, and from time to time, one or two sighs rang out. Ranjia lowered his head in shame. Originally, the plan was well planned. They would arrive in Haibei City that night, but who would have thought that they would run into a group of human traffickers? Even Elder Tong Tian had said, a chivalrous man is a man who serves his country and the people. When it came to this kind of thing, of course he was obligated to do so. With his cultivation, he certainly had no problem dealing with a few ordinary human traffickers, and in 2 or 3 strokes, he was able to free the little children. Then, Tiny Ning noticed that these people were not quite right. Upon investigation, they realized that these people were puppets controlled by an evil cultivator, and after some discussion, they unanimously suspected that this evil cultivator was the famous unconscionable Taoist on the Law Enforcement Division's most wanted list. Taoist unconscionable. That was the meat and potatoes that was worth a 5th-grade spirit herb plus tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. Especially since this unconscionable Taoist's strength wasn't high, only at the early stage of the Zhou Heaven realm. Now that he had gotten a clue, it was equivalent to half of the mission being accomplished. A rich reward was at his fingertips. Of course he could not let go of this opportunity. Without saying a word, he pulled Xiaoming and tracked up, but who would have thought that after they came to this old forest in the deserted mountains, they would step into this spirit enchanting formation. They were not proficient in formations. Although they had a lot of life-saving magic treasures on their bodies, none of them could break the formation. Moreover, this broken formation didn't know what material had been added to it, but it even shielded the signal, and just like that, they were going in circles in the vertigo formation, unable to find a way out, and unaware of the passage of time in the outside world. After another sigh, Renjia couldn't help but open his mouth. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for my insistence on chasing after them, we wouldn't have mistakenly entered this vertigo formation. But don't worry, I can definitely send you safely to Haibei City. Renjia patted his chest and guaranteed repeatedly. Alas! Mingchi sat on his butt on the pile of withered grass next to him, cupped his face with both hands, and sighed heavily. I miss Master, Senior Uncle, Senior Brother, Senior Sister, and the rest of them. I don't know if they've realized that I've gone missing. Will they think that I've slipped out to play by myself? I also don't know that when we go out, will we still be able to see Tong Tian Dada again? Upon hearing this, Renjia not only felt even more guilty, but also worried. His entire face wrinkled up. What 5th-grade spirit grass, what spirit stone? None of them were more important than meeting Elder Tong Tian. If he couldn't see Elder Tong Tian because of this, not to mention that Xiaoming would blame him for the rest of his life, even he would be pissed off at himself. I'll try again. Renjia unwillingly took out a small piece of soul-attracting incense. His own faults were known to himself. He was a person with a poor sense of direction, so he was always prone to getting lost, and after the previous lesson of irony, he had been trying to find some treasures that could guide his way. Not long ago, he got such a piece of soul-inducing incense. This soul-drawing incense was secretly made from special spices. Not only could it search for people and things, but it was also able to draw away the demonic beasts guarding the treasures in the secret realm. The price is not expensive, the key is that it is very difficult to get it. If it wasn't for the generous reward after catching the unscrupulous Taoist, he wouldn't even be able to take it out and use it. It was just a pity that he had tried it before, and in this soul vertigo formation, the soul-attracting incense was also useless. But besides the soul-drawing incense, he didn't have any other good methods. He could only try again with his head. Renjia held the incense in his left hand and chanted with his right hand. Snort! The soul-drawing incense burned a trace of green smoke, which rose slowly and floated into the distance, only to disperse with a wow when it didn't float far. Still not working. Renjia's dark is ready to extinguish the soul-inducing incense when suddenly saw already scattered green smoke again gathered, shaking towards a direction drifting over. The farther it drifted, the straighter it drifted. Renjia's eyebrows were happy, and he hurriedly dragged Mingchi towards the direction guided by the soul-drawing incense, and in a short while, the dead leaves and branches around him became fewer, and his vision gradually widened. The barren dirt slope was coming to an end. Renjia slowed down his speed and pasted another concealment talisman onto him and Mingchi before carefully pulling Mingchi closer bit by bit. At the end of the dirt slope, a natural broken wall was formed, and underneath the broken wall was a small natural valley, which was covered with a few thatched houses. In the open space, a large cauldron was set up. A stooped figure stood in front of the cauldron, constantly stirring the pot with a thick wooden stick. Renjia stared straight at the stooped figure with sizzling eyes. It's really an unscrupulous Taoist. Mingchi looked at the 10 or so small children not far away who had their hands and feet tied and gagged. Their faces were dirty and they couldn't make out any expressions. The only thing was that the eyes were filled with terror. Can't help but bulge the little bun face, angry. What is he grabbing so many children for? The sizzling heat in Rin Jie's eyes was immediately washed away quite a bit, adding a bit of heaviness. The rich rewards were built on human lives, and this was the biggest reason why he was obsessed with tracking down the unscrupulous Taoist. Soul refining. Ren Jie's voice was dull as he explained. Taoist Wulian was originally a disciple of a famous sect as well, but unfortunately, he was limited by his talent and could not advance an inch after he built his foundation, and then he inadvertently obtained a secret method that allowed him to graft other people's talents onto himself, and in the early years, he secretly plagued many disciples of famous sects, and it was only when he abducted the 7 Slaughter Temple's youngest sister that he was discovered. Since then, he didn't dare to venture out again before hitting the mortal realm with his ideas. Look at these children he captured, all of them have good roots and bones. But harming others will ultimately harm oneself. It is said that this unconscionable Taoist was also a jade when he was young, but now he has become inhuman because of that secret method. Mingchi looked towards the hunched figure. Underneath the greasy hair was an incomparably ugly face. His features looked like they had been caught in a door, all of them sunken into his cheeks. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. An odd laugh occasionally escaped from his throat, the sound of ordinary metal rubbing together, harsh and unpleasant. Mingchi's neck shrank in fear, but he still clenched his small fists in anger. This unconscionable Taoist is too bad. Why hasn't he been caught for so long? This unconscionable Taoist is the best at hiding and escaping, and that spirit vertigo formation, you've also seen it. In short, the law enforcement division also has a headache. Ren Jie sighed and added, but I have the soul-attracting incense in my hand, so I definitely won't let him escape this time. Mingchi nodded his head repeatedly. We must catch him, we can't let him harm people anymore. Brother Rin, this is also an opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. When we've done it, who will dare to underestimate you in the future? In the future, Master can't underestimate him anymore, and he can't use the excuse that he's a kid to confiscate his cell phone anymore. Humph. In Mingchi's description, Ren Jie was also vaguely excited. He didn't care about making a name for himself. But if Elder Tong Tian knew about it, he would definitely think highly of him. You hide first, wait for me. Ren Jie had just barked out a sentence towards Mingchi, and before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. His wide-eyed eyes looked at the sky, only to see a figure break through the air, and among them, there were several familiar faces. Ren Jie? Mingchi. Intercepted? Chapter 68 Physical Cultivation, Resistant to Beating. The people that Yizhenjin brought with her, their strength was at least late Zhou Heavenly Realm, and there were several early harmonization of God stage cultivators, so dealing with an early Zhou Heavenly Realm unconscionable Taoist would naturally be no big deal. Coupled with this vast group of people, came by surprise, the unconscionable Taoist did not even react, was captured. Yizhenjin also discovered Mingchi and Rin Jie not far away. She lifted the 2 over, and without saying a word, first gave Rin Jie a fat beating. Only then did she arch her hand towards the crowd and say, "Thank you all for today's matter. Later on, I will have someone send the previously promised Yuan nourishing Dan to your mansions. In the future, if you have any matters, you can come and find me. I, Yizhenjin, will definitely not excuse myself." The crowd also arched their hands and said, "Senior sister Yi doesn't have to be polite. This unscrupulous Taoist is doing a lot of harm to people, and it's not all for your sake that we're taking action. If it wasn't for Senior Sister Yi inviting us to come, this unconscionable Taoist wouldn't know how many people he would persecute in the future. Consider it as us ridding the cultivation world of harm. Other than that, this unconscionable Taoist has a good eye, picking those with good roots and bones. My family's sect leader accepting a few good disciples, this would already be the best reward for us." The crowd exchanged pleasantries, and seeing that the matter was settled, they bid farewell. Only after the crowd had left did Yan Xianxiu, the 7 Slaughter Hall's eldest disciple, walk up and look at Rin Jie and Mingchi, unable to help but shake his head. "I really don't know whether to say that you guys have a lot of guts or that you're just lucky. This unconscionable Taoist has laid down a killing formation that has long been lost, the 7 extinction falling immortal formation. If it wasn't for the fact that this formation was crippled and Taoist Wuliang wasn't well versed in formations, you guys would have long since been corpses and bones by now." The 2 men's necks shrank like quails. In their hearts, they were not pleased. It was clearly the credit that came to hand that was cut off. Good grief. Or the 7 Slaughter Hall personally moved, even the reward is gone 555. Yan Xianxiu didn't know what was in the hearts of the 2 men, and thought that they were shocked, so she didn't say anything else. She turned her head to look at Yizhenjin and smiled faintly. "With you, I'm sure I won't be polite, but today, this matter, counts as my 7 Slaughter Hall owing you a favor. Back then, this outlaw almost ho-hoed my little sister. If Master knew that we caught this person, he would definitely be happy." I'll bring this person back first, Master said before that the secret method in this person's hands is a scourge. We have to make sure that this secret method is completely destroyed and won't fall into other people's hands again. There is also the 7 extinction falling immortal formation. Yan Xianqiu lowered his voice. As far as I know, this formation is something left over from ancient times. Even if it's just a remnant formation, it's still extraordinary. I'm afraid there's something else going on here. Ancient? Yi Zhenjin's pupils suddenly shrunk. Master had once told her that the matter of the vermilion bird's fall from the devil was not simple. It was just that at that time there were very few things that had been passed down, and there was no way to find out. Even their dance sect hadn't been able to find much of anything from the distant past even with all their efforts. How did this long-lost absolute formation fall into the hands of a silent and unknown foundation disciple? There is also that secret method that can take away a person's talent, which is even more uncomplicated. This matter is indeed odd. Thoughts passed in a flash, Yi Zhenjin said in a low voice, notify me when you have news. Good. Yan Xianqiu gave her a reassuring look and left with Taoist Wuliang. Mingchi and Ren Jie perked up their ears, wanting to hear what the two said, but as soon as they looked up, they saw Yi Zhenjin's eyes sweeping over. Mingchi instantly deflated his mouth and cowardly said, eldest senior sister, I was wrong. Senior sister Yi, don't blame Mingchi, 1,000 wrongs are my fault. If you want to beat or punish me, come at me. Ren Jie topped a piggy face and patted his chest in a very righteous manner. Yi Zhenjin couldn't help but hold her forehead. As early as after the last time Mingchi disappeared, Master had specifically asked Zhou Dinggu to create location tracking magic treasures, just in case this kind of thing happened again. If Mingchi really didn't want to leave, Ren Jie wouldn't have had the chance to take Mingchi out of Mingyu Yuan. There was also that abduction case as well. If Mingchi didn't want to care, there were ways to contact the law enforcement division. Ran Jie, this little cutie. I'm afraid that she's not being sold but also helping to count the money. But in the end, she still can't do anything about her own soft and sticky little group of people, and couldn't help but beat up Ren Jie again. In any case, the body cultivation, resistant to beat. Of course. The family's small group of children also need to be well knocked. Otherwise really want to go against the sky. Yi Zhenjin smiled and looked at his own little groupie. It seems that little master brother has been idle lately, then. Go back and copy the Yellow Emperor's internal canon in its entirety. Mingchi's eyes widened violently. The full copy of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon was 180,000 words. He would have to copy it until the year of the monkey and the month of the monkey? Eldest sister was asking for his life. He hugged Yi Zhenjin and pretended to be cute. Eldest sister, I know I'm wrong. I promise I won't dare to do it again. Don't you love me the most? How can you bear to let me suffer this kind of pain? Yi Zhenjin's corner of the eye twitched, still forcefully holding back no softness. It takes a lot of suffering to be a man. Alright, I'll send you back to the sect first. Mingchi gave a jolt. No way. Ren Jie also hurriedly said, Senior sister Yi, we can't go back. We still have to see Elder Tong Tian. Elder Tong Tian? Yi Zhenjin froze for a moment and said with some excitement, you guys are talking about Tong Tian. Sect leader? Mingchi nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, it's Tong Tian Didi. Where is Elder Tong Tian? Yi Zhenjin finished, her nervous heart thumping. She was sect leader Tong Tian's #1 powderhead. For the sake of sect leader Tong Tian, she had even specially formed a fan group with a small number. God knows how much she wanted to see sect leader Tong Tian. She wanted to see what kind of person could say something as overbearing as establish rules for heaven and earth, redress the wrongs of the dead, and set the order of yin and yang. Mingchi tilted his head and said doubtfully, it's in Hebei City. Tong Tian did openly said on the Spirit Net that he wanted to participate in the Law Enforcement Division's security mission. Don't you know about it? Yi Zhenjin got excited for nothing. She thought that little master and Ren Jie had other channels, but it turned out to be because of this? An elder as powerful as sect leader Tong Tian could just find a random nook or cranny and shelter the entire Hebei City. There was no need to actively show up. Poor these two people still thought that they could see Tong Tian seniors at the Leap Expo. After thinking about it, Yi Zhenjin finally did not have the heart to combat the enthusiasm of his own little group. Anyway, the master is not there, no one to look at the little brother. These two people may have to make other things. Might as well go to Hebei City with her. Alright, I'll take you back to Hebei City first, but before the Leap Fair starts, you have to stay obediently in Huashang. You're not allowed to go anywhere. When the two heard this, their faces immediately wrinkled into bitter melons. If they couldn't go anywhere, how could they still see Tong Tian Didi? However, under Yi Zhenjin's pressure, the two hardened and didn't dare to say a word. fearing that they would be directly sent back to the sect, and even their chances of going to High Base City would be extinguished. Mingchi lowered his head, his large eyes dripping. No way. He had to think of a way, or else if he really waited until the leap fair, the yellow flowers would be cold. Chapter 69, Lin Ran panicked. At night, Lin Ran washed up and lay on his bed, and as usual, he opened his source of happiness, SpiritNet, and prepared to brush up on the gossip and go to sleep. As a result, he took a look at. Good guy. The entire spirit network has been screened by the Dan Sect. The Dan Sect elders and their disciples invited all the big sects to sweep away the evil cultivators, and the means are severe and unprecedented. The Dan Sect's senior sister and the Hall of Seven Killers have successfully executed the unscrupulous Taoist. Dan Sect law enforcement elder and his disciples captured the Demon Flower Fairy, the Jade Face Langjun, and a host of other evil cultivators, eradicating evil and eradicating evil. These messages, one more powerful than the other. Even Lin Ran looked confused. He hadn't been on the Spirit Online for a short period of time, and it was still the first time he had seen Whispering Sea players play such a big game, especially this kind of big action that involved an entire clan. Only how does the plot of an alchemist organizing people to catch evil cultivators? Look, how strange is it? It completely goes against the definition of language C. How come the entire spirit network is touting it? Lin Ran quickly rummaged around, and soon, his eyes locked onto an earlier piece of gossip. Dan Sect junior brother and martial god Sect disciple missing, suspected of being kidnapped by evil cultivators. Lin Ran had a dazed look on his face. No wonder everyone didn't think there was anything wrong. It turns out that something happened to the Dan Sect's youngest disciple. Wait a minute. Lin Ran snapped back to his senses. Isn't the Dan Sect's youngest disciple that kid Mingchi? Then this martial god Sect disciple. Ran Jie? I throw. How could Lin Ran not expect that the source of this farce would be his old acquaintance? The heart could not help but tighten. Shouldn't something really happen to these two boys? Although the Spirit Network was only a Language C gaming platform, Lin Ran had also seen how much this bunch of Language C players played, just like the previous three divisions of the second sentence, which perfectly blended reality and the game to advance the plot progress. If it wasn't true that these two had something in reality, why did they suddenly come to such a show for good reason? The more Lin Ran thought about it, the more uneasy in his heart. His impression of Mingchi and Rinjie was still quite good, especially this child Mingchi, after chatting with him online for so long, more or less a little bit of affection. At first thought of the two may have an accident, his heart is always a little relieved. He thought about it again and again, still couldn't help but open the two people's private chat box, wanting to ask about the specifics, but also afraid that he was mistaken. In the end, only one person sent a short greeting. What's your situation? Unbeknownst to them, Mingchi and Rinjie were infuriated when they saw that their actions, which they intended to make a name for themselves, had been wildly rumored by the Spirit Net into various miserable versions, but they didn't dare to say that they were being intercepted in tarnishing the Dan Sect's reputation. Solely eyes do not see as clean. One is diligently copying up the Yellow Emperor's internal canon, and one is healing his wounds, not even touching his cell phone, so naturally it's impossible to reply to Lin Ran. Lin Ran waited and waited and waited, and didn't wait for a reply, so he can only temporarily press this into his heart and go to sleep. After all, his understanding of the two, in addition to the name, nothing, and even the name of the two may not be true, he as the police cannot say. Worrying blindly for half a day is useless. Might as well wait for the next day to take the time to post and ask if there are any familiar people to understand the situation. The next morning, Lin Ran came to the beauty department and saw that Li Sheng had already arrived. Not lazier than before, the four of them were in high spirits, and it looked like they were about to do something big. Lin Ran smiled and didn't nag, directly releasing the task. Lude, go find Assistant Zhu and send the latest optimized formula to the lab, see if you can make a sample earlier and enter the test phase. Chow chow, your previous design direction is fine, it's mainly the details, optimize it again. Vivian, you contact these people, in an hour, I want to have an interview with these people. Li Sheng, you go out and around, contact more people from other departments, so that if there is any news, our department can also be the first to know. Dismissed. Lin Ran finished arranging his work in a couple of sentences and walked into the office, his heart again thinking about the matter of Mingchi and Rinjie. Then he picked up his cell phone and opened the Spirit Network. In the next second, he jumped straight up in shock. Tong Tian Dede, we've arrived in High Bay City, we've come to find you. Elder Tong Tian, where are you? Is it convenient to come to you now? Lin Ran. Yesterday he was still worried about these two goods, but as a result, these two goods ran to find him? Mingchi, a minor. Ranjia had also just turned 18. If these two's parents knew that they ran to find him below the line base, they were afraid that they would have the heart to kill him. If something else happens? He did not dare to think. Lin Ran panicked. He hurriedly sent a message to Ranjia. Where are you guys now? Send a location, take care of Xiaoming, don't run around, wait for me to come over and find you guys. After sending it, Lin Ran walked out of the office in a hurry. Just as he was about to look for Vivian to cancel the face-to-face interview, he saw Li Shang and Vivian both sitting in their office seats, mourning their faces. Lin Ran was puzzled. What's wrong? Vivian got up and walked over to Lin Ran. Brother Lin, I called all the phones, but no one came. What about the three newcomers? Didn't come either. Lin Ran frowned. He didn't find it surprising that those old employees didn't come, but why didn't the newcomers come as well? He had specifically reconfirmed with Assistant Zhu that these newcomers had no projects in hand, so even if they didn't care about their beauty department, they would at least come to go through the motions, right? Could it be that someone is messing with them? Is it Qi Ming? That's right. Li Shang, who followed him over, clenched his fists in anger. I just went to the other departments and heard someone say that Qi Ming has issued a blocking order, forbidding anyone to come to our beauty department, and that Yang Xian, letting it slip that anyone who dares to come to the company won't be able to take on a project in this lifetime, and also saying that this kind of garbage department like ours will be kicked out of Huang sooner or later. Lin Ran nodded. I know. Seeing Lin Ran's calm face, Vivian was puzzled. Brother Lin, aren't you worried? Qi Ming's influence in the company is so great, won't we be restricted in our work everywhere in the future? What's the point of worrying? Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. Right from the start, I knew that they would make tabs, it's just that I thought that they would be planting people into our team, but I didn't expect to be so straightforward. This shows that they despise us from the bottom of their hearts. It's good for us instead. Vivian's furrowed brow did not loosen, but said worriedly, but now that Vice President Qi is behind this, no one within the company dares to offend Qi Ming, so won't this expansion thing be yellow? Not being able to expand means that the makeup series can't keep up, so how can they still use their performance to prove the value of beauty makeup? Of course, Lin Ran had also thought of this level. It was just that he knew better that with Vice President Qi around, it would be useless for him to do anymore. I'm going out, let's put this aside first. Li Shang, you come with me. Chapter 70, Why Does It Feel Wrong? Security Room. A large and two small trio stared at each other dryly. Hair hasn't even grown and you still want to escape from under my nose, who are you looking down on? Li Xinyuan looked at Renjie and Mingchi with a displeased face. These two wanted to go out, but they didn't say that they would find a nook or cranny to climb over the wall. They directly put a concealment talisman on each of them and walked out in the open. This was really treating him as if he didn't exist. He cannot be angry? There is also this big fool, do not know what kind of physique, yesterday was beaten like that, today even alive and kicking. It is true that physical cultivation is resistant to beatings. How about another beating? Mingchi pitifully pulled Li Xinyuan's arm, shaking and said, Senior, my hands are almost broken from copying books, you let us go out for some air. You can't get enough air in a place as big as Huasheng? Li Xinyuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Yi Jinjin just didn't let them leave Huasheng, but didn't restrict their personal freedom. The entire Huasheng covers an area of 500 acres, in addition to the most basic office buildings, experimental areas, and convenience stores, snack bars, gyms, etc. If closed up, it can be used as a small town. Such a large place, walking for a day wouldn't be enough. This kid really can't even make excuses. It's not like I've never been to Haibei City before. Mingchi continued to pull on Li Xinyuan's arm, continuing to soften his words. I promise, we'll just turn around in the neighborhood, we definitely won't go far, so just let us go out. Li Xinyuan ruthlessly turned his face away, pretending not to see. On the side, Jincheng laughed. Junior brother, it's useless for you to talk to my master. Eldest senior sister has made it a point to not let the two of you go out and cause trouble, so you'll just stay honestly in Huasheng. When Mingchi heard this, he became even more aggrieved. Elder brother, even you won't help me? Luckily, I still think that you become handsome again in this period of time. Really? Jincheng touched his face, his mood was suddenly great. Help, definitely help. When I finish refining this furnace of Dan, I'll tell eldest sister to take you guys out. I'm righteous enough, right? Mingchi. A furnace of Dan would take at least 3 or 4 days to refine, and by then the leap fair would have started. How would he still need senior sister Jin to take him out? What a waste of praise. Seeing the little group start to deflate again, Li Xinyuan directly moved to shoo him away. Alright, you two hurry up and go out, don't let me catch you again, or next time, ha! Pity. What a pity. This stupid big man didn't know if he had learned to be smart, but he didn't say a word, he didn't even find an excuse to beat up someone. But next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. As long as he caught it, he would directly start punching. As for Rin Jia, who was whisked out of the security room, completely unaware that he had dodged a bullet, he looked at Mingchi and scratched his head with a naive face. Why don't you tell your senior uncle, senior brother, and the others directly that we're going to go look for Elder Tong Tian? Mingchi sighed. Do you think they will believe it? Ran Jia was momentarily speechless. If they really said that, it would definitely be assumed that it was an excuse for them to try to run out. Mingchi added, moreover, it's even more troublesome if they believe it. In case they follow, then, what will we do? We are Tong Tianda's close friends, and my senior apprentice brother isn't. What if Tong Tianda knows that we still have someone else with us and doesn't want to see us? As soon as he heard this, Ren Jia immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No, absolutely can't let them know. After saying this, he said with some concern, but what if we can't get out now? Even if we go out, Elder Tong Tian may not necessarily be able to see us? Mingchi did not hesitate to say, you don't have to worry about this, didn't Tong Tian greatly send us a message last night? But not being able to get out was indeed a trouble. There was no telling when Tong Tian would be able to see their message, so they had to quickly think of a way to do so. Ren Jie's eyes lit up. Right, Elder Tong Tian still cared about them, otherwise he wouldn't have sent them a message. Pity. If only they had looked at their cell phones last night, they wouldn't have missed Tong Tian Sr.'s message. Ren Jia couldn't help but pick up his cell phone and open the spirit network to take a look, only to see a message from Sect leader Tong Tian. Xiao Ming, quick look, Elder Tong Tian replied to me. Ren Jia excitedly shook his phone. Mingchi was sour. Tong Tian Daolord unexpectedly didn't reply to him. Excessive. Ren Jia didn't notice Mingchi's expression at all and directly read out the message sent by Elder Tong Tian. Where are you guys now? Send a location, take care of Xiao Ming, don't run around, wait for me to come over and find you guys. Ren Jie jerked his head up and said gleefully, Xiao Ming, Elder Tong Tian really wants to see us. And look, he even said that he wants to come and find us. Yeah, we can't get out, but Elder Tong Tian can come over. Why didn't I think of that before? Mingchi secretly rolled his eyes. Which was not to think of it. It was just that how could they be kind enough to let Tong Tian greatly come to them? However, hearing that Tong Tian cared so much about himself, Mingchi was still very happy, and the fact that he didn't have to rack his own brain to figure out how to run towards the outside made him even happier. He hurriedly said, you hurry up and send Tong Tian to Da's location. Good. On the other side. Lin Ran hurriedly pulled Li Shang out of the office building to the underground garage. On the way, the matter was roughly told. These two are both language C players, language C you know, right? It's a kind of language-based playing game, these two are immersive players, later on they might say some strange words. It's just a game. I'm familiar with this. Li Shang pulled open the car door and got into the driver's seat. He might not be able to help with anything else, but when it came to playing games, he was definitely the best of the best. No matter what game, he was able to play it. Later on, you tell me about the exact gameplay. Okay. Lin Ran agreed in one gulp, following suit and sitting on the co-pilot. Suddenly, he felt that it was time for him to buy a car. He wasn't afraid of squeezing the bus and subway every day, he instead felt that with this crappy traffic in High Base City, the bus and subway would be more convenient instead. Just how he said is also Hua Sheng executives, sitting on the bus subway to go to talk to people about cooperation, it is really inappropriate, and also inconvenient. However, he dragged Li Sheng along with him, not simply to rub the car. The main thing is that he is more subtle, bragging online even if, in reality. Ha! How embarrassing this is, there is Li Sheng this social Cowan, he does not have to worry too much. Waiting for Lin Ran to fasten his seatbelt, Li Sheng asked, where are they? Don't be in a hurry, let me take a look. Lin Ran took out his cell phone and opened the spirit network to see the location information sent by Rin Jie. Casually opening the navigation, he said, follow. Under the voice guidance of the navigation, Li Sheng drove his car out of the garage. Just without driving for a while, he frowned, Brother Ran, why does it feel a bit wrong? It seems like we've been driving around in circles in Huasheng. Lin Ran also felt strange. Not only did they not go out of Huasheng, but they were instead walking inside Huasheng. Don't be anxious, I'll ask. Lin Ran had just picked up his cell phone when the navigation voice rang in his ears. Designated location has been reached, end of navigation. Li Shang? Lin Ran. Chapter 71, I'm a low-profile person. Not to mention Li Shang was confused, even Lin Ran was confused. What the hell? They hadn't even left Huasheng yet, and this is here? Maybe the navigation is wrong, let me take a look. Lin Ran also didn't expect the navigation to make this kind of error. These two kids had only just come to Haibei City and didn't know that he was in Huasheng, so how could they possibly run to a place like this? And Huasheng wasn't something that just anyone could enter, let alone letting two small children in. At this moment, Li Sheng tugged on his arm. Brother Ran, do you see those two people? Lin Ran looked up and saw a large and small figure standing not far away. The small one was wearing a small suit, ignoring the pill head on the top of his head, a proper little man. The big one is wearing a simple sportswear, a head of shark short hair, just this person. Sure, only 18? Just he can't figure out more, how these two people will be in Huasheng. Is it a relative of any employee of Huasheng? Lin Ran took the lead and got out of the car, walking straight to the two. Xiao Ming? Chivalrous? Mingchi and Ren Jie looked up at Lin Ran at the same time, and a whole lot of them froze. Although in the cultivation world, looks and age weren't directly linked, the Tong Tian Sect master was in their imagination an immortal old man, or even worse, a respected middle-aged man, and they had never imagined that the Tong Tian Sect master would be this young. The difference was too great. Lin Ran was looked at with a puzzled face, couldn't help but touch his face with his hand. He wasn't scary looking either. Why was he reacting this way? Li Shang, who followed behind, looked at the two of them and was also surprised. Although Rang has just told him, a minor, an 18-year-old, but in front of these two, one looks only 8 or 9 years old, there is a. This is also too lanky. A muscle not to mention, this head, then they are higher than a small half head, almost have to have 2 meters. If it wasn't for Ran saying it clearly in advance, he might have thought it was father and son. Ran, is that them? As soon as Li Shang spoke, Mingchi and Ren Jie also reacted. In the cultivation world, not everyone paid attention to appearance, and even some seniors with high strength believed that the Dao Bone immortal style was more admirable, so they deliberately did not control their aging appearance. However, there were also some seniors who paid more attention to their appearance, and Sect leader Tong Tian was perhaps in this category. Just looking young, not really being young. What did looking young mean? Either good talent or high strength. Only those with good talent can step into the realm of the real person at a young age, or else they are strong enough to be able to return to their old age. But no matter which one it was, it all indicated that Sect leader Tong Tian's strength was not low. Just Tong Tian Sect master's body aura fluctuation, how can be so weak? It seemed like it was still sporadic. If they don't observe carefully, they can't sense it, and this senior brother next to them can't even sense half of the spiritual energy. Could it be that he had used some special hiding means? Tong Tian de, I'm Xiao Ming. Mingchi said happily at Lin Ran, then his bun face puffed up. Tong Tian de, we finally met you. You don't even know how miserable we've been on this journey. Not only did we encounter human traffickers, but we were also trapped by the unscrupulous Taoist in the 7 extinction falling immortal formation, and we almost lost our bodies and bones. Ran Jie? It was clearly them who caught the human traffickers, saved the little kids, and then got cut off. How did it come to little Ming's mouth that they became 9 deaths? He didn't know that Mingchi was purposely selling misery. Only by saying this would Tong Tian greatly know how much effort they had made and exactly how much they had gone through in order to come and see Tong Tian greatly. Lin Ran and Li Shang's scalps exploded as they listened. Unconscionable Taoist or whatever, they directly chose to ignore it, but the 3 words human trafficker, they couldn't ignore it. You guys are really bold. Lin Ran had wanted to criticize a couple of times, but seeing Mingchi's pitiful appearance, and thinking that the two had just gone through a lot of ups and downs, their hearts must have been hard to bear as well. Thus, he swallowed back his words of rebuke and asked, "Why are you guys here?" Mingchi said rightfully, "It was eldest sister who brought us here." Lin Ran froze for a moment. Eldest senior sister? Referring to a relative sister, or a netizen of the spirit net? Although Lin Ran didn't figure it out, he was certain that those who could work at Huasheng were certainly not immodest people. He couldn't help but feel relieved. No matter who it was, he would know if he asked out and asked. The important thing was that this matter didn't have to be borne by him alone. Then where is your eldest sister? Upon hearing this, Mingchi's heart was weak. What if his eldest senior sister knew that he had run out before he had even finished copying his book, and grabbed him to go back to copy his book? It was so hard to meet up with Tong Tian, he didn't want to go back. Besides, even if eldest sister doesn't catch him back, as long as eldest sister is here, there is still a place for him to talk to Tong Tian. No way. He absolutely could not let eldest senior sister come over. Eldest senior sister is busy, she let us play here by ourselves. Mingchi's large eyes flashed as he looked pitifully at Lin Ran. Tong Tian, do you not want to bring us to play? Upon hearing this, Ren Jie became anxious. Little Ming and elder Tong Tian had been talking until now, he couldn't even interject, how could he leave now? Elder Tong Tian, I've memorized what you said before, but there are still so many places that I can't figure out. I came here this time because I want to ask you for some advice, you can't just kick us out now. Li Shang was listening in a daze beside him. If it wasn't for the fact that Ran had greeted him in advance, he really thought that these two were psychopaths. Luckily, they were just playing a game. Seeing Lin Ran's face in trouble, Li Shang smiled and interrupted, Brother Ran, it's almost time for lunch, let's take them to eat something first. All right. Lin Ran nodded helplessly. Those who dared to leave home and come to the base below the line were all relatively rebellious children. If he said too much, in case he caused the two to develop a rebellious mentality and sneak away, it would be even more troublesome at that time. The most important thing now is to stabilize the two people, and then slowly set up a conversation. However, these two children playing the gameplay too fascinated, now only he and Li Shang too, is nothing. If the other employees of Hua Shang heard, may think they did something. The beauty department was already on the cusp of a storm, so if there were any more strange rumors, it would be over. After thinking about it, Lin Ran spoke again, here, don't address me as Elder Tong Tian, I'm currently practicing in the world of initiation, my name in reality is Lin Ran, you guys can call me Big Brother Lin. Mingchi and Ren Jie's eyes lit up at the same time. Not senior, but Big Brother. Their relationship with Elder Tong Tian was one step closer. The two of them shouted in unison, Big Brother Lin. Aha! Lin Ran answered, still a little less assured, I'm a relatively low-profile person, my identity. Mingchi hurriedly assured, don't worry, Big Brother Lin, we will definitely keep your identity a secret. Right. Ren Jie patted his chest and assured, Big Brother Lin, don't worry, even if my master beats me to death, I definitely won't tell. Lin Ran. Are teachers so violent nowadays? Ren Jie shouldn't be so rebellious because of this, right? No way. When he meets Ren Jie's parents, this is something he still has to give a talk about. It's not a good idea to teach with a stick. Chapter 72 Ren Jie was sour. Hua Shang was huge, with many employees and several cafeterias. Canteen number 1 wasn't far from where they were, it was just a few steps away, so there was no need to drive. Li Shang went to the garage to park the car, so Lin Ran went ahead and brought Mingchi and Ren Jie to canteen number 1. It was said to be a cafeteria, but this place was more like a large food court. Not only was there a wide variety of dishes to choose from, but the prices were also very affordable. The number 1 cafeteria was divided into 2 floors in total. The first floor was for self-service pickup, and the second floor could be used to order food. Lin Ran thought about it and still brought the two to the second floor. The second floor is the same as the first floor, there are many seats, but the environment is a little better than the first floor. The distance between the seats is bigger, and some places are separated by cubicles. It looks a little like a small private room. And the second floor is less crowded and cleaner. It's not yet mealtime, all the seats upstairs are empty, so Lin Ran found a seat with a cubicle and sat down. Called the waiter to bring the menu, and asked towards the two. What do you guys want to eat? Mingchi and Ren Jie froze at the same time. They had long since dispelled the valley and didn't need to eat, and when they heard Elder Tong Tian and the others talk about eating before, although they felt strange, as long as Elder Tong Tian didn't chase them away, they were satisfied. So they didn't say anything. Who would have thought that Elder Tong Tian was actually inviting them to eat food from the mortal realm? Was there some deep meaning in this? Ren Jie scratched his head with a naive face, is roast duck okay? I haven't eaten it in years. Lin Ran froze for a moment. Roast duck is not very expensive, ordinary people don't say they eat it all the time, but it's not so bad that they can't afford to eat it. How could they not have eaten it for a long time? Could it be that he had misunderstood before, and Ren Jie's family conditions were actually not good? The thoughts in his mind fleetingly passed. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel sympathy in his heart, nodded and said, of course. Ren Jie's eyebrows colored with joy. Again, he couldn't help but stretch out 5 fingers and carefully asked, 5 will do? The bit of sympathy in Lin Ran's heart instantly vanished. With this amount of food, can the family be endless? No way. After dinner he had to guide Renjie. If this goes on, the future salary is afraid that even they cannot afford to feed themselves, cannot be addicted to the game, play what rebel. However, Renjie, this full of hopeful eyes, also let Lin Ran thought of himself. When he just crossed over, his parents in this world had already died in an accident, and he was also starving, often starving with a stomach ache, and also ate poisonous mushrooms to fill his stomach, and almost lost his life. Or the village chief uncle sent him to the hospital, saved his life. His craving for meat was exactly the same as this look in Renjie's eyes. Thinking of that heartbreaking memory, Lin Ran waved his pan and ordered 5 roast ducks for Renjie in a generous manner, just as a way to satisfy his former self. After ordering, he turned his head to look at Mingchi again. What about you? Mingchi coyly said, I'm fine with all of them, just order for you, big brother Lin. Lin Ran. How strict is this family's control, such a big kid, but he even needs others to make decisions on what he eats. Alas! It's also a poor one. Lin Ran made the decision to order a few more dishes suitable for small children and handed them over to the waiter. That's it for now, if it's not enough, order more later. Renjie was moved in his heart. In the past, when he was just initiated and had not yet opened up the valley, the asshole master suspected that he ate too much and made him starve every day. Still, Elder Tong Tian was good. Not only did he order 5 roast ducks for him, but he would also add dishes for them later. Today, he would make an exception and eat a 5-minute meal. When the waiter left, Mingchi couldn't help but ask, Big brother Lin, you seem to be very familiar with Huang? Lin Ran laughed, that's for sure, I'm an employee of Huang now. Mingchi? Renjie. The Tong Tian Sect master was actually an employee of Huang? The two stared incredulously. Mingchi even sucked in a breath of cool air. If master knew that Tong Tian was greatly employed under the dance sex industry, he would have to go crazy. No. The entire spirit net would go crazy. Brother Lin, why did you come to Huang? Renjie's heart was sour. How good would it be if Elder Tong Tian practiced in their top Jie group? That way he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble if he wanted to see Elder Tong Tian in the future. Of course it's President Huang who invited me. Lin Ran said while straightening his body. He was indeed invited by Yi Jinjin. There was nothing wrong with that. As for how he was invited, did it matter? Hearing Lin Ran's words, Renjie's heart soured even more. How could senior sister Yi be so lucky? Inviting just anyone was a Tong Tian senior. Doubts flooded Mingchi's eyes. Eldest senior sister invited him? Could it be that eldest senior sister had discovered Tong Tian's identity greatly? No, that's not right. If eldest senior sister knew, she wouldn't have asked them where Tong Tian Dede was before. This should be a coincidence. Tong Tian Dede should also not know that Huang was their dance sex property. Thinking of this, Mingchi began to worry again. Tong Tian Dede said that he was here to practice. Who knew how long he would stay here? No, he had to think of a way to remind eldest sister. Definitely leave Tong Tian Dede in Huang. Having made up his mind, Mingchi looked up at Lin Ran and asked curiously, Big brother Lin, is it fun to go into the world and practice? Why do we need to practice? What do I need to pay attention to while practicing? Mingchi's crackling series of questions almost made Lin Ran somewhat overwhelmed. This child is good at everything, but this question are not generally numerous. Experiencing in the world isn't for fun, it's for polishing your heart. Lin Ran's mouth babbled, racking his brain to think of how to make it up. Suddenly seeing Li Sheng walking over, he hurriedly said, This matter is a long story, I'll go get you guys a drink first, then we'll talk slowly. As soon as he pressed Li Sheng on the seat, he patted Li Sheng's shoulder and rushed to Mingchi and Renjie. His name is Li Sheng, he is my disciple. As for the name, you guys call him brotherly, brother Sheng can all be, let us talk about each one. If there is anything you need, you can also tell him. Li Sheng? How did he shorten a generation for no reason? Rang should not be deliberately taking advantage of him, right? Mingchi and Renjie's eyes lit up at the same time. Disciple? Wouldn't this senior Li know a lot about senior Tong Tian? This could be really great. The Huang cafeteria had a special drink area, with coffee, milk tea, carbonated drinks, and freshly squeezed juices. Lin Ran took a large juice for Renjie and Mingchi. For himself and Li Sheng, he took large glasses of cola with ice. Carrying his dinner tray, he was about to walk back when a conspiratorial voice came to his ears. Yo, if it isn't our grand director, Lin Ran. Lin Ran didn't even need to raise his head. He knew that it was Yang Xian. If it was in the usual situation, he would have to say a few words, but with Mingchi and Ren Jie waiting, he didn't have the time to take care of Yang Xian. He buried his head and walked forward. Yang Xian's face changed. Before Lin Ran made him suffer such a big loss at the meeting, how could he let Lin Ran go? He winked at the people around him, and immediately several people surrounded Lin Ran. The front and back were blocking the way. Yang Xian laughed. Grand Director Lin, why are you in a hurry to leave? I heard that no one is going to your crappy department. A department? No one cannot. How about I give you an idea? He raised his thumb and pointed to Qi Ming behind him. You kneel down and beg our Minister Qi. Minister Qi is generous, might not give you a few people to allocate? Chapter 73. Are you sure this is bullying? If you kneel down and beg our Minister Qi will be generous and might not allocate a few people for you to use? After hearing Yang Xian's words, Lin Ran's face instantly turned cold to the extreme. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you make me kneel? Scram! Yang Xian's face changed. This Lin Ran was really rigid. He wanted to see how long Lin Ran could be rigid. He slammed down Lin Ran's arm. The drinks in the dinner plate suddenly splashed onto Lin Ran's body. Fortunately, Lin Ran's hand was steady, only his chest was splashed some, but the white shirt sticking to his skin, it was also weirdly uncomfortable. Yang Xian mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Director Lin, I'm really sorry, I accidentally bumped into you here. Why don't you take off your clothes now and I'll send them to dry cleaning for you? But your ground goods are not worth a few dollars, sending it to dry cleaning is also a waste. How about I give you 200, go back and wash it yourself? The moment these words came out, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the surroundings. Wearing a piece of rags, still have the nerve to say they are the director, this is really a disgrace. Don't say that, after all, they are from a small company, how can they know what kind of platoon our washing director is? This is called sticking onions in the nose, pretending to be an elephant. Nah. AI, you guys said so bluntly, so that people still how to mix in the company in the future? Lin Ran raised her eyes to look at Yang Xian, unhurriedly pouring the rest of the drinks in the cup, one cup after another, on Yang Xian's head, her voice faint, money is not necessary, keep it to wash yourself. The surrounding heckling and laughter suddenly came to an abrupt end. On the other side. As soon as Lin Ran left, Mingchi and Ren Jie barred Li Shang and kept asking questions. Especially Ren Jie. In front of Sect leader Tong Tian, he didn't dare to be reckless at all for fear of saying the wrong thing. But in front of Li Shang, he didn't have that much pressure, plus Li Shang was quite talkative, no matter what he said, he could pick up the conversation, and in no time, the two of them were calling themselves brothers. Brother Shang, what do you and Big Brother Ling usually do? Work. Go to work? You guys don't need to cultivate? The corner of Li Shang's mouth twitched as he struggled with his words to bring the two back to reality. Oh come on, this is going back again. However, after contacting these two children, Li Shang realized that although these two children were addicted to games, they were quite simple-minded and educated. It is not in order to play games, with the family to mess around, want to die that kind of bare children. So he had a little more patience with the two children. Li Shang thought for a moment and said, since it's a training experience, of course we should treat ourselves as real ordinary people, so that we can truly integrate into the lives of ordinary people and achieve the effective training. So that's how it is. Mingchi nodded his head as if he understood. Ren Jie scratched his brain anxiously. So profound. What if I can't understand it at all? Seeing that the two were bluffed, Li Shang set up a conversation without a trace. You guys said earlier that it was eldest sister who sent you here. Your eldest sister is also practicing in Huashang? In which department? You can tell me about it. We are all cultivators, so we can take care of each other in Huashang in the future. Upon hearing this, Ming Che's eyes lit up. He was worried that he didn't know how to remind eldest senior sister, but now it was fine. If Big Brother Lin and the others took the initiative to contact eldest senior sister would definitely be able to tell the difference. It was just that. Mingchi said bitterly, I only know that my eldest senior sister manages a lot of people, I don't know which department she's in. Li Shang was also a little embarrassed. Huasheng was so big, and there were many female executives, so just based on this sentence, it was impossible to guess who this so-called big sister actually was. Do you have contact information? Mingchi just wanted to say that there was, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. If Big Brother Li wanted Big Sister's contact information, it couldn't be that he wanted to notify Big Sister and take them back, right? So close. Almost fell for it. This Big Brother Li is also too chicken thief, I have to be more careful in the future. I forgot. Mingchi said vaguely. Ren Jia looked at Mingchi strangely. Didn't Spirit Online have contact information? How could he forget? Mingchi also felt Ren Jia's gaze, fearing that Ren Jia had missed the point. He hurriedly changed the topic. Big brother Lin has been gone for such a long time, how come he hasn't returned yet? Li Shang had a helpless face. Almost made it, this little guy is really alert. Forget it, just wait a little longer. This matter can't be rushed. But Ran did go for a while, and it wouldn't take this long to get a drink, would it? Li Shang strangely got up and looked around, and saw Yang Xian leading a group of people to walk in front of Lin Ran, and Qi Ming was sitting not far away, crossing his legs, obviously putting on an appearance of watching a good show. It was just that they were far away and couldn't hear what they were saying. Mingchi and Ren Jia also saw it. And even Ren Jia, the Scion Bean, could sense that the atmosphere was a bit off. What are they doing? Doing what? Humph. Li Shang fiercely clenched his fists and angrily said, these dogfighting things are certainly bullying people. Ren Jia was confused. Bullying who? Elder Tong Tian? How could anyone in this world dare to bully Elder Tong Tian? Mingchi was even more incredulous. How dare these people? How dare they? Mingchi stumbled and asked, Big brotherly, my big sister said that Hua Shang's employees are all high achievers, they shouldn't be doing this kind of thing, right? Wouldn't? Ha! Li Shang's raised chin pointed towards Qi Ming. See that person sitting in the back? He relies on the fact that his father is the vice president of the company, deliberately making things difficult for brother Ran, and today he also put a blocking order on the company, not allowing people to come to our team, and this one in front, Yang Xian, is nothing more than his lapdog. Sometimes high education does not mean good character. Li Shang took the opportunity to scare, knowing people, remember in the future, no matter what kind of person, be on guard. Fortunately you met me and Ran, if someone else, it's not good to say that they will sell you. Alright, I'll go over and take a look, you guys don't run around. Mingchi deflated his mouth in aggravation. Who said he didn't understand? If it wasn't for Tong Tian today, he wouldn't have come. He was just scared, these people were looking for death, but don't involve the Dan Sect. Big brotherly, we'll go with you. Ren Jia also hurriedly spoke, yes, brother Shang, I'll go too, fighting, I'm the best at it. The corner of Li Shang's eyes twitched. Fighting was impossible to fight. Hitting someone was against the law. However, Ren Jia's head was quite oppressive, and if he didn't speak, he was quite intimidating. It was possible to go over and brace the scene. A few mortals in the district, where do you need to make a move? But you guys want to follow. Just follow. Ren Jia followed him, it was impossible to leave Mingchi here alone. It would be better to put it by his side and watch. Li Shang was afraid that Lin Ran would suffer a loss, and quickly walked over in the direction Lin Ran was in. Mingchi and Ren Jia also followed closely behind him. The three of them had just gotten close when they saw Lin Ran pouring all the drinks in the cup onto Yang Xian's head. Mingchi and Ren Jia looked at Li Shang with odd eyes, as if asking, are you sure this is bullying? Li Shang was a little embarrassed by the look, but he was still secretly happy in his heart. Worthy of being brother Ran. Cool. Too cool. Chapter 74, Little Groupie Gets Mighty. The second floor of the cafeteria, which had previously been in an uproar, was quiet at the moment. Everyone was wide-eyed and stunned, as if they hadn't expected Lin Ran to make such a bold move. Yang Xian's entire body was confused. His head was all wet, sticky liquid running down his head, and a large portion of his white shirt was wet, dyed a strange color by the mixed drinks, like a moldy taupe wall. Water was still dripping down from his hair, and he didn't know how much more wretched he was compared to Lin Ran. Lin Ran, what are you doing? Qi Ming stood up dabbing, furious, this is Hua Shang, it's not a place for you to be wild. With this roar from Qi Ming, the few people next to Yang Xian reacted. They all accused towards Lin Ran. Manager Yang just accidentally spilled his drink on you, why are you such a careful person, without any tolerance for others? Worthy of being from a small company, no education at all. Small-minded and vindictive, how can such a person stay in Huashang? How can such a person stay in Huashang? If this matter spreads out, where will our Huashang's face go? At this time, it had already reached the point of lunch, the cafeteria came one after another, ordinary employees rarely go upstairs, most of the second floor of the cafeteria are company executives, in the company has more say. Qi Ming also saw this point, and deliberately let Yang Xian pick a fight at this time. Many of the people who had just gone upstairs didn't know the inside story, and seeing that Yang Xian was wet and in a very sorry state, they also pointed their fingers at Lin Ran. Lin Ran laughed back in anger. What? You guys are justified in bullying people, and I should be expelled for fighting back? You bunch of double-standard dogs are playing it really well. As he spoke, he looked down at the dinner plate. There were still quite a few drinks left inside that had just been rippled out by the impact. Shameful to waste. Cheap for you guys. After saying that, Lin Ran directly lifted the entire dinner plate. The liquid inside splashed out with a wow, and several people around him were covered in it, and Yang Xian, who was the closest, was even hit in the face by the ice cubes inside the cola. At this time, Yang Xian, who had been in a stupor, finally reacted. Ah! He screamed, his entire face becoming distorted due to his anger, and his eyes looking at Lin Ran were even crimson. Lin Ran! I'm going to kill you! Yang Xian violently raised his right hand and swung his fist towards Lin Ran's face. Suddenly, a stern voice exploded in his ears. Unbridled. This stern voice, with a soft little milky voice, but wrapped in an invisible pressure, swept over with an unrivaled force. The surrounding air seemed to have become frozen under the squeeze of this force. Yang Xian immediately felt cold, as if every inch of his skin was frozen, and an uncontrollable trembling sensation rose from the depths of his soul. His raised fist, for a moment, could no longer move half a point. The other people who were also in the middle of the storm also felt tightness in their chests and shortness of breath, as if they could not catch their breath. Only Lin Ran, who had been set up by the White Tiger True Lord to protect his body, didn't feel any abnormality, and instead took advantage of Yang Xian's frozen moment to directly kick him in the stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yang Xian directly knelt down on both knees, one hand covering his stomach, one hand supporting the floor, and continuously letting out a "sha" inhalation sound. Because of this pain, the palpitations from before were gone. Yang Xian raised his head fiercely, glaring viciously at Lin Ran and Mingchi, hysterically yelling, "Lin Ran, you dare to hit me? Call the police, I'm going to call the police, I'm going to make you go to jail. I'll see how you can still stay in Huasheng in the future. And you, little Yakuza, if it wasn't for you yelling nonsense." In the nick of time, a figure violently rushed to Yang Xian and directly rushed at him with 2 slaps. Slap! The crisp sound of slaps rang out, and Yang Xian's angry curses came to an abrupt end. He looked at Qi Ming incredulously. You hit me? Not to mention that Yang Xian was confused, everyone at the scene was confused. Everyone knew that Yang Xian was helping Qi Ming out. What did Qi Ming mean by making this mess? Shut up! Qi Ming glared fiercely at Yang Xian. These 2 slaps he had just given were saving Yang Xian's life. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly walked over to next to Mingchi, smiling ingratiatingly. "Young master, why are you here?" Lin Ran and Li Shang, little young master? Lin Ran and Li Shang had come for a short period of time and weren't clear about what was going on at Huasheng, but the older employees who had followed Qi Ming for a long time, including Yang Xian, all knew. There was only one who could be called the young master by Qi Ming. Ming's heir. The Crown Prince of Huasheng. But how could the Crown Prince suddenly appear here? Mingchi raised his eyes to Qi Ming. "Who are you?" "Young master, my name is Qi Ming, I'm Qi Shang's son." Qi Ming's smile carried a hint of flattery, slightly bending his waist, his posture as low as it could go. What Ming clan heir, what Crown Prince of Huasheng? All of them were false. This was the Dan Sect's young master. As long as you flatter him, you're still afraid of not having the coveted marrow cleansing pill? That was a divine medicine that could reshape one's roots and bones, allowing one to be transformed. A cold light appeared in Ming Che's eyes as he remembered Li Shang's words from earlier, as well as Qi Ming's leading the charge against Lin Ran earlier. "You're the one who bullied Big Brother Lin?" Qi Ming's eyes widened incredulously. Young master had actually come here to help Lin Ran out? Big Brother Lin? What kind of luck did this Lin Ran have? Qi Ming nervously explained. Young master misunderstood. I didn't. This is all this Yang Xian taking matters into his own hands. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Mingchi faintly said, "Are you thinking that I'm small and good at cheating?" This voice mixed with a small milky voice did not possess majesty, but it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in Qi Ming's ears. He knew that this couldn't end well today. "No, don't dare." Qi Ming's voice changed tone as he became nervous. He wanted to flatter Mingchi, but he was more aware of the Dan Sect's methods. If it wasn't for the Dan Sect's bloodbath of the Ming clan earlier, wouldn't it have been their Qi clan's turn to take the throne? Mingchi lightly hummed, "Don't dare?" Ming trembled in fear and directly kneeled on the ground with a plop. "Young master, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I beg you to spare me this time, for the sake of me being his descendant. Just spare me this time. A mere side branch, are you worthy?" Mingchi's voice was icy cold, but he was also clear that this was not the cultivation world after all. The rules of the mortal realm, he had to keep. "Take them and get out, let me see you in Huang again." Mingchi looked towards the people who had previously surrounded Lin Ran, the killing intent in his eyes spreading out like substance. A single word was spat out icily from his mouth. "Die." "Yes, I'll take them and roll out of Huang right now, thank you young master for sparing my life." Ming climbed up tremblingly, his voice anxiously roaring towards the few people around him. "Those who don't want to die immediately follow me, go." A few people were unsure, but they didn't dare to say anything more in front of the crown prince of Huang, and hurriedly helped Ming down the stairs. As soon as he walked out of the cafeteria, Ming was like a puddle of mud paralyzed on the ground. His body was soaked as if he had taken a cold shower. His life was saved. But his life was over. Finished. Chapter 75, Wanna poach my Sect's corner, no way. As soon as Ming's few people left, Mingchi immediately resumed his soft and sticky little bun face. He nervously looked at Lin Ran. "Big brother Lin, you won't blame me, right?" "Ah? Blame you? Blame you for what?" Lin Ran stared blankly at Mingchi. Just now he had actually figured it out. Mingchi's surname was Ming, besides Ming's youngest master, who else could make Ming so scared? He still didn't dare to believe it, he just casually chatted with a netizen. How did he become the crown prince of Huang? This is simply outrageous. Mingchi tugged on Lin Ran's sleeve and said nervously, "I dealt with them without consulting you, did it affect your experience plan?" This, Lin Ran almost didn't strain himself. How could he possibly blame Mingchi? Although he did relieve his hatred with this hand today, he had likewise handed over the handle to Ming. Even if Mr. Yi favored him again, he would have to make an explanation with the company, and if it was light, he would be fined and demoted, and if it was heavy, he would really have to pack his bag and leave. And if not for Mingchi's intervention, he and Yang Xian may still be in the police station because of mutual assault. Today was indeed impulsive. Mingchi had really helped him out. Of course not. Lin Ran said categorically, "Polishing my heart isn't for masochism, nor is it for torturing myself. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, I will put them to death." The reason why Lin Ran said this was not because he wanted to act tough. Rather, in his opinion, school bullying is too serious nowadays, especially for a child as old as Mingchi. It's even more important to learn to protect yourself. He must not be raised to be too honest. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Mingchi's little hands trembled in fear. No wonder Tong Tian greatly wants to polish his heart. This killing aura is also too heavy, fortunately. Fortunately he drove those few people out of Huang, or else if Tong Tian greatly gets angry, their Sect will suffer. Li Sheng couldn't help but look at Lin Ran several times. It's still brother Ran. This bragging is not red in the face, not jumping in the heart, but the crown prince wants to play the game, they must not be accompanied? Not only must they accompany, they must also hold it up. Brother Ran, you take them out of here first. Li Sheng voices out a reminder, and only then does Lin Ran notice that there are still quite a few people around, all of them stupidly moving. If it wasn't for the fact that Mingchi had just been so powerful, I'm afraid that they would have already pounced on him. Thinking of that scene, Lin Ran couldn't help but shiver. Hurrying, he nodded and said, "Good. I have a spare dress in my car, you change into it first, I'll go pack a meal, see you later." Li Sheng threw the car keys to Lin Ran, and Lin Ran didn't nag, taking Mingchi and Ringjia out of the cafeteria, first coming to the underground garage. After searching for half a day in the car, he rummaged around and found a floral shirt. Hiss. This grandson did it on purpose, right? Lin Ran couldn't help but spit out such a flashy shirt, who would wear it out except for that tart Li Sheng? He very much suspected that Li Sheng was taking advantage of the opportunity to retaliate because he had just been punked by himself. But this sticky mess on his body right now was indeed uncomfortable. There was no way around it. Lin Ran could only change into it first. Originally, Lin Ran's looks were not bad, only because of his work. It was always shirts and suits, or else dark-colored casual clothes. The whole person looked rather dull. After changing into Li Sheng's flowery shirts, instead, he had a bit more of a gangly and handsome feeling. Both Mingchi and Ringjia couldn't help but look at him twice more. Let's go find your senior brother Li and rendezvous. Lin Ran didn't give the two of them the slightest chance to speak. want to laugh? Ha! Hold it in. By the time Lin Ran's few people found Li Shang was already in a small pavilion in the park, setting up a meal. Brother Ran, I told you that you should change your outfit, look, how handsome. Li Shang looked to Mingchi and Rinjia, what do you guys say? Mingchi and Rinjia nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Lin Ran was unimpressed. Trying to trick him into making a fool of himself? Too tender. Hurry up and eat. Lin Ran had been hungry for a long time and casually greeted Mingchi and Rinjia, eating first himself. Rinjia was even more nonchalant, directly grabbing a roast duck and gnawing on it, that eating style, as if he hadn't eaten meat for hundreds of years. Li Shang couldn't help but say, Mingchi is the crown prince of Huang, then you. Me? Rinjia wiped his mouth and said with a big grin, my dad is the chairman of the top Jie group, but these are just mundane names, nothing to care about. Lin Ran and Li Shang. Good one don't need to care. Tuwajia ah. That's one of the top mining groups in the world, can they not care? Lin Ran was speechless throughout. This kid doesn't show his face, but he's the young master of the Tuwajia group. This family, what do you want to eat can't eat? This is poor can't afford to eat, clearly because the family is too much delicious, simply can't take their turn these ordinary people eat food. I heard that rich people also have specialized nutritionists, no wonder Rinjia is so muscular. Why did he not think of it before, but also pitted Rinjia there, pitted Mingchi? People have been in Rome since birth. He might as well pity himself. Rinjia didn't know what Lin Ran was thinking in his heart, a bite on the duck leg, his heart was beautiful. After a few years of not eating meat, this dip felt more flavorful than before. It was refreshing. As he chewed on the duck meat, he looked at Lin Ran, speaking of which, big brother Lin, do you want to come to our Tuwajie? Anyway, wherever you experience is not an experience, I'll ask my dad to give you a CEO to play with. What? CEO? Lin Ran was so scared that he chewed the rice in his mouth without even chewing it, swallowed it whole, and reddened his neck and said, don't talk nonsense, can a CEO just give people a game? I'm not making it up. Rinjia put down the roast duck in his hand and said with a serious face, Brother Lin, I really didn't make it up. As long as you're willing to come to our Tuwajie, in addition to my dad's position, you can pick any other position you want. Lin Ran swallowed his saliva. Tuwajie group is rich, and not generally rich. It is said that every year to take out 100 million to send bonuses. Last year 2 managers, one took $10 million, one took $5 million. Directly realize wealth freedom. This does not include the usual benefits. Seeing that Lin Ran didn't directly refuse, Mingchi instantly had a strong sense of crisis. Silly big guy wants to poach their dance sect? No way. Big brother Lin, don't listen to him. The Tuwajie group was able to get started because they were lucky in their early years and dug up a spirit stone vein, but that spirit stone mine has long since dried up, and the Tuwajie group is now just an external powerhouse. It can't be compared to our dance sect. Being poked through by Mingchi at once, Rinjia's face didn't look too good. This spirit stone vein was not privately owned by the Rin family. The Rin family was only responsible for the excavation work, but it was also because of this spirit stone vein that their family had the opportunity to come into contact with the cultivation world. Unfortunately, this spirit stone vein had dried up, otherwise where else would he have to worry about resources? If it was something else, Rinjia wouldn't have said anything. But now that it was about Elder Tong Tian, he was obliged. Thinking of this, Rinjia said with a stiff upper lip, it's not like Big Brother Lin is practicing in the world of initiation for the spirit stone veins. As bad as we Tuwajie are, we definitely won't have someone like Qi Ming. Mingchi's face also turned ugly. He could deny everything else, but he couldn't deny this matter of Qi Ming. It was all because of this scourge, Qi Ming. After the person left, he still had to add to his problems. His mouth deflated and he looked at Lin Ran accusingly. Brother Lin, I promise that there will never be anyone like Qi Ming again, can you stay at Huang? Our position at Huang is also at your disposal, even if you ousted Big Sister, it's fine. Chapter 76 Brother Lin, I'll help you shake people. Li Shang was dumbfounded. One moment he looked at Rinjia, one moment he looked at Mingchi, and finally his gaze landed on Lin Ran's face. It had to be his brother Ran. Even Huang and Tuwajie were fighting and grabbing for it. If Ludus few knew about this, they would go crazy. He poked Lin Ran with his elbow. Brother Ran, I see that Tuwajie's treatment isn't bad, otherwise, we'll all go with you to Tuwajie. Upon hearing this, Rinjia immediately branched out. Right. All come, our Tuwajie is a big family, the treatment is up to you. Mingchi's bun face bulged, and his eyes looked at Li Shang with a grudge. Big brother Li, do you think our Huang is not treated well? No, I'm just kidding. Ha, ha. Li Shang waved his hand repeatedly while poking Lin Ran with his elbow. Ran brother, you say something. Ahem. Lin Ran cleared his throat and unconsciously straightened his back. Although the words of the two little kids couldn't be taken seriously, the feeling of being robbed was still quite refreshing. For the Tuoje group, he was definitely moved. Just this industry span is really too big. He'd do beauty, run people top Jia to what can do. Not to mention, Mr. Yi has the favor of knowing him. If he really went to Tuoje group, wouldn't he become an ungrateful villain? Seeing that Mingchi and Rengjie were both looking at him blearily, Lin Ran smiled and spoke, alright, I'll accept your intentions, but I don't want to change places just yet. Rengjie's face collapsed. Elder Tong Tian had said this, so he couldn't say anything else. Nor did he dare to say anything else. He was afraid that if he made Little Ming angry, Little Ming would directly kick him out of Huang, and he wouldn't be able to see Elder Tong Tian in the future. Mingchi slightly sighed in relief and made a note for Rengjie in the small book in his heart. At the loss of him still treating Rengjie as a good friend, Rengjie had even snatched someone from him. He would have to pay back this debt sooner or later. However, in the next second, his heart lifted again. What Tong Tian said was temporary. How can he make Tong Tian stay in Huang all the time? Mingchi carefully looked at Lin Ran. Big brother Lin, I heard Big brother Li say earlier that your department is short of people, huh? There is such a thing. Lin Ran nodded. Although Qi Ming was gone, Vice President Qi was still around. Even if others knew that Mingchi had helped him out, but Mingchi was only an 8 or 9-year-old kid in the end, how many people would be willing to risk offending Vice President Qi to come to their beauty department? The matter of expanding recruitment still had to be found another way. Mingchi's eyes rolled and he smiled. This is a simple matter. Big brother Lin, I'll help you shake people. Huasheng President's Office. Assistant Zhu had already reported what happened in the cafeteria, one by one. Qi Ming has already followed young Master Ming's wishes and went through the departure procedures, but the people who were with him before causing trouble in the cafeteria aren't willing to leave. Especially that one called Yang Xian. He also demanded that Huasheng give him a statement. Mr. Yi, you see this matter? Assistant Zhu looked at Yi Zhenjin with a nervous expression. Being in her position, how could she not know Yi Zhenjin's true identity of them? These people were really bold. Young Master Ming had clearly given them a chance, and they even dared to cause trouble. Do as Mingchi says, you don't need me to teach you about this, right? As for the one called Yang Xian. Yi Zhenjin's finger tapped the desktop twice, a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. I remember his hands and feet are not too clean, check, good check. Dare to insult her little brother, if not this is the mortal world, she had to put this person skinned and cramped. Sending him to jail was really cheap. Hearing the last 4 words in a heightened voice, Assistant Zhu immediately understood what Yi Zhenjin meant. In fact, earlier when Mr. Yi just came, he checked the company up and down, and most of the company's executives, especially the project managers under a few vice presidents, had the habit of taking kickbacks. It's just a matter of how long and how much. Since Mr. Yi had said so, then this matter could not be taken lightly, but if it was really investigated, wouldn't even Vice President Qi be pulled down? Yes. Assistant Zhu didn't dare to say more and quickly exited the office. Yi Zhenjin got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the direction of the park, doubts flooding her eyes. How did Lin Ran and Ming Che get together? Ming Che wasn't a nosy character, so how could he help Lin Ran out? Could it be that he had been brought astray by Rengjie and was learning how to fight? Unfortunately, this pawn of the Qi family was ruined. But Ming Che granting grace, and her granting grace is no different, and if Ming Che is to guide Lin Ran, on the contrary, the plan can be implemented earlier. Suddenly, swoosh! A breaking sound came from the air, interrupting Yi Zhenjin's thoughts. Yi Zhenjin's eyes changed. However, without waiting for her to make a move, she saw the trio of Fei Wugue, Jian Ran, and Ji Anya appear in the office. Immediately afterward, clang! With a sound on the ground, Li Xinyuan burst in with Jin Cheng's wind and fire. What exactly happened? Ming Che said something happened, something big happened? What? The Devil Clan called? Just as he finished speaking, he looked at Fei Wugue for a second. Why don't you guys guard the clan properly and run here? Fei Wugue nudged his mouth. Ming Che sent me a message saying that there is a big event of 100,000 fire urgency, causing me to even use the teleportation talisman. So, what exactly happened? The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Jinjin in unison. Yi Jinjin pressed the corner of her twitching forehead. Nothing happened, you guys were tricked by Mingchi. The crowd looked at Yi Jinjin incredulously. They were tricked? By whom? By Mingchi? How was this possible? Yi Jinjin knew what they were thinking when she looked at their expressions. It was all because Mingchi usually pretended too well. No one believed that Mingchi would cheat, otherwise, Uncle Banquet wouldn't have run here in a hurry without asking her for confirmation. Seeing how calm Yi Jinjin was, Jin Chang knew that nothing had indeed happened. However, he still had no way to believe that such a well-behaved, so innocent junior brother would lie to them. He couldn't help but say, why did Mingchi lie to us for good reason? Hearing this, the crowd in the arena was also flooded with doubts, although they didn't know when this child Mingchi had learned to lie, but what was the benefit of lying to them to come here? It couldn't be for the sake of getting beaten up, could it? This is for you to ask him yourselves. Yi Jinjin finished speaking and looked towards the doorway. Still not rolling in. The crowd's gazes all looked over in unison, and they saw Mingchi moving in one small step at a time, with a fawning smile on his face. Hey, hey, hey! Li Xinyuan grabbed Mingchi's ears. Brat, still learning to lie? No, I didn't lie. Hiss, it hurts, masterly. Mingchi's mouth deflated and tears came when he said so. Fei Wu Gue couldn't bear to say, Old Li, why don't you listen to what he has to say first? You're good at being nice. Humph. Li Xinyuan's mouth was unforgiving, but he still loosened his grip. Say it, what exactly do you want by gathering us all here? Mingchi rubbed his ears and straightened his clothes. Only then did he say with a straight face, since everyone is here, I have a big announcement to make. Chapter 77, Heavenly Chance. It was the first time Yi Jinjin saw Mingchi being so serious, and her heart couldn't help but be flooded with doubts. Could there really be something big happening that she didn't know about? Fei Wu Gue and Li Xian Yuan looked at each other with mutual disdain and walked over to the sofa next to them and sat down, while Jin Chang, Jian Ran, and Ji Anya honestly stood on the side. It was just that everyone's gazes were focused on Mingchi, waiting for the big event he was talking about. Ahem. Mingchi cleared his throat and opened his mouth unhurriedly. Congratulations to all of you, masters, uncles, sisters, and brothers, there is now a great opportunity in front of you, as long as. Hearing the word chance, everyone's ears perked up. Even Fei Wu Gue and Li Xian Yuan unconsciously sat up straight, with a little more tension on their faces. At this level of cultivation, pure cultivation was meaningless, and without chance, they could only stay at the God transformation stage for the rest of their lives, waiting until their lifespan was exhausted at the age of 512 and they died. With chance at stake, how could they not be serious? Mingchi swallowed his saliva, as long as. Seeing that Mingchi was deliberately whetting people's appetites, Li Xinyuan couldn't help but say, Brat, say what you have to say and fart quickly, don't be grating there, if you don't say it again I'll beat you up. As long as you guys join the Huasheng beauty department with me, the heavenly chance will be yours. After Mingchi finished speaking, he directly closed his eyes. Joining the beauty department, this was equivalent to openly and honestly shoving people in front of Tong Tian Didi. What was it if it wasn't a heavenly chance? But who made him promise Tong Tian Di that he wouldn't disclose Tong Tian Da's identity? He could only speak so vaguely. It would be strange if he didn't get beaten up. The crowd froze. What the hell? Huasheng Beauty Department? The gazes of the crowd swiped at Yi Jinjin, who was also dumbfounded. Beauty Department? Wasn't that Lin Ran's newly established department? She only learned today that Mingchi and Lin Ran knew each other, but she hadn't even had time to ask Mingchi about this, so how did she know about any chance? Yi Jinjin stepped forward and grabbed Mingchi's ears. Say the words clearly. Hiss. Mingchi sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. What's wrong with each and every one of them? They all love to grab people's ears. What about the promised group favor? What about the promised heartmeet? Completely unloved, okay? I say. Eldest sister, you let go first. Mingchi deflated his mouth and looked at Yi Jinjin pitifully. Only then did Yi Jinjin let go. Say it. Mingchi sighed while rubbing his ears. It's actually not that I don't want to say it, it's just that because of some special reasons, there's no way for me to tell you guys, so you'll have to find out for yourselves. The only hint I can give you guys is to think about why I came to Haibei City. After Mingchi finished speaking, he bared his soul and rushed out of the office. Slipping away first. Tong Tian Data only didn't allow his identity to be revealed, he didn't say that he couldn't give hints, and this hint of his was already very subtle, so if everyone guessed it out on their own, he couldn't be blamed for it, could he? As soon as Mingchi left, the office quieted down again. Who in the room didn't know the reason why Mingchi came to Haibei City? To find Sect leader Tong Tian. But what was the relationship between Sect leader Tong Tian and Huang Beauty Department? They couldn't tell them that the famous Tong Tian Sect master was in Huang Beauty Department, could they? The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and finally their gazes flashed to Yizhenjin, who also looked helpless. It's useless for you to look at me, I really don't know. Then again. She looked at Li Xinyuan and said, Master Li, wasn't Lin Ran still introduced to me by you? Don't you know something? What can I know? Li Xinyuan's eyes rolled. He was looking at Lin Ran. That kid is quite poor. Only in front of Yizhenjin mentioned a sentence. After all, the secular world these what position, project for them, are irrelevant, smooth talk of the matter. Who would have thought that Yizhenjin also recruited Lin Ran into the Huang? He suspiciously looked at Yizhenjin and said, You recruited Lin Ran into Huang, did you not find something? Of course not. Yizhenjin flatly denied it, but she couldn't say in front of so many people that she had recruited Lin Ran in order to deal with those old things, so she could only change the subject. There's also more than just Lin Ran in the beauty department. Mingchi may not be talking about Lin Ran. That's true. Li Xinyuan nodded in agreement. He had even moved to accept Lin Ran as a disciple at first. Lin Ran was a delightful child, but unfortunately, Lin Ran was too old. Even though his roots and perseverance were excellent, his qualifications were average, and his future accomplishments were limited, so he could only call it quits. If there really was something in Lin Ran, how could he not know about it? Feiwu Gui and the others had been listening from the side, but they were still listening in a cloudy manner. On the contrary, it was Jin Cheng who had been staying in Huang, and knew a little bit more than the three of them, and understood a little bit more about this matter as well. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth and said, When Mingchi said that he would let us find our own chance, is it possible that it's not a person, but an object? Hearing this, the crowd also pondered. What was chance? The word chance was nebulous. It could be a special opportunity to obtain important resources, a treasure to break through a bottleneck, or an epiphany in cultivation. Mingchi's words were so unclear that no one knew exactly what they were referring to. However, there was no doubt that this chance was definitely related to Sect leader Tong Tian. Who in the room didn't know that with a single post, Sect leader Tong Tian had given them the Dan cultivation samadhi flame? With a few words, Sect leader Tong Tian gave the ghost cultivator a path to heaven. As long as one could get involved with Sect leader Tong Tian, it was bound to be a chance, a heavenly chance. Thinking of this, everyone was also a little excited. Including Yizhenjin as well. As Tong Tian Sect Master's #1 powderhead, she unexpectedly didn't even know that Tong Tian Sect Master was involved with Huang. This was definitely a blunder. A major mistake. Yizhenjin secretly suppressed her inner excitement and spoke, The beauty department was formed by Lin Ran, and this matter can't be dissociated from him, so perhaps, the only way to find the real answer is to go to the beauty department. But who's going? We can't all go, right? Feast Wuji immediately took a stand and said, Then of course it's the three of us, master and disciple. I even used the teleportation talisman, so we can't make a trip for nothing, right? Li Xinyuan laughed coldly. When you first chose people to come to Huang, you were pushing back, but now you want to come when there's a good thing? Do you really think that all the good things are in your hands? I poo. Feiyu Wugue was sprayed with saliva. He wiped his face and said furiously, Surnamely, can you be more civilized? Ha! Sven? That also depends on to whom. Okay, I won't fight with you, but I definitely want to stay. I won't let you take the chance all by yourself. If you stay, is it hard to make me go back and guard the sect? You're thinking about fart eating. Seeing that the two of them were getting more and more noisy, Jinchang, Jianren, and Jianya silently backed away before turning around to face the wall. Yizhenjin was also listening to a headache. These two people really did quarrel when they met, and after a lifetime of quarreling, they hadn't quarreled enough. All right. Yizhenjin interrupted the two and spoke, Since neither of you are willing to go back, why don't you ask Master what he means? Li Xinyuan and Feiwu Gui looked at each other in disgust and said in unison. Ask. Only after seeing the two subside did Yizhenjin take out the emergency contact information left by real Mingchi. Chapter 78, When did Huang become the meat and potatoes? 100,000 mountains are connected to 100,000, overlapping since infinity. The 100,000 mountains in the fall is like a beautiful oil painting, the mountains of golden yellow, fiery red like splashing ink, gorgeous and eye-catching. Just the deeper one went, the more green the surrounding trees became, as if one had entered a mysterious and vast ancient forest. Near a mountain stream. 10 inches to the east. Off to the side, 1 more inch to the west. Oops, how come it's still off? Go a little to the north. Under the command of the 100 Flowers Fairy, the Mingchi realist kept moving his orientation. But no matter how they moved, they seemed to be a little bit off. Real Mingchi stopped and coldly looked at the silhouette on the communicator video. Zheng Baihua, you'd better think clearly before you speak. Mingchi. I said stop calling me Zhang Baihua. The voice of the 100 Flower Fairy's exasperated voice came from the video, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, directly exploding its fur. The 100 Flower Fairy was so immortal, so nice to listen to, but the moment she changed into Zhang Baihua it was directly vulgar to the extreme. The thing she couldn't see the most was other people shouting at her as Zhang Baihua. What can you do after shouting? You bite me Slightly. Real Mingchi made a face and directly hung up the video, and in passing, she also turned off the communicator. All of a sudden, the whole world was quiet. Only the wind blew, occasionally came the rustle sound, accompanied by this picturesque scenery, let a person incomparably cozy. However, this cozy lasted less than a minute, was broken by the ringtone coming from Situ Shang's side. As soon as Situ Shang connected the video, 100 Flower Fairy's exasperated face was revealed inside. You hurry up and tell her to turn it on. Turn it on. Situ Shang helplessly held his forehead. I say you two can do it, don't keep using me as a messenger, okay? 100 Flowers Fairy rolled her eyes. She's the one who doesn't pick up my video, blame me? Ha! Situ Shang laughed and shook his feather fan. Why doesn't she pick up your video? You don't have a number in your heart. The 100 Flowers Fairy flashed her eyes sheepishly and justified herself. Who was the one who wanted to unseal the Peach Source Sacred Realm? Was it me? It was her. What gives her the right to hang up on me? Besides, I've made it so clear, she can't tell north from south, so it's my fault too? So you deliberately screwed her over? She added so much to my workload, I just let her do that little bit more, why can't she do it? Situ Shang's brain hurt from listening. That's called a little bit? It's been almost an hour of tossing and turning. Thanks to Mingchi, if it was Jiang Yan, he would have blown up long ago. Situ Shang pressed his temples and said with a slightly deeper voice, are you sure you want to continue this? The seal imposed by all the saints had a total of 12 main formation eyes, each of which contained 108 secondary formation eyes, and even if there was some loosening now, it wasn't something that could be easily broken. They had to find at least half of the main formation eyes and sub-formation eyes before they could break the seal. Not to mention, they still didn't know what it would be like inside the Peach Origin Sacred Realm after thousands of years of evolution. Before breaking the Peach Origin seal, they definitely had to set up protective formations, concealment formations, and so on, and the more formations that were superimposed, the more complex they would be, and the longer it would take to set them up. The spirit stones and materials needed are counted several times. Each family had put in so much effort, not to stall for time, but to be able to unlock the Peach Source Sacred Realm early, so that their own families could maximize their benefits in the first place. In order to buy time, they each had tasks on them. Jiang Yan was responsible for assisting the 100 Flower Fairy in collecting the materials for the formation. Han Qinglin was responsible for finding the formation point for setting up the protective formation, while he and realist Mingchi were responsible for finding the formation eye for the Peach Origin Sacred Realm's sealing boundary. Even if they split up, it would still take quite a bit of time. They didn't have time to waste. 100 Flower Fairy knew she was being unreasonable, and her voice softened a few points. Alright, I know, I won't mess with her anymore, okay? You let her turn it on. After saying that, 100 Flower Fairy hung up the video. Situ Shang shook his head helplessly and said towards real Mingchi, Noi. You heard it, so I don't need to repeat myself, right? Real Mingchi said unconcernedly, let's hang her out to dry first, so that she doesn't keep giving me a hard time. Alright, I won't get involved in what you two are doing, I'll go look for other formation eyes nearby first. After finishing his speech, Situ Shang directly wiped his feet and slipped away. He majored in Rune Dao and minored in Formation Dao. Although he wasn't as proficient as 100 Flower Fairy in Formation Dao, he didn't need 100 Flower Fairy to command him at all times. Why bother to get caught in the middle of the two, asking for trouble? As soon as Situ Shang left, real Mingchi took out her communicator and turned it on. She also learned not long ago that a lot of things had happened in the cultivation world during their absence. Sect Master Tong Tian had given the Ghost Cultivator the law of Tong Tian, and had jumped to become a Ghost Master. The second-generation master of the Law Enforcement Division, Chu Tianxing, not only didn't die, but also called on ghost cultivators from all over the world by establishing the Underworld Mansion. There are also Dan cultivators. Under the joint call of the Cloud-asking Sect and the Pill King Valley, the low-grade Dan formula was streamlined by a large margin. Although the Dan sect had long since changed course and did not use low-grade elixirs as the basis for their survival, once the productivity of low-grade elixirs was raised up, intermediate-grade elixirs would inevitably become the target of the inner rolls of the alchemy sects. Coupled with the fact that Csian and Immortal Yinshur had successively closed their doors to impact the 7th-grade alchemists, she was even more pressurized. This also further affirmed her idea of opening the Peach Source Sacred Realm. She was in more of a hurry than anyone else, so how could she have the time to really be angry with the 100 Flowers Fairy? Suddenly, the summoning talisman on real Mingchi's waist flashed. Realist Mingchi's eyes tightened. The closer they got to the Peach Source Sacred Realm, the more unstable the spirit net's signal became. Ordinary communicators had no signal here at all, and what she was holding in her hand was a communicator that the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion and 7 Slaughter Hall had teamed up to create with special materials. But even with this special communicator, they were all castrated versions that only retained the basic visual communication function. This also caused them to be more than a little behind in their news of the outside world. Previously, when she left, she purposely left emergency contact information for Yizhenjin, just in case, and instructed not to contact unless necessary. In the end, what happened that made Yizhenjin even use the emergency contact information? The function of the summoning talisman was relatively simple. It could only summon 1 or 2 sentences. If it was really a big deal, 1 or 2 sentences would definitely not be able to make it clear. Therefore, Mingchi directly ignored the summoning talisman, opened the communicator, and a video popped up to Yizhenjin. As soon as the video was connected, 2 heads were seen coming together. Fei Wu Gue, Patriarch, didn't Old Li keep chanting that he couldn't cultivate in Huasheng before? Why don't I switch with Old Li and let him go back while I stay at Huasheng? Li Xin Yuan, you fart. I'm the one who didn't. Patriarch, don't listen to his nonsense, I've never complained. You were the one who invited me to come to Huasheng in the first place, right? You have to finish what you start. How can I go back when things aren't finished? Mingchi? When did Huasheng become the meat and potatoes? Why are they still scrambling to stay at Huasheng? And just this little, still need to use the emergency contact? These 2 are crazy. Chapter 79, A Sudden Change of Heart. When Fei Wu Gue and Li Xin Yuan got into a fight, there was no end to it. Mingchi real person listening to the brain are almost exploded. The 2 together are several hundred years old people, but also like a child, meat on the fight, who will not let anyone, just afraid of their own less say a sentence at a disadvantage. She casually sat on a large rock on the side and shook her hand. Hey, I say, you guys either quarrel enough before coming to me, or come to someone and tell me what's going on. As soon as these words came out, Fei Wu Gue and Li Xin Yuan closed their mouths at the same time, skimming away their eyes in mutual disgust. It was only then that Yizhenjin stepped forward to roughly tell the story. Afterwards, he said, "That's probably what happened. The problem now is that everyone is in Huasheng, and the Dan sect doesn't even have a gatekeeper, so this matter still requires you, Master, to take an idea, to see who exactly stays and who goes back? Don't rush, let me run through it." Realizer Mingchi raised a hand and pressed it on his temples, only to feel a throbbing pain in his temples. Mingchi left the sect? The Dan sect bloodied the evil cultivators? Mingchi shouted everyone to Huasheng, saying about the great opportunity concerning sect leader Tong Tian? She hadn't been out for long. Why did she feel like she had been isolated from the world for hundreds of years? Her eyes swept around the video and asked, "Where is Mingchi?" Yizhenjin didn't have the slightest intention of helping to hide it, and directly returned, slipped away. Slipped away. Ha! A cold smile spread out from the corner of real Mingchi's mouth, slipping away today, but not tomorrow. This brat even dared to leave the clan, the guts are getting bigger and bigger. When she returned she would have to peel off a layer of Mingchi's skin. However, she also didn't expect that the Tong Tian sect leader would be able to get involved with Huasheng. That was the Tong Tian sect master. With his own power, he had directly changed the pattern of the entire cultivation world. Especially the establishment of the Yin Shrine, the building of the Underworld, and allowing ghost cultivators to follow the path of ghosts and gods. This was an achievement for the ages, and had a much greater and more far-reaching impact on the cultivation world than the previous teachings of the threefold true flame. It was also more respectable. Realist Mingchi's mind turned as he spoke. Although this brat Mingchi is bold, he won't lie about this matter of the Tong Tian sect leader, which means that Huasheng is bound to have some sort of connection with the Tong Tian sect leader. This is not only your chance, but also my Dan sect's chance, so you can all stay if you want to. However, you must remember that fate is determined by heaven, and fortune is made by man. If the chance comes to you and you don't seize it yourselves, don't become angry because of it. One thought of anger, a million barriers open. Damaging one's own cultivation is a small matter if you hurt the love of fellow disciples. Don't blame me for personally expelling you from the division. Blocking someone's chance is a life and death feud. Of course, Mingchi real person will not do such a stupid thing. In fact, if she is not unable to leave now, she would like to go back to take her chances. However, this kind of thing is about destiny. Deliberately forcing will only fall through. It's just. After all, it was the Dan Sect's chance, and it wasn't without benefit to her. Li Xinyuan and Fei Wugui knew that Mingxi's words were specifically knocking the two of them, and that in the cultivation world, in order to snatch the chance, there were indeed many people who did things like mutilating their masters and disciples, and their brothers and sisters. The two of them immediately took a stand and said, "Patriarch, don't worry, although I don't like the surname Feast, I am only quarreling with my mouth, and I will never do anything to brutalize my fellow disciples. Quarrels are quarrelsome, but whoever dares to harm Oldly, I'll be the first to say no." Yi Xinjian's four people also respectfully saluted. "We respectfully follow the teachings of our master patriarch." Real Mingchi nodded and added, "As for the Sect side, Lao Air should almost come out from the secret realm, let him go back to guard it." Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Right, How could they forget about Wu Zerue? Wu Zerue was real Mingxi's second disciple. His qualifications were even a few points higher than Yi Xinjian's, except that this child was an unlucky person. Wherever he went, he was unlucky, and those who were with him were unlucky with him as well. Even in the clan's alchemy, accidents occur frequently. In order to protect the clan, Mingchi real person can only throw him into the secret realm. This throw is a few years. Now they are out. Wu Zerue, even if he goes back, also will not count them. As for whether it will affect the Supreme Elder them, that is not something they should worry about. Yi Xinjian stepped forward and saluted. "Yes, master, I will inform second senior brother later." "Alright then, that's it, don't contact me if there's nothing going on, I'm busy." Real Mingchi finished speaking and directly hung up the video. Day in and day out, this little matter still needs to find her. Really? However, after this flurry of video calls, 100 Flowers Fairy should also be anxious, and shouldn't give her any more trouble, right? Mingchi was about to give the 100 Flowers Fairy a video, when she saw a spirit butterfly flying towards her. This spirit butterfly is a symbol of codification, is Stuart Sheng commonly used means, can lead the way for people, but also can be a short-distance transmission of some simple information, is considered a mix of messenger talisman and guide talisman castration version. Situ Sheng loves to make these fancy inventions. They are flashy, but not real, and they are all very mysterious. Real Mingchi raised her hand, and the spirit butterfly landed on her index finger, followed by Situ Sheng's brief and urgent voice. "Come quickly." Realizer Mingchi flicked her finger, and the Pathfinder butterfly flew high into the air, and Realizer Mingchi transformed into a stream of light and flew along with the Pathfinder butterfly. The Pathfinder butterfly brought real Mingchi to a deep pit nearby, and then dissipated. The moment Mingchi raised his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrunk. The deep pit in front of him was a meter wide, as if it had pierced through the entire mountain, so deep that there was no bottom. Around the deep pit, as if it had been ravaged by a storm, all the vegetation had been uprooted, leaving only a bare piece of dry land covered with fissures as hideous as spider webs. There was still a mind-blowingly terrifying power remaining on it. At this moment, Situ Sheng walked next to real Mingchi and said in a low voice, "I sense the power of the talisman codification. This should be the eye of a formation, and there are still people cracking the seal of the Peach Source sacred realm. Moreover, it's at least 3 months ahead of us." Situ Sheng's clenched fists trembled slightly. If it wasn't for realist Mingxi's proposal to open the Peach Origin sacred realm ahead of time, there was no way they would have been able to come here, and there was no way they would have known that someone had already begun to break the seal of the Peach Origin sacred realm. And they hadn't found half a trace of a protective spell formation along the way. Once the seal is opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Realist Mingchi naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Nowadays, the present world and the cultivation world were closely related and inseparable. Destroying the present world would not do any good to the cultivation world, and no cultivator would do so. This was true regardless of whether it was the demon race, ghost cultivators, or devil cultivators, ghost cultivators, or evil cultivators. Unless they wanted to completely abandon the present world. But the present world was the foundation for cultivators to stand on, and who would do that when they hadn't even mapped out the Peach Origin sacred realm? Then, what could these people who broke the seal be? What exactly are they going to do? It's fine if it's the ignorant, but I'm afraid these people's goal is not the Peach Origin's sacred realm at all. Real Mingchi quietly clenched her slender hands, her voice trembling slightly. Contact everyone first, and figure out as soon as possible just how many array eyes have been destroyed, hopefully. Everything is still not too late. Chapter 80, What the hell? What a mess. Early the next morning. As soon as Lin Ran stepped through the door of the beauty department, he saw Li Shang and the four of them gathered around gossiping. Hey, have you guys heard? Our Prince of Huang is awesome. He's only 8 or 9 years old, he's already finished everything he learned in high school, and he's also won a lot of national awards. What do you mean by genius? This is called a genius. But I heard that when this child was young, his parents had an accident. It's quite pitiful. Huh? I've seen in TV dramas that big rich families like this have to fight to the death for the right to inheritance. Can this child grow up smoothly without parental protection? Blah, 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 don't talk like that. The Crown Prince is now the backer of our beauty department, so you can just pray that he lives a long life. Lin Ran cried and laughed as he listened. It wasn't that he didn't believe in family struggles and other drama, but just from Qi Ming's attitude, he could tell that Mingchi definitely had the power of speech in the Ming clan. Either there was someone behind him, or there was someone protecting him. It was unlikely that anything would happen. In other words, if something were to happen, it would have happened long ago and would not have waited until now. However, he really didn't expect Mingchi to lose his parents at such a young age, so it was no wonder that he was immersed in the game world day after day and couldn't extricate himself from it. It was really quite pitiful. If he were someone else, Lin Ran certainly wouldn't pity him. Bored at the peak, how many people who have worked their whole lives as a cow can compare to? There is nothing to feel sorry for, but Mingchi, this is equivalent to his own child of course, he has to feel sorry for himself. Lin Ran walked over and interrupted a few people. I see you guys almost line the more you talk the more mysterious. Brother Ran, you're here. Li Shang got up to greet him and smiled. I'll tell you the good news, yesterday afternoon Yang Xian was arrested, and Vice President Qi was suspended and is under investigation. Lin Ran froze. What's the reason? It's rumored to be job misappropriation. Ludus stroked his chin and said with a sighing face, isn't it true that a lot of people on the internet have been saying that they have seen bullhead and horse face, black and white? If you ask me, it might really be the ghosts and gods manifesting themselves. Lin Ran crowed. This thing he also brushed on the internet are some unsubstantiated news, but for this kind of thing, the Chinese people are holding the attitude that they would rather believe it than not believe it. So the more the rumor is spread, the more mysterious. Yang Xian this matter, obviously is Mr. Yi in order to prince out of anger. Taking kickbacks is considered an unspoken rule within the industry, and it all depends on whether or not the top wants to pursue it. Yang Xian this life is over. As for the vice president of Qi, as the head, will only take more, really want to investigate, the situation of the vice president of Qi will only be worse than Yang Xian. Lin Ran's heart is not much of a burden, although it is said that this matter is caused by him, but now it involves the interests of the company. It is no longer a matter of personal grudges, so it is said that you still cannot be too arrogant to be a human being. It is not possible to be planted one day. However, now that there is no Vice President Qi to make tabs, this expansion matter can be put on the agenda again. The beauty department now has the Crown Prince as its backer, so I'm afraid there are quite a few people in the company who want to come in, right? Just as he was thinking, Lin Ran saw Mingchi sneaking around the doorway, revealing a small head, and couldn't help but laugh. Mingchi, why are you here? Although Ludus 3 had heard of Mingchi's great name, they hadn't seen it before and also looked over curiously. Especially the two Vivian and Xiao Xiao, when they saw that Mingchi looked pink and sticky, their eyes lit up, and if it wasn't for the fact that they were in the way of the other party's identity, I'm afraid that they would have directly pounced on him. Mingchi smiled coyly. Big brother Lin, I shook the person for you. Lin Ran froze for a moment before remembering what Mingchi had said yesterday. This was something he originally didn't take seriously, even though Mingchi was the crown prince of Huang. On the one hand, he didn't manage the company's affairs, and on the other hand, he didn't really know the company's employees, so what kind of people could he recruit for the beauty department? But who would have thought that Mingchi would really bring him someone? He couldn't afford to dismiss the prince's face, and since the person had already been brought, it was time to meet him. The beauty department was supposed to be expanding anyway, so it wouldn't be a disadvantage to meet them. Then you bring them in. Okay. Mingchi nodded happily, then waved towards behind him, then 1, 2, 3. Rows of 7 people walked into the beauty department office, standing neatly in a row. Lin Ran was confused. He also thought before that he really can't rely on Jincheng in the future. Mingchi, this kid, how to put people still stuffed into their beauty department to come. And Uncle Li, what was he doing as a security guard? Finally, his eyes fell on Mingchi and Rinjie's faces, and he was even more confused. What did these two mean? They weren't going to join their beauty department, were they? Lin Ran looked around and felt that there was only one reliable one in here, Jincheng. At the very least he had seen him in the company before. The others, he has not even seen on the staff information. Although Huasheng was so big, it was impossible for him to recognize all the employees, but the older one, who looked so gentle, didn't seem like an ordinary employee at first glance, more like a university professor. And those two young ones? Are indeed a bit younger, graduated from college? It couldn't be that like Mingchi and Rinjia, they were also young masters and young ladies from some family to experience life, right? Before figuring it out, Lin Ran didn't dare to offend any of them, and in the end, he could only place his gaze on Li Xinyuan. He walked next to Li Xinyuan and said in a low voice, "Why are you following along?" Li Xinyuan's old face flushed. When he thought about it, Lin Ran still relied on him to get into Huasheng, and now that he had come here with his eyes wide open, didn't Lin Ran directly become his leader? Although it was a bit embarrassing, it wasn't without its benefits. He and Lin Ran have a good relationship. This came to the beauty department, Lin Ran shall not take care of him? Perhaps, he could find the opportunity before the others. Hey! The prince wants to play, who are we to talk? Li Xinyuan casually found an excuse, then came up to Lin Ran's ear and gave Lin Ran an eye-opener in passing. Did you see that person? This person, he's very shady, you have to stay away from him. Li Xinyuan's voice was extremely low, although Fei Wugue didn't hear what Li Xinyuan said, but when he saw his sneaky appearance, he knew that it wasn't going to be good, so he immediately warned. Surname Li, we have promised, if you intentionally make tabs, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Li Xinyuan put his hands behind his back, what did I say? Surname Banquet, you're deliberately looking for trouble, right? Lin Ran. He could see that these two were not only old acquaintances, they were also at odds. If they were to be on the team, they wouldn't make a mess of things. Lin Ran was pondering how to invite people away without offending them. He saw Yi Jinjin walked in. Today's Yi Jinjin changed into a treasure blue suit, long hair was tied into a ponytail behind the head. The whole person looks more spiritual and capable. Lin Ran hurriedly went forward and said, Mr. Yi, why are you here? I came to join your beauty department. As soon as Yi Jinjin opened her mouth, Lin Ran was directly dumbfounded. What the hell? General Manager Yi also joined their beauty department? This is not a joke. Chapter 81, the vest is going to be untenable. Lin Ran looked at Yi Jinjin and laughed dryly twice. Mr. Yi, don't make fun of me. Yi Jinjin secretly sighed in her heart. Of course she also wanted to come and look for opportunities, but she was after all the explicit president of Huasheng, and it was impossible for her to actually join the beauty department like everyone else. However, even if she couldn't come to the beauty department, she could still control the whole situation. There wasn't much of a problem. Alright, just kidding with you, I heard that my brother is helping you expand your recruitment, so I came over to take a look. Brother? Lin Ran really didn't expect Chief Yi and Mingchi to have this relationship. After all, one's surname was Ming and one's surname was Yi. Even if they were siblings, they couldn't possibly be pro-siblings. Suddenly, Lin Ran remembered what Mingchi had said earlier about his eldest senior sister. His mind was confused. Could it be that Chief Yi was Mingchi's big sister? Then in that case, wouldn't Chief Yi also be playing Spirit Net? Lin Ran couldn't help but look at Mingchi, and saw that Mingchi had given him an affirmative look, and his heart immediately tightened. It was over. He was going to lose his vest. Yi Jinjin didn't know what was going on in Lin Ran's mind and said suspiciously, speaking of which, how did you and my brother meet? When these words came out, the people present also looked at Lin Ran strangely. Mingchi, this brat who didn't leave the front door, didn't leave the second door, how could he have the opportunity to come into contact with a mortal like Lin Ran? Ha! This. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Ran's forehead. Whether or not he could keep his vest was a secondary issue, but if General Manager Yi knew that these two people had left home for him and almost got into trouble, would he still be able to mix in Huasheng in the future? Just as Lin Ran was in a difficult situation, Mingchi spoke up, Sister, Big Brother Lin is Renjia's good friend, so he's also my good friend, Renjia, right? As he spoke, he tugged on Renjia's arm. Ren Jie also thought of the matter that he had promised to help Sect leader Tong Tian keep a secret earlier, and quickly nodded. Yes, I'd known Brother Lin before, and I didn't expect it to be so coincidental that he's also arrived at Huang. So it's like this. Yi Jinjin nodded slightly. Although there were still some doubts in her heart, Ren Jie wasn't from the dance sect after all, so she couldn't interrogate too much. Seeing that he had passed through, Mingchi was greatly relieved. Thanks to leaving Ren Jie behind. It really came in handy. Now even if Tong Tian Dada's identity was discovered, he wouldn't think it was him who leaked it, right? Lin Ran likewise breathed a sigh of relief and secretly wiped the cold sweat on his hands, fortunately concealed. Otherwise, according to General Yi's way of doing things, he was really afraid that General Yi would send him directly to the police station. Said he abducted children. He stabilized his mind and opened his mouth to change the topic. General Manager Yi, you came just in time, these people are not too. Without waiting for Lin Ran to finish, Yi Jinjin directly blocked Lin Ran's words. How is it? Are these people enough? If not enough, I'll find them for you again. After all, Lin Ran had spent so many years in the workplace, how could he not understand what Yi Jinjin meant? General Manager Yi was clearly asking him to leave all the people behind. Lin Ran immediately felt a head too big. Yi General wishes to help. This is clearly to give him a deliberate mess. Now there is no Qiming father and son mess, he can recruit his own people well. But now with these people. The beauty department, a small temple, just started, which can accommodate so many people. Alas! Lin Ran secretly sighed in his heart and hurriedly excused himself. That's enough for now, this kind of small matter doesn't bother General Manager Yi. Having received Lin Ran's affirmative reply, Yi Jinjin also said no more. She had come on this trip for the sole purpose of making sure that Lin Ran left all of the dance sect's people behind. Mingchi was simple-minded and had just found an excuse to shove people into the beauty department, but hadn't considered that Lin Ran, as the director of the beauty department, had every right to refuse. In the cultivation world, this batch of them pulling out was definitely going to shock the eyeballs, but to Lin Ran, immortal, this old and small batch of people didn't go well with the beauty department at all. To put it mildly, one would think that Mingchi was fooling around and whisking away all the people. But she was different. She was the president of Huang. With her giving the word, Lin Ran would keep all the people even if he was no longer willing to do so. This way, at least it could be guaranteed that the chance would definitely end up in the hands of the Dan sect. As for who it was, that would be up to each person. It was just a pity that her previous plan to have Lin Ran deal with those old things would have to be put on hold. But this Huang must not be able to leave for a while. Let's put it on hold. There were some things that couldn't be rushed. She nodded and said, all right then, that's it for now, I'll leave first. If there's anything you need, you don't need to look for Assistant Zhu anymore, come to me directly. Thank you, General Manager Yi. Only after Yi Jinjin left did Lin Ran look at Li Xinyuan and the others. Although barring that, these people really didn't seem too reliable, but they weren't completely unusable. After all, the beauty department was really short of people right now. The point was how to use them. Lin Ran tidied up his broken mood and spoke with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Ran, I'm the director of the beauty department, welcome to the beauty department. After Lin Ran finished speaking, Li Shang and a few others applauded in cooperation. Amidst the clattering of applause, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Are the rules of this mortal world so awkward? In the end, the crowd looked at the excited Mingchi and Ren Jie and could only clap their hands a few times. In their hearts, they silently recited. For the sake of chance. Everything is for chance. When the applause ended, Lin Ran added, since everyone is already a member of the beauty department, let's introduce yourselves first, and by the way, tell me what you're all good at so I can make arrangements. The crowd was confused. Specialize in what? What their dance sect was good at was of course alchemy. But in front of these mortals, they definitely couldn't say that. Then besides alchemy, what else were they good at? Jin Chang had stayed in Huang for the longest time and knew more about these things in the mortal realm. He was the first to step forward and said smilingly, my name is Xin Chang, I am a pharmacist. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. He originally thought that Jin Chang was the management of some department, but it turned out that he was a pharmacist. It was really a treasure for him to dig up. To make cosmetics, a cosmetic formulator was definitely a top priority. And an excellent formulator should not only understand the chemical principles and biological mechanisms of cosmetics, but also learn pharmacology. Especially since they were creating a national makeup series that added a variety of herbal ingredients. Although Luda's pharmacology wasn't bad, it was a bit inadequate compared to a professional like a pharmacist. With Xin Chang helping them grasp the pharmacology part, they could save a lot of things at the first hurdle. What was this if not digging up a treasure? The thoughts in his head flashed by, and Lin Ran nodded with a smile and said, "You'll be in a group with Lu Du, so you can learn about cosmetics first." Good. With Jin Chang as a template, the others were also dumbfounded. Alchemy equals apothecary. There was nothing wrong with it. Ji Anren and Ji Anya directly learned now. My name is Ji Anren, I'm a pharmacist. My name is Ji Anya, also a pharmacist. Lin Ran. Gotta. This seems like it's really a young master's daughter from some family who came to experience life. Lin Ran smiled and said, "You guys just came to the company, first study with the groups, and then we'll arrange jobs for you later." Newcomers. Which one didn't start out as an errand boy? In case he can't stand to go, won't he save himself the trouble? Chapter 82 Uncle Li, come to life. Seeing that Lin Ran wasn't buying it, Banquet Wuji and Li Xinyuan swallowed back the words that were on their lips. In their hearts, they were secretly glad that they didn't open their mouths first. Otherwise, if they were arranged by Lin Ran to do odd jobs in the office, where would this old face go? Fei Wu Gue glanced at Xiao Xiao's workstation and opened his mouth. "My name is Fei Wu Gue. I'm more of a researcher, I dabble in culture and history, and I'm especially very familiar with the laws and regulations." Lin Ran's eyes changed as he looked at Fei Wu Gue. Originally, he thought that Fei Wu Gue was a professor or scholar, but he didn't realize that he was a legal professional. But this specialty, it doesn't go well with the beauty department either. However, Fei Wu Gue also had some research on culture and history, so it wasn't completely useless. Let's just make do with what we have. Thinking of this, Lin Ran immediately said, "Okay, you're in a group with Xiao Xiao, if you have any questions you can ask Xiao Xiao." Fei Wu Gue didn't know how he was evaluated in Lin Ran's heart, and proudly raised his chin towards Li Xin Yuan. Li Xin Yuan skimmed his face. Feast Wuga is the Dan Sect's law enforcement elder. When it comes to this precepts and such, it's his old specialty, who can compare to him? As for what culture, history, and so on, they're all old farts that have lived for hundreds of years, and they still need to study these things? This old boy is really good at drilling holes. Li Xinyuan looked at Lin Ran and grumbled under his breath, "I'm just a security guard, so you're on your own." Hearing this, Lin Ran also had a bit of a headache. Uncle Li was kind to him, and Mr. Yi had also given his word, so he couldn't possibly throw Uncle Li back, but what could Uncle Li do as a security guard? Thinking about it, Lin Ran finally had an idea. "Uncle Li, you'll be in charge of reception. No one comes to the beauty department anyway. Even if someone did come, Uncle Li would just bring the person to the office and be done with it. No matter what, it would be just accompanying people to drink tea and have a chat, and it wouldn't be too much different from when Uncle Li used to be a security guard, so he wouldn't make any trouble." When Li Xinyuan heard this, his heart was relieved. He was in charge alone. Isn't this better than being in a group with someone? He looked towards Fei Wu Gue, who was not far away, and made a provocative look. Fei Wu Gue secretly rolled his eyes. How can he look for chances if he doesn't get in touch with people? This stupid lack, still happy. After settling Li Xinyuan, Lin Ran looked at the two of them, Mingchi and Renjie. Mingchi came up to Lin Ran and whispered invitingly, "Brother Lin, your identity, I didn't tell my senior uncles, senior brothers, and sisters about it at all, and they definitely won't affect your plans to enter the world in practice." Lin Ran. He said, why were these people strange? So they were a bunch of game fans. It's no wonder. Even General Yi was playing along with the Crown Prince. What could the others do if they weren't? Just like what Uncle Li said, if the Crown Prince wants to play, they have no say in the matter. What can they do? They can just stay with him. Lin Ran nodded slightly and said, "This is really thanks to you. I couldn't be happier to be able to help Big Brother Lin." Mingchi proudly lifted up his small chest. He also managed to stuff all the danzongs in front of Tong Tian de. Now, Tong Tian de shouldn't be able to run away, right? On the side, Renjie's face was almost wrinkled into a bitter melon. He hadn't snatched the person, but had also offended Xiao Xiaoming, and if he hadn't followed him with his dead skin, I'm afraid he would have really been kicked out. He nervously looked at Lin Ran and asked, "Brother Lin, what about us? You guys Lin Ran didn't even think about it, directly called Li Xing over and said with his ear, "These two will be given to you, your job is just one, serve these two young masters well. I'll take care of it." Li Sheng gave Lin Ran a reassuring look and waved at Mingchi and Renjie, "You guys follow me." Although Mingchi wanted to stay by Tong Tianda's side, Tong Tianda had arranged for them to be given to senior brother Li, so he couldn't afford to go against Tong Tianda's wishes. Renjie was so happy that he almost didn't cry. Stayed. He had finally managed to stay. The next step was to find a way to coax little Ming into doing well, otherwise what if little Ming didn't bring him to play in the future? After the three left, Vivian smiled and walked over to Lin Ran. Because the beauty department was short of people, plus there was no need for a publicist for the time being, she became Lin Ran's assistant. Brother Lin, something good again. Oh? What good thing? Just now, DL Group's side came to call, saying that they want to talk to us about cooperation. Listening to the voice, it should be Secretary Lu. When Lin Ran heard this, he smiled along with him. The fastest way for DL Group to solve their current predicament was to cooperate with Huang, so it was within his expectation that DL Group came to call. But it was a bit later than he expected, so it seems that Mr. Zhang's side has made a move. It wasn't a good thing. What was it? Promise him. Promise him? Haven't we already reached a cooperation with Stardai? Vivian froze for a moment, and suddenly reacted, her eyes brightening slightly. Brother Ran, you're thinking. That's right, it's what you're thinking, go ahead. After arranging for Vivian, Lin Ran found Li Xinyuan again and said with a smile, Uncle Li, come alive. Li Xinyuan? In a certain reception room in Huasheng, Secretary Lu looked at Li Xinyuan with a pleasing face. We can always meet someone today, right? What's the hurry? Li Xinyuan slowly picked up the teapot and took a sip, then said unhurriedly, after I'm done with my work, I'll naturally see you. Secretary Lu had a bitter face. For 3 days in a row, he hadn't even seen anyone's shadow. Could he not be in a hurry? If it continues like this, I'm afraid that this cooperation is really going to be yellow. He took out a red seal from his bag and sneakily stuffed it into Li Xinyuan's hand. You help me to say, just see one side. We always need to see one side in order to express our sincerity, don't we? Li Xinyuan glanced down. The red seal is very thick, is indeed full of sincerity. Unfortunately, these mundane things were of no use to him at all. He pushed away Secretary Lu's hand and righteously said, Our Huasheng rules are strict, we can't compare to the looseness of your small families, take it back. Secretary Lu's face stiffened. DL Group was the head of the beauty industry, and as Mr. Wei's secretary, he was held up everywhere he went, and hadn't had his face hurt like this in years. If it was anyone else, he would have already shrugged off his face and left. But this was Huasheng. Even if this person was just a small receptionist, it was not something he could easily offend. Seeing Li Xinyuan's attitude, Secretary Lu knew that today was another wasted trip, and was about to lift his butt and leave, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure walk past the door. Li Shan? Secretary Lu froze. Was he blind? How else would he have seen Li Sheng appear here? He? Secretary Lu wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to open his mouth, and Li Xinyuan looked up at the doorway. You said that you just went past that person? That's Supervisor Li from our beauty department. Supervisor Li? Secretary Lu's eyes widened in shock. Li Shan? Supervisor? What makes Li Shang, a person who was fired from DL Group, a supervisor at Huasheng? I'm afraid he didn't even have a problem with his ears. It took Secretary Lu a while to accept this fact, and then, with a jolt, he nervously looked at Li Xinyuan. So, do you have someone named Lin Ran at Huasheng? Yes, Lin Ran is the director of our beauty department. Chapter 83 Huge sum of money falling from the sky. Secretary Lu's legs were trembling as he walked out of Huasheng. He still hadn't figured out how Lin Ran had become the director of Huasheng's beauty department, and how that Li Sheng, too, had transformed into the head of Huasheng's beauty department. But he also finally understood why he couldn't even see anyone for 3 days in a row. Lin Ran was just deliberately hanging him out to dry. It was clearly a bright sunny day, but Secretary Lu felt icy cold all over. Had they known that Lin Ran and Li Sheng were people from Huasheng, they wouldn't have been able to flatter them, so how could they have intentionally hung people out to dry, and how could they have made things so ugly? Now it was fine. They have offended people to death. No, although they had offended Lin Ran, they had mainly argued over the issue of compensation. If they made amends properly, there might still be a chance. Secretary Lu wiped his face and hurried back to the company, arriving at General Manager Wei's office. Inside the office, there was a middle-aged man sitting, with a 7-point resemblance to Wei Heng in looks, but his face was etched with the traces of years. He was the real power holder of DL Group, Wei Qidong. At this moment, Wei Qidong was burning with anxiety because of the recent events of DL Group. During this period of time, DL Group was targeted by its peers, and the fishing wheels not only didn't suppress, but instead became more and more intense. Sales had even directly dropped and exploded by 90%. If this continued, their DL group was really going to be finished. Wei Hong stood quietly at one side, not daring to utter a single breath. Seeing Secretary Lu walk in, his face could not help but be happy. "Uncle Lu, how is it today? Did you see anyone?" Secretary Lu shook his head. "No, but I got an important news." "What?" Lin Ran, who was previously fired from our company, is now the director of the Huasheng Beauty Department, and the project we have in hand is now under his responsibility. Buzz. Wei Hong only felt like his brain had exploded. Lin Ran? How could it be Lin Ran? How could Huasheng let a fired person be the director? Wei Hong looked at Secretary Lu blankly. "Uncle Lu, are you mistaken? Wasn't the one who docked the medicinal makeup project before someone named Shi Ming? How could it be Lin Ran?" Secretary Lu shook his head with a bitter smile. "I also hoped that I was mistaken, and even specifically inquired with others in the circle before realizing that Shi Ming had offended someone 2 days ago and had already left his job. This Lin Ran also doesn't know how to climb into friendship with the Prince of Huasheng. It is said that now is still the red man in front of the Prince of Huasheng. We can't afford to offend." Secretary Lu couldn't help but sigh as he finished speaking. If it was before, they do not say offend Lin Ran, even if they offend the Prince of Huasheng is also fine. After all, beauty and medicine are two industries, usually are also well water offending river water. But now, Secretary Lu fixed his mind and looked at Wei Qidong. "Mr. Wei, nowadays we still have a chance to take advantage of the compensation to ask them out, but I'm afraid that you have to personally step in for this matter." "No. No." Wei Hong pointedly interrupted Secretary Lu's words, clenching his fists tightly. "Lin Ran is nothing, he's also worthy of letting my father personally appear. A lecher like him should rot in the mud." Wei Qidong frowned and chided in a low voice. "Look at what you look like now. How can you manage the company in the future if you're so indolent?" Wei Hong clenched his fists together and cackled, but still resisted the urge in his heart and did not speak again. At this time, only then did Wei Qidong look at Secretary Lu again. "Continue." Secretary Lu bowed slightly and said, "Only if you personally appear can we show the sincerity of our DL group. In addition, there is also the young master. This time, the young master must lower his stance." "Don't even think about it." Wei Hong directly exploded. "I, Wei Hong, will bow down with anyone, but definitely not with them." Secretary Lu knew that Wei Hong had a small heart and had always hated the fact that he had been scolded by Li Sheng for calling him a mother before, which was why he had deliberately concealed the news that Li Sheng was also in Huasheng. But he did not expect that Wei Hong could not even tolerate Lin Ran. "I'm afraid that this matter would be difficult to handle." Wei Qidong also had a bit of a headache. Originally thought that Lin Ran was just a small person in the company. Dealt with it, who would have thought that Lin Ran turned into the project leader of Huasheng? Deadly pinched the lifeblood of their DL group. Thinking twice, Wei Qidong nodded towards Secretary Lu. "Do as you say." He then looked at Wei Hong and chopped his head off. "Do you still think the company isn't in enough of a mess right now? I said for you to cooperate, so cooperate properly. If you don't, get the hell out of the company." Wei Hong wanted to walk out of the office stiffly, but in the end, he still held back. Because he knew that right now, it was a critical period for DL Group. If he caused DL Group to be unable to recover its losses, even if his father could tolerate him again, he wouldn't be able to have a good time in the future. He had to endure. It was about compensation, so of course Lin Ran couldn't possibly refuse, but he didn't take Li Sheng to DL Group. Instead he directly made an appointment to meet at Huasheng. After all, this was his home turf. Early the next morning, Wei Qidong personally brought Wei Hong and Secretary Lu. Lin Ran's mood was also a little complicated for a moment when he saw Wei Qidong in the reception room. Before he stayed in DL Group for 8 years, the number of times he saw Wei Qidong was only a handful of times. At one time, he was even excited because of Mr. Wei's hard work. Now looking back again, it was really silly. People like Wei Qidong, but just for show, how would they really care about the deaths and lives of these people at the bottom of the hierarchy? Facing Lin Ran, Wei Qidong didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment. Instead, as if he was an old acquaintance, he came up and shook Lin Ran's hand. "I've long heard of Director Lin's great name, but I've been too busy to care about talking to Director Lin, and that's why I let people take advantage of. Anyway, the responsibility for this matter lies with me. It's because I can't do right by you. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have let you go, unfortunately." Wei Qidong sighed several times in a row, followed by a turn of phrase. "But it's also a good thing. Our DL group is not as good as Huasheng in the end. Leaving you behind in turn became a burden to you. Nowadays, this is just good. Let's cooperate in a different way. Huasheng and DL will be like family in the future." Wei Qidong was worthy of being an old fox, seemingly taking all the blame, but in reality, he described the previous unfair treatment of Lin Ran and Li Shang as a misunderstanding and gently lifted it over. It was true that the whip didn't hurt until it hit itself. Lin Ran smiled faintly and reached out his hand. "Mr. Wei, please take a seat." Seeing that Lin Ran didn't answer, Wei Qidong wasn't in a hurry, and Wei Hong sat down across from Lin Ran in turn before letting Secretary Lu bring out the agreement. Wei Qidong pushed the agreement in front of Lin Ran and Li Shang and said with a smile. "Previously, my canine son offended the two of you in his words. I apologize on his behalf. Both of you don't worry, we won't lose a single penny of what should be compensated. This is the compensation agreement we redrafted. Both of you take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can still discuss it again." Li Shang took the lead to pick up the agreement and read it. Looking at it, he suddenly widened his eyes, only to see that in addition to the original compensation, it also added an additional $500,000 for mental compensation. He hurriedly looked at Lin Ran's agreement, and the figure on it was several times higher than his. 2 million. Li Shang sucked in a breath of cool air. When had DL Group, such a stingy company, become so generous? Chapter 84, You Dare to Trick Us. What Li Shang saw, Lin Ran of course also saw. Not only did he see it, his heartbeat almost missed half a beat when he saw that series of zeros. He had to say, power could be a really good thing. If he was just an ordinary employee of DL Group, an ordinary person who couldn't find a job after being fired, Wei Qidong would need him? Would take out so much money to compensate him? $2 million, 10 times more than he deserves. How many ordinary people struggle their whole life, but also cannot earn so much money, even if he has been staying in the DL Group, dedicated to work, but also do not eat and drink 15 years, and now he could get it at his fingertips. But he knows better what Wei Qidong wants, compared to the profits that the pharmaceutical project can bring to DL Group, the area of 2 million, and what is it? Wei Qidong really played a good calculation. Unfortunately, it was too late. If it was before he came to Huashang, Lin Ran was afraid that if he saw so much money, he wouldn't even be able to walk. But he now has an annual salary of 600,000 yuan, the future is bright, at the end of 2 or 3 years we'll be able to get this number, there is no need for the small profit, have to tie themselves to the DL Group in a boat. Thoughts in his mind fleetingly, Lin Ran closed the agreement, faintly said, "Thank you Mr. Wei, but we can't accept this token of appreciation, we just want to get back what originally belongs to us." Lin Ran did not agree. Li Shang followed and closed the agreement. Sitting up squarely in his seat. $500,000 is quite a lot, but it's not like he hasn't seen money before, even if that money just passes through his hands for a bit and goes to his mom and dad's hands, but this point of determination he still has. Wei Qidong raised his eyebrows. What? Director Lin is feeling less? Well said, Superintendent Lin, you say a number. No. Lin Ran interrupted Wei Qidong's words, explaining, "What I said is purely literal, please don't misunderstand Mr. Wei." Hearing this, Wei Hong stood up with a rub and said angrily, "Surname Lin, what do you mean?" Lin Ran directly ignored Wei Hong and looked straight at Wei Qidong. "Mr. Wei, what do you mean by this? We just want to get back what was rightfully ours, is there a problem? Or is it that you guys don't want to pay for it?" "Of course not." Wei Qidong faked a smile and chided at Wei Hong, "What are you doing? Don't apologize to Superintendent Lin yet." Apologize? Wei Hong looked at Wei Qidong incredulously. What had he said wrong to apologize to Lin Ran? This Lin Ran, honoring him, why did they have to put up with it again and again? Wei Qidong warned, "Have you forgotten how you promised me before?" "No. Haven't forgotten." Wei Hong forced himself to hold back his anger, hiding his clenched fists behind his back, and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Director Lin, it was me who was impulsive just now." Wei Qidong then laughed immediately afterward. "Superintendent Lin, this son of mine is just straight-tempered and speaks impulsively, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Superintendent Lin, you're a generous person, don't bother with a junior." After saying that, he looked at Secretary Lu. "Bring the other 2 contracts over." "Yes." Secretary Lu took out 2 new agreements from his bag and placed them directly in front of Lin Ran and Li Shang at Wei Qidong's gesture. "Both of you, please look." Lin Ran opened the agreement. This one didn't have any miscellaneous things attached to the contract, but rather, according to the illegal termination of the labor contract, it gave 2 and plus 1, which came down to a little over 200,000 in total. Li Shang's was going to be a little less than his, there was a little over $130,000. No problem with the agreement. Lin Ran gave a light nod towards Li Shang, who without saying a word, directly signed his big name. It wasn't that he was unassertive, but he was clear that Brother Ran would never harm him. After the two signed the agreement, Mr. Wei said smilingly, "I'll go back later and let the finance call the money. The two of you should be able to receive the money in the afternoon. The time is still early. Superintendent Lin, why don't we talk about the cooperation?" Lin Ran pretended not to understand. Cooperation? What cooperation? Why does Superintendent Lin have to ask knowingly? Although Wei Qidong was still smiling, his eyes sank. The Reside in Face medicinal makeup program was still your responsibility before, wasn't it? The corner of Lin Ran's mouth hooked up into a sneer. So Mr. Wei also knows that I was in charge of this project before. Wei Qidong's eyelids jumped. It was true that he had authorized this at first, but at that time, he didn't even know who Lin Ran was. However, Bai Weiguang had already gone crazy, so it was impossible for Lin Ran to know the truth. AI, Superintendent Lin misunderstood. I just recently realized that this is all Bai Weiguang's fault for taking matters into his own hands. Lin Ran sneered in his heart. It was also really thanks to Bai Weiguang being crazy and not being able to stand up in his own defense. However, he hadn't wanted to bring this matter up, and since the compensation was already in hand, he was even more reluctant to dwell on it. Lin Ran got up while saying, "It doesn't matter if there's a misunderstanding or not, but Mr. Wei should have heard about it. The Minister Qi who was in charge of the project before has already left the company, and the previous agreement doesn't count anymore." Wei Qidong's face darkened. "Director Lin, what do you mean by this?" Lin Ran said indifferently, "Literally, what was signed was a letter of intent to cooperate, a verbal agreement. Now that both parties have left, the agreement naturally ceases to exist." After saying that, Lin Ran asked Li Shang to call in Feast Wuji. "This is the legal affairs of our beauty department. If you all still have any legal concerns, you can look for him. We'll leave first." Fei Wu Gue. Why did he say he was familiar with the law in the first place? What if he regrets it? Wait online. Urgent. Although Fei Yuanyu Wugue was panicking in his heart, he still nodded calmly on his face. "What other questions do you all have?" In fact, Lin Ran had already made things very clear. Pulling Fei Wugue out was just for show. Wei Qidong and the three of them weren't legal professionals, so of course they couldn't possibly nitpick on this. If you really want to pick, it's fine, just pull the real legal affairs of Huang over. At this moment, Wei Qidong and the three of them also understood that Lin Ran had no intention of cooperating with DL Group from the very beginning. "Lin Ran, you dare to trick us?" Wei Hong slammed his fist on the table. He had endured and apologized. But in the end, he was tricked by Lin Ran. How could he still endure this? "Surname Lin, our cooperation with Hua Sheng is on the table. You deliberately took personal revenge and damaged the company's interests. If Hua Sheng knew about this, he definitely wouldn't spare you." Wei Heng's hysterical yelling echoed in the reception room, but unfortunately, Lin Ran and Li Sheng had long since walked away. They didn't even return their heads. When Fei Wugue heard Wei Heng's words, his eyelids even rolled. "Won't spare Lin Ran? Don't be ridiculous, okay? Now the beauty department is the Dan Sect's home base. That is, if the entire Hua Sheng is disbanded, the beauty department must still be there." Fei Wugue was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of these three people and directly opened his mouth to shoo them away. "I say three of you, if there's nothing else, please." Chapter 85. You can't leave us behind. Hua Sheng Beauty Department Director's Office. Regretting it, are you? If you didn't work with me, you would have gotten a lot of money. Hearing the voice coming from the microphone, Lin Ran smiled faintly. "There's nothing to regret. If it wasn't for Mr. Zheng's help in leaving the DL Group with nothing to do, I wouldn't have gotten my compensation so quickly. It's good that you know, ha." The voice on the phone sighed. "Wei Qidong's money cannot be good to take. If you really born greed, that Wei Qidong will absolutely even people with the bones of the crumbs are swallowed up for you. Well, when the end of the leap fair, you hurry to put the project on the agenda is the most important thing. I'll keep an eye on Wei Qidong's side, they won't be able to make any waves." Lin Ran said thanks and hung up. In the blink of an eye, the leap fair had arrived. Thinking that he would be going offline soon, Lin Ran was not only a little excited in his heart, he was also a little nervous. It was his first time participating in this kind of offline game interaction. He didn't know what would be involved. It would be best if he didn't explode his vest, or else he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a bully on Spirit Online in the future. Lin Ran suppressed the thoughts in his heart, walked out of the office, and clapped his hands. Everyone put aside the work at hand. Waiting for the gazes of the crowd to look over, Lin Ran said, "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the Leap Fair. Tonight, Li Sheng and I are going to stay in the officially arranged hotel, so we'll be working hard for the rest of this time." The Leap Fair was only open to enterprises and professional visitors. In addition to over 100 exhibitors, there were also enterprises and professionals attending to seek cooperation, totaling more than 100 countries and more than 3,000 enterprises. Naturally, it was not to be sloppy. Therefore, all the exhibitors not only had to move into the venue in advance, but also into the hotel arranged by the official organization. Although Lin Ran was also going to participate in the conference, this time, what their beauty department had brought was only conceptualized products, and was not the protagonist of Huang, whose focus was still on medical devices and technology. So they wouldn't need to do much preparation, they just needed to move in the day before the opening ceremony. Lin Ran had just finished speaking when he saw Mingchi looking at himself with tears in his eyes. "Big brother Lin, aren't you going to take me?" Mingchi deflated his mouth. He hadn't dared to bother Tong Tian during this period of time, and for Tong Tian to leave him behind to go play by himself was just too much. Rengjie also had a jolt. "Big brother Lin, you can't leave us behind to go play by ourselves." Lin Ran. Although he did intend to go play, it wasn't like he wasn't going to do anything serious. What's the point of bringing along two kids? Besides, their beauty department was supposed to be rubbing up against other people's booths, and he was too embarrassed to even bring Luda's trio, so how could he bring Mingchi and Rengjie as well? Li Xingyuan's 5 people looked at me and I looked at you. They certainly hadn't forgotten what they came to the beauty department for. During this period of time, they had almost rummaged through the beauty department and hadn't found the so-called chance. If it wasn't for the fact that Mingchi himself had relied on the fact that he didn't leave, they would have even suspected that Mingchi, this brat, was deliberately playing tricks on them. However, after these few days of observation, they found that Mingchi, this kid, seemed to be quite close to Lin Ran and Li Shang, especially Lin Ran, and Mingchi thought of ways to drill into Lin Ran's office when he was not doing anything. Even if he was sitting in Lin Ran's office. In order not to miss any traces, they also specialized in turning over Lin Ran's office after work. As a result, there wasn't a single fart. It wasn't like they hadn't suspected Lin Ran and Li Shang. But no matter how they looked, they didn't see any difference between these two and ordinary people. Now, as soon as Mingchi heard that Lin Ran and Li Shang were leaving, he made a scene. It was obvious that the chance definitely had something to do with these two. Perhaps it didn't lie in these two themselves, but rather, what relationship did these two have with the Tong Tian sect master? They weren't sure, but they knew that following Mingchi was definitely right. Thus, one by one, they all stepped forward. Li Xingyuan, Lin Ran, you have to bring me along. Fei Wu Gue, Director Lin, I haven't participated in the fair yet, why don't you take me with you to see the world? Jin Shang, Director Lin, I helped you once before, you can't leave me behind this time. Jianren and Jianya learned from their mistakes and didn't say anything this time, they just followed Mingchi and Rengjie's example and looked at Lin Ran pitifully. Lin Ran's person was numb. He was still thinking about how to fool the two young masters, Mingchi and Rengjie. Why did these people also come to join in the fun? Everyone, it's not that I don't want to bring you all, but this quota is limited. So Big Brother Lin is worried about this. Mingchi's small face changed, and he said with gusto, I'll just talk to my big sister about it. Tong Tian greatly said that one must treat oneself as a true mortal when entering the world of experience. One must forget about the cultivation world and the Dan sect. Living like an ordinary mortal was the only way to achieve the effect of honing one's heart. Alright, if Mr. Yi agrees, I have no problem with it. Lin Ran sighed helplessly and directly threw the question to General Manager Yi. After saying that, he met the hopeful eyes of the 3 Luda people. Those who were able to exhibit at this Leap Expo were the leaders in each country and industry, and ordinary people couldn't even get in if they wanted to. It would be good for them to go and see the world. Previously, Lin Ran didn't bring Luda's 3 people, the biggest reason was that he was too embarrassed to ask Mr. Yi for a place, but now, if he even brought Mingchi's people with him, he couldn't just leave his own people on the sidelines, could he? So, he directly added the restriction. If you're going to go, then all go together, otherwise none of you will go. I understand. Mingchi instantly understood in seconds and immediately called Yizhenjin. 2 minutes later. Mingchi proudly raised his cell phone, done. Lin Ran. The Crown Prince deserves to be the Crown Prince. People were grabbing you to death for a spot, but the Crown Prince only needed to say hello. What else could he say? Then again, this time, the Huasheng team only had a total of 20 or so people, and they had 13 people up and down the beauty department combined, which accounted for half of the team, so who the hell was the main event? Lin Ran pushed the thought down, clapped his hands and said, that's it then, now go back and pack up, gather at Caesar's Hotel at 5 p.m. After explaining, Lin Ran rubbed against Li Shang's car and went home to pack up first. The duration of the Leapfrog Expo was 6 days in total, and although it wasn't completely closed, it was indeed a bit inconvenient to get in and out of, plus the convention center was a bit far away, so Lin Ran didn't intend to go home halfway through the event. For this reason, he also specifically inquired about it. Caesar's was an international hotel that not only allowed pets, but would also provide certain pet-friendly services. It just required a little more money. So, after simply packing up a change of clothes, Lin Ran lifted Coke and Arya out. This time, we're going out for a longer period of time, and I don't feel comfortable leaving you guys at home, so I'm going to bring you guys to the hotel as well. There are a lot of people attending the Leap Expo, and a lot of international friends as well. You guys have to be good and obedient, don't get me into trouble. Lin Ran finished his instructions and turned around to get the cat bag and bird cage. White Tiger True Lord was confused. How could this Lin Ran think one thing and do another? What was the point of bringing them to the Leap Fair? Crazy. It's really going crazy. Chapter 86, Showdown. White Tiger True Lord lifted his paw and grabbed the Qiankuan Rui bag on the table directly, rushing at Huang. Quick, get in there. Huang looks at White Tiger True Lord warily. Are you sick? Don't worry, I won't harm you. When it's over, I'll explain it to you slowly. The White Tiger True Lord was sweating anxiously. The Law Enforcement Division had specifically issued tasks related to the Leap Fair. At that time, the entire venue would be filled with people from the Law Enforcement Division. If the Law Enforcement Division found out, not only would Huang not be able to escape, Lin Ran would also be finished. A cold smile spreads across Huang's mouth. You won't harm me? Are you sure you're not telling a joke? Before was before, now is now we're both tied together with Lin Ran, what's in it for me to harm you? Seeing that Lin Ran was about to come over, the White Tiger True Lord couldn't wait any longer. Taking advantage of Huang's lack of preparation, he directly pressed her into the Qiankuan Rui pouch with one claw. White Tiger, I'm going to kill you. Huang's monstrous roar came from the Qiankuan Rui bag. The White Tiger True Lord sat on his butt on the Qiankuan Rui bag and shielded the sound. As soon as Lin Ran turned around, he realized that Irma was gone. Puzzled. Where's Irma? White Tiger True Lord's eyes fluttered, pretending to look aimlessly from side to side, a moment later licking his paws with a lick, a moment later scratching his ears with his paws. Looking at his own cat with a stupid look, Lin Ran secretly sighed in his heart. Forget it. It's useless to ask, it's better to find it yourself. Lin Ran searched around and didn't find Irma, so he could only give up. There was just some pity in his heart. Originally, at the beginning, he did not intend to keep Irma, but then he realized that this bird did not fly away even after the wound was healed, and stayed at home and was quite good, so he thought to raise it. This has just raised a little affection, how come it's leaving? This little thing, so heartless. Lin Ran shook his head and stuffed the Coke into the cat bag, then carried the suitcase out the door. Although Huang was in the Qiankuan Rui bag, his divine sense could also vaguely sense the changes in the outside world, and before he was not on guard, it was just as well that he was stuffed into the Qiankuan Rui bag by the White Tiger True Lord. White Tiger True Monarch even used his buttocks to press her. She absolutely could not endure it. Bastard, let me out. I'm going to fight you to the death. White Tiger, you thing, you must be doing this on purpose, right? You're stirring up my relationship with Lin Ran. White Tiger, I won't spare you, definitely not. Along the way, Huang cursed for half a day, but the White Tiger True Lord didn't even give her half a reaction. Huang was furious and jumped to her feet. No wonder you lost to Qinglong back then. With just this sentence, White Tiger True Lord directly exploded. You fart, when did labor lose to it? It's not my opponent at all, it can't be my opponent in this lifetime. Huang smiled coldly. Although their 4 divine beasts had been fighting for tens of thousands of years. But to really say it, the White Tiger and the Green Dragon were the deadly rivals that were naturally opposed to each other, and what the White Tiger True Lord couldn't stand to see was people saying that it wasn't as good as the Green Dragon. Now you don't pretend to be deaf? White Tiger True Monarch said vaguely, I'm all for your own good. Where Lin Ran is going, there are people from the Law Enforcement Division, I'm not afraid that you'll be found out? Huang had a look of disbelief. You would be so kind? Ha! You're afraid that Lin Ran and I's relationship will be discovered and be treated as a committing demon by the Law Enforcement Division. Yes, so what? White Tiger True Lord flashed his eyes sheepishly. We're all grasshoppers on the same rope anyway, no one can run away, what am I not doing for your own good? Huang was silent. Indeed. Although her injuries had gotten better over this period of time, she was still far from being cured. If discovered by the law enforcement division, it would indeed be a trouble. But didn't Lin Ran know that she was a demon race, so how could he bring her to a place with the law enforcement division? Moreover, just now Lin Ran's reaction was also very strange. Obviously he had contracted with her. How could he think that she had no conscience and ran away? Not right. Huang's eyes suddenly changed. White Tiger, you lied to me? The White Tiger True Lord saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he just stopped pretending and directly said, lied to you? What did I lie to you about? I only said that Lin Ran wasn't immortal. I didn't say anything else. With its help, Lin Ran had long since advanced to become a chi refining stage cultivator. Already out of the realm of mortals. There's nothing wrong with it. Huang's teeth itched with anger. The White Tiger True Lord was not saying anything, only leading her to mistakenly think that Lin Ran had some kind of unimaginable status over and over again. White Tiger, don't think I can't do anything about you just because you have a contract. If you dare to deceive me, I will fight you even at the cost of serious injury. Huang's killing intent rose around her, as if it was an endless black tide that quickly wrapped around her. Spiritual energy gathered at the tips of her claws. Without hesitation, she bombarded towards the Qinkuan Rui bag. Boom boom boom. A loud sound reached the ears of the White Tiger True Lord, as if the sky was crumbling. Under Huang's bombardment like a blizzard, the Qinkuan Rui bag was overwhelmed and trembled violently. Layers of ripples rose on its surface, and its brightness flickered. It was as if it would shatter at any time. The White Tiger True Lord was anxious. Are you crazy? If you break the Qinkuan Rui bag, you will be discovered by the law enforcement division. Yes, I'm just crazy, big deal, we'll all die together. Huang's voice revealed a hint of tyranny, and her movements didn't stop in the slightest because of the White Tiger True Lord's words. It still continued to bombard the Qinkuan Rui bag. Crazy. The White Tiger True Lord cursed in its heart. It had been crazy before, and it had become even crazier after the demon fall. Although it thought so in its heart, it still hurriedly said, I'll give you the 9-colored neon phoenix. The 9-colored neon phoenix should have been mine. Huang said in dissatisfaction. She had sort of figured out that the White Tiger True Lord had completely hijacked all of Lin Ran's belongings based on the fact that Lin Ran didn't know about it. It was fine if she didn't know before. But now, since she had signed a contract with Lin Ran, and her cultivation was of great benefit to Lin Ran, these things should have had her share. Why should the White Tiger True Lord be allowed to keep it all for himself? Don't you go too far. White Tiger True Lord threatened viciously. Lin Ran didn't have much. If it were to share it with Huang, it would still have hair left on its hands. Just then. Ka! A soft sound came. Under Huang's rounds of bombardment, a crack faintly appeared on the Qinkuan Rui bag. The White Tiger True Lord's eyes changed and he hurriedly said, Good. I promise, you stop immediately. The instant the White Tiger True Lord compromised, Huang stopped. She was only going to fight for her own interests, not really wanting to fight the White Tiger True Lord to the death. Besides, White Tiger True Lord said that Lin Ran didn't have a special identity. Did Lin Ran really not have one? Other than that, the merit of that indoctrination was something she had seen with her own eyes. It was impossible to fake it. Perhaps even the White Tiger True Lord wasn't clear about Lin Ran's true identity at all? Chapter 87 White Tiger True Lord's Calculations. Huang slightly raised his claw and channeled a trace of spiritual energy into the crack on the Qinkuan Rui bag. The Qinkuan Rui bag, which was nearly falling apart, was as good as new in the blink of an eye. Thing. Here. White Tiger True Lord skimmed his mouth. The rosewood cloud pattern box, casually threw into the Qinkuan Rui bag. Anyway, this thing he kept also useless, gave Huang is not a loss. Huang opened the purple sandalwood cloud pattern box, looking at the inside of the intact 9-colored neon phoenix, suspicious. You will not poison me? White Tiger True Lord did not have the good sense to say, we are now in a boat, I harmed you to what benefit to me? Huang thought about it and also felt that White Tiger True Lord really did not have a reason to harm himself, and only then was slightly relieved. And then said, where are the spirit stones? White Tiger True Lord's heart throbbed for a moment, and in the end, still threw 5 superb spirit stones to Huang. Huang was dissatisfied. Only this much? The White Tiger True Lord growled in exasperation. Where do you think the family's spirit gathering formation came from? Where did you think the boundary restrictions came from? Don't you want spirit stones? I'm telling you, that's it, no more. Huang didn't believe half a word. With her understanding of White Tiger True Lord was definitely hiding something good. However, if she pushed the White Tiger True Monarch now, it wouldn't be beneficial to herself. Moreover, Lin Ran, immortal, having all these treasures would have been unthinkable. There were definitely secrets on his body. Big secrets. When she finished healing her wounds, she would slowly settle the score with White Tiger True Lord. The space in the Qiankuan Rui bag is not large, only about 5 cubic meters, just enough to accommodate Chihua's real body, but the bag is a space of its own, and does not affect the flow of aura. Can also shield the outside world's detection, is also the best place to hide Chihua. Chihua gently raised his sharp claws, his movements elegant and majestic. In an instant, the 9-colored neon phoenix transformed into a long river of running 9-colored flames, like a spiritual ribbon that wrapped around her body. Huang was like a spiritual flame spirit at this moment. Every piece of her feathers flickered with black and vermilion intertwined light, just like the starry sky and flames mingling, eye-catching and profound. Those reddish gold eyes were as deep as an abyss, as if they could penetrate everything in the world. A moment later, the gorgeous light overflowing around Huang slowly converged inward, and her huge body lay on the ground like a lofty mountain. She slowly closed her eyes and fell into a healing slumber. The self-made world within the Qiankuan bag also seemed to quiet down with her slumber, with only the occasional flickering of shimmering light, along with her breathing, constantly rising and falling. Sensing the changes in the Qiankuan Rui bag, White Tiger True Lord breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Huang didn't know that the spirit online was still hiding a part of it. However, Huang had the 9-colored neon phoenix, and his injuries were healed, so he could at least recover to the Shenxian realm, which wasn't a good thing for it. It had to hurry up and think of a way to find the treasure to recover before it could do so. When Lin Ran arrived at Caesar's hotel, other than Lu De, everyone else from the beauty department was already waiting at the entrance. Big brother Lin. Mingchi and Rin Jie waved towards Lin Ran with gusto. Li Sheng saw the cat bag on Lin Ran's back at a glance and laughed. Why did you bring it too? I don't feel comfortable leaving it alone at home. Lin Ran said as he lifted Coke out of the cat bag. Caesar's hotel could bring pets to stay, so he didn't need to hide it. Cola, quickly let brother hug you. Li Sheng smoothly carried Cola over. The White Tiger True Lord glanced at Li Sheng in disgust. Disgust was disgust, but in the end, it still had some impression of Li Sheng and did not resist. The white cat with the tiger's head and brain looked so cute that it instantly attracted the gazes of the girls at the scene. In no time, the White Tiger True Lord was surrounded by 3 girls and took turns destroying it. Wow! So cute! Quickly let me hug it. Come to sister, let sister hug you for a while too. The White Tiger True Lord had long since hidden its aura, and with its means, Feast Wuji and Li Xingyuan, these small cultivators of the spirit transformation stage, couldn't see through it at all, so they didn't even realize that there was anything special about the white cat. To a pet cat of the mortal realm, Li Xingyuan and the others couldn't raise their interest either. They only vaguely felt some strangeness in their hearts. What kind of cat was this? Besides being slightly smaller, why did it look just like a tiger? Only Mingchi's body was stiff and he was so nervous that he almost didn't dare to breathe. Big brother Lin, it. Mingchi pulled on Lin Ran's sleeve and carefully pointed at the white cat. Is it the white tiger data? Lin Ran froze for a moment before remembering the awesome that he had casually bragged to Mingchi earlier. More or less embarrassed, he could only say stiffly, its name in the mortal realm is Cola, you know. Mingchi nodded busily. It's low profile. It's confidential. Of course he understood. It was fortunate that he had only told Master before, and hadn't told anyone else, or else he would have been exposed by now. Seeing that Mingchi didn't say anything else, Lin Ran's heart secretly sighed in relief. If this kid asked any more, he wouldn't really know how to make it up. After waiting for 5 minutes, Lu De ran over out of breath. Sorry there's something going on at home, kept everyone waiting. It's fine, just arrive, let's go in. Lin Ran greeted towards the crowd and took the lead to walk into Caesar's hotel. The others followed closely behind him, and Mingchi carefully walked next to Li Sheng, occasionally stealing a glance at the white cat in Li Sheng's arms. Although Master had said that the ancestor of the Dan sect had a contract with the divine beast vermilion bird, but that only existed in legends after all, and he had never actually seen it, so how could he know what a divine beast looked like? And now, just the thought of a real ancient divine beast was right in front of him. His heart thumped. Suddenly, a lazy voice entered his divine sense. Kid, you're paying a lot of attention to me, huh? Mingchi had a jolt and directly froze in place. It was over. The White Tiger True Lord had found out that he was spying. Kid, keep going, don't reveal yourself. Yes. Mingchi didn't dare to go against the White Tiger True Lord's words and hurriedly followed. Only then did White Tiger True Lord slowly continue, are you from the Dan Sect? Mingchi was pleasantly surprised, White Tiger greatly knows about me? I've heard a little. White Tiger True Lord said vaguely, more than hearing about it a little. Lin Ran had to recite in front of him from time to time, what with the crown prince of Huang and the Ming clan's heir, its ear calluses had to be rubbed out. However, Dan Zong. It seems to be a bit of an affinity with that guy Huang. Since the Dan Sect is a clan that has been passed down from the ancient times, there must be a lot of treasures. It was thinking about where to find the treasures for healing before, but this is not sent to the door. It had to ponder over it. How to snub some healing elixirs from this kid's hands without Lin Ran finding out. Chapter 88 What's with these furies? Caesar's Hotel, signing in. A group of people surrounded Ming Yan, foaming at the mouth. Vice President Ming, what exactly do they mean by the beauty department? Throwing out all of our people and letting their beauty department on? Even if the beauty department has the prince's backing, they can't be like this, right? Yes, Vice President Ming, we're a pharmaceutical company, not a beauty company, and our booth is a medical equipment booth. It has nothing to do with beauty. Isn't this nonsense? They don't even have a project in the beauty department, they take up half of the people, how can the rest of us work? Vice President Ming, you have to make a decision for us. Facing the dissatisfaction of the crowd, Ming Yan also had a headache. What kind of person was that Yi Jinjin? Other people don't know, but he knows very well, when Mingchi's real person killed someone, he was at the scene. If it wasn't for the fact that he is low-key and doesn't like to cause trouble, he is afraid that he would be just like those people. Yi Jinjin's words, he did not dare not listen. But Yi Jinjin, a person of cultivation, what does he know about management? This time the matter was indeed in blind command. Ming Yan looked at the crowd and said soothingly, everyone, I'll look to talk to Director Lin about this matter, so don't be anxious for now. Even if Lin Ran had Mingchi behind him, so what? He was still Mingchi's cousin. As long as he didn't do anything that involved killing people and breaking the law, not to mention Mingchi, even if the real Mingchi came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to go looking for Lin Ran's trouble like Qi Ming. After all, Mingchi's face still had to be given. The main thing was that this matter was a matter of fact. It was Lin Ran who was not in the right. Lin Ran just needed to be a little bit more sensible, and he wouldn't have committed public anger. Ming Yan had just finished speaking when he saw Lin Ran and his party walk in. He was instantly dumbfounded. During this period of time he was busy with the Leap Expo. He didn't pay attention to a small beauty department at all. These people just gave him the word that the beauty department had expanded, but they didn't say that it was this group of furies. People are coming. Just in time. Holding a cat? Do they think they're here for sightseeing? Vice President Ming, they are really too much, you have to teach them a lesson. Vice President Ming, I don't care about anything else, anyway, I can't have any less of my people, the rest is up to you. The crowd spoke in tongues, not noticing Ming Yan's expression in the slightest. Ming Yan screamed in his heart. The Dan Sect had almost become the base of the beauty department, and he was still helping everyone out? And still dare to teach a lesson? He was looking for death, right? Ming Yan busily jogged over. Mingchi, why are you here as well? There are also all of you. Ming Yan didn't dare to reveal these people's identities, nor did he know how to address these people, so he directly said, why did you all come here as well? You guys didn't say anything ahead of time so that I could send people to greet them. The crowd was confused. Although it was true that they were quite surprised to have the Crown Prince follow them here, but was Vice President Ming, an elder, so respectful to a junior? There were also these in the beauty department. The old ones are old, the young ones are young, and they don't look like any high-end outstanding talents, or famous circle bulls. Vice President Ming does not help them out, even if. This is like a licking dog running up, what does it mean? At this time, Mingchi's entire mind was on White Tiger True Lord. How could he have time to pay attention to a cousin uncle who was several generations removed? As for other people, not to mention the two Titanic God transformation stage bigwigs, Banquet Woogie and Li Xingyuan, even the three siblings, Jin Chang and Ji Anren, were all heavenly prides of the cultivation world, and of course, they wouldn't put the compliments of immortal in their eyes. If it wasn't for the chance, even these people from the beauty department, they wouldn't bother. This Vice President Ming they didn't even know who was. Even more so, they wouldn't pay any attention to it. Vice President Ming was alone there, unable to get up or down. His face was red with shame. Lin Ran stepped forward to relieve himself. Vice President Ming, I'm really sorry, our beauty department has taken up everyone's quota this time. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Ming Yan waved his hands repeatedly. Losing face was nothing. As long as he didn't offend these furies, he could do whatever he was told to do. But then again, how did this group of furies all go to the beauty department? What exactly is so special about this beauty department? Ming Yan's mind secretly floated. The furies were furies. But this is also the best opportunity to get close to the Dan sect. He is hopeless in this life, but the Ming family still has a lot of juniors. If he takes the opportunity to stuff a few people into it, these people in the future get a chance. Mustn't they thank him properly? Ming Yan's mind, Lin Ran didn't know. Lin Ran also didn't know what was going on here, but seeing everyone's look of righteous indignation, he understood in his heart. Everyone had gathered here, and they were afraid that they had nothing to do with it. Although Lin Ran knew that he would cause dissatisfaction if he brought someone here, he didn't want the beauty department to commit a public outrage and become a target in the future. Besides, it was true that this matter was also their fault. He looked to the crowd and said with an apologetic face, everyone, this time, it happened suddenly. It's our beauty department that is sorry to everyone, but we people are not here to play. If there's anything you need to do, just arrange it. Those present were all the key positions of various departments. Which one was not a human savant? In such a short period of time, they had all figured out that the identity of these people from the beauty department was definitely not simple, otherwise they wouldn't be able to give Vice President Ming a look in public, and it was even more unlikely that Vice President Ming would have this attitude. Now that Lin Ran was willing to bow down and give them a step down, they were grateful in their hearts, so they didn't dare to be dissatisfied. Immediately said, "What did Director Lin say? We are all colleagues, we should help each other. Superintendent Lin, come over here and sign in." "Superintendent Lin, I've already collected the room cards for you, I'll take you there later." Under the warm greetings of the crowd, Lin Ran and his group quickly completed the formalities, and Vice President Ming even personally held the room card to guide them. And just as they got on the elevator, not far away, Jiang Ping tugged on Su Guan's sleeve. "Head, that youth holding the cat." Su Guan froze. "What cat-hugging youth?" "The one from the pet hospital." When Jiang Ping said this, Su Guan remembered. Recently, there were a lot of things going on, and there were ghost cultivators and blood. Manpower that simply wasn't enough. Pet hospital this matter because did not cause too much impact, also did not cause any harm, even if investigated also just go through a process, so he temporarily put the investigation of this matter to a halt. Rather, I didn't expect that this person also came to the Leap Fair. In this way, the security of the fair will be more stable. Su Guan thought prettily, and when he raised his eyes to look, the elevator was already closing, and although it was just a hurried glance, he not only saw Li Shang, who was hugging the cat, but also Mingchi, who was standing next to Li Shang. Dan Zong? Su Guan rubbed his chin in confusion. Of course he knew that Hua Shang was the Dan sect's property in the mortal realm, and with the news of the Tong Tian sect leader's visit, it wasn't strange that Mingchi kid would come, but this cat-hugging bigot didn't match up with the Dan sect's information. Could it be that any of the supreme elders had come out of the gate? Su Guan pressed down the doubts in his heart and thought about the matter of the lord of the Tong Tian sect wanting to come, and his heart vaguely became a little excited. I don't know when sect leader Tong Tian will come over. It shouldn't be too much for him to send a message to ask, right? Chapter 89 Voice from the Abyss. Qianzhou, Morning Firmament Mountain. In the middle of a natural cave, Huang, a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, was kneeling on the ground, trembling. Ta! 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 Bean-sized grains of sweat slid down from his forehead and smashed onto the ground. There were 3 corpses lying beside him, and the rich bloody odor was sickening to the nostrils, and even though the light inside the cave was dim, it still allowed one to see the hideous expressions on the corpses. Obviously, these 3 people have suffered inhuman torture before death. And these 3 people were the ones who had escaped from Chu Tianqing's men together with Huang. The 4 of them knew that with Shin Congren's style of behavior, there was absolutely no way he would let them go. Even if they told Shin Songran about Shinsu's death, Shin Songran would definitely make them accompany Shinsu to his funeral. Therefore, the first time they escaped, they parted ways and ran for their lives. Huang, in order to not let Shin Songran find himself, even fled to this Morning Firmament Mountain, which was called a forbidden area for human beings. Legend has it that the Morning Firmament Mountain was once the place where the ancient battlefield was sealed. That's why it was infested with demonic beasts, the weather was unpredictable, and there were sudden accidents from time to time. Lamentable Firmament Mountain is like a natural cage. Not only will these godless demonic beasts be trapped here, even the cultivators who come in to practice will be lost, and if they are not careful, they will fall here. Even spirit transformation stage cultivators in the cultivation world didn't dare to set foot here easily. But Huang didn't expect that he was approached by Lin Ran after he had only sent the news back as requested by Chu Tianqing. Lin Ran looked at Huang with lowered eyes. You said that Chu Tianqing killed Su'er? Huang swallowed deeply and nervously and replied, yes, Master Ancestor, it was Chu Tianqing who killed young Pavilion Master. Oh? Lin Ran let out a light laugh, but his voice was icy cold without a trace of temperature. Chu Tianqing, a half-step harmonious Tao, why did he make a move against Su'er? Before the words fell, Lin Ran grabbed Huang's neck and picked up his entire body. His voice was stern. You still dare to lie to me? It was because Chu Tianqing was his nemesis that he absolutely knew Chu Tianqing no less than anyone else. Chu Tianqing prided himself on being a paragon of the Dharma, and it was simply impossible that he would take action against a junior for no reason. It was true that Su'er had gone there to capture a ghost cultivator, but he would never be so bold as to strike at a half-step harmonious Dao ghost cultivator. Huang was clearly lying to him. Huang was being pinched by Lin Ran and was almost out of breath, but he still pulled his neck and shouted, Master Ancestor, I'm not lying. It is because of Sect leader Tong Tian. Tong Tian Sect Master? Lin Ran loosened the hand pinching Huang's neck and narrowed his eyes slightly. Speak. Bang! Huang landed on his butt on the ground. Not caring about the pain coming from his body, he said with a horrified face, it's the young Pavilion Master. The young Pavilion Master said that he wanted to make the Tong Tian Sect Master kneel to him, which was overheard by Chu Tianqing, who said that those who were disrespectful to the Ghostmaster should be killed. Ha! Ha! A low laugh came out of Lin Ran's mouth, and his eyes were red. One sentence, just because of one sentence, Chu Tianqing killed his grandson. Chu Tianqing deserved to die. There is also the Tong Tian Sect Master. What a bold ghost master, even more damned. I will make them bury my Su'er. Lin Ran clenched his hands violently and looked down at Huang, and you. Even if Huang did not raise his head, he felt Shin Kongren's gaze filled with killing intent. Master Ancestor, it's not that we don't want to save young Pavilion Master, that Chu Tianqing is a half-step harmonization, we really can't do anything. Master Ancestor, I know I'm wrong, please spare me. Spare me. Huang caught out his head with a thud, and his forehead was cracked and blood-smeared. But Lin Ran still didn't have half a soft heart. He stretched out his right hand, which wore a thin, cicada-like glove. This was a magic weapon that he had specially crafted from the cicada shed of the golden jade ice cicada for the sake of the ghost fire of the underworld. The ice cicada glove was invulnerable to water and fire, and it could also isolate the damage of the underworld ghost flame to the divine soul, and it was also the best container to carry the underworld ghost flame. Lin Ran placed his right hand gently on Huang's heavenly soul cover and laughed. So why did you guys run away in the first place? You guys left him alone, how lonely should he be? Go down and accompany him properly, don't worry, I will help you guys take revenge. Before the words fell, Shin Kongren's hand gently pinched. Snort! Light blue flames came out from his palm, following Huang's head and rapidly spreading towards Huang's limbs. In a short moment, it wrapped Huang's entire body. The piercing pain coming from the depths of his soul was like hot magma raging madly in Huang's body. His body spasmed and twisted uncontrollably, and his features were twisted together due to the intense pain. At this moment, he finally understood how the others had died. They were burned to death by the underworld ghost fire that they had brought back. Who would have thought that their sparing no effort to collect the spectral ghost flame for Lin Ran would become a means for Lin Ran to use to torture them? They can really self-inflicted sins. Huang did not escape because he clearly knew that it was impossible for him to escape under the eyes of a half-step harmonious Tao. Even if this was Mount Mourning. What's more, even if he escaped, he simply couldn't resist the underworld ghost flame. The pain of his soul burning became more and more intense, like a raging tide, one wave after another, also making him feel worse than death. He curled up in agony and rolled back and forth on the ground. He clearly felt death approaching little by little. But he was still unwilling. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. One crazy thought rushed across his heart. It was not known if he was paralyzed by the coldness of death, but he seemed to hear a voice. Come. This seemingly low murmur seemed to come from an endless abyss, carrying an unspeakably weird and eerie sound, but it made Huang have a jolt, and his sanity was pulled out of the pain. Come. Come. The voice came again, becoming clearer and clearer. It was like a devil hidden in the darkness, constantly uttering murmuring words of temptation. Huang was like grasping a life-saving straw, recklessly burning his spiritual energy, rushing out of the cave, like a blue stream of light, falling into the abyss that was buried by the clouds. The pitch-black abyss was like a monster's open bloody mouth, swallowing Huang in one gulp. Once again, it was covered by the thick clouds. It was as if nothing had happened. This sudden change was completely out of Shinkanren's expectation. However, these are not important to him. He does not think that someone can survive under the underworld ghost flame, that thick cloud under the fog do not know how many corpses buried. He is not interested in a certain death for a person to risk. He retracted his gaze and took off the glove he was wearing on his right hand. Even with the ice cicada glove separating him, there was still an extra patch of scorched black on his hand. However, his crimson eyes were not half gloomy. Instead, they were filled with excitement and thrill. This one experiment was enough to illustrate the power of the underworld ghost flame. As long as he could integrate the underworld ghost flame into his body, he would definitely be able to take that step. But it was still a little bit short, and only a little bit. Ran fiercely clenched his right hand, crazy killing intent climbing up in his heart. The day when he accomplished his feat, it was the time when Chu Tianqing died. And now. Chapter 90. Time to have an understanding. Ran walked out of the cave and looked at the Tianwu Pavilion disciples not far away. One by one, the Tianwu Pavilion disciples stood there trembling, not even daring to move a bit. Even if it was Tianwu Pavilion Master Zhu Yaoyang, he was only squeezing his hands that were filled with cold sweat. Do not dare to say one more sentence. Afraid that Ran would then implicate his anger on the other disciples. After all, Shinsu's death is a fact. Even if Huang 4 people have died, there is no way to offset the anger in Shinkanren's heart. Ran looked at Zhu Yaoyang and said in a cold voice, "Go find out where Sect leader Tong Tian is." Although Zhu Yaoyang was not sure why Ran wanted to find Sect leader Tong Tian, but Sect leader Tong Tian's whereabouts had already been publicized on the Spirit Network, and he did not dare to hide anything. Sect leader Tong Tian said before that he would go to Haibei City, counting the time. It should be about this time. Good. Shinkanren's eyes were filled with killing intent and his voice was icy cold as he said, "All Heavenly Martial Pavilion disciples listen to the order. Follow me to Haibei City and kill Sect leader Tong Tian." Kill the Tong Tian sect master? Zhu Yaoyang raised his head violently and said urgently, "Old ancestor, you must not. You dare to disobey my order?" Shinkanren's tone was full of threats, his reddened eyes staring at Zhu Yaoyang in death, as if Zhu Yaoyang uttered a single word of no, the next moment he would immediately die. Zhu Yaoyang body straight cold sweat. "No, do not dare, just that the Tong Tian sect master is not an ordinary person. How can an ordinary disciple kill him? Ha! But it's just a rat who hides his head and shows his tail." Ran smiled coldly, full of concern. "If it is really a great power, in this cultivation world will not know the name? Old me when I was crossing the cultivation world, this Tong Tian sect master still did not know where it was. Don't worry, I don't need you guys to do anything. I just need you guys to help me find someone. I want." Ran pinched his fists together and cackled with hatred. "Personally avenge my grandson." Zhu Yaoyang really did not expect Shinsu's death to be related to the Tong Tian sect master. But he knew that when it came to Shinsu, Ran would never stop, and it was useless for him to say anything. But this was tantamount to placing the entire Tianwu Pavilion on the opposite side of the Tong Tian sect master. Tong Tian sect master was honored as a Dan master, ghost master, not just words. Offending sect leader Tong Tian was equivalent to offending Dan cultivators and ghost cultivators, and their Tianwu Pavilion was completely looking for death. Zhu Yaoyang couldn't disobey Shinkanren's order, and could only be secretly anxious in his heart. Ran was just looking for death himself, but he also wanted to drag the entire Tianwu Pavilion into the water. It is simply heartless. No way. He had to think of a way to leave a ray of hope for the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. At dusk, the orange-red afterglow was rendered unchecked, coloring the entire sky into a beautiful picture. However, at this moment, the sky above Fingu Ghost City was covered with a morose ghostly aura that was incomparably gloomy. The entire surface of the water was like ink being dyed away. It was pitch black. The ghostly aura of the ghostly city hidden underwater was even thicker like ink, and the entire ancient city emitted a ghostly cold light under the erosion of the ghostly aura, while on the streets, the silhouettes of a group of ghost cultivators had long since disappeared. Only Chu Tianqing, Yun Ziheng, as well as a ghost king who wanted to divide up the power of the ghost god, facing each other on the street. Chu Tianqing was one against many, yet he did not lose the slightest bit of ground. However, there is a time when one's strength is exhausted. Although Chu Tianqing was a half-step harmonious Dao, but the days of rounds of battles also let him simply do not have the time to recover, not to mention that there is also Yun Ziheng, this half-step harmonious Dao, in the side of the tiger eyeing the eye. The crowd was certain that Chu Tianqing would definitely lose this battle. Elder Chu, why are you doing this? It is ultimately undesirable to fight one against many. If you're willing to grant me the Yen Luo honorary position, how about I help you? Kuei Lao said smilingly, but his hand movements were not slow at all. He slapped out a palm. This seemingly light palm, but it was wrapped in a rich ghostly aura, as if there were countless unjust souls hiding in the palm wind, emitting mournful ghostly cries, violently lunging towards Chu Tianqing's face. Good if you kill Yun Ziheng, this Yama venerable seed is yours. Chu Tianqing casually responded. The cold light in his hand swung and shattered the palm wind, only the aura on his body weakened with it. The faces of the crowd were delighted. The opportunity had come. When it came to the historical origins of ghosts and gods, it could be traced back as far as the period of the saints. Unlike the current legendary myths of ghosts and gods, in the ancient times, the divine path was also a great path. Later, the saints were silenced and the 9 specters were sealed. No one knows what exactly happened in between, just that since then, not only did ghost cultivation become a minor path, but the way of the ghosts and gods was also completely cut off. I don't know how many years the world's ghosts and ghosts continue to generate, ghost cultivation only began to emerge. But no matter whether it is a grievous death, unintentionally become a ghost cultivator of the severe ghosts, or a helpless to give up the physical body, take the initiative to become a ghost cultivator of the cultivator, every 100 years will have to go through the apocalypse. The apocalypse was more dangerous and stronger than ever, and the most difficult part was the heart apocalypse. No matter what the reason for becoming a ghost cultivator was, no matter how strong or weak they were after becoming a ghost cultivator, the grievances in their hearts would only become heavier and heavier, and the constraints from heaven and earth would become stronger and stronger. It is also more and more difficult to break free in the heart tribulation. Over the past few thousand years, the highest recorded number of ghost cultivators who have endured the heavenly tribulation has reached 9. 9 is the extreme. Originally, the ghost cultivators thought that to reach the extreme number of 9, there will be no more apocalypse, or even with the help of the 9 apocalypse in one fell swoop, the achievement of the Ghost Emperor. However, they were wrong. This endless heavenly tribulation has no limit at all. Only at this moment did the ghost cultivators understand that the heavenly tribulation came every 100 years, and that it was a fixed number. The only way to transcend was to merge with the Tao. But how can we become one with the Tao? The more you cultivate, the stronger your desire to devour souls becomes, and the higher your cultivation level, the more constrained you are by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Ghost cultivation is like entering a dead cycle. There is no way out. Until this moment when Lord Tong Tian proposed the path of ghost cultivation. They had never thought that the original sheltering the people's living beings, listening to the prayers of the multitude of beings, and bearing the world's incense and wishing power, they could become ghost gods. Otherwise, how would they have wasted so many years in vain? And they also saw an opportunity in this path. Establishing the Yin Shrine and opening the Underworld. With infinite merit and virtue, they will be able to merge with the Tao. All present are ghost kings, only one step away from the Ghost Emperor. Now the opportunity is in front of us, how can we miss it? If you don't fight for it at this moment, when will you fight for it again? Chu Tianqing, you want to merge with the Tao, but you can't let go of your worldly authority and make enemies of everyone. Your appetite is really big. Chu Tianqing, it's true that you are the initiator of the Underworld, but this Underworld, it may not necessarily have to be you. Chu Tianqing, I'll give you one last chance, withdraw, or die. For a time, the crowd of ghost kings verbally attacked him. Yun Ziheng moved his muscles and bones and laughed aloud. After being busy for so many days, this should come to an end today. Chapter 91, the gods return to their positions, and the underworld opens. Before Yun Ziheng's words fell, the 12 Night Fork Dharma phantoms condensed from ghost chi appeared behind him. A Dharma phantom's eyes showed fierce light and a fierce aura, and the terrifying aura emanating from it was even more chilling. Buzz. A terrifying pressure erupted from above the 12 Night Fork Dharma phases. The entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble for a moment. The ghost kings present all had their faces changed, only feeling a huge stone pressing down on their chests, leaving them somewhat breathless. Yun Ziheng had actually broken through to half-step harmonization. It was also at this moment that they realized that Yun Ziheng hadn't used his full strength at all earlier, but was instead using them to consume Chu Tianqing. All of you, the Yama-honored position belongs to you. Yun Ziheng's gaze slowly crossed from the faces of the Ghost Kings and raised his hand to point at Chu Tianqing. He belongs to me. Although Chu Tianqing grabbed the lead, what was the point of not being able to keep it? This might no longer be the only chance for ghost cultivators to merge with the Tao. But the birth of the first Ghost Emperor would surely become a myth of the entire era, remembered by history. This was the Tao struggle. He will fight. He shall contend. The crowd of Ghost Kings were annoyed in their hearts, but they did not say anything more. Chu Tianqing was a half-step harmonization of the Tao, and if not for so many of their Ghost Kings joining forces, there was no way they could be Chu Tianqing's opponent. But now, there was Yun Ziheng, a half-step harmonious Tao, appearing. This delicate balance was broken. With two half-step harmonious Tao fighting against each other, why wouldn't they reap the benefits? Before the final moment, who could guarantee that Yun Ziheng would be the final winner? Taking a step back. Even if they couldn't get the ruling power of the Underworld, as long as they could stop Chu Tianqing and the Law Enforcement Division from joining forces to take control of the Underworld, they could still get a part of the authority of the Underworld by snatching the Yen Luo venerable position. The Ghost Kings each played a reckoning in their hearts. Of course. You have to drink soup while it's hot. If they missed this opportunity, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Therefore, the moment the 12 Night Fork Dharma phantoms appeared, the crowd directly struck out with almost no consideration. But also, at the same time, secretly kept a hand. Phew! It was as if the ghostly chi in the Ghost City had been plundered. The ghost chi that was interspersed with all sorts of harsh attacks was as if it had substance, transforming into a black torrent that whistled in the direction where Chu Tianqing was. However, Chu Tianqing was still leisurely standing in place at this moment, facing this overwhelming attack. There was not the slightest bit of panic or alarm in his eyes. Instead, he was calm beyond words. His eyelids were slightly raised, and he said with a faint smile, "There really should be an end to this today. I won't accompany you guys to play." Chu Tianqing's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear and transmitted into the ears of all the Ghost Kings. The Ghost Kings were stunned. Even the attacks in their hands slowed down by half a beat. Not playing with them anymore? What does Chu Tianqing mean? Before the crowd of Ghost Kings could figure it out, Yun Ziheng coldly laughed. That's really enough big talk. Chu Tianqing is at the end of his rope. What waves can he make? Everyone, don't be swindled by him, he's just stalling for time. After saying that, Yun Ziheng pinched his hands together and 12 Night Fork Dharma phantoms approached Chu Tianqing in unison. Boom! Wherever the 12 Night Fork Dharma phases passed, space seemed to be distorted. In front of the gigantic phantoms, Chu Tianqing appeared even more abnormally small, as if that Night Fork phantom would crush him into pieces just by moving a finger. In the face of the raging 12 Night Fork phantoms, Chu Tianqing still did not change his face. He held a ruler in his left hand and choked with his right hand. Heaven is round and earth is square, the 9 chapters of the law. I am writing today, 10,000 ghosts will be hidden. With my words, condense the laws of heaven and earth. Fix. As soon as the word fixed was uttered, the 12 Night Fork phantoms were fixed in place. The attacks launched by the previous Ghost Kings were as if they had come to a standstill, and the ghost chi that roamed the sky in front of Chu Tianqing was as if it had been separated by a curtain of light, unable to advance any further in the slightest. At this moment, it seemed as if even the air in Fingu Ghost City had stopped flowing. Boom! Chu Tianqing fiercely stomped on the ground, and along with a low, powerful roar, his figure shot out sharply like an arrow off the string. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the thick clouds of ghost chi and flew into midair. He looked down at the ghost city below with lowered eyes, his hair fluttering in the wind and his robes hunting. The underworld without the ghost god is just an empty name, and can only be considered a major force in the cultivation world. And the ghost god. Even with the Tong Tian Godfather's guidance, want to change from ghost cultivator to ghost god is not an overnight thing. Ghost god rely on faith cultivation, and ghost cultivation devouring souls, or rely on the grievances. The power of the underworld cultivation is very different. Ghost cultivation ghost god road to do the first thing is to collect incense and fire faith wish power. The first thing a ghost cultivator has to do is to collect incense and fire beliefs and wishes. But Chu Tianqing knew that the major sects in the cultivation world would not give him that much time, and those ghost kings hidden in the major sects would definitely wait for an opportunity to move. Therefore, he had been searching for a way to crack it. Finally, with the help of the Law Enforcement Division's devotion, among the ancient texts, he obtained this sentence. Those who are born to cultivate it are immortals, and those who die to receive it are gods. Who will receive? Since it is the heavenly Tao. As long as one obtained the approval of the heavenly Tao, one could speed up the process of transforming a ghost cultivator into a ghost god. So these days, he was openly maneuvering with all the forces, and secretly, while having the ghost cultivators under his command create a commotion and collect incense and faith, he was using the major ghost kings as whetstones. Secretly accumulating power to communicate with the heavenly Tao. And just now, he suddenly had an epiphany in his heart, as if he could firmly control the laws of heaven and earth in his hands. He knew that the time had come. The gods return to their positions, and the underworld opens. Accompanied by a low and majestic voice, the shadowy wind rolled in, and a single ghost cultivator stood in unison outside the different gates of the hall. The vermilion red gates and plaques, which should obviously be filled with ghostly aura, were a bit more solemn at this moment, and even the clay statues inside, which were devoid of any incense offerings, had all become sacred. At this moment, it was as if the entire Fingu ghost city had come to life. Buzz. The breaths of the ghost kings stagnated, and their brains were as if they had exploded. At this moment they finally reacted to the fact that Chu Tianqing was indeed stalling for time, but it was not in order to wait for the law enforcement division's assistance, but rather, he was using them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and impact the harmonious Tao. Chu Tianqing has been teasing them all these days, and they are actually completely unaware of it. Truly a good scheme. Good scheming. Damn it. Not good. Quickly stop them. The group of ghost kings who reacted looked anxious. They had been scrambling for so many days, but in the end, they had cheapened these low-level ghost cultivators for nothing. This was absolutely not okay. They absolutely could not be allowed to return to their positions. However, by the time they reacted, it was already too late. A single ghost cultivator stepped in and merged his soul body into the clay mold, and a faint layer of ghostly light glowed on the surface of the clay mold. In an instant, rolling incense flames rose to the sky. Chapter 92 Ghost God Revival, 9 Spectres Out. Outside of Fingu Ghost City. The lead-gray twilight clouds pressed down heavily, as if they were covering heaven and earth with a heavy curtain. At this moment, on the wide open space, hundreds of cultivators had different postures. There were cultivators wearing the costumes of various big clans, and there were also members of the law enforcement division with serious faces wearing uniform black uniforms, but it was very different from the scene of fighting and killing in the ghost city, and the atmosphere here was surprisingly cordial. Some people sat on the ground, while others stood on high ground and looked into the distance with their eyes raised. They were like a group of spectators who stayed out of it. However, under the surface of this calmness, there was a subtle check and balance of forces. No one could intervene in this battle, not that they didn't have the ability. Rather, they couldn't. Any rash intervention by any of the forces would break this delicate balance, triggering an upheaval that would affect the entire cultivation world. The major sects could not, nor could the law enforcement division. They had only come here to prevent any outside force from interfering and then waited for a result. Boom! When the 12 Night Fork Dharma phantoms were displayed, all the cultivators at the scene's pupils shrank, and even if they were far apart, they could sense the terrifying aura coming from that Night Fork Dharma phantom. A white-clothed cultivator laughed. It seems that the results will be coming out soon. Yin Lingjun, your cloud-hidden sect is hiding really deep. It really lives up to the name of the word hidden. Mu Kaiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, still with that dangling look, but there was just a trace of more gravity in his eyes. Yun Ziheng was the previous head of the cloud-hidden sect. Unlike other ghost cultivators, Yun Ziheng was the one who took the initiative to give up his physical body 10 years ago to turn into a ghost cultivator. According to reason, taking the initiative to turn into a ghost cultivator would surely fall in the realm, but Yun Ziheng not only didn't fall in the realm, but he even coalesced such a vicious phantom. There was only one possibility: devouring ghosts. There was no difference between devouring ghosts and devouring souls to enhance their strength. On the contrary, devouring ghosts of a certain cultivation level could rapidly increase the devourer's own cultivation level. And it wouldn't be the same as devouring raw souls, being lost in the mind. It was just that apart from those low-level ghost cultivators who had devoured raw souls in order to take revenge, most of the ghost cultivators who had already regained their sanity had the concept of their own kind, and simply couldn't do such a thing. This matter had nothing to do with cultivation, only morality. Yun Lingjun smiled and arched his hand. It cannot be compared to your law enforcement division. Indeed, it can't be compared. Gao Wei drilled out of nowhere, pushed through the crowd, and walked over to Mu Kaiyu's side. The moment he saw Gao Wei, Mu Kaiyu's expression loosened. Steady! Gao Wei looked at Yun Lingjun with a disgusted face and said, "But it's just a rat who hides and lets the sect catch ghost cultivators for sustenance, not even worthy of lifting Elder Chu's shoes. How can he be compared to Elder Chu?" "Don't talk nonsense." Yun Lingjun flung his sleeve robe and glared angrily at Gao Wei. "Oh, I did say it wrong." Gao Wei carelessly scratched his ears and spoke, "From now on, one should be referred to as Lord Underworld Emperor, not Elder Chu." "Ha!" Yun Lingjun laughed in exasperation. "Minister Gao, you're afraid that you haven't woken up from your daydreams yet, and you've gone crazy thinking about good things." The other cultivators sent by the other major clans also sneered. Although Chu Tianqing is a half-step harmonization, don't forget that Yun Ziheng is also a half-step harmonization. With him and more than 20 ghost kings joining forces, it's not yet known who will die in the end. If you want to talk big, Minister Gao, you'd better go back to your law enforcement division. If you want the right to belong to the underworld, you also have to ask the great sects if they will agree. Suddenly, buzz. A buzzing sound rang out, and the heavens and earth trembled together. The rising and falling jeers came to an abrupt end, and it was as if the crowd had been strangled by a large invisible hand, unable to make a single sound. They unanimously looked to the sky, only to see, within the Fingu ghost city, the rolling incense fire was like a rushing dragon rising up to the sky. The incense fire was thick and heavy, and it was as if one could hear the prayers of the masses of people in the underworld. In the sky, the black clouds rolled violently, and vaguely, there was a touch of golden light. The bright light became more and more prevalent, illuminating the entire night sky. The golden light spilled down, coloring the entire Fingu ghost city with a layer of divine color. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel a breathtakingly powerful force slowly coalescing from that bright light, which emanated a supreme majesty. It was as if it came from the gaze of an ancient god, causing one's heart to be in awe, not daring to look directly at it. The hearts of the crowd trembled. What in the world is that? The top of a certain mountain. Through the winding path, it was as if one had stepped into an isolated lotus sanctuary, where 5 colored lotuses competed to bloom, revealing their tender yellow stamens, and in the middle of the lotus lake, a huge golden lotus flower was budding. Suddenly, a strand of bizarre black dead chi quietly rippled in the lake. The original clear lake was dyed black, dead chi quickly entangled in a blooming lotus above. Wherever the dead chi swept through, everything withered. Seeing the lotus flowers in the lake wither in large swaths, the golden lotus flower in the middle of the lotus lake trembled slightly, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance of lotus. The golden lotus flower slowly bloomed. In an instant, the strange dead air like a tidal wave quickly receded. The lotus lake regained vitality and vigor, as if everything has never happened in general. Only the young girl sitting on the golden lotus stamen opened her eyes. Young girl wearing white brocade robe, exudes a soft halo, as with this huge golden lotus into one, halo seemingly if not, but really will be around the lake dyed a layer of dreamy colors. The young girl seemed to feel something looking towards the sky, her mouth let out a soft murmur if anything. Ghost God Road. Interesting. Morning Dungeon Mountain. The abyss covered by clouds, quiet as the Valley of Death. Within the abyss, a layer of thick and turbid mist filled the air, as if it was a haze that had settled down over the years, blocking all light from the outside world, and at the bottom of the abyss, the piles of white bones exuded a nauseatingly putrid odor. In the midst of this pile of white bones, a figure lay quietly, lifeless, like a lifeless corpse. The clothes on his body were tattered and torn, and his face was stained with blood, especially the position of his forehead, which was a bloody mess. It was none other than the heavenly martial pavilion disciple, Chao Hong. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Chao Hong opened his eyes mute to the position of the sky. Ghost? God? He cocked his head, not knowing what he was thinking. I don't know how long it took, but he staggered to his feet, moving his steps stiffly. Soon, his figure disappeared into the mist. Qingzhou. On the vast and barren land, there was a turquoise eye. It was the Akin Spring, known as the Devil's Eye. The land around the spring eye was colorful, as if nature had used its ingenious paintbrush to carefully draw a mysterious totem on the earth. At this moment, Gudu. The spring water suddenly boiled and tumbled, constantly emitting a low growl, as if something was about to break out of the body. A white-browed, white-bearded old man landed at the edge of the Akin Spring and casually waved his duster. The spring then calmed down once again. The old man raised his eyes to the sky and let out a ghostly sigh from his mouth. The ghosts and gods revive, the 9 ghosts come out. It can't be sealed. Chapter 93 In Tianzi Dharma Phase, Kill. Caesar's Hotel. Lin Ran's group quickly allocated rooms. Mingchi and Rinjie had one room, Li Xinyuan's master and disciple had one room, Fei Wugui's master and disciple had one room, Jianya and Xiao Qiao had one room, and Li Shang and Lu De had one room. Vivian and the female co-workers from the other groups made up one room, and Lin Ran had a separate room because he had a cat with him. Just as they entered the room, the crowd was attracted by the dreamlike sky outside the window. The golden evening sunlight spread all over the sky like a tide, and amongst the clouds, a huge mountain peak could be seen, with layers and layers of rolling hills and jeweled buildings spread out amongst the mountains. It was like a heavenly fairyland that seemed to have legendary immortals hidden in it. Wow! This is too beautiful. A mirage. I didn't expect that we, Haibei City, could also see a mirage. Tisk, hurry up and take pictures and photos, I'm going to send it to my friends to show it off. Li Shang, Lu De and the others rushed to the window at almost the same time, opened the window, stuck their heads out of the window, and took several pictures with their cell phones. Although Li Xinyuan and Fei Wugui and the others didn't stick their heads out of the window, they were also staring at the vision in the sky at this moment. That direction. Fingu. Is it going to be a success? Who could it be? Chu Tianqing, it must be Chu Tianqing. The crowd swallowed nervously. Under the deliberate control of the law enforcement division, nothing about the Underworld was revealed on the Spirit Online recently, but the formation of the Underworld by ghost cultivators was a major event in the cultivation world. Not only was it about ghost cultivators, but it was also related to the rivalry between all the major sects. No one would not be concerned. In comparison, a neutral sect like their Dan sect was more than happy to see the law enforcement division win. After all, for so many years, the law enforcement division had indeed taken it upon themselves to maintain order in the cultivation world, with the future of the human race in mind. Now the matter is about harmonization. Before 1,000 years ago, although there were not many harmonized Dao realm powerhouses, the human and demon races also had them. Until 1,000 years ago, the battle against the demon race, the harmonized Dao realm powerhouses fell, and there was no more harmonized Dao in the cultivation world. In the past 1,000 years, there is not no powerful person to try to merge. But all of them ended in failure. Later, the cultivation world aura is getting thinner and thinner, the various large sects even impact on the real person are very few, let alone merging. Now, no matter which sect gets the underworld, they will only use it as a tool to expand their power, and only Chu Tianqing can do what sect leader Tong Tian has said. Establish rules for heaven and earth, redress the wrongs of the dead, and set order for yin and yang. At the same moment, Lin Ran had just walked to the window and had just opened it to try and take a picture when he saw Kola jumping to the side of the window, so frightened that he hurriedly closed the window and fiercely criticized towards Kola. You stupid cat, what if you fall? Do you want to die? If it was in the past, the white tiger true lord would have inevitably shown its teeth to Lin Ran before being ravaged properly, but today, it was half-hearted, and it didn't even hear any of Lin Ran's voices. It just stared at the vision outside the window, jumping up and down in excitement. The underworld opens, and the Ghost Emperor emerges. Merit feeds back. Even though this so-called underworld mansion could only be considered a half-finished product, that merit was real. As expected. The moment the white tiger true monarch's thoughts rose, that roiling golden haze shone on the hotel building, and both Lin Ran and the white tiger true monarch, who were standing by the window, were enveloped in it. All of white tiger true lord's pores opened up in excitement. It's coming, it's coming. Suck. Quickly suck. Suck more. The white tiger true lord roared madly in his heart, itching to fly to the sky and swallow that auspicious cloud of merit directly into his stomach. Seeing Kola's stupid face, Lin Ran could only sigh helplessly and turn his head to look at the sky. The auspicious cloud of merit and virtue was hidden in the golden haze, and Lin Ran didn't find anything unusual about the beam of light hitting his body, he just felt that the setting sun was warm and comforting. It seemed that even the wind of late fall had become much warmer. Outside the window, there was suddenly a drizzle. Before Lin Ran could react, he saw a group of people rushing out downstairs of the hotel, as if they were crazy, dancing with their hands and then the rain. Lin Ran? Fingu Ghost City. Looking at this heavenly vision, the faces of the ghost kings, filled with shock, became twisted with jealousy. This was the first harmonization of a ghost cultivator turning into a ghost god. This was the ghost emperor who was above the crowd of ghost kings. The moment a ghost emperor appeared, all ghosts would submit. Who would dare to disobey the world's orders? This should have originally belonged to them. No. Yun Zihang's lips trembled slightly as he muttered under his breath, that voice was like it was squeezed out from the depths of his soul. Faint but with endless unwillingness. The golden light in the sky reflected his eyes in red, like two burning flames. It shouldn't be like this. Yun Ziheng clenched his fists fiercely, his knuckles whitening and veins bulging on his arms. His eyes glared roundly, his face twisted from extreme resentment. Interrupt him, there's still a chance, I still have a chance. I didn't lose. Amidst this roar filled with persistence and madness, the 12 Night Fork phantasms unexpectedly broke through the fixing technique that Chu Tianqing had executed. Boom! A giant hand grasped in midair, and the space around them rippled with distortions. It was as if it would shatter at any moment. The crowd of Ghost Kings were also shaken awake by this unwilling roar, and as they watched the 12 Night Fork phantoms rush towards Chu Tianqing, their hearts were once again eager to give it a try. Also at this time, Ka! Accompanied by a soft sound, Chu Tianqing's soaring breath suddenly disappeared. The golden light in the sky was like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, converging from all directions towards where Chu Tianqing was, and immediately after, the center of that convergence of light slowly condensed into a gigantic Dharma phase. Its figure was lofty and majestic. Dressed in the coronation clothes of the Son of Heaven, it exuded supreme majesty all around. Its face was hidden in a shadow, as if it was covered by a layer of invisible mist, making it impossible to see its face. Only that pair of eyes, flickering with blood-red ghostly awnings, were endlessly cold and bizarre, but also carried a kind of indifference, as if everything in the world was just insignificant ants in his eyes. Dharma phase Yin Tian Zi. The Dharma phase of the Yin Heavenly Prince raised his right hand, moving slowly but with an unquestionable power. At this moment, it was as if time and space were slightly frozen as this hand was raised. Its index finger gently pointed out, seemingly without any force, but it crossed time and distance, landing precisely on top of the 12 Night Fork Dharma phantoms. Ka! Accompanied by a small, soft sound, the Night Fork Dharma phantoms that were originally supposed to be virtual shadows were now like delicate porcelain, and a tiny crack appeared under the impact of the external force. The crack spread out at an astonishing speed, growing larger and deeper. Taking the location where the Dharma phase's finger had touched as the center, it rapidly extended towards the entire imaginary Dharma phase like a fine spider's web. And then, bang! Chapter 94, A Steep Change. Accompanied by a loud bang, the 12 Night Fork Dharma phantoms instantly exploded into a cloud of dust, which spread out like smoke and gradually disappeared into the vast expanse of heaven and earth, as if they had never existed. At the same moment, Yun Ziheng, who had watched all of this happen, had a face filled with disbelief. One strike. Surprisingly, only one strike was used. Could it be that the difference between a Ghost King and a Ghost Emperor was really that great? Did he really have no chance? Why? Obviously, he was only one step away. Thoughts of jealousy to the point of madness filled his mind. But the next second, a pain from the depths of his soul struck. It made Yun Ziheng forget to think. He subconsciously looked down at his body before realizing with horror that his body was actually covered in dense cracks at some point, just like the broken phantom. Poof! Yun Ziheng's body exploded apart without warning in a bizarre and frightening manner. The black mist drifted away and merged into the ghost city. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. At this moment, all the Ghost Kings were trembling with fear and trembling as they prostrated themselves on their knees. Strong. It was really too strong. Under such power, they simply did not have any room for resistance. Is it too late for them to bow down now? In mid-air, Chu Tianqing still had his eyes closed. At this moment, he was in a strange state. It seemed that his entire body had become one with the earth and sky, and he could clearly see everything that was happening in Fingu Ghost City. Not only Fingu Ghost City, but also the whole of Yuzhou was in his field of vision. He saw the kindly old man kneeling on a futon and kowtowing, praying to the gods for the protection of his family. He saw the woman holding her child and crying in pain, praying in her heart for a speedy release from her suffering. He saw the man whose back was bent by a heavy load, and silently prayed that his child would get good grades in the exams and would not have to work as hard as he did in this life. He sees the multitudes. And his vision was still stretching farther and farther with the prayers of the multitudes. In the midst of this prayer, there were constantly rolling incense rising up. Toward the Yin Heavenly Son's Dharma phase behind him converged. He thoughtfully stretched out his right hand, and the Yin Heavenly Son Dharma phase grasped the rolling incense flames in his hand. With the incense and flames of all living beings, condensed the seal of the Heavenly Son. Wow! The incense fire quickly gathered and transformed into a four-sided treasure seal. It was precisely the Yin Heavenly Son seal. Unfortunately, this Yin Heavenly Sun seal was currently only in its embryonic form, and it would only truly possess the might of a heavenly sun seal if it continued to absorb the incense and fire of all living beings and evolve over the long years. And at that time, seal the true spirits of heaven and earth above, and protect the ghosts and gods of the underworld below. He is the Lord of the Underworld. Chu Tianqing opened his eyes and raised his eyes to look around, feeling something strange in his heart. Harmonization also has a heavenly tribulation, and is the cultivation of the most difficult, the most dangerous apocalypse, not to mention that he is a ghost body to merge with the Tao. According to theory, the apocalypse should be more dangerous than normal people. Now there is no apocalypse descending. This is really too strange. Could it be because there is merit shelter? Just as Chu Tianqing was wondering, suddenly, a strange change occurred. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the originally quiet Fingu ghost city was at this moment as if the sky was crumbling. Not only was the earth trembling, even the buildings and idols within the ghost city were rapidly crawling with spiderweb-like cracks, and the entire Fingu ghost city became shaky. What's going on? What's happening? In the midst of the ghost city, a ghost god fled from the idol in terror, and they clearly felt that a huge force was pulling them. If they continued to hide within the idol, they would surely die. A ghost king's pupils also shrunk as he hurriedly sped towards the outside of the ghost city. Rumble! A giant bronze door rose from the ground. It was not a real door, but a mysterious shadow that existed between the real and the unreal. Creak! A sharp and dull sound seemed to come across endless time and space. The giant bronze door slowly opened a thin slit. Also at this instant, black smoke rolled out from within the crack of the door, accompanied by a creepy hissing sound, as if something was about to burrow out. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful suction force that seemed to come from the ground came out of nowhere. The space around the bronze giant door twisted recklessly, forming a huge vortex, and at the edge of the vortex, space emitted a sharp whistling sound due to the rapid compression, as if countless unjust souls were screaming in a harsh voice. Those ghost gods and ghost kings who were unable to dodge were also instantly pulled by this powerful suction force, their bodies flying uncontrollably towards the center of the vortex. No, don't! Save me, Chu Di, save me! Ah! Panicked cries for help, heart-rending screams, and roars filled with despair rose and fell like a raging tide, unceasingly. But soon, these sounds were drowned out by the roar of the vortex. The buildings within the ghost city were overwhelmed by the ravages of the vortex, the roofs were overturned, the beams and pillars were broken, and countless pieces of tiles and wood flew crazily in the vortex, colliding with each other and making crackling sounds. The ground began to cave in. All the ghosts were fleeing for their lives. Wang Hao was also racing towards the outside of the ghost city. He clearly felt that there were constantly ghosts around him being caught in the vortex, whether they were ghost cultivators who had just turned into ghost gods or those ghost kings who had once stood tall, all of them were powerless to struggle in this huge vortex. He didn't dare to turn back or even reach out. Afraid that if he took a slight step slower, he would be swept into the whirlpool torrent just like the other ghosts. But he didn't make it in time after all. The black mist that spread out from the vortex, like a long black snake, silently wrapped around his right foot. In an instant, a piercing coldness swept through his entire body like an electric current. It was as if even his soul body was instantly frozen. His footsteps lurched, and his body involuntarily tilted in the direction of the vortex. Wang Hao's eyes widened in horror. "Boss, save me!" This roar that spelled out his entire body's strength seemed to have really been heard. The huge hands of the Yin Heavenly Sun Dharma reached down from the sky, grabbing Wang Hao, along with the several ghost gods around him, in one hand. However, Wang Hao didn't have half a bit of celebration after death. He looked at the Fingu ghost city that was falling apart, his heart and eyes full of panic. He didn't understand. Obviously the boss had already become a ghost emperor. Obviously he had also become a ghost god. Obviously everything was going in a good direction. Why had it suddenly become like this? Chu Tianqing didn't understand either, nor did he have the time to figure it out. While he manipulated the Yin Heavenly Sun Dharma phase to save the people, he looked at the bronze gate with a grave expression, only to feel that a power that caused his heart to palpitate was reviving. What was that? Chapter 95, Rolling Back. Outside Ghost City. Between the law enforcement division and the major sects, a clear-cut boundary had formed at some point. Led by Gao Wei and Mu Kaiyu, the members of the law enforcement division were like a human wall, firmly blocking the people from the major sects outside of Ghost City. Gao Wei, does your law enforcement division really want to make enemies of the major sects? Yun Lingjian glared angrily. Without the assistance of the law enforcement division, How could these ghost cultivators collect such a dense amount of incense faith wish power in such a short period of time? They had clearly been set up by the law enforcement division. As soon as Lingjian opened his mouth, the cultivators sent by the major clans also revealed looks of dissatisfaction. They had waited here for a long time, not to watch the spectacle. Rather, they had come to back up their own ghost king. Since the law enforcement division had intervened to take the lead in breaking the balance, then they would not be blamed for being inhumane. However, this atmosphere of tension was only maintained for a moment. It was reduced to nothing. Everything developed too fast and too quickly. So fast that they didn't have time to do anything before they saw the Night Fork Dharma phase crumble between heaven and earth, so fast that they didn't have time to be shocked by the terrifying Yin Tian Z Dharma phase. The Fingu ghost city then regenerated. They saw a dozen or so ghost kings with terrified faces, fleeing outside the ghost city as if they were crazy. It was as if they were being chased by something extremely terrifying. Before they could figure out what was happening, they saw almost half of the ghost kings, as if they were being pulled by a large invisible hand, dragged into the rolling black fog of Ghost City. At this moment, no matter if it was the members of the law enforcement division or the cultivators of the various sects, they were all plunged into shock and bewilderment. Rumble. The earth shook violently, waking up the crowd. Save the people. Quickly someone yelled and rushed up. These ghost kings were not tools for the sects to divide up the power of the ghost god, but rather, they were once living, breathing people from the various sects. There were many of them who were their relatives, friends, and elders, so how could they just watch them go to their deaths? However, after they rushed up into the sky, they were similarly pulled by that terrifyingly huge force. Dragged into the black mist. Rumble. The tremors grew stronger and stronger, and even the open ground outside of the ghost city quickly climbed with thin cracks. Gao Wei and Mu Kaiyu's faces suddenly changed, and they flew with the members of the law enforcement division to lay down a protective boundary around the ghost city, wanting to stop the earth cracks from spreading to the mortal realm, but the boundary protective light screen only lasted for an instant, and then it collapsed into specks of light. The earth rupture spread towards the entire Yuzhou with lightning speed. Even Shu Tianqing, a deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart at this moment. Because this was only the beginning. He clearly felt that the power beneath the ground was getting stronger and stronger, and the sense of oppression brought about by this power far exceeded everything he had experienced before. It was also the first time in his life that he felt a shudder coming from the depths of his soul. Buzz. The vortex raged more and more crazily. Vaguely, it seemed like a hand was reaching out from within the vortex. And just in the nick of time, a white-robed old man came stepping from the distance. The white-robed old man's feet stepped into the void, and with every step that fell, there seemed to be invisible ripples rippling through the air. It seemed extremely slow, but in just a blink of an eye, he landed on top of the bronze gate. Roll back. The white-robed old man stomped down. This foot appeared to be gentle, but the moment the foot landed, time seemed to fall into stasis. The originally lofty and immovable bronze giant door was like papier-mâché. It was stepped hard into the ground. The original cracks on the ground quickly closed, the vortex shrouded in black smoke also disappeared in an instant, and the destroyed buildings in the ghost city seemed to have been pulled by some kind of mysterious force, and reassembled into a complete shape. Everything was restored as before. Outside the ghost city, the crowd of cultivators landed on the ground and patted their chests with palpitations. Almost. Just a little bit closer and they would have died. They had never felt that death was so close to them. Within the ghost city, the ghosts looked at the white-robed old man in shock, only feeling that this was a dream. But those ghosts and people who were swallowed by the vortex were a bloody reminder to them. This was not a dream at all. Everything had actually happened. But even the ghost emperor, who had already merged with the Tao, was helpless, but this old man had resolved it with just a single kick. Could it be the legendary sub-saint? Shu Tianqing was similarly shocked. He had already merged with the Tao, but he could not see through the strength of this old man at all. However, he also knew that this moment was not the time to think about this. With a thought, he put away his Yin Tianzi phantom and landed not far behind the white-robed old man, and with a face of gratitude, he went up and said, "Thank you for your help. I wonder how you are addressed?" The white-robed old man turned to look at Shu Tianqing. "I am nameless, the world also calls me Taoist Protector." Taoist Protector? Hearing those three words, Shu Tianqing's heart surged as if waves had been set off. It was rumored that the Tao Protector was a means left behind by the saints in order to protect the inheritance from being cut off. Every 1,000 years, a Tao Protector would be born. They didn't need to cultivate and possess the stature of a sub-saint, but also at the same time, had a lifespan of only 1,000 years. They were nameless, not because their titles were called nameless, but when they inherited the Tao Protector, their names were erased by the heavenly Tao. Forgetting their past lives, they only remember the afterlife. They don't interfere with the development of the current world's cultivation world, don't make friends, don't take on disciples, and don't intervene in anyone's karma. There is only one meaning to their existence: protecting the Tao. When his master Zhou Hongwen established the law enforcement division, the first code he set down was in reference to the guidelines of the Tao Protectors. The law enforcement division shall not interfere with the change of dynasties in the mortal realm, shall not interfere with the development of the mortal realm, and shall not intervene in the karma of mortals. The law enforcement division has only one mission: to maintain the normal functioning of the cultivation realm and the mortal realm. Later, he also inherited his master's legacy. After the smooth functioning of the law enforcement division, he retired to the background and personally established the rule that each division master should not be in office for more than 100 years. In order to prevent individuals from monopolizing power. Unfortunately, this approach also stifled the development of the law enforcement division to a certain extent, resulting in the law enforcement division being unable to establish prestige in the cultivation world, and also resulting in the Dharma family's heirs not being able to catch up. The thought passed in a flash, and Chu Tianqing raised his eyes to look at the Tao Protector. Somewhat nervously, he said, "Senior, just now that was Jiu Yue." The Tao Protector looked at Chu Tianqing with a calm gaze. "You used the ghost and God Tao to merge with the Tao, shaking the origin of the heavenly Tao, causing the 9 sepulchre seal to loosen, and just now I burned my lifespan as a price to have resealed it." 9 ghosts? Burning longevity to reseal it? The amount of information contained in this short sentence almost made Chu Tianqing's brain explode. Although he had barely established the Underworld mansion, the 9 sepulchres were not open to establish reincarnation, and this so-called Underworld mansion was nothing more than an empty shell. Wanting to create a true underworld, entering the 9 sepulchres was imperative. But now the Taoist protector told him, just then the outbreak of a terrible breath was even the 9 sepulchral. Chapter 96: Ghost God's Tribulation. Chu Tianqing's heart was in turmoil for a moment. He looked at Taoist protector in a daze, suddenly somewhat unsure of what to say. After all, if he hadn't merged with the ghost god Tao, Taoist protector wouldn't have needed to burn his lifespan. "My lifespan was originally less than a year, you don't need to feel guilty." The Tao Protector was born in response to fortune and died in response to the calamity. A new Tao Protector will appear within a year of my death. The Tao Protector's gaze was calmly devoid of a single ripple, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. He looked at Chu Tianqing and continued, "I don't have much time left, and I need you to do something for me, and in return, you can ask me some questions." Chu Tianqing's face did not look any better, but instead became even more grave. As the inheritors of the saints, the Tao Protectors knew many of the secrets of the saints before they were silenced, but the Tao Protectors didn't involve themselves in karma or deal with the current world, and even if the existing cultivation world was destroyed, they would still remain on the sidelines, waiting for the disaster to calm down and resow the seeds of a new inheritance. The fact that the Taoist protector chose to step in this time also meant that this calamity concerned the entire human race, and once the human race became extinct, no new seeds would appear. The Tao Protector had to step in. Chu Tianqing didn't know what the Tao Protector wanted him to do. There wasn't much time, he didn't have time to think too much, and he didn't have time to be polite with the Tao Protector, so he directly asked, "Why did the 9 specters turn out to be like this?" The Tao Protector asked, "What kind of place do you think the 9 secrets are?" Chu Tianqing froze. Isn't the 9 secrets the underworld? Could it be that the real situation was not like this? He pushed the thought down and cautiously said, "It is rumored that the 9 secrets is a gathering place for ghostly creatures, not just the human race. All living beings enter the 9 secrets after death, and in the ancient times, the Tao of the gods prospered greatly. Many ghost creatures searched for the method of becoming a god, and leapt to become a ghost god, above all ghosts, and established the eternal god kingdom in the 9 sepulchres. I wonder if what I said is correct." The Taoist protector shook his head. "People die and become ghosts, and ghosts die and enter the 9 hells. The 9 sepulchres was first known as the returning ruins, and it is the end of all the dead, no matter if it's rivers, lakes, and seas, or all living creatures, they will all eventually return to the 9 sepulchres." Chu Tianqing's face suddenly changed. According to this Taoist protector's words, where was this 9 secrets a place for ghosts to reside? This was clearly a ghost's grave. The Taoist protector's voice continued. After a ghost dies, it turns into the chi of the underworld, and also becomes the sustenance for the ghosts in the world, and ordinary wandering souls begin to become powerful, gradually giving birth to divine wisdom. In ancient times, the rise of the human race. The human race, in order to seek the shelter of heaven and earth to worship ancestors, divine beasts, as well as powerful demonic races, so there are ghosts to figure out the method of incense to become a god. For a while, countless evil gods and wild gods were born, and it was known as the Age of Chaotic Gods. Shu Tianqing was stunned. Ever since the silence of the saints, the records about the ancient and the ancient times had fallen into an unprecedented disconnect, and also due to the lack of cultivation techniques and ancient elixir formulas, the cultivation world had come to a standstill. Over these thousands of years, the human race had been pursuing history, and fortunately, they had also gotten a glimpse of it in a portion of the ancient relics and legacies. But the Age of Chaotic Gods was unheard of. He couldn't help but ask, what era is Senior talking about? The Age of Chaotic Gods began during the barbarian period, when the human race did not yet have a ruler in the true sense of the word, and the tribal beliefs of the different clans differed. This period lasted for tens of thousands of years. The Taoist protector lowered his eyes to the place where the bronze gate disappeared and continued. Deities are powerful because of their beliefs, and they are also less powerful because they are not believed in, and during the Age of Chaotic Gods, in order to compete for beliefs and gain even more power, some of the deities would allow humans to kill and fight each other. And during this period, the demon gods were the weakest. A part of the ghost gods tried to create the underworld god kingdom and proclaimed the eternal kingdom to compete for beliefs, while another part of the ghost gods forced other ghosts into the nine spirits to create more underworld Huang Qi for cultivation purposes. Until one day, a strange thing crawled out from the nine sepulchres. The Taoist protector's voice sank. They feed on ghosts and gods, possessing humans without being noticed, so they are also called demonic ghosts by the human race, and the ones that were about to be revived in the nine sepulchres before were them. This is the demonic god's calamity left behind by the ancient times. Shu Tianqing swallowed his saliva with a gulp, originally thinking that by becoming a demon god and stepping into the harmonized way, he would be able to escape from the endless catastrophe. However, he had never thought that the original catastrophe had only just begun. Demon god harmonization without a calamity is not at all because of the merit shelter, but because the calamity of the demon god left behind by the ancient times has not yet ended. Demon ghost. Shu Tianqing only felt a chill go straight from his tailbone to heavenly inspiration. He also wanted to open the nine hells seal before, and he also wanted to establish reincarnation in the nine hells. If he really did that, he was afraid that he wouldn't be bringing a group of ghosts and gods to become the sustenance of the demonic ghosts. At this time, the Taoist protector added, "You may not have heard of the name demon ghosts, but you should be familiar with their other name." Shu Tianqing's mouth trembled lightly. What? Evil. At first hearing this word, Shu Tianqing's heartbeat missed half a beat. If he were to talk about demons and ghosts, he really had never heard of them, but for the word evil, he was not unfamiliar at all, and could even be called quite familiar. Back then, Su Negative used his life to divine, leaving behind his last motto, which was, "The four divine beasts are gathered together, and the evil scourge of doom arrives." But what exactly is the evil scourge of doom? No one knows. Most people in the cultivation world only think that this is a kind of expression, think that the so-called evil scourge of doom is the world's mouth of the level of disaster. Even he hadn't thought that evil existed in such a way. Then could evil, calamity, woe, and doom also be a kind of monster that exists in this world? And where were they? Although Shu Tianqing wanted to ask, he also knew that the Taoist protector didn't have much time left, so he could only pick some questions that were more pressing to him. How can I kill evil? Don't know. The Tao protector shook his head. That's all I have in my inherited memories. All I know is that things like evil would constantly arise, and later on, when they became a great threat to the human race, the human emperor used his own greatness to seal evil to the nine hells. After saying that, he looked up at the sky, then said in a quick tone, "Immortals are divided into 5 classes, ghost immortals. Under the 5 immortals also, you use the ghost body to merge with the Tao, although you get the transcendence in the yin, but also the same as bound by the great Tao, unable to go further. Although I resealed the 9 sepulchres, but the ghost god Tao reappeared, sooner or later, the evil will break through the 9 sepulchres seal again. There is at least one Shenxian level evil suppressed under the 9 sepulchres, and they are growing extremely fast. With your current strength being far from enough, it's best to plan early." Shu Tianqing's face suddenly changed, and he said in a trembling voice, "How long do we have?" 3 years in the long run, 1 year in the short run." The Taoist protector's body gradually vaporized and became transparent. Shu Tianqing hurriedly said, "Senior, you haven't said what favor you need from me. Help me bring a message to the next Tao protector." Chapter 97. Are you guys overly excited? Accompanied by a raw ancient language that entered Shu Tianqing's ears, the figure of the Tao protector gradually dissipated, and finally disappeared completely, and vaguely, it seemed as if something had once again merged into the great Tao origin. Shu Tianqing was disappointed. He still had many questions that he hadn't had time to ask, and these, perhaps, could only be answered by the new Tao Protector. New Tao Protector. Wait. Did the Taoist Protector forget the most important thing? The Tao Protector did not interact with the present world, and he had no idea where the new Tao Protector was born or what characteristics the new Tao Protector had. Where could he find the new Tao Protector? As if responding to what he had in mind, a sentence lightly fell into his ears. This is the only chance for the Tao Protector to transcend, and he will enter the world on his own. Transcendence. Shu Tianqing's pupils shrunk slightly. Could it be that this would be the last Tao Protector? However, no matter how much Shu Tianqing asked, there was no longer any sound coming from him. This time, the Tao Protector had truly disappeared. Surrounding. Although Wang Hao and the other crowd of ghosts and gods could see the Tao Protector and Shu Tianqing talking, they couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Only after the Tao Protector disappeared did Wang Hao carefully step forward and say, "Boss." Shu Tianqing put up a hand. "You go tell Gao Wei to block all news from here. Let me be quiet first." Seeing Shu Tianqing's disoriented appearance, Wang Hao didn't dare to say anything else and turned around to command the ghosts and gods around him to start cleaning up the mess. Shu Tianqing stood alone and quietly, raising his eyes to the sky. Originally, he thought that by turning from a ghost cultivator to a ghost god, then it was considered to be free from the shackles, not having to endure the endless heavenly tribulation. But now, the 9 ghosts, the evil, the ghost god's catastrophe. Every word presses him a little breathless. 3 years or not, 1 year or not. In terms of cultivators, it was just a snap of the fingers. What can he do? The path of ghosts and gods had originally been cut off long ago, let alone having any inheritance. Now that he hadn't even scratched the surface of how to ascend above the harmonious Tao, how could he deal with the evils that even the ancient ghosts and gods hadn't wiped out? He didn't even have anyone to talk to. Until a way was thought of. Before finding a way to raise his strength. This news had to be blocked. Otherwise, the entire cultivation world would be thrown into a huge panic. It wasn't known how long had passed, but Shu Tianqing's eyes suddenly moved, and a burning color flashed in his eyes. Perhaps there was another person who knew. Caesar's Hotel. Lin Ran looked at the group of people who were rushing towards the outside of the hotel with their hands in the air. It wasn't just a sun shower, was it so bad? Although he hadn't seen sun rain at dusk either, these people were a bit too exaggerated, as if that rain was some kind of absolute treasure. It's not. Wait a minute. Lin Ran's eyes widened violently. Why were Li Xinyuan and the few of them in there as well? There are also these 2 brats Mingchi and Renjie. What's going on? Can't it be that this group of Z-language C players are trying to pull something again? Lin Ran had no eyes to see. Originally, he had brought the beauty department to participate in the Leap Expo, which was not very good, and now they had made such a big joke, and in the future, they were afraid that the beauty department was going to become the laughingstock of the entire Huaxing. The White Tiger True Lord on the side had completely forgotten that he had just looked stupid. Similarly, he also averted his eyes with a look of disgust. These people were lucky enough to follow the light, but for this amount of merit and sweet rain, it's not even 1%. What's there to grab? Fortunately, it had a contract with Lin Ran, and the merit feedback it received was much more than this. At least 5%. If it wasn't for Qi Huang's existence, it would have been able to share even more. Unfortunately, merit this thing, is who, others want to snatch also cannot snatch away, otherwise it must be that merit auspicious cloud swallowed. This scene that happened at the entrance of Caesar's Hotel instantly attracted the attention of many people. However, the solar rain came and went quickly, and before everyone had a chance to take a picture of it and send it to their friends, the golden auspicious clouds in the sky dispersed all at once, and the sky suddenly sank. The cultivators downstairs of the hotel instantly dispersed in a flurry, not even daring to look up at the people around them. Disgraceful. It was really too humiliating. The crowd of cultivators only felt their faces burning, but this did not affect their excitement in the slightest. Merit was hard to come by. Not to mention the fact that this was the immeasurable merit of opening the underworld and reintroducing the ghost god Tao. Even if they just dabbled in it a little bit, it would be enough to outweigh all the good deeds they had done in their lives. Li Xinyuan and the others were even more excited as their hearts thumped. They were still pondering what this chance was, but they didn't expect it to come to them so quickly. The whole of China was such a big place, why didn't the sweet rain of merit and virtue land elsewhere, but here? There could only be one reason. Sect leader Tong Tian was here. No wonder Xiao Ming said that the chance had something to do with Sect leader Tong Tian, no wonder he was making a fuss about coming here, so it turned out that Sect leader Tong Tian was really beside them. Who could it be? Where could it be? Almost as soon as Li Xinyuan and Fei Wugue returned to the hotel, they blocked Mingchi in the room. Mingchi, quickly tell senior, where is the Tong Tian sect master? Li Xinyuan gazed at Mingchi with frighteningly powerful eyes. Feast Wugue waved his hand, don't scare the child, come, Mingchi's good senior nephew, quickly tell senior uncle Feast if elder Tong Tian is here? Do you know where he is? What big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Li Xinyuan spat at Fei Wugue, but he also wanted to know the answer quickly and didn't argue too much with Fei Wugue. Mingchi looked at the two elder brothers and sisters and said with an innocent face, I don't know. Who knows if you don't? You brat don't want to fool us this time. Li Xinyuan said with a dissatisfied face. Mingchi sighed and said, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I can't say it. Elder uncle, don't make things difficult for me. And this is just where it's at. Aren't you guys overly excited about this little chance? Li Xian Yuan and Fei Wugue's eyes were almost glaring out. This little chance? You have to know that with this merit protection, as long as they can skillfully control the samadhi flame and find the corresponding spiritual materials to refine the 7th grade spirit pills, they will be able to prove the Tao with the Dan. You call this a small chance? The two were shocked, but they also heard the meaning of Mingchi's words, that there was a greater chance behind this joke. Being able to cross over into the realist realm was already a heavenly chance. How could there be an even greater chance than this? Could it be that they would still be able to merge with the Tao in one fell swoop? Oh. Looking at the expressions of senior uncle and master uncle, Mingchi knew that they didn't believe it and could only secretly sigh in his heart. He hadn't even said that the White Tiger was greatly going to help their Dan sect become the #1 sect in the cultivation world. It also said that it would help a few of them to merge with the Tao in one fell swoop. Compared to that, what was this bit of merit and sweet rain? At best, it was just a small favor from the heavenly Tao. Wasn't he drifting a bit? Chapter 98, Him for Me. Similarly excited was Su Guan. The Underworld has become, law enforcement division strength increased greatly, the status of the cultivation world is rising, in the future still need to look at the face of other sects? This is a great opportunity for the legal family to regain the glory of the rule of law. How can he not be excited? And what made him even more excited was that he himself had also dabbled in merit and good fortune thousands of miles away. He had originally stayed in the late Zhou heavenly realm for a long time, and just now, he had actually felt that his bottleneck had loosened. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Guan went straight to the top floor of the hotel. In order to prevent accidents from happening at the Leaping Expo, this time, he very atmospherically chartered the top floor of the hotel. The entire top floor was filled with people from the law enforcement division, so there was absolutely no need to worry about outsiders breaking in. However, after thinking about it, Su Guan still barked at Jiang Ping. You help me guard outside, don't let anyone in. Yes. Jiang Ping scratched his head and said with a distressed expression, Head, then what if we find traces of the Blood Clan? Let people keep an eye on it first, don't scare the snakes, everything will wait for me to come out of the gate. Okay. With Jiang Ping guarding outside, Su Guan was not worried at all. Jiang Ping, although this kid is a little rigid, not too flexible, but better in obedience, today, not to mention the blood tribe to come, is the sky collapsed, Jiang Ping will not let people come in. Closing the door, Su Guan took out his Qianquan bag and poured out all the spirit stones and spirit pills inside. 100 top-grade spirit stones, and the rest, put together piecemeal, was estimated to be worth about 10 top-grade spirit stones, plus a 5th-grade yuan gathering dan. This was the family fortune he had saved up over the years, by being stingy. Especially this yuan condensation pill. Although it was possible to impact the spirit transformation realm with a 4th-grade elixir, the yuan condensation pill, the chance of success was just too low, less than 30%, and a 5th-grade yuan gathering pill would at least raise the success rate to more than 50%. If it could be aided by the 6th-grade spirit pill, it could even reach over 80%. Unfortunately, the 6th-grade spiritual pill had a price but no market. No market first, this price. He does not deserve. In the beginning, just to get this 5th-grade yuan gathering dan, he didn't put in much effort, he didn't know how many quests he had done, and he almost died in the secret realm. Now, with the merit and fortune added, he had a feeling that he would be able to break his shackles in one fell swoop and step into the god transformation realm. Suguan very proudly used 100 top-grade spirit stones to set up a high-level spirit gathering formation, as well as a concealment boundary to prevent mortals from sensing it, and a protective boundary to prevent damage caused when he broke the realm. His family's belongings had instantly bottomed out. In the past, Suguan must be heartbroken to death, but now, he is half will not be heartbroken. Resources this thing is used to convert into strength, the stronger the strength to get more resources. What's more, if he managed to break through the spirit transformation realm, he could directly seek reimbursement from the law enforcement division. Not using it for nothing. Having made all the preparations, Suguan took a deep breath, turned his 5 hearts toward the sky, and began to operate the greater and lesser Zhou heavens. Wow! The surrounding spiritual qi was like a raging sea wave, sweeping towards Suguan. The spiritual qi passed through the Rin and Duke veins to form the small perimeter, then through the 8 odd meridians to form the middle perimeter, then through the 12 meridians to form the large perimeter, and finally, with the 5 qi facing the sky, the large and small perimeter continued to circulate. Born without end. With a roar, the aura that had gone through the large and small circumferences madly rushed towards that shackle. Suguan's robes bulged, and his bones continued to emit crisp, explosive sounds. But not enough. Not enough. Suguan's eyes condensed as he swallowed the yuan gathering pill in one gulp. As the faint aroma of the medicine entered his throat, a warm air current arrived at his limbs and bones along his meridians. This air current was inconspicuous, like a hot spring that had merged into the magma, not stirring up the slightest ripple. But gradually, the auras that were rampaging through his body became regular. It seemed to be much less than before, but each charge was stronger and more powerful. Ka! In the underworld, along with an extremely slight ringing sound, it seemed as if something had been broken. The aura that had already calmed down once again surged madly, constantly flushing his limbs and bones, meridians and bones, and after running along the great circumference, in the yellow court, he formed a dan as large as a corn pearl. Shenkuan coitus, the golden liquid returned to the dan. Refinement of God. But this is far from the end. After arriving at the stage of transformation of God, everyone needs to establish in the Mudball Palace belongs to their own road. Road is different, the length of the road is not the same. Only when one truly understands the path one is traveling, can one go longer. Only by truly understanding the way one is traveling can one go longer and more easily merge with the way. And as an heir of the FA family, he had already made his choice a long time ago. FA. Art. Potential. Suguan made seals with both hands, and with every word he recited, a little more bright light was added to the Mud Pill Palace, and when the third word was recited, the 3 points of bright light formed a tripod, suddenly illuminating the entire Mud Pill Palace. Use law to make rules. Use art to maintain dominance. Use power to establish authority. All 3 are indispensable. Dao, become. Suguan opened his eyes with a delighted face, and then he couldn't wait to take out his cell phone to board the spirit network and send a message to Sect leader Tong Tian. Senior, have you already arrived? The sweet rain of merit and virtue could not be seen by those who did not have great merit. If it wasn't for the Tong Tian Sect leader's guidance, where would the present-day underworld come from? This merit must have a share in the Tong Tian Sect leader, and all of them had dipped into the Tong Tian Sect leader's light. Just after sending the message, Suguan sensed movement outside the door. He collected his breath and got up to open the door. There was a huge crowd of people standing outside the door, and Zhang Ping was blocking the doorway like a guard, his face stern. Suguan froze. Why are you all here? The law enforcement division member named Yang Wei said excitedly, Head, you finally came out. Zhang Ping told us to come. Your impact on the transformation spirit is a big deal, of course we have to guard you. Suguan was quite moved in his heart. He had poured out his heart and lungs to this group of brats on weekdays, and it hadn't been in vain after all. However, this touched energy had just risen. The members of the crowd rushed up, pushing and shoving, living as if they were crowding around some rare thing, commenting on Suguan. Head, you really transformed into a god, ah? How do I feel that there is no difference from before? What's no difference? Are you blind? Look at how powerful the head is. TSK, not bad, ah boss. Are you going to be promoted to become an inspector? Do you think you should reward us with some body-hardening pills for such a universal celebration of your transformation of God? Suguan's teeth itched with anger. Even if you are a poor mixer at the God realization stage, you are still an elder of another clan, which disciples and grandchildren should not be respected? These brats even dared to flirt with him, it was really against the law. Still want to ask him for body tempering pills? No way. What the hell do you guys know? Get lost, and go find the Blood Clan. Hearing the word Blood Clan, the noisy crowd instantly quieted down quite a bit. Jiang Ping's naive smile withdrew and said with a solemn face, "Boss, we've already found where the four Bloods are hiding." Then what are we waiting for? Su Guan waved his hand violently. Go, him for me. Chapter 99, Why don't we ask Lord Tong Tian? Hotel room. Senior, have you already arrived? Lin Ran smiled as he looked at the message sent by 3 Divisions 2 penalties. He was just thinking about whether or not to contact the 3 divisions of the second punishment to come, but he really did speak of the devil and he arrived. Yes, where are you? Lin Ran tapped the keyboard and clicked reply. After waiting for a while and seeing that the other party didn't reply, he swiped the spirit net in passing. Chudi condenses in Tianzi Dharma phase, single-handedly nudges out the former head of the cloud-hidden sect, hangs in the air. Nightfork Dharma phase versus Yin Tianzi Dharma phase, the scene of the actual high-definition picture, have to have, 1 lower-grade spirit stone private knee. Guess what? Who's going to get the top 10 Yama positions in the Underworld? At this moment, the Spirit Network is discussing the Underworld and the Ghost Emperor, but the tragic events that happened in Fingu Ghost City have not been leaked out. Lin Ran swiped and suddenly froze. Meritorious Sweet Rain, Universal Celebration, Sect leader Tong Tian is indeed the most powerful. Lin Ran? How did you brush yourself? Merit gone Lin? Lin Ran's mind suddenly popped up that hairy rain. When he clicked on the post, he saw that there was a matching picture in it, a picture of many people standing in the rain, and even though it was dark and they were all backs, Lin Ran recognized it right away. It was exactly the scene that happened in the afternoon. Which turtle grandson is secretly filming the laborer? Be careful, I'll pickpocket your ID. It feels like I missed out on $1 billion. Why wasn't I the one who grabbed the quest? Going crazy. Don't believe it, don't believe any of it. I was right there, what merit gone Lin, I've never even seen it, it's all made up by him. Right, we were just too excited to see the vision. Oh, I think you guys just want to eat alone. Let's not talk about it, we'll go to Haibei City tomorrow. Even if we don't get to see Lord Tong Tian, it's still fine to inhale Ouchi on the side. In the comments section, there were quite a few people clarifying that there was no such thing at all. Instead, it made others even more convinced. Lin Ran looked happy. Holding back the words, in conjunction with those people's strange behavior, it did kinda look like that. Even he couldn't help but doubt it in his heart. There couldn't really be any cultivators in this world, could there? If this post didn't feature him as the protagonist, he really would have believed it. But this matter was quite strange to say the least. Li Xingyuan and Fei Wugue were both almost retired. Even if they were playing games, there was no reason to accompany the 2 young masters to be so crazy, right? But before Lin Ran had time to think deeply, his eyes were caught by the title of a new post. Those who disrespect the Ghost Master, kill. Lin Ran? If he remembered correctly, this Ghost Master should be referring to himself, right? Lin Ran clicked on the post, which contained only 1 line. Gossip, Tianwu Pavilion Young Pavilion Master Shinsu disrespected the Tong Tian Sect Master. Shu Emperor personally palmed Shinsu to death for the Tong Tian Sect Master. Tianwu Pavilion's old ancestor Shin Songran personally traveled to Haibei City to avenge his grandson's death. Lin Ran was confused. Was really confused. No, who was this Shinsu? He hadn't even heard of this name, so how could he disrespect him? Although having the Ghost Emperor as a supporter was indeed quite refreshing, but somehow being pulled into a wave of hatred, what kind of thing was this? Lin Ran was speechless. Looking at the comments below, they were very cheerful. Emperor Chu is domineering and protective, handsome. That Shinsu has been running rampant in the cultivation world for a long time. I've long since seen him in a bad light. Emperor Chu is doing the people a favor. Powdered. Chu Emperor, the people I cover, you dare to provoke one to try. That said, that Heavenly Martial Pavilion ancestor seems to be a half-step harmonization. Should Elder Tong Tian be alright? Elder Tong Tian is a great recluse. What can the Heavenly Martial Pavilion ancestor do to him? Moreover, there is still Emperor Chu backing up Sect leader Tong Tian, so what are we afraid of? It's not likely that we'll even be able to see Sect leader Tong Tian's majestic posture. Even if Sect Master Tong Tian is a reclusive big brother, he may not be more powerful than a half-step harmonious Dao. If you ask me, it's better to be more careful. Lin Ran sighed helplessly. Now, even if he clarified, it was likely that no one would believe him. Forget it. Not important. Lin Ran continued to swipe through the posts, completely not noticing that the white tiger True Lord, who was nestled at the foot of his bed, was also sneakily swiping through the spirit net. Half-step harmonization? Ha! What trash dares to come and provoke? Looking for death? However, it also didn't expect that Lin Ran hadn't even made formal contact with the cultivation world yet. It seemed like it would have to follow Lin Ran every inch of the way during this period of time. On the Spirit Online, although this post had attracted a lot of attention, most people didn't look favorably on Shin Song Ran and didn't worry at all about the Tong Tian Sect master, so the topic quickly shifted to the Underworld and the Ghost Emperor once again. The original topic that was a hoot and a half was also gradually skewed. Nowadays, Emperor Chu is the only harmonious Tao in our cultivation world, right? In that case, the Underworld mansion has only just been established and has become the #1 power in the cultivation world? The Underworld being dominant is not good for the cultivation world. Don't forget how everyone targeted the ghost cultivators before. They shouldn't turn against us, right? They dare. Is the law enforcement division just a feeder? That's hard to say. Can the law enforcement division and the Underworld be clearly distinguished now? You're talking a bit of nonsense. Ghosts and gods can't do evil. How could they possibly plague the cultivation world? Ghosts and gods shelter mortals. It's not like they shelter the cultivation world. If I were to say that we still need to work hard and produce a few harmonizers, there's no reason why others can produce harmonizers and we can't. What kind of idiot is this? Do you think it's that easy to achieve enlightenment? Thousands of years ago, our human race only had 5 harmonized Tao. Although what the upstairs said is a bit ridiculous, but don't forget that the demon race has 4 great demon monarchs. Demon monarch Chihua has already broken through the seal. Will the other demon monarchs still be far away? And my human race various big clans so far no one to merge the Tao. The situation is worrying. Is it really that hard to merge with the Tao? That's for sure. The only way to transcend is to merge with the Tao. Do you think it's hard? According to what you're saying, if you've already transcended the Tao, why do you still need to get involved in the disputes in the cultivation world? What kind of transcendence is this? The moment this question was asked, most people fell silent. If they were harmonized Tao, would they still be able to fight with everyone on the spirit net? Their understanding of the harmonization realm was limited to the records of that battle 1,000 years ago, where the sword immortal Xiao Jinghan brought with him 5 harmonization realm powerhouses, the Gun Saint Si, the Dharma Zun Zhou Hongwen, the Formation Zun Lu Yuyao, and the Sound Master Ji Chushui. He joined hands with the 5 demonic monarchs and fought against the 10 great demonic monarchs. This battle was unprecedented. Most of the cultivators who participated in the battle between the human and demon races that year were killed in battle, and even if they managed to survive, they either died from their injuries, or damaged their foundations and were unable to make any further breakthroughs. In the end, in the long years of 1,000 years, they exhausted their lifespan and died. So I'm afraid that even the current sect masters and elders of the major sects don't have an answer to this question. The only one who could solve the doubts was Chu Tianqing, who had just been promoted to Ghost Emperor. But who dared to ask Na? At this time, a cultivator named Puppet Master Hua suggested, why don't we ask sect leader Tong Tian? Chapter 100. So what about the Mo sect? Puppet Master Flora's statement immediately drew many sneers. You're thinking about fart eating. What kind of status are you that sect leader Tong Tian would care about you? Don't think that if the ghost cultivators are whitewashed, you human-faced ghosts are also whitewashed along with them. If you jump on the spirit net again, be careful of the law enforcement division arresting all of you. Agu, Puppet Master, give me a customized devil woman puppet to play with. Yu Zhou. Inside the quiet and peaceful courtyard, the pretty girl with a playful crocheted braid and wearing a red cloud patterned short jacket was sitting under the eaves of the house, the light from the cell phone screen reflecting her small face full of anger. She was the Puppet Master Hua Xiaofan. This group of people is really too much. Hua Xiaofan's cheeks reddened with anger as her fingers flew and tapped on the screen. We puppet masters are casual cultivators, not evil cultivators. You can't bully us just because we puppet masters are few. However, such a clarification didn't have the slightest effect at all, but instead caused more people to flirt. Yoho, this tone shouldn't be a sister, right? Rare, too rare. Little sister, I advise you to rebel against the clan earlier. Be careful of being refined into a living puppet by your division one day. Puppet cultivators only cultivate external objects, not their own bodies. What is this if not a side door? These malicious flirtations, as well as icy accusations, made Hua Xiaofan angry and furious. But soon, these emotions turned into a feeling of powerlessness that could not be argued with. In fact, in the beginning, people didn't have such great malice towards the puppet cultivators. Puppet masters refined puppets that not only helped cultivators explore dangerous secret realms, but also enhanced the cultivators' battle power, and powerful puppet masters could even create puppets that were just like real people to serve as stand-ins. The status of puppet masters in the cultivation world was also quite good. However, since the battle 1,000 years ago, the cultivation world had fallen into a relatively peaceful situation, where large-scale killings would rarely occur. The role of war puppets also gradually decreased. Then later, with the scarcity of heavenly materials, the production cost of puppets became higher and higher. The price also rose. Fewer and fewer cultivators could afford to use puppets. Adding to the fact that using and repairing war puppets required a lot of spirit stones, some cultivators simply couldn't afford to feed them even if they bought them back. The war puppets became very ribbed. Only individual auxiliary-type puppets were more popular. But puppet cultivators were too costly. Although puppet cultivators didn't need to use spirit stones to manipulate their spirit puppets, whether it was refining their own spirit puppets or cultivating and maintaining them in the later stages, they needed a large amount of spirit stones and materials. The difficulty of making auxiliary puppets was low, and likewise the price was very low. Even if the puppet cultivator invested a lot of time and energy, he simply couldn't maintain the consumption of cultivating his own spirit puppets. Thus, the puppet cultivation that flourished for a while began to decline, and in the millennia-long period of time, the puppet cultivation clans disappeared, and the puppet cultivators gradually turned into scattered cultivators. The days of the puppet cultivators became more and more difficult. Gradually, a part of the puppet cultivators began to play a crooked idea. For example, refining human puppet dolls for sale. For example, using special materials and methods to refine puppets, or directly using living people and corpses to refine puppets, and some people even directly refined themselves into puppets. These evil cultivation practices were naturally disgraceful to the cultivation world. The law enforcement division even killed a group of puppet masters who used living people to refine puppets, and since then, puppet cultivators were labeled as evil cultivators, and even puppet cultivators who did not use special materials to refine puppets were also looked down upon by everyone. Over time, the puppet cultivator became the representative of a shady profession. Hua Xiaofan pursed her lips tightly. She also wanted Sect leader Tong Tian to come out and say something for their puppet cultivators like he did for the ghost cultivators, but even she herself didn't have the courage. Suddenly, a message from Aether popped up on the screen. Isn't the puppet cultivation a branch of the Mo family? When did it become an evil cultivator? Hua Xiaofan looked at the ID that sent the message and held her breath in excitement. Sect leader Tong Tian had actually spoken for their puppet cultivation. She wasn't dreaming, was she? Mo family branch. Master! Master! Hua Xiaofan shouted excitedly, her body nimbly passing through the various wooden carvings before she saw the little old man sitting on a small horse zipper in the courtyard. The little old man looked skinny and small, hunched over, holding a carving knife in his hand, intently carving a piece of wood in his hand. Each cut was precise and delicate, wood shavings rustling down. Calling the soul you? If you are idle, practice carving more, don't hold a cell phone all day long with nothing to do. Hua Buing stopped his hand and gently blew a breath into the wooden sculpture. In an instant, the unassuming-looking wooden statue was infused with life and became lifelike. It was as if it was alive. Hua Xiaofan squatted next to Hua Buing and said with bright eyes, "Master, our puppet cultivation turns out to be a branch of the Mo family. Which big brother did you hear this from again?" Hua Buing put down the puppet in his hand and picked up a new piece of wood to carve again. "It's what Sect leader Tong Tian said." Hua Xiaofan looked at Hua Buing without the slightest expression of surprise and strangely said, "Master, you didn't know this already, did you?" Hua Buing didn't deny it, but only froze for a moment when he heard the name Tong Tian Sect Master. He barely went on the spirit net. But he hadn't heard his granddaughter recite about the Tong Tian Sect Master. He does know quite a lot. A trace of inexplicable emotion flashed in Flower Not Winning's eyes as he carved a wooden sculpture. But so what if it's 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 so what? So what if it's not? Hua Xiaofan said in disbelief, "How can that be the same? That's the Mo sect which is called one of the saints." He. Hua Buing laughed coldly, "So what if it's one of the saints? What about the Mo sect? The saints have long been silenced, even the new Mo sect, which dominated the cultivation world with the 12 spirit puppets, went into hiding 3,000 years ago. If it wasn't for the puppet cultivator's ancestors' amazing talent and unique creation of the puppet technique, where would we be in our puppet cultivator lineage? Hua Xiaofan rounded her eyes in surprise. She couldn't understand her grandfather's attitude at all. Being able to get involved with the Mo sect, in the future, the puppet cultivators would no longer be looked down upon by everyone. But why did Grandpa acted like he didn't want to get involved with the Mo sect at all? Spirit Online. The appearance of the Tong Tian sect master immediately detonated the spirit net. I knew that sect leader Tong Tian is someone with a big pattern and will definitely point us in the right direction. You knew? Oh, when the other puppet master Flower proposed, didn't you still taunt them? Don't think that if you kiss ass now, Elder Tong Tian won't see it. That's right, if you ask me, Elder Tong Tian just couldn't see you guys bullying the other little girl, that's why he stepped forward. I didn't expect the puppet cultivator to be linked to the Mo sect. It's a bit unexpected, but then again, it seems to be expected, but what the Mo sect specializes in the most is organ techniques, and puppets should be just one of them, right? The Mo sect seems to have disappeared for a long time. Does this sect still exist? You're talking about that new Mo sect called the Heavenly Hidden Sect, huh? It is rumored that the 12 spirit puppets of the Heavenly Hidden Sect are comparable to the Harmonious Tao. I don't know how they suddenly lost their voices. Does anyone know what exactly happened back then? Don't know, not clear, don't care. Don't run away from your topic. Elder Tong Tian has already appeared. Don't forget what's most important right now. Right, Elder Tong Tian, quickly tell us what exactly is the harmonization realm. Chapter 101. Haha. It was time to pretend again. Lin Ran really couldn't look past these people bullying other little girls before he came out and said this. Sensei is not playing the game, flirting is a meaning. It's a bit too much to go overboard. However, the setting of the puppet cultivator on the spirit network is indeed a little different from that of the Mozi family, mainly because of the different ways of cultivation. The Mozi family is based on the art of organism, and the main cultivation is the way of refining weapons of the unity of heaven and man, with the minor cultivation of the way of runes. On the other hand, the puppet cultivator is to build his own spirit puppet, majoring in puppetry. Puppet cultivator's hands can manifest thousands of threads to manipulate puppets. The more powerful the puppet cultivator, the more puppets he can manipulate. The more powerful the puppet cultivator, the more puppets he could manipulate. He belonged to the top group of the same class in terms of battle power. But it is also because the battle power is too powerful, the puppet master's cultivation is also more difficult. In a nutshell, different streams of the same origin, each forming a family. Although puppet cultivation originated from the Mo sect, after thousands of years of evolution, it has formed a very different cultivation system. Lin Ran wasn't insisting on bringing the two together, but he remembered that in many immortal cultivation novels in his previous life, the puppet cultivators were quite powerful. In Spirit Net's setting, it became an evil cultivator. It was a bit of a pity. Suddenly, drip drip drip. The cell phone was frantically being ate like it was blowing up. Lin Ran glanced at the messages that were being ate landed. Laughed. Ha ha. It's time to pretend again. Lin Ran unhurriedly took out a can of Coke from the hotel refrigerator and sat on the hotel's single sofa. Took a sip of it beautifully. Pretending? White Tiger True Lord's ears instantly perked up. He hadn't forgotten how Lin Ran had gotten his points before. Wasn't it just pretending and bragging on the internet? Lin Ran flipped through his cell phone. There were simply too many people who had ate him, and he definitely couldn't reply one by one. So, directly open a single post. The so-called harmonization of the Tao, what do you guys think it is? The reason why Lin Ran used such a method was to build up momentum for himself, and secondly, to gather information. All of his knowledge about cultivation realms originated from the Spirit Net. The cultivation realms in the Spirit Net more closely resembled the division of traditional Taoist realms. However, there were also differences. The main manifestations were in the qualifications, root bones, and the Taoist body. The so-called qualification is enlightenment and talent. The higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed and the higher the future achievement. Root bone mainly refers to the cultivator's endurance and resistance to blows. The higher the root bone, the more resistant the cultivator is. The stronger the battle power. This aspect was most obvious in physical cultivators, but it wasn't just physical cultivators. Basically all cultivators would have requirements in terms of root bones. It was just that for physical cultivators, the higher the root bones, the more advantageous they were. Root bones can be changed, but not qualifications. In other words, the root bone determines the lower limit and the qualification determines the upper limit. On top of that, everyone's physique was different, and the occupation they chose was also different, mainly categorized into 5 types of Tao bodies: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, or the 5 elements of the Tao body. Different Tao bodies had bonuses for different cultivation paths. Just like a fire Tao body, it was more affinity to the fire element and was more suitable for practicing the way of refining weapons in alchemy, but if it was a water Tao body, it would be twice as hard as trying to enter an alchemy and weapon refining sect. It would be a waste of talent and the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, very few people would choose a cultivation path that didn't fit with their 5 elemental Tao body. Of course, there were some more mysterious Tao bodies. For example, the innate Tao body, the Yin and Yang Tao body. They were born without the 5 elements, can ignore the bottleneck, direct enlightenment of the great Tao, is the son of the heavenly favor of a kind of heavenly existence. Generally speaking, the cultivation system on the Spirit Online is still quite perfect, only that the part about the harmonization realm is not mentioned much, if Lin Ran doesn't figure out to what extent these people have expanded to the harmonization realm. How to make it up? At that time, if it was sent out and the language C scenario didn't match, then it would be a big joke. Yuzhou, the courtyard. Hua Xiaofan asked for half a day, but didn't get a word out of Hua Buing's mouth. So she simply swiped up the spirit net again. Just as she opened it, she saw a new post from the Tong Tian Sect leader. The so-called harmonization of the Tao, what do you guys think it is? Harmonizing the Tao. Hua Xiaofan looked up at the sky, feeling that this was a topic far, far away from her. In her understanding, harmonizing the Tao was the legendary immortal who could fly through the sky and disappear from the earth. But she knew that if she sent this out, she would definitely be ridiculed to death. She twisted her head to look at Hua Buing. Master, what exactly do you think the harmonized Tao is? You're a little foundation establishment, what do you care about the harmonized Tao? Although Hua Buing said this, he still continued, the so-called harmonization of the Tao is to fuse one's own Tao with the heavenly Tao, thus achieving the state of unity between heaven and man. Hua Xiaofan curiously said, the unity of heaven and man? What is that? Heaven and earth are born alongside me, while all things are one with me, i.e. the unity of heaven and man. Hua Buing didn't even raise his eyelids, still focusing on carving. For puppet cultivators, carving was also one of the ways of cultivation. Every single carving was exercising the use of spiritual power, only the higher the control of spiritual power, the more puppets one could control. Can't understand, Master, can you make it clearer? Hua Xiaofan looked at Hua Buing with a blank expression. Hua Buwen put the newly carved puppet aside and laughed, that's why I told you to read and study more in general, what can you learn by holding a cell phone every day? Hua Xiaofan looked at Hua Buing suspiciously, Master, you actually don't know, do you? Hua Buwen's eyes glared, why don't I know? What do you little girl know, and you're trying to lecture me? Listening to you bragging, I might as well go and see what Elder Tong Tian has to say. Hua Xiaofan sat to the side with a small pony and swiped her cell phone. Hey! This stinky girl. Hua Buing put down his carving knife with a grunt of anger, he had lived to such a great age, but he could still be despised by his granddaughter? With a displeased face, he came next to Hua Xiaofan, I'd like to see what 1, 2, 3 this Tong Tian sect master can say, can't it be that he can still say a flower out of the harmonized Tao realm? Ouch, master, what are you squeezing me for? Why can't you take your own cell phone and watch? I can't. The grandparents and grandson were fighting. On the Spirit Network, everyone is also enthusiastically discussing it. What I used to understand by harmonization is to be in harmony with the heaven and earth's great Tao, transcending the cycle of life and death, but as I learn more, my cognition is subverted, so I don't know what harmonization actually represents. Indeed, I used to think that a real person is the most powerful in this world, then I realized that there is also a half-step harmonization, and then I realized that everyone wants to harmonize, so will there be an even more powerful and strong person above harmonization? My master said that harmonization is to realize the original heart and transcend the shackles, but what the original heart is and what the shackles are, he couldn't say. Ha, that means your master is also a half-wit. In the crowd's discussion between you and me, Lin Ran also had a clearer understanding of the harmonization realm that everyone was talking about. That is, not understanding. What heaven and man are united, the great Tao is in harmony, and transcends the shackles. Almost the entire Spirit Network only had such a vague concept of the harmonization realm, which meant that no one really understood the harmonization realm except for Chu Tianqing, who had already been promoted to Ghost Emperor. This also meant that he had more room to play. Let's see how he makes it up, ah shucks. Let's see how he expands the information panel of the harmonized Tao realm. Ta-da-day. Lin Ran's hands flew over the keyboard. Chapter 102. This is called bragging? The White Tiger True Lord watched as Lin Ran tapped away for half a day and didn't see anything emanate from the spirit net. It was so anxious that it scratched its ears. It simply made a jump and directly popped into Lin Ran's arms. Lin Ran. Heh, isn't it usually quite arrogant? Today it actually threw itself into his arms? Lin Ran looked at the cola nestled in his arms with a rare face and reached out to jerk it. White Tiger True Lord nestled obediently in Lin Ran's arms, and while enduring Lin Ran's ravages, he sneakily looked at the cell phone screen. There is no fallacy in any of the arguments made by all of you. In response to Lin Ran's opening affirmation, White Tiger True Lord scoffed. What bull and reason? The so-called transcendent shackle was nothing but a scam. These people wouldn't use their brains to think about it. If it was true that transcendence could be achieved by merging with the Tao, how could there be a lifespan limit? Why would it need to become a saint? Originally, it thought that Lin Ran would be able to say something. But this is what it turned out to be? Oh. Although the White Tiger True Lord was disdainful in its heart, its gaze still couldn't stop glancing down. However, there is a difference in opinion, so the answers obtained are also different. In the case of harmonization, the so-called transcending the shackles is to break the boundaries of man and heaven. The so-called unity of heaven and man is to integrate one's own way into the great Tao. In short, to unite with the way is to break the boundary between immortal and mortal, and then to reach the realm of immortal. The spiritual power in the practitioner's body will also be transformed into immortal power. The White Tiger True Lord, who was originally unimpressed, added a few points of seriousness to his eyes. It was not of the human race, nor had it experienced the so-called harmonization of the human race. It was born with divine power. However, it had also heard that the human race called this power the transcended mortal's immortal power, and the human race's so-called harmonization of the Tao was indeed, as Lin Ran had said, a process of power transformation. But how could Lin Ran know this? Of course Lin Ran didn't know. The so-called immortal was just something he had expanded upon based on the immortal dignities setting. According to his many years of experience in reading novels, no matter whether it was traditional immortal cultivation, or metaphysical fantasy, or Western fantasy, in the end, the power would undergo a qualitative metamorphosis, and many settings would refer to it as an immortal. Maybe there is a difference in the name, but the essence is the same. So, even with the existence of the character Chu Tianqing, he wasn't worried at all. After all, Chu Tianqing's path was the path of ghosts and gods. There was still a certain difference between it and orthodox cultivators. Even if Chu Tianqing came out to refute it, he could also justify himself, not to mention that the line of ghosts and gods was considered to be advanced by his hand, and Chu Tianqing had no reason to come and hit him in the face. Can you read it, you? Lin Ran looked at Cola's stretched out neck, his head about to burrow into the cell phone screen, and smiled as he rued its head. Then brushed the cat's head aside. He looked at his edited words and rubbed his chin. This Hito should be considered a clear explanation, but how does it feel like it's still almost something? What's missing? Hook ha! Lin Ran realized in a flash, if there was no hook, how to provoke a new topic. How can he still pretend to be a bully? Thus, Lin Ran's fingers flew and tapped again. You're the one who can't read. The White Tiger True Lord bared his teeth in exasperation, and when he saw Lin Ran tapping again, he couldn't stop his gaze from flicking towards the cell phone screen. There are 3,000 great roads, and all paths lead to the same destination. Seeing this sentence, True Lord White Tiger suddenly felt something surging within his body, and his eyes were enveloped in a layer of strange light. It was as if there were countless runes flickering and jumping in them. However, this moment of epiphany came swiftly and enthusiastically, yet it was like a meteor in the sky, passing by in an instant. The White Tiger True Lord felt like a monkey fishing for the moon in the water, clearly seeing it, but only fishing for a hand of emptiness, holding nothing. It was in a hurry, but it didn't dare to disturb Lin Ran. It could only keep stretching its neck to look at it. Ta-da-day. Lin Ran's fingers tapped rapidly. Before the harmonization of the Tao, the cultivation method it practiced was only a means used by cultivators to enhance their strength. When one breaks through the realm of harmonization, one enters a whole new level to understand the origin of the great Tao. Regardless of what they practiced first, at this realm, whoever has more understanding of the great Tao and a deeper understanding of the origin of the great Tao will have more immortal power and be more powerful. However, the more the great Tao is in his hands, the easier it is to be assimilated into the great Tao and lose oneself. Only by becoming a saint can one achieve true transcendence. Lin Ran finished in a single breath, directly snapped a knot to send. And at this moment, White Tiger True Lord had completely fallen into a stupor. This meow called bragging? This is called pretending? Now it really wanted to break open Lin Ran's head and see how it grew inside. Since the silence of the saints, the inheritance of the path of enlightenment had almost been cut off, and even if there was one, there were only words left behind, and it was absolutely impossible to make it so clear. Let alone becoming a saint. This was simply not something that ordinary cultivators could come into contact with, and even if they were new to the harmonized way, they simply couldn't understand it. The only way to do so was to go further and further down this path. The more one is bound by the great Tao, only then would one discover the truth. Only by becoming a saint would one achieve true transcendence. But how could Lin Ran, who was clearly just a body-refining cultivator who hadn't come into contact with the great Tao of origin, or even an ordinary person who had been so blinded by it that he didn't even know about the existence of the cultivation realm, know all this? Fake, right? It must be fake, right? Lin Ran must be some big shot in disguise, deliberately coming to tease it, right? At the same time, the news that the Tong Tian sect master had appeared in the spirit net was like a thunderbolt, spreading through all the great sects. Especially when they learned that the topic that sect leader Tong Tian was talking about was actually the harmonization realm that countless cultivators could only dream of. The sect leaders and elders of all the major sects couldn't sit still. One by one, they silently surged into the spirit net and silently peered at the screen. And among these people, the most nervous were those real people who had already reached the refining spirit and returning void. They have long been touched by the great Tao, but in front of the eyes is always like a layer of fog, although close at hand, but out of reach, so that they have never been able to step out of that last step. Dan cultivation has been taught by the godfather of Tong Tian, the law of the threefold fire. Ghost cultivators have Tong Tian godfather instruction, Ghost Emperor out, open the underworld. I don't know today, they may be able to get Tong Tian teachings, step out of the last step? Refresh. Refresh. Refresh again. One by one, the real people kept refreshing the screen, but they never saw any new message from sect leader Tong Tian. While their hearts were nervous, they were also a little worried. If even the Tong Tian sect master didn't know, what should they do? Could it be that this life really has no connection to the harmonization? Just as this anxiety climbed to the extreme, with another refresh of the cell phone screen, a very conspicuous reply post appeared on the page. There wasn't much information in the reply post, and the content within wasn't obscure. But with each sentence, it was like it was bombarding their brains. Immortal power. 3,000 Great Tao, different paths lead to the same destination. Realize the origin of the Great Tao. Only by becoming a saint can one achieve true transcendence. Every word of sect leader Tong Tian was like a mysterious hand from the distant past, carrying supreme greatness, gently plucking away the layer of heavy clouds in front of their eyes. Let them see that never seen, more extensive heaven and earth. Chapter 103 Head itches, seems like it's growing a brain. Yuzhou, courtyard. After waiting for such a long time, I haven't seen that Tong Tian sect leader say anything. It seems that this Tong Tian sect leader you're talking about isn't as godly as you're blowing it up to be. Flower not winning raised his hand carelessly. In an instant, spiritual energy was like a spiritual stream, converging and twisting at the fingertips. It transformed into wisps of silver threads that wrapped around the joints of the puppets, and under the traction of the spiritual energy threads, they jumped up and down joyfully, their postures light and agile, spinning and jumping from time to time. It was as if they were performing a grand celebration. Hua Xiaofan rolled his eyes in anger. Master, what are you happy about? Don't you want to merge with the Tao? Hua Buing was choked. The originally joyful puppets also seemed to lose their activity and scattered sparsely. Harmonize with the way? Who wouldn't want to? Especially at his realm, just one step away from being able to touch that brand new realm, how could he not desire it? It was just that since the puppet cultivation had started 3,000 years ago, there had never been a harmonization of the Tao. Was there really any hope for him to be able to merge with the Tao? Flower Not Winning's thoughts were interrupted by a scream from his side. Master, it's coming, it's coming. Sect leader Tong Tian has sent a message. I knew it, sect leader Tong Tian must know, ha. Hua Xiaofan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Hua Buing's heart was a little sour. He didn't listen to a single word that he said, and everything that others said was right. Is this still his granddaughter? What are you excited about? You didn't even look at it, So you know that what sect leader Tong Tian said must be right? Bring it to me. Hua Buing's fingertips moved slightly, and a thread of spiritual energy wrapped around the cell phone. Hua Xiaofan's hands were empty and he jumped up and down in anger. Master, you're cheating. Hua Buing tapped his ears, pretending not to hear as his gaze glanced at the cell phone that fell into his hand. In terms of harmonization, the so-called transcending the shackles is to break the boundaries of man and heaven. The so-called unity of heaven and man is to integrate the way one practiced into the great Tao. In short, to unite with the Tao is to break the boundary between immortal and mortal, and then to attain the realm of immortal. Breaking the boundaries between man and heaven, integrating one's own path into the great Tao, isn't this what he meant by heaven and earth are born alongside me, while all things are one with me? Oh. This dead girl, what he said can't be understood. What others say is a baby right. But this Tong Tian godfather knows really quite a lot. The realm of the immortals. This is above the harmonization? Hua Buing was slightly stunned and looked towards the bottom somewhat eagerly. Before the harmonization of the Tao, the cultivation method it practiced is only a means used by the cultivator to enhance his strength. When one breaks through the realm of harmonization, one enters a whole new level to understand the origin of the great Tao. Regardless of what they practiced first, at this level, whoever has more understanding of the great Tao and deeper understanding of the great Tao's origin will receive more immortal power and be stronger. Means? The origin of the Tao? Hua Buing looked at the palm of his hand in a daze. The spiritual energy threads were like spiritual snakes flying around in his hand. The more spiritual power silk threads were divided, the higher the degree of spiritual power control it represented. 999 spiritual power threads, in the eyes of outsiders might be like a mess, but in his eyes, it was a controllable spiritual puppet, which also represented his absolute control over spiritual power. Of course. The more dispersed the threads of spiritual energy were, the lower the level of the spirit puppets under his control. The more centralized it was, the stronger the spirit puppet it controlled. With his strength at the late stage of the true human realm, he could completely control 9 primary true human spirit puppets, but this was only conceptual, and at a time when heavenly materials were scarce, it would be difficult to gather all the materials for refining 9 primary true human spirit puppets. If the scattered power was centralized, it would be enough to control a spirit puppet of the same realm. This was the fundamental reason why Puppet Cultivator had built his own life spirit puppet. But no matter what, as long as he was given the appropriate materials to build more spirit puppets, he would definitely be able to sweep through the major sects in the cultivation world. Puppet arts were invincible at the same level. Therefore, even though the ancestor of the puppet cultivation had been criticized by the Mo Sect back then, how could the puppet art, the little dower, become the way? He also disdained it. And now, according to the Tong Tian sect leader, the puppet arts that he was so proud of were only a means to enhance his strength. It was the Tao that was fundamental. A feeling of frustration that all his ideas had been overturned suddenly arose in his heart. Was sect leader Tong Tian necessarily right? He wanted to refute it. But he realized that he could not refute it at all. At this moment, he suddenly understood a little bit why all the great sects had to establish their own Tao. When they were at the stage of God realization, it turned out that this was all for the sake of merging with the Tao. No wonder the puppet cultivators have never come out of the harmonized Tao, because they focus more on the art than the Tao. But his Tao, where is it again? When Hua Xiaofan saw that Hua Buing was motionless, she knew that the Tong Tian sect master must have said something unimaginable. She carefully came up next to Hua Buing and snatched the cell phone in one hand. Bring it to you. Humph. Hua Xiaofan didn't care how Hua Buing reacted and hurriedly hid to the side to read it. The screen was full of words, but she saw the word immortal alone. So it's really what I thought, harmonized Tao are those immortals who can fly to the sky and hide in the earth. Hua Xiaofan jumped up and down with joy. The sound once again pulled back Hua Buing's thoughts, and he looked at the elated Hua Xiaofan and rolled his eyes. Same what same? Look at those sword cultivators, one by one, don't they still know how to fly with their swords? As long as you cultivate properly, you can also let your spirit puppet carry you. That's definitely not the same, immortals are definitely more powerful. Hua Xiaofan said without thinking, and hugged his cell phone again and looked at it carefully. Master, what is this great Tao origin? Master, how do I sense this great Tao origin? Master, this becoming a saint. Hua Xiaofan chattered and asked non-stop. Hua Buing's brain was about to crack. Before he still thought that Hua Xiaofan didn't listen to him, now he hated to throw Hua Xiaofan out. If he had known, he would have merged with the Tao. This dead girl was afraid that she didn't do it on purpose. Hua Bui's eyes rolled. Wouldn't it be fine if you asked the Tong Tian sect leader? Oh master, you don't know, I thought you did. Hua Xiaofan revealed an expression of disappointment and turned his head to tap on his cell phone. Hua Buing couldn't wait to kick Hua Xiaofan in the ass, but in the end, he held back. He really wanted to know. After the Tong Tian sect leader's reply regarding the harmonization realm was sent out, the spirit network was only briefly silent for a moment zero. It was then that an overwhelming buzz began. So this is the harmonized Tao. I couldn't understand how my master told me before, but when Elder Tong Tian said it like this, I instantly understood. My head is itching as if I'm going to grow a brain. No wonder there's no such thing as ascension at the harmonization realm, so it's a false transcendence. I understand the front, but I can't understand the back at all. Elder Tong Tian, can you make it simpler? Yeah, what immortal power, what great Tao origin? Why the more great Tao origin you master, the more you will be trapped in the great Tao, and what is sainthood? Aha! My brain is going to crack. Chapter 104 Proving the Way, Proving the Way. Lin Ran was a bit surprised by everyone's replies. In his opinion, since the spirit net setting was the cultivation world, what Tao, cause in effect weren't all common sense, and as a qualified language C, there was no need to ask for such common sense, right? But after thinking about it, he felt as if it was normal. A person's cognition must definitely be within the scope of the knowledge he has been exposed to, and if a person has not been exposed to it at all, of course he will not know. Just like going to the street and pulling a random person, you ask him what the great Tao origin is. Not only would he call you crazy, but he might also give you 2 slaps on the face. But if you asked a fan of immortal cultivation novels, then not only would he be able to chat with you, he'd probably be even more high than you. Since SpiritNet didn't have a setting for this, it was really possible that these language CS didn't know. This reaction was also considered normal. But in that case, wasn't he pretending for nothing? Lin Ran was somewhat speechless. Although it was said to be profound and mysterious, it seemed mysterious and powerful. But if people can't understand it, how can they know how powerful what you're saying really is? In simple words. Lin Ran stroked his chin, then let's make it simple. Ta-da-day-day. Lin Ran's fingers flew and tapped again. The so-called Great Tao is the origin of the world, and the process by which you master the most fundamental laws and laws of this world is called enlightenment. In another hotel room, Ren Jie kept squeezing his eyes towards Mingchi. Mingchi sighed while secretly shaking his head. The two of them were like playing dumb riddles as they went back and forth. In the end, Li Xingyuan couldn't watch anymore. I say you two stop squeezing your eyes there. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have a fart, let it go. Mingchi and Ren Jie. So you two are hogging a bed all by yourself and you're not even a little self-conscious? Can't you see that they've been squeezed into the corners and nooks? This hotel room is so big, it's not too crowded. Mingchi looked at Li Xingyuan with a slightly pleasing expression. Senior, why don't you guys go back to your own room? Fine, I'll go back if he goes back. Li Xingyuan let out a light laugh, his gaze glancing at Fei Wugue beside him. If it wasn't for Fei Wugue relying on this place not to leave, could he stay here to cause suspicion? Fei Wugue looked at Ren Jie with a smile. Senior nephew Ren, I'll let you have my room. From today onwards, I'll live in a room with Mingchi. Li Xingyuan rolled his eyes. Could he not know what devilish ideas Fei Wugue had in his stomach? Wasn't it just that he heard Mingchi say that there was a greater chance, so he made up his mind to follow Mingchi and not move an inch? If you want to get rid of him, there's no way. Li Xingyuan looked at Ren Jie smilingly. Ren Jie, I'll let you have the room. Senior uncle knows that you're not familiar with senior brother Ji, you're familiar with senior brother Jin. The two of you are around the same age and you can talk. Ren Jie. Gotta. These two are battling again. Go, he can't possibly go. It was so hard to coax Xiao Xiaoming. If he goes, he's not going to be numb-clawed again. Forget it, just bear with it. Anyway, they don't need to sleep, where to meditate is not meditation. But with these two around, he really didn't have the slightest thought of cultivating. I don't know if Big Brother Lin has finished his work yet? I really want to go and talk to Big Brother Lin. Ren Jie secretly sighed in his heart, although he had met the person, but during this period of time, Big Brother Lin was busy with everything. He hadn't had the time to ask Big Brother Lin for advice at all. Although he had senior brother Li accompanying them, he had asked for half a day, but he hadn't been able to find out anything. He had just wanted to take advantage of the fact that they were all at the hotel at night to ask Big Brother Lin for some advice, but again, Big Brother Lin said that he had something to be busy with at night. Alas! When would Big Brother Lin have time to have a good chat with him? Renjie thought as he took out his cell phone and was about to send a message to Lin Ran. As a result, as soon as he opened Spirit Net, he saw the top post on it. He stared straight at the 4 big words Tong Tian Sect Master and was dumbfounded. You said you were busy? As a result, you're posting on Spirit Net? What's wrong with you? Mingchi asked strangely. Renjie came back to his senses. Lin. Ah, no, Elder Tong Tian made a new post. It's not just a post. Li Xinyuan's raised hand froze in mid-air, and immediately afterward, he stood up with a rub. Who did you just say? Sect leader Tong Tian? Renjie nodded. Yeah, Sect leader Tong Tian made a new post, talking about the topic of the harmonized Dao realm. Harmonization. Fei Wu Gui and Li Xian Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly, and almost at the same time, they pulled out their cell phones and opened Spirit Net. The speed was unprecedented. It was as if they were afraid of being that much slower than the other party. Opening the post, Li Xinyuan saw the reply that had just been sent. The so-called Great Tao is the source of the world, and the process of you grasping the most fundamental laws and laws of this world is called enlightenment. To make an analogy, the Great Tao that we acquire is like a key that opens a room called the world. This process of us opening the room and walking in is called harmonization. Whoever lives inside the house for a longer period of time and controls more living areas, then whoever mobilizes the power of the laws of heaven and earth will also have more. Li Xinyuan's eyes widened violently. As a transformation god realm powerhouse, he had long since established his own Tao. However, it was the first time he, for the first time, recognized the word enlightenment so intuitively. World origin. Controlling the laws. Since he had already established his own Tao, could he also control the laws? Li Xinyuan was as if he saw a door waiting to be opened. He closed his eyes, and spiritual energy rushed through his body like a raging dark current to the Mud Pill Palace. In an instant. In the Mudball Palace, the 5 light points of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were lit up in turn. The power of the 5 elements surged forth. Gold is said to be from the leather, the austere air into the lungs, such as sharpening the sharp edge of the knife, sharpening the surrounding spiritual energy between the flow. Water is said to run down, nourishing chi into the kidneys, such as babbling brooks converge, moisturizing every ounce of spiritual energy. Wood is said to be straight and curved, the growth of the gas into the liver, such as vibrant willow branches, full of toughness, driving the spiritual energy crazy growth. Fire is said to be hot, the warmth of the gas into the heart, such as hot flames burning, driving the spiritual energy to continue to climb upward. Earth is said to harvest biochemical gas into the spleen, such as calm and heavy soil, carrying everything, so that the spiritual energy on top of its roots, cohesion. The 5 elements were opposites and mutually reinvigorating, forming a perfect cycle. In this marvelous cycle, the power of the 5 elements continued to intermingle and converge, and gradually, a shadow of the Dan, condensed from the 5 elements of Qi, loomed in the Mud Pill Palace. Li Xinyuan violently opened his eyes. A majestic power surged from all directions, and at this moment, he clearly sensed that the entire heaven and earth resonated strongly with him. It seemed that as long as he stretched out his hand, he would be able to grasp the 5 elements Dao that was uniquely his. The so-called proof of the Tao was the first glimpse of the essence of the Great Tao. Returning to the basics, one was a true person. Let's go, do not link. Li Xinyuan casually threw out a teleportation talisman and his figure disappeared. Before Mingchi and Renjie could react, they saw that Fei Wugui, who was sitting cross-legged on the other bed, had also opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a strange black and white light flowing in his eyes. This strange aura, however, hid a joy that could not be concealed. Mingchi's good senior nephew, what you said was indeed true, there really is a great opportunity here. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by the sound of a loud laugh, Feast Wuga disappeared in the teleportation talisman that he casually flung out. Proof of the Tao, proof of the Tao. I'm going back to the Dan Sect to witness the Tao. Mingchi and Renjie let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Finally gone. That's not right. Just now, he was dead set on not leaving, so why did he suddenly leave? Chapter 105, I've come to my senses. Cloud questioning Sect. In a simple and ancient alchemy room, immortal Yunshur sat cross-legged on a futon, and in front of her was a small, half-human tall tripod. The tripod was purple in color. This was a top-grade magic treasure, the purple cloud tripod. Gold, red, and white flames twined around the purple cloud cauldron, and Fairy Yunshur used her spiritual sense to continuously stir the medicinal liquid in the cauldron to intermingle with each other, and her forehead and the tip of her nose gradually condensed with fine beads of sweat. Can and Li intertwine, water and fire are both in harmony. Immortal Yunshi pinched her hands together. A round spirit Dan took shape from within the cauldron, and the spirit Dan rotated rapidly, with a strange halo of light entwined around it, as if there was an invisible pen carving spirit patterns on top of the spirit Dan. Each spirit pattern represented a grade, and with 7 spirit patterns, it was precisely a 7th grade spirit Dan. When the last spirit pattern was outlined, buzz! The body of the tripod trembled slightly, and 36 air holes simultaneously spewed out a green haze, and a medicinal scent poured out, tantalizing the soul. At the same time, the muffled sound of the heavenly Tao's pressure came from the dome. The sky, which had originally completely blended into the night, was now covered in thunderclouds, and a loud roar was vaguely heard. Boom! The berserk Dan thunder crashed onto the purple plow tripod, and all of the furnishings within the Dan room were strangled by the power of the laws that the Dan thunder had struck down. The lid of the tripod emitted a crunching sound like glass shattering, and golden light appeared in the tripod. 7th grade spirit embracing Dan, complete. Also at this moment, a shadow of the Dan condensed from Yuan Qi and materialized in Immortal Yunshi's mud pill palace. To return the Dan to its true form, one would be a real person. Ka! With a soft sound, the vaguely existing shackle was broken. A majestic power surged in from all directions, constantly washing over her divine soul and body. Immortal Yunshi held her breath and concentrated, constantly guiding the spiritual qi within her body. A moment later, the aura in her body gradually smoothed out. Immortal Yunshi wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead, put the 7th grade spirit impregnating pill into the jade spirit bottle prepared in advance, suppressed the wildly rising corners of her mouth, and took a step out, appearing outside the Dan room. However, it was different from what she expected. Not only was there no sound of congratulations, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow outside the door, only the sound of the wind and 1 or 2 occasional bird chirps from the mountains and forests. Immortal Yunshi? With such a big commotion of her certification, could it be that no one noticed? Impossible. The more Fairy Yunshi thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Right now, there was only one real person in the entire cloud questioning sect. The fact that she had certified was not only a major event within the sect, it was also a major event for the Dan Pavilion. Even if the sovereign did not come in person. How could Elder Yu not even see a shadow? There is also Chen Yao. As her personal disciple, shouldn't he be the first to come and congratulate her? This person, where have they all gone? Immortal Yunshi took a step out and arrived outside the courtyard where Elder Yu lived. She saw Elder Yu as if he had gone crazy, excitedly running in circles in the courtyard while shouting. Enlightened, I'm enlightened. Immortal Yunshi was puzzled by what she heard and frowned slightly as she stepped forward. Elder Yu, what are you doing? Yuan Hai turned around violently to look at Immortal Yunshi. He was flushed with excitement. Pavilion Master, you've come out of the gate, enlightened. I'm enlightened. Fairy Yunshi was even more confused. Even if Yuan Hai hadn't noticed the movement of her enlightenment before, now that he saw her, he should know that she had already been enlightened, right? Just one sentence about being out of the gate, what was that all about? And this enlightenment? Enlightenment what? Fairy Yunshi was dissatisfied in her heart. Very dissatisfied. Elder Yu, what the hell are you talking about? If placed in the past, Yuan Hai would have noticed that Fairy Yunshi's tone was wrong, but at this moment, he ignored it and continued to shout with a face of excitement, Pavilion Master, I'm going to certify the Tao. Fairy Yunshi? Yuan Hai's natural talent was limited and his enlightenment was average. As a result, although he entered the transformation of God stage earlier than her, he was stuck in the middle stage of the transformation of God realm for 100 years, and only managed to enter the late stage of the transformation of God realm due to the fact that he had obtained the Samsara True Flame cultivation method some time ago. In this life, the possibility of witnessing the Tao was almost cut off. As a result, she just closed the door and came out, and Yuan Hai said that he was going to witness the Tao? What a joke! Elder Yu, I know that me certifying to the Tao is a big blow to you, but you don't have to be so. Fairy Yunshi tried to comfort Yuan Hai. Although Yuan Hai was a person with many minor faults, he was not a bad person. He was also only a little strict with his disciples, not really harsh, and was considered a relatively decent elder. If she was stimulated to go crazy, she would still be more or less a bit upset in her heart. Elder Yu looked at Immortal Yunshi with a confused expression. Pavilion Master, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, you still don't know, the Tong Tian Sect Master made a new post on the internet. Tong Tian Sect Master? A new post? Immortal Yunshir's ears perked up, but she didn't have time to ask what Sect Master Tong Tian had said. She saw Yuan Hai's face turn red with excitement. Sect leader Tong Tian explained to us what it means to merge with the Tao from a completely new perspective. It's not just me, I should say that all those who have reached my realm have had an epiphany. After tonight, no, I should say that within a short period of time, there should be a batch of transformation god realms successfully certifying the Tao. Yuan Hai clenched his fist with confidence. I am confident that I will definitely be able to merge with the Tao in the future. Buzz. All that remained in Immortal Yunshir's ears was a roaring sound. It wasn't. She had been planning for so long and preparing for so long before she managed to certify the Tao. As a result, you're telling me that a group of people are going to witness the Tao right away? You're messing with me? On the Spirit Online, the entire article was filled with "I've realized" and words of gratitude to Sect leader Tong Tian. Enlightened, I'm truly enlightened, ha ha ha. I never thought that this was the Tao, that enlightenment would be so simple. Many thanks to Elder Tong Tian for his guidance. I never thought that my lifespan is about to end, but I still have the opportunity to realize the Tao. The so-called great kindness does not say thank you. Tong Tian Sr. has something to do, but wherever the errand. Compared to cultivators of other realms, cultivators of the God Transformation realm were lucky. Because only this realm has just come into contact with the Tao is still in a hazy state, and it is impossible to understand the essence of the Tao. Of course, not all cultivators at the Spirit Transformation realm were so lucky. Only those who had been stuck at the bottleneck of the Spirit Transformation stage for many years would have the opportunity to have such an epiphany. However, there was still a process needed to go from enlightenment to proof of the Tao. But no matter what, the epiphany had opened up, and certifying the Tao was only a matter of sooner or later. On the other hand, cultivators before the God Transformation realm, as well as real person realm powerhouses instead did not gain much. Cultivators before the God Transformation realm had yet to establish the Tao. Even if they understood what Tong Tian had said, they had not yet touched it, and could not be considered to truly understand it at all, but for them, the impact of this time was also extremely far-reaching, and would slowly manifest itself in their cultivation in the future. In comparison, the real person realm powerhouses had the least to gain. Other than the ones like the puppet cultivators who only emphasize techniques and not the Tao, the vast majority of the real person realm were already getting their first glimpse of the essence of the Tao, and although the Tong Tian sect leader's exposition was useful to them, the effect was not that obvious. As far as they were concerned, what was more important was how to control the Tao. Thus, a new question was raised. According to the Tong Tian sect leader's argument, as long as one can control the Tao they are practicing, they will be able to merge with the Tao? But why is it that the human race has yet to produce a few immortal exalts? Chapter 106 Sect leader Tong Tian preaches. On the Spirit Net, the gazes of almost everyone were only focused on the first few lines of this passage. It didn't even pay attention to what Lin then said on the surface. After all, for the vast majority of cultivators, they couldn't even merge with the Tao, so how could they care about becoming a saint? Only the White Tiger True Lord was different. It stared deadpan at the second half of the words on the cell phone screen. But you're not the real owner of the house, and after entering the house, you don't just go out. The longer you stay in the house, you will be assimilated by the heavenly Tao and gradually turn into an emotionless robot that has lost its self-will. If you want to get rid of this state, you have to find a way to jump out of the house first, and come and go freely in the house. The so-called being both in and out of the great Tao. This is becoming a saint. True Lord White Tiger knew better than anyone else what it was like to walk in the depths of the great Tao. It was like being in a diving fish that came to the deep sea. Thinking that he had arrived in a wider space, he didn't realize that he would be drowned by the sea at any moment. Perhaps this description is not too apt, but this is the truth. For this reason, whether it is it or Huang, or other divine beasts, every once in a while, they need to sleep to save their will, to prevent being assimilated by the heavenly Tao. And when they awakened again, everything had to start from the beginning again. This repeated cycle had been going on for tens of thousands of years, and even it had forgotten how many times it had fallen asleep, only that every time it woke up, the world was turned upside down. It had lost a lot of its memories. But the sacred transcendence was like it was engraved in its bones, making it impossible to forget. It didn't know why Lin Ran knew this. It also knew it so clearly. It even managed to express it in such an intuitive way. In comparison, it was more concerned about how it could jump out of the house, how it could be both in and out of the great Tao. The White Tiger True Lord looked at Lin Ran eagerly. How about a showdown? Snap. A hand was pressed right on his head, Rua down several times. White Tiger True Lord. Lin Ran sipped his cola while lamenting, Cola, see? This is the gap in status. If it was half a month ago, when I posted this paragraph, no matter if it was right or wrong, there would always be someone who would come up and step on it a few times before saying anything. But now look, the whole thing is being held up, and there isn't even a single person to refute me. Sure enough. No matter where you are, you have to find a way to climb up the ladder. Even playing games was the same. Lin Ran was cool, but it always felt like something was missing. He was just thinking. Just then, he saw that someone had raised a new query. According to Sect leader Tong Tian, as long as one controls the path they are practicing, they will be able to merge with the Tao? But why is it that the human race has yet to produce a few harmonized Tao? When these two questions were raised, the winds in the comment section began to change. It's not that simple, it must be because these people don't truly control their own Tao. Ha! It would be fine if you said one or two, since the end of the human-demon battle, a single harmonized Tao is yet to come out. Do you mean that all the real people are idiots, and none of them are in control of their own cultivation paths? Indeed, this doesn't make sense at all. Those who can become a true person are the best in the cultivation world, whether it's their qualifications or their roots, they are all excellent. Could it be that there isn't a single person who can control the Tao? Although Elder Tong Tian's words are very helpful to me, but as a matter of fact, this matter doesn't look right in any way. Lin Ran was instantly energized. Although it was indeed a good thing to be held up altogether was a bit tasteless. Why didn't you merge with the Tao? This question was too simple. Ta-da-day. Lin Ran's fingers tapped. In order to prevent anyone from being unable to understand again, Lin Ran directly used the simplest expression. There are two possibilities for what you are talking about. The first, the premise that controlling the Tao will allow you to merge with the Tao is that you are certain that you have controlled the Tao. Different qualifications, different Tao bodies, or a lack of acquired resources, a poor heart, and the degree of strength or weakness of the Tao one is practicing will all affect one's perception of the origin of the Tao. If you exclude all sorts of non-human factors, then it only means that you think you have control, but in actuality you don't. Take puppet cultivation for example. Yuzhou. Laws, keys. Hua Buing casually played with the spiritual power silk threads, and vaguely, there seemed to be a kind of enlightenment in his heart. It was just that like him, a puppet cultivator who hadn't gone through an orthodox cultivation inheritance. There was a crippling understanding of the Tao. Even with this glimmer of clarity, he was unable to fully comprehend it. It was like a road filled with fog, blown by the wind. The fog dispersed, but soon, it gathered again, covering up the road. Could it be that he really has no connection with the road? Hua Buing sighed with some regret, when the screams of Hua Xiaofan suddenly came to his ears. Ah! Master! Elder Tong. Tong Tian replied again, and it's still using our puppet cultivation as an example. Hua Xiaofan was about to go crazy with excitement. Elder Tong Tian had made a name for the puppet cultivation, and in the future, no one would ever say that the puppet cultivation was an evil cultivator again. Hua Buing was a bit surprised. He didn't mind the Tong Tian sect leader using the puppet cultivator as an example. Anyway, the reputation of the puppet cultivator was already bad, and it couldn't get any worse. However, for sect leader Tong Tian to use the puppet cultivator as an example at the time of the discourse, this was not just stepping on it, but instead had the intention of preaching. He had never heard of sect leader Tong Tian having dealings with puppet cultivators before. Why would sect leader Tong Tian want to help puppet cultivator? Although Hua Buing did not understand the meaning, he could not help but look at the cell phone screen, cautiously and with a strong desire. With this glance, it was like being sucked in by the cell phone screen. It could no longer remove its gaze. Many puppet cultivators boast of controlling the way of the puppet, but in reality, they have only touched the skin. They think that controlling thousands of puppets, or refining a tribulation war puppet is conforming to the way, but they don't know what the true puppet way really is. They confuse art and Tao, mistaking art for Tao. Focusing only on manipulation and forgetting their true heart. Treating spirit puppets as tools without ever understanding their own spirit puppets. Flower not winning trembled. It was clearly cold words across the screen, but every word was like a heavy hammer that hit his heart hard. It was as if sect leader Tong Tian was standing right in front of him, pointing at his nose in a stern rebuke. Confusing art and Tao. Focusing only on manipulation and forgetting his true heart. Treating spirit puppets as tools, never understanding them. Hua Buing was like a schoolboy who had made a mistake at the moment, being lectured to the point of turning red in the face. However, he did not have half a complaint in his heart. It was because what Sect leader Tong Tian had said made sense, and every word was in his heart. He was ashamed to the extreme. Tong Tian's Sect master was not a puppet cultivator, but he knew so much about puppet cultivation, but he seemed to really recognize the word puppet only on the first day. Huang took a deep breath and couldn't help but continue to look down. The path practiced by puppet cultivators is nothing but the word control. But the true great Tao of puppetry does not lie in the number of puppets manipulated, but in the control itself. If one can mobilize the origin of the great Tao, mountains, rivers, grass, and trees can all be transformed into puppets. And why do we need spirit puppets? Buzz. Huang's mind went blank, only one sentence remained in his ears. All mountains, rivers, grass and trees can be transformed into puppets. Chapter 107, Palm Path, the only word is appropriate. In the dimly lit room, the light from the cell phone screen seemed a little harsh. But the pair of eyes in front of the cell phone screen didn't seem to have this feeling and just kept staring at the text on the cell phone screen. Of course, the paths available to puppet cultivators are not only manipulation. Some people use their bodies to transform into puppets. Puppet is the way. There are even bolder people who even want to sacrifice heaven and earth into puppets. But even if there are puppet cultivators who dare to choose such a Tao, will they definitely succeed in controlling it? Fallacy. The only word for mastering the Tao is the word suitable. Suddenly, the pair of eyes in front of the screen turned slightly as if they were animated. Also with this scene, her delicate little face. There was a living humanized expression. It seemed to be pleasure, it seemed to be joy. What he said was really good. A slightly ethereal voice came out of her mouth, as if it was separated by a long time and space, making it inaudible. She made a very stiff smile and turned her head, looking to the side. Father, do you think what he said was good? The middle-aged man called Dad, his right eye gear slowly turned. Good. He nodded his head stiffly, his voice was like a rusty gear, raw and hard to hear. The little girl let out a giggle. Only it wasn't a pleasant laugh at all, instead it had an eerie, spooky feel to it. Let's go make him into a puppet, shall we? Inside the room, the men and women sitting side by side in unison stiffly turned their heads at the same time and made the exact same smile, their mouths opening and closing in synchronization. A mixed male and female trill was emitted. Good, good, good. Deep in the 100,000 Great Mountains. The No-Return Valley. The reason why it was called the No-Return Valley was not because there was a meaning of going without returning, but because some people felt that the scenery in the valley was so beautiful that it made people linger, and they didn't want to go back once they came, so they took this name. However, at this moment, the entire valley's aura seems to have been drained, as if it were a deserted realm forgotten by the world. All is silent, not the slightest trace of living beings. As far as the eye could see, there was only dry land. The cracks were like huge spider webs, spreading unchecked, cutting the earth into pieces. The five people, realist Mingchi, 100 Flower Fairy, Situ Shang, Jiang Yan, and Han Qinglin, stood in front of the valley, their faces grave. This is already the fifth main formation eye. Realizer Mingchi's voice was taut. 5 of the 12 main formation eyes had already been broken. 1,296 secondary formation eyes, nearly half of them had also been broken. Some of these formation eyes, some were cracked very early, some were very close, but no matter what, as long as the 6th main formation eye was broken, the seal of the Peach Source Sacred Realm would be lifted. Of course. This was not to say that after the destruction of the 6th main formation eye, the entire Peach Origin Sacred Realm would be completely unsealed. After all, it was a sealing formation set up by the ancient saints. The formation was interlocked and absolutely exquisite. Even if it became a remnant formation after it was destroyed, it still had considerable power. However, if the 6th eye of the formation was destroyed, the barrier between the Peach Source Sacred Realm and the present world would be opened. In theory, as the initiator of unsealing the Peach Origin Sacred Realm, realist Mingchi should feel happy. After all, with the previous person planting the tree, their descendants had saved a lot of effort. But a person had taken hundreds of years, or even longer, to break the seal under their noses. The entire cultivation world was surprisingly unaware of it. Just thinking about it gave one the creeps. If she hadn't acted on impulse this time because of the news of the White Tiger's emergence. At the instant the Peach Source Sacred Realm was unlocked, the entire present world would have suffered great damage, even destruction. The human race simply couldn't afford such a consequence. Even if we don't destroy the sixth main formation eye, given the current situation, it won't last too long. 100 Flower Fairy sighed quietly and turned to say, the results of Taoist Wu Liang's interrogation have come out. The crowd looked at 100 Flower Fairy in confusion, somewhat not understanding why she would suddenly bring up this person. On the contrary, it was realizer Mingchi who was thoughtful. What do you mean, this matter is related to him? 100 Flower Fairy's eyes were slightly condensed. It's not so much directly related, but because of the remnant formation diagram in his hands. You all know that my 7 Slaughter Hall is famous for its 7 Slaughter Extinction Formation, but you don't know that my 7 Slaughter Hall's old ancestor created the 7 Slaughter Extinction Formation to start the Sect back then before he obtained the true transmission of the 7 Slaughter Falling Immortal Formation. And when this unconscionable Taoist obtained the secret method of talent seizure back then, a map of the remnants of the 7 Extinction Falling Immortal Formation was placed next to it. The crowd was stunned. The 7 Slaughter Hall ancestor was a figure from 5,000 years ago. Even the old ancestor of the 7 Slaughter Hall had failed to obtain the true transmission, but Taoist Wu Liang had obtained a 7 Extinction Falling Immortal Formation diagram. Even if it was only a remnant formation, it was definitely called a heavenly chance. But how could something from ancient times suddenly appear? Feeling the eyes of the crowd, 100 Flower Fairy raised her eyebrows slightly. You guys have also noticed something strange, right? Each and every Hall Master of the 7 Slaughter Hall, in order to search for the inheritance of the 7 Jedi Falling Immortal Formation, would inform his disciples of part of the information related to the 7 Jedi Luo Immortal Formation. But for so many years, there hasn't been a single piece of information. This ancient absolute formation that has been lost, if not for someone's deliberate intention, how could it appear in the hands of a Foundation Establishment disciple? Jiang Yin said indistinctly, you mean it was this person who destroyed the seal of the Peach Source Sacred Realm? That's right. The 100 Flowers Fairy nodded her head. To break the Peach Source Sacred Realm seal, one must first have extremely high attainments in the path of formations, and there appears to be a great deal of damage on these already destroyed formation eyes. In reality, each and every one of the formation eyes has left room for maneuver. It is also because of this that there is no situation where a certain formation eye is damaged, causing the formation to become unbalanced and appearing to have a great impact on the present world, which is also the fundamental reason why no one in the cultivation world has discovered it at all. The crowd once again fell into silence. 100 Flower Fairy's words were like a layer of heavy haze, weighing heavily over their hearts. According to what the 100 Flower Fairy had said, this mysterious person who wanted to destroy the seal of the Peach Source Sacred Realm was not only proficient in formations, but also specialized in teaching people the secret method of seizing the talent. What exactly did he want? The 100 Flowers Fairy exhaled slightly and tried to say in a slightly relaxed tone, but thinking on the bright side, all of our materials and spirit stones have been saved as well, haven't they? The entire cultivation world was at stake, so they couldn't let the 5 of them pay out of their own pockets again, could they? Even if they wanted to, in such a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to scrape together the materials for the protective array, and would have to let the other sects contribute more. Han Qinglin nodded in rare approval. It couldn't be helped. Sword cultivators were truly poor. Then how about now? Contact the Law Enforcement Division? Situ Shang shook his feather fan. Realist Mingchi thought for a moment and said, first contact the Law Enforcement Division and ask them to send people over to guard the area, then convene a clan meeting, at least until the protective array is opened. We absolutely cannot allow the seal to be broken. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's better for me to come, I haven't seen little Zhuozhuo for a long time, I still miss him. 100 Flower Fairy said while pulling out her cell phone. Real Mingchi teased, what? Found a new love interest again? Are you abandoning old Han? That can't be, old Han will always be my favorite. 100 Flower Fairy threw a wink right at Han Qinglin before lowering her head to look at her cell phone. The next second, Real Mingchi saw that 100 Flower Fairy looked like she had frozen. What's wrong with you? The 100 Flowers Fairy snapped her head up and gritted her teeth. The Tong Tian Sect leader is preaching on the spirit web. These goddamned people, no one even notified me. Chapter 108 The Second Possibility. Returnless Valley. Realist Mingchi, Jiang Yan, 100 Flowers Fairy, and Situ Shang sat cross-legged on the ground. One was holding a cell phone. Ooh. Sacrificing the heavens and earth into a puppet, that's not a bad idea. Old Jiang, why don't you try it? Using the heavens and earth as a furnace, using mountains, rivers, grasses and trees as tools, making the entire heavens and earth into a tripod, how about this idea? Situ Shang shook his feather fan and looked at Jiang Yan with a smile. Jiang Yan laughed. Why don't you say let Mingchi use heaven and earth as a furnace, and people as Dan? I see that you are quite suitable. Directly let Mingchi refine you into a Dan to harmonize with the Tao. Hey, don't drag me into this. I can't do such a disgusting thing as taking a human as a Dan. Real Mingchi rolled his eyes and laughed. 100 flowers, why don't you use heaven and earth as a formation? You can definitely crush the crowd. What's the point of crushing the crowd? How about hooking up with the crowd? The four of them seemed to be chatting idly with one sentence or another, but in reality, they were all secretly competing to see who could actually walk out of this step first. At their realm, it was impossible to abolish their cultivation and then change their path. Moreover, those grandiose concepts of the Tao might really be powerful, but if they really wanted to take such a Tao, they wouldn't be able to merge with the Tao in this lifetime. Instead of longing for those illusions and shaking the heart of the Tao, it would be better to be more determined and make great strides towards their own Tao. Just like what Sect leader Tong Tian said, the only word for palming the Tao was the word suitable. Although Sect leader Tong Tian used puppet cultivation as an example, he extended their Tao, and also made them have a new sense of their own Tao, and seemed to be getting closer to heaven and earth at this moment as well. Among the five, only Han Qinglin was silent. His eyes were tightly closed as he held his sword. It was as if the entire person had merged into this world and disappeared, and if he didn't see with his eyes that the other person was still there, he wouldn't have been able to sense the person's existence at all. Swish! Han Qinglin suddenly opened his eyes. The entire person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, stabbing straight into the sky, and the aura emanating from his body was like an invisible sword chi, biting and murderous, cutting out all the disturbing distractions in his surroundings. Only a heart glittering. Chopped up all the external things, only to leave the original heart. The sword is the person, and I am the sword. This was the way Han Qinglin practiced with his lifelong pursuit. Worthy of being my family's old Lin. The 100 Flowers Fairy's eyes were like streams of light, and when her vermilion lips gently opened, her foot lightly tapped the ground. A soft 7-colored halo of light rose around her, and in the beauty of the blossoming flowers, her body elegantly flew towards the sky, each of her movements carrying a rhythm, as if she was one with heaven and earth. Suddenly, this carefully woven dream shattered. The aura of the flowers blooming around her body changed abruptly. The original delicate and bright petals were as sharp as blades, and the stamens emitted wisps of cold light, like a hidden weapon full of killing opportunities. Weaving a net with dreams, killing with flowers. Realist Mingchi, Jiang Yan, and Situ Shang looked at each other. Together. Situ Shang laughed loudly and stepped into the sky. It was as cozy and leisurely as climbing up a ladder of green clouds. And as he waved his fingers, he used the laws of the heavens and earth as a pen, and the sky as paper, compiling this mysterious talisman. The runes flickered in the sky, and each stroke seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Using the talisman to codify the rules of the heavens and the earth, the order was carried out. At the same time, Jiang Yan took one step out, crossing the sky like a shooting star. In his hand, he clutched a battle heavenly hammer, which was built by condensing the power of the stars, and above the hammer body, starlight flowed, emitting a chillingly powerful aura. Using weapons to carry the Tao, refining everything under the sky. Realist Mingchi's clothes fluttered as her stance slowly rose up from the ground. At her realm, refining higher-grade elixirs only raised the rank of the alchemist. To merge with the Tao, there was no need to self-evidence with an elixir anymore. She had to use her body as a furnace and the power of the laws of heaven and earth as a guide to refine the Tao into an elixir. Although the 5 people were in the same sky, at the moment, it was as if the sky was split into 5 different places. The auras on their bodies climbed at the same time. Climbing higher and higher. Stronger and stronger. It was as if the power of the rules of the heavens and the earth were held in their hands, and they also took a step at the same time at this moment. Half a step to merging with the Tao. The process of merging with the Tao continued, and the aura on their bodies was still climbing. At this moment, the sky above the returnless valley rumbled, blue lightning as thick as a finger danced in the sky like a totem snake, and the sky, which had already blended into the night, was as bright as day at this moment. Rumble. The more the thunderclouds rolled in, the louder the thunder became, as if it was close to one's ears. However, just when the shocking thunder was about to strike down, it suddenly dissolved, and the thunderclouds in the sky passed by like wind-swept clouds, as if nothing had happened. The 5 people? They had clearly felt the barrier between them and the heavens and earth. It was like a thin layer of paper. It could be pierced through with a single punch. As a result, this robbery of yours is gone. When you say it's gone, where's the joke? Spirit Online. The crowd's heated discussion didn't end, but instead grew more and more intense because of Lin Ran's example. Aha! Why don't you use us formation cultivators as an example, Elder Tong Tian? Do you seem foolish? If Elder Tong Tian uses formation cultivators as an example, you will definitely set up your Dao with the Dao that Elder Tong Tian spoke of, so how will you find a Dao that truly suits you in the future? So that's how it is, Elder Tong Tian is really wonderful. I should be damned for questioning Elder Tong Tian. Don't say it, after such an example from Senior Tong Tian, I understand all of it at once. I can't wait to impact the harmonized Dao right now. Alas, it's a pity that I'm still in a tiny foundation establishment realm. Turning a puppet with his body, sacrificing heaven and earth. This brain hole is also too big, right? It's useless even if it's big. The more grandiose the Dao, the more difficult it is to comprehend, and the more difficult it is to merge the Dao. So if you guys want to set up a Dao in the future, don't be so brain dead as to get yourselves a Dao that can't be realized at all. Right, but don't be too narrow-minded. If the Dao is too small, you won't be able to beat anyone in the future. Hey, everyone stop for a moment. Elder Tong Tian said that there are two possibilities, only one has been said now. What about the other one? This question appeared. The few real people in front of the screen got a little nervous at the same time. It wasn't just the 5 Mingchi realities, there were several realities in the cultivation world that had come to a screeching halt at the critical juncture of merging with the Dao, and the heart of the Dao was almost given to collapse. If anything, they didn't have enough control over the Dao. Why would they have attracted a thunderbolt? Even if they didn't know enough about the harmonization realm, they knew that the thunder tribulation wasn't just a hurdle that prevented them from merging with the Dao, it was also the final step in helping them polish their fleshly bodies and impact the harmonization of the Dao. Only by taking this step could they truly merge with the Dao. But now, obviously only 1.5 steps away, this heavenly Dao is like a bug, suddenly cancelled the heavenly tribulation. How could this make them bear it? They also wanted to figure out what was going on and how they could take this remaining half step. Lin Ran didn't intend to sell the questions raised by the crowd. Ta-da-day. He tapped out a short line on the screen. Then, with a snap, he clicked send. Chapter 109, Not Good, the persona is falling apart. The great Dao that you are in charge of has been taken over by others. This short line of words was like a thunderous explosion, causing all the real people to fall into silence. The great Dao has been taken over, so it's impossible to merge the Dao? What a joke! The entire cultivation world hadn't merged with the Dao right now. Who could the great Dao be occupied by? Could it be occupied by ghosts? Well, even if Zhu Tianqing, the Ghost Emperor, was counted, then the entire cultivation world only had this one who had merged with the way, or the way of the ghosts and gods, and the way of human cultivation had absolutely nothing to do with it. The sword cultivators, formation cultivators, and method cultivators. Before the harmonized Dao realm powerhouses have all died out. How could the Dao still be occupied? They wanted to retort, but many of them were the beneficiaries of this time, so how could this retort be said? In contrast, the crowd of juniors didn't have this trouble at all. Regarding the Tong Tian sect master's words, they likewise had doubts, only that they were more biased towards being that they had misunderstood the Tong Tian sect master's meaning, rather than the Tong Tian sect master being wrong. What exactly is the meaning of this occupation? Is there a big brother to translate it for me? Don't understand, not clear, don't dare to say. Occupying the path of everyone, you don't understand this? Let's say for example, a flight path only allows one Imperial swordsman to pass through. Now that one Imperial swordsman is blocking it, the other Imperial swordsman won't be able to pass through. It's as simple as that. Although that's what I thought. Are you sure that's what you meant? Lin Ran looked at the comments of the crowd and laughed hands tapping the keyboard. That's pretty much what it means. I'm still using the previous house as an analogy. You guys have to realize that the size of a room is fixed. The more people that go in, the less people the room can hold. Although this room has quite a few rooms, some of them are so packed that they can no longer be squeezed in. There are also rooms that still have room, but the people inside have unlocked the door, so then the people outside the door likewise can't get in. Lin Ran's passage was almost unintelligible to anyone. But it was precisely because of reading it. Almost everyone who saw it simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. The Tong Tian sect leader's meaning couldn't be clearer. Not only were there harmonized Dao realms in this world, but there were probably quite a few people. These people had blocked the Dao altogether. That was why the people in the cultivation world were unable to successfully merge with the Dao right now. But, is this possible? Joke. Can the 5 immortal exalts not turn out to be fake dead? Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Jianxian and the others are the heroes of my human race, how can we allow them to be unbridled? I'm not talking nonsense, according to the Tong Tian Sect master's words, the great Tao is occupied so it can't be merged with the Tao. After the death of the 5 immortals, won't the Tao be let out? But no one has been able to merge with the Tao so far. Isn't this Tong Tian Sect leader's insinuation that Xiao Jianxian's 5 people faked their deaths? Senior Tong Tian, although I respect you, but the 5 immortal elders died generously for my human race, they definitely cannot be slandered for nothing. Senior Tong Tian definitely didn't mean this, there must be a misunderstanding here. That's right, it's possible that they are the first scenario that Senior Tong Tian is talking about, that they themselves mistakenly thought that they had taken charge of the Tao, but in actuality, they didn't? Regardless of whether there's a misunderstanding or not, it's a fact that the 5 immortal exalts died to save the human race. Moreover, if there are really that many hidden harmonized Tao powerhouses in this world, why didn't these people come forward when the demon race attacked back then? If it said that there are 1 or 2 hidden harmonization powerhouses, I believe it, but if it said that there's a large number of them, I definitely don't believe it. In an instant, the wind direction of the entire spirit net changed. Sword Immortal Xiao Jinghan, Gun Saint Ce, Dharma Venerable Zhou Hongwen, Formation Venerable Lu Yuyao, and Tone Master Ji Chushue, the 5 immortal venerables had generously died for the human race in the first place, and their prestige in the cultivation realm was so high. Even if Sect leader Tong Tian's popularity in the spirit net was even higher, there was no way to compare it to these few. The crowd murmured. Although there were also people who spoke in favor of Sect leader Tong Tian, these voices were quickly silenced. Lin Ran didn't expect it to involve the 5 immortal elders. He secretly said, "Not good." Focusing on the mouth, he forgot about the background panel setting of the spirit web. Although according to the general rules of novels, this kind of powerful character will usually be set as a hidden big boss. But this wasn't a novel after all, it was Spirit Net. The Spirit Network's plotline can be expanded on its own, but with the Spirit Network's current atmosphere and the relevant clues that have already been explained, he is pulling a hidden big boss plotline, and no one will believe it. Maybe, he'll even collapse his own persona. Just as Lin Ran was considering whether or not to silently hide. Suddenly, a person with the ID 1 punch jumped out. Nonsense! My body cultivation has never merged with the Tao in history, can it be that the Tao of body cultivation has also been taken over? As soon as this sentence came out, the discussion on Spirit Online regarding Xiao Jianxian's 5 people was also given a kick in the pants. Although Xiao Jianxian's 5 was an indisputable fact, it was after all too far away, but the body cultivator was different, the body cultivator was a living example in front of them. Coupled with the fact that the body cultivator base is very large. The entire comments section was quickly filled with physical cultivators. Back then, my ancestor of physical cultivation used his body to open up the path. It was to find a new path for those who were not gifted and could not cultivate. Such a feat has never been done before, how could it be taken up by someone? Our physical cultivation sweeps across the same class, and is by no means inferior to other paths, so how could we not be able to merge with the Tao? If you want to say that my brain is not good, I also admit it, but I don't believe it. In these thousands of years, my physical cultivation has not even produced a smart one. Seeing the change in the wind direction on Spirit Online, Lin Ran let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's pulled back again. Can still keep pretending. Ta-da-day-day. Lin Ran tapped his hand on the keyboard and quickly tapped away. The other side. Xiao Ming, what should we do now? Ren Jie was in a hurry in his room. As a close friend of Sect leader Tong Tian, of course he couldn't watch Sect leader Tong Tian being shelled, but it was about the ancestors of the human race. He couldn't say this nonsense either. Mingchi huffed and puffed, "Don't be in a hurry, wait for me to drag out all the trumpets and fight them one by one." Ren Jie. With those trumpet names of yours, what difference does it make if you drag them out or not? Ren Jie sighed and looked at the cell phone screen. Next second. Jumped up in direct surprise. A punch to the head? How did his master also jump out? Without saying a word, Ren Jie directly popped over with a voice. "My master, what kind of mess are you jumping out to make it this time?" A cursing voice immediately came from the phone. "What do you mean I jumped out? What, he Tong Tian Sect master said something wrong, and still won't let anyone say it?" Ren Jie wanted to cry without tears. "No, master, even if you want to say, also can't you say, you let the Tong Tian Sect master how to think of me, I don't care what he thinks." The other end of the phone. The rough-looking man hung up the phone, and cursed, "This brat, elbow to the outside, and so on back, have to skin him." Li Jiu cursed while looking at his cell phone. He saw a new reply from Sect leader Tong Tian. Who told you that physical cultivation needs to merge with the Tao? Li Jiu froze. Who? Chapter 110. Who is harmonizing the Tao? Who told you that physical cultivation needs to merge the Tao? Before this, Li Jiu had never thought about this question because since ancient times, the highest pursuit of cultivation was to merge with the Tao. But now, Sect leader Tong Tian was asking such a question. Could it be that physical cultivation did not need to merge with the Tao at all? The instant this thought flashed by, Li Jiu saw Tong Tian's Sect master sending a new reply. The ultimate in physical cultivation is to prove the Tao with force, breaking the boundaries of the heavenly Tao and not being constrained by the laws. How dare you body cultivators want to merge with the Tao? Joke. Li Jiu's brain was buzzing. A joke? Had their long-standing efforts really become a joke? He looked down at his fists and suddenly felt some dryness in his mouth. Refining the physical body to the extreme, breaking the heavenly Tao's boundaries. Will this really work? Suddenly, a low rumbling sound came from the sky, as if from the distant sky, and as if from the depths of the earth. The entire world seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. Li Jiu raised his head violently. Who was merging the paths? No Return Valley. The 5 people of the Mingchi realist looked at the words sent out by the Tong Tian Sect leader and pondered. What do you guys think of Sect leader Tong Tian's words? Realist Mingchi took the lead in provoking the topic. 100 Flower Fairy shrugged. What can one think? The 5 immortal exalts are the heroes of the human race. It's hard to believe that you really doubt that they aren't dead? If they really didn't die, the cultivation world would definitely be dominated by the 5 now. What reason do they have to hide? Situ Shang lightly shook his feather fan. Why can't we suspect? Don't you guys think that this matter itself was very strange back then? Strange. Han Qinglin nodded his head affirmatively. When the 5 immortal sovereigns of the human race and the 5 demon sovereigns of the demon race had joined forces to battle the 10 great demon monarchs, although the demon race still had the advantage wasn't so great that it was decided in a single battle. Otherwise, it was impossible for the demon race to be sealed to the 10 realms. But in the end, the 4 great demon monarchs were sealed, but the immortal and demon zoons all died in battle. This matter, no matter how you look at it, it's not right. Jiang Yan gently said, regardless of whether we believe it or not, the people who participated in this battle back then are all dead, and there is no way to confirm it at all. But haven't you guys noticed that this battle is very similar to the one in the ancient times? The crowd's eyes instantly changed. Throughout the history of the human race, the friction between the demon race and the human race had never been less. However, if we really want to talk about the battle between the human race and the demon race, the first and foremost thing to mention was the battle 5,000 years ago, and it was because of this battle that the demon lord was killed, and the human race forefathers sealed the remnants of the demon race to the 10 realms. The human race is very prosperous, there are the saints said. Just later, the saints were silenced, and the cultivation world once fell into a broken inheritance. The devil seal was broken, once again come back, but at that time the strength of the devil is not strong, and not united internally, so although there is friction between the 2 tribes, but there is no large-scale war. Until later, the demon tribe hidden 10 great demon monarchs suddenly came out, initiated the great war of man and devil. It was only then that there was this battle 1,000 years ago. Although there was a lapse of 5,000 years, these 2 great battles both had one thing in common. In the case of the devil race dominating, the strongest members of the human race died together and won by an extremely narrow margin. However, this didn't necessarily mean that there was a connection between the 2. After all, because of the silence of the saints, all the relevant information was lost. No one knew exactly what had happened. They were only fortunate enough to learn some of the details in the inheritance left behind by the sect. Jiang Yan turned his gaze to realist Mingchi. It's better for me to speak. Realist Mingchi pressed his throbbing temples and said in a deep voice, we suspect that the human race has a traitor who was not only involved in that battle 5,000 years ago, but also in that battle 1,000 years ago. The 100 Flower Fairy sucked in a breath of cool air. You mean it's not possible that this traitor is amongst the 5 immortal exalts, right? How is that possible? Realist Mingchi shook his head. I don't know. Didn't you ask before what reason they had for hiding? If it's linked to the Peach Origin Sacred Realm, perhaps. No, that's simply impossible. The 100 Flowers Fairy shook her head decisively. Formation Zun Lu Yuyao's growth trajectory is very clear, She is a pride of the human race. If she were to be impersonated or take over her body, it would be impossible for her to go undetected. I don't think you guys can be skeptical just because of one word from Sect leader Tong Tian. Don't forget that Yudan cultivators, artifact cultivators, and rune cultivators haven't had any harmonization realm appear at all in the past 5,000 years, so it's hard to believe that the old ancestors of several of your families are still alive? Once these words came out, the crowd once again fell silent. This was indeed a great suspicion. Moreover, truly according to what Sect leader Tong Tian had said, that was a large number of immortal elders. Could it be that each and every immortal elder was still shrinking their heads and hiding? This was also too inconsistent with common sense. Han Qinglin suddenly spoke, Peach Origin Sacred Realm. What? The 100-flower fairy looked at Han Qinglin in confusion, and Han Qinglin repeated himself very seriously. Peach Origin Sacred Realm. Situ Shang's pupils suddenly shrunk. Old Han means that all these immortal elders are in the Peach Source Sacred Realm. As if there was a cold wind blowing through them, the three of them, realist Mingchi, Jiang Yan, and Fairy 100 Flowers, felt chills run down their spines almost simultaneously. If it was the Peach Source Sacred Realm, everything would make sense. But if it really is, then once the seal of the Peach Source Sacred Realm is opened. Dare not imagine. Just at this moment. Rumble. A muffled sound of thunder vaguely came from the distant sky. The five raised their heads at the same time, revealing unbelievable expressions. Someone was merging with the Tao. This was different from the half-step harmonization that had ended abruptly before them, and although it looked like it had a lot of momentum, in reality, as long as it exceeded a certain distance, it wouldn't be sensed. Rather, it was the resonance of the heavens and earth triggered at the time of the true merging of the Tao. Who will it be? Yu Zhou. Hua Buing's eyes were tightly closed as he silently looked at his own innate spirit puppet in the mud pill palace. The spirit puppet's face had no facial features. However, under such silent gaze, the spirit puppet's five senses began to appear. It was as if there was a carefully carved carving knife, carving the spirit puppet's face stroke by stroke, eyebrows, eyes, nose. Gradually, the five features on the spirit puppet's face were completely revealed, and it turned out to be extremely similar to Flower Not Winning. It was just that it was younger and more handsome than Hua Bu-win, just like when he was young. Hello, my friend. The spirit puppet slowly raised its head, and a hint of confusion seemed to appear in its wooden expression. Let's go, let's meet. The future together. While saying that, Flower Not Winning extended his right hand towards spirit puppet, seemingly making an inviting gesture. The confusion on spirit puppet's face seemed to become a little more obvious. He slowly raised his hand and clasped it with Hua Bu-win's right hand. The moment the fingertips touched. Buzz. The aura within the courtyard surged wildly. It gathered around Hua Bu-wing. He gently raised his hands and danced as if he were playing a beautiful zither, while the spiritual energy around him also turned into thousands of silk threads extending in all directions at this moment. Spiritual power silk threads twined on the beams, twined on the trees, twined on the stones. Then, it extended towards the outside of the courtyard. They crossed mountains, rivers, and the sea of people. Each spiritual energy silk thread was like a carving knife, continuously carving, and finally, a picture of scenic mountains and rivers was carved within Hua Buing's mud pill palace, and the spirit puppet stood quietly on top of one of the mountain peaks. It raised its eyes to look out, and a hint of spirituality seemed to appear in its eyes. Using the puppet as a mirror, the human puppet coexisted. It was also at this time that Flower Not Winning suddenly opened its eyes and looked up at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the robber clouds rolled over, and there seemed to be chains of laws descending from the sky. These chains flickered with an eerie luster, and wherever they passed, space cracked like a broken mirror, and a black crack spread unchecked. At the same time, boom! A thunderbolt descended from the heavens, crashing down on top of Flower Not Winning's physical body. Within his divine sense, a cold voice asked, "You use a puppet as a blade, do you know that the blade also devours the master?" Chapter 111 Protecting the Way for the Human Race. The sky was as black as ink. Chains that glowed with an eerie cold color stretched out from the depths of the firmament with teeth and claws, but they were entangled and pulled by a single thread of spiritual energy, unable to get an inch closer to Hua Buing's body. Hua Bu-win's eyes were tightly closed, but the aura on his body was climbing up. Suddenly, who allowed you to become the Tao? Accompanied by a stern shout, a huge figure approached from afar, and his body, which was as tall as 2 people, was covered with a golden mane like flames, which flickered strangely in the dim light. He raised his eyes to look at Hua Buing and blasted out with a fist. Chu Tianqing was a ghost cultivator, and when he became a Taoist, the demon race could let it go. But if the human race was allowed to become the Tao, the demon race would be in danger. Roar! The wind of the fist, wrapped in a roaring sound, whistled past, and it seemed that even the chains stretching out from the depths of the firmament vaguely trembled. However, before the wind reached Flower Not Winning's body, it was gently brushed by a pair of large hands. It dissipated into nothingness. Law Enforcement Division Yan Benjing defends the human race. Yan Benjing took a step out and stood in front of Lion Yu's eye. Lion Judas narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing at Hua Buing and sneering, "He's called an evil cultivator by your human race, and your law enforcement division is actually defending the Tao for an evil cultivator. What is righteousness and what is evil?" Yan Benjing raised his eyelids and said indifferently, "It's just a human cloud. Besides, even if he is an evil cultivator, it's not the turn of your demon race to stand in the way." Well said, really well said. It's just a human cloud, so you human races can say whatever you want. A man just suddenly appeared not far away. He wore a black robe, his entire face in the shadow of the brim, making it impossible to see his face. "That's why we, the demon race, have allowed you to slander us." He slowly raised his head and pulled off the hood, revealing a plain and ordinary face, a face that looked no different from an ordinary person except for the color of his skin being closer to bronze. The only difference was the two short horns on top of the head. This was the unique demonic sign of the demon race. It wasn't that all demon race had horns, each demon race didn't have the same demon signs, they looked more like a combination of demon race and human race, or a half-transformed demon race. It was just that their demonic signs could not be hidden. The demon race didn't bother to hide it either. "Demon Marshal Zhang Yu, I didn't expect you to escape as well." Yan Benjing's pupils shrunk slightly. Below the demon monarch was the demon marshal. A demon marshal was equivalent to the human race's real person realm. It was impossible for Zhang Yu to act alone, there were definitely other devil races hiding in the shadows. Could it be that Qi Huang was also nearby? Yan Benjing's face was taut. At this time, a bright laughter came. "Finally a demon race has ventured out, the iron fist of labor has been waiting for a long time. Ha ha ha. Look at the fist." Li Zhou's burly figure crossed like a meteor. The muscles on his body were as taut as steel. Each bulging muscle seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With unrivaled momentum, he rushed straight at the demon race's face. Snort! Sparks seemed to erupt in the air. Sure enough, it's a brainless recklessness. The corner of the demon's mouth hooked into a contemptuous snort, and his hands quickly formed a seal in front of his body. The air around them seemed to be tugged by this seal, becoming sticky and oppressive. This kind of suppression, however, did not hinder Li Zhou in the slightest. "Seek death." Li Zhou's eyes were stern, and his fist was still wrapped in the momentum of opening mountains and crushing rocks, ruthlessly smashing into the demonic race's face. However, the fist did not feel the smashing point. At the time of Li Zhou doubt, the devil's body as calm as a lake, flooded with shallow water waves, while like a fog-like dispersal. And then, it appeared behind Li Zhou. Avatar Mirror Flower Water Moon. Unfortunately, the devil tribe's arrogant energy had just risen when voices came from all directions. Sword Sect Han Qinglin defends the human race. Morning Sun Hall Minghua defends the human race. Lingshao Pavilion Shiyu defends the way for the human race. When the voice reaches, the people arrive. The momentum of the human race was unstoppable. And right at this moment, boom! A chillingly terrifying aura rose from the distant sky. Immediately afterward, a huge silhouette that covered the sky and was as lofty as a mountain slowly emerged with an aura that crushed everything. Demon Zun Long Tianqi. Yan Benjing's eyes changed. "You actually didn't die." Hearing this, the crowd at the scene were all shocked. Demon Zun Long Tianqi was precisely one of the demon Zuns who had joined forces with the 5 immortal Zuns 1,000 years ago to fight against the demon race. Obviously, all the demon Zuns and immortal Zuns had fallen back then. Why did Long Tianqi survive? No, that's not right, it's not a real demon Zun, it's Long Tianqi's doppelganger. Someone said so, and only then did the crowd notice that Long Tianqi's aura was somewhat weak, as if a part of his divine soul was missing. Long Tianqi kindly smiled, "It's just a life that is lingering on." Once these words came out, the atmosphere that was still tense with swords suddenly had a hint of sadness. Back then, the 5 great immortals joined hands with the 5 great demons. together lifted the human and demon two tribes to flourish. But now, this sadness fleeting, although Long Tianchi split the soul luckily survived, but it is also a real demon Zun, is not their people can deal with. What's more, even Long Tianchi has survived, who knows the demon race has no other backhand. AI. A leisurely light sigh resounded in the ears of the crowd, and the Yin Tian Zi Dharma phase, which was condensed with the power of incense, crushed in. The underworld Chu Tian behavior protects the human race. The Yin Tianzi Dharma phase looked towards Long Tianchi's Dharma phase void and said in a faint voice, Long Zun, remembering that you have meritorious service to the human race, retreat now and I won't kill you. Kill me? Long Tianchi laughed out loud, a mere ghost god Dao can kill me? You can just let go and give it a try. Then, what if you add me? Hua Buing opened his eyes at an unknown time, and under the wave of his hands, the chains above the sky dome were all ripped off, turning into an invisible rule force that merged into his spiritual power threads. The sharpness in his body gradually internalized, but it gave off an even more inscrutable feeling. Many thanks for your help, fellow Taoists. Flower not winning, take note. Hua Buing slightly arched his hand towards the crowd, then raised his eyes towards Long Tianchi. I have heard of Long Zun's great name, although I have no intention to be an enemy of Long Zun. However, Long Zun wants to block my way, wants to block the way of the human race. That is to be my enemy. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath nervously. Although Chu Tianqing and Hua Buing had already merged with the Tao, after all, they had just merged with the Tao, and their strength was bound to have no way to compare with Demon Zun Long Tianchi. But Long Tianchi's divine soul was incomplete and his strength was damaged. It might not be impossible to fight with one of them either. They were both nervous and looking forward to it in their hearts. If they could observe a great battle of this level, it would definitely be of great benefit to their enlightenment. Right at this moment. Cough. Two coughs came from the ears of the crowd. Sorry to interrupt everyone. Li Zhou rubbed his hands in some embarrassment and grinned. Please help me protect the Tao, I want to smash through the sky. Chapter 112, The Way to Live and Let Live. Unlike the saber rattling over the flower not winning proof of the Tao, on the Spirit Network, Sect leader Tong Tian's words once again stirred up discussion amongst the crowd. Right, physical cultivators don't cultivate the Tao. What Tao are they combining? Mard, why didn't I think of it before? I only reacted when Elder Tong Tian said it. It's over, I feel like my brain is about to be led astray by this group cultivation. Breaking the rules, breaking the boundaries of heaven and earth, it sounds quite cool, but can physical cultivation really work? How is it that our physical cultivation can't work? Before that was because we couldn't do it, now. Elder Tong Tian, why don't you impart some more experience to us? Lin Ran looked at the request sent by the crowd of body cultivators. He stroked his chin. Passing on experience? Body cultivation this really doesn't have much to say, according to the traditional set of words, a direct punch blast and it's over. But if you say that, it would definitely be meaningless. Right. The book he wrote, Only Martial Dignity, is specialized in martial arts, and now there are more than 100,000 words that can be slaughtered. It just so happened that he could make a wave of recommendations. After thinking about it, Lin Ran tapped on the keyboard. Physical cultivation, it is the sharpening in sweat and bloodstains. Every muscle ache, every bone tremor, is a battle against the limits of the self. Shaking heaven and earth with both fists, using the body to withstand all difficulties. Having risen again after countless falls, forging an unbreakable body of adamantine and exploring the most essential power of life. Perhaps when you have broken one heaven, you will find another. But don't be afraid, the path lies ahead. At the same moment, Ren Jia, who was in the other room, watched with fervor. He even hated to rush up to the sky right now and punch the sky through. He clenched his fists and his eyes burned. Elder Tong Tian is right, one force breaks all laws, only martial arts are superior. Mingchi looked odd and said, Only martial dignity? Isn't this the secret book you're talking about? Ren Jia looked down before noticing that there was another sentence after this reply. For more information, please see Only Martial Dignity, with a link to origin novels hanging behind it. Ren Jia was dumbfounded. Why did Elder Tong Tian send this out? Thanks to him hiding it for so long. Finished. Now everyone knew about it. What should he do? No, he had to find Tong Tian Sr. to have a good chat today. Without saying a word, Ren Jia directly rushed out of the room. Straight to the room where Lin Ran was staying. On the other side. After giving himself half a day of mental construction, the White Tiger True Lord finally gathered his courage once again and decided to find Lin Ran for a showdown. After all, the current cultivation world couldn't involve anything related to becoming a saint at all, and it didn't know how long it would have to wait for Lin Ran to say it himself. As long as it could become a saint, even if it gave Lin Ran as a beast pet, it would admit it. However, before the White Tiger True Lord could say anything, it was interrupted by a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. White Tiger True Monarch. Ran Jia, this goddamn thing. The White Tiger True Monarch deflated in an instant, silently marking Ran Jia in his heart. Lin Ran got up and opened the door, just to see Ran Jia standing in the doorway. Why are you guys here? Looking at Ran Jia with a squirmy look, Lin Ran smiled, come in first. Once inside, Ran Jia couldn't wait to say, Brother Lin, I've read the book you recommended to me, do you know where I can find this 8-9 Xian Gong? Lin Ran froze. The 8-9 Xian Gong was exactly the technique that the protagonist practiced in that novel of his. According to the setting in the novel, the 8-9 Xian Gong was a top-level body refining technique, which could refine the physical body to an extremely high level, allowing the practitioner to have a powerful physique, capable of resisting all sorts of magic treasure attacks and divine spell damage. Lin Ran had merely made it up based on the generic settings of the novels of his previous life. Where would one go to find feats for Ran Jia? Ran Jia, this thing. Lin Ran wanted to say that this thing didn't exist at all, but when he saw Ran Jia's eyes full of longing, he ultimately didn't have the heart to say it to ruin his cultivation dreams. This kind of top-level technique has already been lost. Lost in transmission. Although Ran Jia was a little disappointed in his heart, this did not dampen his motivation. In fact, if he thought about it, he knew that such a top-level body refining technique must have been lost. Otherwise, how could a body cultivator be so miserable? Brother Lin, I've already experimented with all those body refining methods in the book, but none of them worked very well, do you have a better way? Lin Ran secretly said in his heart. Fortunately, his protagonist's pre-production realm was relatively low, so he wrote things like increasing strength training and didn't write anything too outrageous, or else Ran Jia really would have run off and experimented. That wouldn't be the end of it. Lin Ran sighed and said in a serious tone, Ran Jia, that's just a novel, it's not a martial arts secret, it's not to be trusted. Big brother Lin, don't lie to me. Ran Jia said with an affirmative face, you definitely have a way, right? Lin Ran was a bit scratchy. Gotta. He had told the truth, and this guy still didn't believe it. What to do? In the past, Lin Ran had also seen news about bear children who were addicted to games and then ran off to kill people, and although Ran Jia's situation was not as serious as this, he was really convinced about the game to the point where he didn't believe in it. This kind of person's thoughts are really a bit hard to break back. Steady. First stabilize. Lin Ran took a deep breath and slowly said, actually, it's not without a solution. Ran Jia's eyes lit up. What way? Create a gravity chamber. Lin Ran explained, the focus of body refining is to break through the limits time and time again, and in this high-gravity environment, the muscles and bones will be subjected to a greater load, thus promoting the strengthening of the bones and body. Then with gravity multiplication, the upper limit of body refining can be continuously raised. Since it didn't make sense for the time being, let's say something that had no way to be realized for him to do. In fact, with the current level of technology, it was already possible to create a super-gravity centrifugal simulation area. However, it would take at least a few $1 billion to really build it. Although Ran Jia had some family money, it was unlikely that his family would support him in doing so. Gravity chamber. Ran Jia murmured, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. Couldn't this thing be built with gravity stones? One of the items commonly used by body cultivators to refine their bodies was the gravity stone, but this thing was usually only used for weight training. No one had ever thought that they could just take the gravity stone and directly build a room. And gravity multiplication. Even if the body's limits were broken, it could continue to be pressurized through multiplication. The gravity room could be completely utilized over and over again. At this moment, Ran Jia not only saw the perfect molding of the path of body refining, he also saw the spirit stones rolling in. With this power to generate wealth, he would never lack spirit stones again. Ran Jia stood up and looked at Lin Ran with an excited expression. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your guidance, I know what to do now. When I build the gravity chamber, I'll split half of your shares. Although I know you probably won't be able to look at it, but this is my intention, you must smile. Lin Ran? Not. Let's not talk about whether this thing is built or not. You're talking about refining the body, how come you're splitting it into shares? Chapter 113, if you ask for the way forward, the only way is with your fists. Above the sky dome. Long Tianqi and Yin Tianzi's phallic silhouettes had disappeared. Only Huang stood with his eyes closed. The crowd was defending the Tao for him, and he was also defending the Tao for the human race. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Jiu. A question rose in their hearts at the same time, smashing through the sky, is this possible? Under this vastness of the sky, Li Jiu's stance was not considered upright, and his fist was as small as a grain of sand. However, he did not have the slightest fear in his heart. If you ask for the road ahead, it is only the fists. That's right, they were the brainless physical cultivators in the mouths of the crowd. They were also the brainless reckless people in the mouths of the demonic cultivators. For so many years, they had surprisingly walked on a path that did not belong to them at all. But so what? Body cultivators were never afraid to admit their mistakes. Even more so, they were not afraid to bear the consequences of their mistakes. Since they were on the wrong path, then they would break that path straight again. Since the sky is blocking the way, then smash through the sky. Even if 1,000 difficulties, the only thing that matters is the fist. Li Jiu's raised fist slammed into the sky, the originally empty sky, but a layer of barrier vaguely appeared. The barrier stood firm, as if mercilessly mocking his insignificance. Li Jiu was not discouraged, but instead his eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Because he saw. He had actually felt the obstacles on the road to physical cultivation, obstacles that could be seen and felt. Li Jiu's gaze became more and more determined. He didn't throw any more random punches, but instead gathered his entire body's strength into his fists. Fist momentum, fist intention, fist method. The sweat of the past several hundred years were all condensed into one point. Fist, body, and mind merged into one. Fist. The crowd's breath also swung with Li Jiu's fist, as if it had been suspended. Today, can the human race produce another immortal? It all depends on this punch. Boom. This fist full of unyielding will smashed heavily on top of the barrier. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently, as if the entire world had been shaken to its foundations by this fist. The stars dimmed, and the sun and moon were devoid of light. Even the rules of this world seemed to have become disorganized due to this punch. However, that impenetrable barrier did not waver in the slightest. The crowd was aghast in their hearts. They had already stepped into half-step harmonization, and their senses of the laws of heaven and earth were even more profound, and because of this, they were able to clearly feel the power contained in that punch just now. This punch did not hit the ethereal heavens, but rather the order and rules that maintained the entire heaven and earth. Even they could not guarantee that they would survive such an iron fist. But this fist still did not smash through that day. How difficult was the path of physical cultivation? Not enough? Li Jiu frowned slightly, and his eyes seemed to falter a bit with it, but only for a moment, then it turned into scorching heat once again. Then, come again. Boom. One punch, another punch. This fist, which had condensed his lifelong beliefs and strength, smashed on top of the barrier of the sky dome again and again, and at the time when the third fist smashed down. Suddenly. Boom. It was as if there was a crack above the dome of the sky, and endless chaotic chi washed over Li Jiu's body. Li Jiu clenched his teeth as his facial muscles became twisted from the pain. This chaotic chi was like 10,000 arrows piercing through the heart, each trace of it carried the pain of tearing the soul, but Li Jiu's eyes did not have the slightest fear, instead, they were permeated with a determined ruthlessness. Because he knew that this was his opportunity to break through. He must not back down. His flesh continued to bloom and crack, and healed again and again, and under the repeated and constant dicing, his flesh grew stronger and stronger. Finally, the chaotic aura gradually dissipated, and the dome of the sky once again closed in, pressing down heavily. The road of physical cultivation was long, as if it had no end. Li Jiu was like carrying the entire heaven and earth on his back, but his spine wasn't bent, he still stood proudly, like a war god reborn from the fire, his body exuding a chilling pressure. On the other side, Demon Marshal Zhang Yu waited for a long time, but did not wait for Huang to show up. Seeing that Li Jiu had broken through the shackles, the momentum was gone. He could only stifle a sigh of relief and tried to slip away while the crowd was off guard. However, the next second, he was bound by Huang's spiritual power threads. Look at the fist. Li Jiu originally wanted to take the demon race to sacrifice his flag. An anxious shout suddenly rang in his ears, "Leave your men alone." Yan Benjing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Now that the situation in the 10 realms is unknown and Qi Huang's whereabouts are unknown, we still need to learn more from him. I wonder if the two of you can hand him over to me? Li Jiao and Hua Bu Wen glanced at each other. Li Jiao skimmed his mouth in disgust. Cheap for you. May. With a casual movement of his hand, Hua Buing threw Zhang Yu towards Yan Benjing. Thank you both. Yan Benjing arched his hand in thanks and was about to leave with Zhang Yu when he saw Venerable Mingchi walking over. Realist Mingchi slightly arched his hand towards the two venerable masters, then slowly swept his gaze towards the crowd and spoke, "Since all of you are here, it's just as well that I have a great matter to discuss here." Somewhere in the middle of the forest, Long Tianqi swept the figure of Lion Judas slowly appeared. Long Zun, could it be that we just give up? Lion Judas had a face of unwillingness. They had spent thousands of years in countless heavenly materials and treasures before they managed to revive the dragon Zun's doppelganger. Who would have thought that the human race would have achieved 2 Zunis in one day? The great power has gone. Long Tianqi raised his eyes to the sky and let out a ghostly sigh from his mouth as he turned back to Lion Judas. You don't need to worry about the matter of the beast harnessing Zhai. I have already reached an agreement with Chu Tianqing. How could he not know what Lion Yeti was thinking? The demon race had been languishing for a long time and was in desperate need of a chance to rise. However, the time is also fate. Even if it was only half a step short, it was still short. Since he couldn't salvage the situation even if he made a move, he might as well use this one move to exchange for a more favorable situation for the demon race. Many thanks to Dragon Father. The lion still claimed thanks under his breath, but his heart was filled with endless bewilderment. Precisely because the human race is powerful, the beast-harnessing Jaidi's clans dare to do whatever they want to the demon race. Now even though there is a dragon Zun protection, but the human race added 2 more Zunshur, in the future the demon race, and how will it be? The road of the demon race, and in what direction? The same moment. Looking at the link hanging behind Sect leader Tong Tian's reply, a group of body cultivators were dumbfounded. They asked Tong Tian to teach them about his experience in physical cultivation, and as a result, the Tong Tian sect leader told them to read a novel? This really wasn't a joke? Suddenly, all the body cultivators seemed to feel something and looked up at the sky at the same time. Although they couldn't see anything at all with their naked eyes, they sensed at the same moment that the sky broke. It was as if what was originally carried on their backs had been lifted up for a moment, even though the moment was very brief and, with it, heavier. But all the body cultivators were thrilled and elated by this, because they saw the true path of the body cultivator. At almost the same moment, all the body cultivators aimed their eyes on the novel recommended by the Tong Tian sect leader. If it wasn't for the Tong Tian sect leader's guidance, how would they body cultivators know their path? Since sect leader Tong Tian had let them read it, there was bound to be a reason. Perhaps only if they read and understood the book would they be able to see how the path of body cultivation was going to move forward. Chapter 114 Opportunity, Where to Find It? Hotel Room. After sending Rin Jie away, Lin Ran suddenly remembered that his book seemed to be on the recommendations a few days ago. However, because it was busy these past few days, he hadn't bothered to look at the data. As a result, when he opened it, he was dumbfounded. All that hung on the page were 1-star, 2-star bad reviews. A 10-year-old trope is also taken out and written. I'm going to have a cerebral thrombosis just watching it. Poison, poison, poison. Lin Ran's mind collapsed. Although it was true that he, the protagonist, wasn't perfect, and his plot wasn't really original enough. It wasn't as bad as this, was it? In this instant, Lin Ran fell into self-doubt. In fact, with his current income conditions, he actually didn't need to rely on writing novels to create revenue at all. But who hadn't walked into this industry with a dream? Who hasn't fantasized about becoming a god with a book? Of course. As a street, Lin Ran still have self-awareness. If he wrote the book, no problem, has long been a book to become famous, which can still be street. But being scolded so badly is really out of his expectation. Could it be that he really does not have the talent to write novels? And just at this time. Tick. Today's wine rewarded you with a golden alliance. Martial arts practitioner rewarded you with a golden alliance. Fist-shaking mountains and rivers rewarded you with a golden alliance. Lin Ran, what's going on? What's going on? Suddenly you're going to be rich and free? Then look at the comments below. This book should be the most precious treasure for physical cultivation. 1 power to 10. Well said, in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks have nothing to hide. This is the ultimate goal of martial arts. This book is good at everything, it's just short, and powerless, not enough to read. The 5-star positive reviews directly blinded Lin Ran's eyes, and Lin Ran had the feeling of being in a dream, not quite real. He knew that these were all from his spirit net friends. Perhaps everyone was looking at the face of the character Tong Tian Sect Master. Or perhaps, they really think this book is good. But no matter what, Lin Ran was going to finish this book properly and give an explanation to those readers who were willing to continue reading. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Opening Spirit Net, he wanted to say something, but then he saw a new post pop up. Puppet Cultivator Flower Not Winning is now certified. Feeling the grace of Tong Tian Sect Master's preaching, he is hereby presenting a real person realm substitute human puppet, although he knows that this is not a heavy gift, but he hopes that Tong Tian Sect Master will bear with him. The moment this post came out, the entire Spirit Net shook. Are you kidding? Harmonization? Puppet Cultivator actually merged with the Tao? My goodness, just now everyone was still despising the Puppet Cultivator, but as a result, after Tong Tian Sect Master just pointed out 1 or 2 sentences, the Puppet Cultivator has merged with the Tao? This is simply too incredible. Man, also, Sect leader Tong Tian is my god. However, before everyone finished being shocked, another post popped up. Martial god Sect Li Jiu broke the first heaven today, opening the way for the world's physical cultivators. This time thanks to the Tong Tian Godfather to point out the way. I Li Jiu is a big old man, will not say those when Jozo. I have nothing valuable on this body, but I Li Jiu put the words here. Tong Tian Godmaster is the benefactor of my physical cultivation, who dares to be disrespectful to Tong Tian Godmaster, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll take that Shin Songran to sacrifice the flag first. These words of Li Jiu directly brought the atmosphere of the entire Spirit Net to the extreme. But that wasn't the end of it. Chu Tianqing immediately followed with a new post. The underworld opens, the ghosts and gods become ghosts and gods, all the ghosts and gods in the world honor the Tong Tian Sect Master as their teacher. If there is no Tong Tian Sect Master, then there is no underworld. Thank you for your great kindness, sir. I hereby present you with a ghost god order, and by executing this order, you can command the ghosts and gods of the world. In an instant, the entire Spirit Net fell into dead silence. A real person realm stand in human puppet. A venerable beater. And a bunch of ghosts and gods as henchmen. Sect leader Tong Tian was the one who dominated the cultivation world, and no one would dare to say a word of no right now. Also at this moment, a thought quietly bubbled up in the hearts of many people. Since what the Tong Tian sect leader had said came true, could there really be that one place that hid a harmonious Tao realm powerhouse? However, this question was destined to have no one to give them an answer. At this time, the powerhouses who had just been promoted to half-step harmonious Tao were in a frenzy of anxiety. In the past, to be able to produce a half-step harmonious Tao would definitely be a great event for the entire cultivation world. But now, looking at one harmonious Tao and one heaven breaking, how could they have the nerve to say that they were half-step harmonious Tao? It was truly a case of people being more angry than people. However, the more urgently they wanted to take that step, the more they couldn't take that step. Thus, someone turned toward sect leader Tong Tian and sincerely asked for guidance. Senior Tong Tian, if the great Tao is occupied, is there any hope of merging with the Tao? At this moment, Lin Ran was also cool to the core. What real person realm substitute human puppet, what ghost god order? Sensei really fake, listen to the word cool. Forgetting what he was supposed to do when he opened the Spirit Net, he looked at the new question and thoughtlessly replied. Simple. Or take the house as an example, since this house has more than one room, so if you can't get into this room, you can totally get into another room. Or, chisel away the other rooms in this room wall. Directly expand the size of this room. After sending it, Lin Ran looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, and was about to exit the Spirit Network when he suddenly saw a message from Chu Tianqing. Thinking that Chu Tianqing had just held himself up, Lin Ran was also too embarrassed to just go offline without bothering people. So he clicked on the private chat. Elder Tong Tian, I have merged with the Tao with my ghost body, although I have gained transcendence in the Yin, I am similarly bound by the great Tao and cannot go further. I wonder if there is a solution? Lin Ran smiled. Wasn't it just a question of how to expand beyond the ghost god? This question, simple. In the myths and legends of China, the most important thing is the ghost immortal practitioners, basically the city god, the land god and so on are all ghost immortal practitioners. But if you really want to take an example, Nuzha is the one. Neza, who had to return his father's bones and mother's flesh to his father, had his body destroyed before he could become a god, so he could only choose to practice as a ghost immortal. So, he was given the choice of practicing as a ghost immortal. Tai Zhengrong then arranged for Neza to coagulate the method of incense and fire golden body. For those who are ghost immortals, condensing a golden body of incense and fire is sufficient. However, there is a flaw in this method. The more the power of faith, the stronger the strength. If the power of faith decreases, the strength also decreases. If the clay body is destroyed, its foundation is also destroyed. If the lotus body can be remodeled, only then will one be transcended. Chu Tianqing looked at sect leader Tong Tian's reply and stared incredulously. Gathering the fragrant golden body. The solution was surprisingly that simple? Although strength would increase or decrease with the power of faith, right now in this world, only the underworld had ghosts and gods, and there was no need to compete with other ghosts and gods for the power of faith. It could be said that the entire world's power of faith was waiting for him to harvest it. What did he have to worry about? As for the clay golden body being destroyed, that was even more impossible. With the strength of the current cultivation world, there was simply no one who could destroy his clay golden body, provided, of course, that the peach source sacred realm had not yet opened. If one were to follow the speculations of the Mingchi realist several people. When the peach origin sacred realm opened, it would inevitably be a disaster for the entire human race. He had to ascend as quickly and expeditiously as possible to do so. Remodel the lotus body. Chu Tianqing's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. If he could find such a chance, he would be able to transcend. Just this chance, where could it be found? Chapter 115. When evil spirits appear, that is when ghosts and gods flourish. How could one remake the lotus body? The answer Chu Tianqing received from the Tong Tian sect master was only 3 words: Buzhou Mountain. According to legend, after Fingu opened up the heavens and opened up the earth, one of the lotus seeds of the chaotic green lotus landed on Buzhou Mountain and was nourished by the ancestral source of the earth, ultimately transforming into the 12 white lotus of the pure world. Neza's lotus body was remodeled by Tai Zhengjin with the 12 white lotus of purity. Of course. Buzhou Mountain is the name of a mountain in myths and legends. If Lin Ran didn't know where it was even more unlikely that Chu Tianqing would know. Moreover, Neza's attainment of sainthood with the body of a ghost immortal wasn't as simple as remodeling his lotus body, and he had gone through a total of 9 major life and death passages in transforming from the lotus ghost immortal body into the hybrid undisrupted sacred fetus. But these Lin Ran was not going to tell Chu Tianqing in detail. Buzhou Mountain. Chu Tianqing secretly memorized this name in his heart and somewhat nervously held his breath as he asked sect leader Tong Tian the question he was most concerned about right now. Elder Tong Tian, do you know anything related to evil? Evil? What the hell? Lin Ran looked confused and replied, never heard of it, why don't you elaborate? Seeing the reply, Chu Tianqing looked disappointed. Unexpectedly, even someone as omniscient as the Tong Tian sect master had never heard of evil. Could it be that there was really no way to break the plight of ghosts and gods? Disappointment to disappointment, sect master Tong Tian was the only person Chu Tianqing could tell, so naturally, he could not possibly hide anything, and directly sent what the Taoist protector had said in its entirety to sect master Tong Tian. The age of chaotic gods? The demonic gods' tribulation? Evil? Don't say it, this setting was still a bit interesting. When it comes to the history of China, no one can say clearly when and where the ghost and god culture originated. We only know that during the barbaric period, when the major tribes started to use totems as their beliefs, humans already had the idea of honoring ghosts and gods, and then during the Yin and Shang periods, the rulers' worship of ghosts and gods reached its peak. Then there is a record of Yin people honor the gods, rate the people to serve the ghosts, first ghosts, and then rituals. The chaotic god era that Chu Tianqing talked about should be this point in time. Just this evil. To ghosts and gods as food, possessed in the human body without being noticed, this special meow, is not the previous life said that the evil spirits well. The so-called evil spirits are those ghosts and monsters that secretly possess people, create mysterious events, and haunt and harm people. He was wondering how the ghosts in this world were different from the settings in his previous life. It turned out that they were hiding here. Isn't this evil spirit a proper experience pack for ghosts and gods? Still need to worry? Worry my ass. Of course, Lin Ran wouldn't tell Chu Tianqing that. Ghosts and gods are the natural nemesis of evil spirits, but don't forget that traditional Taoist talismans are also great killers of evil spirits, and when the plotline is expanded, he can still pull out the talisman cultivators and sacrifice them. Maisie. Ta-da-day. Lin Ran tapped his fingers rapidly. No need to worry, when evil spirits appear, that's when ghosts and gods flourish. Chu Tianqing stared blankly at the Tong Tian Sect leader's reply. For a moment, he was somewhat unable to react. From the mouth of the protector of the Tao, the ghost god's tribulation that lasted for several thousand years, the evil that even the ancient ghost god could not deal with, the Tong Tian Sect master had actually told him that he did not need to worry about it? Even if this was something that the Tong Tian Sect master had said, he couldn't believe it. It was impossible for the Taoist protector to lie to him. There was also no reason to lie to him. Then, why was what the Tong Tian Sect master said different from the Tao protector? Unfortunately, without waiting for him to ask again, he saw the Tong Tian Sect master go offline. Chu Tianqing. Tong Tian Senior, this is too many questions for him? Chu Tianqing secretly sighed and asked Huang how to shout Gao Wei into the hall of Yin Tianzi. Gao Wei, who had just finished pacifying the various clans, was also physically and mentally exhausted at the moment, but as soon as he heard that the Chu Emperor had summoned him, it was as if he had resurrected with full blood, and he entered the hall of the Yin Celestial Sun without even thinking about it. Seeing Chu Tianqing, who was seated at the top of the Great Hall, Gao Wei stepped forward and bowed. Emperor Chu. I know that your people are in contact with Sect leader Tong Tian, this ghost god order. Your law enforcement division will help me transfer it to him. Chu Tianqing casually threw the ghost god order, which was condensed with incense, to Gao Wei. There were so many hidden great powers. It was impossible for the law enforcement division to investigate and monitor them one by one. If they really did, the law enforcement division would no longer exist. However, like the Tong Tian Sect leader who suddenly appeared and had such a great influence on the cultivation world, it was impossible for the law enforcement division not to go and understand, and it was also impossible not to grasp any information at all. But how to contact, there is a boundary. In the case of a person like Sect leader Tong Tian, who had been a benefactor to all the great sects, and a benefactor to the human race, the law enforcement division did not have any reason to take offense. The law enforcement division did not have any reason to take offense. They must find a suitable degree of contact. Even to befriend. Gao Wei looked at the ghost god order in his hand and his pupils shrunk slightly. Although he knew that Chu Tianqing was giving them a chance to befriend the Tong Tian Sect leader, this ghost god order was also too expensive. Chu Emperor, this ghost god order can call upon the ghosts and gods of the world, which is equivalent to ruling the underworld. You should think twice. Chu Tianqing raised his hand to interrupt Gao Wei's words and said in a faint voice. Sect leader Tong Tian had the favor of rebuilding me, not to mention a ghost god order. Even if it's the entire underworld, it's still possible to give up the entire underworld. Furthermore, the situation of the underworld mansion is also clear to you. If you can get the Tong Tian Sect master to take care of it, perhaps. Chu Tianqing did not continue, but the meaning, Gao Wei heard and understood. Perhaps the predicament of the ghosts and gods, the predicament of the human race. Only the Tong Tian Sect master could solve it. When he thought of the scene from before, Gao Wei still couldn't stop his heart from trembling. A great terror that could pose a threat to the entire human race, even a harmonization realm powerhouse like Emperor Chu had no solution. Could Sect leader Tong Tian really have a solution? Gao Wei wasn't sure, but Chu Di believed. He could only choose to believe as well. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Gao Wei took a deep breath and spoke again. Chu Emperor, there is one more thing. Speak. Master Zhuosi entrusted me to ask Emperor Chu for advice on why he suddenly disappeared back then. I wonder if he can inform me. Gao Wei nervously looked at Chu Tianqing. For so many years, this matter had been like a shadow hanging over the law enforcement division. Even now that Emperor Chu had returned, it also lingered. If it weren't for the fact that Priest Chu was going to sit on top of the law enforcement division, I'm afraid that he would have to personally come and ask why exactly Emperor Chu had disappeared back then. This is also the reason why I called out to you to come here. Chu Tianqing slowly got up and said, back then, after my accident, I was muddled for a very long period of time, and it was only when I came to the vicinity of the Endless Demon Cave that I was able to come to my senses, but my memories regarding this section were also lost. It wasn't until I successfully merged with the Tao today that these memories resurfaced. He lowered his eyes to look at Gao Wei at the bottom of the Great Hall and said in a deep voice, do you know about the Devil Bell Evil G? Gao Wei nodded. When I investigated the evil cultivators before, I once read the scrolls of the Devil Bell Evil G. The Devil Bell Evil G uses the bones and blood of cultivators as a guide to plunder the souls of living beings in a vain attempt to change their qualifications. What does Emperor Chu mean? This case had another inside story back then. Chapter 116, Really Going Crazy. In fact, there was more than one evil cultivator similar to the demon Bell Evil G. Most of the evil cultivators were originally poorly qualified orthodox cultivators, but only went astray when they got the secret method from somewhere and tried to change their qualifications and bones. The law enforcement division had also investigated greatly because of these matters, but the methods and places these people had gotten the secret methods from were all over the place. The contents of these secret methods were also completely different. These evil cultivators also did not have any connection with each other. Only then did they stop. Compared to the other evil cultivators, the case of the demon Bell Evil Lady was even more sensational at the time. She had almost plagued more than half of the sects in the cultivation world, and there were thousands of cultivators who had died at her hands, and some were even core disciples of the sects. As she targeted cultivators who were in closed-door cultivation, or who were deep in the secret realm, she acted with extreme caution. This led to this matter being hidden for decades. When this incident broke out, the entire cultivation world was thrown into a great panic, and since then, many sects had the tradition of lighting the lamp of life, just to prevent their disciples from being scourged by evil cultivators again. According to the records on the dossier, because of the outrage of all the great sects at that time, the Devil's Bell Evil G was torn into pieces on the spot. Even the law enforcement division was unable to intervene. Gao Wei suspiciously looked at Chu Tianqing. Could it be that Emperor Chu had found out something else? Sensing Gao Wei's puzzled gaze, Chu Tianqing spoke. Back then, this case was extremely rushed from the time it exploded until the demon Bell Evil Heim's death, and there were a lot of suspicions that weren't investigated clearly. After the demon Bell Evil Heim's death, all the clues were broken. Until 500 years ago, I saw the shadow of the devil spirit Evil G in another evil cultivator. I brought people to investigate, but found. A trace of struggle flashed through his eyes, as if he was caught in memories that he was unwilling to touch. Only after a long time did he slowly say, corpses, there are corpses everywhere, tens of thousands of corpses standing underwater, their faces are so lifelike that they look no different from being alive. Gao Wei felt his scalp tingle just thinking about that image, as if goosebumps were rising all over his body. Then, I died. Chu Tianqing spoke lightly. Gao Wei, however, shuddered. To know that at that time, Chu Tianqing was already a half-step harmonious Dao, who could kill him so easily without alerting the cultivation world at all. Above the harmonized Dao. Even stronger. Chu Tianqing exhaled deeply and continued, but even if I've reached today's realm, this place, it still makes me instinctively resist, not daring to easily set foot in it. Gao Wei gulped, the skin of his mouth trembling. What place? Chu Tianqing raised his eyes and slowly spat out 3 words. Fuxian Lake. Hotel room. The White Tiger True Lord had managed to once again prepare himself mentally to showdown with Lin Ran. Once he turned his head, he realized that Lin Ran had already fallen asleep. White Tiger True Lord. It couldn't wait to pick up Lin Ran and ask him directly, but it didn't dare. The matter of ghost cultivators was just a matter of coincidence. But today it saw with its own eyes. Lin Ran just a few words, let a puppet cultivator to merge with the Tao, let a body cultivator to break the sky. This led it still how to treat Lin Ran as an ordinary person? The White Tiger True Lord was now deep in heavy self-doubt and couldn't extricate itself. It even suspected that Lin Ran wasn't sleeping at all right now, but was secretly observing his every move. The White Tiger True Monarch couldn't help but twist its head and sneak a peek at Lin Ran, but when it saw Lin Ran's huffing and puffing appearance, there was really no way for it to connect him to a great man. Just then, suddenly, a purple gold beam of light passed through the roof of the hotel and spilled down onto Lin Ran's body. The color of this beam of light wasn't dark, but the power of merit contained within it was far more solid than the auspicious clouds of merit in the daytime. True Lord White Tiger felt like he was going crazy. Merit and virtue. Surprisingly, I saw merit and virtue again. When did this thing called merit and virtue become simpler than drinking water? Those who were equally as frantic as the White Tiger True Lord were also the realist realm powerhouses from the various sects. Since there's more than one room in this house, then if you can't enter this room, you can totally enter another room. Or, chisel away the other rooms in this room wall. Directly expand the size of this room. The crowd looked at the Tong Tian sect leader's passage in meditation, and there were also quite a few powerful people of the God transformation realm who also came together to join the ranks. After all, this matter did not only involve the real person realm. It was even more concerning the foundation of the Tao. Pill King Valley. The 3 elders came together to crickets. This changing a room should mean changing the Tao, right? Then how is this chiseling through the wall? Separating the rooms to be understood? Don't know, don't understand, not important. What's important is changing paths. That's right, if they want to change paths in the real person realm, they have to abolish their cultivation first and then cultivate to the transformation god realm before changing paths. Who dares? And we are originally at the transformation god realm, isn't that just right? But how to change? Change what path? Sect leader Tong Tian said that there are 3,000 great roads. Does that mean that there are 3,000 roads in total? I don't know about the others, but we definitely can't pick the current popular Dao. Right, the reason why puppet cultivation succeeded in merging with the Dao is because puppet cultivation is a minor Dao. We have to find a smaller path that's a bit off the beaten path as well. As the three elders spoke, they suddenly looked up at the ceiling at the same time. The Valley Master has witnessed the Dao. Oh, it's fine, he'll close himself up later. Come on, let's continue. Shan State Barbarian. In a gloomy room. Wei Yinxian, who had managed to retrieve his cell phone, couldn't wait to open the spirit network and was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Not only had Chu Tianqing succeeded in merging with the Dao and was promoted to a ghost emperor. Even Li Jiu, that old piker, even became a martial arts father, but also created his own what to break the first realm of the sky? There's also this flower not winning, what puppet cultivation first place harmonization? He has never even heard of it. Not. He just went out of the country, how come the cultivation world has changed? It's not just harmonization. Now the half-step harmonization road is also full of crawling. Wei Yin closed himself up first. In contrast, they have worked hard, tossed and turned for more than 10 days, and have to endure these inhuman tortures, just to successfully mix into this so-called earthly purgatory. In the end, what is the figure? As soon as he pressed off his cell phone, he viciously looked behind him. A group of men and women were squatting on the ground, shivering. Although they were not tied up, none of them dared to escape. There were also a few strong men who were playing happily with Zhu Luan. Lao San, Xiao Lu, kill them for me. Wei Zhibin scratched his head and said, Master, this isn't good, is it? Wei Yinxian was already on the verge of violent anger, and when he heard Wei Zhibin's words, the anger in his heart seemed like it was about to spew out. You say, what? Wei Zhibin said with a serious face, Master, I think we should give them waterboarding, electrocution and so on all over again, it's called. Right, treating others in their own way. Wei Yinxian's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. The oldest three, this is enlightened? Count you a bit of growth. Next to him, Zhu Luan sighed, no way, these people can't withstand the torture, they die too fast. Wei Yinxian looked at the faint golden light on Zhu Luan's body, and his eyes went blind. What the hell? Demon cultivators still have merit for killing people? Chapter 117, Head, we're surrounded. The underground garage of the hotel. A group of members of the law enforcement division wearing black security attire looked tired, but they had to raise their spirits. After all, with their current strength, they were facing a blood clan of the same level. It was absolutely not to be taken lightly. Not far away, there stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed blood race. From the looks alone, there wasn't much difference between the blood race and the human race. The only thing that stood out was the pair of exposed fangs, as well as the eyes that were permeated with a bloody red aura. I heard that China is a country of etiquette. Is this how you treat your guests? The blood clan uttered these words in awkward Chinese, as if he was trying to make an elegant smile, but this smile made his entire face look even more twisted and hideous. Friends come with good wine, but if that jackal comes... Zhang Ping waved his arm and made an arc with his longsword, then set it on his arm and made a gesture than a gun. His mouth compared to a muzzle. Bang! A powerful sword chi swept towards the blood clan. Damn you for speaking so literally, can he understand? Yang Wei spat and looked at the blood clan in a vicious voice. A monster like you who is inhuman and ghostly has the nerve to call himself a guest? Suffer death, scum! Yang Wei moved like thunder, each strike wrapped in the might of a howling gale. The other members of the law enforcement division were no better, immediately forming a spell formation, and for a moment, spirit swords and magic treasures intermingled with light, all of them shooting towards the blood clan. However, all of the attacks fell short. The ghostly figure of the blood race shuttled through the light and directly attacked Yang Wei's face. Naturally, the crowd could not let the blood race succeed, constantly changing formations, wanting to trap the blood race in the formation. However, the strength of this blood race was clearly a step above them. The speed was dazzling, plus the crowd of law enforcement division members had already fought all night. Their energy was not good. Even if they put up a 12% effort, there were still times when they were negligent. Snort! The sharp nails of the Blood Clan brushed past Yang Wei's eyes, and Yang Wei felt a stinging pain in his eyes, as if his eyes had been cut by a sharp instrument, but fortunately, his eyes could still see. Yang Wei gave a secret cry of danger and rushed to the side and shouted, "Head, if you don't make a move, I'll die." "Die what death? With me you can't die. This is a rare opportunity for you to practice." Suguan sat on the roof of the car, cursing in his heart as he touched the fish and brushed the spirit net. He had only just transformed into a god, and these hanging hairs were either half-step harmonization or harmonization. What's the point of playing? Where was the big brother of the god transformation realm? This make it seem like the transformation god is worthless. However, he thought that Sect leader Tong Tian had already sent him a message back, and when this side was over, he would be able to meet up with Sect leader Tong Tian. His heart is also nervous. The first time they met, they must not leave a bad impression on the Tong Tian Sect master. Practicing? Experiencing my ass. Yang Wei also cursed in his heart. The head is not just disliked their previous flirting, deliberately tossing them? It's been a night now, the anger should have subsided, right? Head. We're wrong, we won't flirt with you next time, okay? Yang Wei was coping with the Blood Clan's attacks while loudly begging for forgiveness, and he was also continuously making glances towards the crowd beside him. Hurry up and admit your mistakes to your head, finish the fight early and call it a day. The crowd shouted in unison. Head, we were wrong. Although the Blood Clan couldn't understand what the members of the law enforcement division were saying, they guessed from the looks of these people that they were requesting for support. Immediately, they wanted to flee. The next second, a majestic voice entered his ears. Those who unreasonably violate a friendly nation are unjust. Those who walk the left path without people are unrighteous. Those who disorganize the Chinese society are plotting against the country. A combination of several offenses is punishable by death. Suguan's hands quickly formed seals, and a single aphorism spat out from his mouth, like a shining web of light opening up and binding the Blood Clan firmly. Ah! The Blood Clan's mouth continuously emitted a mournful scream. He frantically crashed and rolled around, trying to break this cage made of golden and noble iron laws, and blood continuously oozed out of his mouth, nose, and ears, setting off his already fair complexion and making it even whiter. But the more fiercely he resisted, the stronger the cage's bonds became. The Blood Clan's hostile eyes were gradually taken over by fear, and finally collapsed to the ground in an unwilling roar. Yang Wei stepped forward and took a look. Head, there's still a breath left. Drag it back. Suguan waved his hand in a good-natured manner. If this was an ordinary cultivator, he would have hiccuped long ago. This Blood Clan thing was really hard to kill. Of course. With his current realm, it wasn't impossible to kill. It was just that it would take some effort. But there was still more information to be extracted from these bloods, so of course he couldn't let them die just like that. The crowd walked out of the underground garage and a blinding light came through. It was dawn. Alright, everyone go back to rest and cultivate. This side will be guarded by the people from the major clans first. Suguan waved his hand. Although people who cultivated didn't need to sleep, human energy was limited. Not to mention, which of them didn't need time to meditate and cultivate, or to learn secret arts and aptitudes? If one kept turning 24 hours a day, even a person of cultivation would have to be wasted. What was the point of cultivation? As soon as Suguan's words fell, a member of the law enforcement division on duty ran over, looking anxious. Head, it's bad, something big has happened. We're surrounded by people from the cultivation world. What? On the other side, Lin Ran, who had just gotten the news, also couldn't wait to rush to the vicinity of Caesar's hotel. Although he had arrived in Haibei City a long time ago, it was very difficult to dig out someone who didn't know his real name, looks, or identity in the huge Haibei City. Luckily, the Emperor's heaven was not disappointed. It still let him find it. Old ancestor. Zhu Yaoyang used his body to stop in front of Lin Ran and bowed. There is only this one picture on the spirit web. Even if we break in, we don't know which one of the Tong Tian Sect masters it is. Not to mention, this is the territory of the law enforcement division. Please think twice, old ancestor. Lin Ran looked at Zhu Yaoyang with an icy gaze. The news that I'm going to kill the Tong Tian Sect master, you're the one who put it out, right? Don't think that I don't know those little moves of yours, roll. When I kill the Tong Tian Sect leader, I'll settle this score with you properly. Lin Ran waved his big hand and left with big strides. Zhu Yaoyang straightened his spine little by little, looked at Shin Kongren's back, and slowly clenched his fists. Shen Songran only knew that Chu Tianqing called the emperor, but did not know that Li Jiu claimed the honor. What's more, he didn't know that Li Jiu was on his way to find him. He deliberately suppressed the news on the Spirit Network, originally just didn't want Shen Songran to take that step, but he didn't expect there to be such an unexpected gain. He has secretly informed Shen Songran's whereabouts to Li Jiu. Just don't know when Li Jiu can come. He had already tried his best to delay. Hopefully, everything is still in time. Chapter 118, Crazy. Caesar Hotel. At this time, the entire hotel staff are crazy. Early in the morning, the sky is still cloudy when, I do not know from where to run to a gang of people, the hotel surrounded a watertight. Lift your eyes and look, a huge head. The key is that these people are dressed very strange, not into the hotel, just sit outside the hotel. A staff member went up to ask, these people also do not say why, sit outside to suck the European gas on the line. The person in charge of security at the Leap Fair was anxious to walk around the hotel lobby. Their current manpower could only temporarily maintain normal order at the scene. What exactly was the purpose of these people, and whether they would take advantage of the chaos to do something, all still needed time to investigate. But the day had already dawned. The opening ceremony of the Leapfrog Expo was coming up soon, and if this group of people caused foreign guests to be unable to participate normally, by then not only would the hotel's reputation be ruined, but it would also have a considerable international impact. Right at this moment, Su Guan arrived with a group of law enforcement division members. The head of security hurriedly walked up. Captain Su, look at this. Leave this place to us. Su Guan gave a light nod towards the head of security, and gave a wink towards Jiang Ping. Then, striding to the entrance of the hotel, he looked at the people from the various sects and cursed directly under his breath. Mard. I've been busy all night, and I still have to clean up your mess, you bunch of bastard things. You have nothing to do, right? If you don't leave again, do you believe I'll arrest you all? The few people sitting in front of the hotel were sprayed with saliva. They also wanted to cry. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they were blocked here, they simply couldn't get out. How could they have expected so many people to come? It couldn't be helped. Who let Sect leader Tong Tian be here? If it was put aside in the past, everyone would definitely not have been this crazy, but just last night, after getting guidance from the Tong Tian Sect leader, the human race had two more venerable masters, and now who doesn't know that there is meat to be eaten by following the Tong Tian Sect leader? Even if they can't eat meat, it's good to drink some soup. Not going, right? Good. As soon as Su Guan rolled up his sleeves, he directly grabbed one with one hand and threw it out. And so, a strange scene appeared on the street. People were constantly landing on the ground in a parabolic fashion, screaming ouch, oh my god. The crowd that was still staying and not wanting to leave clamored and dispersed. But the people surrounding the entrance of the hotel were too many. Although some people can fly with a sword, but the mortal world has a ban on flying, they are not good to openly violate the ban under the eyes of the law enforcement division. The law enforcement division caught as a chicken to make an example of the chicken. This also led to the crowded people, crowded people, a moment of time simply cannot squeeze out. Ouch, who stepped on my foot? Which asshole pulled out my crotch? Thing, get away from me. The noises and angry curses were endless, and the entire entrance of the hotel was in chaos. Hey! Uncle, what are you squeezing me for? A cultivator climbed up from the ground and said furiously, can't you see that the law enforcement division's people are here and everyone is squeezing out? You hurry! Shen Songran reached out his hand and crushed his neck as easily as if he were pinching a chicken cub. The noisy voices around instantly came to an abrupt end. Immediately after that. Murder! A scream rang out one after another. How could the surrounding cultivators care about the regulations any longer, those who flew with their imperial swords, those who performed evasive maneuvers, and in almost the blink of an eye, a large area was vacated at the entrance of the hotel. Su watched Shen Songran, who was walking step by step towards himself, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. How could he not recognize the heavenly martial pavilion old ancestor? Just. Others could retreat, he could not. He was an enforcer. Shen Songran, how dare you, killing people in the street, what do you consider the law? The law? The corner of Shen Songran's mouth hooked into a sneer, this kind of thing used against the weak, you also want to come against me? Let Sect leader Tong Tian come out, I cannot kill you, otherwise. His gaze slowly swept across the surroundings, a hint of madness in his voice, I don't mind going on a killing spree. A killing spree? Surname Shin, you damn well give labor a try. Accompanied by a furious shout, Gao Wei's figure descended from the sky like a towering mountain, blocking before the crowd. Su watched Gao Wei's back and almost burst into tears. At the critical moment, it was still old Gao who was reliable. He just wanted to directly seek help from sect leader Tong Tian. After all, the threat of a half-step harmonious Tao he had to put in his eyes, especially Shin Ran, such a half-step harmonious Tao madman. He really could do something that would lead to a killing spree. Shin Ran raised his eyes to look at Gao Wei and wrinkled his brows. You want to go against me? Joke. You Shin Ran break the law, I enforce the law. What do you mean by going against you? Why don't you say that you Shin Ran openly provoked my law enforcement division? Gao Wei was righteous at this time. This night, the Department of Law Enforcement added 2 half-step harmonious Tao. Fear him Shin Ran a bird. If it is not because of these bastards things delay, he may also be able to go up half a step, is worried about this belly fire no place to send, Shin Ran himself hit up, he had to vent. Provocation, huh? Shin Ran lightly raised his hand, in the heart of his hand, the ghost fire of the underworld is like a blooming blue siren. Demonic and charming. Even Gao Wei's pupils suddenly shrunk the moment he saw the spectral ghost fire. Shin Ran, this madman, actually melted the underworld ghost fire into his body. Is this a ing thing that people do? The key was. The underworld ghost fire was the ghost cultivator's life fire. If it was not a threat to life, the ghost cultivator would not easily use it. Shin Ran, on the other hand, does not have this concern. It was completely free to do whatever he wanted. There are quite a few crazy people in the cultivation world, but there are not many crazy people who have the capital to act arbitrarily like this. This time, things were in trouble. Although Gao Wei is a real person realm, there is no way to avoid the underworld ghost flame burning the soul. If it is an ordinary ghost cultivator, he can stifle it in advance, but Shin Ran is still a half-step harmonious Tao. This is no longer something he can handle. Just as Gao Wei was planning to contact Chu Di. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged in. This aura was powerful and oppressive, causing Shin Ran to feel a palpitation, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he found that his legs were as heavy as lead, as if the air around him had frozen. Who? Shin Ran was horrified, and the moment he raised his head, he saw a shadow pressing down from above his head. He instinctively raised his hand as resistance. Then, boom! A fist smashed down, and Shin Congren's figure directly disappeared. Karma has been eliminated. A slight murmur sounded in the dust and smoke. However, the crowd did not see any figure, they only saw a huge deep pit on the ground, and in the deep pit, although Shin Ran still maintained his human shape, the bones in his entire body were all shattered. Only a puddle of flesh and mud remained. The crowd's pupils trembled violently, and even their hearts were in their throats. It must have been an immortal elder who had struck, right? Otherwise, how could a half-step harmonious Tao like Shin Ran die so easily like an ant? And just as the crowd was wondering, another figure descended from the sky. Huh, dead? Chapter 119 Illusion? Dead? Li Jiu looked at Shin Ran in the pit with a surprised face. He just received the news and immediately rushed here, how could he die so quickly? Then this is not a trip for nothing? Gao Wei stared blankly at Li Jiu, only to feel that his brain was down, somewhat unable to react. Just now was not even a martial arts master shot? For a full 5 seconds, only then did Gao Wei, as if waking up from a dream, cold and sweaty, commanded Su Guan behind him, immediately block the news. Yes. Su Guan was likewise in a cold sweat. Among the 3 immortal sovereigns, the only one who could kill in such a manner was Martial Sovereign. But now, looking at the Martial Exalt's appearance, it was clear that he had no knowledge of what had just happened, knowing that the other party's strike and the Martial Exalt's descent were merely a back-and-forth affair, definitely no more than 30 seconds. And in such a short period of time, the Martial Exalt had not sensed the other party striking. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's strength far exceeded that of a Martial Exalt. It seemed that Sect leader Tong Tian's words were true, and that there really were other harmonizers in this world. It was just that such a strong harmonizer who didn't know his roots, didn't know his cultivation, and didn't even know his friends or foes had suddenly appeared. Once the news was spread, it was bound to cause a panic in the entire cultivation world. The news had to be blocked. At least until they found out the identity of this harmonized Tao powerhouse, they absolutely couldn't reveal a bit of it. On the other side, after instructing Su Guan, Gao Wei walked over to Li Jiao and arched his hand. Martial Exalted One, to the outside world, this matter, please also say that it was you who did this. What the hell? Li Jiao froze. It was still popular these days to claim credits under false pretenses? However, no matter how bad his brain was, he also heard from within Galway's words that this matter was not simple. As for how it was not simple, it was none of his business. All right. Li Jiao nodded his head and considered it an agreement. Anyway, he had come to kill Shin Songran, and now that the person was dead, it was also considered to have an explanation to the Tong Tian Sect master. As for who killed him, it didn't matter. Whoever wanted to seek revenge because of this, just look for him, Li Jiao. Let's go. Li Jiao waved his hand and turned around. Now that the road ahead for physical cultivation was clear, his time was precious. There was no time to waste here. That said, this bastard Ren Jia called him last night and said that he wanted to make something? After Li Jiao left, Gao Wei also does not intend to stay longer. He had to report this matter as soon as possible today before he could do so. He turned his head towards Su Guan and was just about to speak when his eyes suddenly changed. You've transformed into a deity? Su Guan nodded with a veiled expression. Heh heh. A fluke, a fluke. Gao Wei's mind instantly collapsed. Because of the Tong Tian sect leader's guidance, this harmonization of the Tao, half-step harmonization of the Tao, and even Su Guan, who had stayed by the Tong Tian sect leader's side for a day, had all transformed into the God realm. He is still in the same place. What has he been busy doing all day long? Gao Wei is gone. He is afraid that if he stays a little longer, he will be able to get away with it. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he wouldn't be able to resist hammering Su Guan to death. After all, he can't hammer anyone else, so he can only bully Su Guan. Of course, more importantly, he didn't have the time. He also wanted to stay by the Tong Tian sect leader's side to suck in the European Qi, but the Fuxian Lake was waiting for him, and the Demon Clan was also waiting for him, and he couldn't wait to break himself into 8 pieces. Now there is also an unknown strong person who appeared. Really? Alas! Once you enter law enforcement, it is as deep as the sea. Turning back is already a bitter person. Hey, gone? This is gone? This promotion. Su Guan looked at the direction in which Gao Wei disappeared, his face helpless. Gotta. Exaggerated early. Reliable? What the hell? A bunch of messes were thrown to him alone, this asshole thing. However, after being interrupted by Gao Wei, the haze that had been hanging over Su Guan's heart dissipated a bit. Who cares what kind of powerhouse he was, even if he really came, there was still a tall man to take the lead. He's just a small god of transformation. What's the point of worrying about someone else's immortal god's heart? Su watched as he looked at the ghost god order in his hand. This is a treasure, a big treasure. Old Hai is also big-hearted, even so thrown to him. He is not afraid that someone will come to grab it. He carefully put away the ghost god order, and then, turning his head to look at the mess all over the ground and the corpse lying quietly on the flat ground, his eyes showed complex emotions. At this time, Zhu Yao Yang came forward with a group of disciples. Captain Su. Su watched as he turned to Zhu Yao Yang, his face cold. What, hasn't your heavenly martial pavilion made enough of a scene? No, no, no. Zhu Yao Yang waved his hands repeatedly and said with a sincere face, Captain Su, don't misunderstand, this matter is Shin Congruen's bent. My heavenly martial pavilion up and down has absolutely no intention of making things difficult with the law enforcement division. I myself am also absolutely not half dissatisfied with the law enforcement division's handling, and the entirety of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion is willing to fully cooperate with the law enforcement division. Compensate what should be compensated, and help what should be helped. He took out a Qiankuan Rui pouch and handed it to Su Guan. Inside here is half of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion's fortune, as well as the reparation gift I prepared for Sect leader Tong Tian, and I hope that Captain Su will help to establish a line. Su Guan looked at Zhu Yaoyang fixedly. For Zhu Yaoyang, a Tang real person, to treat him, a transformation god realm, with such an attitude could simply be so good that it was outrageous. Moreover, the other party was not only willing to pay compensation, but was also willing to contribute people and fully cooperate with the law enforcement division's actions. Logically, he shouldn't have any dissatisfaction, but he had the powerless feeling of a fist hitting cotton. The person was already dead. What was the use of compensating for more spirit stones? If Gao Wei hadn't arrived in time today, if that nameless powerhouse hadn't stepped in, how many people would have died this time? Not to mention that he would be buried here. I'm afraid that even Galway will not be able to escape. Is this something that can be easily solved with the words pay for what you should pay for, help what you should help? But what about Zhu Yaoyang? From the beginning to the end of the hiding on the side, until the matter is completely over before appearing, this is clearly even stop a block of intention or not. Su Guan had a grudge in his heart. But he also knew that this was the fate of the bottom cultivators. Every year, there were an unknown number of cultivators who died like this. These disciples of small sects had no background backers, and no one would stand up for their deaths. And a towering real person like Zhu Yaoyang. And how would he care about their deaths, if he wasn't counting on having him hook up with the Tong Tian sect master? I'm afraid he wouldn't even show his face. At this moment, Su Guan's desire for strength reached its peak. He clenched his fists tightly. If he could be stronger, wouldn't he be able to avoid such a tragedy? Perhaps. This was what the law enforcement division existed for. This was what should be the true meaning of the law enforcement division's existence. Vaguely, the Tao constructed with laws, techniques, and potentials in Su Guan's mudball palace took another step forward. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and blocked the Chinku and Rui pouch with his hand. This is something that I can't do for Elder Tong Tian, so if I have the chance, I can carry a message for you. In that case, I'll be grateful to Captain Su. It was originally a matter of favor, so Zhu Yaoyang couldn't force himself, but he was only slightly puzzled in his heart. Just now, he seemed to have seen Chao Hong, but Chao Hong was clearly dead. How could he appear here? Is it an illusion? Chapter 120 The Best of Both Worlds. Hotel. As soon as Lin Ran woke up in the morning, he received a short message. Data Tone, please use the pickup code 372-2541 to pick up the courier package from the Datatong Smart Cabinet in the Garden District parking shed. No need to think, it must be from SpiritNet. I don't know if it's that ghost god order or the substitute human puppet. We'll find out when the leap fair is over and we go back to take a look. Lin Ran had just walked out of his room after cleaning up when he saw a group of people blocking the elevator door. What's going on? Li Shang returned. The hotel said that a bunch of flash mob shows came below, doing some kind of performance art. It seems to be the official specially prepared opening surprise. It should be over soon. Flash mob show. Lin Ran of course knew that it was a group of people who suddenly appeared on a certain street in an organized manner, and then performed singing, dancing, and so on. The entire event lasted for a relatively short period of time, holding out for just 10 minutes. Lin Ran glanced at the time. There's still a bit of time, so let's wait. He turned his head to look at Jin Chang and the others who had just walked out of the room and froze. Where are Li Xinyuan and Banquet Wugue? Jin Chang, maybe. Went out. Ji Anran and Ji Anya looked at each other with a blank expression. Possibly, probably, maybe. Mingchi looks at the trio strangely. They went back. How do you know? The three Jin Changs spoke in unison. Mingchi blinked. They left from my room yesterday. Uncle Li also specifically explained not to call him. Uncle Fei Yin this time should also not want you guys to call him. Jin Chang's three faces were odd. What's the situation? Still not allowing people to contact him? Mingchi, this brat, why didn't he say it last night? Now in front of Lin Ran, they wouldn't be able to ask this time. Lin Ran. Got. One night, 3 people ran away. Renjie, not to mention, this was lured away by him. This old Li and old Yen, how also so unreliable, took up someone else's place, just ran away, also do not know to say hello to him. And do not let contact? Forget it, it's good to go, so as not to stay here one by one to add to the chaos. Waiting for the end of the Leap Expo, and then talk to Mr. Yi, these 2 people's sense of responsibility is too poor, cannot stay in the beauty department. Not a moment later, the elevator door opened. One after another, people walked into the elevator. Lin Ran also greeted towards the crowd. Let's go to the opening ceremony. At this time, it was the peak time to go up and down the stairs. Although Li Xinyuan's 3 people had left, the rest of the line was quite a few people. It was impossible to wait until the entire elevator was empty, so they could only take the elevator in batches. Mingchi naturally sat on the elevator in the first batch. But no one noticed that the moment the elevator doors closed, a figure leapt into the elevator. Kid, hold me well. At the same time the voice came from Mingchi's ears, he felt his arm sink. Mingchi. White Tiger, great, you're a bit heavy, do you know that? Mingchi transmitted his voice and asked, White Tiger, great, why aren't you following Elder Tong Tian? This. White Tiger True Lord's mind turned sharply. Of course it's inconvenient, he's going to play immortal, it's inconvenient to take me with him, if he finds out later, he'll definitely whisk me back, you have to think of a way to leave me behind. It didn't matter if Lin Ran was testing or if he was really an ordinary person. It had to set itself straight. Follow. It had to follow without moving an inch and protect him. Don't worry greatly, White Tiger, with me here, I'll definitely leave you behind. Mingchi promised with conviction. The White Tiger True Lord's eyes turned. Kid, where are the pills? Brought them. Mingchi surreptitiously shoved a bottle of pills to White Tiger True Lord. White Tiger True Lord casually opened the seal of a bottle, glanced at it, and said with some dissatisfaction, just this much? White Tiger great, I've been busy all night. Mingchi deflated his mouth in aggravation. If it wasn't for the fact that he was busy last night, scavenging all the pills from his senior brothers and sisters. How could he have missed the opportunity to go with Rin Jie to find Elder Tong Tian? He didn't even know what Senior Tong Tian had said to Rin Jie, but Rin Jie had gone straight away. He didn't even go back to say hello to him. It was easy for him. All right. White Tiger True Lord threw a 4th grade restoration pill into his mouth. A little was a little, but it was better than nothing. In the end, Mingchi was a child, so he couldn't ask for too much. While chewing on the candy beans, it said, Kid, I'll give you an elixir formula, so keep it in mind. Of course, it wasn't looking at Mingchi's pity to be soft. Rather, the cultivation path was the most avoidant of cause and effect. Although the big cake it drew smelled good, it couldn't hide it from karma, and it always had to pull out something real before it could do so. This Dan formula was something that it had thought about for a long time before coming up with, and it was more than enough to offset the karma brought about by these pills, so it was considered cheap for this kid, Mingchi. Mingchi's eyes lit up. Here it comes, here it comes. Uncle Banquet said before, this to benefit must first bait well. At that time he took the Dan prescription to exchange with the master for a higher grade of pills, and then with the White Tiger greatly exchange better Dan prescription. This is called empty-handed. Ah, no, this is called the best of both worlds. Right at this moment. Tick. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Ran walked out, and at a glance, he saw Mingchi hugging his cat and standing there giggling. Lin Ran was instantly confused. Wasn't Cola locked up in his room? Why did it run out? He lifted Coke up with one hand and said angrily, Stupid cat. How did you run out? Meow. White Tiger True Lord transformed into an innocent face and kept giving Mingchi glances. Mingchi was a little weak for a moment. It seemed like Tong Tian was really angry. However, he had just taken White Tiger Great's benefits, so if he didn't care about White Tiger Great, what if White Tiger Great sold him out? In case again by the Tong Tian Sr. found himself on this set to set to. His image is not all ruined. No way. Definitely cannot let Tong Tian greatly found. Mingchi panicked in his heart and hurriedly said, Brother Lin, anyway, it has already come out, why don't we just take it with us? No, we're going on a serious errand, it's not appropriate to bring it along. Lin Ran sternly refused. He brought Cola to the hotel for the convenience of taking care of Cola, but he also didn't think to bring Cola to the conference. Mingchi couldn't really think that they were traveling, right? Mingchi pointed behind Lin Ran, but it's too late to send it back now. What if it sends it back and it runs away again by itself? This. Lin Ran looked at the crowded elevator, and for a moment was a bit embarrassed. Usually Cola was quite good at home, never running around. Why was it so disobedient in the hotel? Could it be because he wasn't used to the new environment? Mingchi saw Lin Ran's face show hesitation and immediately said, Brother Lin, it's okay, I'm a little kid anyway, I'll hold it, others won't say anything, if anyone has an opinion, I'll bring it back. Then. Okay, then you help me to have to keep an eye on it. No problem. When Lin Ran and his group arrived at the convention center to meet up with Vice President Ming and the others, the opening ceremony had already begun, and everyone's attention was focused on the opening ceremony, and no one bothered to pay attention to Mingchi, a child holding a cat. Of course. Even if they did notice, no one dared to say anything. After all, this cat hugger was the crown prince. Lin Ran let out a slight sigh of relief, and as soon as he raised his head, he saw 5,000 drones rise up into the air, transforming into winged basilisks that constantly changed formation in the sky. Immediately afterward, a huge water curtain slowly rose from the middle of the lake. Amidst the mingling of piano music and Guqin ensemble, a mechanical whale leaped out of the water screen, which was full of high-tech texture, pushing the atmosphere of the entire venue to the peak. Surrounded by waves of shrieks. At this very moment, the water curtain in front of the water cube stage rose again, a clear color dressed as robots of young girls danced. Whoa! It's Qingli! Ah! Chapter 121, This Oolong is a Mess. Lin Ran's ears were almost lost to Vivian and Xiao Xiao. Lu Du was also excitedly standing up and waving his arms, as if he couldn't wait to rush straight to the stage. The name Qingli, of course Lin Ran had heard of it. The hottest big star right now. It was said that her movies and TV series were all big hits, and her concerts were even harder to get, and they were for both men and women. Lin Ran wasn't interested in chasing stars. After watching the fun, he touched his cell phone to see if Sanji Urjian had replied, when he saw a message pop up. I opened it and looked. It was precisely from Sanji Urjian. Elder Tong Tian, sorry, I was out on a mission last night and didn't have time to message you back. Do you see a time to meet today? Coincidentally not. Lin Ran immediately replied to the message, I'm at the opening ceremony site, Area C2. On the other side. Su Guan, who had just finished cleaning up the mess, was almost paralyzed with exhaustion. He really wanted to go back and take a good rest. Nay, reality didn't allow it. There was still a hidden blood clan that hadn't been dug out, and he still had a big treasure in his pocket, so if he didn't hand it over to the Tong Tian Sect leader earlier, he was always in a panic. Tick. A beep sounded from his cell phone. Su Guan hurriedly looked at his cell phone and saw the Tong Tian Sect master's reply. Instantly, he held his breath nervously. This time, it was a real meeting. He hurriedly straightened his grooming and asked nervously toward Jiang Ping next to him, how do I look? Jiang Ping nervously scratched his head, how about what? I look like this, Su Guan compared himself. Yang Wei came up, handsome. Head, what are you this is going to do? It's not going to be a blind date, right? Blind date your ass. Su Guan slapped Yang Wei on the back of the head and feigned indifference, you guys go back first, there's still a blood clan that hasn't been found, I'm going to go around and see if there are any clues. Only after Su Guan walked away did Yang Wei poke Jiang Ping with his elbow. Ever feel like your head is a little off? Jiang Ping shook his head with a naive face, nope. Yang Wei rolled his eyes, just tell me when has our head been so diligent? You say this, as if there is really no. Jiang Ping nodded fiercely, usually looking for clues this kind of work, are not all given to them to do? This is not right. Very wrong. What did you say the head did? Yang Wei stroked his chin and said with a curious expression, we are a group of brown old men in the law enforcement division, who cares about image? The head couldn't really be eyeing a female cultivator, could he? Should we follow him up and take a look? Jiang Ping hesitated, this is not good, right? What's wrong with that? Our head is also a few dozen years old, if we really find a dual cultivator couple, we have to support. Yang Wei put his arm around Jiang Ping's shoulder. Go! Senior! Finally meeting you. Li Shan? Cough. Lin Ran tapped Su Guan's shoulder and whispered, Captain Su, I'm here. Su Guan. Recognized the wrong person? He actually recognized the wrong person. It must be because he was too nervous. Nope, it's all Jiang Ping's fault for telling him about cat-hugging youths and misleading him. Luckily. Just now, everyone's eyes were focused on the opening performance and no one noticed him, otherwise he would have really lost this person. Former. Senior. Su Guan looked at Lin Ran nervously, his speech stuttering. He was afraid of leaving a bad impression on the Tong Tian Sect master, and he ended up making such a big mess. He really wanted to die. Li Shang looked at Lin Ran suspiciously, Brother Ran, who is this? Su Guan, Captain Su. Lin Ran made a wink towards Li Shang. Li Shang immediately understood that this should be the offline organizer of the game that Brother Ran was talking about. Looking at this outfit, his rank was not low, so of course, he had to climb the friendship ladder. Li Shang shook Su Guan's hand that was about to be withdrawn. Hello Captain Su, I've long heard Ran mention you, it's better to see you than to hear about you, Captain Su is really handsome, I'm honored to see you today, I hope to teach you more in the future. Su Guan was complimented by Li Shang and was overjoyed. But his heart was as clear as a mirror. Although this person looked like a mere mortal, someone who could be introduced by Sect leader Tong Tian was definitely not simple. A former senior like the Heavenly Sect master had heavenly means. Isn't it normal that the people around him would have some means to hide their own breath and strength? The people around Sect leader Tong Tian were all half-step harmonious Dao walkers. Could it be that Sect leader Tong Tian has already become an immortal? Su Guan didn't dare to speculate, and once he thought that Sect leader Tong Tian had even mentioned himself to someone else, his heart became a little excited again. But after all, he represented the law enforcement division, even if he was excited, he couldn't show it too obviously. Just at this moment, Suddenly. Ah! The surrounding screams rose in waves. It was almost on the verge of piercing through the eardrums. Lin Ran said helplessly, "Captain Su, let's talk over there." Good. Su Guan's face was ecstatic. This was a chance to be alone with Elder Tong Tian. He had to capitalize on it. At this moment, Jin Chang and the others were pulling Mingchi to interrogate him about last night's events, plus they hadn't dealt with Su Guan before, so they didn't even pay attention to the movements on Lin Ran's side. Only White Tiger True Lord was closely watching Lin Ran's every move. Seeing Lin Ran leave the table, it bared its head and followed him. Chapter 122 Big Brother, are you serious? Lin Ran didn't take Su Guan too far. He just found a relatively quieter location nearby, then reached out his hand towards Su Guan. "Captain Su, how are you? My name is Lin Ran, and I'm currently the director of the Huaxing Beauty Department." As soon as he heard this, Su Guan understood. By telling him about his identity in the mortal realm, Sect leader Tong Tian clearly didn't want his identity to be leaked out. It seemed that other people's thoughts of wanting to meet with the Tong Tian Sect master was destined to fall through. Understood. Su Guan looked at Lin Ran fondly as he withdrew his hand, then wiped the cold sweat from his palms and carefully pulled out the Ghost God Order from his bosom. With both hands, he handed it to Lin Ran. "This is the Ghost God Order that Emperor Chu asked me to pass on. Please keep it, Mr. Lin." Lin Ran was still wondering what Su Guan understood, and his mind was instantly diverted by the Ghost God Order. He took the Ghost God Order. He didn't know what material the order was made of. It was warm in his hand, and there were mysterious and complicated patterns carved on the order, like some kind of totem with a special meaning. It looks like a lot of thought has been put into it. Other than that, it didn't feel like there was anything special about it. Lin Ran casually put the Ghost God Order into his pocket and laughed. "Thank you, Captain Su, for taking the trouble. Calling Mr. Lin would be too out of the ordinary. I see that you're a bit older than me, so I'll address you as Elder Brother Su. You don't mind, do you?" Su Guan froze. Older Brother Su? With those 3 words alone, he could brag to others for the rest of his life. Even if this was just a mortal realm appellation to conceal his identity, Su Guan's heart was pounding with excitement at this moment. Don't mind. Su Guan laughed so hard that his mouth could barely close. Lin Ran continued to talk to Su Guan. "Elder Brother Su looks haggard. Did you not rest well last night?" "That's not it. I blame that group of scumbags." As Su Guan spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Elder Brother Lin, what do you say to this blood clan? How can we kill them better?" Although the blood clan wasn't much of a threat to a spirit transformation realm cultivator like him, it was an extreme headache for the millions of law enforcement division members. Especially in recent years, the smuggled blood races had become more and more frequent. It had also led to the sacrifice of quite a few people from the law enforcement division. He had already transformed into a god, and sooner or later he would have to leave Haibei City, so it was impossible for him to keep sheltering these brats. That's why he took this opportunity last night to let Jiang Ping and the others increase their experience in dealing with the blood clan, and if possible, he still hoped to find a better, more effective way to deal with the blood clan. When Lin Ran saw that Su Guan didn't say much, but instead directly pulled onto the game, he understood that his question must have involved the secrecy part. So he didn't ask more. As for the game, this was his strong point. Lin Ran directly followed Su Guan's words. "This one is simple, soul destruction is done." Su Guan. "Big brother, are you serious? If he could extinguish souls, why would he need to be here to ask for advice?" It wasn't that Su Guan didn't understand what Lin Ran meant. Regardless of whether it was a human, a demon or a devil, all of them were made up of a combination of soul and flesh, and even the Bloods had no way of escaping this basic law. No matter how strong the flesh of a blood race was, without the support of the divine soul, it would still be a puddle of rotten meat. Destroying the soul could be said to be the simplest and most direct method. The cultivation world also had quite a few attack methods or magic treasures targeting the divine soul, but unless it was several levels higher and the divine soul was directly crushed, it was simply impossible to directly destroy the soul. In other words, this method was not applicable to the masses at all. Su Guan stretched out 2 fingers and squeezed. "Is there an easier method?" Lin Ran was a little embarrassed. The setting on the Spirit Online about the blood clan, although it was somewhat similar to the noble vampires of his previous life, it was even more bug, and prolonged exposure to sunlight would only make them weak. And could not directly kill them. In that case, any methods like UV lamps, silver jewelry, and so on almost didn't come in handy. After all, it wasn't like the Bloods were standing still, waiting for you to kill them. Lin Ran pondered for a while and spoke, "Actually, have you ever felt that this blood clan is a bit similar to our corpse cultivator?" Lin Ran's thoughts were simple. This matter was frankly a matter of setting. The setting couldn't be changed, but it didn't say that it couldn't be expanded. Corpse cultivator? Suguan stroked his chin. He had never thought about it in this regard before, but now that he heard the Tong Tian Sect leader say this. Don't say it, it really was a bit like that. There were two types of corpse cultivators. One was to use talismans, medicines, and formations to quench corpses and refine them into zombies or corpse puppets, and this kind was usually transformed from puppet cultivators. The other kind is to fuse their soul with the corpse. Some of them were refining their own bodies into corpse bodies, while others were hosting their souls on top of the refined corpse bodies. Regardless of which kind, the pursuit is immortality. The blood clan is very similar to the second type of corpse cultivator. They also have the same immortal physical body and the same divine intelligence. The only difference, one needs to suck in chi and corpse chi for a long time. One needs to be bloodthirsty for a living. The method to directly kill the blood tribe he really does not have, but when it comes to methods to deal with the corpse cultivator, that's a lot. As for whether there is any effect, aren't the several blood races of the law enforcement division the best test subjects? The more Suguan thought about it, the more feasible he felt. If he really researched the most effective method to greatly shorten the time it took to deal with the blood clans, it would really be a great achievement. Suguan excitedly shook Lin Ran's hand. "Thank you, elder brother Lin, I understand." Lin Ran nodded gratefully. Worthy of being a senior player, he could see through it at a point. He continued to guide. "In fact, have you ever felt that the blood clan and the corpse cultivators are both like a kind of experimental product? Whether it's the extremely strong restorative ability and the everlasting body. It's more like an artificial product. It's just that in comparison, the blood race is more like a successful experiment." Suguan's heart trembled fiercely. Agelessness and immortality, and also possessing an extremely strong restorative ability. These were not to mention the dreams of ordinary people, but for cultivators, it was also a lifelong pursuit. In comparison, an existence like the blood clan was truly heaven-defying. No need for aura, no need for cultivation, just relying on the blood of ordinary people to be able to maintain vitality, which is completely against the truth of cultivation, but if they are a kind of experiment. Suguan didn't dare to think further. Just what kind of person could create an experiment like the blood clan? And what was this person's purpose? Was the Tong Tian Sect master revealing this news to him? Without waiting for Suguan to have time to ask questions, a clamor suddenly came from his ears. "Xingli! Xingli! Xingli, I love you! I love you! Ah! A large group of people came from somewhere around them, some holding fan cards, some holding cell phones and taking pictures. Lin Ran and Suguan were directly squeezed into the entrance of the passageway by this group of people. Lin Ran couldn't help but say, "These people are really crazy." Suguan nodded in agreement. "I don't know what there is to see in a demon race. As for being so crazy." Chapter 123, Is this little demon's brain out of order? Trolling aside, Suguan, as the chief person in charge of the maintenance of law and order this time, of course couldn't just watch from the sidelines. Even more so, he couldn't let the foreign guests watch the joke from the sidelines. He pinched his hand and secretly cast a spell of order, and soon, the madness on the faces of the crowd began to subside, and a trace of bewilderment even appeared in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't remember what they were doing just now. Also at this time, the surrounding security rushed over and quickly cleared a passageway. Qingli led a group of people through the crowd towards Suguan and Lin Ran. Thanks to Captain Su for relieving the situation. Qingli politely nodded towards Suguan and somewhat curiously looked towards Lin Ran. Who is this? A friend. A friend? Qingli's face was a little odd. Captain Su would even make friends with a mortal? Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect Captain Su to know Qingli. Listening to this tone, the two were quite familiar with each other? If he could get on this line and ask Qingli to be the spokesperson for Huang Beauty, the Reverse Face and Awakening series would definitely sell well. Lin Ran was moved. If placed before he did not dare to think, after all, like Qingli this level of stars, endorsement are big names, their Huang fame is not bad, but in the beauty industry is only a newcomer one. His proposal will not be handed over to Qingli, it will be thrown away by the agent. But if he can convince Qingli himself. Thinking of this, Lin Ran took the initiative to go forward and said, "Hello, Ms. Qingli, my name is Lin Ran, I'm the director of Huang's beauty department, I have a cooperation that I want to talk to you about, is it convenient to leave a contact information?" Xingli was slightly stunned. Of course she had heard of Huang, but wasn't Huang selling pills? How did they do beauty? Doubtful as she was, Xingli still smiled and said, yes. The two quickly exchanged contact information. Suguan skimmed his mouth in some disgust, not knowing what kind of good luck this little demon had gotten, actually getting the favor of Sect leader Tong Tian. Alright, hurry up and go, or else people will gather around again later. Suguan directly opened his mouth to shoo people away. He didn't have much to talk about with a little demon, but he couldn't let this little demon continue to waste his time alone with the Tong Tian Sect master. Captain Su is really ruthless. Xingli originally wasn't here to catch up with Guanren Su, and she still had important things to do this time, so of course she was as far away from the law enforcement division as she could be. So it was only a slight flirtation. Didn't intend to linger much. Little brother, back to the Union. Xingli blinked towards Lin Ran, and then walked straight towards the entrance of the passageway. The next second, her body froze. A powerful oppression came over her. It wasn't an oppression in terms of aura, nor was it a crush in terms of strength, but rather, it was an innate suppression from the bloodline. This oppression was like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on the heart, making it impossible for people to take a breath, unable to resist, even the strongest of wills, in front of this absolute power originating from the bloodline. Can only feel deeply powerless and small. Who is it? The moment this question rang out, Xingli saw a white tiger silhouette appear within the divine soul. The killing intent in the white tiger's eyes was like substance. Slutty fox, how dare you, dare to perform a charm technique in front of me? The nine-tailed demon fox's charming bones were heavenly, and even if it restrained its instincts, this innate ability would secretly affect the people around it. But if the nine-tailed demon fox casts a charm art, not to mention ordinary people, even cultivators of the same realm as her would become her puppets. Moreover, this kind of charm technique could not be defended against, and Su Guan's realm would not be able to detect it at all, so the White Tiger True Lord had to step in. If Lin Ran was an ordinary person, it would inevitably be tricked, and if Lin Ran was testing himself in disguise, it was even more important for it to show its attitude. Within the divine soul world, under the suppression of the bloodline, Xingli simply couldn't afford to give birth to the slightest bit of resistance. She carefully prostrated herself, her voice trembling. My lord, spare my life. I know I'm wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Xingli had always been confident in her power of seduction, so when Lin Ran came to take the opportunity to strike up a conversation and ask for contact information from her, she didn't feel anything strange in her heart. Rather, she had plotted to plant a hidden sun by Su Guan's side. She didn't want to do anything to Lin Ran. After all, there was still a layer of relationship with the Dan Sect on Lin Ran's side, and once she drew the attention of the Dan Sect, it would be a trouble instead. She simply wanted Lin Ran to help her keep an eye on the movements of the law enforcement division. The auction was just in the next 2 days, and she didn't want any other accidents to occur. When this matter was over, as long as she no longer contacted Lin Ran and no longer met with him, the charm would not have any impact on Lin Ran's life, and naturally, she would not be noticed by the Dan Sect or the law enforcement division. But how could she not expect that behind this human race would be the legendary White Tiger True Lord? Xingli's body trembled slightly. It wasn't just fear, but also an unspeakable excitement. The White Tiger True Lord had appeared in the world. Perhaps, their demon race was truly saved. With this thought, Xingli could no longer care about the fear in her heart and said with a pleading face, Lord White Tiger, please save our demon race. White Tiger True Lord? He provoked Lin Ran in the first place, and then he asked him to save the demon race. What's wrong with this little demon's brain? White Tiger True Lord snorted, your demon race has nothing to do with me, why should I save your demon race? Xingli raised her head in a daze and looked at True Lord White Tiger incredulously. Your Excellency is a senior of the demon race, shouldn't you shelter our demon race? True Lord White Tiger said lazily, little fox, listen to me carefully, we divine beasts are creatures of heaven and earth, different from you demon races that rely on acquired cultivation. Get lost, next time, I'll kill you. In fact, many people couldn't tell the difference between divine beasts, demons, and demonic beasts. There had also been a time before when the demon race had come to worship the mountain. In reality, demons were those beasts that originally had living plants and animals, and after opening up their spiritual wisdom, they awakened their talents through bloodline inheritance and absorbed the spiritual power of the heavens and earth for cultivation. Demonic beasts, on the other hand, were beasts that hadn't opened up their spiritual intelligence but were nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Some of them are also the products left behind after the hybridization of demons and beasts. And they, the four great divine beasts, although they were also shown to the world in the image of beasts, had nothing to do with the two. The four divine beasts were the four spirits of heaven, the gods of the four directions, and there was no gender race at all. And how could they be involved with the demon race? True Lord White Tiger didn't bother to explain this to a tiny demon race, and after the warning, he directly exited Qing Li's divine soul world. The conversation within the divine soul world seemed long, but for the outside world it was only a short moment. Even so, Suguan still discovered the abnormality. His eyes tightened as he looked at the cold sweat that densely covered Qing Li's forehead, and even though he didn't know exactly what had happened, there was no doubt that Qing Li must have secretly cast some means. Being warned by the Tong Tian Sect master. Those tactics of the fox demon came and went just a few times. He had spent so many years in the law enforcement division, how could he not guess? I have to say, this little fox demon's guts are really big, don't even know who the person in front of him is, but also dare to bring out the fox demon's underhanded means. However, what made Suguan even more alarmed in comparison was that if he hadn't been able to see that something was wrong from Qing Li's state, he wouldn't have been able to detect that sect leader Tong Tian was exercising any means at all. What did this indicate? It showed that sect leader Tong Tian's divine soul was beyond abnormally powerful. No wonder sect leader Tong Tian would put forward the phrase "destroy the soul" before "Big Brother deserves to be a big brother." Chapter 124 Meeting and Chatting, there's a scene. Qing Li watched as the White Tiger True Lord quietly retreated but was powerless to stop it, still upset, but she didn't show it right away and instead pretended to be unconcerned as she wiped her cold sweat. Continuing to step forward. Although Qing Li wasn't sure why the White Tiger True Lord didn't shelter the demon race, there was a saying in the human race, if it's not my race, their hearts will be different. So, White Tiger True Lord was destined to not be on the same side as the human race. If she could pull the White Tiger True Lord down. Qing Li's eyes glazed over as Lin Ran's appearance appeared in her mind. It seemed that it was still necessary to start with this person. After Qing Li left, the surroundings didn't quiet down. Just as the opening ceremony ended, there were people coming and going around. Suguan was thinking of inviting Lin Ran to find a place to talk about it in detail, and by the way, he asked about the nameless powerhouse just now. Let's see if sect leader Tong Tian has any clues here. However, he didn't want Yang Wei and Zhang Ping to find him. Zhang Ping glanced at Lin Ran and said to Suguan with his ear, "Head, traces of the blood clan have been found." Suguan's expression tightened. It was impossible for him to shrug off the news about the last blood race. He looked at Lin Ran and said with an apologetic face, "Elder brother Lin, It's fine, go ahead and get busy, we'll talk again when we have time." Good. Suguan didn't say anything more and quickly left with Zhang Ping and Yang Wei. Only just after walking out of the passageway entrance, Suguan stopped in his tracks and looked at the two with a strange expression. "How did you two know I was here?" "Ha? This." Yang Wei was just thinking about how to tell a lie when Suguan slapped him on the back of the head. "You two asshole things, how dare you follow me?" Yang Wei, head, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Zhang Ping, head, it's none of my business, it's all because Yang Wei brought me here. Yang Wei. Gotta. There's a pig teammate, what's the point of arguing? He looked at Suguan's raised hand and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Head, I was wrong, I won't dare anymore. I'm not concerned about you, originally I thought you were on a blind date with a girl, so I came over to help you check it out." Who would have thought that it would be a guy? Then again, head, who was that guy just now? You shouldn't have a fetish in that area, right? Yang Wei let out an eep and clasped his hands to his chest, pretending to look at Suguan with a nervous face. Really don't blame him for being skeptical. The head in front of that man is not just a big girl on a blind date, shy. If you want to say that you don't have something, who would believe it? Suguan warned with a serious face, "It's fine for you guys to joke around with me normally, but not him, you two remember well, don't offend anyone, don't offend him, or no one can save you." Yang Wei and Zhang Ping froze at the same time. Even a great man of the transformation spirit realm like Head couldn't save them, this man, what in the world was his origin? Afternoon. The major clubs were officially underway. This time, Lin Ran had not only thrown Coke back to the hotel, it was Mingchi who had also been blown back. This was a formal occasion. Not only were there domestic companies, there were also quite a few foreign companies. People don't care if you're the crown prince of Huang or not, bringing a child and a cat on this kind of occasion is a bit of a joke. Of course. Leaving a child and a cat in the hotel, Lin Ran was also uneasy. He simply arranged for siblings Jin Chang and Jianren to watch. Anyway, he also saw that the minds of these people were not on this, so what do they care, as long as it doesn't affect their normal work. The beauty department was originally rubbing up against other people's booths, so the booth was very small. Plus, it was a conceptualized product and was still in the medical area, so there were not many companies to consult. Although Lin Ran had the intention to help the other booths, they really didn't know much about medical equipment, so they couldn't help much at all. For 2 days in a row, Lin Ran's few people were idle. From time to time, they went to other halls to sneak around and see the world, but most of the time, they were just sitting in their own booths and watching. Lin Ran was idle, so he wanted to talk to Qingli about endorsements. Opening his cell phone, he flipped out the green bubble he had just added. Xing Qing Zidi. Lin Ran felt that this screen name was somewhat familiar, but there are quite a lot of people who use poems as screen names like this, so he didn't think much of it. Tapping on chat, he sent a message. Miss Qingli, are you free to chat? On the other side, Qingli was anxious. The auction was about to arrive, but she hadn't figured out how to get in touch with Lin Ran and gain his trust. After all, with the White Tiger True Lord, it was impossible for Lin Ran not to know her true identity. Suddenly. Tick. Qingli froze as she looked at the message coming from her cell phone. Lin Ran had actually taken the initiative to send her a message. Her face was delighted as she quickly replied, "Little brother, what do you want to talk to me about?" "It's like this, our washing beauty wants to find a spokesperson." Lin Ran said the idea roughly. Endorsement? Qingli froze. Could it be that Lin Ran didn't know about her identity as a demon, or else why would he find her to be an endorsement? But why? Lord White Tiger had helped this human race out. It was clear that he held this human race in high regard, so how could he not tell this human race his identity? This was also too strange. Qingli pressed down the doubts in her heart and returned, "I don't think it's clear to chat on the cell phone about this matter. Why don't we meet up later to chat?" Meet and chat, there's a chance. Lin Ran's brows colored with joy. It seemed that Captain Su's face was really big. Otherwise, how would a big star like Qingli pay attention to him, a small beauty department director? At this time, Li Sheng came over. "Brother Ran, what good thing did you encounter here?" Lin Ran laughed, "It's really a good thing. Qingli just asked me to meet later." Qingli? Lu De, Vivian, and Xiao Xiao all pricked up their ears at once. Li Sheng looked at Lin Ran suspiciously. "Brother Ran, you're not talking about that big star Qingli, right?" "Yes, that's her." "Nyo ah. Brother Ran, you even got a big star in the way, and she even took the initiative to ask you to meet." Li Sheng scowled at Lin Ran. "Couldn't it be that she's looking at you? People a big star can fancy me? What are you thinking about?" Lin Ran casually knocked Li Sheng on the head. "We're talking about business." Li Sheng rubbed his head and retorted, "What business can you two have?" Lin Ran didn't intend to hide it, directly saying, "I plan to ask her to be the spokesperson for our new product." Spokesperson? Lu De jumped up and said excitedly, "Then won't I be able to meet Qingli in person?" Lin Ran laughed, "Don't get excited, isn't this still a conversation? People haven't agreed yet. Then why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and go." Yes, leave it to us here, Brother Lin, chat slowly, even if it doesn't work out, it's fine, make sure you must help me get an autograph back." Xiao Xiao and Vivian had a left and a right, and directly set Lin Ran up. Then, they dragged and pulled Lin Ran out of the exhibition hall. Lin Ran. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. These people are more active than he is in their pursuit of stars." Chapter 125 Auction. However, it was almost closing time, so there wasn't much point in Lin Ran continuing to stay here, so he directly took a taxi to the private club that he had arranged with Qingli. Lin Ran originally thought that he would have to wait for a while. As a result, not long after sitting down, Qingli arrived. Very different from her daytime attire, at this time Qingli was wearing casual clothes, sunglasses, and a duck-tongued hat, covering her entire person tightly. "Mr. Lin, I've made you laugh." Qingli took off her sunglasses mask and duck-tongued cap and smiled faintly at Lin Ran, less flirtatious during the day, but instead more intellectual and mature. With the White Tiger True Lord's warning, she really didn't dare to make another move in this area. "Miss Qingli has a special status, it's time to be careful." Lin Ran made a polite remark and then went straight to the point. "I wonder what Miss Qingli has to say about the endorsement? Why don't you introduce it to me in detail first?" Qingli chatted with Lin Ran one way or another, secretly searching for signs of the White Tiger True Lord, and only after determining that the White Tiger True Lord hadn't followed him, did she carefully observe Lin Ran. However, as she looked around, she didn't find anything special about Lin Ran. Lin Ran was like a truly ordinary person. Not only was he not half wary of her, he was also completely treating her like a big star, earnestly talking about cooperation. Strange. Xingli was even more confused in her heart. If Lin Ran was really just an ordinary mortal, why would True Lord White Tiger help him out? Miss Xingli? Lin Ran's voice pulled back Xingli's thoughts. Xingli smiled faintly. If you accompany me to a place, I'll be your spokesperson. What do you think of this deal? What place? You'll know when you go. Hotel room. Mingchi was detained on a single sofa by the three of them, Jin Chang. Jin Chang said, Junior brother, honestly, what else are you hiding from us? Mingchi deflated his mouth and said in an aggravated manner, Senior brother Jin, you've been interrogating me for 2 days now, and I've really said everything I can say, so what else can I hide from you? Is that so? Jin Chang laughed, then tell me why you asked me for so many pills that night. Senior brother, he asked you for pills too? Ji Anren and Ji Anya asked in unison. Jin Chang froze, what do you guys mean? He asked you for pills too? Mingchi. Finished. Punctured. He sneakily looked at White Tiger True Lord, who was nestled at the head of the bed. White Tiger True Lord was lazily lying on the head of the bed, oblivious to Mingchi's pleading eyes. Just kidding. If it wasn't afraid of attracting the attention of these few people, it would have gone straight to Lin Ran alright. But Shin Song Ran was already dead, so Lin Ran shouldn't be in any danger for now. There wasn't much of a problem. At this time, there was movement from outside the door. White Tiger True Lord yawned lazily. The effort of a nap. The person came back. Not right. How come there are only a few Li Shangs? Where is Lin Ran? As White Tiger True Lord was thinking, he heard a voice from outside the door. This should see the top, right? God bless. God bless. Brother Lin must succeed so that I can meet Goddess Qingli. It's definitely no problem for Brother Ran to come out. The White Tiger True Lord stood up dabbing, as if he had exploded, his body filled with murderous intent. This Tai Fox dared to ignore its warning. Looking for death. The outskirts of Haibei City. Car. At this moment, Lin Ran was like a little girl at the mercy of others. Not only was she wearing an ancient costume over her body, but she was also wearing a thick wig on her head. Lin Ran couldn't help but ask, where exactly are we going? An auction. An auction? As for dressing up like this? It's a private auction, but this auction is rather special. The people attending are some Khazar who like the national style, and I heard that the auction items might have some rather strange names as well. Xingli, who also changed into an ancient costume dress, at this time looks like a fairy coming out from a painting. Her black hair like a waterfall is gently pulled up, a few strands of broken hair hanging in front of her forehead, adding a few more points of soft beauty. But soon, this beauty was covered by an exquisite fox mask. Of course I've heard about it, this is a place I managed to get with great difficulty, don't you drop the ball for me later. Xingli gave Lin Ran a precaution in advance, mainly because she was afraid that Lin Ran would do something bad. At least as of now, Lin Ran was an ordinary person in her eyes. Although she wanted to use Lin Ran to drag the White Tiger True Lord into the water, there was no way to ensure that the White Tiger True Lord would definitely come, so she had to do a two-handed preparation, and she definitely couldn't let Lin Ran affect her plans. Of course. Even if Lin Ran really was a cultivator and had been lying to her all along, she wasn't afraid. She had magic treasures on her to mask her demonic aura, and if the operation failed, she could completely pretend to be unaware of it and pretend that she was just an ordinary person. Lin Ran didn't know what Xingli was thinking in her heart, and immediately nodded, don't worry, I'll definitely be able to do what I promised you. It's not just attending a Khazar-type auction, it's not like playing. What hasn't he seen before? If it's special again, how special can it be? Xingli helped Lin Ran put on the mask and nodded in satisfaction. Alright, get out of the car. When Lin Ran got out of the car, he saw a luxurious manor. The tall and majestic iron gates were solemn and majestic, but unlike what Lin Ran had expected, there was neither security outside the gates nor any staff confiscating cell phones, only men and women entering one after another. Some wore ancient costumes, and some wore Western-style cheongsams. At first glance, one would think that one had come to a movie and television city, but the others were also like them, wearing masks on their faces. It looked extremely mysterious. Go in. Xingli naturally took Lin Ran's arm and walked side by side with Lin Ran to the iron gate, handing the invitation in. Very quickly. The person inside handed out a number plate. Xingli took the number plate and followed behind the others to the main venue where the auction was held. It was a room like an auditorium. There were no extravagant decorations, nor were there any private rooms to distinguish between them, simply rows and rows of seats. The seats were opposite to the numbers on the number plates. The moment she found her seat and sat down, Xingli's heart let out a sigh of relief. Although the auction only recognized invitations, in reality, there were hidden detection spells everywhere. It wasn't to detect strength and cultivation, or identity. Rather, it was to prevent their demon race from mixing in. Their purpose this time was mainly to save people, once they spooked the snake and let them transfer the demon away. Afterwards, it would be even more difficult. Cackle. The moment the gate closed, a strong sense of dizziness struck. Xingli's face suddenly changed. The beast harnessing fast was so big that it used Qiankuan shifting to transfer the entire auditorium to another place. No wonder the law enforcement division had raided it many times before and found nothing. Even she thought that the law enforcement division had been fooling the demon race. Lin Ran similarly felt a wave of dizziness, and originally wanted to ask Xingli if she felt anything, but when he turned his head on one side, he saw Xingli's face pale. "Are you alright?" "It's fine, maybe it's a bit stuffy in here." Xingli raised her hand and pretended to fan herself, while taking out her cell phone to open the spirit network. As expected, it was blocked as she expected. Xingli's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The people of the demon race were all wired outside the manor, she couldn't get in touch at all now, and she was afraid that this operation would really fail. Unless the White Tiger True Lord is able to find. But they are in the boundary. White Tiger True Lord is afraid that it is also very difficult to locate where they are. What to do? Chapter 126. Don't panic, come with me. On the other hand, as soon as the White Tiger True Lord learned that Lin Ran and Xingli were together, it directly rushed out of the hotel, and at this critical juncture, it was completely unconcerned about whether or not it would be discovered. It only knew that Lin Ran absolutely couldn't have anything happen. "Slutty fox, stinky fox, when I find you, I'll have to peel off your skin." The White Tiger True Lord cursed as it raced through the streets and alleys. Fortunately, it had a contractual bond with Lin Ran. No matter where Lin Ran was, it would be able to find him, or else it would have to die in a hurry. But just as the White Tiger True Lord arrived near the manor, Lin Ran's aura suddenly disappeared. It could still sense Lin Ran's aura, but it was as if Lin Ran as a person had disappeared from this world. Boundary! The White Tiger True Lord's eyes changed and he directly rushed into the manor. But there was nothing. The entire manor was empty. There were absolutely no traces of the existence of a living person, not even traces of the existence of a boundary could be found. Damn it, where did it go? The White Tiger True Lord was anxious. It hadn't even determined whether or not Lin Ran had any other identity up until now. It didn't dare to gamble. If something happened to Lin Ran, it would also suffer a heavy blow. Not to mention, it was still counting on getting the method of sainthood out of Lin Ran's mouth, so Lin Ran absolutely couldn't have anything happen to him. The White Tiger True Lord suddenly raised its eyes and swung its paw violently. "Get out!" A tiger-headed little demon fell down from mid-air. It had originally discovered that someone had broken into the manor, so it had followed up to take a look, but it didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. "My lord, spare my life, little one, little one." The little demon shivered and winced, unable to even speak clearly. It didn't recognize the White Tiger True Lord. However, this bloodline suppression was something it couldn't ignore. Demon race? The White Tiger True Lord's eyes narrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Say, where did you hide Lin Ran?" Lin Ran? The young demon was at a loss, and sensing the cold killing intent on the White Tiger True Lord's body, he was instantly jolted. "Your Excellency is talking about the human race that Xingli brought?" "No, my lord, we didn't do anything, it was the Beast Harnessing Lodge. Xingli just brought him to the Beast Harnessing Jai's auction, but the Beast Harnessing Jai doesn't know where they've moved them to." Without waiting for the little demon to finish his words, he was sent flying by the White Tiger True Lord's claw. The White Tiger True Lord's figure sped away once again. It didn't matter if it was the demon race or the human race. It couldn't trust any of them. Even if the demon race didn't have bad intentions, getting Lin Ran involved in such a feud was a crime that deserved death. But right now, what was more important was to find Lin Ran. The Beast Harnessing Jai's apparent strength was only two real people. With their strength wanting to manipulate this kind of large-scale teleportation formation, it was simply impossible, and the only way to do so was to consume spirit stones at all costs, and use their numbers to support it. As long as it was given time, it would definitely be able to find it. And right now the only thing it was thankful for was that when it was thrown back into the hotel by Lin Ran earlier, it threw the Qianquan Rui pouch into Lin Ran's pocket. It could only hope that Huang would be able to detect the movement in the outside world. Wake up from its slumber. Auction venue. As one lot was presented, Lin Ran was confused. Xingli Light said that this auction is special, but also did not say so special method. What golden dan chalcedony, purple sable immortal clothes, 9 eyes heavily bead. Don't say, one name sounds quite bluffing. Moreover, these things also have a saying. For example, this golden dan chalcedony is extracted from the tiger demon king, this purple sable fairy clothes is the purple sable demon fur to build the defense magic weapon, this 9-eyed bead is the use of the giant demon refining body protection magic treasure. But in reality, it's a tiger whip, a sable skin, and a giant clam. Lin Ran can see, here auction all prohibited goods, no wonder to engage in so mysterious. However, this organizer is doing such a thing. It couldn't also be a player of the spirit network, right? Lin Ran couldn't help but ask Xingli in a low voice to the side, have you heard of the spirit network? Hearing the word spirit net, Xingli's pupils shrunk slightly. It had to be said that Lin Ran's disguise was really successful, even she almost thought that Lin Ran was just an ordinary person. Luckily she hadn't lowered her heartfelt defense against Lin Ran and had taken an extra layer of precaution. Never heard of it, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was really afraid that the spirit network was some sort of criminal syndicate's den, but now that he looked at it, it should just be a coincidence. Everyone, let's move on to our main topic for today. The host slightly raised his hand, and the curtain behind him was slowly pulled back. Immediately afterward, flush rows of 10 people were displayed. There were girls and boys within these 10 people, the oldest looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and the youngest looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. They wore nice dresses, some wore cat ears, some wore rabbit ears. Like delicate porcelain dolls, every one of them was beautiful and looked very well behaved. Only their eyes are missing a few points of spirituality, only endless numbness remains. At this time, the host spoke again, everyone, the old rules, each of them has a number plate on them, starting at 10,000 spirit stones, the highest bidder wins. Now, starting from number 1. As soon as the host's words fell, someone raised their number plate. 20,000. 30,000. 50,000. The surrounding voices rose and fell, causing Lin Ran to no longer be able to sit still. No matter how much these children changed their costumes, they couldn't change the fact that they were being traded. This was not an auction. It was clearly a trading site for criminals who trafficked children. Lin Ran hurriedly felt out his cell phone, wanting to call the police, but found that the phone had no signal at all. It instantly dawned on him. No wonder there was no body search here and no confiscation of cell phones. It turns out that preparations were made long ago. Lin Ran hadn't watched many criminal investigation movies before. These people were obviously repeat offenders, and once the auction was over, they would definitely move immediately. If he waited for the auction to end and then called the police, these people would have long since run away, and he didn't know the real identity of these buyers, so I'm afraid that none of the children who were sold could be saved. Lin Ran didn't want to be a hero, but he couldn't turn a blind eye at a time like this. Because he is a human being, not a human being. He has no way to extinguish his conscience. But he knew more than anything else that the more times like this, the more he couldn't be in a hurry. Lin Ran pretended to glance at the time, and without moving, he put his phone back into his pants pocket, then turned his head to look at Xingli, and saw Xingli's expression tense, her face pale, and her slender hand clenched tightly. It wasn't known if she was really uncomfortable, or if she was frightened. Lin Ran had an idea in his heart. Don't panic, follow me. Xingli was slightly stunned. Lin Ran had been pretending to be an ordinary person in front of her before, wasn't it for the purpose of coming to spy on the movements of the demon race? Why was he asking himself to follow him? Could it be that she had guessed wrong? Lin Ran hadn't come to test her at all, but had treated her as an ordinary person, and in reality, Lin Ran had no idea what might be happening here? Although Xingli felt that this guess was closer to the truth, she was not optimistic about Lin Ran's words. The beast harnessing fast had gone to great lengths to transfer them here. It wouldn't be easy to let them out. But she didn't refuse, and she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. What if? Chapter 127. Long time no see, everyone. As soon as Lin Ran got up, Xingli followed suit. They were already at the back, so they didn't attract too much attention, and those who noticed them were looking at them as if they were little cuties. Like they were watching them walk towards the door. Lin Ran didn't have time to pay attention to those people's eyes. His thoughts were simple. Pretend to be sick. The identities of the people who could participate in the auction shouldn't be simple, and the person in charge of the auction definitely didn't want anything to happen to anyone. Of course. Lin Ran also knew that his thoughts were somewhat taken for granted. It was even a bit silly. After all, this was a crime scene, could people let them out so easily? But he didn't have any better methods. He could only go and give it a try. If they were really stopped and not allowed to go out, then they would come back and think of another way. Anyway, they were ready to leave because they were sick, so it was impossible for these people to still make a move on them, right? Lean on me. In order to make Qing Li look a little more presentable, Lin Ran directly held Qing Li's shoulders and pressed her head on his shoulder. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the door, Qing Li's entire heart was in her throat. Lin Ran just said don't panic. He didn't say that this was the way to go. The reason why no one was guarding this place and no one was stopping them was because they were all in the boundary. Lin Ran wouldn't think that he could just walk out with a big grin on his face, right? It would kill him. Just as Qing Li was about to stop Lin Ran, she was grabbed by Lin Ran's arm and violently accelerated towards the gate. Cackle. The movement of the gate opening woke up everyone in the venue. What's going on? What's wrong with the beast harnessing fast? Surprisingly letting people leave the venue early? Damn. The venue clamored at once. They dared to come to this kind of auction because the beast harnessing lounge did a good job of keeping secrets, and now that someone had left the venue early, they would be in trouble in case the law enforcement division found out. Right in the middle of this flash of lightning, an old man in a robe suddenly appeared at the position of the doorway. Those who disturb the order of the auction will be killed on sight. The third elder's voice resounded throughout the venue like a flood bell. The clamor gave way. With the third elder of the Beast Harnessing Lodge personally in charge, those two were bound to not be able to run away, so there was no need to worry. The third elder looked at Lin Ran's back, a trace of doubt flashing through his eyes. This was a boundary that the Beast Harnessing Jai had set up using a cavernous paradise as a formation. Within the boundary was a world of its own. It was impossible to break out under the true spirit realm. These two people's breath didn't feel strong. How did they break out of the boundary? Doubt rises at the same time. The third elder slightly raised his hand, accompanied by a deafening roar. A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd, red eyes and vertical pupils, body hidden lightning flashes. It was clearly a lion demon king that had awakened the talent of thunder and lightning. Kill them. The third elder directly ordered towards the lion demon. However, the lion demon didn't make any movements to pursue. Instead, it prostrated itself on the ground all of a sudden, its huge body trembling slightly. What are you doing? The third elder frowned and directly utilized the master-servant contract to forcefully drive the lion demon. The lion demon hissed in pain and rolled on the ground. The third elder didn't have time to find out what was going on and directly probed his hand towards Lin Ran and Qing Li to grab them. The next second, a terrifying pressure struck. The third elder's movements instantly froze in mid-air. His face suddenly changed, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. This pressure was so powerful that it made his soul tremble, as if it would be crushed the next moment. Under this pressure, the air around him seemed to freeze. The people in the venue only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and an unexplained palpitation caused their hearts to thump non-stop. At this time, a figure slowly appeared in front of the crowd. She wore a long black dress, just like an elf in the night, noble and mysterious. Her red golden eyes swept gently. Everyone, long time no see. The crowd's minds went buzz and blank. How could Demon Lord Huang be here? Lin Ran didn't dare to stop for a moment, tugging Qing Li to keep running. Until the noisy sounds into the ears, only stopped, breathing heavily, looked up. The surrounding people, it turned out that they have run into a busy street. The appearance of the two immediately attracted the attention of many people. There were sideways glances. Lin Ran hurriedly pulled Qing Li to turn into a nearby alley where no one was. Qing Li leaned against the wall and slowly squatted down. To this day she still had some disbelief. They actually ran out. Surprisingly, they really ran out just like that. This should not be all. Could it be that the Beast Harnessing Lodge was so confident that they didn't take any precautions at all? Lin Ran also feels some unexpected, but he now also do not have time to think. He too take off the ancient costume on the body, pull off the wig set, and then from the pocket to feel out the cell phone, directly dialed the police. After playing, there is still some uneasiness. Another message was sent to Su Guan. The top floor of Tianli Mansion has encountered a child trafficking crime syndicate, so keep an eye out for me. Lin Ran didn't say too much, after all, although he guessed that Su Guan had a special identity, he wasn't sure what level Su Guan was. Negative or not, he was not responsible for this aspect of the case. But no matter what, having Su Guan as an acquaintance to help keep an eye on it was definitely more stable. Lin Ran turned his head to look at Qingli. Looking at Qingli's hair was wet with cold sweat, there was not a trace of blood on her face. Guessing that Qingli should be frightened, holding a slightly trembling hand, opened his mouth to comfort. Don't worry, I've already called the police. Aha! Qingli lightly nodded her head. Regarding the mention of calling the police, she didn't think much about it. After all, Lin Ran didn't know her true identity, but rather looked at her as an ordinary person, so naturally, she couldn't possibly disclose anything related to the law enforcement division. What was more important now was to contact the rest of the demon race as soon as possible. Suddenly, it's on fire! Someone shouted violently, followed by a clamor as the crowd outside the alley ran in panic. Qingli and Lin Ran raised their heads in confusion. They saw that the top floor of the building they had just escaped from was ablaze with fire and smoke. Not good. Lin Ran's face suddenly changed. So many children were still on top of the building, how were they going to escape from such a huge fire? Qingli, on the other hand, was stunned as she looked at the rushing demonic aura. Demons? Where did the devil race come from? Although Lin Ran was anxious in his heart, he also knew that even if he rushed up to save people, it wouldn't help. Instead, it would cause trouble. As things stood, he could only wait for the professional rescuers to come. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his limbs and bones, and it seemed that something was rushing through his body, causing his body to spasm involuntarily. Lin Ran fell to the ground with a plop. What's wrong with you? Qingli saw Lin Ran curled up on the ground in pain and was about to go up to check. The next second, a terrifying force suddenly attacked. Boom! Qingli's body directly flew backwards, ruthlessly hitting the wall before tumbling to the ground. Before she could react, a huge claw pressed on her sternum. Immediately after that, a pair of violet gold eyes looked down at her. Killing intent filled the air. Stinking fox, how dare you take my words for granted? Chapter 128, Meeting Ceremony. On another street not far away from each other, Psycho Zhuoya's face was grave. With Emperor Chu mediating from the middle, the law enforcement division and the demon race had reached an agreement to work together to dig out all of the hidden lines associated with this interest of the beast harnessing Zhai, and she, as the person in charge of this auction incident. What to do is to capture the stolen goods and get the actual evidence, in order to correct the authority of the law enforcement division. In the way of the previous many times to pounce, this time Psycho Zhuoya no harnessed beast fast will secretly transfer auction venue, so at the beginning did not go to the manor wiring, but in the dark to look for harnessed beast fast transfer place. However, the beast harnessing Len put up more than one smoke bomb. Even though they knew that the auction was nearby, they still hadn't found where the auction really was. They needed time. But they didn't have that much time. At this time, Yang Wei quickly walked up to Psycho Zhuoya and respectfully saluted. Lord Psycho, just now, Captain Su passed on a message that the Beast Harnessing Lodge's auction might be in Tianli Mansion. I've already checked, Tianli Mansion is nearby. Psycho Zhuoya frowned slightly. Only some of the people from High Base City had been drawn for this operation, and Su Guan had to sit in on the leap fair, so he didn't take part in this operation. Where did the source come from? The source of the news? Captain Su said that it was given to him by Sect leader Tong Tian. Psycho Zhuoya was slightly stunned. She really didn't think that the Tong Tian sect master would be concerned about the demon race. However, news given by the Tong Tian sect master would definitely not be false. Lead the way. Psycho Zhuoya had just finished speaking when she suddenly raised her eyes to the sky, only to see that the sky, which had originally been illuminated by colorful lights, was covered by a dense demonic aura, and was now pitch black. Even the air seemed to be frozen by this demonic aura, making people feel a bone-chilling coldness and depression. Psycho Zhuoya's face suddenly changed. Qi Huang. It must be Qi Huang. Damn it. How could Demon Lord Qi Huang show up at this time? And with this level of demonic aura, Qi Huang's injuries had definitely recovered quite a bit. Hedo. No. To be precise, this should be the real demon monarch. And the human race address is different. The demon race harmonized Dao realm powerhouses are all addressed as June. June is also honored. Yang Wei, who was originally prepared to lead the way, also stopped his footsteps. Such a rich demonic aura, of course he also sensed, not only sensed, even at such a distance. He could also sense the trembling in his soul. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Saiku, over there seems to be the location of the Tianli mansion. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look." Saiku Zhuoya left behind a sentence and his figure instantly disappeared. Meanwhile, in the alley, Qingli sensed the killing intent on the White Tiger True Lord's body and her body trembled slightly. She did not expect the White Tiger True Lord to come looking at this time. In fact, she had known from the start that her use of Lin Ran would enrage the White Tiger True Lord. She had long been prepared to die. But not now. The demon race was still waiting for her to send a message, and those trafficked demons were still waiting for her to save them. She couldn't die now. Great Lord! Qingli wanted to beg the White Tiger True Lord to give her a little more time, but the White Tiger True Lord didn't even listen to her explanation. Its claws pressed downwards, its sharp nails directly pierced through Qingli's abdomen. Qingli stifled a grunt in pain, her face instantly turning as white as paper. Blood gurgled out from the wound, staining her clothes red. Could this be the life of the demon race? Qingli's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness, and just then, a figure appeared in her somewhat blurred vision. Boom! The figure ruthlessly crashed into the White Tiger True Lord's body. Then, one person and one beast flew backwards at the same time. Roar! The White Tiger True Lord let out an angry roar. After stabilizing his stance, the hairs on his body stood up at the roots as he looked at the figure across from him, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. "Qi Huang, are you crazy? Demon Lord Qi Huang?" Qingli's eyes widened violently, looking incredulously at that stunningly beautiful figure. Demons and devils were incompatible. Why would Demon Lord Qi Huang save her? Qingli couldn't figure it out, and True Lord White Tiger couldn't figure it out even more. It glared angrily at Qi Huang, a low roar emitting from its throat. "Don't forget how you regained your strength, and now that you're helping the demon race deal with me, believe it or not, I'll even kill you together." Qi Huang rarely bowed his head slightly and took the initiative to explain, "I still have use for keeping her, sparing her life counts as me owing you once." "Owe me once? Do you know what a big mess you have caused?" "Don't worry, it won't involve you guys." Qi Huang glanced at Lin Ran, who had fallen into unconsciousness, and reminded, "He's not going to be able to hold on, take him away first." The White Tiger True Lord did not say any more nonsense. Qi Huang's suddenly surging spiritual power had already surpassed the human harmonization realm, even if it was only feeding back to Lin Ran 1% of it. With Lin Ran's current body, it would simply not be able to withstand it. It had to find a place to help Lin Ran comb through his meridians as soon as possible. Otherwise, Lin Ran would explode and die. "I don't care what you're going to do, don't get us in trouble." After the White Tiger True Lord warned Qi Huang, he took Lin Ran away. The four divine beasts had always acted without interfering with each other, and there was no distinction between good and evil, right and wrong in their philosophy. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, they were all humanoid creatures to their children. They only care about the road they traveled. Only after the White Tiger True Lord left did Qi Huang walk over to Qingli. The tip of her index finger was pressed against Qingli's forehead, and pure aura was continuously channeled into Qingli's body, which could not completely heal Qingli, but could keep her consciousness awake. Subsequently, Qi Huang withdrew his hand and casually waved his hand. A dozen or so little demons appeared in the middle of the alley. All of them had their eyes closed, but Qingli could feel their vitality, and it was obvious that they were only sleeping. Qingli forced herself to endure the pain in her body and struggled to kneel on the ground, heavily kowtowing. "Many thanks for saving my lord's life. No need, this is my meeting gift to the demon race. I'm going to talk to your current leader. If he agrees, you find a way to bring Lin Ran to the demon race, I'll show myself." Qi Huang raised his eyes and glanced at the distance, his figure slowly disappearing, leaving behind only Qingli, who was still in shock. Two great divine beasts protecting him. What in the world is this Lin Ran? Qingli did not dare to think too much. She knew that the matter of demon monarch Qi Huang's appearance would certainly attract the attention of the law enforcement division. Once discovered by the law enforcement division, the demon race would be charged with being a collaborator with the devil. The demon race would truly be finished. Qingli took out a green bead from her bosom. This was a teleportation treasure specially prepared for this rescue, and she didn't expect it to really come in handy, but it was a pity that such a treasure could only be used once. And it can only be used for short-distance teleportation. Snap! As soon as Qingli crushed the bead, a group of small demons were wrapped in a faint green light and then disappeared. Just as they left, a figure wearing a black robe walked out from the wall. The expression was excited and elated. Lord Chihua, I've finally found you. Chapter 129 Great Masterpiece. Beast Harnessing Lodge. On the huge square paved with lapis lazuli, arcane iron chains extended from the bottom of the pool to the beast viewing platform, and at the end of each chain hung bronze beast cages engraved with the royal spirit incantation, with hideous low roars vaguely coming from the cages. The fishy sweetness mixed with blood floated in the air. 6 white-robed disciples were sitting on their knees, using Xian ice charms to suppress the 3-tailed firefox in the center of the square, while extracting the heart blood essence from the firefox. Heart blood essence was the most valuable thing on a demon race. Even if a demon race lost their demon dan, they had a chance of surviving, but if they lost their heart blood essence they would surely die. Roar! The intense pain caused the firefox to struggle frantically. The 6 disciples quickly strangled, and a talisman seal hit the firefox's body like it didn't need any money, and soon, a trace of golden heart blood essence was extracted out. It was stored in the glazed bottle. The 3-tailed firefox collapsed helplessly to the ground, completely out of breath. On the beast viewing platform, there stood a middle-aged man with a majestic aura. He was the beast harnessing Jai Sect master, realist Ji Yang. True Lord Ji Yang looked at the less than 1/10 of the heart blood essence in the glazed bottle and frowned. It's still too weak. What did the second elder's side say? The young disciple standing next to him reported back. The second elder said that the law enforcement division has been investigating the auction recently, and that he would wait for the storm to pass before taking action. Realizer Ji Yang lightly nodded his head. The higher the talent and the stronger the strength of the demon race, the more heart blood essence that could be extracted, but all of these demons were being guarded by the demon race's focus, wanting to capture them without alerting the demon race. It was extremely difficult to realize. Now that the law enforcement division had intervened, it was difficult. But it could only wait. As long as he perfected it some more and completed this grand plan that would benefit the entire human race, even the law enforcement division would be on his side. Just at this moment. Suddenly, a strong aura attacked. Boom! A huge white ape descended from the sky and smashed the green and gold stones in the plaza to smithereens. Amidst the dust and smoke, the white ape stood with its head held high. A pair of blood-red eyes were filled with anger and killing intent, sending shivers down one's spine. Ape Wuji. Realist Ji Yang's face suddenly changed. He didn't know how Ape Wuji had appeared here, or how Ape Wuji had the guts to dare to appear here, but he was worried about not having the opportunity to lay his hands on the demon race, and Ape Wuji had just sent him to the door. How could he possibly let it go? Ape Wuji, how dare you trespass my beast harnessing lodge? Realist Ji Yang angrily rebuked while raising his hand. Buzz. It was as if a tremor across time and space caused the surrounding space to ripple. A 2-headed scaly dragon displayed its form, its 2 heads spewing out ice mist and flames respectively, the hard scales on its body flickering with a cold light, its powerful aura causing the surrounding air currents to become turbulent. Immediately after that, accompanied by a wild whistling sound, the canine demon with 3 hideous heads also appeared. Its mouth spewed out black flames, as if even the surrounding space was scorched by those black flames. Distorted cracks faintly appeared. The 3 hellhounds were agitated, and almost without waiting for an order from realist Ji Yang, they directly pounced and bit towards Ape Wuji. Put your grandfather's fart. You brutalized my demon race. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Ape Wuji. Ape Wuji slammed his fist fiercely onto the head in the center of the 3-headed hellhound. 1 punch, 2 punches. In just 3 punches, the center head was smashed to pieces. Seeing that the 3-headed hellhound was at a disadvantage, the 2-headed Zhao wasn't willing to show weakness. It flew towards Ape Wuji's body and wrapped around it, but in the next second, it was pinched by a thick arm. One true controlling 2 days of demons, worthy of being the beast harnessing Zhai Sect leader. No wonder the beast harnessing Zhai is able to rank 5th in the cultivation world with only 3 great real people, TSK. Gao Wei ruthlessly dropped the 2-headed Zhao on the ground, then stomped on it 7 inches. He raised his head and looked around with a majestic face. The law enforcement division is on the case. Those who surrender will not be killed. As Gao Wei's voice fell, the members of the law enforcement division fishtailed into the room and directly surrounded the entire beast harnessing Zhai. A single beast harnessing Zhai disciple nervously looked towards realist Ji Yang. Realist Ji Yang frowned slightly, looking disgruntled. Minister Gao, how dare you help the demon race against the human race? Do you know what you're doing? I think it's you who doesn't know what you're doing. Gao Wei impatiently pulled out his ears, captivating the demon race and maiming the demon race. How can scum like you have the nerve to call yourself one of your own? Sorry, Gao Wei, don't have any inferior kind like you. Scum? Had. A low chuckle emanated from the mouth of Jiangjin. He said with full of concern, those who are not of my kind, their hearts will be different. I am merely making plans early. Ape Wuji ripped off the left head of the three-headed hellhound. He looked viciously at realist Ji Yang. Bull planning, it's just you beast harnessing Jai sucking blood from our demon race for your own selfishness. What do you, a demon race, no. Realm Ji Yang said with some agitation, you have no idea how great a thing I'm doing. If the demon race can awaken their natural aptitude, why can't my human race? As long as I have enough heart, blood, and essence to do my research, our human race can be the same as the demon race. Even in the future, the human race will be able to awaken their talents from birth. This will be a great plan to change the entire human race. Realist Ji Yang's expression gradually became maniacal, and after he finished these words, the other disciples of the beast harnessing Jai also had maniacal expressions on their faces. Ape Wuji was stunned as he looked at realist Ji Yang. The demon race was born with the ability to awaken natural aptitudes, which would naturally awaken at a certain time and be passed down with the bloodline. Although the natural aptitude awakened by each demon race was not the same, there were both strong and weak. But there is no exception. But how could he not have thought that this instinct would have brought the demon race the trouble of killing them, much less that these human races would be crazy enough to allow the human race to have the demon race's natural aptitude? Crazy. These human races were simply crazy. Gao Wei stomped on the two-headed augur on the ground and laughed coldly. Your so-called greatness is to create these monstrous creatures? Realizer Ji Yang glanced at the two-headed Zhao and the three-headed hellhound indifferently. These are nothing more than failed experiments. Gao Wei secretly said that it was true. From the very beginning, he had felt that these two heavenly demons were not quite right. At first glance they looked quite imposing, but in reality, weak, just too weak. Whether it was their physical bodies or their abilities, there was simply no way to compare them to real heavenly demons. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to be subdued so easily by him and Ape Wuji. Since it's a failure, then take out your successful one and show it off. At this point, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Yes. Then let you all meet this great masterpiece that is about to be completed. A wry smile appeared on the face of realist Ji Yang. Raising his hand, he gently tapped it twice. Cluck. Chapter 130 Demon Race, is there really a way out? Cackle. Accompanied by this toothsome bone-rubbing sound, a figure abruptly appeared above the square. His body was around 2 meters, with solid muscles churning out. Every inch of his skin seemed to be hard rock, glowing with a lime-white color. His 10 fingers were as sharp as hooks, flashing with a cold aura. His eyes protruded like copper bells, emitting a scarlet-red ferocious light, and his mouth looked as if it had been cut open, with the corners of his mouth ripped directly to the base of his ears. His face was not unfamiliar. It was none other than realist Ji Yang's once proudest personal disciple Yuan Jinpeng. Gao Wei's face changed. Old thing, you're crazy. You don't experiment with yourself and sacrifice your disciple. I'm just fulfilling him. Realist Ji Yang said in disbelief. Since he likes to plead for the demon race so much, and he likes to speak for the demon race so much, I'll help him become a half-demon, and this body has been transformed, and has awakened 5 natural aptitudes that correspond to the power of the 5 elements. Realist Ji Yang revealed an infatuated expression as if he was admiring a perfect work of art. Then with a wave of his hand, a white umbrella appeared in his hand. I also took the demon race that compelled him, skinned and extracted the bones, and created this white moon bone umbrella. How's that? It's pretty good, isn't it? The moment this bone umbrella appeared, Ape Wuji instantly changed his face. Little white. Almost the instant the roar sounded, Ape Wuji ejected like a bullet, heading straight for realist Ji Yang. However, before his fist could even touch the robes of realist Ji Yang, he was blown away by a punch. Bang bang bang. Ape Wuji's figure flew backwards, hitting the stone pillars in the square one after another, and finally impacting directly on top of the mountain wall behind the square. Only Yuan Jinpeng was left standing in front of realist Ji Yang. Minister Gao, you've seen it, how was it? Realizer Ji Yang looked at Gao Wei once again and spoke with a smile. I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you take the people from the law enforcement division and exit now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. In the future, when I complete the entire plan, I will count your law enforcement division as a credit. Gao Wei pulled the corner of his mouth. What? With that tone, I still have to give you an award? Gao Wei spoke easily, but his heart was extremely grave. Fast. It was really too fast. With his strength at the late stage of the real person realm, he couldn't even see the trajectory of this humanoid monster's actions, and he didn't even capture the movements of this humanoid monster's strikes. I'm afraid that this monster's true strength has already exceeded the real person realm. No wonder there were so many sects joining forces with the beast harnessing fast. It turned out that the so-called auction was just a fly in the ointment, and what they really valued was this. What were they looking forward to? Expecting to turn into a monster like Yuan Jinpeng, or creating more humanoid monsters? This is still considered a human race. Toast to the world. Realist Ji Yang's face sank and his voice was icy cold. Since this is the case, you guys don't want to walk out of the beast harnessing Zhai. Kill them, leave no one behind. The moment Realist Ji Yang raised his hand, Gao Wei suddenly clasped his fists and said in a loud voice, "Please ask the two immortal elders to take action and rid the human race of evil." Accompanied by a bellowing cry, a figure descended from the sky, smashing down like a meteor. Amidst a cloud of dust, Li Jiu cupped Realist Ji Yang's neck with one hand, and one fist ruthlessly smashed onto Realist Ji Yang's skull. Boom boom boom. One fist, another fist. You thing. Labor has wanted to beat you for a long time, and labor is letting you pretend. If it wasn't for this group of things talking about the process, could labor wait until now? You give labor to pretend again. You pretend. Gao Wei awkwardly touched his nose. He just wanted to draw out the backhand of the beast harnessing lodge, so as not to leave behind hidden dangers. Li Jiu, this reckless man, knew nothing. But people were now martial exalted. What could he do? He can only endure. Just as he was thinking, Gao Wei saw Yuan Jinpeng suddenly appear in front of him. Gao Wei was dumbfounded. Shouldn't this thing go to save real person Ji Yang? How come it rushed him? Who? The wind of the strong fist pummeled right at his face, and Gao Wei couldn't even make any movements in time except for holding his breath. However, just when that huge fist was only a centimeter away from his eyes, it stopped. Only then did Gao Wei see a circle of transparent silk threads wrapped around all of his limbs and head. The puppet Zun Huabu Win had struck. Phew, that was close. Gao Wei palpitated and patted his chest, then slammed his fist on Yuan Jinpeng's face. You monster dared to hit me too. Unfortunately, this punch didn't bring any damage to Yuan Jinpeng, and even his body didn't move a bit. Gao Wei sighed in his heart and arched his hand towards Huabuing. I'm sorry for Puppet Master. No harm done. Huabuing's finger, which was hanging in mid-air, gently moved. Swish. Yuan Jinpeng's body was then split into countless pieces by the silk threads. It fell to the ground one after another. Those pink meat pieces were still writhing on the ground, as if they were still active with life. Gao Wei sucked in a breath of cool air. This thing was indeed terrifying enough. Its strength, defense, and speed were all stronger than human cultivators in every aspect. It was fortunate that he did not have a divine mind, or else I am afraid that even the two immortal exalts would have to have a headache. A false harmonization is not a harmonization after all. Flower not winning had some feelings for a moment. To be able to create such a monster, it had to be said that realist Ji Yang was indeed quite talented in this regard. Unfortunately, it was the wrong path. It was just like the person who had once been him, who had also taken the wrong path. Only those who had truly merged with the Tao would understand just how great the gap between the two was. Huabuing turned his head to look at Gao Wei and said, "The love of protecting the Tao has been returned, but if there are things that jeopardize the human race, I won't sit idly by." Many thanks, Puppet Master. Gao Wei arched his hand and bowed again. Puppet cultivation was a minor path, and had even been stigmatized as an evil cultivator by many practitioners, but after Huabuing had merged with the Tao, he had not held any clans hostage in retaliation, and was still willing to do his part for the human race. Even though he had returned the favor of protecting the Tao to all the major clans, this kind of broad-mindedness was not something that everyone had. Whoever is willing to take responsibility for the human race win the respect. Just after Huabuing left, Li Jiu threw the smashed corpse next to Gao Wei. Go. Without a word of nonsense, he directly left. Just kidding. He, an exalted, was on the verge of becoming a fighter. Although beating people was quite enjoyable. But he, a hallowed martial exalt, didn't want a card face? Don't know how valuable his time is? He had to hurry to see how the gravity room was doing, but he didn't have time to dilly-dally with Galway here. Waiting for the two people to go, Only then did Gao Wei pick up that white moon bone umbrella and walk to the mountain wall behind the square. In the mountain wall that was smashed out of a huge pit, Ape Wuji was quietly lying on the pile of messy rocks. There was no half movement. But Gao Wei knew that he was still alive. Realist Ji Yang wanted to extract the demon race's heart and blood essence. It was absolutely impossible to let Ape Wuji die. The human race, not all bad people. Gao Wei sighed and placed the white moon bone umbrella by Ape Wuji's side. Turning around, he left. Ape Wuji still didn't move halfway, just staring at the dark cave roof of the mountain wall with lifeless eyes. Demon race, is there really a way out? Chapter 131 Spirit Net Bulletin. Early the next morning. With a jolt, Lin Ran sat up from his bed, only to realize that he was in a hotel bed. Kola was nestled obediently at the head of the bed, squinting her eyes. Not a single movement. It was really tired this night. Lin Ran was still in a state of confusion. His last memory was still stuck in the downtown neighborhood, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly his body was very uncomfortable. The whole person was like a dynamite barrel, about to explode like. Then, there was no more. Should be Qingli send him back? After all, besides Qingli, there was no one else around at that time. Lin Ran thought that yesterday Qingli had already suffered a lot of shock, and he happened to be unwell, but also bothered others to send him back. In his heart, he was more or less a little upset. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Qingli to say hello. Are you okay yesterday? After sending it, Lin Ran saw that there wasn't much time left, so he hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed, and felt his body float lightly, as if he would fall at any moment. But this feeling didn't last too long. Lin Ran just took 2 more steps and it disappeared. It seems like I have to take some time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Ran didn't know what was wrong with him. He usually didn't feel like he was uncomfortable. All of a sudden this, dizziness and fainting, it couldn't be some kind of serious illness, could it? Lin Ran washed up worriedly, changed his clothes, and came to Jin Chang's room with a Coke in his arms. As soon as he knocked on the door, Jin Chang looked straight at Kola. Hey, I said how did I run out of sight yesterday, causing me to look for a good half day. It turns out that it ran back. This little guy kinda recognizes his master. An ordinary white cat, Jin Chang really didn't care. But after all, Lin Ran explained, if the cat is lost, he is really not good at delivering. He took Jianren and Jianya to look around and didn't find it, and was still thinking about how to explain to Lin Ran today, or directly get a spiritual cat or beast to Lin Ran. As a result, this little guy even appeared again. Hearing Jin Chang say this, Lin Ran was really embarrassed. Originally, bringing a cat is also his private matter, letting people help him watch over it is also, even if this guy is still running around, really giving people trouble. Troubled you guys yesterday, how about? You watch it for me for another day? When it's later, I'll find a place to foster it. As soon as it heard that Lin Ran wanted to send himself away, White Tiger True Monarch was anxious. After such a big incident yesterday, and with Huang stirring up such a big basket, it didn't dare to let Lin Ran go out alone. White Tiger True Lord immediately sent a voice to Mingchi. Think of a way, quick. Mingchi, who was originally still sneaking around and looking around, was also anxious. True Lord White Tiger didn't want to stay in the hotel, and neither did he. He had come here to follow Tong Tian to D. It wasn't like he was here to play. Before he was able to fool Rengjia into bringing him to sneak out, but now he was being watched to death by his senior brother and sister. Can't even sneak out. Mingchi hurriedly stepped forward and said, Senior brother Jin, don't forget, what are you here for? Jin Chang froze. What for? Of course it's to seek opportunities, what else is there to think about? Jin Chang's mind turned and he understood. Looking for a chance, how can one stay in a hotel every day to look for it? These 2 days, they mainly wanted to interrogate Mingchi, that's why they were using it as a trick, but if they stayed in the hotel, it would be better to go back to Huasheng directly. Thinking of this, Jin Cheng hurriedly said, Director Lin, we also want to go to the clubhouse to take a look. This. Lin Ran was once again in trouble. If Jin Chang and the others wanted to go, there was no way he could stop them from going, much less leave a child and a cat in the hotel. What to do about this? Just as Lin Ran was in a difficult situation, Li Shang and his group walked out of the room. Lu Di immediately came up. Yo, brother Lin, how was the talk yesterday? It should be about the same, Lin Ran said vaguely, although he did complete Qing Li's conditions, but last night suddenly encountered that kind of thing. It was indeed also unexpected. I don't know what the situation is on Qing Li's side right now. What he had talked about before still counted. However, when he thought of yesterday, Lin Ran's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked, Did you guys brush up on any big news? Upon hearing this, Li Shang immediately came energized. The Tianli mansion thing you're talking about? It all went crazy last night. Mard, these criminals are getting more and more rampant now, but I heard that the fire killed quite a few buyers. Xiao Xiao was also filled with righteous indignation, serves them right. Burning to death is cheap for them. Lin Ran said nervously, where are those children? Saved. Vivian sighed, it said that a kind person called the police and went there in time, otherwise those children might have been burned to death as well. Lin Ran let out a slight sigh of relief. It was good to be saved. I also wonder if the main culprit had been caught yet. Then again, the organizer was most likely a player of the Spirit Network. I wonder what the attitude of the Spirit Network side is? Thinking about this matter of human traffickers, Lin Ran was even more uneasy about leaving Mingchi and Cola at the hotel, and could only arrange for Li Shang to take Mingchi and Cola around. Of course. Everyone else was also branched out. The name of the beauty department was to study. The main beauty department booth was just this big, so many people really couldn't squeeze in. Moreover, everyone came on such a trip to broaden their horizons, and it really wasn't a big deal for him to chain everyone here. And he himself continued to squat at the booth. Feeling out the fish, by the way. Lin Ran took out his cell phone and opened SpiritNet, and saw the post that had been topped at the top. It was a briefing issued by the Law Enforcement Division. Yesterday, the Law Enforcement Division joined forces with the demon race, and has dismantled all of the clans related to the interests of trafficking in demons, including but not limited to the Beast Harnessing Lodge and other clans, and has successfully rescued hundreds of demons. The content of the briefing was long. In addition to accounting for the incriminating evidence of Beast Harnessing Jai and other sects' involvement in the trafficking and interception of the demon race, even the fact that the Beast Harnessing Jai sect master, realist Ji Yang, had taken the demon race to conduct prohibited experiments was similarly blown out of proportion. Lin Ran's gaze moved slightly. As expected, he had guessed, the head of this criminal syndicate was really a SpiritNet player. Otherwise, it was impossible for the notice to directly point out the ID of the Ji Yang realist. Now that Lin Ran recalled this incident, there was still a pang of fear in his heart. If he and Xingli hadn't escaped at that time, would they have been trapped to death on the top floor of the building as well? Fortunately, they escaped. However, it was strange to say, how could such a large crime syndicate not take any precautions at all? Letting them escape so easily? Strange. It was really too strange. Lin Ran secretly suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked towards the comments section. At this time, the comments section was similarly in an uproar. The Beast Harnessing Fast's crimes are too numerous to mention, heinous. The Law Enforcement Division did a great job. This realm Ji Yang is simply heartless, hawking his own disciple, so damn shameless. I thought at first I would like to join the Beast Harnessing Jai to come, really did not think. But the Beast Harnessing Jai, such a big clan, said no, but it is also a strange pity. That said, last night the devil Chi Huang is not out again, caught it? If captured, notification inside will not write? According to the gossip, the devil Chi Huang's strength restored. Alas, what to do? The devil race is coming back. Comments have to harness the beast fast evil behavior rebuke accusation, also have to harness the beast fast disappeared stifled sigh. There was also panic over the reappearance of demon monarch Chi Huang. But all of a sudden, there was one more gloomy comment in it. Oh, the Law Enforcement Division can be really competent. If they go a little later, I'm afraid that the Beast Harnessing Lodge's experiments would have succeeded. Chapter 132, Think About It All. Without a doubt, the ID Justice Envoy who posted this comment was immediately mobbed by quite a few people. If you have a ing brain pit, hurry up and go to Pill King Valley to take a look. Forget it, how could Pill King Valley accept a cerebral palsy like this? If you ask me, this kind of person is just idle and looking for a sense of existence. Isn't that so? Just how dare he call himself a justice messenger? Ha ha ha. In fact, I think this justice messenger is right. Really, Law Enforcement Division, this efficiency is too low. Harnessing the beast fast to do this must have quite a few years. Now found is not a little late? Late justice is still called justice? The Law Enforcement Division can hardly absolve itself of its sins. Gradually, the justice messenger had quite a few supporters. It began to turn its head towards the Law Enforcement Division and blast it. Even Lin Ran thought that this messenger of justice was mocking the Law Enforcement Division's inefficiency. However, the justice messenger's next statement was unexpected to everyone. Uprooting the Beast Harnessing Jai, do you all feel proud of yourselves? Have you guys forgotten how many human races the demon race ate in the past? Have you forgotten how those demon races plagued the four directions? Have you forgotten that the threat of the demon race is just around the corner? Have you forgotten that the current peace was bought with the blood of our forefathers? If the beast harnessing Jai's plan had succeeded, why would we need to be afraid of the demon race, and why would we need to guard against the demon race? And now that the law enforcement division has ruined it all, you guys are even clapping your hands. When the demon race rises again, when the demon race returns strongly, what will await us? Think about it all. After this passage was sent out, the comments section fell into silence. How could they possibly forget? Speaking of the relationship between the human race and the demon race, it was only after joining forces in that battle 1,000 years ago that it was eased, but before that, not only did the demon race and the human race have a lot of friction, but the demon race likewise did the same. If not for the ancestors of the human race to blood cast high platform. How come today's peace? They don't dare to forget, nor can they forget. Therefore, most people for the attitude of the demon race has always been to defense as the main. But after all, there are thousands of years ago the love of the joint forces, if not when the demon tribe turned against, the devil tribe cannot easily be sealed to the 10 worlds, so, no one will put this matter on the surface to say. Nowadays, some people rehash the same old story. Also cannot help but let the crowd into a contemplation, harness the beast fast really wrong? If there was no such thing as the law enforcement division and the demon race joining forces, and the beast harnessing Jai's research was successful, what kind of situation would it be? And these remarks of the justice envoy made Lin Ran scoff. What kind of bull is this for the sake of the human race? This dog money thing is really good at stealing concepts. The funny thing was that there were actually people who were caught up in this speech. Ta-da-day-day. Lin Ran's hands flew up the keyboard. Do you think you're so great and think of the human race? Do you feel that only you have grown a brain and no one else has? Do you think that the beast harnessing Jai maims the demon race so it's not harmful to the human race? Have you forgotten what the cultivation world is? The weak eat the strong, and the strongest are honored. Today, the beast harnessing Jai can lay hands on the demon race, so tomorrow, when it's profitable on you as well, will they be able to pull out the banner of the human race and lay hands on you as well? When they extract the demon race's heart, blood, and essence, aren't they experimenting on the human race? You think that you are the one who has profited, is it possible? You're the one being plundered? Lin Ran clicked send with a flourish. Spirit Online. The crowd froze instantly as they looked at the reply sent by the Tong Tian Sect master. Especially since most of the people who could be active on the spirit net were the bottom of the cultivation world, every question from Sect leader Tong Tian seemed to hit them hard in the heart. And this last question was more like a heavy hammer that directly woke them up. Yes. They are all the gainers by proxy. They would rightfully wonder if they would also have the chance to awaken the demon race's natural aptitude if the beast harnessing lodge succeeded. But they had forgotten. How could such a good thing come to them? The core children of those big clans, the children of the headmasters and elders had an easy time obtaining resources, while it was as difficult as heaven for them. If their talent was better, they might be spotted by a big brother. Focus on cultivation. But those like them who were ordinary and unexceptional only had to fight, and fight again. In the cultivation world, there was never any such thing as being lucky and getting some sort of heaven-defying treasure that would change heaven and earth. If one did obtain a treasure, there was only a way to die. This also meant that unless they went to be experiments, there was no way they would have the chance to awaken that kind of natural aptitude. And once the beast harnessing Jai had succeeded in its research, this would become a new monopolized channel. Those cultivators who had the power and money would ascend to heaven in a single step. The gap with them was like a heavenly rift. And when one day, the demon race was decimated, where would the beast harnessing lodge's gaze be directed? For a while, the crowd's scalps tingled and they shuddered. However, no one noticed that the demon race, which was the centerpiece of this incident, was unusually silent on the spirit network today. In fact, the weakness of the demon race had already become an inherent concept in the hearts of the crowd, and even if they sympathized with the demon race in their hearts, they would instinctively feel that the demon race couldn't afford to set off any storms. Therefore, only then did Zhao Mingchen dare to openly discuss the sins of the demon race on the spirit net. If it were in the past, even though the demon race's voice was ignored, they would have argued with reason, even sparring with the human race on the spirit online. But today, even the radical demon race was silent. The strength of the human race has increased greatly during this period of time. Not only did they flat out have 2 venerable masters, but there are also more than a dozen half-step harmonizers, and there are even more certified real people. On the contrary, the demon race. In addition to awakening the Dragon Exalted split, there was nothing. Not bad. This time, thanks to the Law Enforcement Division and the Human Exalted, they were able to uproot these clans of the beast harnessing Zhai. But who knew if they would backfire again in the future? How heavy was Xiao Jing'an's promise back then, but in the end, what did the demon race get in exchange? Demon father dead and wounded, the demon race is sinking. No one knows, that extracts the demon race heartblood essence, let the human race have natural aptitude of the evil method, is not really ruined. The demon race has reached a desperate situation. If they continued to sit back and wait for death, what awaited them would only be their own destruction. Dragon Father, Sect leader Tong Tian has spoken for us, perhaps. A glimmer of hope lit up in Lion Still's eyes. He was not a conservative. He even hated to go to war with the human race. However, he was also very clear that the current situation was not favorable to the demon race at all, and once war started, the demon race would only die. However, he knew even more that conspiring with the demon race was tantamount to plotting against a tiger. Is tantamount to plotting with a tiger for its skin. Therefore, he hoped that Dragon Father would reconsider. It's too late. Dragon Father raised his hand to interrupt Lion Judas' words. He had also heard about Sect leader Tong Tian helping the ghost cultivators, but the ghost cultivators were, after all, a human race, not a demon race. What's more, the surface of the human and demon two races seems to be a peaceful scene, in fact, has been like walking on thin ice, the demon race every step on the edge of the blade, the slightest carelessness will be blood splattered on the spot, peace at any time may be like a bubble like broken. Pinning hopes on a human race was ultimately undesirable. Go and prepare. Chapter 133, The Evil of the Beast Harnessing Zai, all of you are its accomplices. 555, I deserve to die, I just went so far as to blame the Law Enforcement Division in my heart, thank you Elder Tong Tian for scolding and waking me up. I knew the Law Enforcement Division was right, this thing dared to break my Tao, but it really deserves to die. Do you all know why I worship Elder Tong Tian so much? It's because only Elder Tong Tian will treat us equally, only Elder Tong Tian will preach the Tao on the spirit net and will still reason with us. Elder Tong Tian deserves everyone to fan you for the rest of your life. What righteousness messenger, bull. It's just confusing people under the banner of justice. What kind of justice is that? On Spirit Online, the awakened crowd immediately turned their guns and once again surrounded the messenger of justice. Inside the luxuriously decorated room, the decent-looking youth looked at the crowd's replies and directly broke his defense. Idiots. All a bunch of dumbass. You guys know. Zhao Mingchen's face was dark. Although the Law Enforcement Division's briefing mentioned the prohibited experiment, it didn't go into much detail, and only buyers like him, who had participated in the auction before, knew what a great experiment it was. Once it succeeded, everyone could become a cultivator, no longer needing to be constrained by natural talent or root bones. Even all cultivators would be able to break through without bottlenecks. This was a great plan that benefited the entire human race. But now it's ruined. It's all ruined. And now, the crowd was being lulled into attacking him by the Tong Tian sect leader in just a couple of sentences. It was simply ridiculous. Realist Ji Yang was right, these bottom cultivators are just rotten mud. They couldn't be helped up at all. Zhao Mingchen grabbed the whip on the table and ruthlessly struck the demon slave next to him. Pa! The demon slave fell to his knees with a plop and curled up his entire body, letting Zhao Mingchen whip him. It's all you demon race. Damn you. All of you deserve to die. Say, is sect leader Tong Tian a member of your demon race? Zhao Mingchen's face seemed to be distorted with rage, and as if he was venting, he kept hitting his whip on the demon slaves. Pa pa pa. The crunching sound of the whip hitting flesh and skin resounded continuously. Under a whip mark, black and red blood gurgled out, drenching the demon slave's clothes until there was not a single piece of intact flesh on the demon slave's back, and only then did Zhao Mingchen stop. The demon slave remained prostrate on the ground, without any movement other than the instinctive trembling of his body. However, this was still difficult to soothe the indignation in Zhao Mingchen's heart. Back then, the Lingyun sect and the Lingxiao Pavilion were known as the two major forces in the cultivation world, and the Lingyun sect's sect leader even narrowly beat the Lingxiao Pavilion's pavilion leader, but now, the Lingxiao Pavilion was situated in the second sect in the cultivation world. Who still remembers the Lingyun sect? It was all the fault of the demon race. Back then, the demon clan took the opportunity to attack, the Lingyun clan up and down the brutal killed, even the patriarch also died with the demon clan, only out of the disciples escaped, re-support the entire clan. Such a blood feud, how can he forget? Not only can he not forget, he hated Na. Back then, if it wasn't for the demon race, how could the Lingyun sect have fallen so far? Zhao Mingchen knew that he couldn't ask anything from these well-trained demon slaves. So he simply placed his gaze on the spirit net once again. You guys trust sect leader Tong Tian so much? Ridiculous. Have you guys ever thought about the fact that this sect leader Tong Tian is most likely not a human? Otherwise, why did he help evil cultivators before, and now he's helping the demon race? Is he going to help the demon race speak in the future? Don't you all think that the timing of this Tong Tian sect master's appearance is a bit too coincidental? How could it not appear early, not appear late, and only appear when demon monarch Huang broke out of the 10 realms seal? And before that, we hadn't even heard of this person. Although Zhao Mingchen didn't say it directly, the pointing was too obvious. Instantly, the entire spirit net exploded. Fart your SS, who are you defiling, you Yakuza? The Tong Tian sect lord is mainly related to the demon race and would preach to the human race? Evil your ass's leg. The so-called evil cultivators are nothing more than you trashy things that put a label on us ghost cultivators. According to you, our Chu Emperor is also an evil cultivator? Before Lord Tong Tian appeared, how many evil things did the ghost cultivators do? How many human races did they kill? If this isn't an evil cultivator, what is? Don't think that you can all be cleared just because you've turned into ghost gods. It's not, one by one, to the Tong Tian sect leader pushed to the extreme, but once you ask the identity, did not know one. I think the Justice Messenger raised as reasonable questioning. Tong Tian Godfather appeared in time is really too coincidental. Who knows this behind? In the end there is no conspiracy. Tong Tian sect master is not going to come out and explain? Explain Nima. If I look at it, it's because the Tong Tian sect master is moving you people's interests. That's why he's being vilified by you as being related to the demon race. At this point in time, sect leader Tong Tian had long since ceased to be a newcomer. As a big brother who had many supporters on the spirit network, there were naturally many people who spoke for him, but not everyone was on the side of sect leader Tong Tian. Even there were quite a few people who secretly hated it. Especially since this matter of the demon race did not know how many people's interests had been moved, and the fact that the Tong Tian sect leader was still helping the demon race speak was even more intolerable to them. It was just that the Tong Tian sect master's prestige was too high for them to move. But someone raised a reasonable question. That would be different. Sensei could not sit on the relationship between sect leader Tong Tian and the demon race. Only when this pool of water was muddy would they be able to touch the fish. As for the threat of what real people and immortal honors, oh, listen to it, whether they can find them or not is still a matter of opinion. Otherwise, how could there be so many evil cultivators jumping on the spirit online? Besides, these real people, immortal honors or self-possessed identity, it is not possible to fight with them on the spiritual network. In the event that the relationship between sect leader Tong Tian and the demon race was confirmed, these people were afraid that they would be eager to clear their relationship with sect leader Tong Tian. How could they really retaliate against them for the sake of sect leader Tong Tian? And so, the comment section was like it was laced with water, and the more they argued, the more ferocious it became. And after seeing the passage sent out by the messenger of justice, Lin Ran was also more energized. Originally, he had suppressed fire in his heart. Language C-game, you take the reality of things to paste can, but also to see what things, like this kind of human and God's wrath of abduction and trafficking events, mutilation of children's prohibited experiments. You also want a hard to paste. This damn no matter who, high and low have to go up to spray 2 sentences. Not to mention him as a personal experience. Watching those children like commodities were placed in the booth, the anger in his heart is absolutely no less than anyone else. Until now, he cannot forget the numbness of those children's faces. And these, however, became the game talking points of the Justice Envoy, and what was even more ridiculous was that this dog coin thing was now backtracking. Lin Ran's anger was rising. Although this was just a game, if it wasn't for this attitude of indifference to life, how could players like Harnessed Beast Jai appear on the Spirit Network? Without saying a word, Lin Ran directly opened a post. The evil of the beast harnessing Jai, all of you are its accomplices. I always do not to malicious speculation others, but I did not expect that there are people despicable and ferocious to this. You repeatedly said the demon race's crime, but not to the guilty to display troops, but ignore the evil of the beast master Jai, to the old, weak, women and children to wield the blade. This is your so-called justice? Your behavior is even worse than the evil of the beast master. If we let you trample on the living and abuse the innocent, where is justice in this world? Where is moral justice? I stand here for no other reason than the word justice. Today, if I look on with cold eyes, in the future, no one will wave the flag for me. Though 10 million people, I will go. Chapter 134. When did I become your brother? Convention Center. Marred, got away by this dog coin thing again. Suguan cursed as he fumbled for his cell phone. In the end, this blood clan was like a loach, so slippery that every time he felt like he was about to catch this guy, it turned out that this guy slipped away again. No need to think. It must be these teams that came to participate that were up to no good. He very much suspected that more than one of them were helping this blood race to cover up, just that they hadn't determined which ones for the time being, just in case they caught the wrong person and let that blood race fish in troubled waters instead. It was better to respond to all changes with no change. Anyway, with the Tong Tian Sect master around, he wasn't worried at all. It was just delaying his chance to spend time with Sect leader Tong Tian, and he didn't know if Sect leader Tong Tian would be busy this time. Suguan opened the spirit net and was about to send a message to the Tong Tian Sect master to ask, when he saw that quite a few people were vocally criticizing the Tong Tian Sect master. At once, he was enraged. Sect master Tong Tian is here with me right now, can I not know if he's a demon? What? You guys still want to suspect me? Or do you suspect the law enforcement division's Tong Devil? Come on, I'll be waiting for you guys to come and investigate right here in Haibei City. I'd like to see which one of you dares to come. Originally, there were quite a few people who supported Sect leader Tong Tian, and now there was someone from the law enforcement division who showed up to speak. The crowd's backs were even more straight. Very quickly. The sound momentum went sideways. Of course, the main thing was that most people simply didn't believe that Sect leader Tong Tian would have a relationship with the demon race. After all, the reason why the human race was able to add 2 more immortal exalts was because the Tong Tian Sect leader preached, if the Tong Tian Sect leader really had a relationship with the demon race, how could he possibly give the human race another battle force? What could be more persuasive than this tangible achievement? These people wanted to throw dirty water on the Tong Tian Sect master. Their calculations were wrong. Just as the crowd's vocal criticism was in full swing, a new posting from Sect leader Tong Tian also popped up. The evil of the beast harnessing fast, all of you are its accomplices. Just by seeing the name of this post, the crowd could feel the wrath of Sect leader Tong Tian, and without thinking, these people were definitely going to be in bad luck. Quite a few people even opened the post with the mindset of gloating. But looking at it, they couldn't laugh anymore. Sect leader Tong Tian was not only scolding those people, he was even scolding them in. You guys are accusing the demon race of being guilty, but you don't show your blades to the guilty, instead you ignore the beast harnessing Jai's crimes and show your butcher's knives to the old, weak, women, and children. Is this your so-called justice? What you have done is even worse than true evil. Although they did not verbally accuse the demon race of being guilty, they did believe in their hearts that the demon race was guilty. But those who were guilty were not the ordinary demon race. Who dared to actually do it? Although they did not directly slaughter the demon race old and weak women and children, but no matter whether it is the beast harnessing fast private trafficking, or the human race secretly targeting the demon race. Also have heard a little. What was their reaction at that time? It's not a matter of concern, and even feel that the demon race deserved it. It turned out that in the eyes of the Tong Tian Sect leader, their indifference was even worse than the beast harnessing Zai. They were tempted to retort. But it was as if there were millions of words stuck in their throats, unable to be spoken. Trampling on living beings and brutalizing innocents was not what a gentleman would do. Although they were not considered to be any kind of gentlemen, they were also human beings, and naturally knew that taking offense at the old, weak, women and children was not what a great man would do. Suguan, who was also looking at this post, also had a red face. Before the appearance of Sect leader Tong Tian, the attitude of the law enforcement division was indeed biased. In this, there was no lack of meaning to suppress the demon race. But just like what Sect leader Tong Tian had said, if they had the ability, they would have just gone straight to fight and kill the strongest of the demon race. Instead, they chose to ignore those illegal acts. Of course. If the demon race old and weak are all soldiers, no matter what plot and trick, they just take the blame that also have to do. But the demon race is still their ally now. Ignoring it would only chill their allies. Suguan was ashamed, but at the same time, he was even more determined to correct the code. His eyes continued to look down. If I stand idly by today, no one will be there for me when disaster strikes me in the future. When he saw these words, Suguan only felt his brain buzzing. If one were to ask where in the cultivation world there were the most civilians and grassroots, it was none other than the law enforcement division. Although the major sects would also recruit from the mortal realm, most of them would prioritize the children of their families, and only those with exceptional qualifications and bones would be picked by the sects. Only the members of the law enforcement division all came from the mortal realm. For this reason, the law enforcement division had also opened a special cultivation academy, and every once in a while, it would recruit children from the mortal realm who had the qualifications and roots to enter the cultivation academy to study. One reason for this was to prevent the internal root system from being disjointed, and two, it was also to give more mortals a chance. In the law enforcement division, as long as one worked hard, there were resources, and promotion was fairer compared to other sects. Grassroots like him climbed up step by step. Because the law enforcement division sacrificed people every year, especially the enforcement department, which was always on the front line. Casualties were inevitable. So there was no such thing as ostracizing the juniors or grabbing resources. Many seniors liked to promote their juniors, fearing that there would be no one to follow in their footsteps should they leave. When they put on the clothes of the law enforcement division, they were faced with not only cultivation, but more of a responsibility to maintain the stability of the mortal realm. It was also because of this. They were more able to understand those cultivators who had no background and no backing. Therefore, Su Guan had a deep sense of identification with this sentence. Those without strength had no voice in the cultivation world, so there was the spirit net, and those without strength had no human rights in the cultivation world, so there was the law enforcement division. They were law enforcers and representatives of the millions of people at the bottom. More so, they are the criers. The law enforcement division should be the reliance of everyone, not just the mortal realm. Buzz. Su Guan's mud pill palace was once again lit up inside, and the Tao, constructed from techniques, arts, and potentials, took a big step directly forward this time. Compared to the crowd of the law enforcement division, the ghost cultivators identified more with the words. Because they were the victims who had no one to redress their grievances, no one to cry out, it was the Tong Tian Sect leader who gave them a way out in the yinging shimmering light, so how could they possibly be the guests of the cold-eyed spectators? If not for the Tong Tian Sect master's heart of justice, where would the Underworld come from? Where would the ghosts and gods come from? Supporting Sect leader Tong Tian is supporting ourselves. Sect leader Tong Tian is not alone, behind him are millions of people who also harbor justice. This light of Elder Tong Tian has shone on me, and I wish to shine this light on more people. I am willing to be the vanguard of justice. On the spirit net, more and more people came forward to speak. But this time they weren't sparring with people for the sake of the Tong Tian Sect leader being slandered, but for their own sake. Just like what the Tong Tian Sect master said. Today, if I stand by coldly and watch, in the future, when the calamity comes to my own body, there will be no one to wave the flag for me. Though there are millions of people, I will go on. Even if this road is 1,000 times more difficult, they have to go on. Perhaps one day, this good fruit will be concluded for them. And just when the atmosphere was baked to its peak, Wei Yin-xian, the endless demon ancestor who hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. What my brother Tong Tian said was too good to be true. It was so good that even I was moved to tears. We devil cultivators suffer. It's really too bitter. Luckily, my brother Tong Tian guided the devil cultivators to a path to heaven. Anyone who wants to join my endless devil sect, call me. Lin Ran? When did I become your brother? Chapter 135. Which one of you has ever seen an evil cultivator with merit? Lin Ran was confused. But seeing Wei Yin come out to speak first, his heart was really relieved. He also remembered when this person talked to him privately for a few sentences, and then never bubbled again, and did not know what the situation was. Originally, he also intended to ask after a while. Now that it had come out, it was certain that nothing had happened. But then again. Brothers? This Wei Yin-xian, it couldn't be that he said that he wanted to be a brother with a different surname with him in the beginning, and then he felt that they were brothers, right? This damn. Really, when he is a brother, also don't come out at this time to mess with him. Lin Ran was numb. Although the devil cultivator and the devil tribe is a word difference, but there is a devil word, this is not clearly to those who sprayed him to hand words? In fact, most people did not take Wei Yin's first words seriously. Devil cultivation, who still do not know, that is not a group of chaotic chaos lord. What Tong Tian brothers, Wei Yin-xian can really to the face of gold. The three immortals are not to the Lord of Heaven as a teacher, or as a benefactor. Wei Yin-xian good, said he is the Lord of Heaven's brother. This is not clearly take advantage of the three immortals. Sure enough. Devil cultivator is as shameless as ever. But just as Lin Ran thought, originally have quietly lurked up those people, because Wei Yinsien this sentence, immediately and then pricking up. Even if you can't put the Lord of the Tong Tian sect in the relationship of the devil, and the relationship of the devil cultivator is also situated in the line ah. This pool of water is not still muddy it. So, many people brought up the tempo in the comment section again. Did you see it? Everyone saw it. This Tong Tian sect leader secretly still has a leg up with the devil cultivator. Now who dares to say that there is no conspiracy behind Tong Tian? Now are you guys going to say that demonic cultivators are not evil cultivators? Oh. Simply the world or good people have to. And devil cultivators call brother and brother, who knows if this Tong Tian godfather is also a devil cultivator. Before the crowd had time to help sect leader Tong Tian argue, a group of devil cultivators also came together. What's wrong with us devil cultivators? What's wrong? You guys robbing people of their chances and taking their treasures is called superiority and inferiority. To us devil cultivators become evil cultivators? You guys listen to whether this is ridiculous or not. Yes, a person of such a temperament as sect leader Tong Tian is a member of my devil Dao. Unlike you guys, who claim to be righteousness Naya. The world's devil sects are one family, the Endless Devil's Cave is my home, since sect master Tong Tian is the brother of Endless Devil's ancestor, he's our uncle, isn't he? Uncle, do you need me to help you karma? The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't know what to say. A group of devil cultivator is more and more black, this time is really can't explain. And in the spirit of the net in the clamor of the time. Suddenly, Wei Yinsien popped up again. The devil cultivator is an evil cultivator? Ha! Which one of you has seen an evil cultivator with merit? In an instant, the entire spirit net went silent. Evil cultivators have merit? What a joke! Gaining merit was as hard as heaven these days. This wasn't to say that you could just do good deeds as you go along. Of course, do good deeds certainly have merit, just good deeds also have big and small. If you just casually do good deeds of this kind, this lifetime accumulation of merit may not even break the heart barrier. Unless you can save a side of the people in the fire, or can save a really good people. This is why everyone is so keen on eradicating evil cultivators. In addition to that, guarding the mortal realm like the law enforcement division also accumulates merit. However, if some crimes were committed due to negligence, or if one ignored something illegal, the merit would also be cancelled out. Therefore, it was difficult to obtain merit, and it was even more difficult to obtain merit that could be seen with the naked eye. This was also why after seeing that there was a sweet rain of merit and virtue, everyone looked like they were going crazy, drilling into High Bay City one by one. And like demonic cultivators. Evil cultivators who cultivate with fury and demonic chi, how could they possibly obtain merit in virtue? This Wei Yinsien can really blow. Almost no one believes Wei Yinshien's words, even Wei Yinsien himself, at this moment is also sighing. They devil cultivator old said that they just transformed the fury gas and devil gas to their own use. It's just different from other people's Tao. But in reality, even they themselves don't believe it. They killed people with impunity, they didn't care about worldly bindings and fetters, they didn't care about moral and legal constraints. Even if they say that they can't defend themselves, they can't be trusted. But what is someone as lawless and wanton as them if not an evil cultivator? Until he came to this real earthly purgatory, until he saw those tragic scenes with his own eyes, he realized what is the real evil. What is the real evil? There is a Chinese proverb, killing is nothing more than a headache. Even those with special fetishes like Xiao Lu would give those people a hard time after cutting that part. What with waterboarding, electrocution and the like, they still learned from these people. But even so, there was no way they could be like these people. Treating living people as blood banks, constantly extracting blood plasma, treating women as cows, letting them repeatedly give birth to children to sell, treating people as piglets, cutting off their organs alive. Compared to these people, they, the demonic cultivators, had all become good people. How ridiculous. So ridiculous that even he couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with this place? How can it be rotten like this? Great. Lord, please, take me. The bald man kneeling in front of him, with a pleasing face, said, I can give you money, these factories, and those piglets. For you, all of them, just begging that your lordship can give me a chance. I dislike you, dirty. Wei Yinsien indifferently reached out and crushed the bald man's skull with one hand. A wisp of soul had just floated out of the bald man's head when it was crushed by the surrounding baleful energy, transforming into a smear of vermilion on the sky. This smear of vermilion looked particularly bizarre against the ink color. It was as if it had been dyed with blood. This was the Fury Chi. Originally should be intangible aura, here is like a substance, only because this land under his feet buried too many bones, here is more than a mass grave. Even Wei Yinxian had to say that these people are lucky. Precisely because too many people died here, the grievances are too heavy, even accidentally formed the land of extreme fury. People ghosts do not exist. And here, it is also the place where Wei Yinxian prepares for the harmonization of the Tao. Another Tao is different, the reason why no one can join the Tao of devil cultivation, not because the Tao mastery is not enough, not because the cultivation is not enough. Rather, it is because of the inability to pass the hurdle of the heart demon. Now that he was blessed with merit, he dared to give it a try. Wei Yin stepped out first. Phew! Furious chi tumbled and surged. There seemed to be countless hideous faces looming in it, emitting creepy hisses. Woo-woo, the mournful ghostly cries rang out like sharp nails scratching on metal, emitting a toothsome sound. Wei Yin walked in the midst of the fury first, completely unperturbed by these sounds. Just silently sensing the Tao. But suddenly, surrounding these sounds all dissolved, followed by the lively hustle and bustle. Wei Yinxian walked on the bustling streets, looking at the street vendors yelling, looking at the children in the crowd weaving and playing, faces overflowing with innocent smiles, even if everything seems to be incredibly real, but also remain unmoved. Until he saw a pretty woman, but could not take another step. He stared at the woman in a daze, his lips trembling in a cowardly manner. Mother! Chapter 136, Isn't it too ostentatious? Law Enforcement Division. The three senior members of the division, Division Master Zhuo Zhang, Supervision Minister Yin Benjiang, and Enforcement Minister Gao Wei, were once again gathered in the council pavilion. A video conference was opened. On the huge screen in front of them, Siko Zhuoya and Mu Kaiyu each had one side. Siko Zhuoya lowered her head while maneuvering the tablet and said, "This justice messenger should be Zhao Mingchen, the former buyer of the Beast Harnessing Jai, the IP counterpart. According to the records of the Beast Harnessing Lounge, he would attend the Beast Harnessing Lounge's auctions every few years and purchase a batch of demon slaves. He has the habit of brutalizing demon slaves, and there have been demon slaves killed by him before. It's still impossible to determine if he has any living demon slaves in his hands. Although the Beast Harnessing Jai's related interest chances had been uprooted, this matter wasn't over. There were still a lot of demon slaves that had been sold that had not been retrieved. Of course, it was also unrealistic to think of getting all the demon slaves back. The buyers of the auction were divided into grades. The ordinary buyers were casual buyers who were not qualified to draw the attention of the Beast Harnessing Jade, and as a result, there was no information left for this part of the population. Only those large customers who have participated and purchased many times will become the VIP of the auction. This is also the new customers that Harnessing the Beast Fast prepared for the prohibited experiments. And this part of the population would also become the target of the law enforcement division's focus. This is a ING psychopath. Gao Wei couldn't help but curse. Generally, buyers purchased demon slaves because the well-trained demon slaves were obedient and good to use, and there was also a part of them for experiencing special eroticism, and only a rare part of them would abuse the demon slaves. And like this kind of brutalization of demon slaves, beating demon slaves to death, there are, but really not many. Next to him, Yin Benjing sighed quietly. This you don't know, back then, when Ling Yin's sect was at its peak, the demon race raided and abused all the top and bottom of Ling Yin's sect. How did I not know about this? Gao Wei was so shocked that his jaw dropped. To be abused and killed by the demon race, no wonder Zhao Mingchen would be so tyrannical. Even though it wasn't the right thing to do, no matter who encountered such a blood feud, they wouldn't be able to help it. You certainly don't know what happened before the human-demon battle. Yin Benjiang looked at Gao Wei. What? Sympathize with him? Gao Wei shook his head. Sympathy is not quite, but it just more or less makes one feel somewhat justified. Yin Benjiang he made two sounds. They are extenuating. The demon race is equally extenuating. Back then, the Ling Yun sect leader had a technique that could absorb the essence of the demon pills, so he had been capturing the demon race and seizing the demon pills. Who do you think the demon race is looking for if not them for revenge? Gao Wei froze. Isn't this an evil cultivator? That time was different from now. It was chaotic. The demon race brutally killed the human race, and the human race was killing demons openly. Yin Benjiang sighed and shook his head as he continued. However, cultivating with demonic pills is really not considered to be a righteous path, so back then, after the Ling Yun clan was exterminated, Xiao Jianxian destroyed that technique at the first opportunity. It was also because of this incident that Xiao Jianxian gained the trust of the demon clan, and there was the subsequent friendship of joining forces. It was true that Gao Wei did not know that there was such a history. But to really say it, there were too many grudges between the human and demon races. It was simply impossible to say who was right and who was wrong. It was just that with the joining hands to fight against the demons 1,000 years ago, the past grudges were all buried by time. But just like the Tong Tian sect master said, Zhao Mingchen, if he really hates the demon race to this point, to fight with the demon race, that how to say is also a man. But using the previous grudge as an excuse to abuse the weak demon race. It is really a bit disgusting. Check, not only does this person need to be checked, the Lingyun clan also needs to be checked. I see this forbidden experiment of the beast harnessing Zhai, it's quite similar to that Gong method. Maybe, this Lingyun clan is still secretly practicing this Gong method. Zhao Mingchen a Zhou Tian realm, I'm afraid it's just a pawn. There are also other people on the internet who bring the rhythm, also have to check, one by one. So jumping, in the spirit network slander Tong Tian sect master, it is not possible to say that all of them are the buyers before the beast harnessing Zhai. Gao Wei crackled a string of words, and saw that the crowd all looked over. He couldn't help but say, "What are you all looking at me for?" Mu Kaiyu rested his hand on the back of his head and said in a dangling manner, "If you, the executive department, don't give the order, who is going to catch it? Directly catch? Let's not go through some process or something?" Gao Wei was somewhat unable to react. Cultivators like Zhao Mingchen who had a proper sect were different from ordinary loose immortals. The likes of sect leader Tong Tian, even if he had a high prestige in the spirit network, in the eyes of the law enforcement division, he was still just a sect less loose immortal, and sect leader Tong Tian's remarks at that time had indeed threatened the law enforcement division's authority. It was only then that the law enforcement division would directly strike without any concern. As for proper cultivators like Zhao Mingchen, even if their speculations were accurate, they were still speculations. An official letter would have to be sent first, and then brought back for interrogation. Or perhaps there was tangible evidence before taking action. Otherwise, if you move to directly arrest someone, not only would it cause panic in the entire cultivation world, pitting the major clans against the law enforcement division, but there was also the possibility of an abuse of power. Of course. This also has to do with the fact that the law enforcement division was not strong enough to be tough enough on the major sects before. But even if the law enforcement division is now established, isn't it not too good to be so publicized? Mu Kaiyu lazily said, "You can also wait for the 3 immortal Zuns to directly beat him to death, so we can save ourselves the trouble." Gao Wei got. Before Zhao Mingchen's identity was exposed, it was only proper to hurry and capture him. Otherwise, if the 3 immortal elders knew that Zhao Mingchen was inciting and provoking the relationship between the Tong Tian sect leader and the human race on the spirit net, the 3 immortal elders would be afraid that they would personally go into battle. What the hell are they going to investigate? What the hell are they going to interrogate? It wasn't that it wasn't good to have the 3 immortal elders step in to directly resolve the situation, it was just that there were too many things that had happened recently, and the 3 immortal elders were being pushed to the point of becoming bulls and horses. And this thing also need to bother 3 immortal, not move directly palm death. Then their law enforcement division will become a display again. Is there still a need for the law enforcement division to exist? Calling Tong Yang subgroup, calling Tong Yang subgroup. Gao Wei pressed down his headset and quickly finished arranging things. It was at this time that Zhuo Zheng opened his mouth. "How is Zhang Yu's trial going?" Yan Benjiang shook his head. "Tough talking, it seems like he has to be locked up for a while to sharpen his temperament." "Aha!" Zhuo Zhang nodded and looked up at the screen. "Zhuoya, how is it on your side? Are there any clues to Qi Huang's whereabouts?" "No." Psycho Zhuoya put down the tablet and reported, "Although we haven't found Qihua for now, but we have found traces of other demonic races, and they seem to have no intention of leaving Haibei City. I suspect that Qi Huang has a presence in Haibei City, and there are even people providing her with shelter. Of course, it's also possible that it's a smokescreen put out by these devils and that Qi Huang has already left Haibei City. So next, we plan to split into 2 teams, with Su Guan being in charge of one team to continue to stay in Haibei City. The other team will be in charge of me, checking out the surrounding area. Also, I've already checked in with Wu Zun, and he'll be watching over this side of Haibei City." Zhuo Zheng nodded slightly. "May." Afterward, he looked at Mu Kaiyu. "How is the situation over at the Peach Source Sacred Realm?" Chapter 137. Who is harmonizing again? At the mention of the Peach Origin Sacred Realm, the atmosphere of the law enforcement division became oppressive. Who would have thought that this Peach Origin Sacred Realm, which had been sealed for thousands of years, would have gone awry as well, and if it wasn't for the 5 people of the Mingchi realm being so bold as to dare to hit the Peach Origin Sacred Realms idea, this matter would have remained undiscovered to this day. Not that there was anything wrong with them hitting the Peach Origin Sacred Realm. The matter of the Mingchi Realist 5 opening up the land had been reported to the Law Enforcement Division from the beginning. In fact, there was more than one ancient seal like the Peach Source Sacred Realm. They didn't belong to any of the forces in the cultivation world, and there was no one to guard them or hold the crackers accountable for the responsibilities associated with them, but the premise was that there would be no repercussions on the human race after opening the seals. If someone could develop a stable secret realm, it would still be a great thing that would benefit the human race. This matter is commonly known as opening the land. The one who opens the land pays a high price to break the seal, and so also has the right to develop and manage the secret realm. If the value of the secret realm is relatively high, then it can also allow the disciples of their own clans to practice, or even charge a certain amount of spirit stones as tickets, open to the entire cultivation world. However, the openers likewise had to take risks. After all, not all secret realms were rewarding, and some seals were opened only to realize that there was a serious loss of spiritual chi inside, and there were no heavenly treasures whatsoever. When the effort and the harvest could not be equalized, opening up the land could also drag down a clan. As a result, not everyone had the courage to open up the land, plus by now, most of the secret areas had already been developed and were controlled by powerful clans. There were very few secret areas that could be opened up. The openers also gradually disappeared. The reason why it showed that the few people from Realistchi were bold was because there were people who had hit the Peach Source Sacred Realm in the past. After the human-demon battle, resources gradually dried up. It was also clear to all the major sects that if the human race didn't find another way out, sooner or later they would die. Therefore, some people hit on the idea of the Peach Source Sacred Realm. But the Peach Source Sacred Realm is all the saints join hands to seal. Even after thousands of years of time, the seal cannot be cracked overnight, and want to crack the Peach Source Sacred Realm, need to spend the price is very huge. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Based on this fact, they had also suspected that there might be other unreported openers. But this possibility was negligible. First of all, there was absolutely no need to hide the opening of the land. Even the Law Enforcement Division didn't have the right to stop it, and the fact that several people from the Mingchi realm had reported it was partly to give face to the Law Enforcement Division, and partly to find the Law Enforcement Division to back them up. In case something really happened, the Law Enforcement Division would also be able to support it at the first time. Of course, the Law Enforcement Division is not just working without eating. When the secret realm was developed, the Law Enforcement Division had the right to prioritize entry, as well as fee reductions, which was also one of the Law Enforcement Division's sources of resources. Most openers wouldn't take the risk alone just to save this. Secondly, they had already investigated the major sects, and as of now, there were no traces of other openers. More importantly, the other party had been sneaking around cracking the seal for hundreds of years. Especially from the investigation, in recent years, the speed of cracking the seals had gotten faster and more frequent without setting up any protective boundaries, which was definitely not something that the openers could do. And there were simply too many things that had happened during this recent period. The situation on the Underworld side hadn't even been clarified yet, and this popped up a Fuxian forest, and after it was hard to solve the problems of the demon race and the beast harnessing lodge, this popped up a nameless powerhouse again. This Peach Source Sacred Realm is even jeopardizing the entire human race. Although the overall strength of the human race had recently improved greatly, they always had the feeling of walking on the edge of a sword. The mind was uneasy. What else can I do? Make noise? Mu Kaiyu shrugged his shoulders and said with a speechless face. When it comes to someone destroying the Peach Source Sacred Realm seal, one group is furious. When it comes to support, all the big clans are screaming for help. After all is said and done, it's just one sentence. It's fine to send out people, but there are no resources. But now that we have Puppet Zun watching over here, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Yan Benjiang laughed. How many years has it been? All the major clans are all this dead, or else how can we get them to move the meeting to the 100,000 mountains? Anyway, this won't be over for a while. The major clans are there. It's also considered to become quite a guard. Let's just let Xiaomu continue to guard over there. It can only be that way. Zhuozhang nodded, and finally placed his gaze on Gao Wei, Fuxian Lakeside. Before Zhuozhang finished speaking, suddenly, everyone stood up in unison and eyed the distance. Who is merging with the Tao again? Deep within the 100,000 great mountains, inside the makeshift deliberative pavilions of the great clans. It's really not that I, Xingfeng Sect, am crying poor. Look at you guys, during this period of time, real people are springing up like the rain. If I, Xingfeng Sect, really had the resources, how come I, the sect leader, didn't certify the Tao to become real? Guju Yin Wenba, you don't want to shell out the resources, then rely on us? Why don't you say that we consumed all of our resources in order to attain enlightenment? What do you mean, I'm relying on you guys? Isn't what I said the truth? You guys at least have resources to consume. What about me? What about me? Alright, don't argue. If I say we should divide the resources according to the ranking of strength, the stronger ones will bear more, and the weaker ones will bear less, that's alright, isn't it? Why don't you discuss with the 10 top forces, let them all out of it, we these small fish and shrimps will not get involved. What you said is wrong, maintaining the Peach Source Sacred Realm is the responsibility of all of our clans, you don't want to participate, we, Luiyue Sect, didn't say we won't participate, but we, Luiyue Sect, do have difficulties. The clans that could be ranked in the cultivation world were basically all here. The small clans were basically all patriarchs personally, and the big clans basically came with elders. It wasn't that these big clans didn't think that this matter of the Peach Source Sacred Realm was important. On the contrary, it was precisely because it was too important that they sent an elder over to watch and observe. At this time, hundreds of spokespersons from large and small sects were gathered together, foaming at the mouth. It caused the entire deliberation pavilion to be in a state of pandemonium. Mingchi was so noisy that his brain was buzzing, and as soon as he stepped out of the temporary deliberation pavilion, he saw Zhang Yan standing in front of the door with all 4 of them. Zhang Yan said, "Why have you come out as well? You all came out, leaving me alone inside, do you think it's appropriate?" Real Mingchi pressed his throbbing temples. The 5 of them were the ones who found out about this, and they were the ones who initiated the meeting, so they were the ones who couldn't get away with it. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago as well. Zhang Yan consciously ignored realist Mingchi's complaints. Puzzled, he said, "What exactly are they arguing about? I think it's quite reliable to rank the clans according to their strength and contribute people. If they really don't have the resources and no one, isn't it good to just quit?" Nonetheless. Situ Shang laughed and shook his feather fan. It's not that they're not willing to contribute, it's just that they're dividing the benefits in advance. Zhang Yan was dumbfounded. Interests? What interests? The interests after the Peach Source Sacred Realm opens. No, wait, aren't we going to reseal the Peach Origin Sacred Realm and delay the opening of the Peach Origin Sacred Realm? Where's the benefit in that? Chapter 138, How dare he, a devil cultivator, merge with the Tao? Not to mention that Zhang Yan didn't understand, even Han Qinglin, who stood to the side as a backdrop, was confused. In order to draw the attention of the great clans, before this meeting began, they had already laid out all the risks in front of everyone, including the speculation that there might be a harmonization realm powerhouse in the Peach Source Sacred Realm. After all, this was a major event concerning the entire human race. It was pointless for them to conceal it, and there was also the possibility that it would lead to a misjudgment by the various clans, but regarding the matter of the traitor, they hadn't picked a fight yet, at least until they found out who this person was. There was absolutely no way that any news could leak out. "You're silly," the 100-Flower Fairy said to Zhang Yan while looking in the mirror. "It's hard to say how long it can be dragged out. There will always be a day when the Peach Source Holy Realm opens up. The worse they make themselves out to be now, the more sympathy they'll garner. It's not good to say that they'll be able to carve out more territory and more benefits." Zhang Yan's eyes widened violently. "They're still thinking about this at this time? Didn't we already tell them that this Peach Origin Sacred Realm is even more dangerous after it opens?" Alas! Realist Mingchi sighed and shook his head. "Old Zhang, the dangers in the Peach Origin Sacred Realm are just a few of our guesses. Besides, the opening of the Peach Origin Sacred Realm has become a fact, so there's no point in worrying about it, so it's better to strive for more benefits for our own clan." When Zhang Yan thought about it, it was really like that. He couldn't help but follow suit and sigh as well. Afterward, he frowned again, but even if they really argue, in the end, it's still not up to the top few clans to decide? Is there really a point in arguing like this? Why do you think these sects like the Tao Heavenly Sect and the Lingshao Pavilion only send their elders over? The 100-Flowers Fairy closed the mirror and said in a faint voice, "They also need people to share the risk, so if they don't share some of the benefits at this time, where will they find cannon fodder to charge into battle?" Zhang Yan opened his mouth, but suddenly did not know what to say. Cruel? Isn't this the reality of the cultivation world? Those above sought safety and those below sought resources, but it was just a case of each taking what they needed. Then let's just wait here? Sita Shang shrugged, waiting. This time, many clans have been upgraded, the ranking of forces has been refreshed. How to divide this in the end, it's not up to the ones above, it's still up to the 3 immortal dignitaries to nod their heads. Jiang Yan. Hoping that their side is a setup? Alas! Who let them not merge with the Tao? Thinking about this, Jiang Yan turned his head to look at Realizer Mingchi. This side won't be over for a while, so why don't you ask Mingchi to help me ask what kind of magical treasure Sect leader Tong Tian wants? It wasn't that he didn't want to ask personally. It was just that there were simply too many people who had added Sect leader Tong Tian's friends, and this application of his had never gone through. He even wanted to personally make a trip to Haibei City, but there was no way. This side of things didn't know when it would be over. Who knew that he would have to wait until the monkey's year and month to go? Real Mingchi nodded. Alright, I'll talk to Mingchi. Tisk. Sita Shang smashed his mouth. Old Ginger has even learned to use his brain. It's possible. You're the one without brains. Although Jiang Yan retorted, his old face was still slightly red. He did store that little bit of small-mindedness. It was to take this opportunity to send his own junior to the Tong Tian Sect leader's side, but he was afraid that it would make the Tong Tian Sect leader unhappy. That was why he thought of such a stupid way. Letting Mingchi talk to Sect Master Tong Tian in advance. Sect Master Tong Tian is going to agree, that is the right name. If not, he would be able to get some opportunities. Jiang Yan's little mind, of course everyone could see through it. But no one thought there was any problem. If they had the chance, they would have to grab it. Unfortunately, the gift of guidance is not something that can be returned just because you want to. People's Puppet Zune directly sent a real person realm spirit puppet, Chu Di directly offered the ghost god order, and although Marshal Zune didn't send anything, he also personally promised to be the Tong Tian Sect leader's hitman. And they, even if they didn't have a harmonized Tao, the ones that were too bad to hold. One can only wait for the outcome of this matter of the Peach Source Sacred Realm, and then ponder over it. Suddenly, the 5 of them simultaneously raised their heads to look into the distance, only to see a rushing baleful aura drenching the sky, and in the midst of the rolling baleful aura, there was actually a thunderbolt coalescing out. Situ Shang's mouth opened wide in surprise. What is this? A demonic race is about to merge? Han Qinglin's eyes slightly condensed. Wei Yinxian? Wei Yinxian? He's a devil cultivator who also dares to merge with the Tao? The crowd's eyes were astonished. The so-called heart calamity originated from the cultivator's deepest fears, desires, obsessions, guilt, hatred, and other strong emotions, and it could be a reflection and punishment for mistakes made in the past. It could also be fear and worry about the uncertainty of the future. No matter what the demonic cultivator had gone astray because of, they were almost always paranoid monsters, which led to the fact that their emotions would be magnified tenfold when faced with a heart calamity. Heart tribulation was difficult to overcome, let alone one that was magnified tenfold. This is simply not possible. How could Wei Yinxian dare? Could it be that what Wei Yinxian said on the Spirit Net was not a lie? The news on the Spirit Network, of course, they also paid attention to, but they are also the same as other people, simply did not put Wei Yinxian's words in the heart, thinking that Wei Yinxian is just climbing, bragging. Anyway, the devil cultivator, this kind of thing is not less to do. Purpose? In fact, there is no purpose, simply is to make trouble. But if Wei Yin first said is not false. Several people held their breath at the same time. If it is really Tong Tian Godfather really give the devil cultivator pointed away, is not impossible. Compared to the ghost cultivator turning into a ghost god and the physical cultivator opening the broken sky, the devil cultivator just gaining a bit of merit doesn't seem to be such a difficult thing to accept. However, let's just say, what kind of path is this that would allow demonic cultivators to gain merit? Can they go and rub it in as well? Unlike before, when Hua Buing merged with the Tao and Li Jiao broke the sky. Although the two did cause quite a commotion, due to the law enforcement division setting up a boundary in the first place, the only people who truly perceived it were the strongest people above the real person realm, and it didn't attract too much attention. But this time was different. Without the interference of the law enforcement division, even the transfiguration realm sensed the resonance of heaven and earth at the time of the merging. In fact, the law enforcement division couldn't interfere either. Because the distance was too far. If they really waited for them to rush over, Wei Yinxian's side would probably be over. At this moment, Xu Tianqing, Li Jiao, and Hua Buing also raised their heads at the same time. Unlike the battle between the human and devil races. Devil cultivators were also a human race anyways. For Hua Buing, there was no difference between devil cultivators and other cultivators. Moreover, their puppet cultivation lineage had also been labeled as evil cultivators for a time. It was naturally impossible for him to intervene in the matter of demonic cultivators merging with the Tao. As for Li Jiu at this moment, he was being pressurized in the gravity room and had no time to care. As for Chu Tianqing, he and Wei Yinxian could be considered old acquaintances. Although Wei Yinxian, this person killed people and acted arrogantly, he never made trouble in the mortal world, and the people he killed were all cultivators and not innocent. Moreover, ghost cultivators and devil cultivators as the two major sources of evil in the cultivation world, he also had no reason to intervene. Of course, the reason why the three had this attitude, it was more mainly because this path was given by the Tong Tian sect master, and Wei Yin first had the merit and virtue to shelter them. If they go in the name of justice to destroy a person who has merit and virtue shelter to merge with the Tao, the karma will definitely backfire on them. But if the devil cultivator can turn from evil to righteousness, for the human race, it is also not a good thing. Just the devil cultivator to merge the road is difficult, even if there is merit and virtue protection body. It may not be possible to get past the heart knot. Even if they don't intervene, the possibility of Wei Yinxian succeeding is also minimal. Everything also depends on himself.